In the vast expanse of space, enormous rhomboid fragments shot out at astonishing speeds toward the blue planet. In an instant, these fragments rapidly spread out, enveloping the planet. Then, each rhomboid fragment began to release beams of light, crisscrossing and connecting with each other. These beams gradually wove together a massive, all-encompassing energy net, completely trapping Blue Star within it. Then, the light connecting the fragments began to expand rapidly, becoming wider and brighter. In a short moment, this giant net transformed into a huge glass sphere radiating a mysterious blue light, firmly sealing off the entire blue planet. At this moment, outside the orbit of Earth, a 2,200-meter-long alien star destroyer hovered silently. A man stood on the deck, gazing at everything unfolding before him, a slight smile playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed excitement. The man's name was Li Yang, and he was originally an ordinary citizen on Earth. However, an accident completely changed his fate. He was chosen by the advanced civilization of the universe, the Hilly Empire, and not only became a lieutenant in the Empire, but also activated the core technology, the Hilly Empire Intelligent Brain System. The system's first mission was to conquer his home planet, Blue Star, and transform it into his private world. Upon completion of the mission, Li Yang would receive a military rank promotion and substantial rewards. To achieve this goal, Li Yang utilized the advanced technology of the Shili Empire, the Star Controller, which allowed him to bring the entire Blue Star under his control. The Stellar Controller has been deployed and is taking over the target planet. As the mechanical voice faded, the humans on Earth suddenly sensed a strange unease. The feeling was indescribable, as if the body and consciousness were briefly pulled by something, and almost everyone stood there stunned for a few seconds. However, this sudden anomaly did not attract much attention. Most people simply paused subconsciously for a moment, and then returned to normal. Even the top leaders of various countries on Earth, who were holding important meetings in conference rooms, did not notice anything unusual. Target planet under control. As soon as the Stellar Controller successfully took over Blue Star, the system within Li Yang's body immediately issued a notification. The Stellar Controller you launched has achieved full control over the target planet. Before he could finish speaking, a screen of light suddenly appeared in front of Li Yang, without warning, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Li Yang's gaze swept over the densely packed data and function options on the light screen, and he was once again awestruck by this technological marvel. He discovered that he now possessed almost an omnipotent hand, capable of arbitrarily adjusting and controlling all variables on Earth, truly achieving divine intervention at the planetary level. To his further surprise, two special function options appeared on the light screen: destroy and contain. The destroy function was easy to understand, but what did contain mean? The system appeared in time and answered Li Yang's question. After the containment function is activated, the controlled planet will form a glass sphere the size of a palm, which is easy to move or carry at any time. Upon hearing this, Li Yang was momentarily speechless with shock. Controlling a planet was already a miracle, but now even putting it in one's pocket was possible? Another thought immediately popped into his mind. System, I've already taken control of Blue Star, so why isn't the mission complete yet? He asked, puzzled. After all, according to the mission description, wasn't this equivalent to occupation? The system calmly replied, intelligent life on Earth has not yet submitted to the Empire, therefore the mission is incomplete. You can choose to persuade them or eliminate them completely to complete the mission. It seemed the matter was far from over. He had to personally make another trip to Blue Star, no matter what. The next second, Li Yang, Pao, and the robot T7 appeared out of thin air in Blue Star's highest-level conference room. The high-ranking officials from various countries, who had been engaged in heated discussions and debates just moments before, fell silent as if time had frozen. Almost everyone stood up at the same time, their expressions filled with shock. Wasn't that spot empty just now? How did they appear? Who knows? Maybe it's alien technology again. Last time they appeared with a white light, but this time they just appeared instantly like magic. Everyone stared at Li Yang with complicated expressions. The latter remained expressionless and outwardly calm, but inwardly he was secretly delighted. As expected, with the Star Controller, even teleportation has become much easier. This is the level of a 7th-level civilization. In the past, teleportation required transit through the main ship, but now, with just a thought, he can freely enter and exit any location on Earth with almost no delay. Li Yang stepped to the head of the table, cleared his throat, and glanced at everyone. Now that everyone is here, let's begin to discuss the follow-up arrangements for Blue Star, as well as the current situation of various countries. Pao followed closely behind and sat down next to Li Yong, while T7 and the other Imperial squad members stood in neat rows, ready to be deployed at any time. After Li Yong and Pao were seated, everyone else took their seats one after another. Everyone understood that the decisions to be made next would completely affect the fate of Blue Star and determine their own future. All existing national systems on Earth are hereby abolished. This statement was met with an unusual silence in the conference room. Everyone was clearly prepared, and no one dared to voice any objections. Li Yong continued, all resources and administrative affairs of Blue Star will be fully under the Empire's control. The existing urban framework will remain unchanged, and Blue Star will establish a management agency directly under the Empire, called the Blue Star Management Department, which I will personally oversee. That's the crux of the matter. All the senior management held their breath. What they were really concerned about was who would get into management, and especially, who would become the minister. The minister of the Blue Star Administration Department will be the Grand Elder of the Rabbit Kingdom. As for the heads of the subordinate departments, they will be appointed by the minister himself. Do you have any objections? The announcement of the ministerial candidate elicited mixed reactions. The Grand Elder of the Rabbit Kingdom, his eyes filled with joy, rose and respectfully replied, "It is an honor to shoulder this important responsibility. I will do my utmost to lead the people of Blue Star to contribute everything to the Empire." Li Yong nodded and casually asked, "By the way, since we're going to apply for Imperial citizenship for you, what's your name?" "My name is Xia Quan." Looking at this man who was over 50 years old but smiled like a child, Li Yong couldn't help but smile as well. Meanwhile, the decision-maker from the United States, still unwilling to give up, stood up and tentatively asked, "So, what will happen to the rest of us?" Li Yong answered succinctly, "Everyone here, as former high-ranking officials of their respective countries, will be uniformly incorporated into the Blue Star Management Department, with Minister Xia Quan arranging their positions. At the same time, they will also obtain citizenship of the Shili Empire." These words brought a huge sigh of relief to everyone. Although they hadn't won the ministerial position, they had at least retained their status and gained imperial citizenship, which was already quite a blessing. From now on, Vice Captain Pao will continue to coordinate the follow-up details with you. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Understood, Pao replied respectfully. As soon as Li Yong left the conference room, the system's voice entered his ears. Ding! The mission to occupy Blue Star has been completed. Based on Lieutenant Li Yang's outstanding performance, he has been promoted to second lieutenant and granted full ownership of Blue Star. With the notification, the single silver bar on his shoulder quickly turned into 2, and his rank was officially promoted. Before he could even feel happy, the system spoke again. Since Blue Star belongs to Lieutenant Li Yang, according to the human supremacy law of the Shili Empire, the Empire will provide a subsidy of 10 million star coins, and the development loan amount will be increased from 100 million to 200 million. 10 million? Loan amount? What is this? Before Li Yang could fully understand, the system began to explain in detail. Planet Development Loan is a support project provided by the Imperial Supreme Bank, specifically designed for the development of private planets by citizens of the Empire. After listening to the system's explanation, Li Yang immediately understood this was a genuinely good thing. Blue Star's technology level was only slightly above level 1, far from level 2, and its development would inevitably require a large amount of capital investment. After all, 85% of the profits generated by Blue Star in the future will belong to him. By the way, system, how is the loan interest calculated according to the human supremacy law? The loan interest is 0, and the repayment period is 100 years. What a loan of 200 million star coins, with 0 interest for a century. Who can still say this imperial policy is bad? This is simply amazing. Thinking this, Li Yang decisively submitted a loan application for 200 million star coins through the system. Although Li Yang successfully submitted his loan application, the approval process takes time because the amount of 200 million is too high, and the result may take several days to come. At that moment, Li Yang suddenly thought of something. System, what should be done with the humans on Blue Star? Will they all be granted imperial citizenship? Given that the Shili Empire adhered to human supremacy, he was naturally curious whether billions of people on Earth would receive preferential treatment. The system responded quickly. According to the human supremacy law of the Shili Empire, only humans who have passed legal approval can enjoy the relevant rights. The list you submitted to the Blue Star administration has already obtained imperial citizenship. Other humans still need to be reviewed and approved before they can obtain imperial citizenship. It seems unrealistic to expect billions of people to be treated equally. Li Yang estimates that perhaps a few hundred million will pass the selection process, which would be a decent result. But just as Li Yang was contemplating how to develop Blue Star, the entire human society on Blue Star had already descended into chaos. What? The Blue Star Administration Department? What about the country? Gone. Confusion and protests arose from the crowd. We're not satisfied. Why should someone from the Rabbit country be the minister of the Blue Star Administration Department? Our country is more suitable. The emotions gradually intensified. After discussing with Pao, policymakers from various countries have returned one after another and announced the shocking news. Blue Star has been taken over by an alien civilization. All countries have been abolished. Only the city system has been retained, and all cities are under the unified management of a Blue Star Administration Department. At first, everyone thought it was an April Fool's joke, but the official announcement shattered their illusions. Although shock and anger erupted everywhere, some people quickly accepted reality, especially the citizens of Rabbit Kingdom, who were overjoyed to learn that their great elder had become the chief of the planet. Some people silently accept their fate, while terrorists continue to incite resistance in various places, attempting to stir up greater chaos. Faced with this situation, the Blue Star Management Department immediately convened its first emergency meeting since its establishment. Ahem, what suggestions do you have for these misled people? Xiaoquan sat in the main seat, looking around at everyone. Beside him stood Trudeau, a former high-ranking official in the United States and now the Deputy Minister of the Blue Star Management Department. Xiaoquan glanced at the district chiefs in the conference room with amusement, especially the representatives from the United States, the United Kingdom, and South Korea. The rebels mostly appeared in these areas, which was truly a headache. As the Deputy Minister, I believe this kind of resistance must be dealt with seriously and cannot be tolerated, Trump said first. The district head of the South Korean region also immediately expressed his support for Trump's tough stance. However, some people held a different view. Blue Star has already come under the Empire's control. Shouldn't we consult Captain Li Yang before making a decision? The implication was that they hoped to handle the matter carefully to avoid escalating the conflict. If we can't even handle small matters, what will the Empire think of us? They might replace us any day now. Someone muttered under their breath, and the conference room fell silent. Finally, Xiaoquan sighed and made the decision. All right then, for those who are just shouting slogans, we'll try to persuade them first. If they really won't listen, we'll temporarily detain them. As for other situations, the district administrators can handle them themselves. Meeting adjourned. With that, he stood up, leaving a room full of high-ranking officials looking at each other in bewilderment. The minister said, "Let's get moving," Trump added, then led the way. In South Korea, protesters, waving banners proclaiming, "Resist alien civilization," occupied the entire street. Among them were many terrorists, some even carrying weapons, knives, guns, clubs, and more. "We refuse to be enslaved by alien civilizations." Various slogans rose and fell, even mixed with many irrelevant voices, but the team still moved forward with unwavering determination. Several armored vehicles suddenly sped up and blocked the convoy's path. A man in formal attire jumped off one of the vehicles, stood on its roof, and used a megaphone to urge everyone to go home. "You have been misled by terrorists. Resistance is pointless and will only hinder the development of Earth." The blare of the loudspeaker echoed through the streets, but the crowd only paused for a moment before shouting slogans again and continuing their march. "District Chief, they're not listening at all," someone inside the vehicle reported anxiously. "I'll handle this." The South Korean district chief took the loudspeaker, jumped out, stood on the roof of the vehicle, and began to patiently persuade them. However, the terrorists jumped out from the crowd and began to incite unrest. What Shili Empire? Just the name sounds ominous. The situation became increasingly tense, and the scene grew more and more out of control. Good heavens, they're actually shouting down with the Empire. The district chief's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. If the Empire were to intercept this, not only would he, the district chief, be wiped out, but the entire planet could be destroyed. "Quickly, begin the operation," he decisively ordered. A group of support personnel quickly jumped out of the armored vehicle. They weren't targeting ordinary people, but rather the terrorists within the crowd. Action! As the command was given, the law enforcement forces of the Blue Star administration quickly surrounded the target. The crowd scattered, most people fleeing in all directions, but the terrorists remained in place, revealing their true forms. "They're the ones inciting the crowd. Arrest them immediately." The action team acted swiftly and decisively, subduing all the terrorists within minutes. "We were wrong. We were wrong." Wrong? Too late. Faced with overwhelming power, the terrorists were powerless to resist. Those who had been misled were released one by one after being educated. The situation on Earth gradually stabilized, and people began to accept the new reality that their planet had completely fallen under the control of an unimaginably powerful alien civilization. Chapter 14: 3 Phone Calls. In the Imperial fleet, Liang learned of some commotion on Blue Star, but he showed no surprise. After all, a sudden change of regime would always cause discontent among some. To his surprise, the Blue Star Management Department was incredibly efficient, quickly suppressing the resistance. It seems that handing over management to the original Blue Star team was indeed a wise choice. Just then, the system notification sounded, saying that his loan and subsidy had been credited to his account. Liang opened his account and saw a full 200 million plus 10 million star coins, his eyes crinkling into slits with joy. Before he could even bask in his joy, the system gave him another notification. Lieutenant Colonel Martin had requested a call. He immediately agreed, and then Martin's holographic image appeared before him. Martin immediately joked with a smile, saying he'd heard Liang had acquired an entire planet. Liang was slightly puzzled. How could the news have spread so quickly after just completing the mission? But then he thought, the other party was a lieutenant colonel, so it was normal for him to be well informed. Liang nodded in response, saying that he had just completed a mission for the new fire project, and the planet was the reward. Upon hearing this, Martin felt both envious and amazed, remarking on how incredibly good the benefits were for human officers. He noted that non-human races had to spend exorbitant sums to buy planets or earn them through arduous merit. But then Martin changed the subject, proudly saying that his machine race was not short of money and that he already owned dozens of planets, his tone revealing his undisguised boasting. Upon hearing this, Liang instantly withdrew his earlier sympathy. He had painstakingly acquired just one, while the other party had casually given him dozens. This wasn't chatting, it was a blatant Versailles scheme. Martin then asked Liang how he planned to develop the planet, explaining several common terraforming directions. It could be developed into a weapon-oriented planet, a resource-gathering planet, or a commercial economic planet. He also said that the most extravagant way to play is to turn a planet into your own private garden. That kind of thing is not only expensive, but also a pure display of wealth, and most people can't afford it. After listening, Liang fell into deep thought. A weapon-type planet sounded cool, but the construction cost was too high, let alone 200 million. It wouldn't even be enough to get it started. A resource-type planet wasn't suitable either. Earth's resources had long been exhausted. After careful consideration, the most realistic option is economic development. Martin agreed with this assessment, saying that given Earth's foundation and current situation, developing commerce is the most suitable path. But Liang was still a little worried. Was 200 million enough? Martin was immediately shocked when he heard the number. He said, "Are you kidding me? 200 million. Liang quickly explained that it was a planetary development loan borrowed from the Imperial Bank, not his own money. Martin, upon hearing this, could only sigh. The treatment of human officers is truly incomparable to that of ordinary people. However, he readily agreed, saying he would help Liang find a reliable construction company specializing in planetary terraforming. Liang was naturally happy to accept, as he didn't know who to contact anyway. Just as the two were finishing their conversation, Martin suddenly asked Liang about the loan interest rate. Liang replied that it was 0% interest, and the principal could be repaid within 100 years. Martin was stunned after hearing this, then hung up the phone without saying a word. Liang was completely bewildered and could only sigh. You didn't even leave your contact information. A short while later, another system notification came, saying that an unknown number had requested to connect. Liang thought for a moment. Since he was in the Empire, it shouldn't be any spam calls, so he chose to answer. Sure enough, the other party claimed to be from a planetary construction company and said they were recommended by Martin. The company contacted him almost immediately after he hung up. Martin's efficiency was truly remarkable. The company was very professional and said they would send someone to the site as soon as possible to inspect it and then discuss a detailed renovation plan. Liang nodded in agreement, feeling that things were going quite smoothly. He had barely hung up when a system notification popped up again, another call request. This time, it was from an even bigger source, the Imperial Citizen Review Bureau. Liang quickly accepted the call, and the other party stated their purpose directly. There are billions of humans on Earth, and they must all undergo review. Only those who pass will be granted imperial citizenship. These words made Li Yang's heart skip a beat, but he could understand. After all, joining the Empire naturally had its requirements. However, what followed surprised him even more. It turned out that even if one passed the screening, one could only become a second-class citizen. Although this status was protected by law, the holder could apply to have their citizenship revoked at any time. Liang looked puzzled and asked if that meant they were true citizens. The other party explained it clearly. Simply put, it meant the planet was under your name, the people were under your control, and you were in charge. As long as Blue Star was registered under Li Yang's name, the humans on it essentially belonged to him. Even if they were given the title of second-class citizen, it was only symbolic. After hanging up the call, Li Yang finally understood the Empire's unspoken rules. The so-called supremacy of humanity was, in reality, divided into different classes. Only those with status were considered human, while those without were merely resources. Chapter 15 Imperial Citizen Review Bureau. A full week had passed since Li Yang took over Blue Star, and the Imperial Citizen Review Bureau finally arrived. Welcome, 3 comrades. You must be tired from your journey. Li Yang calmly walked towards the 3 men who disembarked from a small starship. Hello, we too are staff members of the Shili Empire's Citizen Review Bureau. The man next to me is a comrade from the Imperial Guard Division responsible for this star system. The person standing in the middle of the 3 explained their identities to Li Yang in detail. Upon hearing this, Li Yang discreetly observed the 3 individuals. The 2 from the Imperial Citizen Review Bureau were indeed dressed differently, in pure black work uniforms with black hats, and seemingly wearing some kind of instrument on their arms. If it weren't for the emblems representing the Empire and their review bureau, one might easily mistake them for maintenance personnel from Earth. Looking at the person next to him, who was from the Imperial Guard Division, he was completely different. He was wearing the same uniform as him, but the color was not as deep black as his own. Instead, it was pure white. However, judging from his rank, a small gold dot and a thin bar, he was a first-class sergeant, significantly lower than my own. System, what kind of organization is this suddenly appearing Imperial Guard Division? Li Yang greeted the 3 with a polite smile, but in his mind, he was asking the system a question. After all, there were still many things he didn't understand about the many organizations in the Empire, and he had to rely on the system to figure them out. The Shili Empire Guard Division is part of the Shili Empire Guard Army. Each star system belonging to the Shili Empire will have an Imperial Guard Division stationed there, responsible for handling armed conflicts, rebellions, and illegal or irregular activities by officials of the star system. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Li Yang's gaze towards the sergeant changed. This sounded like a policeman, but the sergeant's power was far greater. By the way, system, does that mean Blue Star is also under their jurisdiction? Drip, Blue Star is your private planet. Although the Imperial Guard Division can intervene and manage it, everything must be done with your consent. For example, if someone in the Blue Star administration violates Imperial law, the Imperial Guard Division only has the right to arrest them. How to proceed afterward requires your approval. Only in the event of a rebellion does the Imperial Guard Division have full authority to manage and take charge. Although that's what he said, Li Yang knew very well that if he wanted to continue developing, he had to maintain a good relationship with the Imperial Guard Division and absolutely could not offend them. You are probably aware of the specific circumstances of our visit. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever inspected a planet inhabited entirely by humans. The Empire even specially sent 3 of us humans to do this. The people from the Review Bureau said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Yang realized that the 3 people in front of him were genuine humans, not some kind of humanoid race. This was the first time Li Yang had seen humans from outside of Earth, but upon closer inspection, they were indeed not significantly different from humans on Earth. If there was any difference, it was that none of them resembled Westerners. Could that be considered a difference? I know. What do you need me to do? Usually, screening so many people would require specialized equipment, but since Blue Star has installed a star controller, we would like to request control of the star controller from you for identity verification. After saying that, Li Yang received an application from the Imperial Citizen Review Bureau. Beep. The Shili Imperial Citizen Review Bureau requests access to the Blue Star controller. Do you approve? Approved. With Li Yang's approval, access to the star controller was temporarily transferred to the Review Bureau. Okay, we will conduct an investigation into the humans on Earth as soon as possible. As he spoke, the investigator slowly extended his arm and pressed a button on the instrument on his arm, instantly projecting a light screen. As the sensors rapidly moved around on the screen, astonishing changes began to occur on Blue Star. The entire planet seemed to freeze. Not only were the humans and creatures on it motionless, but even the planet's own rotation stopped. It was as if time had frozen over the entire planet, and the light screen began to flash rapidly, displaying detailed information about every human being on the blue planet. In a short while, the flickering on the light screen suddenly stopped, and the people from the Review Bureau immediately turned off the light screen. Blue Star resumed its normal operation, the planet started rotating again, and everything on it became active again. All right, a comprehensive review of the humans on Earth has been conducted. Out of a total of 6,253,349,214 humans, only 1,162,445,884 meet the requirements for second-class citizenship. The rest do not meet the requirements. Upon hearing the results announced by the Review Bureau, Liang was somewhat surprised. Out of more than 6 billion humans, only about 1.1 billion met the criteria. The review standards were indeed extremely strict. Of course, since the planet is your private property, you can apply for second-class citizenship directly for those who are not qualified, or they can apply to the Empire for a re-examination themselves. As if noticing Li Yang's surprise, the person from the Review Bureau said politely, "So, even those who don't qualify, I can make them all second-class citizens." "Yes, but if there are too many second-class citizens, the taxes levied by the Empire will also increase significantly." Skipping the vetting process and applying directly for a second-class citizenship incurs approximately 1,000 star coins per year in taxes. However, for specific figures, please consult the relevant personnel at the Imperial Tax Bureau. Looking at the smiling staff member, Li Yang felt his head spin. 1,000 per person, 6 billion people would amount to 6 trillion. Forget 6 billion people. Even if it were all 1.1 billion eligible people, he couldn't afford that much money. Seeing Li Yang's twitching lips, the people from the Review Bureau seemed to have guessed what Li Yang was thinking and quickly said, "You may have misunderstood. Only those who directly apply to become second-class citizens will incur taxes. Those who pass our review do not need to pay additional taxes. They pay their taxes to the Empire themselves." Upon hearing this, Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief. "You should have said so earlier. You scare me to death. I almost thought I owed trillions of star coins right from the start. If that were the case, I'd probably have to sell myself to the last grain of dust to pay it off." Their AI system and identity information will take approximately 2 more days to arrive. Please be patient. No problem, I understand. All right, we have other planets to attend to, so we'll take our leave now. Long live the Empire. Long live. After the members of the Review Bureau and the Guard Division boarded the starship, they didn't forget to salute Li Yang. Li Yang hurriedly returned the salute. Although he didn't need to return the salute at his rank, they had shouted, "Long live the Empire," and it would be inappropriate not to return the salute. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. While still gathering more information about the Empire, Li Yang received a message from the fleet. "Captain Li Yang, the Imperial Citizen Review Bureau has dispatched a transport ship, requesting permission to dock over Blue Star. Please provide your instructions." Huh, a transport ship has arrived directly? Well, it makes sense, considering there are over 1.1 billion people whose identity information needs to be processed and whose AI systems need to be installed. Approve their docking request. I'll be there right away. With Li Yang's approval, an enormous transport ship appeared in the skies above Blue Star. Many on the ground gazed up at the massive starship, exclaiming in awe, "Holy crap, such a huge alien spaceship. Luckily it surrendered, otherwise, with a spaceship that big, what would we even be able to fight with?" Looking at the enormous alien spaceship, the crowd discussed among themselves, unaware that the starship was not intended for armed combat, but was merely a transport ship. Chapter 16 Intelligent Brain Installation. As the Imperial transport ship arrived over Blue Star, the Blue Star administration immediately received a notification and quickly understood the true purpose of this massive vessel, to process their Imperial identity information. Everyone stared in astonishment at the giant starship hovering high in the sky. No one had expected that such a large ship would only be there to deliver an identity system. Xiaoquan received Li Yang's message immediately, learning that the starship would use teleportation to pick them up. He immediately organized everyone to gather in the open area. As soon as they arrived at the plaza, before they could even take a few more glances, a dazzling white light was projected from the starship, instantly enveloping them all. Before anyone could react, they were instantly teleported away. The ground guards didn't even catch a glimpse of them, and could only stare blankly at the empty square. Where's the leader? Maybe he was picked up by an alien spaceship. Meanwhile, inside the transport ship, everyone slowly opened their eyes and found themselves no longer on Earth, but in a spacious cabin within the ship. Captain Li Yang. Xiaoquan was the first to notice Li Yang standing in front of them. Beside him stood 2 strangers. Although they didn't recognize them, their demeanor told them they were definitely Imperial staff. Seeing that everyone was gradually coming to their senses, Li Yang stepped forward and introduced them. "These 2 are comrades from the Imperial Citizen Review Bureau, responsible for processing your identities." The 2 didn't waste any words and directly led everyone into the ship's interior. and Liang followed with great interest. Logically, he could have easily avoided this administrative work, but he was simply too curious to see how these AI systems were installed. He had been forcibly bound to the system in the virtual world, and now that he had the chance to witness the whole process firsthand, he naturally wanted to join in the fun. Before long, the group was led to a special device. The device looked like a semi-enclosed structure with a circular base and a mechanical arm, its overall design exuding a futuristic feel. Come one by one, the information has already been entered into the Imperial database. The group exchanged glances, their expressions filled with tension and anticipation, as this thing didn't look like an ordinary scanner at all. Xia Quan, as the leader, was the first to step forward. His face was calm, but his eyes gleamed with excitement as he stepped into the machine. A transparent light screen rose, enveloping him. Soon, the system began to announce, second-class citizen Xia Quan, identity verification passed. The AI is preparing to install. Immediately afterward, a thin needle popped out from the robotic arm and pierced straight into the back of Xia Quan's head, leaving everyone stunned. Even Liang frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask the system, "Did you also shove it into my head like this back then?" The system quickly replied, "This system is a special edition of the new Fire project, using a dissolving implantation method, not needle injection." Dissolving it did sound more advanced, but thinking about it was also quite frightening. Liang muttered to himself, feeling that his own method was even more mysterious. Xia Quan, completely unaware of the needle entering his brain, stood bewildered inside the machine, feeling as if everyone was staring at him, creating an awkward atmosphere. A few seconds later, the needle was withdrawn, and the system announced, AI brain installation complete. Welcome to the Empire. The light screen disappeared, and Xia Quan stepped out of the machine. Everyone rushed around, bombarding him with questions. Does the back of your head hurt? Are you feeling unwell? I didn't feel anything. It was like I just stood there for a while. Xia Quan scratched his head, his mind full of questions. He walked up to Liang and couldn't help but ask, "Captain Liang, what exactly do these AI and second-class citizens mean?" Liang didn't answer directly, only telling him to wait until everyone else had finished. So, everyone entered the device and turned to install the AI. When it was the turn of the next person, Xia Quan quietly touched the back of his head, thinking that no wonder everyone asked if it hurt when they came out. It turned out that it was from that place that everyone had been installed. After everyone was installed, the inspector turned on the instrument on his arm, and a huge light screen was projected, showing the instructions for the follow-up work. You are now officially registered second-class citizens of the Empire. Next, we will deploy devices in various cities on Earth, and you will assist in verifying the identities of the remaining personnel. As soon as the words were spoken, strings of text appeared before everyone's eyes simultaneously, various data pushed by the AI. Wow, why are so many data suddenly popping up in front of me? Is this the function of an AI? It's so futuristic. Seeing that the mission had been handed over, Liang didn't say anything more and turned to leave. The group was then teleported back to the Blue Star Ground Plaza by the white light. "Leader, you're back." The ground guards rushed up to greet them immediately, and Xia Quan immediately ordered, "Notify all city troops that the device deployed by the starship is about to land. Be sure to receive and control it immediately." Understood. After saying that, Xia Quan led his men back to the management building to prepare for an emergency meeting to discuss and deploy resources. At the same time, the transport ships in the sky began to move, with hatches slowly opening and countless square devices being dropped from them. These devices deployed their four-corner engines during descent, automatically adjusting their direction and flying towards major cities on Earth. Troops across the country were already on high alert, immediately taking tight control of the equipment and prohibiting unauthorized personnel from approaching. The onlookers, however, were already in an uproar. What is this thing? Extraterrestrial high technology. I bet it's something good, otherwise the military wouldn't be so concerned. Meanwhile, with the assistance of the AI, the Blue Star administration had completed the compilation of a list of 1.1 billion humans and quickly notified all regions of the review results. Oh dear, the list of citizens has been released. Quick, check if my name is on it. Many people rushed to open the list to check, but unfortunately, out of more than 6 billion people, only 1.1 billion were approved, and most people couldn't find their names. I saw someone with the same name and was happy for a long time, but when I checked the ID number, it wasn't me. Many who failed began venting their frustrations online, but no one dared to cause trouble. They still vividly remembered the brutal suppression of their previous rebellion. Meanwhile, those who passed were celebrating jubilantly, as if they had won the lottery. Chapter 17 Imperial Organization. As the Imperial devices were deployed to various locations, the installation of the AI was also underway across Blue Star. Each city's installation site was packed with onlookers. Even though many people failed the screening and their names weren't on the list, the enthusiasm for watching the spectacle remained undiminished, making the scene incredibly lively. Meanwhile, Xia Quan was intently studying the newly installed AI system, filled with curiosity about it. AI, can I check my identity information? He commanded. Beep. Information loading, displaying. As soon as he finished speaking, lines of text appeared in Xia Quan's field of vision, and he quickly saw his current identity level in the Imperial system. Second-class citizen, G7 level? Xia Quan muttered to himself, a hint of confusion creeping in. AI, I understand second-class citizen, but what does G7 level mean? I've never heard of it before, he pressed. Beep. G7 level is your current Imperial administrative rank. Hearing this, Xia Quan's eyes lit up. So this meant he now had a formal position within the Empire. Not only him, but other managers on Blue Star also discovered the administrative ranks in the identity system, causing an uproar. Trump rushed into Xia Quan's office excitedly. Old Xia, what rank are you? I just checked. I'm G8, and there are people who are G9. Xia Quan remained calm and coughed lightly. I'm only one rank higher than you. I'm G7. Seeing Xia Quan's low-key showing off expression, Trump was immediately annoyed and pouted. Humph, only one level higher. I'll catch up with you sooner or later. Xia Quan laughed defiantly. Back then, who wasn't a top figure? But now, I'm already ahead. Trump turned around and left angrily. This is no fun. I'm not competing with you anymore. Watching his departing figure, Xia Quan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Trying to fight me, you're still too green. After calming down, he continued to ask the AI, what is the highest administrative level in the Empire? The administrative system of the Shili Empire is divided into 7 major levels, from A to G, and each major level is further subdivided into 9 minor levels. Upon hearing this introduction, Xia Quan's smile immediately froze. He had been smug just moments before, only to discover that G7 was actually the third to last tier. However, Xia Quan wasn't discouraged. He had risen through the ranks on Earth, and he was confident he could climb to a high position again in the Empire. This entirely new political system, on the contrary, ignited his fighting spirit even stronger, making him eager to make a name for himself. As for Liang, he was already familiar with these administrative ranks, since he had personally helped the Blue Star people apply to the Empire for them. Liang also knew that even if they were given these ranks, as long as there were restrictions on second-class citizens, they would never be able to surpass him. System, if my current military rank were converted into an administrative level, what level would it be? Liang suddenly asked. According to the Imperial regulations, only officers at the rank of colonel or above can apply for demobilization. The lowest rank, major, is equivalent to D9, lieutenant colonel to D6, and so on. Liang calculated carefully. 3 ranks of military rank are equivalent to 1 administrative level. D is colonel level, C is general level. So what about B level and above? Beep. Demobilization to B level requires a marshal level officer. As for a level, it is a combination of military and political affairs, requiring personal appointment by the emperor. Current access is insufficient to view. Liang sighed in amazement after hearing this. He realized there was a marshal rank above general. He was just a lieutenant, a long way from that level. He shook his head, dismissing these unrealistic fantasies. His primary task now was to wait for the Blue Star terraforming project to progress. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Pal sent a message. Captain Liang, a starship requests to dock, saying the construction company is looking for you. Login approved. I'll be right there, and I'll also call a few people from the Blue Star Management Department. Finally, the construction team arrived, and the upgrade and renovation of Blue Star was about to begin. Soon after, Liang led the Blue Star management team to the starship dock to meet with representatives of the construction company. Leading the way was a man wearing an Imperial military uniform, but with an octopus head, who introduced himself as Zhang. Hello, Captain Liang. I am the manager of the Planetary construction company. You can just call me Zhang. Looking at the tentacles extended by the other party, Liang hesitated for a moment, but still politely shook them. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Let's get straight to the point. I'll show you around Blue Star. No problem, Captain. Please lead the way. Zhang was beaming, clearly very impressed with Li Yang's polite manner. You see, in the Empire, many human officials wouldn't even acknowledge aliens, let alone shake hands. A friendly officer like Li Yang was a rare find. After inspecting Blue Star, Li Yang temporarily handed over the authority of the planetary controller to Zhang, allowing him to analyze the overall structure. Zhang excitedly exclaimed, "This planet is amazing. It's a highly promising target for terraforming, especially since it's inhabited by humans, which is very rare in the Empire." He spoke eloquently, suggesting that Blue Star could be transformed into a tourist destination, combining local specialties with exports to other planets. Li Yang nodded repeatedly, knowing he had found the right person. Zhang was not only professional, but also had a clear mind and could help Blue Star make money. After all, the Empire's subsidies and supplies were only for maintaining basic operations. To make the fleet strong, they had to generate their own revenue. "You'll be in full charge of the Blue Star's refurbishment. These people are the ground management team. Contact them directly if you need anything." "How much will the refurbishment cost approximately?" Sensing the caution in Li Yang's tone, Zhang paused slightly, immediately realizing that the captain might be short of funds. But considering Li Yang's friendly attitude, Zhang decided to show his sincerity. "Captain, you are one of the best clients I've ever had. Let's be friends, and the fee will be charged at a friendly price." Li Yang was delighted and quickly nodded his thanks. "Thank you very much, Brother Zhang. It's a pleasure doing business with you." In Li Yang's view, race was not an obstacle to making friends. Attitude was the key. According to Zhang's calculations, the terraforming of Blue Star would require approximately 200 million star coins, exactly the balance in Li Yang's account. Whether it was luck or coincidence, Li Yang couldn't say for sure, but since the decision had been made, he could only bite the bullet and proceed. After Ding Jinggang paid, Zhang initiated the first round of engineering arrangements, and starships arrived on Blue Star one after another, officially commencing the terraforming project. Chapter 18 Fantasy Civilization. The comprehensive transformation of Blue Star officially commenced. With the assistance of the planetary controller, the engineering teams embarked on large-scale construction, and the entire planet was bustling with activity at an astonishingly high efficiency. Whether it was excavating mountains and filling seas, relocating continents, or reconstructing cities, almost all projects were completed on the spot, and even catastrophic changes were easily accomplished. Standing high in the sky, Li Yang surveyed the entire renovation site, calculating that if things continued at this pace, the overall upgrade of Blue Star could be completed in less than a month. While there was much work on the ground, the presence of the planetary controller made it relatively easy. The most challenging aspect was actually the planned space station to be built outside Blue Star. This space station project is not only time-consuming, but also requires precise data and structural support, making it the most crucial part of the entire renovation. Meanwhile, on a desolate planet several star systems away, a fierce chase is unfolding. A 5-person team clad in futuristic armor is being relentlessly pursued by a group of orcs riding ferocious beasts and wielding long spears. The scene is incredibly chaotic. Judging from their equipment and clothing, the two sides were from completely different eras. The team was clearly from a high-tech civilization, while the pursuers were typical barbaric beastmen. "Pierre, it's all your fault. If you hadn't touched those things carelessly, would we have been chased?" The man at the back of the team shouted angrily. Even though he was wearing a helmet, you could feel the anger in his voice. "Sig, that's not fair. Our ship is out of power. I just wanted to see if that thing could recharge it," Pierre explained as he ran, but it clearly didn't calm Sig down. Just as the two were arguing more and more fiercely, Owen, in the middle of the group, decisively spoke up. "Stop arguing. The pursuers are right behind us. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Prepare to teleport." "Teleport? Are you crazy? We only have so little energy left in our armors." "Shut up. I'm the captain. Listen to my orders. Activate the teleport." Despite some reluctance, under Owen's command, the squad members activated the teleportation devices on their armors. A flash of white light, and the 5 vanished instantly, leaving only the orcs behind them standing there, stunned. Tisk, these guys really know magic. No wonder they're wanted by the 5 great empires. The orcs sighed helplessly and could only turn back. Meanwhile, atop a high mountain 1,000 miles away, the 5 members of the team reappeared. They collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, clearly exhausted from the escape. Owen looked at his team members, his face full of bitterness. They were originally explorers of the universe, specializing in investigating new planets and unknown civilizations, reporting their findings to the Shili Empire or the Alliance in exchange for rewards. When they first discovered this unregistered planet, they were very excited, thinking they might be able to exchange it for imperial citizenship. But everything took a turn for the worse with Pierre's impromptu landing. A spaceship crash, depleted supplies, and being hunted, a series of blunders plunged them into their current predicament. "Owen, what do we do now?" A woman named Emily removed her helmet, her pointed ears revealing she wasn't entirely human. Another woman, Adele, anxiously asked, "Is it really impossible to contact the Alliance?" Owen shook his head and smiled bitterly. This planet might be a fantasy civilization. Its technological signals are blocked, so we can't contact it. A fantasy civilization refers to a world that doesn't rely on technology, but on magic, cultivation, and other means of development. Although it may lack advanced technology, its combat power is not inferior. The Shili Empire had long been interested in fantastical civilizations because their technological development had reached a bottleneck, and they hoped to break through these limitations with the help of these non-technological forces. Therefore, explorers like them could usually receive substantial rewards for discovering and reporting fantastical civilizations. At first, they thought the planet had development potential, and even fantasized that if it were a level 3 or higher fantasy civilization, it might be able to directly ascend into the imperial system. After a month of investigation, they discovered that this place was at most a level 1 civilization, with strength and resources far below expectations. However, they had also gathered a considerable amount of intelligence. This planet comprised 5 nations: the Forest Empire, the Beast King Empire, the Chaos Empire, the Fishman Empire, and the Monster Empire. Initially, upon hearing that the inhabitants of the Forest Empire resembled them, they assumed they were of the same race and went to make contact. Upon arrival, they were immediately branded as heretic elves, and the 5 great empires jointly issued a warrant for their arrest, instantly turning them into public enemies. In the constant escape and battles, their armor's energy was completely depleted. That teleportation had been their last source of power. "Owen, I've made contact," Pierre suddenly exclaimed. Owen immediately turned around. Really, people from the Alliance, everyone crowded around, their faces full of anticipation. Pierre looked a little embarrassed. Not the Alliance. We've made contact with the Shili Empire." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, familiar voice came from their helmets. "This is the Shili Empire's Galaxy Guard Division. Please report your identity and purpose." Chapter 19, A New Mission. Imperial Guard Division. Hearing this name from the other end of the communication line, the 5 men were immediately startled. They never expected to contact one of the Empire's strongest armed forces. Pierre quickly seized the opportunity to explain the situation. "Hello, our spaceship has crashed and we're stranded on a planet, requesting rescue." Although they didn't know who the other party was, contacting the Empire at this point was already a stroke of luck, and they couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. The response from the other end of the communication was calm. "Please provide your information as an Imperial citizen, and we will send people to rescue you." Pierre was taken aback and had no choice but to truthfully explain. "We are an explorer team, not Imperial citizens." "Non-Imperial citizen," the other party's tone turned cold. "I'm sorry, the Guard Force has no obligation to support non-citizens. Please turn to your Explorers Alliance for assistance." Seeing that communication was about to be cut off, Owen panicked and shouted, "We've discovered an unregistered level 1 fantasy civilization planet. We originally planned to report it to the Empire, but we're trapped because our spaceship was destroyed." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone held their breath, staring intently at Pierre's helmet communication screen, afraid of missing this only chance of survival. Logically, planetary discoveries should fall under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Land Bureau, and the Guard Division might not even bother with their plight. A few seconds later, a response finally came through the communication. "This is not within our scope of responsibility, but if you voluntarily give up the discovery reward and assist the Empire in incorporating the planet into its territory, we can provide support." Upon hearing this, the 5 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Survival was more important than the reward, so they quickly expressed their willingness to cooperate and immediately sent the planet's coordinates. However, due to the depletion of the armor's energy, it was temporarily unable to upload all detailed intelligence and could only provide further details after the Imperial military arrived in person. Meanwhile, inside the Imperial Guard Division, Senior Officer Martin was reviewing the information compiled by the AI, a hint of excitement in his expression. "A level 1 mystic civilization. This is a good opportunity." A slight smile played on his lips as he directly assigned the task to Liang, clearly an opportunity deliberately arranged for him. Meanwhile, Liang was staring at the system notification window. "You have a new task. Please check." Looking at the notification, Liang was somewhat amused and exasperated. The system immediately reminded him again, "Lieutenant Liang, you have been assigned a new mission by the Empire. Please accept it promptly." Left with no other choice, he checked the mission details. After reading them, his head immediately felt like it was about to explode. A level 1 fantasy civilization, holy crap. Although it was only a level 1 civilization, He had never encountered a system developed using such mystical methods as magic and martial arts. The first step of the mission is to travel to that planet and rescue the explorer team, then gather the intelligence and report it to the Empire for the higher-ups to decide on the next steps. After careful consideration, rescuing a team shouldn't be too difficult. No matter how wondrous the fantasy civilization is, it shouldn't be able to penetrate its shield. Just as Li Yong was about to have Pal arrange the operation, another communication notification popped up in the system. Lieutenant Colonel Martin has requested a call. Martin? Could he really have orchestrated this mission? Li Yong frowned. System, call approved. As soon as the call connected, Martin's holographic image was projected in front of him, his face beaming with smiles even before he spoke. Brother Li Yong, did you receive the mission? Li Yong nodded, calmly looking at him. Just received it. It wasn't arranged by you, was it? Martin immediately patted his chest and admitted. Of course I arranged it. I used my special authority to snatch it from the guard division for you. Li Yong sighed. This mission was indeed orchestrated by Martin. It seemed he truly believed in him and was willing to invest in him. Brother Martin, tell me, just how strong is this so-called level 1 fantasy civilization? Li Yong cautiously probed. Upon hearing this, Martin was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. You're not really scared by the words fantasy civilization, are you? Li Yong was somewhat embarrassed and could only manage a wry smile. He was genuinely a little afraid of the other party's tendency to summon dragons and unleash fireballs at the drop of a hat. Don't worry, brother. This level of civilization can't even break through your energy shield. Martin chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. To put it bluntly, this mission is basically a freebie of military merits and rewards. There's not much danger involved. Let the Imperial leadership decide what happens next. If you really run into trouble, I'll step in and help you get out of there. Hearing this, Li Yong felt much more at ease. This was the true feeling of having a backer. He knew that Martin was helping him so much because he saw his potential as a human officer and hoped to be rewarded in the future. Since that was the case, he would certainly not forget this brother who had helped him when he rose to prominence. All right, I'll assemble the fleet right away and we'll set off on the mission. After saying that, the two chatted for a few more minutes before ending the call. Once offline, Li Yong immediately summoned all the administrators from PAL and Blue Star to the control room. When they learned he was going on a mission, they all showed great concern and offered their help. After arranging the follow-up work for the Blue Star terraforming project, Li Yong dismissed them. Pal, assemble the fleet and depart according to the coordinates. Yes. Pal responded and immediately directed the fleet to head towards the target star system at full speed. Chapter 20 Rescue Mission. The Imperial fleet, which had been quietly docked in outer orbit around Blue Star, finally started up at this moment. The engines began to emit a deep but powerful roar, as awe-inspiring as a beast awakening. Coordinates confirmed. Preparing for hyperspace jump. All departments, please note the countdown. 3, 2, 1, initiate jump. As the command was given, the entire fleet was enveloped in dazzling light and vanished completely from the space of Blue Star in an instant, without a trace. Standing on the ground, Xiaoquan looked up at the sky, watching the fleet disappear into the distance, his eyes gleaming with undisguised eagerness and longing. Inside the bridge, Li Yong sat quietly in the command position, looking through the window at the dreamlike and colorful light screens that resembled stardust, and couldn't help but be amazed by the spectacular sight of this leaping space. Captain, according to our calculations, we will reach our target star system in about half an hour. Okay, I'll go check out the cabin and prepare for this rescue operation. Li Yong got up and walked towards the combat cabin. Since this mission did not involve direct combat, he decided to send only a portion of the troops to carry out the rescue. The cabin was filled with Imperial planetary fighters, each with a perfectly streamlined shape, sculpted by the wind and radiating a futuristic feel. The fuselage has smooth lines from front to back, with a slightly upturned tail, giving it an overall elegant appearance. The crystal-clear wings on both sides are like crystal feathers, light yet strong, and when unfolded, they resemble wings. The nose cone is a multifaceted, angular structure, with embedded sensor spheres that project the surrounding scenery clearly, allowing the driver to control the entire situation without windows. Li Yong nodded and decided to deploy 10 combat aircraft, 2 transport landing craft, and 2 squads of soldiers to ensure everything went smoothly. Soon, half an hour later, the fleet successfully jumped out of the space channel and officially arrived at the star system where the mission target was located. After reviewing the data on the light screen, he quickly locked onto the massive green planet and directed the fleet to approach it, preparing to launch a search and rescue operation. This planet is larger than Earth, With a surface area of over 1 billion square kilometers, 38 square kilometers of ocean, and 62 square kilometers of land, and clear signs of civilization are visible. PAL, immediately perform a full scan of the planet. Make sure to pinpoint the target team's location, and at the same time attempt to contact them. Yes, Captain. Shortly after, the scan was completed. Li Yong looked at the images transmitted from the main ship and saw several people in armor confronting an orc on a mountaintop. As expected of a fantasy civilization, there really are orcs. Once the target is identified, immediately dispatch rescue forces and complete the mission as quickly as possible. As the order was given, the ship's doors opened, and the fighter jets and transport ships quickly detached from the ship and sped toward the ground. Meanwhile, on the mountaintop, the explorer team was on high alert, staring at the beast-like creature that had suddenly appeared before them. How could monsters appear in a place like this? Could they have been sent by the Monster Empire? Just as the group was speculating, the monster suddenly began to transform, turning into a human form in the blink of an eye, but retaining obvious animal characteristics. Judging from your attire, you must be heretics wanted by the Forest Empire, right? Irving stepped forward and responded without fear. They had already deciphered the local language and could communicate without barriers with the help of helmet translators. Humph, I am a general of the Beast King Empire who is skilled in both combat and magic, and I have reached the 7th level of cultivation. I advise you to obediently follow me to avoid suffering. The opponent spoke with absolute confidence and an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing the team members to tense up. Level 7 combat power was already considered high, and their armor couldn't provide any offensive capabilities. If a fight broke out, they feared they wouldn't be able to hold their own. Irving said in a deep voice, "We must hold out for as long as possible. If we can't hold on, we'll surrender. The Empire is sending people to rescue us. As long as we're alive, there's hope." On the other side, the orc general frowned as he looked at the group of humans dressed in strange clothes and speaking strange words, clearly showing no regard for them. No wonder the Forest Empire considers you heretics. You even dare to ignore me, the general. You're simply courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he sprang up, flames erupting from his hands as he charged toward the crowd, accompanied by scalding air. Command Center, this is the rescue team. Target personnel spotted, hostile creatures approaching. Request permission to open fire. Agree. A laser beam suddenly ripped across the sky and struck the orc general's head precisely, instantly blasting his upper body into a bloody mess. This level 7 powerhouse from the Beast King Empire was killed instantly before he could finish speaking, and the cause of his death was never even known. He died young. The entire explorer team was stunned, but they quickly realized that such an attack method could not possibly have come from this planet. The group looked up and saw Imperial fighter jets roaring past, and 2 landing craft slowly descending. They had finally received reinforcements. Great. The Empire has arrived. We're saved. Irving breathed a sigh of relief, and the others also showed long-lost smiles, hoping that the landing craft would land quickly so they could leave this hellish place as soon as possible. As the landing craft landed steadily, the hatch slowly opened, and a squad of fully armed Imperial soldiers stepped out. Upon seeing their standard equipment, the team members' eyes lit up. If they had such equipment, they would have already conquered the entire empire. Are you the explorers team? The leading soldier approached Owen, his tone crisp and decisive. It's us. Thank you for the rescue. The mission is minor. Let's go. The captain is waiting for you. Without further ado, the soldiers led everyone onto the landing craft to complete the rapid rescue mission. Command Center, this is the rescue team. The target has been successfully brought back. Mission accomplished. Requesting permission to return. Received. Return flight approved. Chapter 21 Meeting with the Explorer Team. The transport landing craft had just landed when the Explorer team was brought back to the main ship, and the system notification sounded immediately, announcing the official completion of the mission. Mission accomplished. Target personnel have arrived at the fleet. Reward: 100 military merit points, 100,000 star coins. Please check your account. When Li Yong heard the words, military merits, he immediately became interested. Although he had heard about them from Martin before, he had never really understood what they were used for. Before any further questions could be asked, the system proactively provided an explanation. It turned out that the so-called military merits were rewards given to officers by the Imperial Military Headquarters, which could be used to exchange for various supplies and equipment. Can I see what these military-related exchange points can be used for? Li Yong asked the system, his curiosity piqued. The system responded quickly, directly pulling up the Imperial Military's material exchange list, with rows and rows of densely packed items displayed before him. Among a bunch of exchange options, Li Yong immediately spotted something familiar, an Imperial Type 1-star destroyer, requiring 10,000 military merits to exchange. Isn't this the ship I'm piloting right now? Liang couldn't help but complain, then browsed through more options. The warships, armor, and advanced energy weapons were all increasingly luxurious, but the cost was equally high. Looking at his 100 military merit points, he decisively closed the interface, his desire growing stronger with each glance. He then remembered the Explorers Alliance he had heard about in the communications, so he asked the system again, hoping to find out what this mysterious organization did. The system explained that the Explorers Alliance is a legitimate organization recognized by the Empire, composed of a large number of non-imperial citizens who earn money by taking on missions and exploring unknown planets. However, because they are not citizens of the Empire, they do not enjoy much legal protection, and the risks are quite high. After listening, Liang nodded, thinking to himself that this was just a sci-fi version of the Adventurers Guild in the novel, which was quite interesting. Suddenly, he remembered that he hadn't seen the explorer team that had just been rescued yet, so he casually asked, "Pal, where are those people now?" Par's voice immediately rang out, "We're still waiting in the cabin. Without your instructions, we haven't dared to take any action. Then bring them over." Liang waved his hand. On the other side, the explorer team inside the cabin sat together, looking tense, as if someone might burst in and take them away at any moment. Owen surveyed the ship's equipment around the compartment and whispered, "We should be inside the Empire's flagship now. It seems we're safe." At this moment, Pierre lowered his voice and reminded him, "Captain, I just saw a few officers pass by here." Upon hearing this, the others all looked in that direction and saw several corporals in Imperial uniforms standing not far away, talking in hushed tones, exuding an imposing aura. For these ordinary squad members, this was the first time in their lives they had seen such a formal Imperial Army formation, and they couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. They were originally the lowest-ranking squad in the Alliance, not even equipped with full energy armor. If it weren't for good luck, they would have been wiped out on that planet long ago. Just as everyone was whispering among themselves, one of the officers they had seen earlier suddenly walked towards them, and everyone immediately fell silent. "Oh no, is he here to warn us not to say anything carelessly? Don't overthink it, just pretend you didn't see it." As the officer drew closer, Owen quickly stood up, forcing himself to remain calm as he went to meet him, already preparing for the worst. Unexpectedly, the officer spoke expressionlessly. "The captain wants to see you. Come with me." Everyone was stunned, thinking they had misheard. They were being taken to see the captain? Not a reprimand, not imprisonment. This was completely unexpected. Irving glanced back at his teammates, who were all completely bewildered. The captain? That was the highest-ranking officer on a flagship. This treatment was far too high. Filled with doubt and tension, the group, led by the officer, headed towards the command center. "Report, the explorer team has arrived. Come in." The doors to the command room slowly opened, and the explorer team entered the cabin, their eyes immediately drawn to the two Imperial officers standing in front of them. One of them smiled and looked at them, extending his hand and saying, "You must be the explorers team?" Owen stared at the face, completely stunned, and muttered unconsciously, "Human." They never expected that the captain in front of them was actually human. This was practically a rare species in the Shili Empire. Pal coughed lightly twice, which brought Owen back to his senses. He quickly grasped Li Yang's outstretched hand, his palms sweating with nervousness. "Hello, I'm Captain Owen, and we are the explorers team." Looking at his awkward yet sincere appearance, Liang couldn't help but smile slightly. He could understand this reaction. After all, it was indeed rare to see officers of the same race in the Empire. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Liang, and I am the captain of this main ship. You can just call me Captain." Yes, Captain." Owen hurriedly stood up straight, trying to give an Imperial salute, but was stopped by Pal. "Wait, you are not an Imperial citizen. You cannot give such a salute." "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I really didn't know." Seeing him trembling with nervousness, Liang could only wave his hand to indicate that he was all right, and said in a gentle tone, "Relax. The intelligence you provided has been submitted. The Empire has not yet issued any new orders. Until then, you must remain in the fleet, understand?" "Yes, we will cooperate with the arrangements." Liang originally wanted to chat with them about their experiences in various parts of the universe, since these explorers had traveled to many places and should have had many interesting experiences. But seeing their tense expressions, as if they were afraid of making mistakes and being punished, he had no choice but to give up for the time being and decide to let them get used to it first. Follow-up requirements of Chapter 22. After leaving the command center, the explorer team, led by a soldier, headed towards their temporary accommodations. These 5 rooms are your accommodations. Please feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. A soldier led them into the dormitory corridor and pointed to 5 rooms. Owen and his group nodded hurriedly in agreement. After watching the soldier turn and leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. I was terrified. I'll probably never forget what happened today. Adele patted her chest, her face showing a look of relief. To my utter surprise, the people who came to our rescue were human officers. The last time I saw humans was several years ago on a planet, let alone officers from the Shili Empire. Owen was equally moved, realizing that he had been the most nervous and frightened person just moments before. Had he done something inappropriate to anger the human captain, they would likely all have lost their lives. It's also because Li Yong didn't know what Irving was thinking. If he did, he would definitely be completely bewildered. No, dude, am I that scary? Why do you keep threatening to kill me? After a brief conversation, the group returned to their respective rooms. Emily and Adele, in particular, headed straight for the bathroom. After all, I had been in that godforsaken place for a whole month, and I was sweating profusely from nervousness just now, so I was really filthy. After the group had washed up and rested for a while, Pierre sneakily knocked on their door. What's wrong, Pierre? You're not itching to steal something from the starship again, are you? As soon as Sieg said this, the others stared at Pierre in shock, and Owen quickly grabbed Pierre's hand. Pierre, if you're itching to get your hands dirty, don't drag us into it, or I'll be the first to kill my own family before the captain even has a chance to speak. Seeing the shocked looks on his teammates' faces, Pierre quickly explained. What? Don't listen to that idiot Sieg's nonsense. Even if I'm itching to touch something, I wouldn't dare to touch anything from the Shili Empire. Seeing Pierre's aggrieved expression, Owen finally let go of his hand. After all, Pierre was right. Although he knew Pierre was prone to misbehaving, he certainly wouldn't act recklessly in this kind of situation. So what exactly is the reason you've contacted us? Owen asked, full of doubt. We've finally managed to get a rest. So what is Pierre planning now? Hey, didn't any of you pay attention to that captain before? His rank is... As he said this, Pierre glanced around warily to make sure no one else was there. That's the rank of lieutenant. Upon hearing Pierre's words, everyone was stunned. Lieutenant, my God. Sig, can't believe I've ever seen an Imperial lieutenant in my lifetime. To be honest, given their status, they would treat even an ordinary Imperial soldier with utmost respect, let alone a lieutenant. It seems we've really hit the jackpot with this planet. On the other side, after reporting the intelligence about this planet, Li Yong quietly waited for instructions from above. Lieutenant Colonel Martin requested a call. I agree to the call. Upon hearing the system notification, Li Yong was overjoyed and quickly agreed to the call request. Haha, brother Li Yong, the instructions from above have come down, and you're to continue with the remaining tasks. You'll find out the specifics of the tasks when the instructions are sent down later. I have other things to do, so I'll hang up now. Before Li Yong could say anything, he heard Martin finish speaking rapidly before abruptly ending the call. What's going on? Just as Li Yong was still reeling from this sudden turn of events, the system's voice rang out. The mission from the Imperial Military Headquarters has been issued. Please check it. Upon hearing that a follow-up mission had been assigned, Li Yong quickly opened the mission details interface and began to examine it intently. Mission: to conquer the planet home to a level 1 fantasy civilization, eliminate all unstable factors, and preserve the civilization's culture, data, and so on. The reward for completing the mission is 10,000 military merits, a 3-level promotion in military rank, and 1 million star coins. After reading the task requirements, Li Yong frowned deeply. This task wasn't exactly difficult, but it was certainly quite troublesome. It should be noted that if it were merely a matter of conquering this planet, with the current strength of their fleet, cannons clearing the way and soldiers assaulting, conquering it would be a piece of cake. However, the mission requires preserving the civilization's data and culture, which certainly precludes the use of high-powered weapons. But the weapons currently on their fleet are all devastating to a Type 1 civilization. We can't just send our soldiers down to fight, can we? This planet is bigger than Earth, and with the soldiers under my command, it would probably take a very long time to successfully conquer it. Just as Li Yong was filled with confusion and deep thought, Pao came to Li Yong and said, Captain Li Yong, as far as I know, the civilization on Earth is far more advanced than this one, and their weapons are just low-powered weapons for us. Pao's words instantly made Li Yong realize that Blue Star's technology was almost at level 2, which was much stronger than this fantasy civilization that had just reached level 1. Since the mission requires conquering a planet while preserving civilization, wouldn't it be better to just have Earth send troops to fight? Pal, you've really given me a wake-up call. Let's go back to Earth right now. Yes. Changes to the mission in Chapter 23. On the way back to Earth, Li Yang took the opportunity to ask Martin about his thoughts in detail. After listening to Li Yang's explanation, Martin nodded in agreement and promised to report to the Imperial Military Headquarters to request some modifications to the mission. Upon returning to Blue Star, Li Yang immediately convened a meeting with all personnel in Blue Star's management department. They've only been gone for less than a day, and they're already back? Who knows? But the captain was so eager to call us over for a meeting as soon as he got back, so it must be some important news. The group walked towards the conference room, whispering and discussing amongst themselves. Inside, Li Yang was already seated on the main seat at the top of the stage, quietly waiting for them. Upon seeing Li Yang appear in the conference room, the people who entered lowered their heads and quickly ran to their seats. Hey, Lowly, aren't you ready yet? The captain is already waiting in the conference room. If you're late, you can expect to be fired. Some of those who arrived at the meeting room earlier secretly used communication tools to pass messages to their companions. The staff, who had been moving at a leisurely pace, immediately sped up, running along the road as they hurried toward the conference room. Seeing that the conference room was already full of people, Li Yang nodded slightly and then spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, you must be wondering why I'm calling this meeting so urgently. Well, I'll keep it short. According to the instructions from above, we are about to conquer a brand new planet. A new planet? Upon hearing this, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. They knew that Li Yang had referred to us, not me. This meant that their Blue Star would also be involved in this conquest. Okay, quiet down and let me finish what I have to say. Seeing the crowd starting to whisper among themselves, Li Yang quickly waved his hand to signal them to be quiet. The crowd obeyed and immediately shut their mouths, all looking at Li Yang. The planet we're about to conquer belongs to the fantasy civilization type, the kind of world in novels where magic and martial arts exist. As soon as Li Yang finished speaking, everyone present was utterly astonished. Magic battle aura, so such wondrous worlds truly existed in the vast universe. But if that planet possessed magic and battle aura, could they really defeat it? Some people can't help but think of the magic in novels, the scenes of mountains collapsing and the world being destroyed at the drop of a hat. Is such a civilization really something their Earth civilization could contend with? Li Yang also noticed some people's concerns and continued speaking calmly. Of course, according to the intelligence gathered, this fantastical civilization is merely a level 1 civilization. Their magic certainly couldn't be as devastating as depicted in novels. Therefore, I firmly believe that the Earth civilization is far more powerful than them. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they had learned quite a bit about the classification of civilizations since joining the Shili Empire. Take Earth, for example. Although it is also a Type 1 civilization, it is at a superior level among Type 1 civilizations. While it wouldn't be an easy crushing defeat for an average Type 1 civilization, the scales of victory would certainly tip in their favor. As for the specifics of that planet, we will send someone to provide you with a detailed explanation after the meeting. Your task is to assemble the forces on Earth and prepare for the conquest. Just as Li Yang was about to say something more, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Comrade D. Li Yang, your task has been modified. Please check it promptly. The mission has been changed? It seems Martin has already taken care of it. I apologize, everyone. I have some urgent business to attend to. Please discuss it among yourselves first. With that, Li Yang turned and left the conference room, and Pal followed closely behind him. Watching the two leave, everyone finally relaxed and began to discuss loudly. Did you hear that? We're going to conquer an alien planet. The district chief of the Bear Kingdom was beaming with excitement, looking as if he couldn't wait to jump into battle. It's truly unexpected that Earth has changed so drastically in such a short period of time. Xiaoquan sat in his seat, lost in thought. Even he hadn't expected that their Blue Star would actually be involved in a Star Wars. On the other side, Li Yang carefully examined the details of the mission to see what changes had been made. New mission: lead Earth in a conquest of the target planet, eliminate all unstable factors, and preserve civilization, culture, and data as much as possible. The mission rewards 10,000 military merits, a 3-level promotion in military rank, 1 million star coins, and grants all Blue Star participants second-class citizen status. Blue Star administrators, with the permission of the Planetary Lord, are eligible for promotion. Looking at the revised mission, Li Yang couldn't help but smile happily. This mission might not seem to offer any rewards that would improve his own abilities, but for Blue Star, it was exceptionally generous. As for Earth, it was originally his own planet, which in other words, indirectly enhanced his own strength. I'm sure they'll be very happy to hear this news. Li Yang returned to the conference room, and everyone in the room quickly quieted down upon seeing him return. Comrades, we have received the latest mission from the Imperial Military Headquarters. Liang stood on the stage, his hands resting on the podium, and spoke with a serious and solemn expression. Seeing this, everyone present quickly stood up and straightened their posture. According to the latest orders from the Imperial military, I am tasked with leading the Earth civilization in a conquest operation against the target planet. Upon completion of the mission, all participating Earth personnel will be granted second-class citizenship, and Earth's administrators will have the opportunity for promotion. After Liang finished speaking, everyone present was stunned, especially Xia Quan and Tai Lang, who stared at Liang intently. A promotion opportunity? That's something they've always dreamed of. After all, who wouldn't want to climb the corporate ladder, let alone these former politicians? I hereby issue this order. Immediately begin assembling all Blue Star forces. All personnel, weapons, and equipment must be assembled within 1 week. I will be responsible for the transport starships. Is this understood? Yes. May our first mission on Earth be a complete success. Long live the Empire. Long life. Everyone present raised their right fists and shouted, "Long live." After the AI was installed, everyone learned about the etiquette of the Shili Empire. After all, this was the most basic knowledge, and something every citizen of the Empire had to know. Chapter 24: Assembling the Troops. Meanwhile, the explorer squad still in the room was awakened by a sergeant who gestured for them to follow him. "Captain, tell me what exactly you want us to do by calling us over here this time?" Looking at the Imperial soldiers leading the way, C cautiously asked Owen a question. "You ask me? Who can I ask? Besides, they even sent the armor back to us." When the Imperial soldiers entered the room, they brought their armor with them and gestured for them to put it on. And so, with hearts full of trepidation, the explorer team followed the Imperial soldiers into the conference room. As soon as they stepped into the conference room, everyone in the Blue Star Management Department stared intently at the explorer team. The explorer team was also astonished. The entire room was filled with humans, not a single person of any other race. "Hello, you must be the people Captain Liang mentioned." Xia Quan walked forward unhurriedly, extended his hand, and spoke in a friendly manner. "Hello." Owen stood there, stunned, staring at Xia Quan's outstretched hand. After a moment, he reacted and quickly shook it. "Your mission as the explorer team is to inform them in detail of all the information you know about that planet." The sergeant who brought them over spoke up. "Don't worry, if the mission is successfully completed, Captain Liang will apply to the Empire for Imperial citizenship for your explorer team." Seeing that the explorer team was still somewhat dazed, the sergeant continued. As soon as he finished speaking, the men who had been stunned instantly perked up, especially Pierre, who excitedly grabbed the sergeant's hand and asked, "Really?" This was said by Captain Liang himself. "What? Do you think our Shili Empire would break its word?" The sergeant frowned, withdrew his hand, and spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. No, sir, I was just too excited and acted rudely. Don't worry, we will definitely complete the mission assigned by Captain Li." Pierre noticed the sergeant's displeasure and quickly withdrew his hand, explaining sincerely. The others looked at the flustered Pierre and shook their heads helplessly. Although they were also excited, they didn't need to lose their composure and manners like this. "All right, everyone, please come and sit down, and tell us in detail what you know." Xia Quan beckoned for the group to come and sit down. Having calmed themselves, the group quickly went over and sat down, then began to recount everything they knew in detail. The entire planet is divided into 5 empires, with a population of about 5 billion, but the combined armies of the 5 empires number around 20 million. I spent a month there, and I gathered most of the information I could. As for the hidden information, I had no way of getting it. Just how destructive are the magic and fighting spirit of their civilization? Xia Quan put down the pen and paper he was using to take notes, and asked with a serious expression. After all, the number of people is not the key factor. In the face of firearms, they are just sitting ducks, but magic and battle aura are a different story. I'm not sure about other empires, but when we first went to the Forest Empire, we encountered one of their opponents who claimed to be a level 9 mage. Irving spoke calmly, while everyone in the Blue Star Management Department stared intently at him, for this was the most important information. Then we engaged in battle. Our armor and weapons were fully charged, and the fight was over in less than a minute. When our weapon fired, his shield actually withstood it for a moment, but the second shot pierced through it. Owen looked relaxed. After all, their armor and weapons were products of a level 2 civilization. And then, he just died like that? Trang frowned, because what Owen said didn't reveal any useful information about the strength of a level 9 mage. After all, their soldiers didn't have any armor. Of course not. Before he died, he cast a spell on us, forcing us to immediately teleport away randomly. Later, according to our armor, the spell was powerful enough to destroy a mountain. As Owen spoke, he couldn't help but sigh. After all, if they hadn't teleported away in time, they would probably have perished there, as their armor couldn't withstand that level of attack. So that's how it is. Is it magic that can destroy a mountain? Xiaoquan lowered his head in thought. Although they could destroy a mountain with their existing missiles and bombs, who knew if the enemy would suddenly launch such a missile at the crowd? After all, magic is not a missile, nor is it something that defense systems can easily withstand. It seems we need to find a way to carry out a decapitation strike against these high-level combatants. Afterwards, the group exchanged information for a few more moments. Once Owen and his companions had shared all the information they knew, they left with their notebooks, leaving only the explorer team in the conference room. Captain, it looks like we've really hit the jackpot this time. After everyone from Blue Star left, Emily excitedly said to Owen, "Well, I never expected to have the opportunity to obtain citizenship in the Shili Empire. Humph, once we have imperial citizenship, let's see if that tiger head squad still dares to bully us." Pierre looked arrogant, and seeing this, everyone smiled happily. On the other side, Xiaoquan, upon returning to Blue Star, immediately issued an order without hesitation, and the entire Blue Star instantly began to operate at high speed. Troops from various regions began to integrate, and armored vehicles, transport trucks, and even imposing tanks frequently appeared on the streets. The onlookers, naturally, were filled with curiosity and confusion. Why are they suddenly making such a big fuss? They've even brought in tanks? Tanks are nothing. I saw many missile vehicles taking action yesterday. Oh no, is war about to break out? But haven't we already become part of the Shili Empire civilization? Who knows? Let's wait and see. The Blue Star Management Department should issue an announcement explaining the situation. The public was discussing it heatedly, both online and offline, with all sorts of opinions emerging, such as preparing for a civil war, the emergence of a terrorist organization, and even some saying that they were preparing to rebel against imperial civilization. Of course, the person who said he was preparing to rebel against imperial civilization was invited for tea by relevant personnel in less than a day. Not only were the people full of doubts, but even the soldiers in the assembled troops were equally puzzled. Didn't I hear before that the higher-ups were planning to reduce the military? How come they're suddenly calling people back now? Even my brothers who have already retired have been urgently recalled. Hey, let me tell you a little secret. My uncle, who works at the Blue Star Administration, told me that this time they're preparing to conquer an alien planet. Ah, an alien planet? In just 3 days, almost all the available troops on Earth were mobilized, totaling nearly 20 million combat personnel. However, since Liang had given them a week, Xiaoquan and Trump discussed it for a while and decided to release the news to the public. According to the latest orders from the Shili Empire's military and Captain Liang, we will assemble the forces on Blue Star and head to another alien civilization to launch a conquest operation. When they learned of this bombshell news, everyone on Earth was incredibly shocked, including the soldiers. How long has it been? And they've already started an interstellar war? Most people were excited and happy about this, which caused recruitment offices in various regions to be overwhelmed by crowds. Especially after hearing that those who were not originally selected as citizens would be granted imperial citizenship unconditionally if they survived. Those who were not originally selected went into a frenzy. Chapter 25 Imperial Titan Class E-Armed Transport Ship. A week passed in the blink of an eye. While troops were being assembled in a frenzy on Blue Star, Liang was racking his brains to find a solution for the transport ship issue. Zhang, how is your life on Earth? Zhang, who was still engrossed in looking at the blueprints in his hand, turned around quickly when he heard someone call him. Oh, Captain Liang, what brings you here? It's quite nice here. To be honest, I've never seen so many humans before. Upon seeing that the visitor was Liang, Zhang immediately began to tell him about her experiences during this period. During the Empire, humans always looked at him with an arrogant and condescending attitude, but on Earth, these humans treated him with utmost respect. Although some of them were curious about his tentacles, they all maintained the proper respect and courtesy. As Zhang Yuan continued to recount his feelings, Liang couldn't help but interrupt him. Zhang, the reason I came to see you this time is to ask if your company has any large transport ships. Transport ships? Oh, I see. You want to use them to transport Earth's troops, right? During his time on Blue Star, Zhang also learned about the mobilization of Blue Star troops to another planet, and he quickly guessed the purpose of Li Yang's visit to inquire about the transport ship. Yes, because my fleet is simply too small to hold so many people, let alone all those numerous weapons and equipment. To be honest, Liang had considered using a celestial controller to collect Blue Star and then transport it. Putting aside the fact that Earth is still undergoing renovation, the potential losses from any unexpected events during transport would be incalculable. Therefore, To be on the safe side, using transport ships is the most appropriate course of action. As for transport ships, let me check if there are any available in the company. Zhang readily agreed to Li Yang's request and immediately began contacting the company to see if there were any available transport ships. Yes, there are currently 2 warp-type I transport ships and 1 Imperial Titan E-class armed transport ship equipped with small-scale space compression technology parked in the company. Zhang extended his tentacles, and a light screen immediately appeared, clearly displaying the detailed information of the 3 transport ships. The warp-type transport ship is 2,800 meters long, has 10 storage space compartments, is equipped with a hyperspace warp engine for energy defense turrets and a laser defense system. The Imperial-class E-Titan armed transport ship is 22,000 meters long and has 100 space compression storage compartments. It is equipped with a hyperspace jump engine, 10 turbo laser turrets, 5 ion turrets, several small defensive turrets, and a blue light shield defense system. Putting everything else aside, this Imperial Titan E-class armed transport ship instantly caught Li Yang's attention, not only because of its abundant firepower, but also because of its unique storage compartments. What exactly is this space compression technology? This is a technology that is now basically essential on large transport ships. Depending on the level of compression technology, several cubic meters of space can be compressed into 1 cubic meter. Simply put, from the outside it looks like a small room, but if you push the door open, it turns out to be a spacious warehouse. After hearing Zhang's explanation, Li Yang immediately understood. This was exactly the same principle as the spatial rings and storage bags described in novels. The exterior looked the same, but the internal space was completely different. Let me tell you a secret. Our boss went to great lengths to buy this transport ship from the Imperial military. If you're interested, I'll give you a discount. We can settle on 20 million star coins. Indeed, just from the name of this transport ship, it's clear that it was manufactured by the Empire, not a privately produced product, but the price. I probably can't afford to buy it, but renting should be no problem, right? Li Yang pondered for a moment, then asked Zhang. He had originally planned to buy a transport ship, but seeing the current situation, he decided against it. After transforming Blue Star, where would he find so many star coins? Moreover, given my status, I might be able to purchase a starship like this from the Imperial military through military merit or at an internal price. I should ask Martin about it when I have time. If you're looking to rent it, how about this? 50,000 star coins per day, with the time starting after the transport ship arrives. What do you think? 50,000 a day. Li Yang thought for a moment and finally decided to rent it for 20 days. He figured that this would be enough time to transport the Blue Star troops there. Okay, I'll call the company right now and have them send the transport ship over as quickly as possible. Don't worry, you'll definitely feel it's worth every penny. Seeing that he had successfully reached another deal with Li Yang, Zhang was particularly happy. Although the amount of this deal was much less than the cost of transforming Blue Star, it was still a pretty good result. After Li Yang properly arranged the relevant issues regarding the transport ship, he also received a message from Blue Star informing him that all combat troops had been assembled and were ready to depart at any time. Looking at the densely packed details of personnel and weaponry on the screen in front of him, Li Yang couldn't help but frown deeply. Based on the information presented here, it seems that the Imperial transport ship would need to make many round trips to transport all the personnel and equipment. He carefully reviewed the information again, and after thinking for a moment, he sent an order to the Blue Star administration, requesting that those weapons and equipment with outdated performance and low combat effectiveness be eliminated, and only the best ones be retained. After all, many of these items were old, and Li Yang even saw weapons and equipment left over from the last World War. They even reported these old artifacts. That's just a complete waste of transport space. On the other side, after receiving Li Yang's instructions, the Blue Star Management Department immediately convened an emergency meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the information we submitted, Captain Li Yang asked us to remove some of the weapons and equipment, especially those old and outdated items. How could you have submitted tanks and airplanes from the last century? At this point, even Xia Quan was speechless. To go on a mission to another planet and use weapons and equipment from the last century, wasn't that just asking for trouble and creating problems for themselves? Upon hearing Xia Quan's words, the district chiefs from the smaller areas could only awkwardly force a smile, since they were the ones who had reported these things. But they also had their own difficulties. After all, before the merger of Earth, the weapons and equipment they used were outdated equipment from the last century. Chapter 26 Advanced Troops. Looking at the group of people who were awkwardly forcing smiles, Xia Quan really couldn't say anything more. After all, he was well aware of the difficulties they were facing. Forget it. For those areas lacking weapons and equipment, you only need to provide personnel. Trump and I will take care of all the arrangements regarding weapons and equipment. The weapons production line, which had ceased operation after the merger with Blue Star, was restarted the moment Li Yang issued the order. Combined with the ample supplies already stockpiled, there was more than enough to arm these personnel. To the regions I've named below, take all your weapons and equipment back. Then, Xiaoquan clearly read out the names of the regions on the list one by one. Wait, why is our Baixiang area on this list? Upon hearing Xiaoquan mention the name of his district, the head of Baixiang district panicked and immediately stood up to ask anxiously. White Elephant, don't you know the condition of those weapons and equipment? Sending those things to fight on an alien planet is just asking for trouble, isn't it? Before Xiaoquan could respond, District Chief Xiong mocked him without any politeness. Everyone present was barely suppressing their laughter, trying to hold it in. They were well aware of the situation in the White Elephant region. The weapons and equipment there were indeed substandard. If they had to choose, they would rather use weapons from the last century. Sit down. Why are you standing up? This list wasn't drafted by me. It was personally approved by Captain Liang. If you have any objections, go and argue with Captain Liang yourself. Xiaoquan glanced at the district chief of Baixiang district, waved for him to sit down, and then continued reading the names below. Upon hearing that the list was personally drafted by Captain Liang, the district chief of Baixiang district, who was seated down, dared not utter another word. After all, he himself was well aware of the quality of the weapons and equipment produced in his region. Meanwhile, Liang also learned the latest situation of the transport ship from Zhang. The transport ship may still need about half a month to arrive. Half a month is a bit slow. After thinking for a moment, Liang sent a message to the Blue Star Management Department, notifying them to come to a meeting for discussion. Having learned from the previous experience, everyone arrived at the conference room very quickly this time, with Liang being the last to arrive. However, given his status and position, it wouldn't be a problem for him to be the last to arrive, or even if he arrived the next day. You arrived so quickly this time. Not bad, not bad. Entering the conference room, seeing that everyone had arrived, Liang nodded in satisfaction and gestured for them to sit down. The transport ship issue has been resolved, but it will still take about 2 weeks to arrive. Therefore, I plan to send an advance team before the transport ship arrives. Please feel free to share your thoughts or opinions on this arrangement. This idea was a plan that Liang came up with after careful consideration. Since waiting around was a waste of time anyway, it would be better to use his own fleet to transport a troop first. After all, it's just one unit, and with the available space in our fleet, it should be able to accommodate it. Advanced troops? After hearing Liang's words, everyone looked at each other, exchanging bewildered glances. They unconditionally agreed with Liang's idea, but the spot in the advance team was a blatant act of merit right before their eyes. Everyone knows that after this mission is completed, their administrative rank will be promoted, and the greater the contribution, the greater the promotion will be. It would be wonderful if our own troops could be selected as the advance force. However, in the end, everyone's attention focused on Xiaoquan and Tai Lang. After all, when it comes to the combat strength of the Blue Star forces, the troops under their jurisdiction are the most elite. The others also suppressed their restless desires and silently watched the two of them. Ahem, Captain Liang, I think the task of this advance force should be assigned to the troops in our region. Seeing that everyone was looking at him and Xiaoquan, Trump quickly stood up and volunteered. That's not a good idea. Deputy Secretary Trump, your region's troops have always been known for their superior firepower and powerful weaponry. This advance force probably won't be able to carry too much equipment. I think it's more suitable for our region's troops to take on this role, since our troops are better suited for individual combat. Seeing that Trump had stood up, Xiaoquan also stood up and said calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone discussed it animatedly. Indeed, compared to the troops in the Eagle region, the combat style of the troops in the Rabbit region was more suitable for the mission requirements of the advance force. Who says our troops aren't good at individual combat? You should know that we have top-notch special forces, and we are not afraid of anyone when it comes to individual combat capabilities. Trump quickly refuted Xiaoquan's statement, saying that his side had the most elite special forces. Upon hearing this, everyone was caught in a dilemma, unsure of whose side to support. One was a minister, the other a deputy minister. It was difficult to offend either of them, especially since both their arguments were reasonable and convincing. After a moment's thought, everyone turned their attention to Liang, since the final decision rested with him. All right, I don't care how you arrange these places. Just submit the list to me by noon tomorrow. There are 5,000 people in total. You can decide what to do. That's all. Meeting adjourned. After Liang finished speaking, He resolutely got up and left the conference room. Seeing this, everyone else also got up and dispersed, while Xiaoquan and Trump walked side by side, discussing as they went. We need to seriously discuss the allocation of this advanced team spot for Deputy Minister Trump. Xiaoquan spoke with a serious expression, emphasizing the words, Deputy Minister. Minister Xiaoquan, no matter what, I still feel that our region's troops are more suitable for this mission. Trump retorted, equally adamant. After returning to their respective offices, the two quickly gathered their capable subordinates and began intensive research on how to secure more spots. On Xiaoquan's side, a group of people gathered in the office. Minister, in my opinion, we should emphasize the individual combat advantages and flexibility of our troops. That's right, and we should also emphasize our ability to cope with complex environments. Soldiers in the Eagle region are definitely not as good as us in terms of adapting to unfamiliar environments. The atmosphere was equally tense on Trump's side. Deputy Minister, we must fully demonstrate the elite status of our special forces and the adaptability of our powerful equipment. Since the quantity of equipment we can carry is limited, let's bring the best and most advanced equipment. That's right. We need to let Captain Li Yong clearly see our overall strength. The entire Blue Star administration was in a flurry of activity over the allocation of slots for this advanced team. Rather than being busy, it was more like a fierce struggle between Xiaoquan and Trang. Chapter 27 Advanced Troops Land. The next morning, Xiaoquan and Tai Lang delivered the carefully prepared lists to Li Yang's office one after the other. Li Yang took the two lists, his expression serious, and carefully compared them with focused attention before falling into deep thought. Didn't you say you were only supposed to submit one list? Why did you send me two lists? Li Yang frowned, staring intently at the two with a serious expression. His sharp gaze seemed to pierce through people's hearts. Although Li Yang looked very young, Xiaoquan and Tai Lang were so frightened by his gaze that they quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Well, it's like this. After repeated deliberation and careful consideration by our Blue Star Management Department, we believe that both lists have their own merits, so we have decided to submit both lists and hope to hear your opinions and suggestions. Xiaoquan thought for several seconds before finally answering slowly and deliberately. Upon hearing Xiaoquan's words, Trump forced an awkward smile and thought to himself, it has to be people from your rabbit region who can so cleverly gloss over this situation. Hearing Xiaoquan's explanation, Li Yang shook his head helplessly and sighed softly. All right, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Select half of each of these two lists, compile them, and submit them to me. Yes. Finally, Xiaoquan and Tai Lang dared not slack off in the slightest. They quickly integrated the personnel on the two lists, carefully selected the 5,000 most elite and suitable people for the advanced mission, and reported it to Li Yang. After the specific list was drawn up, the Blue Star Management Department summoned all the soldiers on the list as quickly as possible. Given the extreme importance of this mission, the soldiers were specifically selected from those with imperial citizenship. After all, soldiers equipped with AI are far more convenient and efficient in commanding and coordinating operations than ordinary soldiers. A total of 5,000 people were quickly assembled in a vast open space. They stood tall and solemn, silently awaiting further instructions. Beside them, more than a dozen tanks, armored vehicles, and armed helicopters were neatly parked. As for fighter jets, they weren't brought here. After all, the mission location is on an alien planet, where there are no readily available airports for them to take off. In comparison, helicopters are undoubtedly a more sensible and practical choice. Above Blue Star, Li Yang gazed at the troops clearly displayed on the light screen and began to methodically direct the fleet to carry out teleportation and transportation. One after another, dazzling beams of light poured down from the sky, and the entire force began to be transported to the starship in an orderly manner. As the last beam of light quietly disappeared, the entire advance team was teleported away, leaving only an empty space. Seeing that the troops had been loaded, Li Yang immediately began to command the fleet to perform a space jump. Target planet coordinates confirmed. All departments, please prepare to initiate hyperspace jump. 3, 2, 1. Begin jump. With the starship engines roaring to life, the entire fleet vanished in a flash into the vast expanse of space on Earth. About half an hour later, Li Yang's fleet successfully arrived above the target planet. Captain Li Yang, we have arrived at the target planet. Please give instructions for the next steps. Li Yang did not respond to Pal's greeting immediately, but instead focused intently on observing the complex environment of the planet on the light screen. Pal, send our fighter jets to clear this location first, to make full preparations for the landing of the Blue Star Advance Force. Li Yong pointed to the lush green forest on the screen, his tone firm, indicating that he planned to use this place as the landing point for the advance team. Yes. As Pal relayed the order, the massive hatch of the main ship slowly opened, and an Imperial planetary fighter shot off like an arrow, hurtling towards its target location. The Imperial planetary fighter jet hurtled toward the target forest like lightning, its powerful engine roar instantly shattering the planet's tranquility. Wherever the fighter jets passed, the air currents surged violently, and the grass and trees fell down. Before long, the fighter jets accurately arrived at the designated location. Command Center, this is number 1. I have arrived at the target location. Please provide instructions. Number 1, this is the command center. Your mission is to clear all creatures and any obstructions within the target area. Over. Clear. As soon as the words were spoken, the experienced pilot skillfully operated the weapon system, unleashing powerful beams of energy that swept across the target area. Thick trees were snapped in half, and the creatures of the forest began to flee in panic. Instantly, the entire forest burst into flames, thick smoke billowing up and obscuring the sky. Before long, the once dense and lush forest was cleared out into a large, open area, large enough for the advanced troops to land. Report, the target area has been cleared. Requesting permission to return. Received, clearance to return. The Empire's warplanes moved like the wind, coming and going in a hurry, leaving behind only a devastated forest. Very good, prepare for the landing of the advance team. Seeing that the target location had been successfully cleared, Li Yong immediately began to direct the landing of the advanced troops. At this time, the advanced troops in the fleet were already on high alert and fully prepared. As Li Yong gave the order, the starship's huge hatch slowly opened, and landing craft carrying the Blue Star Vanguard flew rapidly toward the open space like birds released from their cages. Because this planet lacks a planetary controller, using teleportation devices to send them down one by one would not only consume a lot of time, but also severely deplete the fleet's energy. Inside the transport ship, the advanced troops looked solemn and serious, gripping their weapons tightly and gazing ahead with unwavering determination. As the landing craft approached the ground, it emitted a powerful jet of air to cushion its landing, allowing it to land smoothly on the newly cleared ground. Attention, everyone. Prepare for action. Carefully observe your surroundings and always be mindful of safety. As the orders were given by the sergeants in charge, the soldiers poured out of the landing craft like a tide, quickly deploying in a tight and orderly combat formation, vigilantly observing the surrounding movements. Tanks and armored vehicles roared as they slowly rolled out of the transport ship, while armed helicopters took to the skies immediately. However, after being bombarded by Imperial fighters, the entire area was quiet, with only the crackling of burning trees and the roar of tank and armored vehicle engines. All units, please note, set up camp on the spot and deploy armored vehicle and helicopter units to conduct a detailed reconnaissance of the surrounding area. Yes, the entire advance force is officially called the Blue Star Special Operations Advance Regiment, and the one who just issued the order was the regimental commander of this regimental force. Chapter 28, The First Meeting with the Planet's Indigenous People. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a 4-person adventurer team was cautiously making its way towards the advance team's camp. Captain, that huge commotion just now was most likely caused by a high-level magical beast. It might not be wise for us to rush over there recklessly. In the adventurer party, a female adventurer holding a staff, wearing a robe, and with 2 cute cat ears on her head looked worried and spoke softly. Don't worry, we're just going to take a look. Besides, what can a mere high-level magical beast do? You know, your captain is the son of a duke of the magical beast empire. Dealing with some magical beasts that haven't yet developed intelligence is a piece of cake for me. The man at the front, wielding a greatsword and clad in heavy armor, spoke nonchalantly, a disdainful expression on his face. As the group slowly approached the edge of the cleared area, they were deeply shocked by the sight before them. The entire forest had been ravaged by fire, and some areas of the land were scorched black. Captain, this is probably not something that could be caused by monsters. Another woman in the group, dressed in a long robe but carrying a bow and arrow, stared wide-eyed and asked in astonishment. I have seen my master unleash level 9 magic before, but its power was far from enough to cause such an amazing sight. Captain, should we go back first? In the group, there was another man, also dressed in a long robe and holding a staff, who timidly expressed his opinion. Listening to his teammates' conversation, the captain, who was standing at the front, was clearly hesitant and wavering. But then he thought again. He was the one who suggested coming to find out what was going on, and it would be too embarrassing to go back in such a sorry state. What are you afraid of? We're all at level 6 or higher. Even if we encounter some danger, if we can't win, can't we at least run away? Trust me, keep moving forward. Having said that, the others couldn't say anything more. After all, their captain was of high status and the strongest in their team, so they could only obey orders and grit their teeth and continue deeper into the forest. On the other side, an armed helicopter roared through the air, flying straight towards the direction where the adventurer team was located. Before long, the sharp-eyed soldiers on the helicopter spotted the suspicious adventurer squad on the ground. This is Armed Helicopter Squad A. We have discovered the planet's native inhabitants. I have sent the exact coordinates and request immediate support from the nearest armored vehicle squad. The moment the adventurer team was spotted, the soldier hurriedly relayed this important message via his AI. Received. This is Armored Vehicle Squad C, advancing at full speed towards the coordinates. Upon receiving the message, Armored Vehicle Squad C immediately sped off at full throttle, racing towards the adventurer squad without regard for anything else. Meanwhile, at the same moment the helicopter squad spotted them, the adventurer squad also keenly noticed the menacing armed helicopter in the sky. Captain, what's that strange thing in the sky? It doesn't feel like a monster. I don't sense any energy field at all. Could it be some kind of mysterious magical puppet? Although it's completely unclear what that thing is, the strange object that appeared in this desolate place might just be the culprit behind this chaotic scene. The men panicked and quickly raised their weapons, their eyes fixed on the armed helicopter in the sky. It seems like they've spotted us. It's all right. The armored vehicle squad will arrive to provide support soon. All we need to do now is keep close to them and make sure they don't get away. The armed helicopters circled incessantly in the air, never letting their guard down, closely monitoring the adventurer team's every move. The adventurer's squad leader gripped his greatsword tightly, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead without him noticing. What is this thing? I've never seen anything like it before. Could it be a magical puppet that escaped from some kind of ruin? The captain frowned, muttering to himself with deep doubt. Faced with this completely unknown thing, although the captain was extremely nervous and scared, he still tried his best to appear calm and composed. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate and the atmosphere was extremely tense, Armored Vehicle Squad C arrived at the scene with lightning speed. The engines of the armored vehicles roared loudly, making the ground tremble slightly. Upon seeing this enormous creature that had suddenly appeared, the members of the adventurer team grew increasingly solemn, their faces practically dripping with rage. What on earth is this thing? Captain, what should we do? The male adventurer holding the staff trembled like a leaf in the wind, his words filled with fear. The unknown object in the sky had already made them uneasy, and now this enormous, seemingly dangerous creature had appeared, intensifying their anxiety. The captain gritted his teeth, raised his voice, and tried to embolden himself by shouting loudly. Whatever it is, everyone prepare for battle. Just as the adventurers were on high alert and their nerves were on edge, the armored vehicle slowly came to a stop, the door opened with a whoosh, and a squad of well-equipped soldiers quickly got out and surrounded the adventurer squad in the blink of an eye. Drop your weapons and put your hands behind your head. The soldiers shouted in unison, their voices clear and loud, carrying an undeniable authority, as they pointed their guns at the adventurer squad. On the other side, seeing several humanoid creatures dressed in strange clothes suddenly emerge from that unknown behemoth, the members of the adventurer team looked at each other, their faces full of confusion and helplessness, completely unaware of how to deal with this unexpected situation. What are they saying? One of the adventurers asked, looking puzzled. Seeing the stunned adventurer team, the soldiers realized that they had just spoken in the language of Earth, so it was only natural that the adventurers couldn't understand them. Immediately, the soldiers used the AI to repeat the message in the planet's local language. This time, the adventurer team finally understood what the other party was saying. Although bewildered by this inexplicable encirclement, the captain knew he couldn't give in so easily and had to figure out the situation first. Who are you? Why are you here? And what are that enormous thing and what's that in the sky? The soldiers ignored his question and simply repeated the same sentence. Drop your weapons and put your hands behind your head. Upon learning of the encounter with indigenous people, the regimental commander, who was still at the camp, quickly relayed the order, instructing the armored vehicle squad to bring these people back at all costs. This is a warning for you. Drop your weapons, put your hands behind your head, or we will take coercive measures. The soldiers warned again, and the 12.7mm machine gun on the armored vehicle turned its gun around, its dark muzzle aimed at the adventurer squad. Although they couldn't sense any energy aura from them, for some reason, the strange things these odd people held in their hands gave them a strong sense of oppression. The weapons on that enormous machine, in particular, made them feel threatened with death, as if they would be instantly annihilated if they were not careful. Chapter 29: A Friendly Attitude. Facing the dark muzzle of the gun, the adventurer team members grew increasingly tense, their bodies trembling slightly. They didn't know what kind of weapon it was, but their instincts told them they would die. They really would die. Beads of cold sweat began to appear on the armored man's forehead, but he still forced himself to keep going and shouted at the top of his lungs. "We meant no harm. We just happened to be passing by." However, the soldiers did not lower their weapons at all. Just then, the female adventurer with cute cat ears could no longer suppress her fear and burst into tears. "Captain, should we listen to them? I really don't want to die here." The armored man slowly turned around, carefully looked at the fearful and helpless expressions on his teammates' faces, gritted his teeth, and said with a helpless look, "Okay, let's lay down our weapons." As the son of a duke in the Warcraft Empire, this was the first time in his life he had felt so aggrieved. The armored man slowly placed the heavy great sword in his hand on the ground, and then silently raised his hands. Seeing this, his teammates followed suit, putting down their weapons and obediently raising their hands. Upon seeing this, the soldiers quickly rushed forward, firmly restrained them, and then put them on an armored vehicle, preparing to take them back to the camp. "So this thing is for sitting on." The adventurer team sitting inside the armored vehicle were stunned, their eyes darting around. Their faces were filled with curiosity about these novel things they had never seen before, and they forgot their fear from just now. Soon after, the armored vehicles arrived at the camp. Amazingly, in such a short time, the once chaotic place had been transformed into a neat row of tents, resembling a small military fortress. "Who's the boss here?" The adventurer team, who had been escorted off the vehicle, stared at the orderly scene before them, speechless with astonishment. They didn't even respond when the soldiers asked them questions. "Hello?" After being startled by the sudden roar, the group snapped out of their daze. At that moment, the man in armor stepped forward. "I'm the team leader. Come to me if you need anything." "Okay, come with me. Our commander wants to see you." As he spoke, the soldiers escorted him toward the largest tent. During the journey, his handcuffs and shackles were tightly secured. These handcuffs were not products of Blue Star, but rather Imperial products that Li Yong had specially taken out from the armory. After all, these people were dangerous beings who possessed magic and battle aura, and ordinary handcuffs would probably not be able to restrain them. Upon entering the tent, the commander looked at the armored man before him with a kind smile on his face. "Someone, remove these handcuffs from him. He is a guest." "Commander." But the soldiers around him wanted to say something more, but seeing the commander's unquestionable gaze, they could only reluctantly go and remove the handcuffs and other restraints. "Let me introduce myself first. We are a Special Operations Advance Team from Blue Star, a territory under the Shili Empire, and our leader is Xiaofeng." As he spoke, Xiaofeng extended his hand in a friendly manner. Looking at Xiaofeng's outstretched hand, the armored man hesitated for a while before finally reaching out and shaking it as well. "Hello, Commander Xiaofeng. I am Rao, son of Duke Rabik of the Warcraft Empire." "The Duke's son?" Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng's heart stirred, and he began to scrutinize Lars closely, secretly amused. "Haha, you got a Duke's son right off the bat. That's quite an achievement." Similarly, Rao was also pondering this in his heart. The Shili Empire? Blue Star? Why have I never heard of these places before? And why has an empire suddenly appeared out of nowhere? We are newcomers to this esteemed place, so please forgive us if we do anything inappropriate. Xiaofeng still had a big smile on his face. "You're too kind, Commander Xiaofeng. It was just a minor conflict, nothing serious." Seeing this, Lal stopped trying to find out where they came from, since they seemed to be treating him fairly well anyway. Moreover, looking at their strange weapons, they might become a powerful force in his family's power grab, since the Duke has more than one son. "Someone, bring over all of young Master Lal's companions, and also bring up the food. I'm sure you're all hungry." Xiaofeng gave a loud order. "Haha, you're too kind." Seeing Xiaofeng's friendly gesture, Lars smiled broadly, secretly pleased with himself. "That's more like it. I, Rao, the son of a duke, deserve this treatment." Before long, several of Lars' companions were brought over, and Lar, now acting like the boss, greeted them warmly. Come, everyone, come and sit down. This is Commander Xiaofeng. What happened earlier was just a small misunderstanding." Seeing how familiar Lar was with the regimental commander named Xiaofeng, the group finally felt relieved, and their previous fear gradually dissipated. Looking at the food the soldiers had brought out, the enticing aroma made their mouths water. "This smells so good." Seeing the few people still sitting there, staring intently at the food, Xiaofeng quickly and warmly greeted them. "Please, everyone, This table of food is our specialty. Just looking at it isn't enough. Hurry up and try it. Having said all that, the group decided to put aside their pride and began to wolf down the food on the table. It's delicious. I've never tasted such delicious food before. Seeing that the group was eating with great interest, Xiaofeng would occasionally strike up a conversation. Everyone, where are we right now? We got lost and ended up here. Oh, this is the eastern part of Adi Forest. It's about a 2-day journey west to the border of the Warcraft Empire. Why don't you come back to the Warcraft Empire with me? I'll definitely treat you well. When Xiaofeng asked this question, Lar answered indistinctly while stuffing food into his mouth. Oh, I see. Since it's a border area, there must be a large military presence there. Oh dear, don't be fooled by the fact that it's on the border. There are only a few thousand troops stationed there, and the strongest among them is just an 8th level archmage. Lars even revealed information about the border garrison without hesitation. Oh. Afterwards, Xiaofeng inquired about various information regarding the Warcraft Empire and other empires. Perhaps because they had drunk quite a bit of alcohol, neither Lar nor the others noticed anything amiss and blurted out everything they knew. Chapter 30 Friendship? No, it's just exploitation. After several rounds of drinks, Lars and the others were completely drunk and unconscious, slumped on the table, snoring loudly. Wake up, wake up. Xiaofeng stepped forward and gently patted the shoulders of the group, only to find that they were all like slumped mud, completely unresponsive. A faint, almost imperceptible sneer crept onto his lips. Someone come here. Exist. Take all their equipment off and clean it up properly, understand? Xiaofeng lowered his voice, his tone carrying a chill. Yes. No sooner had the words been spoken than a squad of well-trained soldiers rushed in like wolves, swiftly grabbed the men, and mercilessly carried them outside. Bang, bang, bang. A short while later, several crisp yet chilling gunshots rang out from outside, followed by the crackling sound of flames burning grease. Report. Everything has been dealt with. It was burned directly with gasoline and has now turned into ashes. Well done. Send a message to the fleet saying that we have all the information about the border of the Warcraft Empire and have captured a batch of equipment. Xiaofeng said expressionlessly. Yes. After the soldiers left, Xiaofeng looked at the table, which had been cleaned up spotlessly, and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly and sigh softly. What a naive group of young people. Xiaofeng never intended to befriend them. His seemingly friendly attitude was merely a ploy to induce them to reveal valuable information. Before the main force arrives, the existence of their advance team must not be revealed. They can only blame their bad luck and misfortune. Meanwhile, Liang, who was on the fleet, also received a message from the advance team. Oh, interesting. You've gathered so much valuable information in less than a day. As Liang reviewed the detailed information reported by the advance team, he said thoughtfully, Captain Liang, they also brought over a batch of trinkets from their native civilization. As he spoke, Pao waved his hand lightly, and 2 tall, upright soldiers walked in carrying a pile of things. Looking at the mountain of clutter on the ground, Liang walked forward with great interest and began to observe it carefully. Armor, weapons, and staffs. These things truly live up to the reputation of a fantasy civilization. They are indeed full of fantastical elements. As Liang muttered to himself, he pulled out a scroll covered with the unique script of the local civilization. AI brain, please translate. According to the database, this text is titled Explosive Flame Technique. Upon hearing this, Liang's eyes lit up, and he became interested, thinking to himself, this looks like the magic scroll often mentioned in novels. I just wonder how powerful it really is. Pal, get the training room ready. I'm going to test the power of this thing. Yes. The training room, as the name suggests, is a dedicated room on the starship for soldiers to train. The entire room has been carefully and specially modified to absorb all destructive energy within the room to the greatest extent possible. Liang arrived at the training room with a magic scroll in his hand. Pal had already made arrangements and had medical personnel ready on the side in case Liang was in danger during the experiment. After all, the military uniform Liang was wearing was not the Empire's armor. Although it could withstand some damage, no one could be sure how powerful the magic scroll really was. Looking at the magic scroll in his hand, Liang couldn't help but ponder to himself. This training room is incredibly sturdy. Even a standard Imperial energy gun can't break through its walls. I wonder if this magic scroll will work. By the way, is this thing just torn open and used? As he spoke, Liang tore open the scroll in his hand without hesitation. The moment it was torn open, a powerful and surging energy burst forth from it. A thick, powerful flame erupted from it, rushing straight forward like a raging fire dragon, before slamming into the wall of the training room with a deafening boom. When the flames died down, the wall was still smooth and new, with no trace of damage or even a speck of dirt left. Looks like this thing didn't work. It didn't even leave a trace. Pal, do you have any more scrolls? Maybe the previous one wasn't high enough. Let's see if we have any higher level ones, preferably something like a level 9 spell. Li Yong touched the wall behind him, then asked Pal about the other scrolls, his expression relaxed and casual, as if he were happily setting off firecrackers during the new year. Captain Li Yong, there are indeed a few other scrolls, but didn't the military require us to report these things upwards? Par said with a troubled expression. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with the scrolls, but that the military required it. He was just a junior lieutenant and dared not be as carefree as Li Yong. I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. All right, bring one last scroll over and report the rest to the Empire according to regulations. To be honest, Li Yong didn't really take this matter to heart. After all, these things were just products of a first-level civilization, and to a powerful empire, they were nothing more than some trash with a little research value. Besides, can you call this abuse? This is critical use, cough cough. Meanwhile, on another planet, the governor of the solar region involuntarily sneezed. Why did I sneeze for no reason? Could it be that someone is talking about me? Chapter 31. The Titan transport ship arrives. After using the last scroll, Li Yong completely lost interest, since he had personally tried both scrolls. In terms of power, it might be passable to deal with Blue Star troops, but against the Empire's elite soldiers, it would be nothing more than a clownish act, posing absolutely no threat. Even setting off cannons is considered beneath this thing. It's better to fly a starship and bomb meteorites for fun. All right, pal, report everything else to the Empire. The fleet is also preparing to set sail back to Earth. As for the advance force, leave a small escort ship here to provide them with support. Yes. With Li Yang's decisive order, the fleet once again activated its powerful space jump engine. A huge surge of energy caused the ship's hull to tremble slightly before transforming into a dazzling light and disappearing from the spot. Only a lone small frigate was left behind to assist the advance force. After all, even a small frigate was still a starship. After returning to Blue Star, Li Yong carefully inspected the progress of Blue Star's renovation work while patiently waiting for the arrival of the Imperial Titan E-class armed transport ship. Time flies like an arrow, and soon the scheduled arrival date for the transport ship arrived. It must be said that Zhang's prediction was remarkably accurate. He said half a month, and it was exactly half a month, not a day more, not a day less. Meanwhile, the advance forces on the distant planet continued their expansion without pause. According to reports, their personnel were almost deployed to the border of the Warcraft Empire. However, due to this overly rapid expansion of the exploration operation, a considerable number of natives were captured during this period. Without exception, they were all dealt with on Xiaofeng's orders. Those who are not wary should be lured into the camp first and then dealt with. Those who are wary should be dealt with on the spot. If a 7.62 mm caliber can't handle it, switch to a 12.7 mm caliber. If a 12.7 mm caliber still can't handle it, then switch directly to a 30 mm autocannon. In short, if a small caliber isn't enough, switch to a larger caliber. If a larger caliber still isn't enough, then simply halt the starships in space and launch a fire strike. If a powerful being appears that even escort ships can't handle, then we'll report it directly to the Imperial Military Headquarters. The intelligence is wrong. It's not a Type 1 civilization, and we'll request the use of the planet-destroying cannons. Mission? What mission? I don't know. Despite Xiaofeng's forceful suppression efforts, a full half-month passed, and the people of the Warcraft Empire remained completely unaware that an unknown, mysterious force had appeared on their border. On the other side, the Imperial Titan E-class armed transport ship, which Li Yong had been waiting for half a month, finally arrived on Blue Star. Upon receiving the message from Zhang, Li Yong immediately rushed to the space station on the outskirts of Blue Star. More than half a month has passed in the blink of an eye, and the transformation project of Blue Star has already passed more than halfway, with the space station being the first to be completed. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, the staff of the Blue Star administration rushed towards the space station. After all, a golden opportunity to make a name for themselves had finally arrived. How could they not be anxious? When everyone arrived at the space station, they saw the Imperial Titan E-class armed transport ship, which looked like a magnificent and huge metal fortress, quietly docked in the vast space. Its hull gleamed with a cold, dazzling light, its massive silhouette appearing exceptionally magnificent and majestic against the backdrop of glittering stars. Its shape was fluid and natural, its lines beautiful yet powerful, and the various markings and mysterious symbols on its hull all spoke of its prestige and might. Moreover, there are even some mottled scars on it, as if silently telling the story of a starship that has been through the baptism of war. Wow, it's huge. No wonder it's a starship 22,000 meters long. Its size is incredible. To be honest, looking at the majestic and massive Titan transport ship in front of him, Li Yang's eyes lit up and he was drooling with desire. After all, as a man, I prefer weapons with large calibers, and naturally, I also prefer starships that are large. As for the lower half, cough cough, get the wrong idea. Li Yang shook his head vigorously to calm himself down, and then he couldn't wait to board the starship and take a closer look. So, Captain Li Yang, are you satisfied with our company's products? This is a fine piece of equipment that has been honorably retired from the Imperial military. Looking at Li Yang's slightly excited expression, Zhang asked with pride. That's really good. Zhang, take me up there quickly. Seeing the proud expression on Zhang's octopus-like head, Li Yang smiled and responded. After all, this starship was truly amazing. As the group slowly stepped inside the Titan transport ship, they were instantly awestruck by the scene inside. It's not that the interior is luxuriously decorated, nor is it dazzlingly high-tech. The only word to describe it is huge. Especially the storage compartments inside, which are practically boundless. Captain Li Yang, if each storage compartment were this large, our troops should only need 2 trips to transport them all. Xiaoquan carefully observed the storage compartment, which stretched as far as the eye could see and whose top was nowhere in sight. He then turned to Li Yang and spoke. Indeed, but it will probably take at least 3 trips, since the army's logistical support also needs to keep up. Who knows if the soldiers will be able to get used to the food there? We must do everything we can to ensure the logistical needs of every soldier. After observing carefully, Li Yang responded to Xiaoquan calmly and steadily. Yes, you are right. We will definitely assure you that we will do our best to provide logistical support for every soldier. Thanks to the advanced teleportation system inside the starship, the entire Imperial Titan E-class transport ship was toured in just over half an hour. Upon returning to the space station, Li Yang immediately spoke to Xiaoquan without any delay. Relay my order. Immediately assemble the Blue Star forces and prepare to board the ship. Yes. Xiaoquan responded just as loudly. Upon returning to Blue Star, Xiaoquan and his group didn't dare delay for a moment and immediately gathered the troops who had been waiting for a long time. With the help of the powerful Star Controller, the Blue Star troops carried out the boarding operation in an orderly manner. One spacious storage compartment after another was gradually filled, with tanks and airplanes stacked on top of each other like Jenga toys. At first glance, they appear to be close together, but in reality, there are tiny gaps between them, which is why they are magically suspended in the cabin. Chapter 32 Teleportation Device. After all supplies and personnel were loaded, the enormous Titan transport ship slowly started its engines and began to slowly depart from the space station. Captain Li Yang, the Titan transport ship is fully loaded and ready to initiate a space jump at any time. Par stood solemnly beside Li Yang and reported in a serious tone. Is it finally finished? Okay, then issue the order for the fleet to set off immediately. Li Yang let out a long sigh and said, it's important to understand that just waiting for the troops to board the ship took several hours. After all, this batch consisted of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and a large amount of equipment, and even with the assistance of the planetary controller, they could only be transported and loaded in batches. Yes, Par responded firmly and forcefully. As Li Yang's orders were relayed down the chain of command, the entire fleet, along with the Titan transport ships, slowly began to activate their hyperspace jump engines. Attention all starships and units. The coordinates of the target planet have been confirmed. Prepare to initiate a hyperspace jump. 3, 2, 1 initiate jump. As the commander's clear and firm voice rang out. With the powerful activation of the hyperspace engine, a flash of light appeared in an instant, and the entire fleet vanished from the outer reaches of Blue Star, leaving only a tranquil starry sky. Meanwhile, at the advance force camp on the alien planet, Xiaofeng was focused on handling affairs when he received a message from Blue Star, informing him that the main force was on its way. All right, the day has finally come. Someone come here. Xiaofeng shouted excitedly. Yes, Commander. What are your orders? A soldier quickly ran over and stood at attention. The main force is on its way. Go and notify all the soldiers who have been dispatched to carry out missions outside to return and thoroughly clean up the area we prepared beforehand. Make all necessary preparations to welcome the arrival of the main force. Summer Breezes issued commands methodically. Yes. After receiving the order, the soldier turned around and quickly went to relay the instructions. Meanwhile, a small team far away on the border of the Warcraft Empire also received a message from the camp. Captain, The commander told us to go back and prepare to receive the main force. What about these people? Should we bring them back with us? As one of the soldiers spoke, he glanced at the few native adventurers standing nearby. These people were alien natives that the team discovered during a reconnaissance mission. Seeing that they were friendly, the team originally planned to lure them back to the camp and interrogate them to obtain useful information. However, the sudden news completely disrupted their original plan. Of course, the soldiers were speaking in the language of Earth, which the native adventurers couldn't understand at all. What's there to ask? The main force is here, let's just kill them. The captain spoke without hesitation, raising his gun to aim at the men and decisively pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out, and bullets instantly pierced through the bodies of those men. Several native adventurers lay on the ground with blank and confused expressions. Until their last breath, they did not understand why these people would suddenly kill them. Let's go, let's hurry back. The captain waved his hand. What to do with the body? Shouldn't it be disposed of properly? The soldier asked again. What's there to deal with? The main force has arrived. The captain said nonchalantly. That's true. The soldier nodded, said no more, and hurriedly followed his captain back to the camp. After a mere half hour, the fleet, carrying the Titan transport ships, finally arrived at the outer perimeter of the target planet. Captain Liang, news has come from the advance team that they have cleared the landing site for the main force. Oh, I was originally planning to send fighter jets to clean up the mess, just like before. It seems I won't need to do that now. Liang nodded slightly and said. However, a rather thorny problem now lay before Liang. How to safely transport the massive force aboard the Titan transport ship to an alien planet. After all, this planet doesn't have a planetary controller to assist it. If transport ships are used to transport them, it would probably take 1 or 2 days just to get there. Keep in mind that this is not a small force of 5,000 people, but a large force consisting of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and a wide variety of weapons and equipment. Captain Liang, actually, transport ships used by the Imperial military like this usually come with a special teleportation device. Par's words undoubtedly solved the problem that Liang was currently facing. Are there other devices like this? Take me to see them, Liang said urgently. As soon as he finished speaking, Pal led Liang back onto the Titan transport ship. Looking at the rectangular box, only a few meters in size, placed on the ground in front of him, Liang couldn't help but show a hint of doubt on his face. Is this the teleportation device? It's so small that, to be honest, I didn't even notice it when I visited before. This is a teleportation device that comes with military transport ships. Personnel need to be arranged to take it to the destination and activate the teleportation portal. Then, the troops can directly reach the target location from the storage compartment through the teleportation portal. Seeing the puzzled look on Liang's face, Pal quickly explained the specific purpose of the teleportation device. I see. Then quickly send a small team to take this to the target location. Yes. Soon, an elite squad of well-trained Imperial soldiers, carrying teleportation devices, sped towards the advance team's camp like an arrow released from a bow on a transport ship. Not long after, the transport ship landed steadily at the target location with a slight tremor. Several soldiers moved nimbly and quickly stepped out of the transport ship with the teleportation device. Excuse me. Xiaofeng looked puzzled as he saw that only one transport ship had landed, and thought to himself, wasn't it supposed to be a large force? Why is there only a transport ship? Sir, we have been ordered to install the teleportation device in order to make full preparations for the subsequent landing of Blue Star troops. The soldiers saluted in unison and shouted. I see. Quickly, I'll show you the way. Xiaofeng suddenly realized what was going on and quickly called out to the soldiers. As for why the Imperial soldiers called Xiaofeng commander, it was naturally because Xiaofeng was part of the Imperial staff. After all, he was the commander of this advance force and must be a member of the Blue Star administration. It wasn't surprising that Imperial soldiers called him commander. Chapter 33 Main Force Landing. After the squad arrived at the target location, they quickly put down the box they were carrying, and at the same time, a shimmering light screen appeared on the wrist of the soldier leading the squad. The Imperial small two-way portal is in place. Connection to the transport ship has been successfully established. The ship type is Imperial Titan E-class armed transport ship. Deployment is underway. A mechanical and clear voice rang out. As the machine's roar subsided, the originally square rectangular box began to undergo a wondrous transformation, splitting into long, slender frames. In a short while, a doorway, tens of meters high and over 10 meters long, appeared before everyone's eyes. The portal is fully deployed and ready to be activated. As soon as the words were spoken, the portal, which was originally just a framed structure, suddenly emitted a snow-white light screen, its brilliance dazzling and mesmerizing. At the same time, Liang, who was aboard the Titan transport ship, also received a notification from the system. The Imperial Titan E-class armed transport ship requests to open the storage compartment portal. Agree. As Liang finished speaking, a teleportation device on the edge of the wall of the number 1 storage compartment on the Titan transport ship started up and instantly became exactly the same as the teleportation portal at the target location. What the heck? You scared me. The soldiers in storage compartment number 1 were startled by the sudden appearance of the teleportation portal. They all turned their heads to look curiously, but that was all. Without clear instructions, no one dared to move around. This is the command center. The portal has been opened. Sergeant-in-Chief of Storage Module 1, please gather your troops and prepare to enter the portal. Just as everyone was still full of doubt, a loud voice clearly came from their AI. So this thing is a portal. Wow, no wonder they're an advanced civilization. Even their login methods are so ingenious. Some soldiers couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. Everyone, quiet. Listen to my command. Tanks and armored vehicles, these land units, will enter the portal first. Soldiers will enter in the second wave, and air units will enter in the third wave. Do you all understand? Upon hearing the order, the sergeant in charge of storage compartment number 1 quickly stood up and loudly called out to everyone. Clear. Everyone responded in unison. Immediately, everyone began to enter the portal in an orderly manner, following the instructions of the team leader. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng was also astonished when he saw the portal open, but what happened next shocked him even more. From the massive light screen, tanks and armored vehicles slowly drove out one after another. In just a short while, the once relatively empty area was instantly filled with various land units. What are you all doing blocking the way here? Move outwards and make room for the comrades behind. Upon receiving Liang's message, Xiaofeng noticed the chaotic and crowded scene and quickly began to take command. After all, with so many vehicles crammed together, a slight mishap could potentially trigger a chain collision. Under Xiaofeng's effective command, all the land units began to move outward in an orderly manner, and the soldiers of the second echelon also walked out of the portal one after another. Wow, is this another planet? The air here is so much fresher than on Earth. The soldiers, who had just set foot on the alien planet, were momentarily dazed and distracted, but were quickly brought back to reality by Xiaofeng's loud roar. What are you all doing? Don't just stand there. Move outwards quickly and make room. After the second wave of soldiers had all been teleported, only a few air units remained in storage compartment number 1. Fortunately, apart from the helicopters, all the aircraft were securely fixed to the transport vehicles, and as the transport vehicles slowly started moving, they all successfully passed through the portal and arrived at their destinations one after another. In just over 10 minutes, the entire storage compartment number 1 was completely emptied, and all personnel and weapons successfully landed on the alien planet. Keep in mind, this is just one storage compartment. There are 99 more to come. Fortunately, the advanced team cleared out a large enough area. Otherwise, there simply wouldn't have been enough space to store all this equipment. However, just in case, after carefully examining the map, Liang decisively decided to send a squadron of Imperial fighters to continue exploring the airspace. After all, with so many aircraft, the construction of the airport alone would require an enormous amount of land. Both sides worked busily at the same time. Imperial fighters were fully responsible for expanding the open space, while the teleportation portals were constantly sending troops down. The troops that had already been teleported down were not idle either. It's important to understand that this battle is expected to be a protracted war, so how can it proceed without adequate infrastructure? Therefore, Liang not only brought combat troops, but also a small construction team from Zhang, as well as various construction materials. The troops that had been transferred down immediately began assisting the construction team, working diligently to build infrastructure and compact the land, making full preparations for the construction of the airport. After a long half-day, all the storage compartments on the Titan transport ship were finally emptied, and all the troops successfully landed at their destination. At this moment, their urgent task is to build a solid camp and a complete defense system in the shortest possible time, so as to make full preparations for the next 2 batches of troops. However, such a huge commotion inevitably alerted the people in the border city of the Warcraft Empire. Have you heard? All day long, deafening roars have been echoing from the depths of the Adi forest, causing many adventuring teams to rush back. Who knows what happened inside? I heard that many adventurer teams have mysteriously disappeared inside recently. It's terrifying to think about. I've also heard that a vicious demon was previously imprisoned in the Adi forest, but it has now been released. Forget it, a demon god. I bet it's some powerful high-level magical beast. Inside the tavern, a group of adventurers sat together, excitedly discussing various rumors about the Adi forest, and their words were clearly heard by the group of people next to them. Chapter 34 Tactical Discussion. This group of people was completely different from the other adventurers. One of them was dressed in extremely gorgeous clothes, and his every move exuded a noble air, clearly indicating that he was a wealthy and noble person. The others were either wearing sturdy armor or draped in mysterious robes. Adi Forest? Interesting. I'll go check it out tomorrow and see what's going on. Your Highness, this is not a good idea. Our trip is only to make a deal with Duke Galactic. What if something unexpected happens along the way? Before one of the monks could finish speaking, he was slapped hard across the face by the person dressed in fine clothes. Humph, do I need you to teach me how to do things? It's just a few days' delay. What? Does Duke Galactic dare to be dissatisfied with me? The man addressed as His Highness had an arrogant and haughty demeanor, completely disregarding the so-called Duke Galactic. Yes, Your Highness. The man in the robe who had been slapped covered his face, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes, but he dared not say anything more and could only obediently respond. Meanwhile, the Titan transport ship was once again speeding towards Blue Star, and the entire depths of the Adi forest had been completely leveled, with large-scale infrastructure construction underway. The Titan transport ships departed swiftly and returned just as quickly, and the next two waves of troops began landing on the alien planet one after another. As for Liang, he was currently holding a combat meeting with the people from the Blue Star Management Department. Captain Liang, please look here. This place is flanked by towering, steep cliffs and is only a little over 1,000 kilometers away from the capital of their Warcraft Empire. I believe we must seize this crucial position as soon as possible. Xiaofeng pointed to a city on the holographic projection map on the stage and said with an unusually serious expression. Following the direction Xiaofeng pointed, Liang looked at the map and saw a city nestled between two steep cliffs. Hundreds of kilometers in front of it was the border city of the Warcraft Empire, and behind it was the capital. Clearly, it was a strategic location that was the most important for military strategists to fight over. That's right, we must claim this spot. Go on to share your thoughts. Yes, my idea is this. You see, this city is only a few hundred kilometers from the border. We just need to rush in at top speed, leveraging our combined land and air combat advantage and speed. If we can successfully conquer this city before the Warcraft Empire can react, that's all we need. Xiaofeng was talking nonstop, but before he could finish, he was suddenly interrupted. Wait, you mean we're going to take over this city hundreds of kilometers away at the same time as we conquer the border? That's probably not very likely, is it? Although Xiaofeng's idea was quite forward-thinking, the risks involved were too great. If news of the border being breached reached their capital first, the city would definitely strengthen its defenses. It should be noted that there are other cities between the border and this city. If the troops rush straight in and fail to break through as planned, they will be in danger of being attacked from both sides and attacked from both sides. At this moment, two completely different voices emerged on the field. One side firmly supported Xiaofeng's plan, because if it succeeded, they would be able to take down the Warcraft Empire as quickly as possible before other empires could react. However, the other side firmly believed that the plan was too risky. If it failed, not only would they lose a lot of troops, but they would also easily alert the enemy, making the subsequent capture more difficult and taking more time. They felt it was better to proceed cautiously and advance step by step, since with the assistance of powerful artillery and accurate missiles, victory was only a matter of time. Looking at the arguing and noisy crowd, Liang was also seriously considering the feasibility of the two plans. To be honest, he was more inclined to follow Xiaofeng's plan, because this strategy of ending the battle quickly was more effective in ensuring the preservation of the local civilization's cultural heritage and data than the slow and insidious method of fighting. Another important reason is that he had used similar tactics in the virtual world assessment and achieved good results, so he was full of confidence in Xiaofeng's plan. That's enough. Our mission isn't just to conquer the entire planet, but also to preserve their civilization and all their data and information as completely as possible. If we rely entirely on artillery and missiles to forcibly clear the way, what valuable data can possibly be preserved? Liang said loudly. Seeing that Liang had spoken up, everyone quickly quieted down. Indeed, considering Captain Liang's words, if the sole purpose was to conquer this planet, even without using the fleet's powerful weapons, the sheer power of nuclear bombs would be enough to annihilate all life on the planet. Therefore, I think Xiaofeng's plan is better and more in line with our mission requirements. Do you have any different opinions or suggestions? Liang glanced around and saw that those who had previously disagreed now all lowered their heads, not daring to say anything more. After all, even Captain Li Yang himself approved and agreed to this plan. So how could we possibly be so foolish as to oppose it? Since everyone agrees with this plan, let's proceed accordingly. Do you all understand? Yes. After initially determining the general tactical plan, the group once again began to discuss various details in depth, such as what kind of vehicle should be used to act as the vanguard and what route should be chosen for the most reasonable advance. Of course, the most crucial point is the selection of the commander for this battle. It must be understood that this is the first battle for the Blue Star forces, and the potential contributions cannot be underestimated. Xiaofeng, do you have a suitable candidate in mind for the commander of this battle? Or perhaps you should personally take on the role of commander. Li Yang had absolutely no interest in taking on a role that required him to be on the front lines of battle and command operations. He felt that he was better off staying behind the scenes and leaving the tasks that required him to be in the public eye to his subordinates. Besides, I've done countless battle command tasks in the virtual world assessments. If it were interstellar warfare, that would be more like it. Captain Li Yang, I do have an ideal candidate for the commander of this operation. Chapter 35 Andegu. Li Yang had absolutely no interest in taking on a role that required him to personally command operations from the front lines. He felt that he was better off staying behind the scenes and leaving the tasks that required him to be in the public eye to his subordinates. Of course, actual combat on the front lines is another matter, but I'm actually quite interested in that stuff. Captain Li Yang, I do have an ideal candidate for the commander of this operation. Oh, tell me about it quickly. That was Andegu, the district chief of the Hanscat area. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to the district head. Andegu, whose name was called, looked astonished and pointed to himself in disbelief. Yes, it's you. Stop pretending. During the integration of Earth, I saw all your region's previous state secrets. You've practiced Blitzkrieg quite a bit, and this operational plan perfectly matches your favorite Blitzkrieg style, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, everyone else present looked at Andegu with astonishment. Good. This person seemed honest and law-abiding before. Who would have thought that he was secretly plotting a Blitzkrieg? The most emotional of all was the district chief of the Polish Rabbit region. He could only say that it was fortunate that Blue Star had completed the integration. Otherwise, he would probably have suffered the same fate as being attacked by lightning again. Seeing his secret plans before the merger of Blue Star exposed in public, Andegu stopped pretending, put away his previous bewildered expression, and looked at Li Yang with a serious expression. Captain Li Yang, since Comrade Xiaofeng trusts me so much, I absolutely cannot betray that trust. I am willing to serve as the commander of this operation, and if the operation fails, I am willing to bear all the consequences. Looking at Andegu's solemn and dignified face, Li Yang nodded slightly, indicating his approval and optimism. To be honest, I really didn't expect that this kid had actually tried to replicate his predecessor's fighting style in secret. All right. Since no one has any other objections, you will be the commander this time. Yes, I guarantee the mission will be completed successfully. After the meeting concluded, Andegu officially became the publicly acknowledged Supreme Commander of the Blue Star Forces. The reason he was only publicly acknowledged was because everyone knew that the true Supreme Commander, controlling everything behind the scenes, was Li Yang, who remained quietly within the fleet. This time, however, Li Yang did not intend to sit on the sidelines and watch from the sidelines. He was even prepared to personally join the battle, but not as Captain Li Yang. Captain Li Yang, this is far too risky. How could we trouble you to personally intervene in this situation? Par stood beside Li Yang, his face full of helplessness. Just because Li Yang planned to disguise himself as an ordinary soldier and go to the front lines to fight. Think about it. Isn't that just ridiculous? Giving up a perfectly good captain position, he insisted on going to the front lines to risk his life. Oh dear, pal, I wasn't sending the original body down on an adventure, just a clone. But what you said does make some sense. If I were just a regular soldier, and people were bossing me around and ordering me around, I really wouldn't be used to it. Forget it, just give me any Blue Star officer rank. Oh, and please don't give me a general or anything like that. Those kinds of people still have to stay behind and command. Li Yang's idea was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a well-thought-out one. After all, the main battle was between the Blue Star forces and the alien planets, and his fleet was only responsible for the final support and cleanup of the mission. Furthermore, we cannot rashly send our fleet to other star systems for adventure. After all, the importance of the mission always comes first. Rather than staying here idly, it would be better to go down and do some activities ourselves. Don't think that Li Yang only knows how to sit and command. During the virtual assessment period, he also had the experience of personally going to the front line and charging into battle. Okay, I understand. I'll get on with the identity-related information right away. In the end, Pal chose to compromise and cooperate with Li Yang's idea. After all, Li Yang's official rank was higher than his own. Meanwhile, on the other side, Endegu also received a message from Li Yang. The message instructed him to carefully select 120 outstanding soldiers to form an independent company specifically responsible for infiltrating enemy territory. Does Captain Li Yang share the same thoughts as me? To be honest, Andre had been thinking about this idea for a long time, but he had just been appointed commander and hadn't had time to make any specific arrangements yet. After all, this battle cannot afford the slightest mistake. Covering a distance of several hundred kilometers, speed alone cannot be enough to achieve the objective. Infiltrating behind enemy lines is equally crucial and indispensable. However, since Captain Li Yang's idea was exactly the same as his, it was enough to show that his idea must be correct. It's quite rare that the company commander, Captain Li Yang, is actually going to personally select the candidates. After all, even the supreme commander of this battle was appointed by Xia Feng through recommendation. Li Yang had never personally appointed these personnel. He never expected that he would care so much about a small company. However, Endegu did not notice anything amiss, simply assuming it was just Captain Li Yang's whim. Little did they know that the commander of this company was none other than Li Yang himself. On the other side, Pao also successfully processed Li Yang's identity information, but when Li Yang looked at the information in his hand, he was still stunned for a moment. My rank of lieutenant colonel is fine, neither high nor low, and my position as commander of a special operations company is also fine. But why is my name still my own? Don't you need to change it? Li Yang pointed to the two characters, Li Yang, on the information form in his hand, and looked at Pao with a solemn expression. I didn't expect you to be planning to use a pseudonym. But don't worry, apart from the relevant personnel of the Blue Star Management Department, most Blue Star people have never seen you before, so they definitely won't recognize you. Pao smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head as if trying to hide his embarrassment. Chapter 36 Special Operations Company. Indeed, his image was basically only seen within the administrative departments of Earth. Other Earthlings had never actually seen him. All right, let's leave it at that. Are the clones ready? Li Yang waved his hand helplessly, too lazy to ask Pal to make any more changes. Since only the people in the Blue Star administration would recognize him, changing his name wasn't really important. After all, it was perfectly normal for people to have the same name in the world. The clone is ready, and you can establish a consciousness connection at any time. Okay. With that, Li Yang and Pal went back to the control room used for consciousness connection. After carefully examining the replica lying in the capsule and confirming that there were no problems, Li Yang got up and laid down in the other capsule. After all, this situation is different from the last one. Last time, the creation of the clone and the connection of consciousness were completed in one go, but this time the clone has been prepared in advance, and it is enough to complete the connection of consciousness. A clone was detected connecting. In just a few minutes, Li Yang successfully connected his consciousness with the clone's body. All right, Pal, you can stay here. If there's an emergency, just notify me through the AI. After saying that, Li Yang used the main ship's teleportation device and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Watching Li Yang's departing figure, Pal shook his head helplessly. He simply couldn't understand why a lieutenant officer of the dignified empire would have the idea of personally participating in such a low-level civilization's battle. However, Pal had no concerns whatsoever about safety. Not only was Li Yang's original body safely aboard the fleet, but the T-7 intelligent guard machines beside him were more than enough to ensure the safety of the clone. On the other side, under Andegu's careful arrangement, a total of 120 Special Forces soldiers were carefully selected from the main force. Hello? Is anyone there? I'm here to report for duty. A soldier gently pushed open the tent flap and stepped inside. Before he could finish speaking, he was surprised to find that the tent was already filled with over 100 soldiers, all staring intently at him. Hey bro, you're late. You're the last one to arrive. That can't be right. The company commander hasn't shown up yet. Shouldn't he be the last one? The crowd started to jeer, since everyone had been doing well in their respective units, and had been inexplicably pulled into this so-called Special Operations Company, and in the end, they hadn't even seen the company commander. Ahem, I heard you've been looking for me? Just as everyone was still chattering, the tent flap was suddenly pulled up again, and a man with a lithe figure and steady steps walked in. Beside him was a burly man. The newcomers were Li Yang and his T-7 intelligent guard robot. In an instant, everyone fell silent. Putting everything else aside, the mere sight of Li Yang's lieutenant colonel rank was enough to silence them. Not to mention the man next to them, whose military rank was not much different from theirs. but judging from his burly physique and fierce aura, he was definitely a ruthless character who was not to be trifled with. Greetings, sir. We are here on orders to report. Just as both sides quieted down, a quick-witted soldier stepped forward and shouted loudly. Is everyone here? Reporting to the commander. The Special Operations Company was expected to have 120 men, and 120 men were present. Not a single one was absent. Good, everyone's here. What's your name? Li Yong nodded with satisfaction, especially pleased with the person in front of him. Even though everyone had just arrived to report for duty, he was able to know the situation of each person so clearly. Reporting to the commander, my name is He Guang. Okay, this company has just been established and doesn't have a deputy company commander yet, so you will be the deputy company commander. Are you confident? Yes, I will absolutely not let down the leader's trust. Just as Li Yong was about to say a few more words to the others, a communications soldier rushed in. Excuse me, who is the company commander of this unit? What is wrong with me? Commander, the commander requests your presence. Commander? Why did that guy Andega call me over? Did he find out I just came down? Li Yong couldn't help but feel uneasy. Although he didn't know why Andegu had asked him to come over, Li Yong still decided to go. After Li Yong and T7 left, everyone immediately swarmed around He Guang. Well, you've really stolen all the limelight. We're all brothers. How could you betray us and become the deputy company commander? Although everyone kept criticizing He Guang, it was mostly just a joke. On the other side, as soon as Li Yong entered the command room, he saw Andegu pacing back and forth around a person who was tied up. You've arrived, Captain Li Yong? Hearing the noise behind him, Andegu turned around and saw a face that was all too familiar to him. His face immediately filled with shock. What? After all this time, you still haven't figured out my identity? I thought you called me here because my disguise had been exposed. Seeing Andega's expression, Li Yong instantly understood that he had been overthinking things. Andega hadn't discovered his true identity at all, and he had probably called him over because it was something important. When I first saw the name on the list, I thought it was just someone with the same name. Who would have thought you would personally come down to take on this role? Before Andegu could finish speaking, Li Yong interrupted him. All right, there's no need to say any more. I have my own plans. So what exactly did you call me here for? Oh, it's like this. This person is a native that our people just caught at the edge of the forest. As Andegu spoke, he pointed to the person next to him who was tightly bound. Indigenous people? Upon hearing this, Li Yong turned his head to look and saw that the person who was tied up, although his appearance and figure were almost the same as those of a human, had 2 horns on his head. Orcs, or Warcraft. Li Yong, who had some knowledge of local civilizations, only knew that both animals had animal characteristics, but he had no idea how to distinguish them. Bastards. I am Mogu, the 3rd prince of the Warcraft Empire. Who are you people? How dare you kill my men and kidnap me? You'll all face the raging wrath of the Warcraft Empire. Mogu, his face contorted with rage, roared at the top of his lungs. Mogu? I'm still a mushroom. But the 3rd prince of the Warcraft Empire, that's definitely a big fish. Andegu, how did you catch him? Captain Li Yong, here's what happened. Chapter 37 The First Clash with a Level 9 Mage. Rewind to 2.5 hours earlier, at the edge of the Adi Forest. The group was walking leisurely through the woods. It was none other than Mogu and his men. Your Highness, please be careful. Although I haven't sensed any danger yet, my intuition keeps telling me that this place is definitely not simple. Seeing the Mogu striding ahead, the man in the robes looked nervous and quickly stepped forward to remind him. Oh dear, intuition, what good is intuition anyway? Mogu looked disdainful, curled his lip indifferently, and continued to walk at the front of the group regardless of the consequences. Why did he dare to be so arrogant and presumptuous? It was simply because he was the esteemed 3rd prince of the Warcraft Empire. The subordinates who accompanied him on this trip were all powerful level 7 and 8 warriors and mages. The robed man who had just spoken up was even at the level of a level 9 archmage. These highly skilled subordinates are the source of Mogu's arrogance and fearlessness. Your Highness, there's a situation. We smell blood ahead. The man in the robes frowned slightly, pointed in a direction, and a warrior in armor beside him immediately ran in the direction the man in the robes pointed without hesitation. Seeing this, Mogu stopped his hurried steps and quietly waited for his men to investigate the situation. After all, although he was arrogant, he also knew that life was only once and should not be taken lightly. Shortly afterward, the soldiers who had gone to scout the situation returned quickly. Your Highness, there are several corpses 100 meters ahead, and the smell of blood is coming from there. There is no danger in the surrounding area for the time being. Oh, let's go take a look. Seeing that there was no danger, Mogu immediately quickened his pace and strode forward, with his men quickly following closely behind. As soon as Mogu stepped into this open space, he saw several mutilated corpses lying on the ground, their faces filled with extreme terror. Upon seeing this scene, the man in the robe stepped forward and carefully examined the corpses. Judging from the wounds on the body, the death was caused by a powerful force penetrating the body, and the force of this penetration was extremely great. As he spoke, the man in the robe picked up a severed hand from the ground and examined it intently. Judging from his observation, the severed hand had obviously been broken off by an extremely powerful penetrating force. What? Can you tell what caused it? Mogu walked over to the man in the robes, kicked the corpse on the ground, and asked with a look of disgust. Your Highness, I have found this thing. It should be the murder weapon that caused their deaths. The man in the robes threw down his severed hand, squatted down, and painstakingly pried a sharp object, about the size of a thumb, out of the ground. This thing was none other than a 12.7 millimeters bullet that had been fired, but they knew nothing about it and had no idea what it was. This thing? So small. Mogu took the bullet from the robed man's hand and examined it closely, utterly baffled as to how such a tiny contraption could kill. It looked like an arrowhead, but it had neither a shaft nor a fletching. Based on my observation, I am certain that this is what killed them. However, I am also puzzled as to why there was no trace of fighting spirit or magic power left at the scene. Just as the group was racking their brains, an armed helicopter was speeding toward them in the sky not far away. Report. Infrared radar indicates that there are 6 targets moving in a small area about 500 meters to our southeast. It's very likely that these are intruding natives. Fly towards the target to see if you can capture them alive, and at the same time contact ground units for support. Yes. After establishing contact with ground units, the armed helicopters headed straight for the location of the Mogu group without hesitation. On the other side, the robed man, who was still focused on observing, suddenly straightened up and looked up at the sky. An unidentified object is hurtling towards us from the sky. Everyone, get ready immediately to protect His Highness. The man in the robes hurriedly called out to the crowd, and they quickly surrounded Mogu, their expressions solemn and ready to fight as they looked at the sky. It can only be said that he is indeed a level 9 archmage. The Blue Star forces need to rely on infrared radar to search for targets, but he can detect them with just his own senses. In less than a short while, an armed helicopter appeared before them. However, this unprecedented thing was completely beyond their comprehension, and they could not understand it at all. What is this thing? I've never seen it before. Mogu stared at the armed helicopters in the sky, his face full of confusion. As the esteemed third prince of the Warcraft Empire, he had seen almost everything in the world, but this particular thing was something he had never seen before. Forget what it is. Let's take it down first before worrying about fireballs. Go. As soon as he finished speaking, a fireball the size of a basketball appeared out of thin air in the robed man's hand and then rushed straight toward the armed helicopter. Danger! Get out of the way. The two sides had just met when the other side attacked without saying a word. The pilot's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly and frantically maneuvered the helicopter to swerve and barely dodge the incoming fireball. You dodged it? Then let's try again. As he spoke, the man in the robe quickly gathered fireballs in his hand again, but this time it wasn't just one. More than a dozen blazing fireballs hurtled towards the armed helicopter. Quick, pull down the control stick and prepare for an emergency landing. The fireball was too close. Even if missiles were launched to block it, the blast wave and debris from the explosion could easily affect the aircraft. Although the pilot reacted quickly and steered the helicopter downwards, it was unfortunately struck by one of the fireballs, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The entire armed helicopter lost its balance and plummeted straight to the ground. Fortunately, the altitude was not too high, and the helicopter landed successfully, skimming the ground without a violent explosion. The crew members also only suffered minor injuries, and there were no fatalities. Damn it. These natives are even more troublesome than the ones we've encountered before. Haven't the ground units arrived yet? The ground unit is about 1 kilometer away from us, and we expect to arrive in a few minutes. Everyone, take your weapons, form a defensive formation, and be ready to fire at any moment. Although the attack helicopter did not completely explode, it was rendered combat ineffective as it could no longer take off, since it could not launch missiles. After the sergeant in charge gave the order, the entire crew sprang into action, quickly grabbing their rifles. Using the helicopter as a solid cover, they watched with bated breath as the robed figures gradually approached them. Chapter 38: The Death of a Level 9 Archmage. Elves? But there was no trace of elves in them, which was truly strange. The man in the robes stared at these people dressed in strange clothes, filled with suspicion, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Target is within firing range, fire. Before the man in the robes could continue to think, the group pulled the triggers without hesitation, and a dense barrage of bullets rained down on him like a torrential downpour. What? Because the incident happened so suddenly, the man in the robe was unable to react in time and was instantly pierced through the body by a bullet. However, at the very moment of injury, a radiant barrier suddenly appeared, successfully blocking the subsequent barrage of bullets. Damn it! Is this the mysterious weapon? Its attack speed is incredibly fast. The man in the robe supported the barrier with one hand and gently stroked the injured parts of his body with the other. A soft green light flashed, and the bleeding wounds that were originally flowing continuously stopped instantly and began to heal. The pierced wounds also began to grow and recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it! Concussion spell. The man in the robes was furious. With a wave of his arm, an extremely powerful force surged up from underground and rushed towards the crew. Not good. The force was incredibly fast. The crew had no time to react before the ground beneath their feet exploded, and the powerful impact sent them flying in all directions. So they were really that vulnerable. Bang! Before the man in the robes could feel smug, a deafening roar rang out, and then an unidentified flying object hurtled straight toward him at breakneck speed. Trying to launch a sneak attack again. How naive. Having learned his lesson this time, the monk in the robes easily sensed something flying towards him and immediately spread out an even stronger barrier with both hands. When the unidentified flying object and the barrier collided violently, boom, a huge explosion suddenly rang out. Looking in the direction from which the unidentified flying object came, one could see a dark tank turret pointing directly at the man in the robe. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the man in the robes was still standing there, trembling. His robes were now tattered and torn, with burn marks and damage all over them. Holy crap, even grenades couldn't kill him? Loader, switch to armor-piercing rounds. There's a shield, isn't there? Let's see if your shield can withstand my armor-piercing rounds. Under the commander's orders, the loader swiftly changed the armor-piercing rounds, ready to fire at any moment. Meanwhile, the man in the robes was in a terrible situation. He had never expected the weapon to produce such a powerful explosion, and he had been ambushed by the enemy in a sneaky manner. Seeing the dark cannon barrel relentlessly aimed at him again, the man in the robes hurriedly waved his hands forcefully, and mysterious magic arrays instantly appeared, forming an even thicker and larger barrier that tightly surrounded him. Emission. Bang. With the commander's order, an armor-piercing shell with tail fins hurtled straight toward the man in the robes like lightning. Not again. This time I'm fully prepared. Mere explosive damage. What can it do to me? This time, the barrier is a specially designed energy-absorbing barrier to absorb the force of explosions. Boom. The shell hit the barrier accurately, but unfortunately, this time the shell was not the same as the previous grenades. It could prevent the explosion, but could not stop the penetration. The moment the armor-piercing projectile made contact with the barrier, the long, rod-shaped projectile core pierced through the so-called energy-absorbing barrier with unstoppable force, striking the robed figure inside. The robed man's entire body was instantly torn apart by this incredibly powerful kinetic energy, with pieces of flesh flying everywhere and blood staining the ground red. The 9th-level archmage met his end in such a confused state that he could not understand how a weapon that relied on explosions to generate power could penetrate the barrier he was so proud of. Meanwhile, Mogu and his men were already stunned and speechless. This is a level 9 archmage, gone just like that? Mogu's voice trembled as he murmured incredulously. When he saw the cannon that had just easily killed the archmage slowly pointing at his group, he panicked and didn't know what to do. So he hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs. I am the 3rd prince of the Warcraft Empire. You cannot kill me. The 3rd prince? It's a big fish. Cease firing. Upon hearing this, the tank commander quickly stopped the gunner who was about to fire again, then opened the tank's top cover and nimbly crawled out. Those on the other side, immediately drop your weapons, put your hands behind your heads, and lie face down. Otherwise, I'm going to open fire. The commander stood atop the tank, holding a megaphone, and shouted loudly at the Mogu group in a booming voice. The gunner inside the tank understood perfectly, aiming the cannon barrel directly at the Mogu, his finger on the fire button, ready to fire at any moment. Before Mogu could finish speaking, another deafening engine roar came, and several more tanks emerged from all directions. At the same time, the roar of propellers echoed in the air once again. Drop your weapons. Surrender. Looking at all these strange and unfamiliar things he had never seen before, Mogu was terrified. His hands trembled, and he quickly dropped his weapon, obediently covering his head with his hands and lying on the ground. Seeing that their master had chosen to give up resistance, his men naturally followed suit, putting down their weapons, covering their heads with their hands, and lying prostrate on the ground. Seeing that the Mogu and his group had laid down their weapons, a fully armed squad moved slowly and cautiously toward them on high alert. As they approached Mogu, the team acted swiftly, quickly binding him tightly with various sturdy handcuffs and leg irons. His men received the same treatment. "Are you that third prince?" The officer leading the support team walked up to the Mogu, his expression serious and his gaze sharp as he asked, "I am the third prince of the Warcraft Empire. You had better release me, or you will not be able to withstand the wrath of the Warcraft Empire." Although they chose to surrender, Mogu remained defiant, attempting to use their status to put pressure on the other side. Seeing the Mogu still spouting wild words, the captain couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself, "Now you're so arrogant, but you weren't so tough before. In the end, you're just afraid of dying. Who are these people to you?" The officer in charge pointed to the group behind Mogu and asked, "They are my guards." "Guards? They're useless. Deal with them all." Bang, bang, bang. No sooner had the captain finished speaking than a hail of bullets pierced their brains before the guards could react, killing them instantly. Chapter 39 Action begins. "How dare you? I had already given up resisting, and you still dared to kill my guards." Seeing all his men killed, Mogu shouted in surprise and rage. "What are you yelling for? Seal your mouth and take her back." Without hesitation, the soldier grabbed a rag from the ground and roughly stuffed it into the Mogu's mouth, not forgetting to wrap it tightly with tape, layer upon layer. Report: the entire B-Team armed helicopter squad has been killed in action. Upon arriving at the scene, rescuers rushed to the location where the initial crew members were. Unfortunately, the immense power of a level 9 archmage was beyond the capabilities of ordinary people, and none of the helicopter team survived. Report to headquarters and ensure they receive the posthumous treatment they deserve. Yes. After carefully cleaning up the battlefield and properly collecting the remains of their comrades, the entire team escorted the Mogu towards the camp in an orderly manner. So that's how this kid got caught and brought back. After listening to Andagu's detailed account, Liang turned his gaze to Mogu, who was squatting on the ground, and looked him up and down. No matter how he looked at him, he did not have the demeanor that a prince should have. "Fine, since you're the one who caught him, then you can handle it. Try your best to get all the information you can from him." "Yes, I will definitely make him honestly confess all the information." As he spoke, Andagu looked at Mogu with a meaningful smile, but the smile was so chilling that it sent shivers down one's spine. "By the way, how's the airport construction progressing?" "Most of the airports are still under construction and have not yet been completed, but a small number of them are already in operation. After all, only about 2 days have passed since the main force successfully landed. The fact that some airports are already in use in such a short time is quite an achievement." "Has the operation time been determined?" "After our joint discussion and research, we have decided to officially launch a full-scale attack on the Warcraft Empire at midnight the day after tomorrow." "Is it 12 o'clock the day after tomorrow?" Liang silently calculated the time in his mind. It was 3 p.m. now, and there were only about 57 hours left before the attack was launched. There should still be enough time. "Okay, arrange a transport plane for me. I plan to lead the company to the target city ahead of time to ambush them. When you successfully break through the border city, I will create chaos in the city to buy more time for the troops." "Yes, I'll have someone arrange it right away." Meanwhile, the Mogu on the other side just listened to their conversation blankly. Since the AI's translation system was enabled by default, the Mogu could only watch as the two of them discussed their plan to attack the Warcraft Empire without any restraint. "What are you talking about? Attacking the Warcraft Empire? That's impossible." Mogu's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. "My Warcraft Empire is one of the 5 great empires, ranking among the top 3 in overall strength. And you just attack without warning and with such ease? This is utterly absurd." Liang merely glanced at Mogu indifferently, then turned and left without saying a word. On the other hand, Engu had a meaningful smile on his face. He slowly squatted down and touched the horns on Mogu's head with great interest. "Surprised? Don't worry, there's more to come that will surprise you even more. Men, prepare the interrogation room and give this prince a proper welcome." Before Mogu could say anything more, a squad of soldiers rushed in like wolves, grabbed Mogu without a word, and quickly walked outside. "Bastards! This is torture. It violates the Imperial Treaty and will be subject to joint sanctions from the 5 great empires." As Mogu struggled to be carried away, he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Shaw, an Imperial Treaty? We're already preparing to attack your homeland. What kind of crappy treaty are you still adhering to? Besides, We're not even from this planet. What kind of bullshit treaty is this? Never heard of it. Watching the Mogu being carried away, Andegu picked at his ear and muttered to himself with a disdainful look on his face. On the other side, upon returning to his company, Liang immediately gathered all the soldiers and loudly gave orders. Pack your weapons and equipment immediately, get ready to depart, and carry out the mission. They've only just reported for duty and are already being sent on missions. The soldiers whispered among themselves, their words tinged with surprise. They truly live up to their reputation as a special operations unit. They're so unique, and I love it. Some soldiers also excitedly expressed their feelings. Amidst the commotion, 120 soldiers acted swiftly and were soon fully prepared, ready to depart at any moment. Follow me to the airport to board the plane. As for the specific combat mission, I will explain it to you in detail on the plane. Do you understand? Liang said with a firm gaze. Clear. The soldiers responded in unison. As he spoke, Liang led the group toward the airport in a grand procession. Along the way, the other soldiers looked on with curiosity when they saw this fully armed and high-spirited team. What unit are they? They look like they're about to go into battle. Someone couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Hey, I know, see that guy over there? His name is He Guang, he's my comrade in arms. He was urgently transferred to a secret company yesterday. It should be this company. Wow, does that mean they can go on missions right now? I'm so envious. The soldiers who volunteered for this mission were all there to earn military merit and imperial citizenship, and they genuinely envied the teams that were able to go on missions ahead of schedule. As for death, people weren't particularly afraid. After all, war always involves sacrifices. Those who survived became heroes, and if they were to die in battle, their families would receive generous compensation. Not long after, Liang led everyone to the airport, where a huge transport plane was quietly parked on the runway, like a giant beast poised to take off at any moment. Please show your identification. Seeing a crowd swarming toward the airport, the guards quickly stepped forward to stop them, speaking with a serious expression. Liang calmly took out his identification from his pocket and handed it to the guard. The documents are in order, sir. Please proceed. After confirming that everything was correct, the guards did not dare to delay and quickly moved the barricades away. Chapter 40 has been discovered. Upon entering the airport, Liang immediately gave the order. Everyone, begin boarding. Move quickly. The soldiers were well trained and boarded the transport plane quickly and orderly. Liang stood steadily to the side and waited until everyone else had boarded before he was the last to board. The cabin door was then tightly closed. Please check your equipment and fasten your seatbelts. The plane is about to take off. With a deafening roar from its engines, the transport plane slowly started up, gradually increasing its speed as it flew into the vast sky. Inside the cabin, Liang, with a serious expression, began to explain the mission objectives. Comrades, there are only 50-odd hours left before the main force officially begins its attack. Our objective is to reach the heart of a key city in the Warcraft Empire and lay an ambush, making full preparations for the subsequent main force's advance. This is a difficult but crucial mission. Do you all have the confidence to complete it? Have. The soldiers shouted in unison, their voices firm and powerful. Then Liang handed out a more detailed mission manual to everyone, so that they could better understand the process of this mission. After explaining the mission objectives, Liang quietly sat down in the cabin and closed his eyes. However, he was not sleeping, but communicating with Pal through the AI. Pal, is there anything unusual happening on the fleet? Don't worry, Captain. Apart from a few minor, trivial matters, everything is normal. That's good. Send a frigate to be on standby in space for my orders. Yes. Although this mission appears relatively simple on the surface, it is still necessary to use the fleet's weapons just in case, such as encountering dangerous situations like level 9 archmages or powerful warriors. After all, our group mainly carries conventional weapons and does not have any heavy weapons. As for T7, his main mission is simply to protect himself, though he will certainly lend a hand in necessary or emergency situations. During the flight, apart from Liang communicating with the AI, some soldiers were silently and repeatedly checking their weapons to ensure they were in perfect working order, while others were resting with their eyes closed, adjusting their state, and accumulating strength for the upcoming battle. Beep, beep, beep. After an unknown amount of time, a clear announcement came from the plane. We are about to arrive at the mission location. Everyone, please prepare to parachute. Attention, everyone. Check your equipment, put on your masks, and prepare to jump. We will meet at the target location. The soldiers deftly picked up their masks and put them on. As the cabin door slowly opened, a ray of blood-red sunset light instantly shone into the cabin, illuminating the soldiers' resolute faces. Ready to jump? 3, 2, 1, jump. As soon as the command was given, soldiers jumped from the aircraft without hesitation, and parachutes unfolded in the air, drifting leisurely towards their destination. Li Yong took the lead and was the first to parachute. He skillfully adjusted his posture in the air and keenly observed the situation on the ground. Below was a vast and dense forest. As the altitude decreased, Li Yong could see the crisscrossing branches of the trees more and more clearly. Finally, thanks to his excellent skills, he landed steadily and quickly and methodically put away his parachute. As the other soldiers landed one after another, and everyone assembled, Li Yong lowered his voice and gave the order. Check the number of people and equipment, maintain communication silence, and proceed according to the predetermined route. After confirming that no one was missing, the group moved silently towards the city of the Warcraft Empire, like ghosts, according to their prearranged plan. Whether it was because it was nearing evening and the sky was dark and the light was poor, or because the city's defenses were inherently weak, Li Yong and his group managed to sneak up to the city wall without being discovered. Drones. Upon arriving at the city wall, Li Yong looked up at the towering wall and waved to the soldiers behind him. A soldier quickly approached Li Yong, took out a small box from his backpack, opened the box, and revealed a delicate drone, no bigger than the palm of his hand. Go and see if anyone is guarding it. Li Yong gave the instructions in a low voice. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers immediately focused on operating the drone and began to fly upwards. In a short while, they successfully reached the top of the city wall. After carefully surveying the area with the camera and confirming that no guards were found, the soldier operated the drone again to carefully observe the surroundings. Only after ensuring that there was absolutely no danger did he cautiously retrieve the drone. What's the situation? Li Yong asked impatiently. Report to the company commander. No guards were found. All right, grappling hook ready. Li Yong waved his hand again, and another team of soldiers quickly took out their pneumatic grappling hooks, which they had already equipped, aimed at the city wall above, and decisively pulled the trigger. With a few soft firing sounds, the grappling hook successfully and accurately hooked onto the edge of the city wall. After hooking it, the soldiers tested the strength to make sure it wouldn't loosen, and then nodded solemnly to Li Yong. Everyone, climb the city wall as fast as you can. Li Yong lowered his voice and shouted urgently. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly gripped the ropes tightly, and, using both hands and feet, scrambled up the city wall. In just over 10 minutes, everyone had successfully reached the top. Li Yong carefully gestured for everyone to remain quiet. Then, he quietly peered into the city wall and saw that there was no one guarding it. Seeing this, Li Yong quickly told everyone to throw down the ropes, and they all quickly descended one after another. Who are you people? Just as everyone was descending rapidly, a woman dressed in simple clothes with a beautiful face suddenly appeared, looking at Li Yong and his group with a look of horror. After all, anyone would be quite frightened if they suddenly saw a bunch of strange creatures they had never seen before when it was getting dark. The reason they are called strange creatures is because each of them wears special equipment, which looks extremely bizarre in the eyes of these natives. Damn it, the guards didn't even notice, but she did. Li Yong felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind, but he quickly recovered, hurriedly took off his mask, forced a smile on his face, and slowly walked towards the woman. Don't be afraid. We are the guards of the Warcraft Empire, just conducting our daily training. Li Yong tried his best to make his voice sound gentle, and his eyes conveyed a sense of reassurance, but he moved closer and closer to the woman. Chapter 41, Gathering Information. Looking at Li Yang's handsome face and kind smile, the woman's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared. I thought you guys were bad guys. Seriously though, before the woman could finish speaking, Li Yong had already strode up to her. With lightning speed, he pulled a sharp dagger from his sleeve and plunged it deep into the woman's throat without hesitation. At the same time, he covered her mouth tightly with his other hand. The moment the dagger pierced her throat, the woman's blood vessels and trachea were severed. She tried to say something, but the rupture of her trachea prevented her from making any sound. Fresh blood, bubbling with bubbles, gushed out from the ruptured opening in her throat. Taking a deep breath and feeling dizzy is normal. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for seeing something you shouldn't have. Li Yong spoke softly in the woman's ear with a calm expression, his tone completely undisturbed. A short while later, the woman stopped breathing completely, but her face was still filled with extreme terror, her eyes wide open, as if she had died with her eyes open in disbelief. Those who witnessed this scene were even more astonished. Although they had killed people on the battlefield, they were not sure they could do such a decisive and clean assassination. After all, only about a minute passed between the woman discovering them and her tragic death. Okay, clean up the scene and make it look like a murder scene by thugs and hooligans, understand? Li Yang's voice broke the crowd's astonishment. Yes. Once they came to their senses, everyone quickly began cleaning up the scene, and in no time, the entire scene was completely disguised. Follow me, and let's keep going. Li Yang gave a low shout, and led the group to continue forward. With the full-range scanning of the escort ship in space, a detailed map of the entire city was clearly and accurately presented to Li Yang through the intelligent brain. Guided and assisted by the AI, the group weaved through the city, eventually arriving at a dilapidated church. This is it. Everyone, carefully and cautiously explore this building. If you encounter anyone, take action immediately and leave no survivors. Li Yang lowered his voice and gave the order with a serious expression. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, raised their weapons, and cautiously entered the church, carefully examining every corner inside. No one was found. Safe. Seeing that there were no signs of anyone having been there, Li Yang made a quick decision to use the place as a temporary base. Send a small team to stand guard and scout, while the rest of the team rests in place. Yes. After a half-day flight and a series of high-intensity activities such as skydiving and climbing walls, everyone was exhausted and panting. Upon hearing that they could rest, they immediately sat down on the ground with a sigh of relief. Higuang, come here. Before Higuang could even sit down, Li Yang called out to him and beckoned him over. Company commander, what are your orders? Higuang jogged over and asked. Now that it's dark, would you be interested in coming out with me to gather some information? Upon hearing this, Higuang looked reluctant. What? Are you tired? You're the deputy company commander, so you need to set a good example. It's decided then, you'll come out with me later. With so many people, it was clearly impossible for them all to act together. After thinking it over, Li Yang decided that taking just one person with him would be enough. As for why Higuang was chosen, there was no other way. The other soldiers didn't even know his name, let alone the deputy company commander whom he had personally selected. Who else could he turn to if not him? Before Higuang could refuse, Li Yang shut him down with a single sentence. Company commander, what are you doing? After Higuang followed Li Yang out, he watched with great curiosity as Li Yang tiptoed through a window into an ordinary house. What are we doing? Of course, we're preparing for our disguise. Are we really going to walk around in this conspicuous special forces gear and attract everyone's attention? Enough talk, get on. In no time, Li Yang nimbly emerged and casually tossed a set of clothes to Higuang. After changing their clothes and properly hiding their equipment, the two swaggered out onto the street as if nothing had happened. Company commander, where are we going? On the way, Higuang quietly approached Li Yang and asked in a low voice. See where there's a tavern, then go to a tavern. A pub? Shall we go for a drink? At this point, Higuang's eyes lit up, sparkling with excitement. Drink your brains. Taverns are a melting pot of all sorts of people, and they're the most well-informed places. Of course, I'd go there to gather information. By the way, how did you even get selected for the special forces? Li Yang glanced at Higuang, then helplessly rubbed his forehead, secretly regretting his actions. I knew I shouldn't have chosen this guy as the deputy company commander. He seemed quite smart and quick-witted before, but now he looks so stupid and clumsy. Once you pass the selection, you're in. Higuang scratched his head sheepishly. Before long, the two found a tavern. Just as Li Yang was about to step inside, Higuang stopped him with a gesture. What's wrong now? Li Yang frowned and asked somewhat impatiently. Company commander, do we have any money on us? Even if we're just going in to gather information, we can't go in empty-handed, right? Otherwise, they'll definitely kick us out. It has to be said that Higuang's mind finally came to work again at this moment. However, Li Yang had already prepared a solution for this. He calmly pulled out a pile of currency from his pocket. You're pretty smart. Don't worry, when I borrowed the clothes, I also borrowed some money. Seeing Li Yang's grinning face, Higuang couldn't bear to call him out. This wasn't borrowing, it was clearly stealing. Higuang muttered to himself. But since the other party was the company commander, Higuang didn't dare to say anything more and could only obediently follow Li Yang into the tavern. Upon entering the tavern, one can see all sorts of adventurer teams sitting around tables, making a noisy scene. Boss, bring 2 glasses of wine. Li Yang shouted loudly. Okay, please wait a moment, sir. The boss responded. The drinks were served quickly, and the two of them sipped their wine while listening intently to the conversation of the people next to them. I heard that Duke Labic is now looking for one of his sons at a high price. If we can find him, we'll be rich. Stop daydreaming. I heard the person has been missing for over half a month, and we probably don't even know where the body is. Listening to the discussion around him, Li Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Is the Duke of Labic's son the same unfortunate fellow the advance party captured on the first day? However, This intelligence doesn't seem to be of much use. We can't just sit here doing nothing. We have to take the initiative. Chapter 42 Duke Labic. Li Yong stood up, bought another glass of wine, and walked towards one of the adventurer teams. With the help of alcohol, Li Yong discovered some different information, but unfortunately, it was still of little use. Undeterred, Li Yong continued to linger in the tavern, gathering information from various sources. Because of his generosity, people were happy to befriend him. After all, who wouldn't like someone who generously treats them to drinks? After working for quite some time, Li Yong finally managed to gather some useful information. The city lord would be holding an event the day after tomorrow morning. Although it's unclear what kind of event it is, since the city lord is personally involved, the event must be quite large. We can find a way to cause a disturbance. However, the attack is scheduled to start at midnight. It seems we need to communicate with Andre Gu to see if we can move the attack time forward. Stop drinking, I'm leaving. After gathering the information, Li Yong patted He Guang's shoulder helplessly and sighed inwardly. To be honest, I'm starting to regret bringing this guy along. I've been doing almost all the running around the whole time. It feels like he's the one giving orders, and I've become the soldier. Is that all? I'll let you in on a secret, Company Commander. I just found out some information too. He Guang said with a mysterious look on his face. Oh, tell me about it. Li Yong casually replied. It seems that Duke Labic has gone to the border town to investigate the disappearance of his son. Upon hearing this, Li Yong couldn't help but take another look at He Guang. Well, it seems he wasn't completely useless. Although the news wasn't of any major importance, at least he was doing something. Upon returning to the temporary base, Li Yong immediately initiated communication with Andegu via the AI. Captain Li Yong, do you need any help? On the other side, Andegu suddenly received a call from Li Yong. He quickly answered the call, his heart leaping into his throat, fearing that Li Yong had encountered some unexpected situation. No need. I've already gathered some good intelligence. The so-called city lord will be holding an event the day after tomorrow morning. We can create a disturbance to attract most of the attention. So, change your attack time to the morning. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Andegu quickly responded that it was no problem. After all, the initial decision to schedule the operation for the night was simply because it would be easier to carry out the operation under the cover of darkness. In reality, the operation would have been just as effective during the day. On the contrary, that so-called event is a once-in-a-lifetime, unmissable opportunity. Okay, it's settled then. You guys launch a full-scale attack the day after tomorrow morning, and I'll do my best to provide cover for you. Yes. In the border city on the other side, in the city lord's mansion, a man, so obese he was almost out of shape, dressed in incredibly extravagant clothes, sat in the main seat with a furious expression, lashing out at the people below. Damn it, my son disappeared in this godforsaken place, and you dare tell me you don't know? This man was none other than Duke Labic, who had traveled a great distance to the border town because of the disappearance of his offspring. Although he did have more than one son, it wasn't a matter of the number of children, but rather a matter of Duke Labic's face and prestige. After all, for someone to dare to harm his offspring was undoubtedly a blatant slap in the face and a wanton insult to his dignity as an imperial duke. I'm sorry, Your Grace, but I truly have no idea where your children have gone. The person below, looking humble and trembling, was none other than the lord of this border city. Despite the seemingly imposing position of city lord, to a duke of high rank and power, it is merely a position that can be easily replaced. Don't know? If you don't know, then hurry up and go find him. Anyway, the last place my little boy was last seen is right here. I want to see him alive or dead. If you can't find him, then you can go and disappear with my little boy. Duke Labic didn't care about any of that. Regardless of whether the person could be found in the end, someone had to be brought down to bear his raging wrath. Otherwise, where would his dignity as a duke be? I'm only giving you 3 days. If you still can't find it after 3 days, you should know the consequences perfectly well, humph. Before the city lord could offer any further explanation, Labic stormed off with his men, leaving the city lord's mansion. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. Your own son has gone missing while running around, and you want me to take the blame? This is utterly unreasonable. The city lord gritted his teeth in anger, his chest heaving violently. But despite my anger, I definitely need to find the person, otherwise my life might really be in danger. By the way, the Adi Forest, maybe that's where people went missing. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the city lord's mind, and he remembered something. Recently, there had been a series of disappearances in the Adi Forest, and perhaps the duke's son had met with misfortune in the Adi Forest. Someone, arrange a guard team to come with me into the Adi Forest. Without further ado, Duke Labic gave them only 3 days, making the time extremely urgent. The city lord dared not delay for a moment, and immediately summoned the guards, heading towards the Audi forest without stopping. On the outskirts of Audi forest, the city lord and his guards finally arrived after a long and tiring night's journey. If you continue forward, you will begin to venture deep into the interior of the Audi forest, where all those eerie rumors originate. Lord City Lord, if we continue forward, we will be fully inside the Audi forest. One of the guards hesitated and stammered. What? Are you afraid of those baseless rumors too? You should know that we are all level 7, and we can escape even if we encounter a level 9 monster. The city lord glanced at the guard and said with a disdainful look. After all, he didn't believe such baseless rumors at all. He had been the city lord for so many years, and he knew exactly what kind of magical beasts were in the Audi forest. Maybe it was just a coincidence that a level 9 magical beast appeared. As for the rumor about a demon god, it was simply nonsense and a ridiculous joke. Chapter 43, A wise person knows when to yield. Little did they know that as they arrived at the outskirts of the Audi forest, pairs of eyes hidden in the shadows were already watching them closely. Reporting to headquarters, this is the outer perimeter team. We have spotted a group of indigenous people. The leader is dressed in fine clothes and seems like a big fish. Please provide instructions, headquarters. A big fish? Then let's find a way to capture it alive and bring it back to camp. Tank and armed helicopter squads are currently heading in your direction at full speed. Receive. Just as the city lord and his party cautiously stepped into the Audi forest, the soldiers who had been lying in ambush rushed out from all directions like a tidal wave, raising their guns without hesitation and aiming them at them. Who are you people? Upon seeing this, the city lord was both shocked and furious, and his voice trembled involuntarily. Regardless of who we are, lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. Just as the soldier finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted again from all around. Tanks drove in menacingly, their dark cannons slowly turning, like a death stare, mercilessly aimed at them. The horses beneath the city lord and his entourage were startled by the powerful roar of the tank engine, neighing and leaping wildly. In the chaos, they all fell off their horses in disarray. Damn it, what kind of monster is that? Gazing at the enormous steel behemoth, the city lord's face turned ashen, but he still slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Even though his group was already surrounded, his dignity as a level 7 warrior would not allow him to surrender so easily. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out suddenly, and then the city lord's long sword was instantly knocked away. The once complete long sword broke in two and fell to the ground. If you resist stubbornly and refuse to surrender, the next target will not be your weapons, but you. Seeing that the weapon fired from the soldier's hand could so easily shatter his longsword, the city lord looked at the tank's cannon with trepidation and swallowed hard in fear. I surrender. Before the soldiers could continue their earnest persuasion to surrender, the city lord hurriedly knelt on the ground, raised his hands high, and indicated that he was willing to surrender. Seeing that the city lord had surrendered so readily, the guards behind him dared not hesitate any longer. They quickly threw down their weapons, knelt obediently on the ground, and raised their hands, fearing that they would suffer the same fate as that longsword. Meanwhile, the city lord, kneeling on the ground, was still trying to explain himself. This is not my fault. The enemy was too powerful, and I had no choice but to do this. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Upon seeing the city lord and his entourage surrender, the soldiers quickly stepped forward, skillfully handcuffed and shackled them, and then escorted them back to the camp. In the interrogation room. Name? Sigri. Gender? When asked about his gender, Sigri looked at the soldier in front of him with a puzzled expression, as if to say, "Are you serious? Don't worry about it. Just answer my question." Male. Identity. Lord of the border city of the Warcraft Empire. Upon hearing Sigri's words, the interrogating soldier suddenly stood up, looking surprised, and asked again. Say it again. Who is your identity? Lord of the border city of the Warcraft Empire. Is there a problem? Seeing that Sigrid had once again admitted to being the city lord, the soldiers no longer cared about Sigrid and hurriedly turned around and left the interrogation room. Before long, Andegu strode into the interrogation room. As soon as he entered, he sharply looked Sigri up and down. Are you really the lord of the border city? Yes, what? You know me? Sigri frowned and asked in return. Upon seeing that it was indeed the lord of the border city, Andegu couldn't help but smile broadly, secretly delighted. He hadn't expected this big fish to be so large. It was as if he had obtained it without any effort at all. We don't know each other yet, but I believe we'll get to know each other soon. Now I'll give you two choices. One is to surrender to us and wholeheartedly help us attack the Warcraft Empire, and the other is, I don't need to say more, right? And Daegu crossed his arms and said with a serious expression, "What? Attack the Warcraft Empire? Are you guys crazy?" Sigri stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. "They came up here and told me they were going to attack the Warcraft Empire. That was an absurdly arrogant statement. Don't you believe in our strength? Guards, bring that prince to me." And Daegu clapped his hands, and as soon as he finished speaking, several soldiers escorted the unconscious Mogu into the interrogation room. "Is this the third prince?" Upon seeing the newcomer's identity, Sigri was filled with surprise, his gaze not only drawn to the third prince's noble status, but also to the shocking wounds on his body. The third prince of the Beast Empire was no longer the arrogant and domineering man he once was. He was now covered in wounds, and one of his 2 horns was broken off. He looked like a pitiful sight. "That's right, he's a big fish we caught. It took us a lot of effort to get information about the Warcraft Empire out of him. Want to give it a try?" And Daegu bent down, gently patted Sigri's face with his hand, and asked softly with a meaningful smile on his face. But to Sigri, this man was nothing short of a devil. He dared to treat even the third prince of the Beast Empire with such cruelty. It seemed their plans to attack the Beast Empire were indeed true. "I'm willing to surrender. Please spare my life." Sigri frowned and thought for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and deciding to surrender to Daegu. Thinking about it carefully, I realized that I was already being threatened by Duke Narabik. If I couldn't find the body of his son and return, I would surely die. As for revealing the truth, even he himself only dared to believe the facts after witnessing the third prince's miserable state with his own eyes. Given Duke Labik's arrogant personality, he would probably just think that he was making things up. Since going back would mean certain death anyway, I might as well join them. Maybe they really can defeat the Warcraft Empire. If that happens, as the first person to surrender, wouldn't my status be much higher than it is now? Seeing that Sigri was willing to surrender, Daegu immediately smiled and personally helped Sigri up. "Haha, a wise man knows when to yield, Mr. Sigri. You've made a wise choice. Guards, quickly unlock our friend's shackles." This sudden 180-degree turn in attitude surprised Sigrid a little. Wasn't he afraid that he might suddenly turn against him? However, upon further reflection, if the other side had the confidence and audacity to attack the Warcraft Empire, they must be absolutely confident in their own strength. Even if I betrayed them, I probably wouldn't pose any real threat to them. Now that I have surrendered, what do you intend for me to do? Hee, come on, let's find another place to talk in detail. Without giving Sigri any chance to refute, Daegu grabbed him tightly and strode toward his command room. Chapter 44: The day before the all-out offensive. "You're launching an attack tomorrow morning? That's too soon." Upon arriving at the command center, Daegu revealed the operation timeline to Sigri without reservation. Upon hearing this, Sigri's face was filled with disbelief. He was so shocked that he almost jumped up. He had thought it would take quite a few days, but he never expected it to be tomorrow. "Is it fast? Our people have been lying in wait here for more than half a month, but you just happened to be caught by us today and chose to surrender." Daegu crossed his arms and spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Sigri immediately understood why a series of disappearances had been occurring in the Adi forest recently. So it was all their doing. Thinking of this, Sigrid wiped the cold sweat that kept pouring down his forehead with trepidation and secretly rejoiced. "Luckily, I surrendered today. If I hadn't come to this Adi forest, I'm afraid I would have been dead if they launched an attack tomorrow." "I understand. You want to take over the border city quickly through me, right?" Sigri asked tentatively. "That's right. Otherwise I wouldn't have kept you alive. You know, everyone we captured before was executed." Daegu nodded, his gaze sharp as he looked at Sigri. "Of course, besides quickly capturing the border city, the most important thing is to enable the vanguard to reach the target city as quickly as possible, but this kind of classified information will not be told to Sigri for the time being. Although I am the city lord, half of the city's garrison is not under my direct command. Moreover, Duke Labik has now arrived in the city, bringing with him over 100 men." Sig's expression was grave as he began to describe in detail the defenses of the border city. The border garrison numbered over 5,000, half of whom were planted by powerful families within the city, making it impossible for Sigri to take command. In terms of combat strength, most of the garrison is only at level 3 or 4, with only one level 8 mage, but that level 8 mage is also from a powerful family. Meanwhile, Duke Rabik also has a level 8 mage under his command. In other words, excluding your men, the garrison numbers over 2,000, plus those 2 level 8 mages. After listening to Sigri's description, Daegu frowned and fell into deep thought. The 2,000-strong garrison was not a threat. Faced with the overwhelming force of advanced technology, they were as insignificant as ants, and their strength was utterly vulnerable. However, those two level 8 mages are a bit of a problem. It's not that they can't be defeated, after all, even a level 9 mage was blown to pieces by a tank shell. The problem is that they might delay the advanced team's progress. After all, this operation is of great importance. Not to mention delaying for an hour. Even delaying for a minute might change the entire plan. After a moment, Andega finally came up with a solution to clear away these obstacles now and pave the way for tomorrow's attack. In that case, I'll arrange for a company to go back with you right now, and your task is to deal with all those unstable factors by tomorrow with our assistance. A company? How many people are there? Do they have those big guys with a huge tube attached? Upon hearing Andegu's plan, Sigrid looked nervous and hurriedly asked questions. As for their strength, Sigrid did not question it. After all, he knew that there must be level 9 experts among the third prince's subordinates, and the fact that they were able to capture the third prince alive meant that even level 9 experts had fallen into their hands. The company only has about 100 people, and as for the thing you mentioned called a tank, of course there isn't one this time. Sigrid couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. But don't worry, besides tanks we have other powerful heavy weapons. A mere level 8 mage is nothing to us. As he spoke, Andega laughed heartily and patted Sigrid on the shoulder. This wasn't blind arrogance, but rather a strong confidence in his own abilities. Upon hearing this, Sigrid had no choice but to bite the bullet and nod in agreement to Andegu's plan. And so, the team that originally came with only 20 or 30 people has now grown to over 100. Sigrid and his guards sat nervously in the armored vehicle. After all, the entire Warcraft Empire was about to undergo a complete upheaval tomorrow, and it was impossible for them not to be nervous. As for the guards, they were also surprised to hear that their master had surrendered directly. But after thinking it over, they followed suit and surrendered as well. After all, their lives were the most important thing, and they had personally witnessed the powerful force of those strange weapons. With the armored vehicles running at full speed, the group returned to the border city in less than half a day. Stop right there. Who are you? The guards at the city gate saw several strange, large creatures heading straight towards them, and, in a panic, quickly stepped forward and shouted, "It's me. Open the city gates now." Seeing this, Sigrid quickly jumped off the armored vehicle. Upon seeing that the person who appeared was the city lord, the guards dared not be negligent and quickly opened the city gate to make way. What is that thing? The city lord actually crawled out of it. Who knows? Maybe it's just some strange magical puppet created by those mages. Inside an extremely luxurious residence, Duke Labic sat comfortably in a soft, comfortable chair, indulging in the hospitality of a beautiful woman. "Your Grace, Lord Sigrid has returned." A subordinate rushed over to report. "He's back? So fast. Didn't he just head to the Audi Forest last night? Could it be that he found a clue to my son so quickly?" Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Labic was taken aback at first, then roughly pushed away the beauty in his arms, stood up, straightened his clothes, and prepared to go to the city lord's mansion in person. He wanted to see if Sigrid had really found a clue to his son. On the other side, Sigrid had just returned to the city lord's mansion and hadn't even had a chance to sit down when he received news that Duke Labic was rushing menacingly towards his mansion. "Good thing you've come. I'll start by making an example of you." The thought of Duke Labic's terrible attitude towards him made Sigrid grind his teeth in hatred. Chapter 45: The End of Duke Labic. "Gentlemen, I need your help. Duke Narabic is on his way and will need your assistance later." Sigrid spoke earnestly to the soldiers in the company. "Don't worry, leave it to us. If that level 8 mage were here, you could just leave it like this." The company commander leaned close to Sigrid's ear and whispered his plan. Okay, don't worry, I'll definitely get it done." Sigrid nodded repeatedly, his eyes revealing determination. After the plan was arranged, the soldiers of the company quickly took action, each picking up their weapons and lying in ambush in various corners of the city lord's mansion without anyone noticing, ready to wait quietly for the arrival of Duke Labic. Before long, Duke Labic arrived at the city lord's mansion with a group of menacing people. "Your Grace, is there something important that you've come all this way with such a grand display of force?" With a fawning smile on his face, Sigrid quickly stepped forward. Enough nonsense. I heard you went to the Audi Forest to investigate my son's whereabouts. Returning so quickly, you must have found him." Duke Labic spoke with an imposing expression and an unfriendly tone. "You are right, I did find traces of your son in the Audi Forest." Upon hearing Sigrid's words, Duke Labic was somewhat surprised. He had actually found my son's whereabouts. After all, Duke Labic originally only wanted to push Sigrid out as a false accuser to vent his anger, but if he could really find his son, then the accuser's status could naturally be wiped clean. "Is it really true? Then where is my son?" Duke Labic asked impatiently, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I'm sorry, "Your Grace, I couldn't find your son, but I found this." As he spoke, Sigrid raised his hand and pointed to the armored vehicle beside him. Following the direction Sigrid pointed, Labic then discovered a strange, unprecedentedly large creature lying on the open ground. "What is this thing?" Duke Labic, looking curious, walked straight to the armored vehicle, touching and stroking it here and there. "Your Grace, this is the fellow I found in the Adi forest. Since I had never seen him before, I suspected he was related to your son's disappearance, so I went to great lengths to bring him back." Sigrid explained cautiously from the side. "It's definitely a novel thing. Is it some kind of new magical puppet?" Duke Labic frowned and muttered to himself. "My lord, why don't you have one of your level 8 mages take a look? Perhaps he can see something out of it." Seeing that Duke Labic was still completely confused after observing for a long time, Sigrid subtly guided him. Duke Labic glanced at Sigrid, pondered for a moment, and then beckoned for his level 8 mage to come forward and check. It doesn't exude any magical aura, yet its hardness far surpasses that of most metals on the market. As soon as the level 8 mage entered the arena, he waved his hand and cast a magic circle that enveloped the entire armored vehicle. "Strange, I sensed the presence of life within them, and not just one. How strange." Upon hearing this, Sigrid and the soldiers in the armored vehicle instinctively held their breath, afraid to make a sound, lest they accidentally expose themselves. "Sir, perhaps the tube above can see what's inside." Sigrid hurriedly ran to the level 8 mage and pointed at the armored vehicle. "Tube?" Following Sigrid's gaze, the level 8 mage then noticed a thin tube on top of the large object. "What's inside?" The level 8 mage gently waved his sleeve, and his whole body floated up lightly, slowly flying towards the tube. Completely unaware of the approaching danger, the level 8 mage brought his face right up to the tube without any warning. "Great opportunity. Now's the time, fire." With a command given by the company commander who had been observing from the outside. Before the level 8 mage could react, the 30mm machine gun on the armored vehicle instantly spat out flames. In the blink of an eye, the powerful firepower shattered the level 8 mage's entire head into pieces. Without the support of his head, his entire body plummeted from the sky, collapsing onto the ground and raising a cloud of dust. What happened? Upon witnessing this horrifying scene, Duke Labic was greatly alarmed and looked at Sigrid in fear, trying to get an answer from him. "Let's get started." Seeing that the most threatening level 8 mage was dead, Sigrid shouted decisively. The soldiers who had been lying in ambush all around suddenly rushed out from all directions like tigers emerging from the mountains. Before they could even speak to Duke Labic, the soldiers pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. A continuous barrage of gunfire suddenly erupted, deafeningly loud. In a short time, the entire field was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Only Sigrid and his soldiers remained standing. All of Labic's men had fallen into pools of blood, none of them surviving. As for Rabic, he still had a breath left and hadn't completely died. It's just that his thick skin made him a bit harder to kill. "You." As Sigrid slowly walked up to him, Duke Labic's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He never imagined that he would be defeated by this minor city lord whom he had always looked down upon. "Your Grace, may you rest in peace." Looking at Duke Labic, who was still breathing and barely clinging to life, Sigrid bent down, picked up the long knife from the ground, raised it high, and aimed it at Labic's neck. With a swift stroke, Duke Labic's head was severed from his body, and he was completely lifeless. "Let's go, everyone. Only the garrison remains to be dealt with." Chapter 46: The Cleansing of the Border City. After dealing with Duke Labic, Sigrid didn't dare to delay and immediately summoned the city's garrison to the spacious square in the city center. "It's almost dark. Why is the city lord in such a hurry to summon us? Who knows?" It took almost half an hour to finally gather all the city's garrison troops into the square. "What are those things?" Some of the garrison soldiers looked at the armored vehicles parked on the side of the square, full of doubt, and couldn't help but mutter to themselves. "Everyone, the reason I've gathered you here isn't anything major. I just wanted to ask if you're willing to follow me wholeheartedly." Sigrid stood on the high platform and spoke loudly. Hearing Sigrid's inexplicable question, everyone looked confused and started whispering among themselves. "What do you mean? Follow you? What are you following you for?" Before everyone could continue to think about it, Sigrid spoke up again. "Those who are willing to follow me wholeheartedly can stand on the left side of the square. Those who are not can simply stand still." "What's going on? What do you mean by willing or not? Has this city lord lost his mind?" The crowd still hadn't reacted, and no one took any action. In the last minute, those who are willing to stand on the left side, please do so. Although they didn't know what Sigrid was really up to, the soldiers who were genuinely willing to follow Sigrid slowly began to move, emerging from the crowd and standing on the left side of the square. 3, 2, 1, okay, time's up. Looks like I've been a pretty unsuccessful city lord, haha. Seeing that only a third of the people below were standing on the left, willing to follow him, while the rest remained standing still, Sigrid couldn't help but laugh at himself, a bitter smile appearing on his face. He had previously told Andergu that half of the people were his own, but it turns out that even half were not. It's ridiculous. Hey, Sigrid, what exactly do you want? Another level 8 mage standing at the front of the crowd pointed at Sigrid and shouted loudly. He wasn't afraid of Sigrid's status as the city lord. After all, he was a noble level 8 mage, while Sigrid was just a mere level 7 guy. Everyone, please get started. Before anyone could react to what Sigrid meant, the company soldiers who had been waiting in formation beside the square picked up their weapons without hesitation and pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets of all types rained down on the crowd, and the defenders had no time to react before being hit by the bullets. The level 8 mage was especially targeted, with the armored vehicle's 30mm autocannon relentlessly bombarding him. You bastard. Sigrid, are you trying to rebel? After the company's soldiers launched a fierce attack, only the level 8 mage remained standing alone in the entire square. He was covered in wounds, one hand struggling to support the magic barrier, his eyes wide with anger as he glared at Sigrid and shouted loudly. Sure enough, under direct attack, ordinary firepower was no match for these high-level mages. Looking at the injured level 8 mage, the company commander couldn't help but sigh helplessly, his brows furrowed. It seemed that heavy weapons would be needed to break through their barrier. It's okay, just leave it to me. Without hesitation, Sigrid drew his sword and walked steadily toward the level 8 mage. As for this sword, it must have been newly obtained from the city lord's mansion, since the previous weapon had been shattered by bullets in the previous battle. Although I don't know what these weapons are, I'm an 8th level mage, and weapons with this little power can't kill me. As Sigrid approached him step by step, the level 8 mage quickly put down the magic barrier in his hand, and then swiftly unfolded another magic circle with both hands. Explosive flame. A powerful flame instantly appeared in front of the level 8 mage. He raised the raging flame and charged straight at Sigrid with overwhelming force. He didn't take a mere level 7 warrior seriously at all. He knew that the difference between levels was significant. He was confident that he could take down 10 level 7 warriors, let alone one. Sigrid remained calm and unmoved as the level 8 mage charged straight at him. Just as the two were only a few meters apart, suddenly, Sigrid swiftly pulled out a shotgun from behind and aimed it at him. Bang! Sigrid decisively pulled the trigger, and a number 12 slug shot out of the barrel. The level 8 mage, who had no time to react and resuming his barrier, was hit directly by the powerful slug, and his entire chest was instantly pierced through. Why? Before he could finish speaking, the level 8 mage's eyes widened, and he died instantly, never expecting that Sigrid would possess such a mysterious and strange weapon. A moment of carelessness and blind confidence cost him his life. If he had been more cautious and kept the barrier open, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Unfortunately, there's no going back. An 8th level mage died with a heart full of regret and resentment. Phew, this thing is really useful. Sigrid blew on the gun barrel and couldn't help but sigh sincerely. Although this unexpected method was used to successfully kill the level 8 mage, it must be said that the power of these weapons is indeed not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, another group of defenders who had been watching the entire battle from the sidelines were so frightened that they could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground. Who could have imagined that in just a few minutes, the entire square would become like a living hell, with severed limbs and rivers of blood everywhere, and even a powerful level 8 mage would die at the hands of Sigrid. Don't worry, since you are so loyal to me, I certainly won't take your lives. Upon hearing Sigrid's words, the remaining garrison soldiers stood up tremblingly and hurriedly expressed their loyalty to Sigrid. Enough with the nonsense. Now's your chance to show your loyalty. Please give us your instructions, Lord City Lord, and we will do our utmost to accomplish your task. The garrison soldiers nodded repeatedly, vowing that they would do whatever was asked of them without hesitation. It's very simple. Just wipe out all the powerful families in the city. Don't worry, they will help you. Sigrid pointed to the company of soldiers next to the square. Looking at the soldiers in those companies, the garrison couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes filled with fear. After all, the terrifying weapon that could easily take a life in the blink of an eye was fired from their hands. Under the combined attack of the garrison and soldiers, no large family in the border city escaped. They were all brutally slaughtered. Not to mention a single survivor. Even the pets were all killed, earthworms were dug up and split in half, and eggs were shaken apart. In such a short time, the entire border town came under the complete control of Sigrid. Upon hearing this exciting news, Andegu, who was far away at the camp, was overjoyed. He immediately gathered his troops and set off overnight to the border town. Originally, I was thinking of gradually weakening the defenses of the border city to make it easier to attack tomorrow morning. Who would have thought that Sigri would perform so well and the entire border city would be captured ahead of schedule? Since the situation is so favorable, what are we waiting for? The troops will be stationed in the border city first, and will set off from the border city at dawn tomorrow morning, heading towards the target city where Captain Li Yong is located. When Li Yong received the message from Andegu, he was both surprised and delighted. I never imagined that we could occupy the border city so easily without alerting the Warcraft Empire. But this is even better, as it will greatly shorten the time it takes for the advanced troops to arrive here tomorrow. Chapter 47 Tanks Drive Through Wheat Fields. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, the vanguard, which had been poised for action, set off from the border city with great momentum, launching a swift and fierce attack on the target city. With tanks and armored vehicles leading the way, and armed helicopters providing powerful aerial fire support, the entire force charged forward with unstoppable momentum. Meanwhile, in the target city hundreds of kilometers away, Li Yong and his group had already begun their operation. While the city's residents were still sound asleep, Li Yong led his company of soldiers to quietly and methodically plant bombs in various corners of the city. Company Commander, C4 explosives have been successfully deployed on all the buildings surrounding the central square. It was almost completely light by then, but thankfully all the bombs had been planted. Now, all they had to do was patiently wait for the so-called event to begin. During the time it took to plant the bomb, Li Yong also received a message from Andegu that the advanced troops had begun their operation and were rushing towards their location at full speed, expected to arrive in 8 hours. After all, there are no flat roads on this planet, so it's difficult to increase the speed of the tanks. Moreover, if they encounter other cities along the way, they need to take detours. 8 hours is already a very long time. Comrades, we have just received a message from headquarters that the advanced troops have set off and are expected to arrive in 8 hours. Our mission is to disrupt the city's defenders during these 8 hours, preventing them from focusing on defending the city gates. Can we do that? Don't worry, Company Commander, we guarantee the mission will be accomplished. More than an hour later, the city's residents began to set out and head towards the central square. After all, their city lord was going to hold a grand event today, which was a very rare occurrence. As the crowd filled the entire square, several figures flew rapidly from the air toward the center of the square. When they stood steadily on the high platform in the center of the square, the crowd finally got a clear look at their faces. Two mages dressed in blue robes and holding staffs were seen closely surrounding a man in ornate clothing in the middle. It's obvious without even guessing that the man in the middle must be the so-called city lord. Residents of Twin Mountain City, today marks the first anniversary of Lord Erica's tenure. Therefore, our great lord has decided to distribute unlimited food and wine to commemorate this special day. Please give our great lord a standing ovation. A mage standing next to Erica stepped forward and shouted loudly to the crowd below. Upon hearing the master's speech, the residents below instantly erupted in a frenzy of shouting. You have to understand that many of them barely manage to fill their stomachs each day, but today they can eat and drink without limit. How could they not go crazy? Lord Erica seemed to thoroughly enjoy the scene. He closed his eyes, raised his hands high, and welcomed the cheers and applause of the crowd. When he was in the family, he especially loved to throw parties and gatherings, and he enjoyed the scene of everyone cheering and applauding him. After taking office as the city lord of Twin Mountain City through family connections, he hadn't held a large-scale party or gathering for a year. Now that he had this perfect opportunity, he was determined to throw a big one. Anyway, his city was located in a safe position inside the empire, so there was no way that any dangerous situation could happen, unless someone could break through the border and prepare to attack the Warcraft Empire. Even so, it would take several days and nights to travel from here to the border. So Erica, having completely let down her guard, listened to the fervent shouts of these lowly commoners and felt an unprecedented surge of powerful pleasure within her. Wow, that's crazy. I thought it was some major event, but it turns out it's just an anniversary celebration. Are all the city lords in their country so unreliable and irresponsible? Looking at the frenzied crowd in the square from a short distance away, Higuang couldn't help but ask himself a question. Whether they're crazy or not, the crazier they are, the more advantageous it is for our actions. Li Yong remained calm and composed. After all, it was not surprising that a society with such backward technology, resembling the Middle Ages of Earth, would do something so strange. Let alone just a group party, it wouldn't be surprising if they gathered together to do even more absurd things. As Erica gave the order, his men came up one after another, carrying table after table of food and drinks. Seeing the mountain of food and drinks in front of them, many people rushed forward like hungry tigers, frantically grabbing the food. The entire square instantly descended into chaos, with stampedes and bloodshed occurring frequently. However, Erica, watching all this unfold, showed no intention of ordering the guards to stop it. They were all lowly commoners anyway, so their deaths were no big deal, as long as the party could continue. Company commander, it seems we don't need to interfere anymore. They've already created a complete mess on their own. Seeing the increasingly chaotic crowd, Higuang leaned closer to Li Yong and said, "Go away. I saw it. You don't need to tell me." Li Yong pushed Higuang aside and continued to observe the activities on the square, checking the time from time to time, quietly waiting for the arrival of the vanguard. In a vast, boundless golden wheat field, a gentle breeze softly caresses the landscape, causing the wheat to ripple and undulate like a beautiful, flowing golden scroll. A group of farmers from the Warcraft Empire were working hard in the fields, their backs bent and their sweat pouring down their faces. Suddenly, a deep, heavy engine roar came from afar, and the whole earth began to tremble slightly. This sudden event shattered the peaceful atmosphere. What happened? Is the earth dragon turning over? Everyone stopped what they were doing, their faces filled with panic, and they hurriedly looked in the direction from which the sound came. One after another, imposing tanks slowly drove into the frame, their tracks ruthlessly crushing the plump, ripe ears of wheat, sending crushed grains and broken stalks flying everywhere. The tank's cold, hard steel shell reflected a dazzling light under the bright sunlight, and its tracks sank deep into the soft, damp earth, leaving two deep and long ruts in its wake. As the tank convoy advanced, wide, gaping holes were torn open in the wheat fields, billowing black smoke billowing from the tank exhaust pipes and filling the air. What kind of monster is this? Seeing this horrifying scene, some timid and frightened people even had their legs go weak and collapse to the ground, unable to move. But the tank ignored them and roared past them, resolutely heading straight ahead. One of the tanks stopped in front of them, and a soldier quickly crawled out and shouted to the people, "We don't have time to capture you. Surrender to the troops behind us." Before anyone could react to what those words meant, the soldier climbed back inside, and the tank continued to drive forward without stopping. And so, one after another, tanks and armored vehicles, covering the entire mountainside, sped past them like lightning, and it wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that they finally disappeared from their sight. At a glance, all the wheat fields were crushed and ruined, with only a few lonely wheat stalks still standing strong in the fields. What was that just now? After the tank formation gradually disappeared into the distance, everyone seemed to wake from a dream and began to breathe heavily. What I just witnessed was even more terrifying than a monster siege. Although those giant creatures didn't harm me in the slightest, the pressure of watching those enormous beings stride past me with such ferocity was immense. As for the wheat field, it doesn't matter anymore. At least I'm still alive. Wheat can be replanted, but I only have one life. Why are you telling us to surrender? Could it be that the armies of another empire have invaded? Some people pondered the soldier's words repeatedly and finally concluded that the Warcraft Empire had been invaded by foreign enemies. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly rushed home to pack their belongings and flee. As for surrendering, who would dare to surrender unless they were captured? Who knows if the other side would kill civilians? No one dared to gamble on that possibility. Chapter 48. One move, and he's dead. The revelry in Shuangshan City started in the morning and continued until noon, with the entire central square completely occupied by all kinds of garbage and dense crowds. Captain Li Yong, our advance force is only about half an hour away from the target city. Okay, I understand. To be honest, we don't even need to lift a finger in Shuangshan City. It's already in chaos on its own. The vanguard can just blow open the city gates and rush in. We'll be there to provide support from inside. Clear. After ending the call with Andegu, Li Yong quickly gathered the soldiers in his company to prepare for the operation. Now that the advance troops are about to arrive, the operation can officially begin. Boom. The carefully planted C4 explosives detonated around the square, and the powerful impact sent many people who were nearby flying. The already chaotic square became even more chaotic due to the sudden explosion. People panicked and ran around frantically, shouting at the top of their lungs. I don't remember arranging a fireworks display. Erica frowned, her mind filled with doubt, as she looked at the crowd that had descended into even greater chaos due to the explosion. Lord City Lord, the explosion just now seemed to have been deliberately staged. The mage beside Erica didn't dare to delay at all after the explosion and rushed to check the situation, since their city lord had never arranged this part of the plan. Then quickly find out who is so bold as to deliberately sabotage on such a special day. Erica was furious. Today was a very special day for him, and someone dared to cause trouble at this time. It was a blatant slap in his face. On the other side, Li Yong saw the bomb detonate and didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly led his soldiers to hide. After all, this city was quite large, and there must be powerful experts with level 9 strength. The soldiers' weapons were no match for them. After receiving Erica's order, the mage flew into the sky, and with a wave of his hand, a huge and dazzling magic circle enveloped the entire Twin Mountain City. Found them. There's a group with a special aura. With the aid of the massive magic array, the mage easily located Li Yong and his group, and then flew directly towards them without hesitation. Found you, you damned rats. The two mages flew directly in front of Li Yong and his group, and with a wave of their hands, they unleashed an attack formation. Fire. Seeing the urgency of the situation, everyone decisively pulled the trigger, and bullets rained down on the two mages. However, these two mages were not as unprepared as the previous mages. The magic circle originally intended for attack was transformed into an incredibly sturdy barrier in an instant, blocking all the incoming bullets. An interesting weapon. Its power is enough to break through some low-level barriers of level 5 or 6. One of the monks picked up a bullet with great interest and examined it carefully. However, if that's all the strength he has, he's probably not qualified. Before Li Yong and his group could launch another attack, one of the mages instantly switched the magic array in his hand, and a dazzling bolt of lightning, like a silver snake, rushed straight towards Li Yong. After all, judging from their positions, it's easy to tell at a glance that Li Yong is the leader of this team. Threat detected. Before the lightning could strike Li Yong, T7, who had been silently standing beside him, stepped forward and blocked the fierce attack. The lightning seemed to lose its power the instant it struck T7, leaving not even a scratch on T7's clothes. This is impossible. This is a level 9 lightning spell. The two mages stared wide-eyed at the unscathed T7, their faces filled with disbelief. After all, even a level 9 warrior of the same level would be injured if he took this attack head-on, but this person in front of him didn't react at all. Of course, not only the two mages, but even the soldiers behind Li Yong were stunned. Is this even human? Whether they are human or not is unknown, but they certainly can't be from Earth. After taking the hit head-on, T7 slowly raised his head and looked at the mage. Dangerous target, eliminate immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, T7's hand instantly transformed into a thick cannon barrel. Before anyone could react, an incredibly powerful laser beam shot out from the barrel. What? Seeing the danger rapidly approaching, the two mages quickly summoned an even thicker barrier in an attempt to block the attack. Unfortunately, their ideals were far from reality. The laser pierced through their so-called barrier without any hindrance, and the two mages were instantly reduced to ashes by the powerful energy of the attack, leaving not even a trace behind. The scene was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, especially among the soldiers, whose eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. A level 9 mage was instantly killed in one move? Li Yong was only slightly surprised. With the technological strength of the T7, how could it possibly lose to a group of level 1 civilizations? However, being wiped out by a single shot from the T7 was indeed a bit unexpected. It seems that the gift Martin gave was truly quite remarkable. Chapter 49: The Tiny Power of a Mini Frigate. Before the soldiers could recover from their extreme shock, a deafening explosion suddenly came from afar. Captain Li Yong, the advance force has successfully arrived and is launching a fierce attack on the city gate. Outside the gates of Shuangshan City on the other side, the guards on the city walls were so frightened by the dense array of tanks that resembled steel behemoths that their legs went weak and they could barely stand. Are the monsters besieging the city? Having never seen such a novel and powerful war machine as a tank before, the defenders mistook it for a monster. Quick! Monsters are attacking the city. Sound the alarm immediately and activate the city defenses. As the order was given, the city's defensive formation was quickly activated, and a huge and dazzling magical barrier instantly appeared out of thin air, completely enveloping the entire Twin Mountain City. All units, listen to my command. Fire freely without prior authorization. After Andregu gave the order, all the tanks and armored vehicles began firing powerful shells at Twin Mountain City. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening roar of artillery fire shook the heavens, and the entire city wall was instantly obscured by the dazzling flames and billowing smoke from the exploding shells. Ceasefire. After a barrage of bombardments, the artillery fire temporarily ceased following the order, and everyone held their breath, quietly waiting for the smoke to gradually dissipate. The magic barrier still stood there intact, only its color was much dimmer than before. So many shells, and they still can't break through? Pass on my order. Keep firing. Seeing that he had failed to break through the barrier, Ndegu did not hesitate to continue issuing orders to fire. After all, since the barrier's color had faded, it meant that the previous attack had been effective. Meanwhile, in Twin Mountain City, in a hidden basement in the city's central square, more than a dozen mages were doing their utmost to channel magic into a giant crystal that was over a meter tall. This crystal is the core of the entire Twin Mountain City's defensive formation. It must be continuously maintained by magic power, otherwise the barrier that protects the entire city will disappear. We can't hold on much longer. The enemy's attacks are too fierce. In such a short time, they have already used up most of our magic power. Lord, have the other mages arrived to reinforce us yet? One of the mages was already sweating profusely and breathing heavily. He hurriedly asked Erica anxiously. The moment Ndegu began his siege, Erica hurriedly followed the mages to hide here. After all, he was only level 6 and could not play any role in the face of such a powerful attack. But now there are no high-level mages left in the city, and the 2 level 9 mages I brought from my family have unfortunately been killed. Erica looked frantic, her features contorted. Today should have been her glorious day, but how did it turn into such a miserable state? All she did was hold a party, so why did it trigger a monster siege? Erica racked her brains, but couldn't figure out that the attackers weren't monsters at all. Outside the city, Ndegu, having endured yet another round of bombing, looked extremely grim. This is already the 3rd wave of bombing. Apart from the barrier fading in color, there are no signs of damage whatsoever. Who knows how much longer this barrier can hold out? In pursuit of speed, the advanced troops carried only half a load of ammunition. If they continued this reckless bombing, after a maximum of 3 more attacks, they would truly run out of ammunition and supplies, with no shells left to use. Ndegu, haven't the city gates been breached yet? Just then, Ndegu received a call from Liang. Captain Liang, this city is shrouded by an extremely large barrier. We have bombarded it 3 times in a row, but we still haven't been able to break through it. Upon hearing this, Liang, who was still inside the city, looked up at the sky but did not find any barrier. It seems this thing is one way, you can't see it from the inside. Regardless of whether you can see it or not, Liang doesn't want to waste any more time like this. Alright, you guys stay outside and keep watch, I'll think of something. Pal, have the frigate fire lasers at the target location I sent you. After ending his call with Ndegu, Liang immediately contacted Pal in space and gave him the order to command the escort ships to attack the target location. Since Earth's technology can't break through your defenses in a short time, I refuse to believe that the powerful firepower of starships can't do anything about it either. Yes. After receiving Li Yang's instructions, the frigate slowly moved its massive gun barrels, precisely aiming them at the target location. Target location confirmed. Weapon energy adjusted to 10%. Fire. A powerful and dazzling laser beam shot out from the cannon barrel and hurtled straight toward Twin Mountain City on the planet. Boom. A massive laser beam, like the wrath of a god, descended from the sky, piercing through the so-called city defense array. The powerful energy continued to bombard the city, triggering a colossal explosion. WTF. Outside the city, Ndegu could only watch helplessly as a laser beam, like the light of the apocalypse, descended from the sky and struck Twin Mountain City. Once he came to his senses, Ndegu quickly ordered his troops to rush in. As soon as they entered the city, they saw that it was already a scene of ruins, with corpses lying everywhere and the remains of broken walls. Only a few scattered small houses were still barely standing. The city center was even more devastated. Nothing was left. Not only were there no people, but even the ruins of buildings had vanished, leaving only a huge crater. Cough, cough, cough. Beneath the ruins on the outermost edge of the city, Liang covered his mouth and nose and struggled to crawl out, followed closely by the other soldiers. As expected, we should try to use the fleet's weapons as little as possible. The weapons on the escort ships were only used at 10% of their power, yet the entire city was almost wiped out. What kind of data is this to report to the Empire? The soldiers behind Liang were almost stunned. Before, it was the men next to the company commander whose arms turned into cannons and killed 2 level 9 mages in one shot. Now, the company commander himself could issue orders to command the fleet to launch an attack at will. Anyone could see that the company commander's identity was extraordinary. Well, one city shouldn't have much of an impact. Anyway, once this city is captured, it will be much easier for the Blue Star forces to attack the entire Warcraft Empire. Liang turned around and looked at the soldiers in the company. When he saw the mysterious company commander looking at him, everyone quickly stood up straight. To be honest, this was the best and most standard posture he had ever had since he joined the army. The vanguard has already entered the city. The company is being disbanded on the spot. You should all return to your original units. As for your military merits, they will be recorded accurately. Before the soldiers could react, Liang hurriedly left with T7 to find Andegu. Chapter 50 opened the insurance policy. After entering the city, the troops quickly began to clear the ruins and gather all the surviving residents together. As for the garrison, those who surrendered were also gathered together with the residents, while those who refused to surrender were knocked unconscious and tied up first. Sir, a lieutenant colonel specifically asked to see you. While Andegu was still focused on directing the troops' actions, a soldier rushed over and said something. Lieutenant Colonel? Tell him to wait. Immersed in his command duties, Andegu did not take the matter to heart after hearing that the man was only a lieutenant colonel. Yes, I'll go right away. Wait, Lieutenant Colonel? Where is he? I'll come over myself. Before the soldier could finish speaking, Andegu suddenly realized, Lieutenant Colonel? It seemed that the company commander played by Captain Liang was a lieutenant colonel. Thinking of this, Andegu quickly stopped the soldier. Andegu followed the soldiers, and, sure enough, the lieutenant colonel was Captain Liang. Luckily, he had remembered him in time. Captain Liang, the power of your fleet is truly overwhelming. The barrier that we couldn't break through for half a day was shattered by you in an instant. Andegu quickly went over to greet him. All right, no need for flattery. It's precisely because of its immense power that we deployed Earth's forces to fight it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Liang waved his hand casually and said, The Blitzkrieg operation has been successfully completed, so I'll head back to the fleet now. Remember to report all the relevant data and information when you're cleaning up. Captain, rest assured, we will complete the mission, Andegu said with a serious expression. Seeing this, Liang nodded slightly, and a beam of light descended, allowing him to return to the main ship via the teleportation device. After watching Liang leave, Andegu sighed deeply. Although the operation was successfully completed, the task of collecting data had been a real challenge for him. After all, this laser cannon shot almost leveled the entire city, and it's hard to say how much useful data would be left. Sir, we've captured a man who claims to be the city lord. City lord? Bring him up so we can take a look. Hearing this, Andegu was somewhat surprised and thought to himself, how come we've captured another city lord? Is it some kind of fate? Soon after, Erica, dressed in rags and looking disheveled, was brought in bound hand and foot. Let me go, you bunch of lunatics. How dare you attack a city of the Warcraft Empire? Your crimes are unforgivable and heinous. Erica screamed at the top of her lungs, her face contorted in a madness. Seeing Erica so frantic, Andrew completely lost the will to interrogate him. Now that the most important city has been successfully captured, Andre is confident that he can take over the entire Warcraft Empire within half a month. As for other countries, they are naturally no problem. A few hours after the troops entered the city, the entire Shuangshan city had been completely cleared, and all useful information had been promptly reported to the fleet. Meanwhile, the troops are still continuously transporting materials to fill the huge pit located in the city center, because they can't just leave such a large hole in the middle of the city unattended. In an open field, dozens of people from the Warcraft Empire were bound hand and foot and kneeling there. These were all diehards who were determined not to surrender, including the city lord Erica. Wah! Because their mouths were tightly gagged, the group couldn't say anything and could only make muffled noises. Everyone moved into firing positions. An officer stood to the side, giving a stern order in a loud voice. Immediately, a group of soldiers, guns at the ready, trotted quickly and in neat steps to the back of Erica and her group. Gun inspection. The officer shouted again. The soldiers began to carefully inspect the guns, repeatedly confirming that there were no malfunctions or jams. Load and aim. Immediately afterwards, the officer issued new instructions. The soldiers pulled back their bolts one after another, the clicking sounds echoing as bullets were forcefully pushed from the magazines into the chambers, and then the cold barrels were pointed at the backs of their heads. Although the people kneeling on the ground had no idea what these words meant, they still keenly sensed the suffocating aura of death approaching. So they began to struggle desperately, their bodies twisting violently, but unfortunately, they were bound tightly like rice dumplings and could not break free at all. Open the safety lock. The officer's final order resounded like a thunderclap. Bang, bang, bang. At the command, the soldiers decisively released the safety and pulled the trigger without hesitation. In an instant, bullets swiftly pierced their skulls, and one by one, their lives vanished, their bodies collapsing to the ground, blood gushing out and pooling into a horrifying sight. The residents who survived and chose to surrender witnessed this scene from a short distance away. After seeing the disciplined and swift execution, they couldn't help but tremble with fear. He secretly rejoiced, glad that he had wisely chosen to surrender. Otherwise, he would be among the people lying on the ground right now. Meanwhile, after Andegu led the vanguard to successfully capture Twin Mountain City, the main force of Blue Star officially launched its operation. Various transport planes, like giant birds taking flight, began to take off, preparing to drop large numbers of soldiers into all the cities between the border city and Twin Mountain City. At the same time, fighter jets roared across the sky like agile eagles, while tanks moved like a steel torrent, forming a sandwich-like formation with the vanguard, launching a fierce, all-round attack on all cities between the two cities. 3 hours after launching a full-scale attack, the first city was successfully captured by the Blue Star forces. 8 hours later, the entire border was captured by the Blue Star forces. By the 18th hour, the encirclement had shrunk by more than half, leaving only a few larger cities stubbornly holding on. 26 hours later, all the cities from the border city to Shuangshan City were captured one by the Blue Star forces. From the departure of the vanguard to the end of the full-scale attack, it took 34 hours, a day and a half, to completely occupy 1/3 of the vast territory of the Warcraft Empire. Such astonishing speed left the Warcraft Empire with no time to react effectively, since they had to pass through Twin Mountain City to send a message. Under the overwhelming firepower of the Blue Star Army, those defensive formations were like fragile toys, utterly vulnerable. The tanks' bombardment was ineffective because their caliber was too small and their firing rate too low. Faced with this situation, 203mm self-propelled howitzers were directly deployed for repeated bombardment, with a continuous and sufficient supply of shells. Except for some larger cities that were able to hold out a little longer, the smaller cities were almost instantly captured by the Blue Star forces. Chapter 51: The Reactions of the Five Great Empires. In the capital city of the Warcraft Empire, there stands a tall, magnificent, and imposing castle. Your Majesty, a messenger has come to report important news. A guard respectfully reported to the king of the Warcraft Empire. What important news? Bring him up. The king of the Warcraft Empire put down his exquisite wine glass, waved his hand casually, and looked slightly languid. After all, the five great empires have already signed a peace treaty. At most, it'll just be some monster sieges or something similar. What other major event could it be? You can't expect me to be told that other empires have invaded, can you? Soon after, the messenger was brought up. Your Majesty, we have been subjected to a fierce attack by an unknown enemy. The border has been breached, and Shuangshan City has fallen. Currently, all cities between the border and Shuangshan City have been captured by the enemy. The messenger spoke urgently, his voice trembling slightly with exhaustion and tension. What? The border has been breached? Twin Mountain City has been captured. Why is it taking so long to report this? The king, who had just been nonchalant, now looked surprised. He abruptly stood up from his throne, strode down the steps, and headed toward the messenger, his face filled with anger and disbelief. Your Majesty, after Twin Mountain City was occupied by the enemy, it became extremely difficult for us to send messages out. If it weren't for several level 9 mages working together to cast a powerful spell to send me out, I wouldn't have been able to deliver this urgent message to you. The messenger knelt on one knee, his head bowed low, his voice filled with endless helplessness and deep sorrow. Upon hearing this, the king was completely stunned, his mind went blank. Who on earth was this person who could take over so many of his cities in such a short time? It's one thing for small cities to fall, but most of the larger cities are protected by level 9 experts. They possessed all sorts of bizarre, yet incredibly powerful magical puppets. Our defensive formations were utterly ineffective against them, unable to hold out at all. Even level 9 experts would find it difficult to withstand the attacks of their magical puppets. The messenger continued, tearfully recounting everything he had witnessed about the Blue Star forces, describing the astonishing explosions of the magical golems and the peculiar weapons each soldier carried. After listening to the messenger's detailed account, the king was filled with extreme worry and his mood became extremely heavy. Is this some kind of divine punishment sent down from heaven to punish us? Quickly, send a message to the other 4 great empires. Such a powerful enemy must be dealt with by the combined efforts of the 5 empires. Otherwise, there is not even a sliver of hope of victory. The king shouted anxiously, his voice trembling with obvious panic. Yes. In the capital of the Forest Empire, a colossal tree, like a giant umbrella reaching for the sky, stood before the palace. Under its shade, a guard knelt on one knee, anxiously reporting to the Forest Queen. Your Majesty, the Warcraft Empire has sent us a message requesting our assistance. Support? The Forest Queen frowned slightly, her face full of doubt. She wondered to herself what kind of change had caused the Beast Empire to request her support. Thinking of this, she quickly reached out and took the envelope that the guard handed her. The Forest Queen unfolded the letter and read it carefully. As her gaze moved across the paper, her brows gradually furrowed. The letter contained detailed information about the Blue Star forces, from their strangely powerful weapons to their swift and decisive operations, all of which were astonishing. Hopefully, it's just that Warcraft Empire is exaggerating and lying. The Forest Queen murmured to herself, yet she knew in her heart that even if the Beast Empire had exaggerated, judging from the contents of the letter, their enemy was by no means a benevolent force, and it would indeed take the combined efforts of the 5 great empires to defeat them. Meanwhile, apart from the Forest Empire, the other 4 empires were also surprised and puzzled upon receiving the letter from the Warcraft Empire. After reading the letter, the King of the Beast King Empire stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this be? The Warcraft Empire's defenses were breached so easily? It should be noted that the 2 empires are roughly equal in strength. If even the Warcraft Empire cannot resist them, then they certainly cannot either. The King of the Chaotic Empire frowned and fell into deep thought. He knew the seriousness of the matter. If the Warcraft Empire was really occupied, the flames of war would inevitably spread to his own empire, since the 2 borders were adjacent. The King of the Fishman Empire wasn't too worried, since his empire was located in the ocean. However, the appearance of such a powerful enemy would pose a threat to his country no matter what. After careful consideration and weighing of the options, the 4 empires all chose to send troops to support the Warcraft Empire. They all clearly realized that if they ignored the crisis of the Warcraft Empire, once the Warcraft Empire was occupied, their own empire would also be unable to remain unscathed, since no one knew who the mysterious enemy's next target would be. Even the Fishman Empire is the same. After all, if all the land is occupied, who knows if they will come down to sea to attack us? At this critical juncture of life and death, the 5 great empires must unite to resist the invasion of foreign enemies in order to have any chance of survival. On the other side, Imperial E-class Titan transport ships once again delivered a large amount of weaponry and equipment to the Blue Star forces. This time, in addition to conventional weapons, important items such as satellite devices were also added. Although the fleet itself can act as a satellite for reconnaissance, Blue Star's missiles and other weapons cannot achieve long-range and precise target acquisition without the assistance of satellites, since Blue Star missiles cannot directly connect with starships to obtain relevant information. After all, the weapon technology of Earth is still too low for the fleet to match. Inside the newly constructed satellite launch base, staff members were busy working in a tense yet orderly manner. The massive rocket stood majestically on the launch pad, its parameters being repeatedly and meticulously checked and confirmed by the staff. Attention all units, prepare to enter the launch countdown. The commander's powerful voice echoed throughout the base via broadcast. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, ignition. As the command was given, the operator pressed the button, and a torrent of flames suddenly erupted from the bottom of the rocket. The immense thrust caused the entire launch pad to tremble slightly. The rocket, carrying the satellite, slowly ascended into the sky and gradually disappeared from people's sight. Inside the control room, technicians intently watched the data on the screens, constantly reporting the satellite's real-time status. The first stage rocket separated successfully. The second stage rocket ignition was normal. Finally, the satellite successfully entered its designated orbit, began to slowly deploy its solar panels, and activated its various devices. The satellite has successfully entered orbit, all data are normal, and communication with the ground station is good. This exciting news brought a sense of relief to everyone, and smiles of joy and satisfaction appeared on their faces. With the successful experience of launching the first satellite, subsequent rocket launches were also successfully completed. In just one day, the Blue Star forces launched more than a dozen satellites. With the help of these satellites, the Blue Star forces seemed to have eyes in the sky, enabling them to have a clearer and more accurate grasp of the enemy's movements. Various types of missiles can also achieve more precise long-range strikes under the precise guidance of satellites, greatly enhancing the overall combat capability of the troops. Chapter 52, the Blue Star Transformation Project, is completed. Meanwhile, in the command center of the main ship, Li Yang received a message from Zhang informing him that the transformation project on Blue Star had been completed. Upon hearing this news, Li Yang immediately decided to return to Blue Star to take a look. In any case, given the current situation, The Blue Star forces are advancing with unstoppable momentum, seemingly invincible, and have no need for any fleet assistance. After a little thought, Liang still felt it was more appropriate to leave a frigate here just in case. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. If any unexpected situation arises, having a frigate can help deal with it. Leaving behind another lone escort ship, Liang commanded the other fleet to activate the hyperspace jump device and head back towards Blue Star at full speed. Upon returning to the Blue Star space station, Liang was somewhat surprised, as he was astonished to find that there were already some Imperial citizens from other planets on the space station. Captain Liang, it's good to see you back. After the Blue Star was renovated, it successfully connected to the Empire's star map, and now other citizens of the Empire are starting to come and visit. Upon seeing that Liang had returned, Xia Quan and the others, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly stepped forward to report to him on the various events that had occurred during this period. Simply put, Earth has now completely completed its economic development transformation and has officially begun to receive citizens of other empires. Seeing this, Liang discreetly pulled Xia Quan to a more secluded corner and whispered a question. What is their spending power? Captain, only 2 days have passed since the first group of alien tourists arrived. After deducting all costs, your net profit is approximately 20,000 star coins. That means I can earn 10,000 star coins a day right now. Don't underestimate this mere 20,000 star coins. You should know that Liang, as an Imperial officer, currently only earns 20,000 star coins a month. This is doubled because of his human identity. The T7, capable of instantly killing a level 9 powerhouse on an alien planet, only costs 7 million star coins, demonstrating that the purchasing power of star coins should not be underestimated. Although Blue Star is considered Li Yang's personal property, a second-class citizen is still a citizen. It's impossible for all the star coins he earns to belong to him personally. Why should a portion be distributed? Otherwise, what use would it be to me if all that's left is an empty blue planet? To be honest, this is thanks to the unique human civilization on Earth. Otherwise, on other economically developed planets, it would probably take several times or even dozens of times longer to earn so much. Ahem, let's think of a way to improve it a bit more. As for the specific methods, you should understand. Liang coughed lightly, as if to make a show of it, and Xia Quan immediately understood what Liang meant. He quickly said that he would definitely find a way to increase revenue, especially now that Blue Star has just been connected to the star map. The number of tourists coming to visit will definitely increase day by day. As for the specific methods, they are all part of the tourism industry, and scenic spots on Earth have all sorts of ways to rip off tourists, which can be used on these alien tourists. You say this is immoral? As a human civilization, our Blue Star is already quite generous to allow non-human races like you to travel and sightsee at will. Although many Blue Star humans are not even second-class citizens, what difference does it make if we rip you off a little more? Besides, in this universe, who would turn down Starcoin? As long as you don't break imperial laws or morals, what does it matter? Seeing that Xia Quan was so sensible and capable, Liang appreciated and thought highly of him even more, and couldn't help but feel secretly fortunate. Sure enough, I made the right choice in choosing the position of Minister of the Blue Star Management Department. As time goes by, there will inevitably be more and more alien tourists. Coupled with the unique special care provided by the Blue Star civilization, it should be no problem for me to earn tens of thousands of star coins every day in the future. Putting aside other aspects for the moment, just looking at the profits I've made so far, I only need a little over 50 years to pay off the loan I borrowed from the Empire. Don't think that 50 years is too long. Keep in mind that the total loan term is 100 years, so the profits earned during the remaining time are all net profit. As an officer of a level 7 civilization, although his current rank is low, he believes that with his human identity, it will not be difficult for him to be promoted in the future. By then, issues like lifespan will be no longer a concern. After all, for a powerful empire, achieving immortality is not difficult. It simply depends on whether your status is worthy of it. Captain Liang, there's one more thing. Oh, what is it? Liang asked with great interest. Within the solar system, Mars has also been transformed into a habitable planet by the Empire's people, and the current governor of Mars wishes to meet you in person. Xia Quan dared not delay for a moment, and quickly continued to recount the other events that had occurred during this period. Liang knew a little about the terraforming of Mars, but he had some doubts about the position of governor. A governor is the highest-ranking administrator in a region appointed by the Empire, such as a planetary governor or a galactic governor. The former is the highest-ranking administrator of the planet they serve on, while the latter is the highest-ranking administrator of a galaxy. For example, the governor of Mars is at the G6 level in the Empire's administrative hierarchy. G6 level? That's even higher than Xia Quan. It must be because Blue Star is his private property, so the administrative level of the Blue Star Management Minister is relatively low. However, since they are willing to meet me, and since Earth and Mars are in the same solar system, meeting and exchanging ideas would definitely be beneficial. Chapter 53. Why is the top of its head pointed? After a brief and polite exchange of pleasantries, Xia Quan led Li Yang to a magnificent and imposing building. This is our newly built Blue Star Management Office building, and your private office is located inside this building. With a smile on his face, Xia Quan led Li Yang into the building as he spoke. As Xia Quan walked into the building, he talked at length about the various facilities and layout of the building as he headed toward his office. Before long, Li Yang followed Xia Quan to the door of an office. Looking up, he saw the words Captain's Office prominently displayed on the sign above the door. Captain? That seems to be the only way to write it, since he currently only holds the position of captain. Li Yang tilted his head slightly and murmured to himself. Pushing open the door and stepping inside, the first thing that catches the eye is the spacious and grand office. The floor is covered with rare crystal mineral flooring from distant galaxies, which resembles a dazzling galaxy, radiating a soft and mysterious light, making one feel as if walking in a dream. On one side of the room stood a huge interstellar alloy desk, incredibly sturdy and textured, its surface gleaming with a cold metallic luster. The desktop was inlaid with various jewel-like operation buttons and a clear, bright projection screen, exuding a strong sense of technology. On the other side is a comfortable and pleasant relaxation area, furnished with a set of exquisite sofas and coffee tables from an alien civilization. The ceiling features a dazzling starry sky projection, the realistic effect of which makes one feel as if they are truly in the vast universe, bringing endless imagination and awe. In a corner of the office, there are also some artworks and antiques from different civilizations, each carrying a unique and profound history and culture, exuding the charm of time. Two flags, one large and one small, hang on the office wall. The larger one is the flag of the Shili Empire, with a majestic and solemn design that symbolizes the glory and authority of the empire. The smaller one is the Blue Star flag, with a simple yet distinctive design that represents the unique charm of Blue Star. Looking at the luxuriously decorated office, Li Yang couldn't help but secretly ask Xia Quan a question. How many star coins did these renovations and decorations cost? After all, many of the items here are products from other civilizations, and their prices must be quite high. Don't worry, Captain, it's all free. Free? Upon hearing this, Li Yang looked puzzled and frowned slightly. All the renovations and furnishings were contracted out to that Martian governor. We didn't spend a single Martian coin. Xia Quan quickly explained that, given that Blue Star had just connected to the star map, it indeed did not have enough funds to purchase so many expensive alien products. AI, wouldn't you say he's bribing me? Upon hearing that these were all gifts from the Mars governor, Li Yang hurriedly asked the AI in his mind. After all, he had a bright future ahead of him and couldn't let these little gadgets ruin it. The laws of the Empire do not recognize the concept of bribery. Officers and officials are free to accept gifts as long as they do not violate imperial law. Well, if that's the case, then we can certainly rest assured. After all, if the Martian governor really wanted his help with something, he could simply refuse. Taking money without doing anything wouldn't violate imperial law, and no one could accuse him of bribery. With that in mind, Li Yang accepted the items without any psychological pressure. After all, why not take advantage of a freebie? Wouldn't it be foolish not to? In the office, Li Yang and Xia Quan continued their in-depth discussion about the future development direction and plans of Blue Star. Not long after Xia Quan and the others left, a message suddenly appeared on the screen on the desk. Captain Li Yang, the Mars governor is visiting and hopes to meet you. Oh, let him come over. Li Yang sat leisurely in a comfortable chair, picked up a cup of tea from an alien civilization, and took a sip. Ugh, this tastes awful. It's not even as good as the tea on Earth. Just as Li Yang finished complaining, a crisp knocking sounded on the door. Please come in. The door was slowly pushed open, and a person dressed in imperial administrative attire walked in. Hello, you must be Captain Li Yang. My name is Manhwa, and I currently serve as the governor of Mars. Anno extended his hand with a smile. Hello, please have a seat, Governor Anno. Li Yang responded with a smile, and at the same time, he shook hands with Manhwa's outstretched hand in a friendly manner. Li Yang stared intently at Governor Anno in front of him, carefully scrutinizing him from head to toe. His appearance was not significantly different from that of a human. He looked like an ordinary Earthman. Ahem, Captain Li Yang, I am not actually human, I am a triceratops. Seeing that Li Yang was staring at her intently, Manhwa felt a little embarrassed and quickly took off her hat. It was then revealed that there was a thin horn growing on the top of Anua's head. Seeing this scene, for some reason, a thought inexplicably popped into Li Yang's mind. Why is the top of your head so pointed? However, he quickly shook off the strange thought in his mind and continued to treat Anno with enthusiasm. After all, they brought me so many things. I can't just give them a hard time right from the start. Captain Li Yang, the reason I've come to visit is actually to ask you a favor. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's expression faltered slightly, and he thought to himself, sure enough, there's no such thing as a free lunch. I knew they'd ask me for help. Please provide more details. I will try my best to help if it can. Li Yang remained expressionless, still smiling as he spoke. Here's the thing. I'd like to ask that some of the humans on Earth could move to our Mars. Because Mars has just been built and currently has no inhabitants, and naturally, there's nothing there. Cough. Anno looked embarrassed and awkward, and his speech became hesitant. Upon hearing this, Li Yang instantly understood Anua's thoughts. To put it bluntly, he wants to send a portion of humanity to Mars, using the name of humanity to promote the unique features of Mars and thus attract more people to go there. Sanchi. What is Panax Nodojin saying? Anua looked blank, clearly not understanding what Li Yang meant. We'll split the profits 30/70ths. I get 70% and you get 30%. Li Yang said calmly that he would naturally agree to such a request, since it would also be beneficial to him. In any case, with its large population and the continuous influx of extraterrestrial tourists, Earth does indeed appear somewhat overcrowded. Sending a portion of humanity to live on Mars would alleviate population pressure on Earth and generate substantial profits, a win-win situation. Sure. Thank you very much, Captain Li Yang. This little thing is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Anno was overjoyed, and then hurriedly and carefully took out a crystal ball from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. This is a product sold by the Empire. The crystal ball contains the location of an unclaimed planet. I have no fleet, so even if I obtain this, it would be useless to me. It will only be of use to you if it is in your hands. Upon hearing this, Li Yang took the crystal ball and examined it carefully. Inside the crystal ball was a vast starry sky, and it seemed that the exact location needed to be found based on the characteristics of the starry sky. Isn't this what they call a treasure map? Except the treasure has turned into a planet. It seems the Empire highly values its people actively exploring the outside world and venturing into unknown territories. Chapter 54 Anno's Generous Spending. You're too kind, Governor Anno. Here's what we'll do. For the specific relocation plan, just go to Xia Quan. He's the Minister of the Blue Star Management Department, and he can take full charge of this kind of thing. Li Yang calmly put the crystal ball into his pocket and said with a friendly smile, Okay, thank you for your help this time. Anno readily agreed. After seeing Anua off, Li Yang immediately called Xia Quan. Hey, Governor Anno will be coming to discuss the plan for some of Earth's humans to migrate to Mars later. Handle it as you see fit. Captain Li Yang, this. Xia Quan's tone revealed a hint of hesitation. Don't worry, I've already agreed to his plan. You just need to take care of handling the relevant matters properly. I see. Don't worry, Captain. I guarantee I'll complete the mission perfectly. Hearing that Li Yang had agreed to the plan, Xia Quan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he was being asked to find a way to get rid of the governor. After ending his call with Xia Quan, Li Yang carefully took out the crystal ball again and examined it closely. AI, how many star coins does the Empire sell this thing for? The Star Chart Crystal Ball is a limited-time item sold by the Imperial Land Bureau. It contains the location of an unclaimed planet. Finding the unclaimed planet and reporting it to the Imperial Land Bureau grants ownership of it. Its original price is between 1 million and 2 million star coins. Due to its limited-time sale, it typically resells on the market for around 3 million to 5 million star coins, with the exact price depending on the difficulty of the star chart. After listening to the AI's detailed explanation, Li Yang straightened up and carefully placed the crystal ball on the table as if it were a rare treasure. 3 million star coins. It seems Governor Anno is no ordinary person. After all, someone who can so casually give away something worth 3 million star coins must be of extraordinary status. Putting everything else aside, this wealth alone is enough to prove that he is a rich man. However, upon careful consideration, once the immigration plan is implemented, even if Anno only receives 30 of the profits, it will still amount to a considerable sum over time. Li Yang is currently extremely short of money. Not to mention that he already has a huge loan of 200 million yuan. Just the expense of buying new starships to build a larger fleet is enormous. If I were to buy my own Imperial Type 1 star destroyer with star dollars from the military, it would cost at least tens of millions of star dollars. And that's just for Type 1. Other models with higher technological levels and better performance would probably be even more expensive. Not only did Li Yong receive a gift from manhwa, but Xia Quan also received a gift. While discussing the details of the immigration plan with Anno directly stated that he had already sent a miniature shuttle to Xia Quan's name, and it had already docked at the space station. Upon hearing this, Xia Quan was immediately startled and quickly sent a message to Li Yong. Captain Li Yong, Governor Anno suddenly said he gave me a miniature shuttle, which is currently docked at the space station. Miniature shuttle? Upon seeing the message from Xia Quan, Li Yong raised an eyebrow slightly, then quickly accessed the real-time images of the space station via the light screen on the table. Inside the space station, a starship the size of a yacht was docked, which surprised Li Yong. Manhwa is really generous, but Xia Quan is the same. He has to report to me about such trivial matters. Although Li Yong was talking about Xia Quan, his opinion of him had risen to a new level. After all, who wouldn't like a subordinate who would promptly report even the matter of receiving gifts? He then sent a message to Xia Quan, saying that if he wanted to accept it, he could, since it was just a gift and wouldn't violate imperial law. After receiving Li Yang's message, Xia Quan finally breathed a long sigh of relief, then quickly put on a smile and continued to discuss the immigration plan with manhwa. On the other planet, the Blue Star forces were advancing steadily outwards from Twin Mountain City, heading straight for the capital of the Warcraft Empire. When the king of the Warcraft Empire received news that the Blue Star forces were already heading in his direction, he became nervous and hurriedly summoned all available troops in the Empire to prepare for a full-scale battle. Whether they can win or not is another matter. They must at least delay until the reinforcements from the other 4 great empires arrive, otherwise their country will truly perish. Sir, our satellite monitoring indicates that the other 4 empires are urgently amassing troops, preparing to attack our direction. A soldier, looking hurried, quickly reported to Andegu. So fast. Andegu frowned and strode over to the projected map. Since the 4 empires are far apart, it will take time for their armies to gather. At this time, it would be best to find a way to disrupt their gathering plan, thereby buying as much time as possible for the attack on the capital of the Warcraft Empire. The best plan is to defeat them one by one, and not let the 5 great empires join forces. Chapter 55 Airborne Troops Landing. After carefully examining the map, Andegu's eyes suddenly lit up as he was pleasantly surprised to discover 2 excellent strategic locations. According to satellite intelligence, the Fishman Empire's support forces are expected to land on a long coastline hundreds of kilometers away. Therefore, it is entirely possible to send a force to this location in advance to block them. The other location is a city within the territory of the Chaos Empire, strategically situated at the border between the Chaos Empire and the Warcraft Empire. If a force could be dispatched to capture this city first, it would effectively block reinforcements from the Chaos Empire. Now that a preliminary battle plan had been developed, Andegu dared not delay in the slightest and immediately summoned officers from various units for a meeting. The officers sat together and enthusiastically discussed the specific steps of the operation. After in-depth discussions, they finally reached a consensus. The decision was made to dispatch an air transport force, using transport planes to cross the territory of the Warcraft Empire and launch a fierce attack from the air above the target city. Since this operation lacks ground troop support, various fighter jets, in addition to transport aircraft, will participate in the battle, and powerful missiles will be allowed to be used for long-range bombing when necessary. Meanwhile, on the other side of the coastline, a well-trained engineering corps and a field army were dispatched. Their mission was to quickly build a robust defensive system and do everything in their power to block the Fishman Empire's reinforcements. Once the plan was finalized, the troops set off without delay. Like giant birds taking flight, massive transport planes, their cabins packed with soldiers, sped toward their new target city. Behind them, an entire group of fighter jets and bombers followed closely like steel guards, providing heavy firepower support for the operation. At the same time, transport vehicles and sturdy armored vehicles roared to life, their wheels rolling as they sped toward the target coastline. They must race against time to establish an impregnable defensive system before the Fishman Empire's forces arrive. As for the forces of the other 2 empires, there is indeed no more effective way to stop them for the time being. However, as long as these 2 support forces can be successfully blocked, even if the other 2 support forces eventually join forces with the Warcraft Empire, the pressure on the Blue Star forces will be greatly reduced. Once the Air Force successfully reached the airspace above the target city, the menacing fighter jets launched a fierce attack. They streaked across the city like lightning, their machine guns spitting out angry tongues of fire, and their air-to-ground missiles, like arrows released from a bow, relentlessly unleashing fierce firepower upon the defending troops on the ground. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly activate the city defense array. Panic-stricken shouts came from the ground, accompanied by a surge of energy. The city's defensive array was quickly activated, and a massive barrier enveloped the entire city, rendering the machine guns and air-to-ground missiles ineffective. However, the resourceful Andre had already devised a solution. The fighter jets withdrew from the battlefield in an orderly fashion, while the powerful bomber formations headed towards the target city. Target identified. Prepare to drop bombs. The commander's voice rang out in the communications channel, and as the order to drop bombs was given, the pilots of bombers pressed the button without hesitation. In an instant, the bomber's bomb bay doors slowly opened, and heavy bombs poured out of the cabin like black raindrops. As these bombs fell, they ripped through the air with a sharp, piercing whistling sound. They spun rapidly, carrying a terrifying force capable of destroying everything, and plummeted straight down towards the defensive array below. As aerial bombs rained down on the city's defensive array, deafening explosions resounded. When the billowing smoke gradually dissipated, it was clear that the once impregnable defensive array had been breached, losing its protective function. Seeing this, the fighter jets launched another attack, reaping the lives of the city's defenders. Meanwhile, the transport planes arrived safely over the target city. The hatch slowly opened, and soldiers jumped out without hesitation. In an instant, the parachutes bloomed like pure white flowers in the sky. Under the powerful firepower of the fighter jets, the soldiers successfully entered the city. An hour after the airlift troops entered the city, the entire city was successfully occupied by the airlift forces. Meanwhile, the Blue Star forces in the rear, upon receiving the exhilarating news of the capture of the target city, quickly directed large transport planes loaded with various artillery pieces to take off. The air transport forces were also racing against time to clear a runway in the city for the transport planes to land. Of course, this runway could only barely meet the needs of the transport planes to land, and it was impossible to take off again. But that didn't matter, since the Blue Star forces were now strong and didn't lack these transport planes. Not long after the city was successfully captured, the king of the Chaotic Empire received this shocking news. What? Our border city has been occupied by the enemy? The king of the Chaotic Empire stared wide-eyed at the map in disbelief. This city was their only one closely connected to the Warcraft Empire, and the enemy's intention in occupying it was obvious, undoubtedly to block the reinforcements he was about to send. How did they know we were going to support the Warcraft Empire? They even knew the route the support troops would take? The king of the Chaotic Empire frowned, racking his brains, but he couldn't figure out the reason. He never imagined that the Blue Star forces had satellites constantly monitoring their every move. Chapter 56: The Citizens of the Empire's Plea for Help. On the other side of the vast coastline, the engineering corps and field army, upon arrival, did not dare to pause for even a second, immediately throwing themselves into the intense and busy work of constructing defensive fortifications. Once the engineers arrived, they began to meticulously divide the long, winding coastline into several distinct zones, each with a clear function and defensive focus. A group of engineers operated huge engineering machines, throwing themselves into digging trenches. The roar of the machines was like rolling thunder, and large amounts of soil were continuously turned up, gradually forming deep trenches, as if the earth had been etched with scars. Another group of engineers worked diligently, constructing the bunkers at a rapid pace. They precisely assembled the pre-made steel structural components, and then reinforced them with solid concrete. Inside the bunker, firing ports and observation ports were carefully designed, allowing soldiers to effectively observe enemy movements and deliver powerful blows. While the defensive fortifications were being built in full swing, the communication soldiers were also laying communication lines without any relaxation. It is essential to ensure that information and instructions can be transmitted between various defense points in a timely and accurate manner. After all, not all soldiers are equipped with AI, and stable and reliable communication lines are crucial in combat. The field army soldiers were also busy, actively assisting the engineers in moving the heavy supplies, while conducting strict vigilance and patrols in the surrounding area to ensure the safety of the construction process and not overlook any potential hazards. To further enhance the robustness of the defense system, the engineers also set up various obstacles and traps at some key locations. Sharp wooden stakes were driven deep into the ground, and strong barbed wire fences were erected. Minefields were carefully laid out on the beach, forming layers of protection. As time passed, the defense system gradually became more complete. The crisscrossing trenches were interconnected, like a huge network, and the scattered bunkers could cover the entire coastline with firepower, creating a complex and impenetrable fire network. In the warm and gentle glow of the setting sun, a rock-solid defensive system stood majestically on the coastline, quietly awaiting the arrival of the Fishman Empire's support forces. On Blue Star, Liang was sitting in his office, handling Blue Star's official business, since there were some things Xia Quan couldn't decide. A distress call from an Imperial citizen has been detected. The AI's notification sound suddenly rang out. How did the distress call end up to me? Accept the call. Liang was full of doubts, wondering why this distress call had connected to him, but he still decisively chose to accept it. Hello, this is the Blue Star Management Department. Before Liang could finish speaking, a series of urgent words came from the other end of the call, like a machine gun. Finally, the connection is established. I am a citizen of the Shili Empire, currently stranded on a planet. The natives here are hostile towards me. Please send someone to rescue me immediately. This is my address. However, before Liang could ask for more details, the call abruptly ended. It seems that some unknown factor interfered with the AI signal, causing it to be interrupted, and Liang did not hear the key information that followed at all. Rescue? You don't even have an address. How can I rescue you? Liang frowned slightly and muttered to himself with a helpless expression. Do you wish to request to ascertain the caller's information? The AI's prompt tone sounded at the appropriate time. Apply. Liang answered without hesitation. The investigation revealed that the caller was a citizen of the Shili Empire, ID number XXX, name XXX, and race human. In a short while, the detailed identity information of the person who had just made the call appeared before Liang's eyes. Its information is extremely rich, even including its experiences from childhood to adulthood, which are recorded clearly and distinctly. It turns out it's a human citizen. AI, can you find out the exact location of the conversation just now? Liang said with some surprise. The call address found in the DD query is from the planet Mond in the G1005 galaxy. Seeing that the exact location could indeed be found, Liang no longer hesitated and prepared to get up and go to the rescue. Although he was also full of doubts and didn't know why the distress call had reached him, he was, after all, an officer of the Empire, and it was his duty to help the citizens of the Empire. Besides, they don't really need my help with things on other planets these days, and most importantly, this kind of rescue should earn me military merit, right? PAR, notify all departments that the fleet is preparing for action. Liang contacted PAL through the AI. Yes, Captain. Within just half an hour, the fleet was fully prepared, with all personnel on high alert and ready to depart at any time. Captain Liang, what exactly happened? PAR asked with a heart full of doubt. After all, the sudden assembling of the fleet to prepare for departure must mean that something major had happened. Seeing this, Liang stopped hiding anything and explained the situation to PAL in detail. A distress call from an Imperial citizen? Why did it end up in the hands of a military officer? PAL also looked confused, since such matters are usually handled by the Imperial Guard Division of the Star System, and the military usually doesn't get involved. Of course, there is another possibility, that the region of the universe where the target is located does not belong to the Empire. Only in this case could the distress call be received by someone else. Regardless, PAL agreed without hesitation to rescue the citizen in distress. After all, he was a citizen of the Empire, and a human citizen at that. Target star system coordinates confirmed. All departments, please prepare to initiate hyperspace jump. 3, 2, 1. Begin jump. With the order given, the fleet set off from Earth once again, but this time the target was the distant G1005 star system. Chapter 57 Murder of Imperial Citizens? More than an hour later, in the G1005 star system, a fleet suddenly appeared in the vast universe. It was none other than the fleet, led by Liang. The target star system has been reached, and the search is underway for the planet where the citizens in distress are located. In no time at all, the so-called planet Mond appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at the jewel-like blue planet on the screen, surrounded by satellite-like devices, Liang made a judgment. This planet was obviously a technological civilization, but judging from its appearance, its level of civilization should be very low. After the fleet conducted a comprehensive scan of the planet, the conclusion was that it possessed the strength of only a Type 1 civilization, even slightly inferior to Earth. PAL, see if we can still contact that Imperial citizen? Liang said with a serious expression. Yes. PAL quickly got to work after receiving the order. After a while, PAL shook his head helplessly, indicating that he had not been able to make contact. Not to mention making contact, he could not even detect the signal from the AI. The fleet thoroughly scanned the entire planet, inside and out, but still couldn't find the citizen, except for a small starship that was clearly not from this planet, which was anchored in a forest. In such situations, The citizen who called for help is likely already dead, since they were already so close, yet still couldn't find any relevant signals. Send a small team down to investigate. Li Yang decisively gave the order. Since we can't make contact, we have no choice but to send people down to search. At the very least, we need to bring that starship back. We can't just go back empty-handed. The hatch slowly opened, and a squadron of Imperial fighters took off in an orderly fashion, speeding towards the planet Mond. Just as the fighter squadron slowly entered the airspace above the planet Mondstadt, at a heavily guarded military base on the ground. The report states that multiple unidentified flying objects have been detected. One of the soldiers in charge of monitoring shouted. Since their main purpose in coming here was to find someone, the fighter squadron made no attempt to conceal themselves and flew in brazenly and without any scruples. Unknown flying object? Maybe it's aliens again. Quick, send out fighter jets to intercept it. A tense-looking officer quickly gave the order, and several fighter jets in the military base started up and roared toward the location of the Imperial fighters. Captain, it seems the indigenous civilization has spotted us. The system shows several flying objects are rapidly approaching us. So arrogant? A mere level 1 civilization dares to intercept us. Everyone, prepare for battle. Although the Imperial fighter jets they piloted were only at the planetary level, roughly equivalent to the strength of a level 2 civilization, they were by no means something a level 1 civilization could easily provoke. Before long, the two sides' fighter jets met in the sky. This is the Mond Federation. You have entered our airspace. Please land and surrender immediately. Such a message came through the communication channel of the Mond Federation fighter jet. Upon hearing this, the captain of the Imperial fighter squadron was speechless. What the hell? They're telling us to surrender right off the bat? Are they that confident? Although he really wanted to open fire and teach them a lesson immediately, he patiently explained first. We belong to the Hilly Empire, and one of our Imperial citizens disappeared on this planet, so we came here specifically to find him. These words were naturally heard clearly by the officers at the military base. As expected, it really is an alien civilization. Shoot them down. The officer was excited. Previously, an unidentified flying object had suddenly entered the Federation's airspace. After forcibly making it land, they found that there was only one person on board, and the person's appearance was completely different from that of the Mond aliens. However, during the arrest, they accidentally killed the alien, so they had to take it away for autopsy and research. Now that so many aliens have appeared, they are determined to capture one alive this time. Upon receiving orders from their officers, the Mond Federation's fighters launched an immediate attack without hesitation, their cannons spitting fire and their air-to-air missiles roaring toward the Imperial fighters. Activate stealth system. Upon seeing the sudden attack from the other side, the Imperial fighter squadron calmly activated its stealth system, and in the blink of an eye, the entire squadron disappeared into the air like ghosts. They vanished. There's no trace of them on the radar either. The pilots of the Mond Federation were immediately thrown into a panic. After the Imperial fighters activated their stealth systems, they were like headless flies, unable to find their targets at all, neither on the radar screens nor with the naked eye. Command Center. During the search, the enemy launched an attack on us. Request a counterattack. Counterattacks are permitted. Upon receiving the message from the Imperial fighter squadron, Li Yang agreed to the counterattack request without hesitation. After all, he was only there to find someone, and it was wrong of the other side to attack first. Understood. All units, take note. Shoot them down. After the Imperial fighter squadron leader decisively gave the order, dazzling laser beams appeared out of thin air and instantly and accurately struck the Mond Federation's fighters. What? Where did this attack come from? The pilots of the Mond Federation screamed in terror. Before they could react, all of the Mond Federation's fighter jets were shot down in just 1 minute. Cease attack. Command Center, requesting return to base. Permission to return. Clear. After successfully shooting down the Mond Federation's fighter jets, the Imperial fighter squadron turned and left gracefully, embarking on its return journey. After all, the other party has already taken the initiative to attack, so continuing the search is obviously no longer feasible. Imperial Guard Division requests call. Just as Li Yang was preparing to send troops down to conduct friendly exchanges, the AI's notification sound suddenly rang out. Guard Division? Contact approved. Li Yang said without hesitation. Hello, Comrade Li Yang. This is the Imperial Guard Division stationed in the G-1001 star system. A steady voice came from the other end of the communication. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Although it's puzzling why another G-1001 system has appeared, the Imperial Guard Division's identity is certainly genuine. We found that you received a distress message from an Imperial citizen. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Liang immediately understood that the guard division had come specifically to understand the details of the matter, so he quickly recounted the entire incident in detail from beginning to end. I see. The G-1005 system is indeed not yet under Imperial control. As for the missing Imperial citizen, we will immediately check if she is still alive. Please wait. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, the guard division immediately expressed their willingness to provide assistance, since Liang had already arrived at the target star system, so they no longer needed to travel a long distance to get there. We apologize, but according to our records, the Imperial citizen has lost vital signs. Upon hearing this, Liang was completely stunned, his heart filled with disbelief. How dare this primitive civilization be so audacious? They even dare to murder a citizen of the Empire, especially since this citizen is a human citizen. Chapter 58, Star Destroyer Cannon activated. Comrade Liang, our Imperial Guard Division is now formally entrusting you with an extremely important mission. The task? Tell me about it. Upon hearing that there was a new mission, Liang immediately perked up and quickly responded. Because the planet Mond has dared to murder citizens of the Empire, such a crime is utterly heinous and unforgivable. We hereby entrust you with the task of carrying out a devastating strike against this planet and its civilization. Upon hearing this, Liang's eyes widened instantly, and he thought to himself, destroying civilizations and planets. Doesn't that mean the star-destroying cannons on the fleet can finally be put to use? Thinking of this, Liang was so excited that he couldn't contain himself and immediately agreed without hesitation. The moment Liang agreed, the AI sent a message. The Imperial Guard Division has entrusted you with a mission. Please check your inbox. Mission: destroy Mondstadt and completely annihilate all civilization and life on the target planet. Reward for completing the mission: 1,000 military merits. Alright, since the mission has already been issued, I have no choice but to do it. Although the military merits are few, every little bit helps, so why not take it? After ending the call with the Imperial Guard Division, Liang quickly called Pal over. Pal, immediately notify the fleet to prepare the Star Destroyer. A planet-destroying cannon? Captain Liang, that's probably unnecessary, especially since that Imperial citizen might still be on that planet. Pal was filled with disbelief. You see, the planet-destroying cannon is not something that can be used lightly. Once the planet-destroying cannon is activated, it means that a planet will face destruction. We have just received a message from the Imperial Guard Division of the G-1001 system that the Imperial citizen has been killed. It is because of this that we have no choice but to activate the Star Destroyer. A civilization that dares to wantonly murder Imperial citizens must not be allowed to continue to exist. Upon hearing this, Pal nodded repeatedly in agreement, only then realizing that the citizens of the Empire had suffered misfortune and that this meant they could now act without restraint. Upon seeing this, Pal immediately went down to arrange for personnel to activate the planet-destroying cannon. Not long after Pal left, preparations for the activation of the Star Destroyer began in an orderly and efficient manner. The fleet's technicians, like a busy swarm of ants, moved tirelessly between various compartments, meticulously checking the complex wiring and energy supply systems. Meanwhile, the military base on the planet Mond was in complete chaos. They watched helplessly as all their warplanes were shot down, only then realizing, as if from a dream, that they were facing a powerful civilization far beyond their imagination. What kind of alien civilization is this? How could it be so powerful? The officers at the base were extremely anxious, pacing back and forth incessantly. They had easily intercepted the alien spaceship before, but this time the alien spaceship was so powerful that it shot down their fighter jets in no time. Sir, in my opinion, we may have gotten ourselves into serious trouble. A staff officer standing next to the officer said with concern. After all, it was clear from that fierce attack that the opponent's technology level was much higher than their own. Big trouble? Umph. Maybe they're just bluffing, all bark and no bite. Otherwise, why would they leave? The officer forced a stubborn expression and said, to be honest, you can't entirely blame him. After all, the impression left on him by that Imperial citizen made him mistakenly believe that alien civilizations were nothing special. However, this temporary stereotype will ultimately bring him utter destruction. No, it will harm his entire planet. Meanwhile, in the space of Mondstadt, the massive hull of the Imperial Type 1 Star Destroyer slowly began to move outward, accompanied by the low rumble of mechanical operation, and the giant cannons that had been hidden in the middle of the Star Destroyer were finally revealed. The energy inside the planet-destroying cannon continuously gathered, gradually filling the entire barrel. The muzzle began to flash with a terrifyingly intense light, a light that was both dazzling and deadly. At the edge of the barrel, One could even clearly see that the surrounding space was being distorted under the extreme influence of the energy, as if it were about to be torn apart by this powerful force. "Captain, the Star Destroyer cannons are ready," Par reported loudly in a booming voice. "Target, Monstar, launch the planet-destroying cannon." Upon seeing this, Liang did not hesitate and decisively issued the order. As Liang gave the order, and as the energy of the Star Destroyer reached its peak, the Star Destroyer instantly unleashed its devastating power and fired. An extremely thick beam of energy shot toward Monstar at an astonishing speed of light in an instant. The light was so dazzling and intense that it was difficult to look directly at it, making the surrounding stars pale in comparison and lose their luster. Meanwhile, the poor planet Mond continued its rotation, oblivious and unaware. On this planet, people went about their lives as usual. The cities bustled with traffic, and the countryside was peaceful and serene, with children laughing and adults busy at work, completely unaware that catastrophic disaster was about to befall them. When that terrifying beam of light touched the planet's atmosphere, it instantly triggered an extremely violent explosion, turning the entire atmosphere into a raging sea of fire, as if it had been ignited by a raging inferno. Immediately afterwards, the beam of light pierced through the atmosphere with unstoppable force, striking the planet's surface with overwhelming power. This fierce attack showed no signs of stopping, continuing its surging towards the planet's core. In the blink of an eye, the land was melted by the extreme heat, turning into a raging torrent of lava. Towering mountains collapsed instantly, reduced to flat ruins. A massive tsunami roared in, mercilessly engulfing the coastal cities in an instant. Under the violent impact of energy, all kinds of buildings in the city collapsed one after another, turning into a ruin of broken walls. People screamed in terror and ran frantically in all directions, but in the face of this world-ending disaster, there was nowhere to escape. The beam of light pierced through the thick earth and struck the planet's core, instantly creating a tremendous explosion. The shockwave from the explosion spread wildly outwards from the star's core like a raging beast. The entire planet began to tremble violently, and huge cracks began to appear on the ground, spreading rapidly like a dense spider web, a horrifying sight. The oceans were completely evaporated, and the once vibrant and beautiful blue planet has become a burning, terrifying hell. Life was wiped out in an instant, and brilliant civilizations were reduced to ashes in a flash. Finally, in a burst of light that was both dazzling and terrifying, Mond exploded completely, turning into countless fragments and dust that scattered throughout the vast universe. That once vibrant planet and the glorious civilization that once existed on it were completely wiped out in an instant, as if they had never existed at all. Chapter 59 Coastline Landing Campaign. Under the devastating attack of the planet-destroying cannon, a planet roughly the size of Earth vanished completely into the vast universe in just a few minutes, leaving not a trace. As expected of the Star Destroyer cannon, the name Star Destroyer truly lives up to its name. Witnessing such terrifying power firsthand, Liang was completely stunned. After all, this was the first time he had ever experienced such a shocking scene of a planet being destroyed in an instant before his eyes. The task has been completed, and the reward has been issued. Just as Monstar was reduced to ashes, the AI's emotionless voice rang out at the opportune moment. "Let's go, pal. Inform the fleet to prepare for return." Once Liang came to his senses, he immediately notified the fleet to begin their return voyage. Since the mission had been successfully completed, there was no point in staying any longer. With the activation of the hyperspace jump engine, powerful energy fluctuations instantly filled the entire area. Then, with a flash of light, the entire fleet disappeared into the G1005 system like ghosts. The G1005 galaxy, apart from the absence of the once existing Monstar, seems to have undergone no other significant changes and continues to silently operate in the long river of the universe. On another distant alien planet, the massive army of the Fishman Empire finally arrived at that long, winding coastline. The coastline was deathly still in the heavy darkness before dawn, with the waves gently lapping against the sand, producing a low, rhythmic thud. On the sea, countless merfolk soldiers of the Merfolk Empire silently emerged like ghosts. One by one, fish-headed, human-bodied, robust fishman soldiers, clad in sturdy armor and wielding sharp weapons, slowly emerged from the sea and strode towards the beach. On the coastline, the Blue Star Force's meticulously constructed defensive fortifications stood ready, their dark machine gun and cannon barrels steadily aimed at the approaching Fishman Empire forces. "Attention, all units, enemy forces have arrived." The commander, holding binoculars, kept a close eye on the fishman troops' every move, his expression serious and focused, until they entered the carefully laid minefield. Boom. Finally, the merman troops stepped into the dangerous minefield and triggered a powerful mine. In an instant, flames shot into the sky, and several merman soldiers screamed as they were blasted away, their limbs scattered in the air. Fire. Seeing that the Merfolk Empire forces had completely entered the fire zone and minefield, the commander immediately ordered to open fire without hesitation. In an instant, the machine guns inside the fortress roared like mad beasts, and bullets poured down like a torrential downpour, the dense bullets instantly piercing through the bodies of the Fishman Empire soldiers with astonishing force. The seawater was quickly stained dark red with blood, and the Fishman soldiers fell one after another, some even dying the moment they surfaced, without even a chance to struggle. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Take cover! Someone in the merman army screamed in terror. However, the open beach was completely empty, with no obstacles to provide shelter. Damn it! Everyone charge! Just get to the top! The commander of the Merfolk force roared angrily, trying to boost morale. The commander of the Fishman Empire, completely unaware of the need to evade, blindly ordered his soldiers to charge straight toward the beach. Upon hearing the commander's order, the merman soldiers showed no sign of retreat. They gritted their teeth, their eyes revealing determination and resolve, and bravely and tenaciously trudged forward on the beach amidst the hail of bullets. The Blue Star Force's defenses weren't limited to machine gun suppression. Artillery from the rear also began firing. Powerful cannonballs whistled through the sky, exploding all around the merman soldiers. Each explosion sent up towering columns of water and clouds of mud and sand, as if to bury the entire world. The Murloc troops in the rear were hit by cannon fire from time to time, and the fire burned fiercely and recklessly on the beach. Some merman soldiers were even engulfed in flames. The merman soldiers in the raging fire desperately rushed outwards. Some fell tragically in the sea of fire, while others, covered in flames, ran into the sea without regard for their own lives. On the beach, the corpses of the Fishman soldiers were piled up like mountains, and blood flowed freely, staining every inch of the land red. But their ruthless commander continued to hysterically issue orders to advance and charge, seemingly disregarding the lives of his soldiers and only wanting to use their lives to break through the Blue Star Force's impregnable defenses. Unfortunately, flesh and blood are no match for merciless bullets and powerful cannons. Even though the Fishman soldiers charged with the determination to die for their cause, they still could not break through the Blue Star Force's impenetrable defenses. After costing a large number of soldiers their precious lives, the outermost barbed wire was finally destroyed, allowing the Fishman soldiers to advance a short distance. However, in front of them, one after another impregnable bunker blocked their way. The Fishman soldiers were instantly suppressed by the fierce firepower from the bunkers and could not even raise their heads. The entire beach was shrouded in smoke, and visibility was obscured by the thick fog. Shouts of battle, gunfire, and explosions mingled together, deafeningly loud, as if to tear the world apart. The Fishman soldiers were covered in mud, blood, and sweat, making them unrecognizable. Retreat! Retreat! Seeing that the Merfolk Empire's forces had suffered heavy losses, the commander finally snapped out of his madness and hurriedly ordered the remaining troops to begin their retreat. Upon hearing the order to finally retreat, the merman soldiers felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They hurriedly turned and fled in panic, fearing that if they were even a step too slow, they would be struck by the powerful weapon and lose their lives. As the sun set, its afterglow fell upon the desolate beach, a scene of utter desolation. The corpses of Merfolk soldiers lay scattered everywhere, and broken weapons and equipment littered the ground, creating a scene of utter chaos. Thus, the Fishman Empire's support forces were completely defeated and returned in disarray. Chapter 60: Urban Siege and Defense. What? Our troops have suffered heavy losses? Upon hearing this news, the king of the Fishman Empire was visibly shocked and roared in disbelief. Upon learning that the support troops he had sent out had been repelled, his eyes widened, his expression filled with astonishment and anger. Being driven back was bad enough, but to lose more than half of their soldiers was an immense disgrace for the Fishman Empire. Your Majesty, this is not my fault. The enemy's weapons were simply too powerful. Our soldiers didn't even get a clear look at the enemy before they were hit by their incredibly powerful weapons. The commander looked helpless and cried, trying to defend himself. Humph, if you hadn't blindly ordered your soldiers to charge recklessly, how could we have suffered such heavy losses? Guards, drag him away and execute him. The king roared angrily, his voice echoing through the palace. No sooner had the king finished speaking than two strong and powerful guards rushed in, grabbed the commander without hesitation, and dragged him out of the palace. His Majesty! His Majesty! The commander struggled desperately, pleading for mercy at the top of his lungs. However, the king remained unmoved, his face grim, and watched as the commander was mercilessly dragged away and executed. Sigh, let's go report to the Warcraft Empire and say that our forces have been utterly decimated and are unable to provide further support. Let them fend for themselves. The king sighed deeply and said helplessly. Although he still had troops, his empire was located at sea. While its offensive capabilities might be insufficient, its defensive strength was undoubtedly the best among the 5 great empires. Therefore, it was better to preserve his own strength. On the Chaotic Empire's side, despite the fact that the most important key cities had already been captured, the Chaotic Empire's king resolutely decided to send troops to support them. For no other reason than that the two countries are close neighbors with a vital relationship of mutual dependence, so it is necessary to send troops to help them, otherwise the Warcraft Empire will be next to perish. To ensure the successful recapture of the city, the number of soldiers deployed for this expedition reached an astonishing 100,000. As for why not choose a detour, not only would a detour waste a lot of precious time, but it would also very likely result in being surrounded by enemy forces from both sides, at which point one would truly be trapped and become a sitting duck. The forces on Blue Star responsible for defending the city were also formidable. Various types of artillery were mounted on the city walls, and the buildings within the city were meticulously equipped with all sorts of traps and sturdy fortresses. In short, either completely wipe out the Blue Star forces within the city, or don't even try to cross this impregnable city. As the sun set, in the blood-red afterglow of the sunset, the army of the Chaotic Empire marched toward the city like a surging tide. The soldiers were dressed in heavy armor and carried all kinds of weapons. Their banners fluttered wildly in the wind, and the sounds of horses' hooves, footsteps, and vehicles mingled together, making the earth tremble slightly. This massive procession stretched for miles, raising dust that blotted out the sky, as if it were about to cover the entire horizon. The commander of the Blue Star forces stood atop the towering city wall, his gaze coldly fixed on the approaching enemy troops in the distance. The order has finally arrived. All units are to prepare for battle. The commander immediately issued the order. On the city wall, rows of cannons were neatly lined up. The gunners looked serious and ready for battle, with ammunition boxes piled up like mountains beside them. As the army of the Chaotic Empire entered firing range, the commander swung his arm down and roared hoarsely. Fire! Instantly, deafening artillery roared up, and shells, accompanied by sharp, piercing whistles, flew towards the enemy like meteors. Explosions flashed repeatedly in the enemy ranks. Billowing smoke filled the air, and the horrific scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere was shocking. The sudden and violent explosion plunged the vanguard of the Chaotic Empire into chaos. Don't panic. Everyone charge. The commander of the Chaotic Empire shouted at the top of his lungs. Under his command, the troops managed to stabilize their position and charged toward the city gate like frenzied beasts. Braving a hail of bullets and earth-shaking bombardments, the troops of the Chaotic Empire overcame countless hardships and finally arrived at the foot of the city walls. Explosion. Several mages, under the fearless cover of numerous soldiers, shouted in unison. Several dazzling magical beams burst forth instantly, accompanied by a tremendous roar. The city gate was blasted open, and broken pieces of wood flew everywhere. The troops of the Chaotic Empire rushed in like a flood breaking through a dam. On the city streets, the traps meticulously planned and laid by the Blue Star forces began to prove deadly. Some enemy soldiers, in their haste to advance, inadvertently stepped into a trap. In an instant, the hidden spikes suddenly burst out from the ground, piercing their bodies. Blood gushed out like a spring, staining the ground beneath their feet red. Some enemy soldiers, in their panic, lost their footing and fell into the bottomless pit, filled with countless sharp spikes, making escape impossible. Even worse, some were unlucky enough to step directly on powerful landmines, triggering violent explosions. Besides the solid and tight defenses on the city walls, many elusive Blue Star squads are also hidden inside the city. They hold their breath in the dark corners, their eyes fixed on the enemy's every move. Fire! Suddenly, a machine gun emerged from an inconspicuous window, aiming at the troops of the Chaotic Empire and spitting out deadly flames. Enemy attack. The panicked and chaotic Imperial soldiers were thrown into disarray, hastily hiding in the surrounding buildings. That direction. A sharp-eyed soldier quickly pointed out the location of the machine gun, and then a mage raised his hand without hesitation, sending a blazing fireball hurtling towards the machine gun muzzle. "Get out of the way." Seeing the fireball hurtling towards him, the machine gunner's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly and scrambled to get out of his position. Unfortunately, the fireball was as fast as lightning and struck the building where the machine gunner was located. The machine gunner, unable to dodge in time, was instantly buried by the collapsing building, and his fate was unknown. These brutal and intense battles were happening in every corner of the city. It was a fight to the death, with no way out and no mercy. Deafening explosions echoed throughout the city, instantly plunging it into a raging inferno. Houses collapsed one after another, roads were shattered, and the flames greedily devoured everything in their path. The streets were filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the nauseating stench of blood. Everywhere you looked, there were the cold corpses of soldiers from both sides. Bullets flew like locusts, and every dark street corner and every seemingly ordinary window could hide a deadly threat. Chapter 61 Missile Launch. The entire battle raged fiercely from dusk until the next morning, the long night seemingly forever illuminated by the flames of war. During this agonizing time, people tragically lose their lives every minute, or even every second. Life becomes so fragile here, and the shadow of death looms over everyone. Retreat. In the end, the commander of the Chaotic Empire looked at his heavily damaged and demoralized army, and waved his hand helplessly to order a retreat. After a night of thrilling fighting, the vast majority of the 100,000 soldiers of the Chaotic Empire have been lost. The remaining remnants of the army had no choice but to hastily leave the city in a panic, fleeing this place that was like a terrifying meat grinder. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke that lingered for a long time, like a thick layer of gloom. As far as the eye could see, corpses lay strewn everywhere, and the devastation was horrifying. This fierce siege finally ended in a hard-won victory for the Blue Star forces. However, the situation for the Blue Star forces was also dire. After a night of fierce fighting, the defending troops were almost wiped out, suffering heavy casualties. If the Chaotic Empire continues its relentless offensive, the Blue Star forces might not be able to hold on to this war-torn city. Bastard! Bastard! Upon receiving news of the army's defeat, the king of the Chaotic Empire instantly flew into a rage, his eyes turning bloodshot, like a mad lion. He wildly waved his arms, smashing precious items in the palace without restraint. Exquisite porcelain was instantly reduced to shards, gorgeous tapestries were torn to the ground, and valuable furniture was also shattered in his rage. After venting his anger, the king finally calmed down, slumped wearily on his throne, his brow furrowed, and began racking his brains to think about how to deal with the situation. After all, even 100,000 soldiers couldn't breach a city held by the enemy, which shows just how powerful the enemy was. It was beyond imagination. After pondering for a long time, the king silently picked up a pen and paper and wrote a letter in a hurry. Then, he summoned the messenger and said with a solemn expression, "Go and find a way to deliver this letter to the so-called Blue Star forces." After these two fierce battles, the Blue Star forces' reputation spread like wildfire throughout the globe. Whether it's the 5 great empires or various independent adventurers, they are all basically aware of the remarkable name of the Blue Star Force. Meanwhile, at the Blue Star Force's headquarters, Daegu stared intently at the images transmitted from the satellite, his face filled with delight. In a vast forest, a group of soldiers, like a winding python, silently advanced towards the Warcraft Empire under the cover of the lush vegetation. The procession stretched for several kilometers, and the majority of the members were women. Without exception, they all had delicate, pointed ears, clearly indicating that they were elves. This must be the Forest Empire's support forces preparing missiles. Daegu shouted, a ruthless glint in his eyes. So what if she's a woman? An enemy is an enemy, whether she's a man or a woman, a human or a ghost. While missiles cannot be used to bomb cities, they are still feasible for bombing forests. As Daegu gave the order, the lights in the command center blazed on, and rows of sophisticated instruments and screens flashed with complex and numerous data and images. The technicians were completely focused, their hands flying across the control panels as they accurately entered various instructions. On a wide-open space, missile launchers loaded with huge missiles were parked silently on the ground. The missiles on the vehicles began to rise slowly until they were completely upright. Target location confirmed, missile launch system ready, awaiting final instructions. The report was clearly heard on the communication channel inside the missile launcher. Daegu took a deep breath, his eyes resolute, and decisively gave the order. Emission. Upon receiving the order, The operators inside the vehicle pressed the launch button without hesitation. Instantly, a powerful electric current surged like a raging torrent through thick wires into the bottom of the missile, and an intensely hot flame shot out from the tail of the missile. Accompanied by a deafening roar that seemed to tear the heavens and earth apart, the missile began to slowly rise. The flames that shot out grew ever more intense, as if they were about to devour everything around them, and the scorching heat distorted and warped the surrounding air. The missile's speed increased steadily, faster and faster, and the immense thrust caused the entire missile launcher to tremble violently, as if it were about to fall apart. Missiles surged forward with unstoppable force, piercing through layers of clouds and leaving long white trails in their wake. The trails gradually spread across the vast sky, resembling a giant dragon meandering and swimming freely in the air. The missile flew higher and higher until it became a tiny, almost imperceptible, eventually disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 62: The Power of Missiles. Sister, what is that? In the Forest Empire's ranks, a charming and adorable elf girl clung tightly to her older sister's sleeve, pointing to the sky with a puzzled expression and asking a question. Everyone, get out of the way. The elven woman, addressed as elder sister, looked in the direction her younger sister had pointed and saw several black dots with long trails of smoke in the sky, rushing straight toward them like deadly demons. Although she had no idea what it was, her strong intuition was frantically warning her that it was an extremely dangerous object, a great danger that could threaten her life. Upon hearing this urgent shout, the entire Forest Empire's team instantly panicked, and everyone scattered and fled. However, the missile's enormous kill radius was not something that could be easily escaped by human legs. Several loud bangs were heard, and several missiles landed accurately in the long column. In an instant, flames shot into the sky, and the sound of explosions resounded through the heavens. As several missiles exploded with a deafening roar, as if the end of the world had suddenly arrived, a huge and scorching fireball, like a ferocious beast, roared into the sky and instantly devoured everything around it. The intense heat, accompanied by a violent shockwave, swept outwards like a surging tide from the point of explosion. In the raging flames, the elves' figures were instantly engulfed by the rolling flames. The once tall and straight trees burned fiercely under the extreme heat, making a crackling and ear-piercing sound, and then turned into ashes flying everywhere. Thick smoke billowed up and rose, covering the sky and completely obscuring it, making the entire forest seem to have instantly fallen into a terrifying abyss of hell. In the epicenter of the explosion, those unfortunate elves vanished instantly, leaving not a trace of their existence. The elves who were a little further away had their bodies torn to pieces by the immense power of the explosion. Severed limbs and broken pieces were scattered all over the ground. Their beautiful pointed ears were charred by the raging fire. Their once exquisite faces were covered by blood and dust, and their once vibrant and lively eyes were now just empty and filled with deep despair. The wounded elves let out heart-wrenching howls of agony, their cries sounding so pitiful and helpless amidst the billowing smoke. Some elves tried to rescue their injured companions, but the raging fire and the constantly falling trees made their efforts extremely difficult. The once orderly line had become chaotic, with fear and despair hanging over everyone like a thick haze. The fire caused by the explosion spread rapidly, forming a raging sea of fire. The elves who were lucky enough to survive the explosion struggled desperately to live in this inferno. Their clothes and hair were set ablaze, their delicate skin was severely burned, and the air was filled with a nauseating smell of burning and a strong, pungent stench of blood. This once peaceful and vibrant forest had now become a horrific hell on earth. Far away in the camp, Andegu stared intently at the clear images transmitted by the satellite and nodded in satisfaction. It looks like we can save 2 medium-range missiles. The missile attack was quite effective, successfully destroying the Forest Empire's support forces. If the attack is not to your liking, Andegu has already planned to continue launching missiles until the Forest Empire's forces are completely rendered incapable of fighting. In the forest that had been relentlessly bombarded by missiles, the elves who had miraculously survived and struggled to escape the terrifying inferno quickly and frantically gathered together. Is this divine retribution? An elf who had barely escaped stared blankly at the still raging sea of fire behind him, his face numb, muttering to himself as if he had lost his soul. After enduring the brutal bombardment of missiles, the Forest Empire's support forces were completely rendered ineffective. Now, with only the support forces of the Beast King Empire remaining, the operation to capture the capital of the Beast Empire can be considered a piece of cake. The outer perimeter of the Adi forest has now been transformed into an impregnable defensive line by the Blue Star forces. Various machine gun and artillery fortresses stand like steel behemoths, and towering watchtowers have also sprung up. Who is it? A sharp-eyed guard instantly spotted a tall, thin figure lurking in the bushes, immediately raised his gun, and aimed precisely at the target. Hearing the guard shout, the other guards rushed over, and at the same time, bright searchlights on the watchtower were turned on, their intense light shining into the bushes. Don't move. I am a messenger from the Chaotic Empire, sent on the orders of our king. Under the aim of so many weapons, a messenger from the Chaotic Empire, trembling, slowly emerged from the bushes, his hands raised high, an envelope conspicuously displayed. Letter? Upon hearing this, the guards exchanged glances and, after carefully confirming that there was no potential danger in the surroundings, one of the guards cautiously and slowly walked towards the messenger. Behave yourself. Lie down on the ground and raise your hands. The other guards shouted loudly from all around. Upon hearing this, the messenger dared not disobey in the slightest and immediately cooperated obediently, quickly lying down on the ground and raising his hands high. Seeing that the messenger was cooperating so obediently, the guard was slightly relieved. He quickly stepped forward, took the envelope from the messenger's hand, and then swiftly took out handcuffs and skillfully cuffed the messenger's hands. At this, the other guards quickly surrounded him. Come on, take him back to camp. The guards spoke sternly, gripping the messenger's arm tightly as they led him toward the camp. Chapter 63 The Forest Queen's Decision. Sir, we've captured a messenger who claims to be from the Chaotic Empire. This is the letter he brought. In Andregu's command room, several stern-looking guards forcefully brought the messenger forward, then deftly pulled out the envelope and handed it to Andregu. Messenger? Envelope? Seeing this, Andregu frowned slightly, took the envelope handed to him by the guard, and slowly took out the letters inside to examine them carefully. After a long while, Angu put down the letter in his hand with a puzzled look, because it was not a letter of war or a letter full of provocation as he had expected, but an unexpected letter of surrender. Respected leader of the Blue Star forces. Hello. After much deliberation, I, King Gaul of the Chaotic Empire, on behalf of the Chaotic Empire, solemnly decide to surrender to you and the Blue Star forces you represent. We deeply understand that continuing to fight against the Blue Star forces will only result in utter annihilation. Your overwhelming power and incredibly advanced weaponry leave us utterly helpless. In this brutal war, we have also clearly seen the situation. Continuing the fight is completely pointless. We willingly lay down our weapons and are ready to fully submit to your arrangements. We sincerely hope that you will treat our people with tolerance and compassion and give them the precious opportunity and hope for survival. King Gaul of the Chaotic Empire. Date. After reading the letter of surrender, Andregu fell into deep thought. He knew in his heart that this might be a rare opportunity to quickly end this alien war, but he also had to remain highly vigilant and cautious to prevent any traps. After all, a single letter like this cannot fully represent a country's true attitude and stance. Tell me in detail how your king sent you to deliver this letter. Andegu stared sharply at the messenger and said in a serious tone, regardless of whether the letter is real or fake, let's try to get more details from this messenger. Upon hearing Andegu's words, the messenger dared not hesitate for a moment and immediately poured out everything he knew, including how the king had been furious and enraged in the palace, and even described some of the subtle expressions and actions in vivid detail. After listening to the messenger's long and detailed account, Andegu remained silent, only nodding slightly. If the messenger did not embellish the account, then this letter most likely represents the true attitude of the Gallic king. I've delivered the letter, sir. Could you please spare my life? The messenger's voice trembled, his face filled with fear, and his body trembled slightly with extreme terror. Don't worry, I will definitely let you go back. However, you won't be the only one going back with you. I will also arrange for a military unit to go back with you. Although Andrew still harbored many doubts about the Chaotic Empire's easy surrender and lack of belief in the whole story, after careful consideration, he decided to send a small force back with the messenger to try and find out the true intentions of the so-called Gallic king. Inside the palace of the Forest Empire, the Forest Queen gripped the intelligence report tightly, her knuckles turning white from the excessive force, and her breathing becoming erratic and unsteady. 50,000 compatriots. A full 50,000 compatriots. The Forest Queen cried out in anguish, her voice filled with endless pain and rage. The Forest Empire's support force was almost completely wiped out after being bombed by missiles, with only a few hundred surviving by sheer luck. Many of them were seriously injured, but at least they survived. This sudden and devastating attack left the Forest Queen completely bewildered, unsure whether it was the work of the so-called Blue Star forces or, as rumored, divine retribution. But whatever the reason, the incident has already happened. The most important thing now is to think about what to do next: fight to the end or surrender in humiliation. It should be noted that due to the unique characteristics of the elves, the Forest Empire is predominantly female, has a small population, and low combat power, making it the weakest of the 5 great empires. Men, prepare the supplies. I need to personally meet with the leader of the Blue Star forces. The Forest Queen's eyes were unwavering. Regardless of whether she faced the danger of national subjugation or a humiliating existence, she was mentally prepared, given that the strength displayed by her opponent was far superior to theirs. Your Majesty, it is far too risky for you to go there in person. Whether you choose to seek peace or fight, we will steadfastly follow your choice. One of the Queen's guards looked at the Forest Queen with deep reluctance, his eyes reddening. My mind is made up. If I fail to send back any message, then you will lead the Empire to fight them to the very end. The Forest Queen continued, her tone resolute. After all, whether it's war or peace, if not even a single message can be sent out, it means that the so-called Blue Star Force must be a group of ruthless and cruel people. Faced with such an existence, there is certainly no possibility of peace talks. They can only fight to the last breath. In the satellite control center far away at the camp, staff members were intently observing the satellite images. Then, another army marched out from the Forest Empire, but this army was very small, only a few hundred people, and did not look like an army going on an expedition. I thought they were preparing to send troops again. The staff member murmured to himself. Because Andegu had previously given a death order. If the Forest Empire sent reinforcements again, missiles should be launched without hesitation along their march until they completely gave up on providing support. As for the Beast King Empire, their support forces marched in a scattered manner, in waves, and they consistently chose to march along urban routes, rarely spending much time in the wilderness. If it weren't for the fact that they knew nothing about technological civilization, Andegu might have even suspected that they knew about missiles, and therefore deliberately chose this method of marching to try and avoid attacks. Little did they know that Andegu's suspicions were completely unnecessary. The Beast King Empire's support troops were full of undisciplined scoundrels, so they disregarded military rules and regulations and wandered around at will. As for why they preferred taking urban routes, it was simply because the march would pass through cities, allowing them to enjoy themselves to the fullest. Chapter 64 Surrender Documents. In the capital of the chaotic empire, a Blue Star army marched arrogantly and swaggered through the bustling streets. Tanks and armored vehicles rumbled majestically down the street, their massive vibrations and deafening engine roars sounding like the bellows of ferocious beasts, causing the windows of roadside houses to tremble slightly and even creak. What exactly is this? One of the onlookers stared wide-eyed, his face filled with astonishment, and asked, I've never seen such a huge thing before, and there are even people sitting on it. People whispered among themselves, discussing loudly, their voices filled with curiosity and shock. This seems to be the legendary Blue Star Force, right? Among the crowd were some sharp-eyed individuals who immediately recognized that this was the recently renowned and famous Blue Star Force. Blue Star troops? I've heard of them before, but how did they get to our capital? Could they have already breached our defenses and invaded? Upon hearing this, many people were immediately filled with fear and their faces turned ashen. After all, the sight of fully armed soldiers brazenly appearing in the capital of one's own empire would naturally spark any speculation. And so, under the complex gazes of the onlookers, a mixture of curiosity and fear, the Blue Star army marched steadily and resolutely toward the royal palace. Meanwhile, in the palace, the chaotic empire's king, Gaul, was well aware that the Blue Star troops had entered the city, since he himself had issued the order allowing them to enter. Sigh, I really don't know if this choice is good or bad. Gaul frowned, pacing back and forth in the palace, his face full of hesitation. However, now that the Blue Star troops have entered the city, it's too late even if he has second thoughts. Gaul had no other choice but to pray silently, hoping that things would turn out for the better. Not long after, a messenger rushed in, looking flustered. Your Majesty, the Blue Star troops have entered the palace and are waiting outside the palace gates. Quickly, invite them in. Upon hearing that the people had arrived, Gaul looked anxious and hurriedly ordered his men to invite them in. A line of well-equipped Blue Star soldiers marched in with neat and powerful steps, carrying steel guns, their expressions serious and stern. Within minutes, the entire palace was completely surrounded by Blue Star soldiers. Seeing this, Large beads of sweat instantly appeared on Gul's forehead. He quickly raised his hand to wipe away the cold sweat that kept flowing down his face. After all, he was truly trapped like a turtle in a jar, and it was wishful thinking to try to escape. "Hello, King of Gul, I am Xiao Feng, representative of the Blue Star Army." Once the soldiers had completely taken control of the palace, Xiao Feng slowly walked in from outside. "Hello, Lord Xiaofeng." Gul hurried over, his face full of humility and his tone full of flattery. "Forget about calling me adult, just call me comrade." Xiaofeng shook his head slightly and said with a smile, Yes, comrade Xiaofeng. I've read your letter too. Does your country really want to surrender?" Xiaofeng extended his right hand, a seemingly kind smile on his face, and looked calmly at Gul. For some reason, even though Xiaofeng had a smiling, friendly, and approachable expression, I felt an inexplicable pressure and deep fear emanating from him. Yes, after careful consideration, I have come to realize that surrendering is undoubtedly the most correct choice. I hope that you will be magnanimous and show mercy. Gul couldn't care less about anything else at this moment. Looking at Xiaofeng's outstretched hand, he quickly clasped it tightly with both hands, his face full of fawning smiles. "All right, since that's the case, here is the surrender document drafted by our side. Take a close look at it, and if you have no objections, sign it." Xiaofeng, having withdrawn his hand, calmly took out a scroll from his robes and handed it to Gul. "Instrument of surrender." Gul paused for a moment before slowly accepting the scroll Xiaofeng handed him. It clearly says on it, "From this day forward, the Chaotic Empire must unconditionally surrender to the Blue Star forces and willingly submit to the Shili Empire. First, all military facilities of the Chaotic Empire, including but not limited to barracks, armories, and fortifications, must be completely and without reservation handed over to the Blue Star forces within a specified time. Any act of concealing or damaging military facilities will be severely punished. Secondly, all personnel of level 5 or above in the Chaotic Empire must be registered in detail and handed over to the Blue Star forces for unified management. Third, the Chaotic Empire must do everything in its power to cooperate with the Blue Star forces in other war operations, including but not limited to providing sufficient manpower, abundant material resources, and ample financial support. Throughout the entire battle, the plans and schemes formulated by the Blue Star forces must be strictly followed, and no unauthorized changes or delays are permitted. Fourth, all books and materials within the Chaotic Empire, such as magic scrolls, puppets, and magical artifacts, must be handed over to the Shili Empire without exception. The Chaotic Empire is not allowed to conceal or delay handing them over. Fifth, the political system of the Chaotic Empire will be completely restructured, and all the privileges enjoyed by the original nobles will be abolished. Sixth, the Chaotic Empire needs to provide a large number of laborers to the Blue Star forces to participate in various engineering and production activities designated by the Blue Star forces. Seventh, the Chaotic Empire is not allowed to have its own independent army. It can only retain a small number of armed forces to maintain social order, and these armed forces must be trained and strictly supervised by the Blue Star forces. As Gul read on, his face grew paler and paler, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He knew very well that once he signed the surrender document, the Chaotic Empire would completely lose its independent status. However, the current urgent situation left him no room for refusal. "I'm willing to accept all these conditions, but what's the deal with this Shili Empire?" After a moment's thought, Gul still chose to surrender, but he was still full of confusion and asked in bewilderment. After all, he had never heard of the Shili Empire before, but the surrender document clearly stated that he needed to submit to the Shili Empire. Seeing Gul's puzzled expression, Xiaofeng smiled and patiently explained. "Since we also belong to the Shili Empire, if you choose to surrender, you will naturally be submitting to the Shili Empire. As for what the Shili Empire is..." As he spoke, Xiaofeng began to explain to Gul in detail everything he knew about the Shili Empire. After listening to Xiaofeng's story, Gul was completely stunned and stood there dumbfounded. It turns out that there is an even wider world beyond this world. Thinking of this, Gul was extremely glad that he had made the choice back then. If what Xiaofeng said was true, then the world he lived in would be easily destroyed by others. Thinking of this, Gul hurriedly ordered his men to hand him a pen, and then hastily wrote his name on the surrender document. Thus, the Chaotic Empire officially surrendered, and the original 5 empires have now become 4. Chapter 65: Cosplaying a Corpse. However, just after Gul officially signed the surrender document, a messenger rushed in, looking panicked and walking hurriedly. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Some nobles have incited the people to hold protests outside the palace, resolutely declaring that they will not surrender. The messenger said breathlessly. Upon hearing this, Gaul's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and Xiafeng's brows also furrowed slightly. The surrender document has already been signed, yet they're still protesting. But why does this feel so familiar? Isn't this exactly the same situation that happened on our planet before? With that in mind, Xiafeng turned his gaze to Gaul, wanting to see how he planned to handle this thorny matter. If he can't take action himself, I can lend a hand, since I already have experience dealing with this kind of situation. Seeing Xiafeng looking at him, Gaul panicked and hurriedly said, "This is something I really didn't expect. Those nobles have always been resentful and unwilling to accept the loss of power. That's normal. I just wanted to ask how you plan to deal with this next? Or do you need our help?" Xiafeng nodded slightly, indicating that he understood Gaul's explanation. "Help? I've actually been disliking these nobles in the city for a long time. If you're willing to help resolve this, it would be a great help indeed, and nothing could be better." Seeing that Xiafeng was willing to help, Gaul quickly responded with a beaming smile, knowing that his own intervention would certainly not be as effective as the Blue Star Force's intervention. "Do you have a map of the capital city?" Xiafeng asked with a serious expression. Yes, I'll have someone fetch it right away," Gaul hurriedly replied. Before long, a detailed map of the entire Chaotic Empire's capital was respectfully handed to Xiafeng. Xiafeng opened the map and examined it carefully. The map showed that the entire capital city was dotted with more than a dozen noble residences. It seemed to be a rather arduous undertaking. "Order the troops to prepare for action." After a brief moment of thought and planning of the route, Xiafeng made a decisive move and hurriedly led his soldiers away, leaving Gaul standing there dumbfounded and motionless. "So be it. I'll surrender then. At least I'll keep my life. Besides, as the first one to surrender, who knows, maybe I'll be in charge of managing this world from now on." Gaul chuckled foolishly and muttered to himself. After all, based on Xiafeng's account of the Shili Empire, after conquering a planet, which was his own world, they would choose someone to govern the entire planet. Perhaps he would be that lucky chosen one. On the other side, Xiafeng had just led his troops out of the palace when he saw a group of agitated people surrounding the palace, waving various weapons and protesting loudly. "Refuse to surrender. Defeat the Blue Star forces." Seeing how enthusiastically and happily they were chanting slogans, Xiafeng couldn't help but laugh. As for why he was laughing, it's because these people won't be able to laugh later. Just thinking about this made Xiafeng laugh. "Everyone, ready." As soon as Xiafeng gave the order, all the soldiers sprang into action, quickly raising their weapons and steadily aiming their guns at the protesting, chaotic imperial humanoid inhabitants, who were not human. The weapon systems on the armored vehicles and tanks also slowly rotated to target them. As for the cannon, it's definitely not usable. After all, we're in the city's downtown area. It wouldn't matter if we killed these protesting Chaotic Empire humanoid residents, but it would be bad if we accidentally injured other civilians, since the Chaotic Empire has already surrendered. Fire! At Xiafeng's command, a barrage of bullets rained down on the humanoid inhabitants of the Chaotic Empire. In an instant, bullets struck one humanoid inhabitant of the Chaotic Empire after another, splattering blood everywhere. Run! Murder! Many of these were ordinary residents who had been tricked and lured here by the nobles. When they saw the Blue Star soldiers attacking so recklessly and without any regard for anything else, they panicked and ran away as fast as they could. The crowd instantly became incredibly noisy and chaotic, with people jostling and trampling each other everywhere. Within minutes, the entire crowd of protesters was emptied. Those who were lucky managed to scramble away, while the unlucky ones ended up lying on the ground dressed as corpses, looking exactly like 100% accurate cosplays. "Go ahead." Seeing that the protesters had been cleared, Xiafeng immediately gave the order to continue advancing, heading straight for the first noble mansion. Along the way, everyone who saw this army panicked and hurriedly sought places to hide, fearing that they would be offered peanuts as punishment. After all, peanuts were not to be eaten, as they could cost one's life. Before long, the troops arrived at the first noble mansion. "Halt! Who are you?" "This is the Duke's residence. Leave at once." The guards at the gate had serious expressions and were glaring angrily, completely unaware of the grim situation they were facing. Seeing this, Xiafeng was amused by the guards' stupidity. "Fire!" Xiafeng issued the order without hesitation. This was no longer a crowded downtown area. The tank's cannon was aimed directly at the gate, and a powerful grenade shot out, slamming straight into the heavy gate of the mansion. As for the guards, they naturally started cosplaying as corpses. But no, they had all turned into minced meat and couldn't cosplay as corpses at all. The gate was blasted open, and Blue Star soldiers rushed in like a tidal wave, mercilessly clearing out those inside. Gunshots rang out one after another. Even if there were strong people with the strength of level 9, as long as they dared to show their faces, all kinds of shells and bullets would be fired like a storm. Let alone one level 9. Even if there were several more, they would still be doomed. A dozen minutes later, the Blue Star soldiers slowly walked out, and the nobles inside the mansion had been completely cleared out. Next goal, let's go. After clearing out this mansion, the Blue Star troops pressed on without stopping and resolutely advanced towards another mansion. Chapter 66. The two great empires join forces. And so, Xiafeng led his troops to systematically clear out the noble residences in the capital one by one. Along the way, they also encountered nobles who chose to surrender directly and pleaded for their lives. However, these nobles are essentially potential uncontrollable factors and are very likely to cause trouble in the future. Therefore, Xiafeng refused to accept the surrender and pleas of these nobles and slaughtered them all without any mercy or hesitation. In just half a day, all the noble residences in the entire chaotic imperial capital were thoroughly and completely cleared away. Their methods were so cruel that they were chilling. They spared no innocent people, including the elderly, children, and women. If you were in the mansion, you couldn't escape. As expected of the Blue Star military, their methods are truly ruthless. Upon learning that the Blue Star forces had cleared out all the noble residences, Gaul's expression changed drastically. His body trembled slightly, and he spoke in a trembling voice. If I hadn't surrendered, I suppose my fate would have been the same as those nobles. After the Blue Star forces successfully eliminated these resistance forces, Gaul did not delay at all and quickly spread the news of the Chaotic Empire's formal surrender. The news shocked and surprised the entire continent as soon as it was released. It should be noted that the Chaotic Empire possessed a massive army of over 1 million men. The fact that a mere 100,000 men could defeat them and force them to surrender is truly baffling. In fact, Gaul himself was well aware that he still controlled more than 1 million soldiers. However, there is a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. No matter how many soldiers there are, if they are far behind in terms of equipment, tactics, and strategy, it will all be in vain. Even if we fight to the death, the final outcome will inevitably be defeat. If we choose to surrender now, we will also fail. Since the outcome is defeat anyway, why not choose to surrender directly to minimize the Empire's losses and casualties, as well as our own interests? Of course, others did not know Gaul's true thoughts and could only judge based on their own subjective conjectures. Some say the Galactic King surrendered because he was afraid of death. Others say the Blue Star forces and the Chaotic Empire secretly reached some kind of shady agreement. Still others speculate that the Chaotic Empire was only pretending to surrender and was actually plotting something. However, regardless of the discussions and speculations, the news of the Chaotic Empire's surrender is undeniable. On a winding road, a caravan of several hundred people was slowly making its way, and sitting in the carriage was none other than the noble queen of the Forest Empire. Your Majesty, news has just arrived from the Chaotic Empire. They have surrendered directly to the Blue Star forces. A servant rushed over to report. They surrendered? Is this news true? The Forest Queen looked on in surprise and disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide open. After all, the Chaotic Empire had always been stronger than her own Forest Empire, yet they had surrendered to the Blue Star forces just like that. It is absolutely true, Your Majesty. This is a message personally disseminated by the King of Gaul of the Chaotic Empire. It is said that the Blue Star forces have already begun to take over various affairs of the Chaotic Empire. The attendant answered confidently. After confirming the accuracy of the news several times, the Forest Queen paused slightly, her expression becoming somewhat complicated, before letting out a soft sigh. Very well, since the Blue Star forces are willing to accept the surrender of the Chaotic Empire, they probably won't refuse our surrender either. Let's go and continue forward. The Forest Queen said helplessly. With that, the convoy continued its journey toward the location of the Blue Star forces. What? The Chaotic Empire has surrendered? In the capital of the Warcraft Empire, the king of the Warcraft Empire stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief and astonishment, which then turned into an angry expression. Damn Gauls! How could they be so cowardly? A mere siege, and they're already this afraid? So what if they lost 100,000 soldiers? They're gone, so what? They actually chose to surrender? What cowards! The king of Warcraft was furious. He clenched his fists and slammed them hard on the table, the force of which shattered the table instantly. Although he said that, the Beast King knew very well that if the Chaos Empire surrendered, he would undoubtedly lose one of his most powerful allies. After all, the territories of their two empires are closely adjacent, and they are bound together by fate. Now that the Chaotic Empire has surrendered, Who knows if they will join forces with the Blue Star forces to attack them? If the Chaotic Empire were to launch an attack, he would be caught in a pincer movement. The best course of action now is to win over the Beast King Empire. Someone please come. With this in mind, the Beast King no longer hesitated and acted immediately. He quickly wrote a sincere letter outlining the resources he was willing to provide, and then handed it to a messenger to deliver to the King of the Beast Empire as soon as possible. In the Beast King Empire, the Beast King looked hesitant. He had received the letter from the Beast Empire, and he had also heard about the surrender of the Chaos Empire. He now faces only 3 difficult choices. First, fully support the Warcraft Empire and fight alongside them against the Blue Star forces. Second, cease all aid to the Warcraft Empire and remain neutral. Third, naturally, emulate the Chaos Empire and choose to surrender to the Blue Star forces. This truly put the Beast King in a difficult position. After all, the King of the Warcraft Empire had solemnly declared in the letter that he was willing to hand over a large portion of the precious resources. In addition, the 2 empires were essentially connected, sharing the same roots, and both were predominantly Orcish. He had considered surrendering, but the conditions for surrendering were far too harsh for him. You must know that after the Chaotic Empire surrendered, it accepted a total of 7 treaties from the Blue Star forces, each one strict. If he had actually signed them, he would have suffered heavy losses in terms of his rights and interests. After much deliberation, the Beast King decided to help the Warcraft Empire, since the loss of rights and benefits from surrendering was far too great for him to bear. Having already made the decision to help the Warcraft Empire, the Beast King naturally wouldn't appear stingy or miserly. He decisively dispatched an army of over 2 million to prepare for the expedition, while leaving only a few 100,000 troops within the empire for defense. I refuse to believe it. With the entire army mobilized, how can a suddenly appearing Blue Star force possibly resist? The Beast King snorted coldly, full of confidence. After all, in previous battles between various empires and Blue Star forces, the number of participants was at most 100,000, and it never even reached a scale of 1 million. Now, with over 2 million soldiers dispatched, plus the forces already possessed by the Warcraft Empire, they could easily muster 4 to 5 million soldiers. I don't believe the Blue Star troops can handle it. After all, even killing 4 or 5 million chickens would exhaust people to death. The astonishing news that the Beast King Empire had provided support to the Warcraft Empire with over 2 million soldiers spread like wildfire throughout the world, and everyone became aware of this momentous event. 2 million? The Beast King Empire has just laid bare its entire fortune, hasn't it? Someone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Who can argue with that? It just goes to show that these 2 empires are truly of the same blood and share the same roots. They were even willing to part with their entire fortunes without hesitation in order to help each other. Others chimed in, and the news naturally sparked a flurry of discussion, with all sorts of conflicting opinions. Chapter 67: The Forest Empire Caravan Arrives. Meanwhile, the King of the Warcraft Empire was overjoyed upon receiving this earth-shattering news. Ha ha ha. With our 2 empires working together, let's see how your Blue Star forces managed to break in. The King of the Warcraft Empire laughed wildly, even somewhat arrogantly thinking of launching a direct counterattack against the Blue Star forces, reclaiming all the cities that had been lost, and letting the surrendered Chaotic Empire see what true strength really was. As for the Fishman Empire, it remained oblivious to everything else, continuing with its own affairs. In any case, they figured that no matter which side won in the end, they didn't seem to pose much of a threat. If the Warcraft Empire wins, they will still remain one of the 5 great empires, their position secure. Even if the Blue Star forces win, they can simply give up their interests on land. In any case, the Blue Star forces can't possibly dive into the ocean and attack us as freely as those fishmen, can they? On the other side, on the outskirts of the Adi Forest, the Forest Empire's massive convoy, after a long journey, finally arrived slowly. Is this the location of the Blue Star forces? The Forest Queen gazed at the lush forest around her, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, her heart filled with doubt. After all, no matter how you look at it, this place doesn't seem to be the encampment of the Blue Star forces. There's not a single person in sight, not even a trace of activity. Little did they know that a reconnaissance plane on a reconnaissance mission spotted them thousands of meters above them. The reconnaissance plane had been conducting routine flights around the Adi Forest when it happened to spot the Forest Empire's convoy. Report, this is reconnaissance aircraft number 3. We have spotted a group of personnel suspected to be from the Forest Empire. We request ground support. The reconnaissance personnel on board the reconnaissance plane quickly reported the situation. Receive. A brief reply came from the other end of the communicator. As for how the reconnaissance plane determined that this was a team from the Forest Empire, the reason is simple. The Forest Queen directly and conspicuously hung her own iconic flag on the carriage. Just as the Forest Queen was preparing to continue deeper into the forest, a series of striking red laser beams suddenly shot out from the trees, precisely targeting everyone in the Forest Empire. The Forest Queen, in particular, was covered in countless red laser dots, clearly making her a prime target. Danger! Protect Her Majesty the Queen. Seeing that the situation was dire, the guards behind her were extremely anxious and prepared to rush forward without regard for their own safety, using their bodies to shield the Forest Queen. But before they could do anything, a bullet whistled through the air and struck the ground beneath their feet, kicking up a cloud of dust. Stop! Don't move. As the gunshot rang out, the Forest Queen quickly waved to stop the eager guards behind her. Upon hearing the Forest Queen's order, the guards, though anxious, had no choice but to stand still and remain motionless, their expressions tense as they stared intently into the woods. Before long, a group of Blue Star soldiers dressed in advanced special equipment walked out of the woods with steady steps. Of course, the lasers emitted by their weapons were always precisely aimed at the group. If the people of the Forest Empire dared to make any rash moves, they would show no mercy or leniency. Who are you? What are you doing here? One of the Blue Star soldiers asked in a serious tone. Hello, I am the Queen of the Forest Empire. I have come on behalf of the Forest Empire to surrender to you. I heard that you have been collecting these supplies, so I have specially sent them over. Upon hearing this, the Forest Queen dared not be negligent in the slightest and quickly replied, eagerly stating her purpose. As for these supplies, the Forest Queen had heard about them before. It was said that the Blue Star forces had been constantly collecting all sorts of information and precious magic scrolls, etc. To fully express her sincerity, she specially prepared a convoy full of supplies for this trip. Surrender? Upon hearing the Forest Queen's words, the Blue Star soldiers were slightly taken aback, clearly surprised, and then hurriedly relayed the message to their base camp via communication equipment. Report, this is Squad 2 on the outskirts of Audi Forest. We have successfully stopped the intruders. Some of them claim to be the Queen of the Forest Empire, here to surrender on behalf of the Empire. Please issue orders from Command Center. Seeing this, the Forest Empire group couldn't help but feel their hearts leap into their throats. They hurriedly stared nervously at the Blue Star soldiers, knowing that the orders they were about to receive could directly determine their life or death. Before long, the Blue Star soldiers nodded repeatedly, seemingly having received orders from their commander. Suddenly, the Blue Star soldiers turned their gaze to the Forest Queen. Upon seeing this, the Forest Queen's hands were clenched tightly. Her knuckles turned white from the excessive tension, and cold sweat flowed uncontrollably down her face. They were afraid that the Blue Star forces would refuse their surrender request. Your request has been approved. Please follow me. The Blue Star soldiers spoke slowly. As they spoke, the soldiers slowly lowered their weapons, and the laser beams aimed at them disappeared. This finally eased the tension that had been gripping the Forest Queen and her entourage, and they couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Chapter 68. The first battle is the decisive battle. One battle decides the fate of the world. The Forest Queen and her entourage carefully followed the Blue Star soldiers into the depths of the forest. Along the way, the people of the Forest Empire were full of curiosity, constantly looking around. Their eyes were filled with exploration and amazement, and they felt a deep sense of awe for the mysterious and powerful forces of the Blue Star Army. Finally, they arrived at the camp, and a tall, serious-looking man came out. This man was Andegu. Normally, important diplomatic matters like this would be handled by Xia Feng, but unfortunately, Xia Feng was not in the camp at the moment, so Andegu had to take over. Welcome everyone. I am Andegu, the Supreme Commander here. Lady Andegu, I am the Queen of the Forest Empire. You may call me Xiaowei. We are here on behalf of the Forest Empire to pay our respects to you. Xiaowei spoke urgently, trying to explain her purpose. However, before Xiaowei could finish speaking, Andegu gently waved his hand, interrupting her. I understand the situation. Please come in, everyone. I will accept the supplies you brought. With that, Andegu turned and strode toward the command room without saying a word, leaving Xiaowei standing there in a daze. After a moment, Xiaowei quickly caught up with him, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, since they were willing to accept the supplies he brought, his request to surrender should also be accepted. Entering the command room, Andegu remained silent, but slowly picked up a scroll from the table and handed it to Xiaowei. This is... Xiaowei stared at the scroll that Andegu handed her, her eyes, as bright as stars, filled with doubt as she tried to glean some information from his expression. Sign the surrender document. Andre said expressionlessly. Even though Xia Wei was incredibly beautiful with exquisite features, Andega's face remained completely unmoved, as if accepting their surrender was merely a routine procedure. A surrender document? Xia Wei was slightly startled, and then quickly opened the scroll to examine it carefully. It still listed several treaties, which were generally similar to the surrender document of the Chaotic Empire. After carefully reviewing the terms, Xia Wei signed her name without hesitation. What does it matter if I lose my own rights and interests, as long as I can save the empire? Andergu was quite surprised to see Xia Wei sign her name so readily. He had originally thought Xia Wei would try to negotiate with him. Of course, even if Xia Wei did try to negotiate, he would refuse her completely, without any room for discussion. All right, now that the surrender document has been signed, you have the responsibility and obligation to send troops to assist us, according to the terms of the surrender document. Andegu said with a serious expression. Sending troops? Is it to attack the Warcraft Empire? Upon hearing Andergu's words, Xia Wei frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then asked. After all, the whole world knows that the Blue Star forces are making a fierce attack on the capital of the Warcraft Empire. No, a direct attack isn't necessary for now. We've received word that the Beast King Empire has begun assembling over 2 million soldiers to support the Warcraft Empire. Your mission is to take advantage of the Beast King Empire's current weakened military presence on its home turf and launch an attack, forcing them to divert some of their forces to reinforce their home base. Andre explained the battle plan methodically. Upon hearing this, Xia Wei's beautiful eyes widened instantly in surprise. When did the Beast King Empire decide to send out such a large army? I haven't heard a thing about it. However, we now only have 1 million troops left, which probably won't last much longer. Xia Wei looked worried, and her tone revealed a hint of anxiety. Don't worry, besides you, the Chaotic Empire will also assist you. Hearing that the Chaotic Empire would also lend a hand, Xia Wei finally felt relieved. After all, it was simply impossible for her to stop an army of more than 2 million on her own. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Chaotic Empire, Gaul also received a message from the Blue Star forces, requesting him to join the Forest Empire in launching an attack on the Beast King Empire. Gaul readily agreed, having completely lost any will to resist after learning of the power of the so-called Hellenistic Empire. Ultimately, in other people's eyes, the world they live in is nothing more than an ant that can be easily crushed with a flick of the wrist. Soon after, news of the Forest Empire's surrender spread rapidly throughout the world. While everyone was still in shock, an even more significant piece of news followed. The simultaneous decision by the Forest Empire and the Chaos Empire to wage war against the Beast King Empire undoubtedly brought about a tremendous change in the global landscape. Currently, a three-way power struggle has formed on this alien planet. One side consists of the Blue Star forces, the Forest Empire, and the Chaos Empire. Another side is the alliance of the Monster Empire and the Beast King Empire. And the last side is naturally the Fishman Empire, which has always remained aloof and watched the show from the sidelines. Damn Gaul, and that shameless bitch Xia Wei. Surrendering is one thing, but they even dared to join forces with the Blue Star forces to launch an attack on us. They are simply shameless traitors. Upon receiving this news, the king of the Warcraft Empire instantly went into a frenzy. After all, the Beast King would definitely not send any more troops to reinforce them. Your Majesty, the Beast King Empire's support forces have sent word that they are not coming. Their Beast King has ordered them to return. The messenger said in a trembling voice. What? Upon hearing this news, the already furious Beast King nearly fainted from anger. Even without the massive support of over 2 million, at least initially, there was a support force that came to reinforce us. But now, even that support force has been recalled. This is simply outrageous and intolerable. Of course, the Beast King didn't blame his anger on the Beast King, but rather entirely on the Blue Star forces. After all, in his view, if the Blue Star forces hadn't appeared, he would probably still be living a carefree and happy life every day. Men, assemble all troops within the Empire and launch a counterattack against the Blue Star forces. The enraged Warcraft King has made up his mind to stop defending. Rather than passively defending and letting the enemy capture cities one by one, it would be better to gather all troops, go all out, and fight to the death. Perhaps with this desperate battle, we can successfully repel or even defeat the Blue Star forces. Your Majesty, please reconsider. After such a long battle, our army is now reduced to barely 2 million men. It is truly not wise to continue fighting. Seeing the Beast King acting so impulsively, a beast general hurriedly spoke up to persuade him. Humph. Defense is death, offense is death. So in your opinion, what should we do? Seeing someone blocking his way, the Beast King was furious, his eyes wide with anger as he questioned the general. Seeing the Beast King glaring at him, the general was immediately intimidated and lowered his head, not daring to utter another word. To be honest, if it were really up to him to make the decision, he would prefer to follow the example of the Forest Empire and surrender directly. But seeing how angry His Majesty is now, if he dared to suggest that idea, this day next year would probably be his death anniversary. All right, since none of you have anything to say, then do as I say. The first battle will be the decisive one, and the outcome will be decided in one battle. The Warcraft King spoke with a firm and resolute tone. Chapter 69: The Final Battle. The news that the Warcraft Empire had decided to fight to the death spread like wildfire throughout the world. Now, everyone is filled with tension and curiosity, ready to see how the Blue Star Forces will respond. Little did they know, back at the Blue Star Forces headquarters, Indego laughed so hard upon hearing the news that he couldn't even straighten up. Haha, the first battle is the decisive battle, a single victory to decide the fate of the world. Who does he think he is? The first battle? They've already captured countless cities. But that's fine. Their defensive tactics have only wasted our time. Now that they've chosen to attack, it's the perfect opportunity to take them down in one fell swoop. Indego laughed loudly. After regaining his composure, Indego didn't delay any longer and began to summon the commanders of various units to prepare for an important meeting. His goal was clear: to resolve all the troubles at once and not allow the Warcraft Empire any further opportunity to prolong the situation. A week passed quickly, like a fleeting moment. On the Warcraft Empire's side, all troops had completed their assembly, and the situation had even reached a frenzied level. They had also captured many civilians and forcibly conscripted them into the army. The Blue Star forces were equally well prepared. Although the Titan transport ship had long exceeded its lease period, Indego still made a special request to Liang to lease the Titan transport ship again. As for Liang, he naturally agreed to the request. He rented the Titan transport ship for another half a month because Indego confidently assured him that he would be able to successfully take over the entire alien planet within half a month. With the help of the Titan transport ship's powerful transport capabilities, all kinds of advanced weapons and equipment and ample resources were successfully delivered once again. Moreover, some soldiers from the Forest Empire and the Chaotic Empire were even equipped with the Blue Star Forces' superior weapons. Seeing the weapon support provided by the Blue Star Forces, the Chaotic Empire and the Forest Empire were even more excited, and their morale soared. Their main forces couldn't wait to head towards the Beast King Empire. Like the Warcraft Empire, they deployed all their forces without reservation, even if it left their domestic forces depleted. So what? There were no other potential enemies threatening them at the moment. As for the Fishman Empire, they completely ignored it. After all, apart from sending a small force to participate in the war at the very beginning, this empire remained on the sidelines, becoming a mere spectator. Even if you gave it 10 times the courage, it would never dare to cause trouble at this crucial moment. At dawn, as the sky began to lighten and the first rays of sunlight appeared, a massive army, stretching for countless miles, was slowly advancing towards the Blue Star forces. The army stretched as far as the eye could see, like a winding dragon. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, the Blue Star troops, who had been waiting in full force, were already fully prepared. The soldiers were all in high spirits, waiting for the Warcraft Empire's troops to arrive so they could give them a good beating. Meanwhile, the allied forces of the Forest Empire and the Chaos Empire have successfully entered the territory of the Beast King Empire, advancing rapidly and heading straight for the capital. The Beast King Empire, naturally, dared not slacken its efforts in the slightest. It also assembled all its troops for defense, preparing for a desperate fight. Both sides seemed to be of one mind, and decided at the same time that this confrontation would be decided in one battle. Soon after, the vanguard of the Warcraft Empire came into view of the Blue Star forces. They were a group of knights riding huge, ferocious beasts. The moment they noticed the Blue Star troops, they gradually increased their speed and launched a fierce attack without hesitation, attempting to disrupt the Blue Star troops' well-organized formation with their charge. Seeing that the enemy had already launched a fierce attack, Indego remained calm and composed, keeping a close eye on the approaching enemy and waiting quietly until the enemy entered the optimal firing range before giving the order to attack. Fire! At his command, the artillery positions at the rear instantly unleashed their fury, firing powerful shells like meteors towards the monster forces. The deafening roar of cannons echoed as shells exploded violently among the vanguard of the monsters, sending dirt and blood flying in an instant. Yet, these valiant knights did not falter. They resolutely steered their raging beasts forward, the frenzied roars of the animals mingling with the booming of guns, creating a heart-wrenching symphony of death. Seeing that some knights had still managed to break through the artillery's range, the Blue Star forces decisively dispatched tanks, armored vehicles, and other heavy equipment. These steel behemoths instantly coalesced into a surging torrent of steel, rushing towards the monster forces with overwhelming force. The machine gunners on the tank opened fire at full power, unleashing a barrage of bullets that rained down like a torrential downpour, creating deadly barrages. The knights and beasts at the front fell one after another, blood splattering everywhere, but the monster soldiers behind them remained fearless and charged forward wave after wave. However, in the end, they were either mercilessly hit by bullets or blasted to pieces by the immense power of cannonballs. On the other side of the battlefield, the allied forces of the Forest Empire and the Chaos Empire finally met the army of the Beast King Empire. The elven mages of the Forest Empire closed their eyes and chanted mysterious spells in a low voice. In an instant, huge trees that suddenly emerged from the ground seemed to be given life and came to life, stretching out thick and huge branches, attacking the soldiers of the Beast King Empire as fiercely as giant pythons. The warriors of the Chaotic Empire, each wielding a sharp blade and with fearless flames burning in their eyes, charged bravely into the enemy ranks. The soldiers of the Beast King Empire, all clad in heavy armor, stubbornly resisted the attacks with their sturdy, massive shields while wielding heavy weapons to counterattack. Various dazzling magical attacks also crisscrossed between the two camps. Soldiers from both sides were wounded and killed in the fierce clashes, their blood flowing freely and staining the ground beneath their feet. Chapter 70, The Final Battle, Part 2. On the Blue Star side, the vanguard of the Warcraft Empire had been almost completely wiped out by the fierce artillery fire. Seeing the shells beginning to relentlessly attack their rear troops, the Warcraft Empire's mages quickly cast magical barriers, successfully blocking most of the shells. However, a few escaped and exploded in the crowd, causing a bloodbath. As the Blue Star Army's steel torrent gradually approached, the archers of the Warcraft Empire drew their bows and unleashed wave after wave of dense arrows, while the Blue Star soldiers skillfully used armored vehicles and tanks to take cover. Just then, a series of deafening roars came from the sky. Huge flying dragons soared through the air, opened their blood-red maws, and spewed out raging flames, sweeping across the Blue Star troops, turning everything in their path into a sea of fire. Andegu looked up at the flying dragon in the sky with a solemn expression, and then decisively called for the Air Force to enter the field, while the ground forces quickly retreated. Just as the dragons were still recklessly spewing flames, a series of sharp air-to-air missiles suddenly attacked with fierce force, accurately striking the dragons' massive bodies. In just a few minutes, some of the weaker flying dragons were mercilessly shot down by the powerful impact of the missiles, their fate unknown. Only a small number of tough-skinned flying dragons were left, bleeding profusely, still stubbornly flying in the air. However, if one round of bombing doesn't kill it, there will be another round. The missiles came whistling in again, and this time Phylong was smarter and tried to dodge. However, with the missile's infrared tracking system and astonishing speed, how could these flesh-and-blood creatures easily evade it? After this more intense bombardment, all the dragons in the sky were shot down. In the end, they didn't even have time to see what was attacking them before they fell to the ground in resentment and died. With the aerial threat gone, the Blue Star Force's air units quickly moved in and launched attacks indiscriminately over the Warcraft forces. The sounds of gunfire and agonizing screams mingled together on the battlefield, creating a chaotic cacophony. The mages of the Warcraft Empire quickly took action to try and fend off the attacks from the air. At the same time, the Blue Star Force's artillery positions opened fire fiercely again, with continuous and huge explosions rising and falling, causing the entire battlefield to tremble violently. One after another, bottomless huge craters appeared in the ranks of the Warcraft Empire, and countless soldiers died instantly, with the number of casualties incalculable. Upon witnessing such a terrifying scene, the soldiers' mental defenses began to crumble, and they scattered and fled. No matter how desperately the commander of the Warcraft Empire shouted orders, it was all in vain. Seeing that the monster army had almost completely lost its morale, Andegu made a decisive move and once again ordered the ground troops to launch a full-scale attack, preparing to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, the battle between the allied forces of the Forest Empire and the Chaos Empire and the Beast King Empire has entered a fierce and intense phase. Under the cover of the soldiers of the Chaotic Empire, the elven archers of the Forest Empire relentlessly fired deadly arrows. The warriors of the Chaotic Empire engaged in extremely brutal close combat with the soldiers of the Beast King Empire, resulting in a bloody and gruesome scene. Equipped with blue star weapons, the soldiers of both countries were like reapers of death on the battlefield, unleashing a torrent of bullets that fell one after another. Faced with a huge disparity in numbers and a significant advantage in equipment, the Beast King's forces began to retreat in defeat, while the Allied forces held on tenaciously, determined to annihilate the Beast King Empire without leaving any room for retreat. As darkness gradually fell, a giant black curtain slowly enveloped the earth, and the fierce battle finally came to an end. On the Blue Star side, under the dual onslaught of powerful air and ground forces, the forces of the Warcraft Empire were completely annihilated, utterly powerless to resist. As for their king, he naturally perished in this brutal battle. Meanwhile, the allied forces of the Chaotic Forest Empire also successfully stormed into the capital of the Beast King Empire and captured the Beast King alive. After consulting with Andegu coldly stated that he would not take prisoners. Thus, the poor Beast King was also mercilessly executed. With this, the two great empires were completely destroyed and vanished. Now, only the Fishman Empire remains on the planet, barely clinging to life. After the battle, all sorts of precious documents and mysterious magical artifacts from the two empires began to be handed over to the Sheely Empire via their fleets. On Blue Star, Liang suddenly received a notification from the AI. Regarding the newly discovered Level 1 fantasy civilization, the Empire has completed a comprehensive investigation and no longer needs civilization data, etc. The mission has changed. Mission: to launch a full-scale conquest operation on the target planet and eliminate all destabilizing factors. Hearing this, Liang was stunned for a moment, but upon reflection, it made perfect sense. After all, they had already handed over all the detailed data and various rare items of the four great empires, so it was normal that they no longer needed to keep them. However, there seems to be an empire on the target planet. Anyway, there's no need to preserve any data, so let Andegu make the decision. If the fleet needs to bombard it directly, then let's just bomb it. Since Andegu and the others have worked tirelessly for this mission for so long, Liang decided to give the final decision to Lan Xing. Upon receiving this news from Liang, Andegu's face immediately lit up with joy. He quickly said that there was no need for Liang to take action personally, as he could handle it himself. Someone, notify all units to prepare to activate the nuclear missile. Grandma's Fishman Empire, you like to hide in the ocean, huh? You like to hide? I'll blow you all up. Blowing up fish is easy, anyone can do that. Andegu said viciously. Chapter 71 Nuclear Missile Launch. After the decisive battle, a magnificent palace stood in the unfathomable depths of the sea. It's terrifying, truly terrifying. The king of the Fishman Empire gripped the intelligence that had just arrived in his hand, his face instantly turning ashen. It should be noted that these five great empires have existed for over 1,000 years since their establishment. Yet now, 4 of them have been destroyed in such a short time by a powerful force that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As for the surrendered Forest Empire and Chaotic Empire, in the eyes of the Fishman King, there was no difference between surrender and national subjugation. After all, he was aware of the treaties that led to their surrender. Upon learning of the complete annihilation and destruction of the Warcraft and Beast King empires, the Murloc King couldn't help but sigh deeply. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly and continue the conflict with the Blue Star forces. The Fishman King secretly rejoiced, for he had made up his mind to hide in the depths of the sea and never show himself again. Since they were fish people anyway, going ashore would only make them feel uncomfortable. However, when he thought about the vast industries on land, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. After all, those were all his interests. Someone, spread a message outside. Our Fishman Empire will never set foot on land again. The Fishman King then gave a weak order to the messenger. In any case, he definitely won't lead the Fishman Empire to show itself until the Blue Star forces disappear. When the news reached the outside world, no one was surprised. It would have been strange if the Fishman Empire had come out at this time. When this news reached Andregu's ears, he let out a disdainful sneer. Humph, did you think we couldn't do anything to you just because you're hiding underwater? We'll let you have your fun for a few more days. A ruthless glint appeared in Andegu's eyes. They do not currently possess nuclear weapons and need to transport them from Earth. Shortly afterward, the Titan transport ship arrived again, officially commencing the nuclear strike operation against the Fishman Empire. The Titan transport ship has once again landed on an alien planet. This time, a massive nuclear submarine is steadily docked in its spacious cabin. On the other side, on the vast ocean of an alien planet, a teleportation device was installed on the sea by Blue Star soldiers. With the activation of the teleportation device, the nuclear submarine slowly emerged from the teleportation gate. As the last section of the ship successfully passed through the teleportation gate, the entire nuclear submarine officially set foot on the unfamiliar waters of the alien planet. This is the USS Grodno nuclear submarine. We have successfully entered the waters and are requesting further instructions. A calm, steady voice reported from inside the nuclear submarine. The mission objective location has been determined. Please proceed to the objective location. The instructions from the command center came clearly. Clear. With the order given, the entire nuclear submarine slowly submerged until it completely disappeared from the surface. Underwater, the Gorid nuclear submarine sped off at full power, heading straight for its target location like an arrow released from a bow. Shortly afterward, the Gorid nuclear submarine successfully arrived at its target location. Command Center, this is the Gorid nuclear submarine. We have successfully reached the target location. Very good. Remain in place, check the nuclear torpedo status, and await launch instructions. Inside the submarine, the soldiers looked tense, intently operating various precision instruments. Report. All parameters are normal. The Poseidon nuclear torpedo is ready. After carefully inspecting the nuclear torpedoes, the entire crew of the nuclear submarine fell silent, waiting quietly for the final instructions. Suddenly, Andregu's serious and solemn voice came through the communicator. The Gorid nuclear submarine. This is the command center. Authentication code 9527 HDD IDG. Target coordinates confirmed. Latitude XX degrees north, longitude XX degrees west, depth XXX meters. Nuclear missile command issued now. Key 202-50202. The captain quickly and accurately entered the key on the control panel for final confirmation. Command center, the Gorid received the secret order. The key was confirmed to be correct. Prepare to launch the nuclear missile. Immediately afterwards, the entire nuclear submarine began to sound urgent beeping alarms. Attention, attention. The nuclear torpedo will launch in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1 launch. With the final launch command given, the compartment beneath the Gorid nuclear submarine slowly opened, and a nuclear torpedo, 1.8 meters in diameter and 20 meters in length, carrying a nuclear warhead with a yield equivalent to 2 megatons of TNT, slowly left the compartment. Judging from this, it's more like an unmanned underwater vehicle carrying a nuclear warhead than a nuclear torpedo. The water jet propulsion system at the tail of the submarine roared into action, propelling it with immense power and increasing its speed steadily. At the same time, the supercavitation device on top of the submersible also began to operate. With the activation of the supercavitation device, the entire submersible was instantly surrounded and enveloped by air. Freed from the resistance of water, its speed increased rapidly, like a wild horse, until it reached an astonishing 180 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Fishman Empire, the Fishman King was still soundly asleep, completely unaware of the impending catastrophe, and remained immersed in a sweet dream. After several hours of rapid travel, the submarine finally arrived at the capital of the Fishman Empire. What is that thing? Several merfolk stared at the black shadow that suddenly flashed past them, their faces filled with confusion and shock. You should know that even the fastest magical beast in the sea can't match such speed. The Poseidon-type nuclear torpedo has arrived at the target location. Please provide further instructions. Detonate. Chapter 72 Mission completed. Blue Star's invasion of another world ends. With the detonation command resolutely given, the nuclear warhead carried by the submarine instantly unleashed devastating energy. In an instant, an incomparably dazzling light suddenly burst forth in the capital of the Fishman Empire. This light was like a sharp, giant sword, seemingly about to tear the entire seabed apart, instantly dispelling the endless darkness around it. The intense light pierced through the seawater, instantly turning the originally dark and gloomy seabed into a bright and dazzling spectacle, almost blinding people. Immediately afterwards, an unimaginable amount of energy erupted wildly from the capital city, and the incredibly powerful shockwave relentlessly ravaged everything around it. The magnificent palaces and buildings meticulously constructed by the fishmen turned into fine dust in the blink of an eye. The walls and ornate decorations, painstakingly built with rare and expensive materials, instantly crumbled and shattered, turning into countless tiny fragments that vanished without a trace in the raging energy wave. The solid rocks were mercilessly crushed, and the massive coral reefs were brutally uprooted, turning the once magnificent coral colony into a lifeless, gray-white wasteland in an instant. The extremely high temperature caused by the explosion instantly vaporized the seawater, forming countless huge bubbles. These bubbles rose rapidly at an astonishing speed, squeezing and merging with each other to form a surging, turbulent current, making the surrounding seawater appear as if it were being boiled over a raging fire. Before the fishmen could even utter a faint scream, they were instantly vaporized or cruelly torn into tiny fragments. Their bodies disintegrated and collapsed instantly under the suffocating heat and terrifying pressure, completely vanishing into nothingness. The Fishman King was still asleep when this violent force mercilessly took his life, and he didn't even know how he died. The entire capital of the Fishman Empire was instantly reduced to a land of death. The shockwave from the explosion continued to expand outward, its influence growing ever wider. Other regions of the Fishman Empire were not spared either, suffering utter annihilation. The once beautiful and enchanting underwater world has now become a scene of apocalyptic devastation, filled with an atmosphere of despair and death. The earth-shattering explosion sent towering columns of water tens of thousands of meters high into the air, and an unprecedented massive tsunami was created as a result, surging toward the shore with terrifying shockwaves. The aftershocks of the explosion lingered for a long, long time. The sea gradually calmed down, but the Fishman Empire was essentially wiped out, leaving only a deathly silence and boundless desolation. The once prosperous and powerful Fishman Empire was completely destroyed in this horrific explosion, forever becoming a speck of dust in the long river of history. Even the fishmen who are lucky enough to survive will slowly die from various forms of radiation. In the very instant after the nuclear bomb exploded, Li Yong, far away on Earth, received another message from the AI. The task has been successfully completed, and the reward is being distributed. In the blink of an eye, Li Yong, who was originally only a second-level lieutenant, was promoted 3 levels in rank. The epaulets on his shoulders underwent a significant change, transforming from the original design into a dazzling silver-white 5-pointed star, along with a thick bar and 2 thin bars, officially marking his promotion to Imperial 5th Lieutenant. It seems that Andegu and his team have successfully and thoroughly eliminated the unstable factors on that planet. Li Yong muttered to himself, a hint of satisfaction in his expression. It's a pity I didn't get to witness a nuclear explosion firsthand. But I've seen planetary explosions before, so a nuclear explosion probably isn't that bad. Since the task reward includes a promotion qualification from the Blue Star Management Department, should the promotion qualification be issued immediately? Upon hearing this, Li Yong agreed without hesitation to delegate the promotion qualification. After all, Xiaoquan and Andegu are his own people. If they can be promoted because of this rare opportunity, then his power in the Empire will inevitably become stronger. At the same time that Li Yong agreed, everyone in the Blue Star Management Department also received a message from the AI. This mission has been successfully completed. Captain Li Yong has issued you a promotion qualification. Please go to the administrative center of the Shili Empire in the Milky Way 30 imperial days later to participate in the relevant assessment. Upon receiving this exciting news, everyone in the Blue Star Force beamed with excitement, as if they had won the lottery. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to improve one's administrative rank, and one must do everything in one's power to seize it. As for how to get to the assessment location, they weren't worried at all. After all, Blue Star had now successfully connected to the Imperial Star navigation map, so they could freely ride all kinds of spaceships, though it would cost a little star currency. Xiaoquan, in particular, owns a miniature shuttle gifted to him by Anno, which allows him to go wherever he wants without spending any star coins. With the successful completion of the mission, the alien planet was officially incorporated into the vast territory of the Shili Empire. This time, however, the planet will not be given to Li Yong like Blue Star was, but will be directly taken over by the Empire for unified management and planning. The Titan transport ships also began busily transporting the Blue Star troops on their return journey. However, although this was a return voyage, Li Yong still issued an order to take away all valuable items that could be carried. Although these items were products from a low-level civilization, they could still fetch a good price in the Empire's vast market. After careful statistics and calculations, the products taken away were estimated to fetch around 2 million star coins. Li Yong was quite satisfied with this. After all, he had obtained all this money effortlessly, and no matter how much it was, he was sure no one would complain. Li Yong also carefully took stock of his assets. Excluding the various expenses incurred in renting the Titan transport ship and maintaining the fleet, plus the profits brought to him by Blue Star, he currently has more than 3.6 million star coins in his account. If all the products brought from outer space can be sold successfully, It is estimated that they should be able to obtain about 7 million star coins. As for military merits, he has accumulated 11,100 military merits to date. With so many military merits, he should be able to exchange them for some good items at the Imperial Military Headquarters. After all, the Imperial Type 1-star destroyer he currently owns only requires 10,000 military merits to exchange for. Chapter 73 The Supreme Council of the Shili Empire. AI, open the military supply exchange table. Now that I have accumulated a lot of military merits, I must exchange them for some new equipment to improve my strength. This is too expensive, the performance is terrible, and the maintenance costs are too high. Li Yong scanned the dense, dazzling list of military supplies with his eyes glued to it, until his eyes were dazzled. Some equipment may have excellent performance but poor cost-effectiveness, while others may be affordable but do not offer a significant advantage over existing equipment. In short, Li Yong was deeply conflicted and really didn't know what to do. Good equipment is too expensive for me to afford, while bad equipment is simply not appealing and doesn't interest me at all. Just as Li Yong was in a dilemma, a special starship suddenly appeared in front of him. The Imperial X-1 class frigate was decommissioned. It had a length of 1,800 meters, a crew of 15,100 assistant petty officers, 10,000 active duty personnel, and 3,000 soldiers. This ship is equipped with 10 heavy turbo laser cannons, 20 space shock missile launchers, 5 tractor beam emitters, space blockade devices, a space defense system, and several point defense laser turrets. In addition, it carries 100 Imperial Star-class combat aircraft, 500 intelligent reconnaissance aircraft, 100 transport landing craft, a number of assault boats, a number of reconnaissance robots, and a number of support ships. It's important to know that this starship is stellar level, a whole level higher than the planetary level star destroyers he currently possesses. However, this is a decommissioned frigate, and its firepower configuration is not particularly high in comparison. However, the space weapons it carries have an absolute advantage, enough to easily defeat its existing star destroyers. Just like its space-locking device, once activated, its star destroyer will be unable to initiate a hyperspace jump to escape. The space defense system, on the other hand, ensures that none of the weapons it launches can hit the ship's hull, as all attacks are swallowed up by space. 11,000 military merits, just enough to buy it. By the way, how come this thing is so cheap? Even if it's a retired starship, it's still a star-level ship. How come it's only 1,000 military merits more expensive than a planet-level Imperial Type 1-star destroyer? The Imperial X-1 class frigates, formerly serving in the Imperial Guard divisions, were all decommissioned before 6570. Due to their extremely large numbers, while their defensive mechanisms were relatively excellent, their weaponry did not fully meet the standards expected of a star-class vessel. Thus, their current price is low. They are generally used by lower-ranking officers within the Empire or purchased by private armed forces. It turns out it was an old gadget that was retired more than 6,000 years ago. No wonder it was so cheap. Although it was an absolute antique, Li Yong still resolutely decided to exchange it. After all, it is a starship of stellar level, and the advanced space equipment on it alone is enough to recoup the cost. Can I confirm the use of 11,000 military merits to exchange for an Imperial X-1 Type Guard frigate? Sure. Redemption successful. The starship is expected to arrive at your location in 5 days. After completing the exchange, Li Yong couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. All the military merits he had painstakingly accumulated over the years were suddenly gone, leaving him with only 100. The speed at which they were spent was truly astounding. However, as long as it could enhance the strength of the fleet, it was all worthwhile. An urgent message was delivered to the administrative center of the Hairy Empire in the Milky Way. Speaker, there is a message from the Imperial Supreme Council that requires your personal review. The secretary rushed into the speaker's office, looking hurried and even disregarding usual etiquette, speaking in a nervous tone. Given the special circumstances, they barged in without even giving a basic greeting. The Imperial High Council? How could they possibly be sending messages to a remote little place like ours? The Galaxy speaker was visibly shocked. He had no time to worry about his secretary's rude intrusion and was frantically trying to access his administrative system. A huge and eye-catching Imperial government symbol that almost filled the entire light screen suddenly appeared before our eyes. It really was news from the Supreme Government. The speaker frowned and quickly opened the message, carefully examining it word by word. Administrative appointment letter. Number 0203. Employee's name, Li Yong. In accordance with the relevant laws and administrative decision-making procedures of the Shili Empire, and in order to promote the development and governance of the Milky Way region, This appointment is hereby made based on the research and decision of the Supreme Council of the Shili Empire. Li Yang, ID number XXX, is hereby appointed as Special Inspector of Political Affairs of the Shili Empire Galaxy, with an administrative rank of E7. Provide professional and forward-looking guidance for the development strategy of the Milky Way region. Assist in resolving major administrative decision-making challenges involving regions of the Milky Way, and participate in the discussion and decision-making process of key issues. Participate in the formulation and implementation of important policies to ensure their rationality and effectiveness. Monitor and evaluate the implementation of relevant policies and by government personnel, and provide timely feedback and suggestions for adjustment. They possess the right to supervise the government officials of the Milky Way, and if they discover any violations of rules or laws, they have the power to report to the Supreme Government of the Shili Empire, ensuring the timely and accurate transmission of information. Human, material, and financial resources within the Milky Way can be mobilized to support the smooth progress of the work, but relevant regulations and approval procedures must be followed. This appointment is effective from the date of the notification issued by the Supreme Council of the Shili Empire and is valid for 10 years. Upon expiration, it will be evaluated and adjusted based on work performance and the needs of the Empire. The Supreme Council of the Shili Empire expects Comrade Li Yang to demonstrate his outstanding talents in his new position and make important contributions to the prosperity and stability of the Milky Way region. Seal of the Supreme Council of the Shili Empire. Release date, XXX. Chapter 74, Examining the Examiners. After reading the entire notice, the speaker was completely stunned, speechless, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Whose eldest son is this, coming down to experience life? Although the other party is only E7 level while I am D6 level, don't be fooled by the seemingly large level difference. The other party is an inspector directly appointed by the Supreme Council of the Empire. You need to understand how much power the position of inspector carries. If you are not careful and someone catches you doing something wrong, you will be in big trouble and could be removed from your current position in no time. In mild cases, they might be imprisoned. In severe cases, they might even be executed. It's practically like having a powerful, unapproachable figure sent over. As for whether they're here to gild their reputation, impossible. They wouldn't choose a star system like theirs that has just been incorporated into the Empire's territory for gilding purposes. They would usually choose some luxurious and prosperous star systems. Speaker? What's wrong? Has something important happened up there? Seeing that the speaker looked dazed and blank, the secretary quickly asked with concern. Nothing much, just that some powerful figure from above sent over, someone you can't afford to offend. The speaker still looked utterly hopeless, speaking listlessly before projecting the message onto the screen. Upon hearing this, the secretary was initially filled with questions and doubts. However, after seeing the message projected onto the screen, she was instantly stunned, her expression mirroring that of the speaker, a blank stare of disbelief. It's important to know that, generally speaking, in smaller star systems like this, the position of inspector is usually held concurrently by the Imperial Guard division stationed there. Only those large star systems that are strategically unique, extremely important, or of enormous size will have special oversight departments established or individual oversight personnel dispatched. My galaxy has only recently been incorporated into the Empire and has no strategic importance, so I really can't understand why an inspector would be assigned to it. Go and find out who this guy named Li Yang really is. Once he regained his composure, the speaker hurriedly issued instructions to his secretary. Seeing this, the secretary quickly went down to collect information about Li Yang, and soon detailed information about Li Yang was presented to the speaker. Human race, originally from this planet? Or not from the Empire? A 5th-level lieutenant in Project Torch? Or an officer? The speaker stared at the information before him, muttering to himself, increasingly stunned. He had initially thought this person was the son of some important figure, but it turned out that the other party wasn't even from an imperial family. He was just a human from a native planet. But most importantly, this person is already a military officer, and now he has been given an administrative title. It should be understood that, based on my knowledge, only those high-ranking and powerful figures with an administrative rank of A are capable of handling both military and political affairs. Yet this mere 5th-level lieutenant was able to assume a combined military and political position, much like a high-ranking A-level figure. Even if the other party is human, this is too outrageous. Could it be that the so-called Torch Relay Project played a special role in this? After all, he had only heard of the Torch Relay program, that it was an extremely important talent selection program directly implemented by the Empire, but he knew nothing about the other specifics. All I know is that this program selects very few talented people. At least for now, apart from Liang who suddenly appeared, I have never seen any other officers or administrative staff promoted by the Torch program. Aside from this mysterious Torch Relay program, the speaker simply couldn't understand why a human from the original planet could receive such special treatment. In response, the speaker consulted other officers, but they had similar information. They only knew that officers promoted through the Torch program had bright and limitless futures, but they knew nothing about the specific details. Well, since he's from the original planet, he's definitely not the son of some important figure. And judging from this intelligence, he doesn't seem like an arrogant or difficult person. It seems I just need to be careful and cautious. Anyway, he had just taken office as the Galactic Counselor, so he certainly didn't have any scandals to hide and wasn't afraid of this inspector. However, someone with such a promising future should definitely be curried over and flattered, so that they might get promoted in the future and soar to great heights. On the other side, Liang, who was racking his brains to figure out how to sell the products of those fantasy civilizations for a good price, suddenly received a message from the AI. You have received an appointment notice directly from the Supreme Council of the Shili Empire. Please accept it promptly. Upon hearing this, Liang looked puzzled. What is this? The Imperial Supreme Council? An appointment letter? Filled with doubt, Liang immediately opened the message and examined it carefully. After a long while, after reading the entire appointment notice, Liang reacted in the same way as the two previous speakers' secretaries, completely stunned. Special Inspector of the Galaxy Government Affairs. Holy crap. I just redeemed a guard ship, and now I'm getting a related appointment letter. Does buying a starship come with a free job these days? Although he said that, Liang knew very well that it was definitely not because of exchanging starships. After all, if that were the case, the entire empire would probably be in chaos by now, with everyone frantically buying starships. A message has arrived from the administrative center of the Shili Empire in the Milky Way. Please receive it. I just received an appointment notice, and now another message has come from the Galactic Administrative Center. Surely it's not another appointment notice? With a nervous heart, Liang took a deep breath and opened the message with trembling hands. Don't ask why I was trembling. I was just shocked by the sudden appointment notice. After all, anyone would be shocked by something like that. After all, one can sit at home and suddenly find a job falling from the sky, and this job is no ordinary job. Dear Comrade Liang, we are from the Galaxy Administrative Center of the Shili Empire. We sincerely invite you to serve as an examiner for the administrative staff assessment 1 month from now. If you are not interested, please forgive our intrusion. The entire message was filled with a flattering tone, and when Liang read it, the corner of his mouth twitched a few times. Very well, indeed status determines position. After becoming an inspector, even the administrative center of the galaxy is trying so hard to please him. However, Liang himself will definitely take the position of examiner, since there are personnel from the Blue Star Management Department among the examinees this time. Ahem, I'm not there to help them get in through connections. I'm just there to assess their abilities. However, if their abilities truly meet the requirements, a proper promotion wouldn't be out of the question. Chapter 75 Martin. Lieutenant Colonel Martin requested a call. I agree to the call. As soon as he finished speaking, Martin's projection appeared clearly in front of Liang. Hey, Brother Liang, I heard you successfully completed your mission this time? Martin appeared with a big smile and patted Liang on the shoulder warmly. Not bad. You're already a 5th level lieutenant. At this rate of promotion, I'm afraid it won't be long before I have to respectfully call you sir. Martin, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed the epaulets on Liang's shoulders and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. After all, when I was promoted from lieutenant, it took me at least half a year to advance to the next rank. Unlike him, who was promoted from 1st lieutenant to 5th lieutenant in less than half a year. Luck, it's just pure luck. So, is there something important you need to see me about? Faced with Martin's praise, Liang remained humble. After all, he hadn't done much substantial work himself. The mission was mostly completed by Andre and his group. Nothing much, I just heard you finished your mission, so I came to check on you. If there's anything I can help you with, please let me know. Oh, I thought you came here to celebrate my appointment. It turns out he just came to visit me. I thought Martin already knew about my new appointment. Appointment? What appointment? Where have you been transferred to? That shouldn't be the case. There haven't been any major military relocations recently. Seeing this, Martin's face was full of doubt, and he asked a series of questions. After all, in his view, what could a lieutenant possibly be worth transferring? Oh, this is the appointment notice, a message sent by the Imperial Supreme Council. Seeing Martin's puzzled expression, Liang immediately projected his appointment letter so that Martin could read it carefully. Imperial Supreme Council. Upon hearing this, Martin's eyes widened instantly, and he immediately looked eagerly at the appointment notice projected by Li Yang. Special Inspector? Issued directly by the E7 level Imperial Supreme Council. Keywords kept assaulting Martin's mind, causing his heart to race, and even causing his internal mechanical system to malfunction slightly. Hello, Brother Martin? Are you all right? Seeing Martin standing motionless and blankly in place, Li Yang quickly asked with concern. Don't call me brother, you're my brother now. From now on, you're my real older brother. Coming to his senses, Martin quickly grabbed one of Li Yang's hands tightly with both of his and shook it frantically. Okay, you've shaken my arm so hard it's about to fall off. Li Yang, whose arm was being shaken tightly by Martin, quickly pulled his arm back and said with lingering fear, if Martin continues to shake him like that, a dislocated arm is definitely inevitable. Why are you making such a fuss? Although you're an inspector, you're only at level E7. If you chose to change careers, your level would be much higher than mine. While gently rubbing his arm, which had almost been shaken apart, Li Yang asked Martin with a puzzled look. The rank isn't the point, the position of inspector isn't the point, and even the fact that the Imperial Supreme Council directly issued the appointment notice isn't the point. The point is that you now hold a combined military and political position. Military and government integration? Is it rare? I remember that administrative level A units are all military and government integration units, aren't they? Li Yang naturally assumed that since all those at level A were both military and political personnel, there must also be some political personnel at levels below level A who were both military and political personnel. Seeing that Li Yang thought this way, Martin quickly explained the specific situation to him in detail. After listening to Martin's account, Li Yang suddenly realized how valuable this combined military and political post was. So it turns out he's the only one below rank A with both military and political authority? No wonder the Galactic Administrative Center was so eager to curry favor with him. I previously thought it was simply because of the inspector position. Now you understand, right? Although the Empire's laws do not explicitly state that only A-rank officials can hold both military and political positions, as far as I know, you are the only one below A-rank who holds both military and political positions. Seeing this, Martin suddenly seemed to have thought of something and quickly sent a message using his AI. A short while later, the AI on Li Yang's side gave a notification. You have received an invitation. Please check it promptly. An invitation? What's that? Filled with doubt, Li Yang opened the invitation to take a look. Dear Comrade Li Yang, with utmost sincerity, we cordially invite you to join the Shili Empire Friendship and Mutual Aid Association. Party time, XXX. Meeting location, and 01 Galaxy. A friendship and mutual aid society? What exactly is this? Why did they send it to me? How is it? Did you receive it? Just as Li Yang was still looking puzzled, Martin asked anxiously from the side. That invitation? That's right. That Friendship and Mutual Aid Association is a gathering that a group of us spontaneously organized. Don't underestimate it. There are quite a few high-level people in it. To join, you need a recommendation, and there are also entry requirements. You need to be at least D level or school level. Originally, I planned to invite you to join after you were promoted to school level, but who knew you were even more capable than I expected? You applied for special treatment and were invited in ahead of schedule. After listening to Martin's words, Li Yang was quite looking forward to it. After all, the entry requirements are at least D level and school level, so there should be at least C level and general level figures among them, and it's not entirely impossible that even B level and martial level figures will appear. Chapter 76, Anno's Father. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity to expand one's social circle and build connections. Although one's future is indeed limitless, there is a saying that goes, a genius who has not yet grown up cannot be considered a genius. Captain Li Yang, Mars Governor Anno, is visiting and hopes to meet with you. Just as Li Yang and Martin were having a lively conversation, Li Yang received a message from the receptionist. Anno? That name sounds familiar. Never mind. Since you're busy, I'll take my leave now. Oh, and if you ever become successful, don't forget your old bro. Don't worry, I will never forget. Seeing Martin's projection disappear, Li Yang smiled helplessly. I'm not some ungrateful wretch, really. But what exactly is Anno here for? Could it be to congratulate me on completing my mission? Li Yang was filled with suspicion and pondered to himself. But no matter what, since they've already come, we have to see them. Bring the person up here. Li Yang conveyed instructions to the receptionist through the light screen. Not long after, there was a crisp knock on the office door. Come in. Captain Li Yang, congratulations. No, I mean Inspector. As soon as Annual walked in, his face was full of fawning smiles, and he clasped his hands and congratulated her repeatedly. As expected, Governor Anno is no ordinary person. Even Martin didn't know about my appointment. I was the one who told him. Yet Anno, a Martian governor, was able to receive the news immediately. Looking at Anua's appearance, Liang thought to himself, to be able to obtain such information so quickly, there must be a powerful figure backing them, or at least reliable connections within the Galactic Administrative Center. The word adult is really too much. We are not some feudal empire. Liang responded rather modestly. Indeed, Captain Liang, please forgive me. I have a loose tongue and said too much, haha. Seeing this, Eno quickly patted his mouth lightly and said apologetically, all right, so what exactly did you call me here for? Don't tell me it was just to offer your congratulations. Liang remained smiling, but his gaze held a scrutinizing quality as he asked, Captain Liang, you're overthinking it. I really did come here specifically to offer my congratulations, but I also wanted to include this small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. As she spoke, Ano carefully took out another card from behind her back and gently placed it on Li Yang's table. Card. What does that mean? Li Yang frowned slightly, looking at Anua with a puzzled expression. This is a membership card for the Hope Merchant Guild, the largest trading guild in the Empire. With this card, you can get a discount of 20% or more on all items purchased from the guild. In addition, there will be free accommodation and restaurants provided for you on the planets where the guild's branches are located. After listening to Anua's description, Liang picked up the card and examined it carefully with great interest. The card was predominantly black and white, with the Hope Chamber of Commerce's prominent logo printed on one side and the cardholder's name neatly written on the other. Governor Ano, this gift is far too precious for me to accept. Although the card was very tempting to Liang, after all, it offered a starting discount of 20%, which meant that he didn't know how much more cost-effective it would be if he bought a starship. But Liang still handed the card back. After all, the gift was really too expensive. Captain Liang, how could you not accept this? Besides, this isn't just a small token of my appreciation, but a token of my father's goodwill. Please accept it. Seeing that Liang refused to accept it, Anua panicked for a moment and quickly handed the card over again, explaining urgently. Your father? Who is your father? Would you mind telling me about him? It turns out that Anua's father wanted to befriend him, but he wasn't willing to befriend just anyone. If the other party couldn't offer him any substantial help, there was no need to befriend them. Now that his status and position have improved, his horizons naturally need to be higher. He can't let just anyone fawn over him. To be honest, my father is the chief judge of the Supreme Imperial Court of this star cluster. Ano said with a solemn expression. The local group? Doesn't that include the Milky Way? Thinking about it that way, Ano's background is definitely not ordinary. You know, the local group has about 50 galaxies, including the Milky Way. This is equivalent to one being a city and the other a county, a level twice the size of the Milky Way. Ahem, so you're the presiding judge. It seems I'll need your father's guidance and support in my future work. Since someone of such high rank was willing to befriend him, Liang was naturally more than happy to do so. After all, the chief judge of the highest court must have an administrative rank of at least C, right? Moreover, my current position is inspector, so we're basically on the same path. Seeing this, Liang calmly accepted the card that Anua handed him. Seeing Liang accept the gift, Anua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, this was something her father had asked her to do. Moreover, Ano himself was well aware of how valuable it was that a lieutenant could achieve both military and political integration. Haha, I'll accept the gift. If you ever need any help in the future, don't hesitate to ask me for it. Liang smiled broadly and said, Don't worry, I certainly won't let you do anything illegal or disorderly. After all, you are an inspector, and I understand that simple principle. Seeing this, Ano also smiled and quickly responded. Upon hearing this, Liang couldn't help but look at Anua with a higher regard. After all, people like her who were reasonable were very much to Li Yang's liking. If Ano ever needs any help later on, as long as it doesn't violate imperial law, I'll definitely help. By the way, Captain Liang, what about that crystal ball from before? A crystal ball? That star chart crystal ball. What's wrong? If Anua hadn't asked, Liang would have almost forgotten about that thing. That's right. Although the crystal ball can help you find an unclaimed planet and make it yours unconditionally, if someone else discovers and occupies the planet first, it won't belong to you even if you find it later. After hearing what Anua said, Liang immediately understood his meaning. To put it simply, you'd better find that planet as soon as possible, otherwise once someone else finds and takes it first, the crystal ball will completely lose its value. If you need fleet assistance, I can provide you with a star-level fleet free of charge. Seeing that Liang was still deep in thought, Anua quickly offered to help. A fleet of stellar-level ships? That's incredibly generous. Keep in mind, I only have one starship that barely qualifies as stellar level, and I haven't even acquired it yet. Well, I appreciate your kindness, but it's still more convenient to use your own. If Anno's fleet were used, the crew members would naturally be his people, which Liang wasn't used to. He felt more comfortable using his own people. Chapter 77 Space Shock Missile. Seeing that Liang had rejected her offer, and Manhwa didn't say anything more. She exchanged pleasantries with Liang for a while before turning and leaving. However, before leaving, Liang solemnly instructed Manhwa to keep his mouth shut and not to leak the news of his appointment as a special inspector, especially not to let the people in the Blue Star Management Department know about it. After all, if this news were to get out now, my office door would probably be banged on loudly within an hour, with people offering congratulations and gifts, which would be incredibly annoying. In response, Anno assured Liang that she would not reveal any information. After Manhwa left, Liang took out the crystal ball that Manhwa had given him and placed it on the table. Since there's a possibility someone else will seize the opportunity first, let's hurry and search for this planet once the escort ships arrive. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Your Imperial X-1 Type Guard frigate has arrived in the solar system. Please receive it promptly. Upon hearing the news that the escort ship he had been longing for had finally arrived, Liang immediately put down the matters he was dealing with and rushed towards the space station without hesitation. When Liang finally saw the true appearance of the frigate with his own eyes, he was instantly deeply shocked by its magnificent appearance. The entire frigate resembles a magnificent and enormous metal fortress, with its 1,800-meter-long hull radiating a cold and dazzling metallic luster, reflecting a mysterious and majestic light under the brilliant sunlight. The bow resembles a giant, incredibly sharp sword, with smooth, natural, and exceptionally sharp lines. Neatly arranged on both sides of the hull are awe-inspiring gun muzzles and missile launchers. The massive hull is covered with intricate and extremely precise patterns and unique markings, all of which are powerful symbols of the Shili Empire. Liang stood quietly on the observation deck of the space station, his gaze fixed intently on the Imperial X-1 frigate, his face filled with a satisfied expression. "Pal, let's go in and take a look." Liang greeted Pal and then led him into the interior of the guard ship. As soon as they stepped inside, a lithe figure rushed towards Liang and the others. "Good morning, Captain. I am Carter, the executive officer of the Imperial X-1 class frigate." A man with a dog's head and a human body, dressed in a crisp military uniform, stood straight in front of Liang and spoke loudly. His rank was one level higher than Pal's. "Hello, Comrade Carter." Liang responded with a smile. Subsequently, under Carter's guidance, Liang carefully toured the entire frigate. It must be said that it truly lives up to its stellar-level status as a starship, with many of its advanced technologies far surpassing those of star destroyers. However, this was only a frigate after all, so the main ship of the fleet still had to be a star destroyer. "Carter, get ready and familiarize yourself with the fleet environment as soon as possible. The fleet will depart tomorrow morning." Liang gave the order with a serious expression. "Yes," Carter quickly responded. After saying that, Liang left alone, leaving Pal and Carter to exchange ideas and learn from each other. As for tomorrow's itinerary, it will undoubtedly be to search for that unclaimed planet. Anyway, there are still more than 20 days until the assessment, so I can take advantage of this free time to find the planet indicated by the crystal ball. In this way, one can have another precious planet under one's name. The next morning, the fleet set off on time. Liang sat steadily in the command room, holding the crystal ball tightly in his hand, his eyes fixed on the star map inside the crystal ball. The fleet sped through the vast universe, and Liang constantly and precisely adjusted its direction of travel based on the star map coordinates provided in the crystal ball. However, during their journey, they encountered a vast and enormous asteroid belt. "Captain Liang, this asteroid belt is extremely large, and the trajectories of those asteroids are exceptionally complex. Should we activate hyperspace jump to avoid this area?" Par stood beside Liang and said with a serious expression. Just as Liang was about to nod in agreement after hearing what Pal said, Carter's voice came clearly through the communicator. "Captain Liang, the escort frigate requests the use of space shock missiles to clear this asteroid belt." "Space shock missile? Since both methods can successfully traverse this asteroid belt, we might as well take this opportunity to see the true capabilities of the escort frigate." After a moment of contemplation, Liang said, "The use of weapons is permitted, but time should be saved as much as possible." "Yes." Upon seeing Liang issue the order, the escort ships that had been closely following the Star Destroyer quickly began to move. "Space shock missile is ready. 3, 2, 1, launch." As instructed by the operators, the missile launch window on the ship slowly opened, and a uniquely shaped space shock missile like a wild horse, hurtled forward and plunged straight into the interior of the asteroid belt. Detonate. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the space shock missile exploded violently in the asteroid belt. However, this explosion had neither a dazzling flash of light nor a powerful shockwave. Instead, it started from the center of the missile explosion, causing violent fluctuations in space, like ripples spreading outwards at an extremely fast speed. Any meteorite that came into contact with this fluctuation was reduced to a pile of powder that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Within just a few minutes, the entire imposing meteorite belt turned into dust and vanished completely into the vast universe. As expected of a starship of stellar caliber, its weapons are truly formidable. After witnessing the power of such a weapon, Li Yang's face was full of satisfaction. He couldn't help but think that the 11,000 military merits he had spent had not been in vain. With the asteroid belt successfully cleared, the fleet continued toward its target. Chapter 78 Space Pirates. However, not long after, Li Yang felt a headache coming on, because the star map in the crystal ball was far too complicated. It would point this way one moment, and that way the next, sometimes asking you to go up, and sometimes asking you to go down. Staring at it for a long time while commanding the fleet was indeed unbearable. Pal, you take command of the fleet. I'll rest for a while. Yes. After saying that, Li Yang handed the crystal ball to Pal, then lazily lay back in his chair, gently closed his eyes, and prepared to rest for a while. More than 10 hours have passed since they set off. Having been focused on commanding the fleet the whole time, Li Yang's body was really starting to give out. Looks like it's time to strengthen my body, Li Yang muttered to himself. Of course, the physical enhancement that Li Yang mentioned is not ordinary fitness training, but rather strengthening the body directly with the help of advanced equipment. This device can not only significantly improve physical fitness, but also extend lifespan. However, this high-tech instrument is not yet available on Earth. It can only be found in cities on other planets within the Empire, or it may be available once Earth successfully introduces the Empire's technology. Just as Li Yang was resting, a sharp alarm suddenly blared throughout the command room. Captain Li Yang, 2 fleets have been spotted engaged in fierce combat ahead, and one of them has used spatial blocking technology. Should we proceed to intervene? Pal looked nervous and rushed to Li Yang's side, speaking urgently. Fleet firefight. That's normal. Now that they've left the Empire's territory, if a firefight were to occur within the Empire's borders, the guard division stationed there would likely arrive quickly to handle it. Go and see if either side in the conflict has citizens of the Empire. Although we have left the Empire's territory, this place is only a few hundred light years away from the Empire's border, and we can get there quickly with a few hyperspace jumps. Li Yang decided to intervene anyway, thinking that there might be citizens of the Empire among them. Perhaps this would be another good opportunity to gain military merit. On the other side, in the fleets engaged in combat, aboard one of the transport ships, a man in a crisp military uniform glared angrily at the fleet attacking him from a distance. Damn it! How could space pirates appear in this place? This route is not far from the border of the Shili Empire. Aren't they afraid of attracting the attention of the Shili Empire? The man roared angrily. The man was an officer from the Triangular Civilization, and his mission was to escort a shipment of important goods to the territory of the Shili Empire for trade. However, the Triangular Civilization was only a level 5 civilization, and he himself was merely an insignificant junior officer, with the escorting fleet equipped only with the technological strength of a level 2 civilization. Despite the seemingly safe route, who could have predicted that we would encounter space pirates? The opposing fleet is not only stronger than ours, but it also carries space-blocking technology, making escape a distant dream. Meanwhile, Li Yang had successfully led his fleet into the area of spatial blockade. Carter, is there any way to break this spatial blockade? Li Yang frowned slightly, his expression showing a hint of worry. Although I'm here to intervene, I don't want to wait until something unexpected happens and I can't escape the consequences. That would be a huge problem. Don't worry, Captain Li Yang. According to our comprehensive scan, this space blockade technology is a very outdated type, and we can easily break it. Seeing Carter's certainty, Li Yang finally felt completely relieved. Given that even their space containment technology is so poor, the strength of these 2 fleets must be quite limited as well. Send messages to the fleets on both sides, asking them why they are exchanging fire not far from the Imperial border. On the other side, in the 2 fleets that were engaged in battle, Pal's majestic voice came through the communicator almost simultaneously. This is the Shili Empire's military fleet. Please cease fire immediately and provide a truthful account of the situation. The Shili Empire? What are they doing here? I've robbed people here so many times and nothing happened. On the space pirate side, Fear was written all over their faces as they frantically tried to activate their hyperspace jump engines in an attempt to escape. On the other hand, the man in military uniform on the side of the triangular civilization fleet was excited and happy and couldn't wait to shout loudly into the communicator. "We are a transport fleet of the triangular civilization. We have unfortunately encountered space pirates during our transport journey. We request your assistance." Triangular civilization? Hearing this, Liang was somewhat surprised. After all, this was the first time he had met someone from another technological civilization. So what exactly is going on with this triangular civilization? The Triangle Civilization is a Level 5 technological civilization located in the OU 552 star cluster. It has maintained business dealings with a few companies within the Empire and is considered a friendly civilization. The AI appeared just in time, answering Li Yang's questions promptly. "I see. In that case, it seems my intervention this time was the right thing to do. Captain Liang, the other fleet has not responded to our inquiries and has instead initiated a hyperspace jump to escape. Please provide instructions," Pal said urgently. They really are space pirates. They didn't even try to argue and immediately prepared to escape. "Carter, activate the spatial blockade. We absolutely cannot let them escape." Li Yang's gaze was cold and stern as he decisively issued an order into the communicator. "Clear." Carter responded loudly over the communicator. Immediately, the space-locking device on the guard ship was activated, and the entire space was instantly sealed off. The space pirates who had originally tried to escape found that they could not escape no matter what. "Boss, they've activated a spatial blockade, and it's far more advanced than ours. We can't break through it at all. We're completely trapped now," one of the pirates said in a panic. "Damn it. How could they have implemented a space blockade so quickly?" The pirate captain scratched his head frantically, his face full of anger and resentment. "Boss, what should we do? Should we just surrender?" Seeing this, the space pirates, knowing they couldn't escape, hurriedly said, hoping their leader would give up resistance. In their view, giving up resistance would at least save their lives, and maybe handing over some supplies would get them released. It should be noted that this place is not within the territory of the Shili Empire. Whether to let them go or arrest them here depends entirely on the other party's decision. If such a thing had happened within the territory of the Shili Empire, these people would probably have been executed without mercy long ago. Well, a heavy sigh came from the pirate leader's mouth. As long as the Green Hills remain, there's no worry about running out of firewood. After a brief but intense internal struggle, the pirate leader finally made a difficult decision to surrender. After all, judging solely from the spatial containment technology that far surpassed his own, he knew very well that compared to the opponent, his own strength was utterly insignificant, and he had absolutely no chance of winning. Chapter 79 Hypocrisy. "We surrender. Please don't fire." The communicator crackled with the pirates' terrified voices, filled with despair and pleas. "Captain Liang, shall we accept their surrender?" Pal asked with a serious expression. If Liang utters a single word of dissent, Pal will not hesitate to order the firing, destroying all of the enemy's starships as quickly as possible without any mercy. Spare their lives for now, and have the guard ships bring their pirate leader to me. After a moment's thought, Liang made a decision to spare their lives. "Yes," Pa responded. The pirates had surrendered, and the triangular civilization's transport fleet was naturally out of danger. Li Yang's fleet remained in the area, quietly awaiting further developments. The entire scene was temporarily shrouded in a tense yet delicate calm. Before long, the soldiers of the guard ship swiftly and skillfully brought the pirate leader, bound hand and foot, to Liang. At the same time, the officer in charge of the triangular civilization fleet followed closely behind and boarded the Star Destroyer. The pirate captain looked utterly dejected, as if he had lost all his energy and spirit, his eyes filled with deep despair and undisguised fear. Liang sat steadily in the command chair, his gaze sharp and cold as he scrutinized him. After a long silence, he slowly asked, "Tell me, why are you robbing people in this area? Don't you know this place is close to the border of the Shili Empire? How dare you do this?" Upon hearing this, the pirate captain lowered his head even further and replied in a trembling voice, "My lord, we are truly desperate. Our original stronghold was wiped out by a much more powerful pirate group, leaving our brothers with nowhere to go and forcing us to wander aimlessly. We had successfully raided this route several times before, so when we saw this transport fleet, we took a chance and decided to commit a crime." After hearing the pirate captain's words, Liang snorted coldly, his gaze becoming increasingly stern, like two cold beams shooting straight at the pirate captain. "Does having no other choice give you the right to commit evil? How many innocent people have been brought to ruin by your reckless actions? Have you ever felt even a shred of remorse? or thought about the lives and property you have so cruelly plundered. Li Yong spoke each word with force, his tone filled with anger and rebuke. At this moment, the officer on the triangular civilization transport ship saw Li Yang's upright and righteous expression and quickly walked over, bowed deeply to Li Yong, his eyes full of gratitude, and said excitedly, "Thank you for the generous assistance of the Shili Empire. If it weren't for your timely intervention, this shipment, which is of vital importance to us, would certainly have been lost." Li Yong nodded slightly and waved his hand. "No need to be so polite. Maintaining peace and stability in the surrounding area is the inescapable responsibility of our Shili Empire. By the way, what exactly are the goods you're transporting this time?" The officer dared not be negligent in the slightest and quickly replied, "These are some precious resources unique to our civilization. This shipment is intended to facilitate trade exchanges with some companies within the Shili Empire, hoping to promote mutual development." "I see. Now that you've successfully escaped danger, please set off as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen complications or further unforeseen events." Since this person had been staying here, Li Yong couldn't fully focus on handling the follow-up matters, so he had to quickly find a way to get rid of him. After thanking him sincerely again, the officer turned and hurriedly returned to his transport ship. After the third person left, Li Yong slowly approached the pirate captain. "Tell me, do you want to live or die?" Li Yong said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, the pirate captain looked incredulous. He had thought he was doomed after hearing Li Yang's righteous words, but he never expected there would be a glimmer of hope. "My lord, of course I want to live. Please, sir, have mercy on me and spare my life." The pirate captain panicked and knelt on the ground, kowtowing frantically, hoping that Li Yong would take pity on him and spare his life. "Don't bump into it. Don't dirty my floor. Let me ask first," Li Yong said impatiently. After saying that, Li Yong initiated a call to the guard division on the Empire's border through the AI. "This is the border guard division of the Shili Empire. Please explain what you need." A serious voice came from the other end of the communicator. "Hello, I am a special inspector of the Shili Empire's Galactic region. We have captured a group of pirates outside the Empire's borders and would like to inquire whether we need to bring them back to the Empire." Li Yong asked calmly. "Greetings, Inspector. Combating interstellar pirates is a shared responsibility and action of all civilizations. However, since you captured them outside the Empire, you are fully responsible for handling these pirates. We are not responsible for pirate forces outside the Empire." Upon hearing this, Li Yong knew that there was no hope for military merit this time. He casually said a few more unimportant words and ended the call. "Sigh, it seems the guard division won't accept you. I'm not going to get any military merit. You guys don't seem to be of much use anyway, so I might as well kill you." Li Yong deliberately sighed and said coldly. Upon hearing Li Yang's words, the pirate captain panicked and hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs, "No, sir. I have value. I'm willing to pay to save my life." "Finally, you've got it. You should have said so earlier." Li Yong couldn't help but think to himself. From the very beginning, Li Yong went on the rescue mission to gain military merit. Now that he has lost his military merit, he naturally has to extract some benefits from the pirates to make up for it. As for his righteous expression just now, it was naturally an act for the officers of the triangular civilization. After all, one must maintain a proper facade in front of outsiders. Chapter 80 is simply a demon. "Alright, since you're willing to pay money to save your life, I'll spare your life for now. Tell me, how much are you willing to pay to save your life?" Li Yong crossed his arms over his chest, his expression indifferent. Upon seeing this, the pirate leader was taken aback. He had thought he would have to use a lot of persuasion before Li Yong would be willing to spare his life, but he didn't expect that the other party would agree to let him go after just one sentence. The pirate captain, realizing what was happening, quickly shouted, "I'm willing to pay 5 million star coins to buy my own life." 5 million. Li Yong raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself, "It seems this pirate captain is quite wealthy, throwing out 5 million star coins without batting an eye. However, judging by his demeanor, there must be some extra value to be gained, and we must squeeze every last drop out of him. 5 million is fine. Your life is saved. But what about the lives of your brothers? How much are you willing to pay to save them?" Li Yong remained calm and continued speaking at a leisurely pace. Upon hearing Li Yang's words, the pirate leader was astonished. He never expected that after all that, 5 million was only enough to buy his own life, and that he would have to spend extra money to buy the lives of his men. Seeing this, the pirate captain was conflicted. After hesitating for a moment, he could only helplessly accept his fate. After all, at this moment, the lives of himself and his brothers were in the hands of others. "Still 5 million? I'm willing to spend another 5 million to buy back the lives of my men." "Goodness, another 5 million. In just a short while, It's reached 10 million. Is being a pirate really that lucrative? Li Yang was secretly surprised. Okay, 5 million, I agree. Now you and your men are safe. Call. Upon hearing this, the pirate captain breathed a long sigh of relief. Although he had suffered a huge loss, at least he and his crew had survived. Next up is your fleet. How much are you prepared to spend to buy it? Li Yang continued, his face expressionless. The pirate captain couldn't help but cry out in shock. At that moment, he was completely devastated. First, they spent money to buy the lives of their subordinates, and now they even have to spend money to buy back their own fleet. This is no officer of the Shili Empire. This is clearly a demon who is even more greedy and pirate-like than himself. The pirate captain cried out in his heart, filled with grief and indignation. What? You don't want your fleet anymore? Fine, someone, throw them all off the starship. Seeing that the pirate leader remained silent, Li Yang issued the order in a cold and ruthless tone. As soon as he finished speaking, the well-trained Imperial soldiers immediately sprang into action, quickly moving forward to escort the pirate captain away from the starship. Seeing this, the pirate captain was terrified. After all, without the starship, if he and his crew were simply thrown off the starship, they wouldn't survive long in the vast expanse of space. I'll buy it. The pirate captain panicked and shouted hurriedly. Stop talking. How much are you planning to pay to buy your fleet? Upon hearing that the pirate captain was willing to buy his fleet, Li Yang quickly raised his hand to signal the soldiers to stop. 5 million, the pirate captain asked tentatively, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. 5 million. That's not a good price. Even if I sold your fleet, it would cost more than 5 million. Seeing that the pirate captain wanted to buy his fleet for 5 million, Li Yang frowned, slowly shook his head, and his face was full of dissatisfaction. That 8 million? The pirate captain looked at Li Yang with anticipation, his eyes filled with a hint of pleading. Unfortunately, Li Yang was still not satisfied and continued to shake his head firmly. The pirate captain took the first 5 million without hesitation, so his inventory must be much more than that. It seems he hasn't been forced to reveal his full value yet. It seems you're not sincere. Someone come here. Li Yang's face darkened, and he spoke sternly. No, let me think about it. Seeing that Li Yang was about to make a move, the pirate leader turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted loudly. This is my last chance, if I'm still not satisfied with the price. Li Yang's gaze was icy, and he spoke slowly beside me like a ruthless demon, his tone sending chills down my spine. This immense pressure was like a heavy mountain, making it hard for the pirate captain to breathe. He was covered in sweat, large beads of sweat rolling down his face, and his whole body was trembling, as if he were a leaf in the wind, about to fall. 15 million, please spare me. I really don't have any more money. The pirate captain wept bitterly, sobbing uncontrollably, looking utterly pathetic. Seeing this, Li Yang felt that it was about time, since it seemed that the pirate captain was really out of money. Okay, let's do it your way. 5 million plus 5 million, plus 15 million, for a total of 25 million. How do we pay? Li Yang asked calmly. Seeing that Li Yang had finally let him go, the pirate captain felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from his heart, and he breathed a sigh of relief. My lord, these are 3-star coin cards from the Hope Chamber of Commerce, worth a total of 25 million. Please accept them. As he spoke, the pirate captain tremblingly pulled 3 cards from his pocket and carefully placed them on the ground. Par quickly stepped forward, picked up the card from the ground, and handed it to Li Yang. AI, check if it's really worth 25 million? Li Yang took one of the cards and asked the AI. All 3 cards are star coin cards from the Hope Chamber of Commerce, containing a total of 25,656,370 star coins. The number has whole and odd figures. It seems they really emptied the pirate captain's coffin money. Okay, I'll take the money. You can go now. Li Yang accepted the 3-star coin cards, then waved to the pirate captain, and the soldiers holding him down released their grip. Can I leave now? I asked cautiously. After all, Li Yang had previously given him the impression of being a vicious and ruthless demon, so it was hard for him to believe that he was suddenly willing to let him go. Yes, you've already paid the money to save your life, so of course we're letting you go. What? You want to stay? Li Yang looked at the pirate captain with a smile, but the pirate captain's eyes revealed a hint of something unfathomable. Upon seeing this, the pirate captain scrambled to his feet, his body still trembling, and staggered outside. As the pirate captain was about to leave, Pal quickly came to Li Yang's side and asked, Captain Li Yang, should we use it? Pal made a throat-slitting gesture, indicating whether or not to eliminate the threat completely. Forget it, their value has already been squeezed dry anyway. Killing them now will only waste ammunition and yield nothing. Liang doesn't consider himself a purely good person, but he's certainly not a vicious villain either. He's just someone who adheres to his own bottom line, which he can adjust as needed. Carter, deactivate the space-locking device and let them leave. Yes. Upon returning to his fleet and finding that the spatial blockade had been lifted, the pirate captain quickly summoned all his starships and initiated a hyperspace jump to escape. Their flustered appearance suggested they were afraid Liang might suddenly change his mind. In fact, if the Guard Division were willing to accept them and award them military merits, Liang might indeed go back on his word, completely squeezing out their value before sending them over to earn military merits. Chapter 81 Conflict Events. After earning 25 million star coins for free, Liang once again led his fleet forward, continuing his journey toward the unclaimed planet. On the other side of Earth, thanks to the access to the star map, extraterrestrial visitors can now be seen everywhere. Look, take a look. Unique cultural artifacts from Blue Star, not 99.99 star coins, not 999 star coins. You can easily take them home for just 99 star coins. A vendor shouted loudly, carefully taking out a vase and gently placing it on a mat, while energetically calling out in the bustling street. Unique artifacts from Earth. Hearing this shout, the surrounding alien visitors were all drawn over, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. After all, they traveled thousands of miles to Blue Star to experience its unique culture and distinctive scenery. In no time, the vendor's stall was surrounded by a large number of alien visitors. In response, the other Blue Star merchants nearby began to whisper among themselves. Antiques? Aren't those strictly restricted by the Earth's management now? They can only be traded within Earth. Extraterrestrial visitors aren't allowed to buy them. Are you stupid? The ones that are restricted are genuine antiques. This is obviously a poorly made fake antique. Fake antiques aren't restricted. This is unbelievable. The same tricks they used to fool us Earthlings are now being used to fool aliens. This person is really something else. Although the vendor had no idea what people outside were talking about him, he was absolutely overjoyed. It's important to know that since Blue Star came under the control of the Shili Empire, the purchasing power of star coins on Blue Star has become exceptionally strong. An ordinary house can usually be easily bought for a few thousand star coins, while merchants on Earth can only make a profit of 4 or 5 star coins at most after a whole day of selling. If I could successfully sell these replica antiques, wouldn't I make a fortune? Hello, is this a genuine artifact from Earth? An alien visitor covered in fine, long hair asked questions with great curiosity, while tentatively reaching out his hand towards the bottle placed on the ground. Hey, what are you doing? You can't touch it if you're not buying it. This is a precious artifact from Earth. If you accidentally break it, who will be responsible for paying for it? Before the hairy man could even touch the bottle, the vendor swiftly slapped his hand away, frowning and looking displeased. Okay, I won't touch it. The hairy man whose hand was hit wasn't angry. After all, the other person was human, and besides, he had indeed reached out first without permission, so he was in the wrong. But I remember that the Earth's management department issued a regulation that alien tourists are not allowed to buy Earth artifacts. Just then, a woman with long rabbit ears in the crowd asked with a puzzled look on her face. Upon hearing this, the other alien visitors began to whisper among themselves. Oh right, it seems I was specifically reminded of that when I first entered the Blue Star space. Indeed, I clearly remember that this regulation exists. Seeing that the situation was starting to turn against him, the vendor hurriedly offered an explanation. No. The Blue Star Management Department issued a regulation stating that antiques officially recognized by them cannot be traded or purchased, but this is a family heirloom, a private item belonging to me, and is not subject to the Blue Star Management Department's regulations, understand? Although that's what the vendor said, everyone was still a little worried. After all, if you violate someone else's rules on their planet and get caught or fined, the Empire wouldn't step in to help. Seriously, believe me, I'm a true blue Earthling. How could I not know the regulations? Besides, it's been so long, and I haven't seen anyone from Earth's management come to arrest me. Upon hearing the vendor's words, the crowd thought about it carefully. Indeed, it had been so long and no one had come to stop it. It seemed that the regulation should be as this human from Earth said. After all, he was a native-born, genuine human from Earth. Okay, in that case, 99 star coins, right? I'll buy it. A well-dressed alien with 4 arms and 4 eyes shouted from the crowd that he was willing to buy it. Wait, in that case, I'll offer 110 star coins. Another alien visitor, not to be outdone, shouted back, raising the price to 110 star coins. I'll pay 120, 130, 140. Amidst the shouts of the crowd, the purchase price soared higher and higher. After all, Extraterrestrial visitors who can afford to spend a lot of money and resources to travel to Earth are usually quite well off. After all, without money, you can only be trapped on your own planet and never have the chance to go out and see the vastness of the universe. Interstellar travel is more expensive the farther the distance. Of course, if you have your own starship, that's a different story. Amidst the rising and falling prices and the shouts of vendors, their faces contorted with joy, they were absolutely ecstatic. With so many star coins, I'm about to become incredibly wealthy. In a very short time, the price had already reached 550 star coins, and it was still rising. After all, these are ancient artifacts from the human civilization of Earth. Whether you buy them for careful collection or resell them, you can make a fortune no matter how you look at it. Just as the crowd began to become restless, several people dressed in Blue Star management uniforms walked into the crowd and shouted loudly, "Stop right there. Who's selling ancient artifacts from Earth here without permission?" Then, Lu Ji, who was in the center position, walked into the crowd with a serious and solemn expression. He belongs to the Blue Star Management Department and is the Minister of the Department of Cultural Development and Protection with a rank of G9. Although this is only the lowest official position, it still carries the prestigious status of an imperial administrator. Upon seeing the arrival of the Blue Star Management personnel, everyone instantly fell silent. However, the four-armed alien was furious because he had already bid the highest price and no one else was bidding. He was about to get the artifact when, at this crucial moment, the people from the Blue Star administration arrived. "So you're the one selling ancient artifacts from Earth here?" Lu Ji stared intently at the vendor with a serious expression and questioned him. No, this isn't some kind of ancient artifact from Earth. It's just a replica. Selling replicas shouldn't violate any regulations, right?" When the vendor saw that the people from the Blue Star administration had actually come, and not just ordinary law enforcement officers, but officials from the imperial establishment, he panicked and hurriedly tried to explain. After all, he had already come up with a plan before even starting the sale. If it can be sold successfully, that would be the best outcome. If it can't be sold and you get caught, then just say it's a replica. After all, the regulations clearly state that antiques cannot be sold, but they don't mention that replica antiques cannot be sold, so you can take advantage of that loophole. Chapter 82. The Guardian Who Called the Alarm? Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted in discussion. What is this? It's a counterfeit? It seems there are cunning merchants like this everywhere. The crowd began to condemn the vendor, but the vendor remained unmoved, thinking that since he didn't rely on repeat customers anyway, being cheated was only their own fault for being stupid, and they couldn't blame him. The four-armed alien, in particular, was already harboring resentment. Now that he learned that the so-called antique he had been bidding so fiercely for was actually a fake replica, his face became even more unpleasant. Although I didn't manage to buy it, I felt like I'd been tricked. Whether it's true or not, take your things and come back to the department with me. Oh, and you guys too. You were the ones who were bidding the most aggressively just now. I could hear you from far away. You'll all come back to the department with me to be dealt with. Lu Ji pointed to the few alien visitors who had been bidding the most aggressively, including the four-armed alien. Seeing this, the four-armed alien's temper was completely ignited. It was bad enough that he had been tricked, but now he actually had to go to the department with them. It was just too infuriating. It's clearly his problem. Why are we being arrested? The four-armed alien roared furiously. This sudden roar was like a thunderclap, startling everyone present, and they all turned their gazes to him. What are you yelling about? We're not taking you back to be convicted. We're just asking you to cooperate and give a statement, since you're also involved in this incident. Lu Ji was not intimidated by the four-armed alien who was a head taller than him, and glared back at him. The other people who were mentioned didn't have any objections. It was just a matter of taking a statement, nothing more than a waste of time. But the four-armed alien didn't see it that way. He stubbornly believed that he had been humiliated by the humans. Damn it, I'm not going. You guys go yourselves. As he spoke, he swung his hand aggressively and shoved Lu Ji to the ground. This is utterly lawless. Guards, seize him and take him back. How dare he openly attack an imperial official? Lu Ji, who had fallen to the ground, was not one to back down. He quickly got up and called to the law enforcement officers around him, preparing to take down the four-armed alien together. And so, the two sides instantly began to pull and entangle with each other. Although the Blue Star Management Department had more people, they were, after all, just humans, and in terms of strength and physical fitness, they were no match for the tall alien with four arms. As time ticked by, the emotions of both sides became increasingly uncontrollable, eventually escalating into a full-blown brawl. The two sides fought without any restraint in front of a large crowd. The two sides started fighting, exchanging punches. Although there's a saying that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, the aliens had 4 hands instead of 2 fists, making the fight a close one, with neither side willing to give in. It's not common for Imperial officials and citizens to fight in the streets. The crowd gathered around, and some even started betting on which side would win. However, the fight had only lasted a few minutes when law enforcement officers from Blue Star quickly arrived at the scene and took Lu Ji and the 4-armed alien away. Of course, the culprit, the vendor, was also taken away. Without him, such a big incident wouldn't have happened. However, the extraterrestrial visitors that Lu Ji had previously pointed out were overlooked in the chaos. Inside the Blue Star Management Department, Xiaoquan was furious, his finger almost poking Lu Ji's forehead as he shouted loudly. You, a dignified Imperial official, actually fought with an Imperial citizen in public. What kind of behavior is that? He started it. Lu Ji defended himself in a low voice. Regardless of who started it, you can't act so impulsively in public. Don't you know to try to calm the other person down and bring them back to the department to deal with it? You could fight with him for a whole day and night in the department without any problem because no one would see, understand? Xiaoquan felt incredibly troubled. If this kind of thing happened on Blue Star and wasn't handled properly, it could lead to a loss of people, which would mean a lot of wasted star coins. That Lu Ji is such a pig-headed idiot. Doesn't he know to deal with it when he gets back? Fighting in the department and fighting outside are two completely different things. Minister, something terrible has happened. That alien visitor said he has reported it to the Guard Division and has also filed a lawsuit against Comrade Lu Ji with the Solar System Imperial Court. A staff member from Blue Star's management department rushed into Xiaoquan's office, looking anxious. What? Look at the mess you've made. Go explain yourself to Captain Liang. Upon hearing this, Xiaoquan couldn't say anything more. After all, they had bypassed his Blue Star management department and reported directly to the Imperial Guard Division. They had even filed a lawsuit in court. What could he do? We can only ask Captain Liang for instructions. After all, they can handle things internally on Blue Star on their own, but things involving external factors must be handled by Liang personally. On the Star Destroyer, Liang initially received a message from Xiaoquan saying that people from the Blue Star administration had clashed and fought with an Imperial citizen on the street. In response, Liang naturally favored his own people, telling Xiaoquan to handle the matter according to the regulations of the Blue Star Management Department. As for the Blue Star Management Department personnel, a verbal reprimand would suffice, while the alien visitors who assaulted people would be treated as attackers of Imperial officials. However, not long after, the AI sent another message. The Solar System Garrison Command has initiated a call request to you. Chapter 83 Supreme Judge of the Solar System Imperial Court. The Guard Division? What do they want with me? Full of confusion and doubt, Liang agreed to the Guard Division's request for a phone call. Hello, this is Liang. What can I do for you? There was a hint of doubt in Liang's tone. Dear Comrade Liang, we have received a report that personnel from the Blue Star Administration Department of your planet Blue Star openly assaulted citizens of the Empire. According to the law, we should directly take the reported individuals into custody for investigation. However, since Blue Star is under your jurisdiction, we are only here to notify you. Because the whistleblower has already filed a lawsuit against the reported individuals in the Solar System Empire Court, we kindly request your prompt attention. Thank you. The Guard Division was very friendly, making it clear that they would not take Lu Ji away directly, but would let Liang handle it himself when he returned. Okay, I understand. Liang responded. After ending the call with the Guard Division, Liang couldn't help but frown slightly, pondering to himself. How exactly was Xiaoquan dealt with? How did he manage to involve the Guard Division in the Imperial Court? Although he kept expressing his dissatisfaction, Liang knew in his heart that he still had to go back and deal with this matter. Otherwise, how would his subordinates view him as a leader? If someone isn't even willing to help their subordinates out of this small predicament, who would want to work for them? However, if he went back now, all the journey he had taken these past few days would have been for nothing. Liang fell into thought, and after a moment, he came up with a solution. I've got it. The holographic projection should count as the person returning, so dealing with the Guard Division should be easier. But since this matter has already involved the courts, let's just go find Anno. Liang muttered to himself. We plan to deal with the court first, and put the Guard Division aside for now. We'll go to the Guard Division after we've settled things with the court. After all, Anno's father was the chief judge of the highest imperial court in this star cluster. With that connection, even a small solar system imperial court should have some influence. Meanwhile, Anno was still quietly handling official business on Mars. After all, a group of humans from Earth have already migrated here, and Mars is gradually becoming more lively, with extraterrestrial visitors coming to visit. Liang initiates a call request to you. The AI's notification sounded. Liang? He's looking for me? I accepted the call. Ano was somewhat surprised, but quickly gave his approval. After Anhwa agreed to the call, Liang's holographic projection instantly appeared in front of Anhwa. This is my first time using this projector, and it feels pretty good. Liang looked at his body curiously and reached out to touch it. He could actually feel the real touch. Although his consciousness was here, his physical body was still on the Star Destroyer. Captain Liang, it is an honor to have you here. I have nothing to offer you, so please make the best of it. Ano said with a smile. Forget about hospitality. I've come here because I need your help with something important. Liang got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Anhwa's eyes immediately shone like bright stars. After all, if he helped Liang would undoubtedly owe him a favor, and if he needed help in the future, Liang would definitely repay that favor. Judging from Liang's rapid promotion, it would be incredibly profitable to ask him for help once he reaches a higher rank. Help? Please feel free to ask. As long as it is within my ability, I will do my best to do it. Here's what happened. Seeing that Anhwa was willing to help, Liang slowly explained the whole story. Fighting with Imperial citizens in public is a really difficult situation to handle. Ano spoke slowly, a troubled look on his face. What? Even you are helpless? Hearing Anhwa's words, Liang couldn't help but feel confused. Anhwa's father was a high-ranking official with great power and influence. Could he not even solve such a small matter? Well, it might be difficult for others, but it's a piece of cake for me. Since you're going to handle the guard division personally, I just need to take care of things at the court. Yes, that's what I think too, but I really don't know anyone in the court system. As he spoke, Liang shook his head helplessly. If I knew someone in the court, I wouldn't have needed to ask Anhwa for help. After all, favors are not something you can easily repay. If the events described are entirely truthful, from the perspective of imperial law, it is undoubtedly illegal for a non-human citizen to assault a human official. However, it is also illegal for an official to assault an imperial citizen in public, damaging the empire's image. Therefore, neither side actually benefits, as it is a mutual assault, and the final decision ultimately does not rest with either party. On whom? The final decision rests with the presiding judge, since both are guilty. Ano then smiled slightly and called out to another person through the AI. Please wait a moment. I have already sent a message to the Supreme Judge of the Solar System Imperial Court. He should be able to arrive soon. Ano said. Seeing that the Supreme Judge of the Solar System Empire Court would be arriving soon, Liang was somewhat surprised. I never expected Ano to be so cunning. The Supreme Judge could summon him at will. He originally thought that Ano would just call over other ordinary judges, but he never expected that he would call over the highest judge. If that's the case, then that would be perfect. Chapter 84 Friendly Exchange. Liang and Anhwa stayed quietly in the office, patiently waiting for the judge to arrive. Oh dear, I'm late, I'm so sorry. A dozen minutes later, a middle-aged man in a crisp imperial uniform hurriedly pushed open the door and strode in, his face full of apology, repeatedly saying sorry. It's all right, please have a seat, Judge Chen Quan. Ano said. Upon seeing this, Chen Quan quickly sat down in the designated spot. Only then did he realize that there was another person next to Anhwa, and it appeared to be human. Who are you? Chen Quan asked, full of doubt. You should know that Ano's father is his boss's boss, so the human sitting next to Ano must be no ordinary person either. Let me introduce you. This is the Special Inspector of the Milky Way, and also the highest administrator of Earth. Ano explained. Hello, my name is Liang. As he spoke, Liang slowly stood up, extended his hand, and smiled warmly to show his friendliness. Hello? It's Inspector Li. I've long admired your name and heard of you before. Meeting you today, I can see you are indeed a man of exceptional talent. Upon seeing that the human in front of him was actually the mysterious inspector, Chen Quan dared not be negligent in the slightest. He quickly stood up with trepidation, bent down, and tightly grasped Liang's hand, his face full of excitement. As you know, they had heard before that a special inspector had been appointed in the Milky Way, but these officials in the solar system had no way of knowing who had been appointed to the position. I never expected to see him here today. Moreover, I have heard about Liang. He already has a position in the Imperial Military Department. Now, with the addition of the position of inspector, wouldn't he be a combination of military and political power? Thinking of this, Chen Quan's smile grew even brighter. It was an incredible honor to be able to meet such an important person in his lifetime. All right, we asked you to come over because we need your help with something. Seeing Chen Quan still grinning foolishly, Anhwa quickly interrupted him. Oh, sorry, I got a little too excited and acted a bit abruptly. Chen Quan snapped out of his daze and quickly apologized. It's okay. Liang seemed quite magnanimous and indifferent. After all, The more the other party acted this way, the easier it would be to resolve the matter. Here's what happened. Seeing that the two of them had sat down again, manhwa told Cheng Quan the whole story that Li Yang had described earlier. The fact that imperial officials openly assaulted imperial citizens is indeed a very troublesome matter, as too many people witnessed it firsthand. After all, isn't the duty of imperial officials to wholeheartedly serve the imperial citizens? After hearing the whole story, Cheng Quan's expression instantly turned serious, and his brows furrowed. Oh my, where did this upright and just official come from? Seeing this, manhwa said with a mocking and sarcastic tone, in the Empire, the law of the jungle prevails. In this vast and endless universe, who would still play along with your unrealistic jokes about equality for all? Seeing manhwa mocking him mercilessly, Cheng Quan could only awkwardly force a smile. Is it really that the matter is difficult to handle? Of course not. It's just that he didn't gain any benefit from it. Because he got to know Li Yang through manhwa, even if the matter was settled, Li Yang wouldn't be grateful to him, but to manhwa. Judge Cheng, although my subordinate did act somewhat recklessly, it was someone else who struck first, right? Li Yang's gaze was deep, and he naturally understood Cheng Quan's little thoughts. That's right. Since Inspector Li has said so, I'll do as you say. Seeing that Li Yang had spoken up personally, Cheng Quan quickly expressed that things would be easy to handle, because it was Li Yang speaking up himself, not a manhwa, and there was a fundamental difference between the two. Hey, that's right. That's the fair and impartial Judge Cheng we know, huh? Seeing that Cheng Quan was willing to help, manhwa quickly put on a big smile and said with a smile, haha, but presiding Judge Cheng, I still want to solemnly remind you that although the other side struck first, the final verdict in this case will still be strictly based on imperial law. Li Yang's expression was serious as he silently offered a reminder. After all, as an inspector, he absolutely cannot leave even the slightest stain on his record. Of course, if he acts in accordance with imperial law, it will not be considered leaving a stain. Haha, don't worry. If you want your subordinate to win the case, I certainly have ways to do so. The right to interpret the imperial laws rests with me. Hearing this, Li Yang felt reassured. After all, everyone here was extremely shrewd, and if they couldn't handle this kind of thing, they would have wasted their positions. That Inspector Li, that's my son. He's a squad leader in the Guard Division's detachment. I heard the assessment will start soon, and I'm thinking of making him the deputy detachment leader. What do you think? Cheng Quan, his face full of flattery, forced a fawning smile as he spoke. Cheng Quan naturally wouldn't help out for nothing. He also needed Li Yang's help with something, especially since Li Yang's position allowed him to have influence with the Guard Division. Moreover, he had heard that Li Yang was also on the list of examiners for this assessment. Deputy detachment leader? Shouldn't it be detachment leader? Li Yang responded with a smile and a nonchalant air. Ah, Captain. Inspector Li, you've really given me a huge surprise. Cheng Quan didn't react at first, but after a moment he came to his senses and excitedly picked up the wine glass on the table to toast Li Yang. Haha, come on, now that the matter has been decided, let's give them a proper congratulations. Seeing this, manhwa quickly raised her glass to toast Li Yang. Li Yang calmly and composedly picked up his glass and accepted their toast. Thus, in just a short moment, the court's problem was resolved. Li Yang not only successfully resolved the matter on the court's side, but also got to know the supreme judge of the Solar System Empire Court through Anno. The price he paid was simply to give Cheng Quan's son some special consideration during the assessment. Compared to the effort, the return is extremely high, making it a very cost-effective investment. After all, during the assessment, he would definitely promote his own subordinates and give special attention to Cheng Quan's son, which meant that Cheng Quan's side had also joined his own faction. Now, only the issue with the Guard Division remains to be addressed. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries with manhwa and Cheng Quan, Li Yang decisively ended the call and sent a call request to the Guard Division stationed in the Solar System. This is the headquarters of the Solar System Garrison Guard Division. May I ask what brings you here? I am Li Yang, Special Inspector of the Milky Way. I have come here specifically to deal with the brawl on Earth and hope to activate the holographic projection. It's Inspector Li. Okay, holographic projection access has been granted to you. It's important to know that special departments or military units, due to their high regard for information security, usually strictly prohibit the use of holographic projection functions. Holographic projection can only be used with the explicit consent of the other party. Chapter 85 Imperial Land Bureau. After successfully obtaining projection permissions, Li Yang's figure instantly appeared in the headquarters of the Guard Division. Hello, Inspector Li. I am Chen Feng, the Supreme Commander of the Guard Division responsible for the mission of guarding the solar system. Chen Feng smiled broadly and spoke respectfully. It's a pleasure to meet you, Commander Chen. Li Yang responded with a smile. Well, I can't call him a division commander yet, haha. Hearing Liang address him as teacher, Chen Feng humbly said that he didn't deserve the title, but he was actually quite happy to hear others address him that way. Why can't it be called that? Isn't a guard division just a division? Liang asked, puzzled. It is indeed a division-level organization, but compared to the more powerful guard divisions mentioned above, we are still far behind. Chen Feng sighed slightly, saying with some regret, his eyes revealing a hint of unwillingness and longing for a higher level. After all, their guards are stationed in every star system, but the number of personnel and the rank of the highest-ranking officer are determined according to the size of the star system. To be honest, if it weren't for the special circumstances of the solar system, they wouldn't have appointed a major as the highest commander of the guard division. After all, in other small star systems like this, a captain would be enough, and even a lieutenant could be appointed if the job is even worse. Even in a special galaxy like our solar system, the number of guards and the level of equipment are definitely not as good as the guards stationed in the Milky Way. Although they both bear the title of Master, the differences between them are significant. Li Yang's gaze also fell on Chen Feng's shoulder insignia. He was merely a third-level major. All right, I'll cut to the chase. One of my men has been reported to the guard division, so I've come here specifically to handle this. I'd appreciate your help, Commander Chen. Liang said it bluntly. Report? Oh, you mean the human from Earth? Yes, that's him. Liang nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Inspector Li. Since the ownership of Blue Star is in your hands, as long as he doesn't do anything serious like treason or rebellion, our guard division won't interfere. You can decide on this minor matter. I wonder how you're handling things with the court. Chen Feng, on the other hand, spoke with a relaxed and nonchalant expression. After all, in his view, this was indeed a trivial matter. In comparison, the situation in the court was the real key issue that required careful attention. I've already taken care of things at the court, which is why I've come here specifically to bother Commander Chen. In response, Liang spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Haha, as long as the court has handled it, that's fine. Don't worry, Inspector Li. I'll go and delete the reported information right away. Seeing that Li Yang had resolved the most troublesome court-related issues, Chen Feng was naturally happy to do Li Yang a favor. After all, it was just a small report, and deleting it would be a piece of cake. Haha, then thank you very much, Commander Chen, for helping to handle the report. Li Yang said with a smile. A report? What report? Inspector Li, weren't you here for tea and a chat? Chen Feng instantly feigned a blank and confused look, and looked at Li Yang. Upon seeing this, Li Yang was slightly taken aback, but then quickly realized Chen Feng's intention and hurriedly agreed. Yes, I'm just here to have tea and chat. The two then exchanged a glance, understood each other perfectly, and burst into laughter. With Li Yang personally intervening, the allegations against Lu Ji completely disappeared. Now all that remains is to await the court hearing. As for the outcome of the trial, it was naturally a foregone conclusion, ending with Lu Ji's side achieving a resounding victory. On the contrary, the four-armed alien was accused of multiple crimes, including maliciously attacking Imperial officials, maliciously attacking Imperial humans, and violating the Blue Star Treaty by privately purchasing antiquities. Once these charges are leveled against him, he will essentially have to spend the rest of his life in an Imperial prison. As for Lu Ji, he only received a severe reprimand from the Blue Star Management Department. Well, I finally got Lu Ji's matter sorted out. But thanks to this, I've also made two very good connections with him. After finishing all his business, Li Yang lay lazily on a chair on the Star Destroyer and couldn't help but sigh. Although a lot of time was spent on this matter, it also provided an opportunity to make connections with Cheng Quan and Chen Feng. It has to be said that in the solar system today, Li Yang's word is law, since the highest decision-makers of both the Imperial Court and the Imperial Guard Division have now become his own people. Pal, has that planet still not been found? Li Yang frowned slightly, his expression showing a hint of anxiety. The fleet has been sailing for nearly half a month in search of this planet. If they still can't find it, the assessment conference will begin, and I will have to go there in person, instead of just participating through a projection. Captain, based on the star map and the crystal ball, we should be able to find it in about a day at most. Okay, 1 day is fine. Anyway, I have at most another week before I have to get back. Li Yang said helplessly. As Pal had predicted, the fleet finally arrived at the mysterious planet a day later. The planet was half the size of Earth, and its surface showed no trace of blue-green life. Instead, it was a depressing gray, a barren and lifeless planet devoid of any signs of life or civilization. Li Yang looked puzzled and confused. This is it. This is the planet? Pal, are you sure you haven't come to the wrong place? Looking at this lifeless planet, half the size of Earth, Li Yang asked Pal 3 questions in a row, his face full of confusion. Pal didn't dare to be negligent in this regard, and quickly picked up the crystal ball to carefully compare the star map positions recorded inside. Captain Liang, according to the star map in the crystal ball, this planet is indeed the one we are looking for. After looking at the star chart in the crystal ball, Pal answered firmly. Anyway, it's not my fault. You can only blame the star map. Although the result was quite unexpected, the planet was indeed the one recorded in the crystal ball. Forget it. Let's report it to the Imperial Land Bureau and confirm if that's the case. Although it is highly likely that this planet is their target planet, Liang still decided to confirm with the Imperial Land Bureau, since the crystal ball was a product they developed. Yes, even though Pal had his doubts, he had no choice but to contact the Imperial Land Bureau, as Liang instructed. After all, even he himself found it hard to believe that this planet was the target planet they had been searching for, because it was so small and a barren planet devoid of life. This is the Land Administration Bureau of the Shili Empire. May I ask what brings you here? A polite inquiry came from the other end of the communicator. Hello, we found the planet recorded in your crystal ball product, but it is too small and too barren, so we would like to confirm with you whether there is an error in the planet record. Par explained as clearly as possible. Please send me the number recorded inside the crystal ball, and I will look it up for you immediately. Upon examining the crystal ball closely, Pal found a code inscribed on its outermost edge. He then promptly sent the code to the Imperial Land Bureau. Chapter 86 Sum. Not long after, the Imperial Land Bureau sent word. According to our investigation, you found the right planet. Although it's a bit small, it's rich in various resources and minerals. If mined properly, it's estimated that you could obtain at least tens of millions of star coins. After reading the message from the Imperial Land Bureau, Pal dared not miss a single detail and reported it to Liang word for word. Well, it seems we were just unlucky. We didn't find any big planets. Liang shook his head helplessly and sighed. He could only accept it, since everyone knew that the crystal ball was like a blind box. He just had bad luck this time and didn't get a satisfactory result. Furthermore, it was precisely because of this trip to search for a planet that they were fortunate enough to encounter pirates, thus gaining 25 million star coins for free, which is far more valuable than the planet itself. However, Liang did not intend to occupy or conquer this planet. As the Imperial Land Bureau said, he would simply find a company to mine all the resources on it. But who should be contacted to manage the mining? This question once again plunged Liang into deep thought. By the way, I wonder if Zhang would take on this kind of job. Liang suddenly thought of Zhang, because among his network of contacts, besides those officials, Zhang was the only one he had contact with in the private sector. Even if Zhang doesn't take on this kind of work, he probably knows some companies that specialize in resource extraction. The AI initiated a call to Zhang. Liang issued the order. The other party has accepted the request during the call. Captain Liang, what can I do for you? Since completing the Blue Star renovation project, Zhang has also achieved better development in the company thanks to his business in Liang, and his position has been promoted to a higher level. When Liang contacted him again, he readily agreed to the call without hesitation. Zhang, here's the thing. I've discovered a new planet that needs mining, and I'm wondering if your company takes on this kind of work. Liang got straight to the point right away. Resource extraction? I'm sorry, Captain Liang. Our company's main business is primarily decoration, modification, and transportation. We don't actually engage in resource extraction. I'm afraid we can't be of help to you this time. Upon hearing that it was about resource extraction, Zhang could only shake his head helplessly. He secretly regretted that he would miss out on this business opportunity, but the fact that Liang thought of him first in this matter showed that his friendship with Liang had not been in vain. Do you know any relevant companies that you could introduce me to? Liang then asked. Yes, we definitely have one. We have a long-term cooperative relationship with a company that specializes in resource extraction. Their greatest achievement is that they once completely depleted an entire star system, making them one of the top resource extraction companies in the empire. Upon hearing this, Liang's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked Zhang to help arrange for them to meet. After all, he would definitely have similar planets with no other use in the future, which he could use to mine resources and generate profits. They only accept projects starting at tens of millions of star coins. They don't take on small projects at all. Zhang continued to add further explanation. 10 million star coins? Does that mean the resource value reaches tens of millions? Liang pressed for an answer. After all, the value of his planet's resources was around 10 million. No, they're only willing to take on projects that require a price tag of tens of millions of star coins. Seeing that Liang had some misunderstanding, Zhang quickly explained. A price tag of at least 10 million? My entire planet, once mined and sold, would only fetch around 10 million. If you're asking for 10 million, then all my work will be for nothing, and I'll gain nothing. Faced with this, Liang had no choice but to give up. Zhang, the company you mentioned is indeed very powerful, but do you know of any companies that are cheaper and also quite efficient? Could you recommend one? Liang asked expectantly. Some are captains of the Liang ship, and some are. Of course, there's more than one such company. I can recommend 9 to you. Zhang quickly agreed. Seeing this, Liang quickly asked Zhang to introduce him to the contact information of the heads of these 9 companies. After obtaining the contact information of the company leaders, Liang did not hesitate to call them one by one. After comparing and weighing the options, Liang finally chose the company with the cheapest quote. Although this company is slower than other companies, it's cheaper. It's just resource extraction, nothing urgent, so we can take our time. In response, Liang officially signed a contract with the resource mining company, hiring it to mine resources across the entire planet for 1.5 million star coins. Pal, notify the fleet to prepare to return to Earth. Now that things have been properly resolved, there's no point in me staying here any longer. It would be better to go back early and prepare in advance for the upcoming assessment conference. Although I am an examiner and do not need to participate in the assessment, I have a large number of people I want to promote. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, it is best to find out the relevant situation and explore the path in advance. Yes, Pa responded. Attention all units. The fleet is preparing to return to base and is about to initiate a hyperspace jump. 3, 2, 1 initiate jump. Commands were issued throughout the fleet. On the way back, having clear coordinates, we naturally used hyperspace jumps to return. Unlike when we came, where we had no precise coordinates and could only explore little by little and move forward slowly. After all, without a clear coordinate location, hyperspace jumps are generally not used lightly. No one can guarantee that they won't directly jump over the target location, thus causing unnecessary trouble and risks. Chapter 87 Internal Transfers within Blue Star's Management Department. The fleet sailed smoothly without any accidents and successfully returned to Earth. Liang had just stepped into his office and hadn't even had a chance to sit down and rest for a moment when he received a message from Lu Ji requesting a visit. Lu Ji? Let him come up. Upon hearing that the visitor was Lu Ji, Liang pondered for a moment before agreeing to his request to visit. After all, it was easy to guess that Lu Ji had come to thank him for helping him through this difficult time. Captain Liang, thank you so much for your help this time. Without your strong support, I'm afraid I would have lost my official position. As soon as he entered, Lu Ji couldn't wait to express his gratitude to Liang repeatedly. What he said was not an exaggeration. If Liang hadn't stepped in to help coordinate and handle the matter, and it had been allowed to develop naturally and escalate, he might not have been able to keep his official position. It's nothing. By the way, judging from your appearance, you won the lawsuit, right? Liang waved his hand casually and said nonchalantly. Thanks to you, I finally won the case in the Imperial Court, while the other side was directly charged and imprisoned. Lu Ji said with a delighted expression. After dealing with the relevant matters, Liang ended the holographic projection and returned to the Star Destroyer. He did not deliberately inquire about the subsequent court outcome. However, upon hearing Lu Ji's words, Liang was somewhat surprised. He originally thought that Cheng Quan would only let Lu Ji win the case, but he didn't expect that he would directly put the other party in jail, which was really beyond his expectations. All right, there's no need for further thanks. You just need to know one thing. You are my subordinate. Liang spoke with a serious expression and solemn tone. Yes. Upon seeing this, Lu Ji became excited and answered loudly and clearly. Captain Liang, then I won't bother you any longer. Having expressed his loyalty, Lu Ji naturally prepared to leave. Oh, by the way, go and call Xia Quan over. I need to speak with him. Before Lu Ji could leave the office, Liang seemed to suddenly remember something important and quickly called out to him. Lu Ji dared not be negligent in the slightest and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Before long, Xia Quan hurriedly arrived at Liang's office. Captain Liang, you wanted to see me? Xia Quan's tone carried a hint of worry. Although Lu Ji's matter had been perfectly resolved, as Lu Ji's superior, he still couldn't escape some responsibility. You should know about the assessment meeting, right? However, Liang didn't call him over specifically to discuss trivial matters that had already passed and settled. Rather, he was looking at important matters for the future. Yes, I know. The AI had already notified me beforehand. Xia Quan replied. Send me the personnel list of Blue Star's management department. Although he didn't know what Liang wanted this personnel list for, Xia Quan didn't dare to hesitate and quickly sent the complete list over via the AI. After receiving the list, Liang carefully reviewed everyone's contributions and work performance over this period using the AI. After a moment's thought, he created a new list using the AI and sent it to Xiaoquan. Captain Liang, this is. Upon receiving the resent list from Liang, Xiaoquan asked, puzzled. This is the new list of personnel to be transferred within the Blue Star Management Department. All transfers will be carried out according to the arrangements on this list. Liang said slowly and deliberately. Upon hearing this, Xiaoquan quickly looked at the names on the list and was surprised to find that he was not on it. Moreover, not only him, but also Andegu, Turong, and Xiaofeng were not on the list. Captain Liang, why aren't our names on the list? Xiaoquan's face was full of doubt and fear, and he asked in a slightly trembling voice. He was puzzled as to why their names were not on the list, and he was afraid that Liang had given up on promoting them. Are you stupid? This is an internal personnel transfer within the Blue Star Management Department. You are already a minister, and any further promotion will definitely be decided through an assessment meeting. The same applies to Andegu and the others. Seeing Xiaoquan's confused and frightened expression, Liang shook his head helplessly and said slowly. Chapter 88. You submit the report. I approve the order. Xiaoquan has always been serious and hardworking at work, so why does he start acting foolishly when faced with something like this? Oh, I see. I was just being silly. I'm sorry you had to laugh at me. After listening to Liang's explanation, Xiaoquan suddenly realized that the personnel changes on these lists were just internal transfers and promotions within the Blue Star Management Department, while these people would have to wait for the assessment conference to begin. It seems that this crucial assessment meeting has indeed made Xiaoquan a little too nervous. But Captain Liang, why was this person dismissed? After realizing that the list did not concern them personally, Xiaoquan carefully reviewed it again, only to discover unexpectedly that one person on the list had not been promoted or transferred, but had been dismissed. In Xiaoquan's memory, although this person did not have any particularly outstanding performance at work and even made some mistakes, it was far from serious enough to warrant direct dismissal. It's important to understand that this dismissal wasn't just a simple removal of the post. It involved the complete abolition of the imperial administrative rank, instantly transforming someone with an imperial position into an ordinary imperial citizen. The difference between these two is enormous. Don't you know? Liang looked at Xiaoquan with a puzzled expression, which made Xiaoquan panic instantly, and he couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that this person committed some serious illegal or disorderly act without my knowledge? I'm sorry, Captain Liang, I really didn't know. Seeing this, Xiaoquan dared not hide anything and had no choice but to honestly confess that he was completely unaware of the matter. After all, if he lied and claimed to know, and Liang then asked him to explain what it was, he would be completely exposed. Forget it, it's fine if you don't know. This person actually used his position as a staff member of the Earth's management department to conduct illegal transactions with extraterrestrial visitors. Not arresting him directly is already giving him enough face. Although there are many special products available for sale on Earth, a few of them are completely prohibited from being traded, such as antiquities and a few rare plants and animals. Because these things must be ensured to be possessed only by Earth throughout the entire empire. If some extremely rare plants and animals are traded, others will use the Empire's advanced technology to mass-produce the same things, place them on their own planets, and then use the name of Earth to attract alien tourists. This will inevitably reduce the number of people on Blue Star. You have to understand, all of these people are worth a lot of star coins. Every reduction in people means a huge loss of star coins, and Liang absolutely cannot allow this to happen. Now that the decision has been made to develop Blue Star into a tourist destination, it is imperative to make it the most unique and eye-catching planet in the entire empire. Such a thing actually happened? After hearing Liang's answer, Xiaoquan was shocked and couldn't believe that such a thing could happen right under his nose. If the entire planet hadn't been under my close surveillance, I probably wouldn't have known about this. However, he did have some sense. He only engaged in illegal trading once and didn't continue. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now. I would have immediately sent people to arrest him, instead of merely giving him a demotion. In his spare time, Liang would closely monitor all kinds of events happening on Blue Star through the Star Controller. It could be said that the entire Blue Star Management Department was actually under Liang's surveillance at all times. I see, I understand. I'll go deal with it now. But Captain Liang, I don't seem to have the authority to remove him from the Imperial Army, do I? Just as Xiaoquan was about to turn and leave, he suddenly thought of a crucial problem. With his current administrative rank, it seemed impossible for him to remove that person's imperial status. He could suspend the position, but the status could not be removed. I didn't ask you to remove the staffing quota. You just need to submit a report, and I'll approve it. Liang said it with a relaxed expression, as if it were just a trivial matter. After all, their imperial ranks were obtained by reporting to the Empire themselves, so removing one person's rank was a piece of cake. Moreover, now that he was the special inspector of the galaxy, removing a G9 level rank was even easier. Okay, I understand. Seeing this, Xiaoquan dared not delay and quickly left to handle the matters related to the list. After dealing with matters on Blue Star, Li Yang began preparations to travel to the administrative center of the Milky Way Empire. After all, since taking up his post as Special Inspector of the Galaxy, he had never reported to the administrative center of the Galactic Empire, and he was not sure if they had prepared an office for him. After the assessment meeting ends, I probably won't have many opportunities to come to this office on Blue Star again. Chapter 89 Welcome Ceremony. After handling all the affairs on Blue Star, Li Yang led his fleet and set off at full speed toward the administrative center of the Galactic Empire. Meanwhile, in the administrative center of the Galactic Empire, the speaker also received news of Li Yang's imminent arrival. The special inspector is finally coming. Go and get ready to welcome him. The speaker, with a solemn expression, hurriedly instructed his secretary to receive the soon-to-arrive Li Yang with grand ceremony. Yes, I will arrange it right away. After receiving the order, the secretary quickly organized personnel to begin setting up the venue in a flurry of activity. The enormous and magnificent space station was spotless, and bright red carpets were carefully laid out under the traction bridge. It should be noted that this traction bridge was no ordinary traction bridge, but the one closest to the administration building, which only high-ranking officials in the administration center were qualified to use. Neatly arranged ceremonial soldiers in crisp uniforms stood on both sides, holding brand-new, gleaming ceremonial weapons, their expressions solemn and dignified, motionless. Meanwhile, various advanced intelligent robots shuttled back and forth among the crowd, some carefully checking whether the equipment was operating normally, and others carefully carrying precious decorative items. The chefs in the kitchen were completely absorbed in preparing the special delicacies from various planets, striving to make each dish the best it could be, hoping to leave an unforgettable impression on the special inspector. The speaker stood in front of the mirror, meticulously adjusting his attire and repeatedly tweaking every detail, striving to present the most perfect image to the new special inspector. Although their administrative rank is lower than mine, their position carries more power. After all, they are inspectors, the ones who supervise these officials. If you accidentally leave a bad impression on the other party, they might try to get back at you with a little trickery, and you'll be severely punished, if not killed. Once everything was ready, everyone eagerly awaited the arrival of Li Yang's fleet, their eyes fixed on the distance. Meanwhile, Li Yang's fleet, after a long journey, finally arrived at the star system where the administrative center of the Galactic Empire was located. A massive space station of unprecedented size floated silently in the vast expanse of space. Around it were countless starships, including not only combat vessels, but also numerous luxurious ones used for reception. Is this the administrative center of the Galactic Empire? It's truly enormous. Looking at the enormous space station before him, Li Yang couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. Looking through the light screen in front of me, the size of the entire space station was beyond imagination. It was almost a third the size of the sun. Keep in mind, this isn't a planet, but a man-made space station. The number of people it houses must be countless. However, the thought that this was the administrative center that managed the entire galaxy made it all seem perfectly reasonable. After all, the Milky Way galaxy contains hundreds of billions of planets. Although only a small number of these planets will be transformed into habitable planets by the Empire, the number is still in the hundreds of millions. Captain Li Yang, the administrative center has arranged a tug bridge for us, so we can dock at any time. Then notify the fleet to prepare to dock. With Li Yang's order, the entire fleet began to slowly move toward the space station. The warships in the fleet were steadily docked on their respective towing bridges, while the flagship Star Destroyer was naturally docked on its dedicated towing bridge, which had been prepared in advance. As the hatch slowly opened, Li Yang stepped out first, his crisp uniform perfectly showcasing his extraordinary demeanor. As soon as Li Yang stepped off the starship, the speaker and a group of officials rushed forward to greet him, their faces beaming with enthusiastic smiles. You must be Inspector Li Yang? Welcome, welcome. I am Cones, the chairman of the administrative center of the Galactic Empire. As he spoke, Cones quickly extended his right hand, his eyes full of anticipation. Looking at Cones' outstretched right hand, Li Yang calmly shook it and replied with a gentle smile. So it's the Speaker of the Council. It's a pleasure to meet you. Isn't such a grand welcome a waste of resources and energy? As soon as Li Yang stepped off the starship, he saw a group of people standing neatly below, with a long red carpet spread out on the ground and various exquisite decorations placed around them. In Li Yang's opinion, These grand gestures were a bit too exaggerated, which surprised him and made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, in Cohen's view, Li Yang's words contained another meaning. A grand welcome? Does Inspector Li not like this kind of welcoming ceremony? This is our first meeting. I can't afford to make a bad first impression. Cohen couldn't help but think to himself. He felt that Li Yang disliked this kind of grand formalism and was worried that his carefully prepared welcoming ceremony would give Li Yang a bad impression of him. Haha, Inspector Li is joking. These ceremonies are just a routine procedure for every imperial official when they take office for the first time. Everyone receives this treatment. Cohen gave an awkward smile and hurriedly explained. In fact, this is only the second time such a welcoming ceremony has been held since the space station was established. The first time was undoubtedly when Cohen himself took office as Speaker. I am Neil, the Supreme Commander of the Imperial Guard Division stationed in the galaxy. Seeing that Cohen and Li Yang had finished their conversation, Neil, who was standing to the side in a white military uniform, also quickly and solemnly saluted to indicate his identity. Upon seeing this, Li Yang returned the greeting. Hello, Commander and I. Li Yang responded with a smile. Li Yang turned his gaze to the rank insignia on Neil's shoulder. He saw that the epaulets were inlaid with a dazzling golden planet, with 9 stars of the same color neatly arranged below the planet, and the epaulets were surrounded by an exquisite bronze vine wreath. A 9th rank colonel? Is the rank of the Galaxy Garrison Division that high? Looking at the insignia that was significantly higher than Martin's rank, Li Yang couldn't help but feel puzzled. To be honest, if it weren't for his special status as a special inspector, I, a mere lieutenant, probably wouldn't even have been able to meet him. Haha. Commander and I was specially sent by the higher-ups. He might be promoted to Major General someday. As if sensing Li Yang's confusion, Cohen added with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Yang couldn't help but take a few more glances at Neil. No wonder a Galactic Garrison Division has such a high rank. It turns out they were assigned by the Empire, just like me. After all, even the Galactic Council Chairman's administrative rank is only D6, so it seems abnormal that the highest commander of a guard division is a 9th rank colonel. Generally speaking, a lieutenant colonel is sufficient to hold such a position. However, since it was an arrangement made by the Empire, it makes sense. After all, even he, as a special inspector, was appointed by the higher-ups, so it's not surprising that he was a 9th rank colonel. Next, Li Yang met with the other officials one by one. These officials were all high-ranking people in the administrative center of the Milky Way. After all, officials of lower rank were not qualified to be here to greet him. Please come with me, Inspector Li. I will take you to your office. After the meeting, Cohen immediately prepared to take Li Yang to his office. Then I'll have to trouble Speaker Ko, Li Yang said politely. As they spoke, the group stepped onto the red carpet and slowly entered the administration building. As soon as they entered, they saw a flag of the Shili Empire standing tall in the center of the hall. Rather than calling this a hall, it's more like a vast plaza, its size exceeding all expectations. However, considering the sheer size of the entire space station, this scale seems reasonable. Suddenly, a teleportation portal appeared out of nowhere in front of Li Yang. Please, Inspector Li, because the entire building is so enormous, we usually move around using a teleportation device for work. The Speaker of the Council explained slowly. After all, without these teleportation devices, just going to another department to exchange work information would probably leave people exhausted on the way there. Led by Cohen's, Li Yang slowly entered the portal with steady steps. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at an extremely spacious office. This is the office prepared for you. If you have any needs, Inspector Li, please feel free to ask. Li Yang slowly surveyed his surroundings. In addition to the essential office supplies, there was a full range of furniture and even some novel items that he had never seen before. Let alone using it as an office, you could live there every day without any problem. It's just like a cozy home, with all kinds of items. Very good, Speaker, I am very satisfied. Li Yang smiled and said with satisfaction. Seeing this, Speaker couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This office was the best and most luxurious besides his own. If Li Yang wasn't satisfied, he couldn't just hand over his office. Chapter 90 New Affairs. The group chatted for a while longer in the office before Cohen got up and left, followed by the others. In the blink of an eye, only Neil remained quietly in place. Inspector Li, in accordance with the regulations of the Empire, we kindly request that you visit our guard division at your convenience and submit a report to the Empire. Okay, I understand. Li Yang nodded solemnly, indicating that he would find time to go. Seeing that Li Yang nodded in agreement, Neil did not linger and turned to leave. Let's see how many jobs are waiting for me. Now that everyone else has left, Li Yang naturally has to get back to work. After all, as an inspector, He can't just stay in the office doing nothing and wasting his days. Smart Brain, open the administrative management system. As soon as he finished speaking, a light screen appeared out of thin air on his office desk, displaying a dense array of official business that required Li Yang's personal attention. Sigh, looks like I'll be quite busy. Li Yang couldn't help but sigh softly. This document contains detailed information on all the officials in the galaxy, including high-ranking officials such as Cohen's and Neil. Originally, these data were handled by the guard division stationed in various star systems, and only those thorny issues that they could not handle would be reported to their superiors. However, with the establishment of the position of inspector, all this information needs to be reviewed by the inspector first. The AI system filters out officials with a history of whistleblowing. The droplet screening is complete. The originally densely packed list was instantly reduced to only a few thousand names. That makes things much easier. Li Yang wasn't going to be foolish enough to read through the entire list. What use would it be to look at the information of officials without any whistleblower records? It would be a complete waste of time. Only the officials with whistleblower records were the ones he needed to focus on. Looking at the list of only a few thousand officials, Li Yang immediately felt much less pressure and began to carefully review their information and the reports against them one by one. Most of these were trivial complaints, such as poor attitude towards citizens or inefficient handling of affairs. These trivial problems were not worth Li Yang's personal attention, so he had no choice but to continue observing. If, after reviewing all the cases, there are no officials for whom he needs to personally investigate, then these tasks can be distributed and subsequently handled by the guard divisions of each star system. Only major matters reported to him will require his personal attention. This is a minor issue. This is still a minor issue. Li Yang muttered to himself as he quickly browsed through the pages. Suddenly, Li Yang's gaze fell on a completely different report. Wu Qiu, the deputy presiding judge of the Imperial Court of the Tarapa Galaxy, was reported for harboring criminals and illegally releasing them in violation of Imperial law. Interesting. This report is much more serious than the previous trivial issues. The fact that he released the criminal without authorization alone is enough to warrant Li Yang personally investigating him. Even though he had found someone to investigate, Li Yang decided to put it aside for now and see if there were any other cases worth his personal attention, so he could resolve them all at once. After a long time, Li Yang finally finished reading through the information of several thousand people. Apart from Wu Qiu, the others were all involved in trivial matters. The most serious one was merely damaging the image of an imperial official. Such cases could simply be handled by the guard division. The AI sent a call to the Milky Way garrison. Are you from the Galaxy Garrison Division? I am Inspector Li Yang. Deal with all these officials I have marked in accordance with the laws and regulations of the Empire. Do whatever it takes, understand? As he spoke, Li Yang transmitted the entire list of officials he had marked to the guard division's system through the administrative management system, without missing a single one. Yes, please rest assured, Inspector. By the way, send me the specific details and related information regarding the report filed by Wu Qiu, the vice presiding judge of the Tarapa Star System Imperial Court. Yes. After ending the call, Li Yang received information from the guard division in just a few seconds. It contains all of Wu Qiu's detailed information, from his birth to his current situation, as well as the entire report, the whistleblower's information, and so on, all of which are recorded in detail. After carefully reviewing this information, Li Yang found the matter increasingly interesting. Based on the information presented, the events unfolded as follows. Wu Qiu's nephew, Wu, illegally detained and beat his competitor during the bidding process for the construction of a planet in the Tarapai star system. Because the detainees were unable to appear at the bidding site to submit their bids, Wu successfully won the construction project for that planet. However, the person who was detained immediately reported to the guard division afterward, and the guard division then arrested Wu. However, Wu Qiu later released him without charge. As for the report against Wu Qiu, it was naturally initiated by the person who was detained. This project must involve more than just Wu Qiu and Wu. There must be others involved. Li Yang couldn't help but mutter to himself. In Li Yang's view, this was not just a matter between Wu Qiu and Wu. The fact that they could be released so easily without charge after illegally detaining and beating an Imperial citizen must mean that other personnel from the Garrison Guard Division and the Imperial Court of the Tarapai star system were secretly involved. At least Wu Qiu alone could not possibly accomplish all this, because Wu had already been arrested. If he had not been arrested, a vice judge of the Imperial Court might indeed have been able to resolve the matter. However, The fact that he was able to be released without charge after being arrested at least indicates that the records of reports against Wuhan within the guard division have now been completely wiped clean and are impossible to find. This technique is quite similar. Liang couldn't help but think of Lu Ji's matter, except that in Lu Ji's case, the other party launched the attack first, and he only showed a slight bias. Furthermore, apart from clearing the guard division's whistleblower records, the rest of the process was carried out entirely in accordance with imperial laws and regulations. But the situation in Wuhan is completely different. Illegal detention and wanton beatings are undeniable and real crimes. Based on the available information, there was no situation where someone else attacked first. It was entirely Wuhan who unilaterally and wantonly committed illegal and evil acts. Besides, a new broom sweeps clean, so let's use them as fuel for that fire. After all, he had just taken office as inspector and was bound to need to achieve some remarkable results. It would be foolish not to take such an opportunity to make achievements. It seems I need to go to the Galactic Guard Division first. Neil mentioned earlier that he needed me to inspect it. With that, Liang decisively turned off the light screen on the table, got up and left the office, striding towards the location of the Guard Division. Chapter 91. Another starship arrives. Using the space station's convenient teleportation device, Liang arrived smoothly at the Guard Division's base. Stop. Please identify yourself. As soon as he stepped into the Guard Division's territory, two fully armed Imperial soldiers stood like statues in front of Liang, stopping him. I am Liang, Special Inspector of the Milky Way, here to see your commander. Liang remained calm and answered without haste. Seeing this, the soldiers quickly used the AI to identify Liang. After confirming that he was indeed the new inspector, they respectfully saluted and let him pass. After Liang's figure slowly walked away, the two soldiers immediately began to talk. It really is an inspector. This is the first time I've ever seen one in person. He must be here to inspect the work. By the way, have you tidied up your room yet? Not yet, but I doubt the inspectors will come to check on such trivial matters. Who knows? Anyway, my personal belongings are all tidied up. Screw you. Liang was completely unaware of the conversation between the two soldiers behind him. However, just as one of them guessed, he had not come to check these trivial matters. After successfully verifying his identity, Liang arrived at Neil's office without any obstacles. Inspector Li, do you have time to conduct an inspection now? Upon seeing that the visitor was Liang, Neil quickly put down the matters he was handling and greeted him warmly. Well, the official business is almost done. By the way, what exactly does this inspection mean? Liang indeed could not find any relevant information in his official documents. Here's the thing. According to the regulations of our guard division, if the star system we are stationed in has an inspector position, then the guard division stationed in that star system needs to be thoroughly inspected by the inspector, and the inspector needs to write a corresponding report, which we will then submit to our superiors. Neil answered Liang's questions methodically. I see. Then I'll trouble Commander and I to lead the way. After listening to Neil's explanation, Liang nodded slightly and said, Haha, then I'll trouble Inspector Li. Please follow me. Neil responded with a smile. He then led Liang to begin an inspection of the entire guard division's garrison. They conducted a thorough inspection of everything, from the environmental conditions of the garrison, the equipment of various military facilities, the living standards of the officers and soldiers, the completeness of logistical support, and the performance of weapons and equipment. After inspecting each location, Liang would meticulously record the findings through the AI and provide an objective, fair, and detailed evaluation. After a thorough inspection that lasted half a day, Liang and his group finally arrived at the last step, inspecting the starship. This is the current mainstay starship of our Galaxy Guard Division, the Imperial X-5 patrol ship, a superstellar class starship. Most of the starships in our Guard Division are currently superstellar class, with only a few being stellar class, and just 2 reaching the galactic class. As Neil led Liang on his inspection tour, he explained in detail the current state of the Guard Division's armed forces. Galaxy class? It seems to be a starship that is a level above the superstar level. It's a pity that I only have one starship that can barely reach the star level. As Neil eloquently described the powerful armed forces of the Guard Division, Liang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. By the way, Inspector Li, if you need starship support while on official business in the galaxy, according to the relevant regulations of our Guard Division, you can choose any starship as your escort ship. Upon hearing this, Liang's eyes lit up instantly, filled with surprise and anticipation. What about something at the level of a galaxy? Liang asked expectantly. Ahem, that won't work. At most, it can only be a superstellar level device, and it can only be used within the Milky Way to protect your life. It cannot leave the Milky Way, and it is limited to the period during which you serve as an inspector. Neil quickly cleared his throat and hurriedly explained the requirements of the regulations. Upon hearing Neil's words, Li Yang's excitement vanished instantly. Although he could obtain a superstarship for free, it was limited to use within the Milky Way, which rendered it largely useless to him. But why not take advantage of it? It just so happens that I'm going to investigate the trapped system anyway, and a supersonic starship would be enough to sweep everything away in such a small system. While they're unlikely to harm me, more protection for my life is always better. Okay then, let's take one of the Imperial X-5 patrol ships you mentioned. Since they were all superstar level anyway, Li Yang thought he might as well just pick one of their main battleships. Okay, I'll arrange the necessary formalities later and select a newly commissioned starship for you. At the latest, the starship and its crew will be assigned to your fleet by tomorrow. In fact, this situation usually arises because the position of inspector carries a certain degree of danger and the inspector does not have his own fleet, hence this regulation exists. However, Li Yang is a special case, as it is a military-civilian integrated entity with its own fleet. Therefore, the procedures for it are different from those for ordinary inspectors, and it needs to be incorporated into Li Yang's own fleet. Haha, then I'll have to trouble you, Commander and I. No trouble at all, it's just following the regulations. By the way, Inspector Li, have you finished your report? Neil looked at Li Yang with a smile on his face and expectant eyes. Seeing this, Li Yang instantly understood Neil's intentions. He wanted Li Yang to give him special consideration in the report. After all, Neil was already a 9th-rank colonel, and he was specially assigned to this position by his superiors. If he couldn't even do a satisfactory job in a mere guard division, his promotion to general would probably be even more distant. Ahem, Commander and I, you can rest assured. After this half-day of comprehensive inspection, I think the overall situation of our guard division is excellent. Let alone just good, I personally feel that it deserves an excellent rating. As he spoke, Li Yang silently changed what he had previously considered a good evaluation to excellent through the AI. Haha, you flatter me. I'll have to trouble Inspector Li then. Hearing Li Yang's words, Neil became even happier. Although this report wouldn't prevent him from being promoted to general, the better the evaluation in the report, the more beneficial it would be for his promotion. After all, for the guard division, the best achievement is to maintain a good internal situation as long as no major events occur in the star system they are stationed in. Chapter 92 Wu Qiu Wuan. Li Yang quickly forwarded the revised report to Neil via the AI. Looking at the outstanding evaluation on the report, Neil's smile grew even wider. By the way, Commander and I, what's the progress on the handling of those officials? Now that Neil's investigation has been properly handled, it's time to deal with Li Yang's own affairs. Don't worry, Inspector Li. I have already distributed your personnel list to the guard divisions of every star system in the Milky Way. Within 3 days at most, all the personnel on the list will be dealt with. Upon hearing this, Li Yang nodded in satisfaction. By the way, what do you know about the officials in the trapped system? Li Yang looked at Neil with a serious expression and asked, The trapped system? Apart from the highest commander of their garrison division, whom I know a little about, I have had no contact with the others. Neil frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then slowly spoke. After all, the entire Milky Way galaxy had not been under the jurisdiction of the Shili Empire for very long. Apart from the guard division that belonged to his own system, Neil knew a little about them, but he really didn't know much about the officials in other systems. Oh, then tell me. Analysis of the data obtained by Li Yang revealed no problems with the commander of the garrison in the Terapi system. The data was unremarkable and contained no blemishes whatsoever. However, in this incident involving Wu Qiu and Wuan, there must have been personnel from the guard division involved, and this person must have held a high rank. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to clear up the whistleblower information from Wuan. Actually, I had met him briefly during our internal conference, and judging from his words and actions at the time, I didn't find anything unusual. In fact, since I became the commander of the Galactic Guard Division, I have secretly investigated the past records and deeds of all the commanders of the Galactic Guard Divisions, and I found no blemishes on his record, nor on any of the others. Neil was quite confident in the personnel within his guard division system. After all, the Empire must have carefully screened those who could serve as commanders of the guard division. Anyone with a tainted past or malicious intent is certainly not qualified to serve as the commander of the guard division. It seems the problem isn't with the commander. Seeing Neil's words, Li Yang pondered silently in his heart. At the same time, the suspicions about the commander of the trapped system guard division were temporarily put aside, but the investigation must continue, just in case. Go and investigate all the officials of the trapped Galaxy Guard Division thoroughly, regardless of their rank. In particular, check if any of them have close ties with the trapped Galaxy Court. Understood. I will send someone to investigate immediately. Seeing Li Yang's serious and focused demeanor, Neil clearly realized that there must have been people violating rules and regulations within the trapped system guard division. Otherwise, why would an inspector be so persistent in investigating a small system? Should the court send someone to investigate? From Li Yang's words, Neil also learned that there were problems within the trapped galaxy court, hence his additional question. No need for now. I plan to investigate the court myself. Li Yang decisively rejected Neil's idea. After all, the two sides belong to different systems. If your guards rashly went to investigate the court personnel, it would definitely alert the target and thus alert them. It would be better to investigate someone within the same court system. Since they are in the same system, the investigation can be conducted under other reasonable pretexts without alerting the suspect. Understood. After assigning the tasks, Li Yang and Neil exchanged pleasantries for a while before returning to their respective offices. The AI sent a call to Anno. Meanwhile, in the office of the Vice Judge of the Imperial Court of the Trapped Galaxy. Look at you. At such a crucial moment, you actually caused this kind of trouble. Wu Qiu glared angrily at Wu En, his face full of rage. But if I don't do this, the project will belong to them, and there are tens of millions of star coins in profit involved. Wu En looked aggrieved and muttered something in response to Wu Qiu's accusations. Tens of millions? Don't you know there's an inspector stationed in the Milky Way now? What if they investigate and find out what happens then? Seeing that Wu En was still somewhat unconvinced, Wu Qiu became even more furious. If it weren't for the fact that this was his nephew, Wu Qiu wouldn't have bothered to care about anyone else. Uncle, didn't you already erase my record from the guard division? What's there to be afraid of? You know nothing. If the inspectors wanted to check these records, they could find out everything in no time. And you, if you're going to take action, you should do it cleanly and efficiently. You actually released him, and now look what happened. They've reported me. Wu Qiu became increasingly angry as he spoke, not for any other reason than that he himself had been dragged into this mess. It's important to understand that reporting officials is completely different from reporting ordinary citizens. For example, even if you manage to clear the information about an official report by pulling strings within the guard division, the record of the report will remain in the Imperial system indefinitely. Perhaps the inspectors will see their own report and follow the clues to investigate further. In truth, Wu Qiu had no idea about the inspector's methods or whether this matter would lead to his arrest. After all, he didn't know anything about the position of inspector, only that it held great power. However, judging from various rumors and related materials about the Empire, many important documents and information could be accessed and viewed at any time. I'll go get him now. Seeing Wu Qiu scold him for not doing things cleanly, Wu En made a throat-slitting gesture and tentatively asked, "Screw you. Still thinking about making a move? It's too late. If you dare to lay a hand on me now, the guards will arrest you tomorrow, and then no one can save you." Seeing his foolish nephew, Wu Qiu was furious. He grabbed the documents on the table and threw them at Wu En, shouting in exasperation. Wu En, who was hit on the head, was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak. He covered his head with his hands and looked aggrieved. Fine. For the time being, you better behave yourself and don't even step out of the house, understand? After all, he was a blood relative, his nephew. Looking at Wu En, who looked aggrieved, Wu Qiu sighed helplessly and said in a low voice, "No." Seeing that his uncle was finally less angry, Wu En quickly responded. Chapter 93. Anno seeks help from her father. Meanwhile, Anno, who was far away on Mars, also received a call from Li Yang. "Inspector Li, what is the situation at the administrative center of the Galactic Empire?" "Not bad. Their space station alone is much bigger than my blue planet. By the way, have you heard of the Imperial Court of the Terrapin system?" Li Yang got straight to the point. "The Trapped Galaxy Court? I don't know much about it. What? Did something happen there?" Anno pondered for a while and realized that he didn't have any particular impression of the Trappist system. After all, he wouldn't pay any attention to those remote and low-value systems. Here's what happened. Seeing that Anua was also unaware of this, Li Yang slowly recounted the story of Wu Qiu and Wu En. How can a deputy presiding judge have so much power? They can even pull off something like acquittal. After hearing what Li Yang had said, Anua was quite surprised. He was not surprised by the fact that he was acquitted, but by the fact that a mere deputy presiding judge could act so recklessly. It should be noted that even Cheng Quan, the highest judge of the Solar System Empire Court, would not dare to act so arrogantly. As for Lu Ji's incident, it was only because Lu Ji was a human and the other party made the first move that he was able to send the other party in. But if Lu Ji is not human and was the one who started the fight, then Cheng Quan could at most prevent Lu Ji from going to jail, but he might not even be able to keep his official position. Therefore, I believe there must be someone in the Tropistar System Court helping Wu Qiu, and it's highly likely that it's the Supreme Judge. Hearing Li Yang's idea, Manhwa nodded solemnly in agreement. After all, apart from the Supreme Judge's help, Anno really couldn't think of anyone else who could assist Wu Qiu in achieving this. So you mean, Manhwa probably figured out why Li Yang had come to find her this time. I want you to investigate the internal personnel situation of the Tropistar System Court. After all, you belong to the same system, and doing so will not easily arouse the other party's suspicion or alert them. I understand. Leave this matter to Inspector Bari. I will inform you immediately if there is any news. Manhwa readily agreed to Li Yang's request, since the more help one received, the more goodwill one would accumulate, making it a surefire way to make money. After ending the call with Li Yang, Manhwa didn't dare to delay and immediately sent a call request to her father. After all, investigating such a major matter within a galactic court is still a long way off for him, given his current connections and capabilities. However, if his father were to lend a helping hand, the situation would be entirely different. What? You have time to chat with your dad today? As soon as the call connected, Anno's father's figure appeared clearly in front of Anno through holographic projection. Anno's father's appearance was almost identical to a human's, the only difference being that he had a horn on his head that was sharper and longer than Anno's. Let's skip the chat. There's something I need your help with. I refuse. You kid, don't always think about relying on your dad for help. You need to learn to do things yourself. Do you understand? When asked about Anno's request, Anno's father shook his head without hesitation, indicating his disagreement. He then began to lecture Anno at length. It wasn't me, it was Inspector Li Yang. He needs my help, but I can't possibly do it on my own. Seeing her father about to start lecturing again, Manhwa quickly said Li Yang's name. Li Yang? That inspector who combines military and political power? Upon hearing Manhwa mention Li Yang's name, Manhwa's father's expression immediately tightened, and his face quickly became serious. Well, otherwise I wouldn't have bothered contacting you. Besides, haven't you always told me to get along well with him so I can cling to his coattails later? Well, here's my chance. Anno looked at his father with a playful and amused expression. Ahem, what do you mean by sucking up to someone's leg? I never said anything like that. All right, since it's Inspector Li's business, tell me the details. Seeing Anno's amused look, Anno's father coughed awkwardly a few times and hurriedly asked what was going on. Anno then recounted the events that had transpired at the trapped galaxy court to his father in detail. Interesting. Who gave a deputy presiding judge such great power? After listening to Manhwa's story, he also became curious and interested in the deputy presiding judge, Wu Qiu. Yes, that's what I was thinking too, so I wanted you to investigate the situation of the people inside their court. How about that? No problem, right? Don't worry, your dad can handle this little thing. Just wait for the news. The moment the words were spoken, the holographic projection vanished instantly. TCH, you get so quick to act when it comes to Inspector Li. Who's your real son anyway? Although he complained like this, Anno knew very well that if he and his son wanted to go further in the Empire's political career, they had to rely closely on Li Yang. In the Imperial Court of the local cluster, Anno's father immediately summoned his secretary after ending the call. Judge Anqing, is there anything I can help you with? Give me a complete list of all personnel at the Trapped Galaxy Court, along with all their related information. Yes. Although the secretary had no idea why a high-ranking and powerful chief judge of the local cluster court would personally go looking for information on a small galactic court, he still dared not slack off in the slightest and hurriedly went to find all the information. After carefully reviewing the materials, Anqing was unable to find any valuable breakthroughs. After all, these materials were just superficial statements. If he could find clues from them, Li Yang would have already found the person behind it and the evidence. After all, it's easy to capture Wu Qiu and Wuan, but it's not so easy to catch the people behind Wu Qiu. For Li Yang, if he's going to capture them, he has to do it all in one fell swoop and leave no one behind. It seems we still need to send someone to investigate on-site. As he spoke, Anqing called his secretary over again. Assign a few trusted confidants to work at the Trapped Star System Court and have them secretly investigate the officials there, especially the presiding judge and deputy presiding judge. Understood, I will arrange it immediately. Chapter 94 Judge Sibik. As soon as Anqing spoke, the entire announcement was quickly sent to the Tropistar System Court in less than half a day. What's going on? They actually sent 3 high-ranking judges. Sibik, the supreme judge of the Trapped Galaxy Court, looked at the announcement that had just been sent from the administrative system with a look of surprise on his face. It should be noted that the senior judge is the highest-ranking person in the court besides him and Wu Qiu, and there are only 5 of them in total. Now, 3 of them have been transferred over at once. After all, Since they sent 3 people down from above, their own 3 senior judges would definitely be transferred to other places as well. These 3 were basically his own people, arranged by Sibik or Wuqiu. Now, with most of them transferred away and replaced by strangers, Sibik and Wuqiu must be very unwilling. Judge Shi, what exactly is going on? Why were our people suddenly transferred here? Just as Sibik was still wondering why there was such a transfer arrangement, Wuqiu hurriedly walked into Sibik's office. You're asking me? Who should I ask? This is an arrangement from above, a decision made by the imperial court of this galaxy cluster. Do you dare to have any objections? Instead of answering Wuqiu's question, Sibik confronted him aggressively. Upon hearing this, Wuqiu immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. After all, as Sibik had said, it was an order directly issued by the imperial court of this star cluster. If it were an order issued by the Galactic Empire Court, they could plead with the higher authorities, and perhaps only 1 or 2 people would need to be transferred. But this decision by the local cluster Empire Court meant that they dared not even express the slightest dissatisfaction, let alone make a plea. I'm just curious why the local cluster court would consider transferring someone to our small place. After all, those who can work in the courts of this star cluster all have some kind of powerful background or outstanding abilities, not to mention senior judges. Judging from the announcement, this is a senior judge from the local star cluster court being directly transferred, rather than a mid-level or junior judge being transferred to serve as a senior judge. Even in terms of administrative rank, the senior judges of the local cluster court are much higher than the chief judge of the trapped star system court. Could it be because they offended some important figure? Wuqiu cautiously revealed his inner thoughts. Upon hearing Wuqiu's words, Sibik frowned and thought about it. He seemed to think that this was indeed the case, and he couldn't find any other reasonable explanation. They really have it tough, being transferred from the local cluster court to this obscure little place of ours. Thinking of this, Sibik couldn't help but reveal a hint of schadenfreude on his face. After all, for him, this situation was equivalent to him being demoted from the highest judge of the trapped star system court to a mid-level or even low-level judge on a planet. The difference is enormous. Someone with a bad mindset might just faint from anger. All right, since they're coming, we can't be impolite. We should go and welcome them, make some preparations, and give them a proper welcome. Thinking about the huge setbacks others had experienced, Sibik felt a bit pleased and quickly told Wuqiu to go down and start preparing for the reception. Wuqiu didn't dare to say much about it and could only go down to arrange the work. To be honest, he was still a little unhappy. After all, 2 of the 3 senior judges who were transferred were his confidants. No matter what the reason was, it was indeed a bit of a dissatisfaction to be transferred like this. Meanwhile, in the administrative center of the galaxy, Liang finally welcomed the Imperial X-5 patrol ship from the Guard Division. The imposing Imperial X-5 patrol ship was shaped like a smooth wedge, with a silver-gray hull that shimmered with a cold yet dazzling metallic luster under the brilliant starlight. The ship's sides were neatly arranged with rows of hatches, which were loaded with all kinds of advanced weapons. The entire starship was much larger than the Imperial Type 1 Star Destroyer. AI, bring me the detailed information about this patrol ship. The Imperial X-5 Type Guard patrol ship has a length of 3,800 meters, a crew of up to 20,000, 500 assistant officers, 15,000 service personnel, and 5,000 soldiers. This ship is equipped with 10 heavy material destruction cannons, 10 space shock missile launchers, 2 Death Star energy cannons, 10 tractor beam emitters, space blockade devices, a space defense system, a space compression weapon system, and several point defense laser turrets. In addition, it carries 200 Imperial Superstar combat aircraft, 500 intelligent reconnaissance aircraft, 100 transport landing craft, a number of assault boats, a number of reconnaissance robots, and a number of support ships. Looking at this patrol ship, which was clearly much more powerful than his own Imperial X-1 type frigate, Liang couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It's a pity that it's just a patrol ship, and its firepower is certainly not as strong as those dedicated attack ships. But there's nothing that can be done about it, since the Guard Division is basically composed of patrol ships that are mainly used for patrolling. I wonder how long it will take before I hear from Anno. Without obtaining concrete evidence and accurate intelligence, Liang had no intention of rashly going to the trapped star system court to arrest anyone, not even for the purpose of conducting an investigation. As an inspector, if I were to inexplicably travel to a remote, small star system, anyone could guess that I was there to arrest someone or investigate. Wouldn't that be like alerting the enemy and scaring the people behind the scenes into not daring to show their faces? By the way, such a massive place as the Galactic Administrative Center must be equipped with devices to enhance one's physical abilities. Suddenly, Li Yang realized that it was time for his body to be strengthened. He had almost reached his limit on the last journey to find a planet. After all, a strengthened body will improve both physical fitness and lifespan. AI, check if this space station has a medical center. Didi has found the nearest medical center to you. Would you like to make a call to the director of the medical center? Upon hearing the AI's question, Li Yang agreed without hesitation. Hello, this is the medical center under the Galaxy Administrative Center. I am Dean Dehua. May I ask who you are? Dehua was filled with doubt. Why did a call suddenly come in, and why was it answered so easily without his consent? Hello, Dean Dehua. I am Inspector Li Yang. Oh, it's Inspector Li. Is there anything I can help you with? Upon hearing that it was the inspector calling, Dehua's expression instantly changed, and he spoke with a fawning look. Chapter 95 Body Enhancement. Dean Dehua, I would like to inquire whether your medical center has equipment and related services for body enhancement? Li Yang asked directly. Yes. This is the medical center under the administrative center of the Milky Way. It has all kinds of advanced equipment and top-notch technology. Inspector Li, you can rest assured. Dehua answered hastily. Okay, I'm going to go there now for body strengthening. Is that convenient? Li Yang then continued. It's so convenient, Inspector Li. It's an honor to have you grace us with your presence. I'll immediately arrange for someone to make careful preparations to ensure everything is done perfectly. Seeing that Li Yang was about to come over, Dehua's tone became even more obsequious. After ending the call, Li Yang didn't linger and immediately set off for the medical center. Meanwhile, at the medical center, upon learning that the inspector would be arriving shortly, Dehua hurriedly instructed all the staff to be on high alert and ready to receive him. Even if they're not there to inspect our work, we still have to do a good job of putting on a good show. Using the space station's built-in convenient teleportation device, Li Yang arrived at the medical center in just a few minutes. As soon as he walked in, he saw Dehua and a large group of staff members standing respectfully to the side, waiting. Inspector Li, you finally arrived. This way, please. With a broad smile, Dehua bowed respectfully and led the way. However, Li Yang did not move his feet, but slowly scanned the surrounding crowd with his eyes. Dinda, I'm just here for some physical enhancement. There's really no need for such a big fuss. Let them all disperse. Li Yang said calmly. He didn't want to be followed by a group of people wherever he went, especially a group of complete strangers. Seeing that Li Yang didn't like this grand way of welcoming him, Deming quickly winked at the people around him. The others understood and quickly dispersed, leaving only Dehua and a few key staff members behind. Seeing this, Li Yang nodded slightly and followed Dehua further inside. Inspector Li, for this physical enhancement project, we have specially assigned our top-notch technicians and used the latest equipment to ensure your satisfaction. Dehua led the way while giving a long and detailed introduction. Dinda, how much will my lifespan increase after this physical enhancement? As for the effects on other aspects of physical enhancement, Li Yang did not pay too much attention to them. After all, he was in a high position and could delegate many matters to his subordinates. On the contrary, lifespan was the key factor that Li Yang valued the most. Due to the explicit provisions of imperial laws and regulations, at your current level, you can only undergo level 2 enhancement. However, please rest assured that generally speaking, increasing your lifespan by about 500 years is entirely feasible. Dehua didn't dare hesitate for a moment and quickly replied. 500 years? It seems I underestimated the effect of this enhancement. I originally thought 100 or 200 years would be enough, but I didn't expect it to last a full 500 years. Putting everything else aside, in these 500 years, as long as I don't make any major mistakes, I should be able to get the next level of enhancement, and then my lifespan will increase significantly. Before long, Li Yang, led by Deming, arrived at the room where the body enhancement equipment was located. A huge, transparent instrument, about 1 meter in radius and 3 meters high, stood steadily in the center of the room, looking particularly eye-catching. These are the instruments we have prepared especially for you, Inspector Li. Please move to the preparation room and change into your special uniform. Upon entering the preparation room, Li Yang quickly changed into the specially made uniform. Then, under the careful guidance of the medical staff, the transparent cover of the instrument was slowly opened, and Li Yang steadily walked in. Dean, the equipment is ready and can be started at any time. Okay, let's start it then. As the instrument was activated, a large amount of unidentified liquid began to slowly seep upwards from Li Yang's feet. Inspector Li, these are specially prepared liquids. Please don't worry. Even if you are completely submerged, you will still be able to breathe normally in them. Knowing that Li Yang was from the original planet, Dehua hurriedly explained, afraid that Li Yang might misunderstand. Li Yang remained calm and composed in response. After all, who would dare to openly harm him in the administrative center of the Milky Way? If it were when he first became a lieutenant, seeing the liquid slowly engulfing him, he probably would have felt worried. But now, he would never have such concerns. Don't ask why. The answer is that his current status and position give him complete confidence. Once the liquid has completely filled the entire transparent instrument, the enhancement program is officially started. Li Yong felt an extremely powerful energy gradually seeping into his body like a tide. His muscles began to tense, his bones cracked, and his cells were rapidly changing. Surprisingly, Li Yong did not feel any discomfort during the process. Instead, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, as if every cell in his body was breathing happily. 2 hours later, the intensive treatment was successfully completed, and the liquid in the instrument began to slowly decrease. After the liquid completely disappeared, Li Yong calmly and slowly walked out of the instrument. He gently moved his limbs and felt his whole body filled with surging power. Inspector Li, your physical enhancement has been successfully completed. According to the detailed report, this has added at least 600 years to your lifespan. Seeing Li Yong emerge from the instrument, Dehua quickly stepped forward and said, 600 years? Looks like we made an extra 100 years, haha. In a particularly cheerful mood, Li Yong patted Dehua on the shoulder with a smile, approvingly indicating that he had done a very good job this time. Upon hearing this, Dehua's face was full of excitement, and he quickly expressed his opinion. Inspector Li, I will definitely lead all the staff of the medical center well and do my best to serve the empire. After all, in Dehua's view, with the appreciation of Inspector Li Yong, his position as the dean might actually have a chance to be promoted. Meanwhile, in the court of the trapped system, 3 senior judges transferred from Anqing had already arrived at the court. Welcome, welcome. You 3 must have had a long and tiring journey. Sibik, all smiles, quickly stepped forward to greet him. However, to his surprise, the 3 senior judges completely ignored him and walked right past him. Damn it, they've been transferred here, and they still think there's some high and mighty judge from the court of the local group? Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Sibik smiled awkwardly, but inwardly he was filled with resentment. Even after Sibik was put in such an embarrassing position, the 3 senior judges ignored him completely and silently walked towards their offices. Sibik and Wu Qiu's group were left standing there awkwardly, stunned. Bah, they've been transferred here, and they still dare to act all high and mighty. Seeing this, Wu Qiu also looked disdainful and said angrily, Humph, no wonder they're from the court of this star cluster, so arrogant. Wu Qiu, find a way to teach them a lesson, make them understand whose territory this is. Sibik said to Wu Qiu. Yes, leave it to me. Wu Qiu responded. As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake, let alone someone who has been demoted for offending a big shot. Why should they be afraid of them? Chapter 96, The 3 Brothers. Brother, is it really a bad idea for us to just ignore them so ruthlessly? After confirming that they had completely left Sibik's and his group's sight, one of the 3 senior judges spoke with a hint of worry. We are here on the important task of investigating whether they have committed any illegal or criminal acts. We don't have time to cultivate good relationships with them. The judge, addressed as Big Brother, spoke with a serious and solemn expression. Besides, if you're even slightly polite to Sibik and his ilk, or give them a friendly look, they'll immediately take advantage of you and start acting like they own the place. That's right, 3rd brother, what eldest brother said makes sense. We need to understand that the 3 of us brothers were specifically assigned to carry out an investigation mission. The 2nd brother chimed in, his eyes filled with determination. Hearing his 2 older brothers say this, the 3rd brother nodded slightly and said no more. However, we must proceed with extreme caution. The eldest brother walked steadily forward, cautiously reminding his 2 brothers. Sibik is no pushover. If he notices anything amiss, finding evidence of his wrongdoing will be harder than climbing to heaven. Our mission is of utmost importance and cannot afford the slightest carelessness. Brother, please put your mind at ease. We've been working our way up in the local cluster court for so many years. We've weathered all kinds of storms. What haven't we seen? How much trouble can Sibik and his gang cause with their little tricks? Do you think they can escape our grasp? The 2nd brother patted his chest, responding to the eldest brother's cautious reminder with a confident expression, his eyes revealing disdain and certainty. This is the source of his confidence as a senior judge in the local group court for many years. The 3 of them arrived at their newly assigned office, which was simply yet dignifiedly furnished. As soon as he sat down, the eldest brother skillfully contacted Anqing through the AI. The moment the communication was established, Anqing's familiar face appeared on the holographic projection of the AI. Judgin, we have arrived safely at the trapped galaxy court, and everything is proceeding according to plan. The elder brother reported the situation to Anqing with a serious expression and a calm tone. Very good. And Sheng nodded slightly, a hint of authority in his eyes. Your primary task is to do everything possible to uncover evidence of Judge Sibik's crimes. Remember, the evidence must be irrefutable. Once you have it, report back to me immediately, without the slightest delay. Yes, please rest assured, we will certainly live up to our mission. The eldest brother answered with a firm expression and a loud voice, as if these few words carried an immense responsibility. After all, the three brothers had been serving as senior judges for many years, and this mission might just give them a promotion. After ending the call, the eldest brother slowly turned his head, looked steadily at his two brothers, and said solemnly, "Next, we cannot sit idly by and wait for our doom. We must take the initiative." The older brother, with a serious expression, methodically assigned tasks. Second brother, since you're skilled in data analysis, you'll be in charge of secretly investigating the court's internal financial transactions. Every account must be carefully examined to see if there are any irregularities, especially those large sums of money that have gone missing. You must uncover the shady dealings behind them. Third brother, you're meticulous. Find a plausible excuse to thoroughly investigate all the case files. Pay special attention to cases involving significant interests, checking for wrongful convictions or unfair trials. Especially the case of Wu Qiu's nephew, Wuan. Perhaps that will be the breakthrough. My job is to build good relationships with the grassroots staff of the court. They are in the court every day, so they must know a lot of things. I try to get some information out of them. Clear. The second and third brothers responded in unison, their voices filled with determination and confidence. The three then prepared to take their own actions. However, just as the three of them stood up, they heard a series of hurried and powerful footsteps approaching from afar. Immediately afterward, Wu Qiu strode in. Seeing Wu Qiu swagger in so boldly, the elder brother remained calm and simply said something. "Deputy Judge Wu, your unannounced entry is somewhat disruptive to our work." Upon hearing this, Wu Qiu's face flashed with disdain, and he couldn't help but think to himself, "Work? You three just arrived and haven't even been assigned specific tasks yet. What kind of work am I supposed to interfere with? Stop pretending." Although he felt disdain for the three of them, he certainly wouldn't say those words out loud. After all, this little matter wasn't enough to completely ruin their relationship. In the officialdom, one should always leave room for maneuver so that they can meet again in the future. He understood this principle. "Ahem, I was just thinking of getting you three assigned jobs as soon as possible, you three grand justices." Wu Qiu's lips curled up slightly, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery. He deliberately emphasized the words, grand justice, his sarcastic tone seemingly emphasizing their current impoverished state. "Oh, I wonder what important task Vice Judge Wu has assigned us this time." The eldest brother's face remained calm, but a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He emphasized the word deputy in a sharp retort, subtly defending his dignity. "Humph, you've all been demoted to this nobody place, so stop dreaming about being big shots in the court of this star cluster. I think you should just stay here obediently and live a peaceful life." Wu Qiu sneered, his disdain becoming increasingly evident as he spoke, casually tossing a stack of documents onto the table. "Here, this is your next task. Carefully clean all the case files in the courthouse and wipe every piece of documentation and case screen clean. Be very meticulous in your cleaning." Seeing that the three were still so arrogant and conceited, Wu Qiu was too lazy to pretend anymore and blurted out his thoughts without any regard for face. He even deliberately dumped the trivial work that should have been done by the cleaners onto the three senior judges. After all, in his view, since these three had been demoted to the trapped Galaxy Court, they would probably never have the chance to return to the local Galaxy Cluster Court in their lifetime, so there was no need to befriend them. Perhaps one day they will be demoted to an even more remote and desolate star system. Of course, there is an even more important reason. The arrival of these three people caused him to lose two capable subordinates. He dared not vent his anger on the big shots above him, so he naturally wanted to make up for it on these three. Having said these words, Wu Qiu felt he had already given the three men a warning and had no intention of continuing to argue with them. He snorted coldly, turned around, and strode away. Watching Wu Qiu's figure gradually disappear into the distance, the three senior judges slowly recovered from the sarcastic and disdainful words Wu Qiu had just spoken. So it turns out they thought we were just unlucky guys who had been demoted. No wonder they were so arrogant and domineering from the start. The third brother couldn't help but mutter to himself, his tone tinged with a mixture of helplessness and amusement. Indeed, if Judge An hadn't told me beforehand that this was an important mission, and I hadn't been suddenly transferred from the local cluster court to this remote place, I'm afraid I would have had a mental breakdown on the spot. The second brother said with deep feeling, and nodded in agreement with Wu Qiu's self-righteous idea. But this is for the best. Their misconception that we've been demoted makes it easier for them to lower their guard. Oh, right. What did he just tell us to clean up? Was it the case files? The eldest brother frowned slightly, looking at his two younger brothers with a puzzled expression, trying to get confirmation from them. Yes, that seems to be what he said, telling us to carefully review all the case files. The second brother answered affirmatively. Haha, this is truly a stroke of luck. A joyful smile instantly bloomed on the older brother's face. I was worried because I had just arrived and couldn't find a suitable excuse to look through all the case files. But Wu Qiu actually gave us such a great opportunity. It should be noted that, according to the rules of the Imperial Court, case files are generally not allowed to be accessed by ordinary judges, even senior judges, except for those involved in specific casework or for very legitimate reasons. Since Wu Qiu has been so kind as to present this opportunity to us, we should certainly accept this gift with joy. The third brother also laughed, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. The three exchanged a smile, left the office with pleasant feelings, and walked briskly toward the court's archives where case files were stored. They knew that this might be a crucial opportunity to uncover the dark secrets of the trapped Galaxy Court. As soon as the three of them stepped into the archives, they saw that the entire archives were densely packed with transparent screens, each about the size of 2 palms. These screens were stacked on top of each other and arranged in a staggered manner, almost occupying every inch of the archives. Each transparent screen contains a detailed record of the ins and outs of a case, or some important information related to it. This seems like quite a lot of work. The eldest brother frowned slightly, looking at the mountain of transparent screens, and couldn't help but sigh. After all, with so many cases and files, finding the case files related to Wu Qiu and his group would indeed take a lot of effort. I feel fine. It's not as exaggerated as I imagined. The second brother responded with a smile, a hint of reminiscence on his face. Previously, Judge punished me by making me clean the archives of the court in this star cluster. The scene was truly spectacular. The documents inside were piled up like mountains, so many that it was despairing. It felt like I could clean them until I died and still not finish. Fortunately, Judge took pity on me after a few days and let me go. Otherwise, I'm afraid I really would have lost my life there. As he spoke, the second brother exaggeratedly shivered, as if that experience was still vivid in his mind. After all, as the archives of the Imperial Court of this star cluster, the amount of data it contains is extremely large, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is in the hundreds of millions. Just thinking about that vast amount of data is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Chapter 97. The Blocked Documents. Without further ado, the three senior judges quickly got to work, examining each document with utmost care. They quickly scanned the contents of the transparent screen, and once they found information that did not involve Wu Qiu and his group, they tossed it aside without hesitation and immediately moved on to the next item. And so they immersed themselves in the archives, racing against time to find key clues, the only sound echoing in the archives as documents were tossed around. Meanwhile, in another part of the courthouse, Wu Qiu was reporting the situation to Sibik with a smug look on his face. How is the situation? Sibik sat behind a large desk, reclining in his chair, and asked. Humph, I thought they were some kind of amazing guys. Wu Qiu curled his lip in disdain and continued speaking. I asked them to clean the archives, and they obediently went to work. They still haven't come out of the archives yet. Haha, no wonder they're from the Imperial Court of this star cluster. They're so serious and energetic when they get to work. Sibik burst into laughter, but his laughter was laced with sarcasm, as if he were watching a series of jokes. That's not right. Sibik's laughter stopped abruptly, and his expression instantly turned serious, as if he had suddenly thought of something extremely serious. The archives contain a lot of special information. Sibik frowned deeply. He suddenly realized that some of the case files in the archives contained records of his shady dealings. If those three guys found out about this information, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Sibik's palms couldn't help but get sweaty. Don't worry, all those documents are completely sealed off. Wu Qiu patted his chest, looking confident and assured. Without our combined authority, those so-called senior judges have absolutely no right to access those documents. Because the Imperial Court has strict regulations on the management of case files, once a case is recorded, it cannot be deleted at will. Therefore, Sibik and Wu Qiu used access control to block the case files they secretly protected. Without their consent, no ordinary person, not even a high-ranking judge, could access the contents. Take the case of Wu Qiu's nephew, Wuan, for example. Since the case was filed, all relevant information has been recorded in detail. Completely deleting these records is simply impossible, given the Imperial Court's robust security and oversight mechanisms. Therefore, they can only block these sensitive documents, like putting a sturdy lock on them, preventing any outsiders from accessing their contents. Yes, it seems I was overthinking it. Sibik nodded slightly, his tense nerves relaxing a little. By the way, don't push them too hard. Let them work for a few days, and then come out. After all, they are high-ranking judges from the court of this star cluster. It wouldn't be good to make things too tense, don't you think? As Sibik spoke, he looked at Wu Qiu with a meaningful gaze, his eyes seemingly concealing an even deeper meaning. I understand. You can rest assured. Wu Qiu smiled knowingly. I'm just trying to temper their arrogance a little, to make them understand who's in charge here. I definitely won't go too far. I'll make sure I keep things in line. Okay, that's good. Sibik smiled contentedly, leaned back in his chair, and regained his usual relaxed expression. Before they knew it, a week had passed since the three brothers arrived at the Imperial Court of the Trapped System. During this period, the three of them seemed to become one with the archives, immersing themselves in it day and night. When they were hungry, they simply relied on energy supplements to maintain their strength. When they were sleepy, they would take a short rest and then immediately get back to work. This left Wu Qiu quite bewildered. Initially, he thought that he would let the three of them work for 3 days to dampen their spirits. But when he went to tell the three to stop what they were doing, they said with serious expressions that everything should be done from beginning to end, and that they should never give up halfway. Then they turned around and went back to the archives to continue working hard. Wu Qiu was at a loss with them. After all, he had assigned the task himself, and since they were determined to complete it, he would just let them be. Wu Qiu thought to himself that the cleaning of the archives should be completed in about a month at most, and then he would arrange other work for them. However, he really didn't expect these three people to be so persistent. You know, even cleaners don't work 24 hours a day without stopping. Wu Qiu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, they were originally from the Imperial Court of this star cluster, and their way of doing things was just different from those in these small places. At this moment, the three people who had been intently searching for clues in the archives finally made a major discovery. Brother, I found a document that's been specially blocked. The second brother's voice was tinged with excitement. He held a transparent screen in his hand, walked quickly to his eldest brother's side, and handed it to him. Let me see. The older brother stopped what he was doing and took the screen with a focused expression. He slowly extended his finger and gently tapped the screen. However, instead of displaying dense case information like other documents, the screen prominently displayed the words insufficient permissions, unable to view. It seems highly likely that this contains evidence of Sibik and his gang's illegal and disorderly conduct. The older brother stared at the words on the screen, his eyes instantly sharpening, and said with a firm tone, "But we don't have the necessary permissions to open it." The third brother scratched his head anxiously, his face full of helplessness. "How could you be so stupid?" The older brother said somewhat anxiously. "If we don't have enough permissions, don't we know to ask someone with sufficient permissions for help? But will Sabiki give us the authority?" The third brother looked bewildered, unable to think of anyone else who might have the authority to open the document for them. "You pig-headed idiot." The eldest brother couldn't help but gently tap his third brother's head, saying with a tone of disappointment and frustration, "This document records their illegal and disorderly conduct. How could they possibly grant us authority? Use your brain, will you?" After disciplining his younger brother, the older brother spoke to the AI. The AI initiated a call with Judge Anqing. "The call request has been granted and is connecting." "What? You have a lead so quickly?" Anqing's voice carried a hint of anticipation. After all, the three of them had been gone for a week, and they should have some clues by now. As soon as the call connected, Anqing's calm voice rang in his older brother's mind. Because they were currently in the archives, and according to Imperial law, no form of holographic projection was permitted to be activated. "Judge, we have indeed found a crucial clue, but we lack the necessary authority to access the document." The older brother quickly and concisely reported the situation. "Insufficient permissions? Please explain the specific situation in detail." Anqing's tone became serious. Immediately afterwards, the eldest brother reported to Anqing in detail all his experiences at the Imperial Court of the Trapped Star System during this period, from Wu Qiu arranging for them to clean up the archives to their discovery of this sealed document. "It's a minor issue. Just send me the document number." After listening, Anqing's tone became more relaxed, and he ended the call decisively. The eldest brother didn't dare to delay at all, and quickly transmitted the document's number to Anqing via the AI. Meanwhile, in Anqing's office, a serial number was received. Anqing was sitting at his large and dignified desk, slowly raising his hand to open his personal administrative management system. And Chung began to check the details of this numbered document, and when he saw the relevant permission settings, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Huh, they really did set up access restrictions. Looks like these guys aren't exactly behaving themselves. And Chung narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp glint flashing in them. This kind of pest of the Empire must be eliminated. After saying that, and Chung used his authority as the supreme judge of the Galaxy Cluster Empire Court to begin lifting the blockade on the document. After all, within the entire judicial system of this star cluster, his authority is like the top of a pyramid. For him, the access control of the court's data in a mere small star system empire is a piece of cake. However, even as the highest-ranking judge, Anqing must still abide by the strict regulations of imperial law. According to the explicit provisions of the imperial legal process, all materials stored in the archives of the courts in various star systems are subject to extremely strict access restrictions. Specifically, access to the documents is only permitted within the local court where they belong, and cross-regional access is strictly prohibited. This means that even if Chung successfully unlocks the access restrictions on this document from the Tarapa Star System Court, he himself will not be able to directly view its contents. This is one of the key reasons why Anqing carefully selected 3 capable subordinates and sent them to the Tropistar System Court to conduct an on-site investigation. Only by going deep into the local area can we break through these restrictions, obtain first-hand key evidence, and thoroughly expose the illegal and disorderly conduct hidden in the shadows. Chapter 98 Evidence of Crime. Hurry, it's unlocked. Let's see what's inside. The third brother stared intently at the screen. Seeing that the access to the data had finally been granted, he could no longer contain his eagerness and immediately called out to his eldest brother. Don't rush. Although the eldest brother was trying to comfort his third brother, his hands moved quickly, and his eyes were also filled with an irrepressible look of anticipation. As the information on the screen loaded, a detailed case file gradually came into focus. Commercial monopoly case on planet Ant-1 in the Tropa Galaxy. Number XXX. Parties involved in the case. Plaintiff, XXX, head of a small business on planet Ant-1. Defendant, Wu1, head of a large enterprise in the Terapi Galaxy. Case overview. The plaintiff alleges that the defendant used a series of improper means, including but not limited to malicious acquisitions, commercial defamation, and collusion with government officials to obtain exclusive policy support, to form a commercial monopoly, severely squeezing the survival space of local enterprises, causing many enterprises to face the risk of bankruptcy, a large number of employees to lose their jobs, and causing extremely adverse effects on the local economic order. Evidence. The detailed evidence provided by the plaintiff records conversations among the defendant's senior executives discussing monopoly strategies, which explicitly mention how to suppress competitors and details of private communications with imperial officials. Records show that, in order to ensure the smooth implementation of the monopoly plan, they reached a benefit transfer agreement with the vice president of the Wookiee Tropa Galaxy Imperial Court and the supreme judge of the Civic Tropa Galaxy Imperial Court in exchange for policy support. The financial statements clearly show the flow of funds during the monopoly process, including several large sums of money flowing to unidentified accounts. An investigation revealed that these accounts were closely linked to Vuchicivic and his relatives. Trial process. Preliminary trial. In the preliminary trial stage, although the plaintiff provided sufficient evidence, the presiding judge rejected the plaintiff's claim on the grounds of insufficient evidence and that the funds were not bribes but loans. Ultimately, the plaintiff lost the case, and since the plaintiff did not proceed as stated above, the case was terminated. The eldest brother read through the contents word by word, his brows furrowed, his expression growing increasingly grave. This was clearly not the case that Judge On had previously mentioned to them. In other words, this is yet another case of illegal and disorderly conduct hidden in the shadows. According to imperial law, officials are allowed to accept gifts under certain circumstances. However, the law clearly defines that such acceptance is limited to gifts in the true sense of the word. The act of directly transferring large sums of money, as shown in the document, clearly exceeds the limits permitted by law and constitutes a serious bribery offense. This undoubtedly serves as irrefutable evidence of their illegal and disorderly conduct. The eldest brother looked serious and spoke decisively. I will pass this information to Judge On immediately. You two continue to search carefully. In my opinion, there must be other similar blocked information. Upon hearing this, the second and third brothers immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and nodded in unison. Without a moment's delay, the two immediately threw themselves into the new round of searching. This time, instead of checking all the information one by one as before, They had a clear objective and focused only on finding the information that was blocked by access restrictions. Time flew by in the midst of the intense search, and in just a few hours, they successfully located more than a dozen data disks that had been blocked by access restrictions. It's important to know that only half of the entire archives have been searched so far, which means that, based on the current situation, at least a dozen or more similar data disks have yet to be discovered. You continue your search. I will send the document numbers to Judge In and ask him to help remove the access restrictions. As he spoke, the older brother reported the data numbers via the AI. Meanwhile, in the imperial court of the local cluster, Sheng was furious and turned ashen-faced after receiving the information sent by the three brothers. Looking at the contents of the document, he could hardly believe his eyes. The plaintiff had presented the key evidence so clearly and conclusively, yet the presiding judge ruled against the plaintiff with a mere, flimsy statement about insufficient evidence. Moreover, the plaintiff did not choose to appeal. Sheng understood the reason after a little thought. He must have been secretly threatened by Wu Qiu and his group. After all, if it were a normal appeal, the Galactic Empire Court's verdict would certainly be completely different based on this irrefutable evidence. The Imperial Court of the Tropistar system should be a symbol of the Empire's impartial justice, but now the Supreme Judge and the Vice Judge have colluded to commit embezzlement and corruption. This behavior is a disgrace to the Imperial judicial system, and they are utter scoundrels. Sheng was burning with anger and secretly vowed that such black sheep must be thoroughly purged from the judicial system, and they must not be allowed to continue to tarnish the sanctity and impartiality of the imperial judiciary. Anqing's face twitched with anger as he looked at the pile of documents waiting to be unblocked that the three brothers had sent him again. The Tropistar system has only been officially incorporated into the Empire's territory for about 100 years, but the situation reflected in this data is that there are mountains of wrongful convictions and false cases. Such chaos is truly outrageous and unforgivable. He suppressed his anger and quickly used his authority to remove the access restrictions on all the data one by one. After finishing, Anqing reorganized the detailed information sent by the three brothers and forwarded it to Annuo without hesitation. At this moment, Anno, who was far away on Mars, was quite surprised to receive this information. How dare a mere court of the trapped galaxy empire be so audacious and reckless? No wonder Liang wanted to thoroughly investigate them. It would have been better if he hadn't investigated. Once he did, he discovered that the darkness within them was far beyond his imagination, which was truly astonishing. Anno secretly rejoiced that his father had much greater authority in the empire than they did. Otherwise, these documents, which were blocked by the authorities, would have been difficult to see the light of day again. Within the vast and complex imperial system, there exists a clear set of authority rules. Officials of higher rank within the same system have the power to interfere with those of lower rank. Take Neil, for example. As a 9th-level colonel, his rank is much higher than that of Sibik and his group. However, since they are not in the same system, even if Neil is promoted to general in the future, he will still not be able to unlock the access restrictions on these data. Of course, within the vast system of the Empire, there does exist a figure who can disregard all system limitations. This person can access any classified information at will. And who is this person? It must be His Majesty, standing at the very top of the Empire's pyramid. Now that they had successfully obtained irrefutable evidence of the crimes committed by Sibik, Wu Qiu, and Wuan, Manhwa dared not delay and immediately sent all the information to Liang. Chapter 99 Frontline of the Arrest Operation. In the dimly lit office of the Imperial Court in the Tropistar system, Wuan frowned, his eyes revealing a hint of worry. He looked at Wu Qiu cautiously and said softly, "Uncle." As soon as he spoke, Wu Qiu frowned slightly, his tone revealing a hint of impatience. "I've told you so many times, in the workplace, you must pay attention to how you address someone, and always use their title." A hint of unease flashed across Wuan's face as he stammered. "Yes, Judge Wu, lately I've been feeling uneasy, like something's not quite right. Do you think the higher-ups might have already found out about what we did before?" Wu Qiu waved his hand, interrupting Wuan. "Stop being so superstitious, you're just overthinking things. Think about it. If what we did had really been exposed, given the way things are done up there, they would have sent people down to arrest us long ago. Why would they have waited until now? Besides, we have Judge Shi here, and he has some connections at higher levels, so he can help us stabilize the situation. Just relax and don't scare yourself unnecessarily." While Wu Qiu was comforting Wuan verbally, he was also somewhat uneasy deep down. However, he did not want to show it in front of Wuan. His words were more for comforting himself than for comforting Wuan. In fact, Wu Qiu had been vaguely feeling that something was not right lately, as if an invisible pressure was constantly enveloping him. Normally, he is decisive and efficient in the court, but lately he has often felt inexplicably flustered. The feeling was very subtle, like the oppressive atmosphere in the air before a storm, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out what was wrong. All right, if there's nothing else, you can go back now. Wu Qiu tried his best to make his tone sound calm and composed. Oh, and remember what I told you before. During this time, you absolutely must restrain yourself and not do those things again, understand? His eyes were fixed on Wuan, which made Wuan feel a little scared. Yes, Judge Shiwu. Wuan quickly nodded in agreement. That momentary slip of the tongue made his heart skip a beat, fearing that Wu Qiu would get angry about it. Go ahead. Wu Qiu waved his hand, signaling Wuan to leave. After Wuan closed the office door and the footsteps gradually faded away, Wu Qiu slowly stood up from the large chair. He walked slowly to the window with his hands behind his back. Outside the window, in the courthouse square, people came and went. Everything seemed normal, but Wu Qiu's gaze seemed somewhat unfocused, his thoughts already drifting far away. Strange. Wu Qiu frowned slightly and muttered to himself. Why is something feeling off? Wu Qiu's ominous premonition grew stronger. Behind the seemingly calm court, it seemed that an undercurrent was quietly surging, but he had not yet been able to detect the source of this undercurrent. At the headquarters of the guard division stationed in a distant galaxy, the atmosphere was serious and tense. Neil stared at the investigation data in his hand. As his gaze moved, his face gradually darkened, and anger burned fiercely in his eyes. Good, 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 that's incredibly bold. Neil couldn't help but shout angrily. A dignified deputy commander dared to collude with those officials, openly embezzling and corrupting. He has utterly disgraced our guard division and disgraced this imperial uniform. He slammed the intelligence report in his hand onto the table, his indignation surging like an uncontrollable tide. According to this detailed intelligence, in this region of the Tropostar system, all reports of illegal and disciplinary violations involving Wu Qiu and his group were controlled by this deputy commander with an absolute power. Every single report disappeared without a trace, as if it had sunk into the sea. They were all deliberately deleted by him. If it weren't for Li Yang's system privileges being far superior to this person's, allowing him to know Wu Qiu's report records, these deliberately concealed truths would probably have remained buried in darkness forever. Neil, of course, used his administrative management system to restore all the deleted reports, carefully checked each piece of information to ensure that nothing was missed, and then packaged and organized them all before quickly reporting them to Li Yang through the AI. Meanwhile, in his office, Li Yang naturally received two important intelligence reports from Anno and Neil. These two documents, like key pieces in a jigsaw puzzle, gradually pieced together the full picture of the corruption and chaos in the Tarapa galaxy. As Li Yang read on, his expression gradually changed from serious to surprised. Within a galaxy, the two presiding judges of the court, Sibik and Wu Qiu, colluded with the deputy commander of the guard division, engaging in treacherous acts. In this situation, the entire Tropostar system was almost completely under their control, becoming their independent kingdom where they could do whatever they wanted. Of course, the supreme commander of the Trapped Star System Guard Division is also to blame. Such a huge corrupt gang was causing trouble right under his nose, and even his deputy was deeply involved, yet he was completely unaware of it. Such a commander has clearly lost effective control of the troops, and is completely incompetent to lead the guard division. His dereliction of duty is astonishing. This experience with the Terapi galaxy further strengthened Li Yang's resolve to thoroughly investigate and eradicate corruption. Now that he had solid evidence, Li Yang knew that there was no time to lose and that he had to take immediate action. Without further delay, he quickly got up, left the Milky Way Administrative Center, and called upon the Fleet and Guard Division to prepare for an immediate mission to the trap system to carry out the capture operation. How? Notify the fleet to prepare for assembly. Destination, Tarapa system. We are departing immediately. Yes. Pao responded without hesitation. Despite the addition of a new superclass guard patrol ship to the fleet, Pao remains the vice captain of the Star Destroyer. Li Yang did not assign Carter to command the super starship, but instead had him serve as captain of two guard ships simultaneously. Pao had no complaints about this arrangement. After all, on the surface, being the captain of a super starship seemed to be far superior to being the vice captain of a planetary-level Star Destroyer, both in terms of rank and prestige. However, Pao knew in his heart that his position as deputy captain was not a deputy in the ordinary sense. At present, the fleet's main ships were still Star Destroyers, which meant that he was not only the deputy captain of the Star Destroyers, but also the deputy captain of the entire fleet, and at the same time, he also served as Li Yang's secretary. Such multiple identities, the responsibilities they bear, and the trust they gain are far beyond what a simple superstarship captain could ever achieve. The fleet cut through the dark interstellar space, steadily sailing towards the Tarapa system. During the voyage, Li Yang sat at the table in the command room, focused, with various data and information constantly flashing on the screen in front of him. His fingers flew across the screen, rapidly maneuvering, and a detailed arrest list gradually took shape. The first names on the list are Wu Qiu and his nephew Wu, and Wu Qiu, as the vice presiding judge of the Tarapa Star System Court, abused his power and acted recklessly. Under his protection, Wu was also involved in many illegal cases. Following closely behind was Sibik, who, as the presiding judge, colluded with Wu Qiu and became one of the core figures in the entire corrupt system. And the deputy commander of the guard division colluded with court officials, paving the way for corruption. As for the 3 senior judges who were transferred from Anqing, since they are currently in another star system and have difficulty moving around, Li Yang decided to entrust the handling of their case to the local guard division. After all, the corruption chain uncovered by this incident is intricate and complex, like a huge spider web. Li Yang knows the principle of capturing the king first, and the focus of his operation is to catch these big fish who hold high positions and control key positions. As for those minor figures who played supporting roles in this incident, they will all be dealt with by the guard division. It is believed that the guard division will be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. If you can't even catch small fish, then you should just honestly report yourself and leave. On a remote planet in the Milky Way, 3 high-ranking judges who had been transferred were walking down a street, surrounded by shops and pedestrians, venting their frustrations as they went. I really don't understand what those people are thinking. One of the judges, his face full of resentment, couldn't help but complain loudly. We were doing just fine in the Tarapa system, but they had to transfer us to this godforsaken place. Here, not only do we not get any benefits, but we also have to work like servants, running errands for others every day. It's incredibly frustrating. The sound was so loud that passers-by couldn't help but look over. That's exactly what I meant. Another judge echoed this sentiment, his face filled with helplessness. I don't know when Judge Wu Qiu will transfer us back. I'm getting sick from being cooped up here any longer. That's probably difficult. The third judge sighed, looking quite dejected, and continued. The people who took our places were transferred from the court of this star cluster. Those people are quite influential. If we want to go back, we'll have to wait until they're transferred, but who knows when that will be. The 3 of them chatted amongst themselves, complaining about their dissatisfaction. However, they were completely unaware that while they were venting their frustrations, a group of people in plain clothes were quietly gathering from all directions. They gradually surrounded the 3 judges, who remained engrossed in their complaints, completely unaware of the impending crisis. Chapter 100: The Capture of the Deputy Commander. As the 3 unsuspecting judges unwittingly stepped into the prearranged encirclement, a group of figures who had been lying in wait rushed forward, their clear objective being to pounce on the 3 unaware judges. They swiftly and decisively pinned the 3 men to the ground on the dusty street. Damn it, who are you people? One of the judges, who was pinned to the ground, struggled and shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to intimidate the other party with his status. I am a high-ranking judge of the Imperial Court, and your actions are blatant violations of the law. His eyes widened, filled with anger and disdain, as if his identity could grant him immunity from death. Is it illegal? One of the guards sneered, his eyes revealing a ruthless coldness. I believe the real criminals are you. We are from the guard division, and based on solid evidence, the 3 of you are suspected of serious corruption and bribery. Now please come with us. As he spoke, he increased the pressure on his hand, as if to convey his indignation at these corrupt judges through this action. Upon hearing the person in front of them identify himself as a guard, the 3 judges' faces instantly turned as pale as paper. He felt no pain in his body. His arrogant demeanor from just moments before had vanished without a trace, replaced by a face full of terror and despair. Oh no, the guards have come to arrest us. The 3 men pinned to the ground had empty, lifeless eyes and trembling lips, as if they had lost their souls. They mechanically muttered to themselves, seemingly still unable to accept this sudden turn of events. Let's go, everyone. The guards ruthlessly dragged the 3 of them up from the ground, carrying them like heavy cargo, and escorted them toward the starship docking point not far away. Along the way, the 3 judges staggered, looking lost and disoriented, with only the sound of their heavy footsteps and occasional low sobs around them. Those people just now looked like the guards, right? A slightly overweight alien craned his neck, his eyes fixed on the departing guards, a hint of surprise on his face, and couldn't help but ask the person next to him a question. It must be true. I heard them talking very clearly. The other alien standing next to him nodded with a confident expression, a hint of excitement in his eyes, as if he had discovered some major secret. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never expected there to be such corrupt officials here. It's good that they've been caught. It's truly gratifying. An alien who looked quite old, with a righteous gleam in his cloudy eyes, said with emotion. The surrounding crowd chimed in with their own opinions, watching the departing procession, their chatter rising and falling like a bustling market. On the other side, the tranquil and orderly atmosphere of the Trapai Star Guardians camp was suddenly broken by a burst of noise. Why is it so noisy outside? The deputy commander sat in his spacious office, his brow furrowed, and the things he was doing unconsciously stopped. He listened to the faint noise coming from outside the window, looking puzzled. This was the territory of the guard division, where discipline was always strict. Who would dare to make such a racket here? This illogical situation gave him a sense of foreboding. The deputy commander decided to get up and go out to see what had happened. He pushed back his chair, stood up, and strode towards the door. As soon as he stepped out of the office, he found the corridor deserted and eerily quiet. The usually bustling and orderly figures had all vanished without a trace. That's strange. Where are they? Are they all out there? The deputy commander muttered to himself, his doubts growing stronger. After all, the noise just now came from outside. Since there was no one inside, there seems to be only one answer. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and hurriedly walked outside. As soon as he stepped out of the gate, the deputy commander was stunned by the sight before him. The guards stood neatly on both sides of the gate, all of them at least at the rank of detachment commander. Even his superior, the supreme commander, stood solemnly among the crowd. Their expressions were solemn, like statues, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. What are you all doing standing here? The deputy commander looked bewildered, his unease rising sharply, and he couldn't help but ask loudly. His voice sounded particularly abrupt in the silence. However, when the deputy commander came out, everyone just looked at him, but no one answered his question. All eyes were on him, and those gazes seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of pressure, making the deputy commander involuntarily shiver. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Say something. The deputy commander's voice trembled slightly with tension and unease. Before he could finish speaking, his gaze suddenly fixed on the gate, and he stood there frozen as if struck by lightning. There were 3 people standing in front of the gate. 2 of them were wearing the same guard division uniforms as them, with upright posture and sharp eyes. However, the person standing in the middle was particularly eye-catching. He was wearing a pure black uniform made of high-quality fabric that gleamed with a cold luster in the sunlight. The bright red epaulets around his shoulders were particularly eye-catching, exquisitely embroidered with the insignia of the Shili Empire, gleaming in the light. This outfit was Li Yang's exclusive uniform as an inspector. Its color was darker than that of the Imperial Army's uniform, as if it contained endless majesty. The number of insignia on the uniform was closely related to the wearer's status, and the red epaulets with the Imperial insignia were a symbol of the inspector's identity, representing supreme supervisory power. Inspector. As the deputy commander of the Guard Division, he was very familiar with all kinds of uniforms of the Empire, so how could he not recognize that this was the exclusive uniform of the inspectors? In an instant, his face turned ashen, and large beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. Upon seeing that it was the inspector himself leading 2 guards, and looking at the stares of his colleagues around him, the deputy commander immediately understood that all his shady dealings had been exposed, and now the higher-ups had sent an inspector to arrest him. Li Yang stood there quietly, his gaze calm and profound, and did not rush to send people to arrest him. After all, the man in front of him was a deputy commander of the Guard Division. Even if he were to be brought to justice, Li Yang was willing to leave him some dignity in front of everyone, unless he himself did not cherish this face. The deputy commander knew very well that Li Yang's silence and waiting at this moment was giving him a final chance and saving him face. At this critical moment of life and death, although his heart was filled with fear and despair, reason told him that he could no longer make futile struggles. After a moment's thought, he took a deep breath. Although his legs felt as heavy as lead and his body trembled uncontrollably, he mustered his courage and slowly walked toward Li Yang. The short distance of just over 10 meters seemed to stretch endlessly in the eyes of the deputy commander. Every step he took required all his strength, as if he were not walking, but walking step by step toward the end of his destiny, stubbornly walking through a lifetime of vicissitudes and helplessness. His steps were unsteady and faltering, as if he couldn't even control the most basic act of walking. and as if he would collapse to the ground at any moment. Finally, the deputy commander walked with difficulty to Li Yong. At this moment, his face was ashen, and his eyes were full of fear and helplessness. Upon seeing this, the two guards beside Li Yong immediately understood and quickly stepped forward, firmly supporting the deputy commander from both sides. After all, judging from his current swaying appearance, he would probably fall to the ground in the next second if no one helped him. Now that the person had been successfully captured, Li Yong did not linger. He nodded slightly and turned to walk with his deputy towards the waiting spaceship. The group walked away into the distance, leaving only the guards standing silently in place, watching their departing figures, lost in a long silence. Chapter 101. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Only after Li Yong and his group completely disappeared from everyone's sight did the guards finally relax. Everyone looked at each other, their faces showing complex emotions, shock, helplessness, and worry about the future. I never expected that such a corrupt official could emerge from our prestigious guard division. An older member of the guard division couldn't help but sigh, his tone filled with grief and indignation, his eyes revealing disappointment and anger, as if he couldn't believe that his deputy commander, with whom he worked every day, would commit such a despicable act. Well, a squad leader sighed heavily and said with a worried expression, "The deputy commander was personally taken away by the inspector. Our guard division will probably be disbanded and reorganized soon." His voice was filled with deep worry, as if he could already see the turmoil and changes that his guard division was about to face. After all, the regulations governing the guard division contain strict provisions for punishing those who violate laws and regulations within the unit. If such a situation occurs, the entire guard division will be thoroughly investigated to ensure that there are no other hidden problems. Moreover, the one who violated the law and discipline this time was a high-ranking official like the deputy commander, so the seriousness of the matter is self-evident. Not to mention an investigation, according to past practice, it is not impossible for the entire team to be disbanded and reassigned to other guard divisions. Compared to the melancholy of others, the commander-in-chief was undoubtedly the heaviest at this moment, his eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness. As the supreme commander of the guard division, the fact that such a thing happened right under his nose undoubtedly raises serious questions about his management abilities. He knew in his heart that it seemed unlikely he could keep his position. The group could only helplessly await their superior's decision, unsure of what fate awaited them and their guard division. After successfully taking the deputy commander away, Li Yong knew that time was of the essence and there was no room for delay. He immediately dispatched manpower and rushed towards the imperial court of the Tarapa star system. At this moment, in the spacious and magnificent conference room of the imperial court of the trapped star system, Sibik and Wu Qiu were solemnly presiding over a meeting. "Brother, according to the news from Judgin, Inspector Li has already started his operation. I wonder when they will arrive. I can't sit still here any longer. I really don't want to waste any more time here." The third brother lowered his voice, leaned close to his eldest brother's ear, and whispered anxiously, "Stop yelling and sit still. It's none of our business to meddle in the inspector's duties." The eldest brother frowned, glanced around warily, and scolded his third brother in a low voice, while gently nudging him with his elbow to signal him to behave. The way the three brothers were whispering and talking furtively in their seats did not escape the notice of Wu Qiu, who was sitting in front of them talking loudly. Wu Qiu was speaking animatedly when his eyes inadvertently caught sight of this scene, and a nameless anger surged within him. Cough, cough. Wu Qiu deliberately cleared his throat, his voice sounding particularly abrupt in the quiet conference room. He swept his piercing gaze across the three brothers, a malicious smile on his face. "Some comrades, please listen carefully to what others have said. Today, the important topic of our meeting is how to effectively prevent corruption among imperial officials. Since some comrades are whispering and discussing amongst themselves, they must already have their own unique insights. So, would you please stand up and share your views with us in detail?" Although the three brothers had already dutifully finished their work in the archives, Wu Qiu still harbored resentment towards them and disliked them. Seeing that they dared to speak privately while he was speaking, Wu Qiu thought of taking the opportunity to embarrass them and dampen their arrogance. Upon hearing Wu Qiu name the three of them by name, the eldest brother was about to stand up and say something when he suddenly froze, as if he had been frozen in place. However, he quickly regained his composure and gestured for his two younger brothers to sit still and not make any rash moves. He stood up unhurriedly, his posture upright, and met Wu Qiu's slightly provocative gaze with composure. "All right, since our Deputy Chief Judge Wu is so eager to hear my opinion, then I shall respectfully comply and share my thoughts. on this issue of official corruption that concerns the very foundation of the empire. The eldest brother's voice was loud and firm, his gaze sweeping across the entire room, his eyes revealing seriousness and sharpness. There will always be some comrades who, tempted by self-interest, lose their way and attempt to use their power to accept bribes and seek illicit gains for others. They naively believe that their actions can be concealed from the world. But in reality, this idea is utterly absurd and utterly wrong. The older brother paused slightly, took a deep breath, and emphasized his words. Understand that the power you hold is not something you were born with, but a sacred mission bestowed upon you by the Empire. The Empire is constantly watching every official's every move, every decision, and every action. Do not harbor any illusions that you can cover up these ugly deeds forever. Understand this. The truth will eventually come out. Since ancient times, the saying goes, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place. Any attempt to challenge the bottom line of the law or harm the interests of the Empire and its citizens will eventually be exposed to the light of day and subject to due punishment. After delivering his powerful and authoritative opinion, the eldest brother turned his head slightly, his eyes like sharp swords, staring intently at Wu Qiu and Sibik. His gaze seemed to contain endless profound meaning, as if it wanted to pierce through Wu Qiu and Sibik's hearts and reveal all the dark secrets in their hearts. These words were like a bombshell, instantly creating a storm in Wu Qiu's heart. At first glance, it seemed like a heartfelt reminder to every official present, but in Wu Qiu's guilty conscience, every word and every sentence felt like a sharp dagger piercing his vitals. His face turned deathly pale instantly, large beads of sweat rolled uncontrollably down his forehead, and his hands trembled slightly involuntarily. Sibik is not in much better shape either. If these words had come from any other ordinary attendee, he might have immediately clapped without hesitation, pretending to deeply agree. However, these words came from the very person from the imperial court of the local cluster. From the very beginning, when these three were transferred here, Sibik outwardly believed that they had offended someone and were therefore demoted to this remote star system. But his deep-seated intuition had been subtly telling him that things were not so simple, and a sense of unease lingered in his mind. Now that he has heard such meaningful words, how could Sibik not understand that this is a ruthless attack on him and Wu Qiu? The two of them inwardly groaned, wishing they hadn't let this guy speak. They just hoped they were overthinking things. Sibik and Wu Qiu were both silently comforting themselves, constantly telling themselves that they must be being paranoid and overthinking things. However, before they could catch their breath, they heard a beep and the conference room door was opened. A group of people dressed in guard uniforms rushed in quickly. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, instantly surrounding everyone in the conference room like a giant net, trapping all attendees inside with nowhere to escape. Chapter 102 Sibik Wu Qiu finally caught. When everyone in the conference room was suddenly surrounded by security personnel, the atmosphere instantly became tense and oppressive, as if the air itself had frozen. While everyone was still in shock and panic, Liang walked in from outside the door with unhurried steps. The dark black uniform gleamed with a cold luster under the lights, and the bright red epaulets around the shoulders were particularly eye-catching, clearly bearing the imperial insignia, as if silently proclaiming supreme authority. The uniform, unique to inspectors, made Sibik and Wu Qiu turn as pale as paper after just one glance. They knew all too well why the special inspector had personally come to this place. It was self-evident. "Hello, Inspector Li." The eldest brother, with his sharp eyes, spotted Liang walking in at a glance, and quickly stepped forward to greet him respectfully. "We are agents planted by Judgin, and these two are my brothers." At this moment, he was full of confidence, which is why he dared to speak openly and frankly when Wu Qiu deliberately made things difficult for him and asked him to speak. Because at the very moment Wu Qiu called on him to speak, he received an urgent message from Judgin, informing him that the inspector would be arriving at the scene shortly. "Hello, thank you for your hard work." Liang nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. "Of course, it's for the sake of serving the Empire." The eldest brother's face beamed with pride as he responded firmly. While the three brothers were talking with Liang, Sibik and Wu Qiu watched the scene unfold before them, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. They finally realized that the transfer of these three people from the beginning was a prearranged plan, a carefully orchestrated scheme targeting them. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but feel a surge of despair and regret, but at this moment, it was all too late. After a brief exchange with the three brothers, Liang calmly turned around, his gaze sharp, and looked directly at Sibik and Wu Qiu, who were sitting at the front of the conference room. His face remained expressionless, as calm as a deep lake. Yet, his quiet gaze exerted an invisible pressure, making the atmosphere in the conference room increasingly heavy. Well, after what seemed like an eternity, as if time itself had frozen, Sibik finally let out a deep sigh, his voice filled with helplessness and despair. He slowly stood up from his seat, glanced blankly at the guards around him, then silently lowered his head and walked slowly and heavily outside. Each step seemed to require all his strength, as if carrying the endless regret and resentment in his heart at this moment. Seeing that his leader Sibik had completely surrendered and was no longer making any further struggles, Wuqiu slowly stood up, his lips trembling slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He silently followed the guards, walking slowly towards the outside. When he passed the three brothers, he deliberately stopped, his expression unusually calm. His eyes swept over the three of them, his gaze seemingly containing complex emotions, resentment, unwillingness, and a hint of barely perceptible admiration. But only for a moment. He withdrew his gaze and continued walking outside, his figure appearing particularly lonely. Witnessing their chief judge and deputy chief judge being taken away by the inspectors so suddenly, the other attendees besides the three brothers were already trembling with fear. They all kept their heads extremely low, as if they wanted to bury their heads in their necks, as if that would allow them to escape the punishment that was about to come. One of them reached for the teacup on the table to take a sip of water and calm his nerves, but as soon as his hand touched the teacup, it began to tremble uncontrollably. He couldn't even hold the teacup properly, and with a clatter, the teacup fell to the ground. The crisp sound of it shattering was particularly jarring in the quiet conference room, and it made everyone's hearts tighten. Under the long-term leadership of Sibik and Wuqiu, it is clear to anyone with eyes to see that a considerable number of the following people must have been involved in their illegal and disorderly conduct, either directly or indirectly. However, for these low-ranking henchmen, there was naturally no need for Li Yang, the high-ranking inspector, to personally arrest them. These follow-up matters can be left to the personnel specifically responsible for the investigation. Li Yang's gaze swept over the panicked people one by one, and he had already made up his mind. This farce of a corrupt official clique should come to an end. With a cold expression, Li Yang, accompanied by Sibik and Wuqiu, left the conference room surrounded by guards. The three brothers followed closely behind, their departing figures seemingly taking away the last vestige of life from the entire conference room. At this moment, only the shaken attendees remained in the conference room. They sat there blankly, as if their souls had been ripped out, unable to calm down for a long time. What just happened was like a nightmare, leaving them still feeling lingering fear. Just then, a hand unexpectedly patted one of them on the shoulder. "Wow, I haven't broken any laws. Don't arrest me." The attendee, who was already immersed in extreme fear and had not yet recovered, was so frightened by this sudden event that he jumped up as if he had been electrocuted, shouting in panic, his voice filled with fear and confusion. "Excuse me, I see you finished your tea. Would you like some more?" A mechanical yet polite voice sounded behind him. Everyone turned to look and saw a service robot standing there quietly. Its metallic shell gleamed coldly under the light, and its two mechanical arms were slightly raised, as if asking a question. Upon seeing that it was just a service robot, not the security personnel he had been terrified of, the attendee instantly felt relieved, and his previously extremely tense nerves suddenly relaxed. However, after the fear subsided, an unnamed fire quickly ignited in his heart. "Screw you, refilling my tea. You scared me to death." As one attendee cursed viciously, he suddenly turned around and kicked the service robot hard. Bang! A crisp clang of metal clashing echoed through the silent conference room. This kick seemed to have exhausted all his anger and fear. However, the service robot remained standing firmly in place, unharmed. On the contrary, he himself felt a sharp pain in his foot because of the excessive force. Pain, pain, pain. The attendees clutched their feet, collapsed to the ground, and groaned in agony, their bodies writhing and twisting, their faces contorted with pain. This scene evoked mixed feelings among the other attendees. They found his appearance somewhat comical, yet they also seemed to see the same fear and helplessness in him. The entire conference room fell into an eerie and oppressive silence once again. Chapter 103: The Grand Meeting? With the deputy commander, Sibik, Wuqiu, and their group all brought to justice, most of the key figures in the case have been successfully apprehended. Now, in this battle against corruption, only Wuan, the last ringleader, remains to be apprehended and brought to justice. Unlike the others who were arrested earlier, Wuan did not hold any official position in the Empire's administrative system. He participated in this series of illegal and disorderly activities simply as an ordinary citizen of the Empire. Therefore, Given Li Yang's status and responsibilities, there was no need for him to personally deal with this person. Thus, Wu Wen's arrest operation naturally involved a well-trained squad carefully selected from the guard division, which quietly advanced towards Wu Wen's residence. Upon arriving at Wu Wen's home, they successfully apprehended him without his knowledge. The entire arrest process was swift and efficient, causing almost no significant disturbance. With this, all the key figures in the case have been brought to justice, and the corrupt gang that once wielded immense power in the Tropa system has now crumbled. The rest were just a few scattered underlings playing supporting roles in this grand drama of corruption. Li Yang naturally wouldn't waste too much energy on these people, and instead entrusted the task of dealing with them to the guard division. After all, the guard division has extensive experience and professional methods in handling such matters, and will surely be able to completely eliminate these remaining corrupt forces and give the people of the Tropa system a fair explanation. Inside the magnificent and solemn administrative building of the Milky Way's administrative center, everything appeared orderly, yet undercurrents were swirling beneath the surface. Li Yang returned in triumph after successfully completing the arrest operation. The operation was a great success. However, the subsequent trial of Sibik, Wu Qiu and his group will not be completed overnight and will require some time to process. After all, in order to ensure the fairness and rigor of the trial, detailed interrogation is an essential step. Now that they have been caught, it is natural to investigate every detail of their illegal activities thoroughly. During this waiting period, Li Yang had no intention of being idle. As the saying goes, a new broom sweeps clean. The first thing Li Yang did was to address the various reports and complaints against officials throughout the galaxy, ensuring that every report received the attention and action it deserved. The second fire was set on Sibik, Wu Qiu, and their group. He wanted to use these individuals as typical examples to sound the alarm for officials throughout the galaxy, making them understand that any illegal or disorderly conduct will be severely punished, with no room for escaping punishment. This was not only a declaration of zero tolerance for corruption, but also a means to reshape the clean and honest atmosphere of officialdom. And for this final act, Li Yang intended to set fire to the interior of the Milky Way's administrative center. He knew that if officials in the Milky Way wanted to fundamentally solve the problem of corruption, the Milky Way's administrative center itself had to be honest and upright first. At this moment, in Speaker Cones' spacious and bright office, soft light shines on the tidy desk. Coons, who was focused on his work, heard a soft knock on the door. He put down the documents in his hand, looked up, and said, "Enter." The door opened slowly, and Li Yang walked in with steady steps, neither hurried nor slow. Upon seeing that the person who had come was Li Yang, Cones immediately put on a warm smile and quickly stood up to greet him. "Oh, it's Inspector Li. What a rare guest." As Cones spoke, he reached out and firmly grasped Li Yang's hand, his eyes revealing concern. "How did it go? Did the operation go smoothly?" "Haha, thank you so much, Speaker." Li Yang responded with a smile, his eyes sparkling with confidence and determination. "The operation went very smoothly, and all of Sibik and his men have now been brought to justice. Not a single one escaped." That's good. Cones breathed a sigh of relief, his smile growing even brighter. "Oh dear, please sit down. What kind of talk is it for us to chat standing up?" As he spoke, he hurriedly walked to his desk, pulled out the chair in front of him, and warmly invited Li Yang to sit down. Li Yang nodded slightly to express his gratitude, and then sat down. As soon as he sat down, Li Yang's expression turned serious as he looked at Cones and said, "To be honest, Speaker, I have come here today with an important request." "Oh, what is it?" "As long as it's within my power and I can help, I will do my best to do so." When Cones heard that Li Yang had something to ask of him, he remained outwardly calm and composed, his expression unchanged, but inwardly he was overjoyed. He knew in his heart that Li Yang's request for help meant that he owed her a favor. Putting aside Li Yang's promising future, just considering his current status as a special inspector of the Milky Way, this favor carries enough weight to make Coens take it very seriously. "Yes, Speaker Ko, after witnessing the shocking corruption incident involving Sibik and his group, I have come to realize that stricter supervision and handling measures must be taken to address the internal violations of laws and regulations by imperial officials in order to rectify the situation and maintain the integrity and incorruptibility of the empire." Li Yang spoke with a serious expression and a firm gaze. "Therefore, I would like to ask Speaker of the Council to convene a grand general meeting of all personnel in the Galactic Administrative Center." Li Yang elaborated on his ideas, emphasizing that this conference was crucial to his future plans. On the one hand, it will send a strong warning signal to everyone in the Milky Way's administrative center. From now on, If any official within the Milky Way's administrative center violates laws or regulations, Liang will fearlessly carry out arrest operations and will never tolerate or condone such behavior. After all, he had already warned everyone in advance through the conference that if anyone dared to break the law, it would undoubtedly be a blatant provocation and a disregard for him. Both logically and emotionally, Liang would have an absolute advantage at that time, and his actions would be more legitimate. General Assembly? Cones frowned slightly, pondering to himself. He did not agree immediately. After all, the conference that Liang mentioned was of extraordinary scale, and everyone in the Milky Way Administrative Center was required to attend. Without a legitimate and sufficient reason, it would be difficult for him to convene others for such a large-scale gathering. After all, the Administrative Center is busy with various affairs, and everyone is doing their own job. If a group of people is summoned without sufficient reason, it is bound to cause some unnecessary trouble. I wonder what Inspector Lee's reason was for summoning everyone. I asked tentatively. Cohen's asked. Reason? Liang raised an eyebrow slightly, then said confidently. The purpose of the conference was to prevent corruption among imperial officials, to issue a stern warning against illegal and disorderly conduct, and to sound the alarm. Isn't that reason sufficient? Upon hearing that the conference was being held to prevent imperial officials from breaking the law, Cohen's doubts vanished, and he agreed without hesitation. After all, such a reason is perfectly legitimate and reasonable, and he has no reason to refuse it, either publicly or privately. He could rightfully convene a meeting under the pretext of maintaining discipline within the imperial bureaucracy. However, if it were for other reasons such as a victory celebration, even if Liang were an inspector, Cones would never easily agree, because it would not conform to the administrative centers and his own principles and norms of conduct. Chapter 104: The Trial Results of Sibik and Wuqiu. If that's the case, I will call everyone to this meeting. However, Inspector Lee, the assessment conference is in a few days, so shouldn't this meeting? Cones nodded, but looked at Li Yang with a troubled expression. Although he agreed to Li Yang's request, there was indeed a thorny problem at hand. There were only a few days left before the official start of the assessment conference. Scheduling another large-scale meeting at this critical juncture certainly requires careful consideration of the time conflict. Upon hearing Cohen's words, Li Yang suddenly remembered that there was an assessment conference. During this time, he was so focused on handling official business in the case of Sibik and others that he completely forgot about this important matter. Don't worry, Speaker. Li Yang quickly waved his hand in acknowledgement. This conference will naturally be held after the assessment conference. It is a good opportunity to remind the newly promoted officials to keep in mind the importance of integrity and self-discipline from the very beginning. That's fine. We'll make arrangements after the assessment meeting. Upon hearing Li Yang's words, Cohen's worries dissipated somewhat, and he nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Li Yang, citing numerous official duties, stood up to bid farewell to Cohen's and left the office. Li Yang, who had just stepped out of Cohen's office, still had a polite smile on his face, but as soon as the door closed, his expression instantly turned troubled. If it weren't for Cohen's timely reminder, he probably would have completely forgotten about the important assessment conference. In fact, Li Yang had originally planned to come to the Milky Way Administrative Center to find out about the assessment conference for Xia Quan and the others, so that they could make some preparations for the assessment in advance. Who could have predicted that Sibik and his group's illegal and disorderly conduct would suddenly appear out of nowhere, causing him to become completely engrossed in it, ruining his original plans, and making him completely forget about this important matter. With only a few days left until the assessment meeting, it's uncertain whether it's too late to inquire about information now. In the heavily guarded camp of the Galactic Guard, Sibik and Wuqiu, who had been successfully captured, finally chose to cooperate under the pressure of irrefutable evidence and intense interrogation, and confessed to all the crimes they had committed. As the investigation deepened and came to a close, they were formally handed over to the Galactic Empire Court, where they would soon face a solemn trial under imperial law. This intricate case, like a vast web of corruption, implicates numerous imperial officials in the trapped system. Their illegal and disciplinary violations were equally unforgivable. In accordance with relevant regulations and procedures, these other imperial officials involved in the case were all transferred to imperial courts in other star systems under the Milky Way for trial to ensure the comprehensiveness and impartiality of the judicial trial. Although Wuan was just an ordinary citizen of the Empire, he played a key role as one of the ringleaders in the whole incident, and his crimes were equally serious. Therefore, Li Yang took special care of him and decided to transfer him to the Solar System Empire Court for trial. Soon after, in the solemn and dignified Galactic Empire Court, a trial concerning justice and the dignity of the law began. With the approval of the Galactic Administrative Center, the Galactic Imperial Court is now formally initiating a trial against Sibik, the former Supreme Judge of the Trapped Galaxy Imperial Court, and Wu Qiu, the former Vice Judge of the Trapped Galaxy Imperial Court. During his tenure as the Supreme Judge of the Imperial Court of the Trapped System, the defendant Sibik wantonly trampled on the dignity of the imperial law, took advantage of his position to accept bribes on a large scale, opened the door for bribe givers, participated in many illegal commercial transactions, disrupted market order, used the power in his hands as a tool to seek personal gain, and arbitrarily interfered with judicial trials. They covered up a large number of crimes and made huge illicit profits for themselves and other criminals. Their actions not only seriously damaged the image of imperial officials, but also caused great harm to the legitimate rights and interests of the vast majority of imperial citizens, with extremely bad influence. In accordance with the relevant provisions of the criminal law and the officials' law of the Hellenistic Empire, and after careful deliberation and adjudication by the collegial panel, the judgment is as follows. The defendant, Sibik, was convicted of bribery, illegal trading, and abuse of power. He was sentenced to 120 years in prison, and all his personal property was confiscated. The defendant, Wu Qiu, as the vice presiding judge of the Imperial Court of the Terapi Galaxy, also failed to uphold the bottom line of the law and professional ethics. During his tenure, he openly accepted huge bribes, colluded with unscrupulous businessmen, manipulated bidding activities, undermined the fair competition environment of the market, participated in illegal business dealings, and reaped huge profits. In order to protect his relatives and seek personal gain, he wantonly abused his power to provide comprehensive protection for his nephew, Wu, and tried his best to cover up Wu En's numerous crimes, acting as a protective umbrella for his illegal and criminal activities. It severely undermined the empire's judicial fairness and social order, greatly damaged the image of imperial officials, infringed upon the rights of imperial citizens, and caused great harm to society. In accordance with the relevant provisions of the criminal law and the officials' law of the Hellenistic Empire, and after careful deliberation and adjudication by the collegial panel, the judgment is as follows. The defendant, Wu Qiu, was convicted of bribery, bid rigging, illegal trading, and abuse of power. He was sentenced to 180 years in prison, and all his personal property was confiscated. Chapter 105 Wu Trial Results. As the presiding judge's clear and powerful voice read out the verdict word by word in the courtroom, Sibik and Wu Qiu stood quietly in the dock, their faces showing no emotion whatsoever, as if it were all within their expectations. They silently lowered their heads, as if all their strength had been drained, and calmly accepted the punishment. They once acted recklessly in the vortex of power, but now they must pay a heavy price for their actions. What awaits them is a long imprisonment of over 100 years, a period that, for ordinary people, is almost equivalent to a lifetime. Fortunately, thanks to their important positions, they had already undergone physical enhancement and modification, and their lifespan was several hundred years longer. Otherwise, given the physical capabilities of an ordinary person, they would likely have succumbed to the prison environment long ago over the course of more than 100 years and perished in that cold cage. The deputy commander of the Guard Division, due to his special status as a high-ranking officer in the Guard Division, was transferred to the more professional and serious Imperial Military Court for trial in accordance with the Empire's judicial procedures. Liang did not participate in the subsequent trial process, since different judicial institutions have their own independent trial systems and powers. However, the final news was astonishing. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. Compared to Sibik and Wu Qiu, his ending was far more tragic. Originally shouldering the heavy responsibility of maintaining the safety and order of the galaxy, he lost himself due to momentary greed and embarked on a path of crime, ultimately ending up with a life sentence. He will spend the rest of his life in endless darkness and regret, paying the most painful price for his mistakes. Inside the solemn and dignified courtroom of the Solar System Empire Court, a similar trial concerning justice and punishment was underway. The Solar System Imperial Court, in accordance with the legal procedures of the Shili Empire, is now conducting a trial of the defendant Wu. An investigation confirmed that the defendant, Wu, had long relied on his uncle's position as the deputy commander of the Imperial Court of the Tarapa Star System to recklessly weave a vast web of illegal and criminal activities. They use public power as a tool for personal gain, recklessly amassing large amounts of illicit profits. In their business activities, they completely disregard market rules and the principles of fair competition, maliciously competing with business rivals. Through despicable means such as coercion, bribery, and slander, They force numerous legitimate businesses into difficulties, severely disrupting the normal market economic order. Moreover, the defendant Wu disregarded the personal safety and legitimate rights of the citizens of the empire and committed a series of heinous violent crimes. They openly and illegally kidnapped citizens of the empire, imprisoning innocent people to achieve their ulterior motives, causing immense physical and psychological trauma to the victims. During the kidnappings, they subjected the victims to illegal and cruel harm, bringing devastating suffering to the victims and their families. Meanwhile, the crimes committed in Wuhan also involved provoking trouble, stirring up incidents without cause, disrupting public order, and causing people to live in fear and anxiety. By forcing others to engage in business transactions against their will, the perpetrator seriously infringes upon their right to choose and their property rights. Based on the explicit provisions of the Criminal Code of the Hellenistic Empire, the Civil Rights Law of the Hellenistic Empire, and other relevant laws and regulations, and after rigorous and meticulous deliberation by the collegial panel, the judgment is as follows. The defendant, Wu, was convicted of bribery, bid rigging, malicious competition, kidnapping, intentional injury, provoking trouble, and forced trading. He was sentenced to death with multiple offenses, deprived of his civil rights for life, and all his personal property was confiscated. After the presiding judge finished delivering the verdict, the entire courtroom fell into complete silence. When the presiding judge's thunderous pronouncement echoed through the courtroom, Wu's previously composed face instantly turned ashen. His eyes widened, filled with terror and disbelief, and his body trembled slightly involuntarily. Originally, he thought that even if his crimes were exposed, he would at most receive a life sentence, and there might be a chance to get a reduced sentence while in prison. To his utter surprise, the court handed down a death sentence, which was like a bolt from the blue, instantly shattering his last remaining hope. "I disagree, and I want to appeal," Wu shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with despair and resentment. He simply couldn't accept this cruel reality. Driven by an intense will to survive, he instinctively tried to grasp at the last straw, attempting to appeal for a retrial in the hope of changing the already predetermined outcome. However, Liang, who had anticipated that Wu Anding would resort to such a desperate measure, had already made arrangements for it. This is precisely why he insisted on having Wu tried in the Solar System Empire Court. Firstly, within the Solar System Empire Court, Liang wields considerable influence and prestige, enabling him to ensure the fair progress of the trial process within reasonable and legal boundaries, while also controlling certain key aspects. Secondly, according to the Empire's judicial appeal procedure, if an appeal is filed in the Solar System Empire Court, the case will be directly submitted to the Galactic Empire Court. However, if an appeal is filed after a trial in the Galactic Empire Court, it will be submitted to the local Cluster Empire Court. Although Liang has a certain influence and can speak for himself in both of these courts, appealing to the Imperial Court of this star cluster would be far more complicated and time-consuming than appealing to the Imperial Court of the Milky Way. Liang naturally wouldn't give Wu a few more days to live. Therefore, when the Galactic Empire Court received Wu's appeal, under Liang's pressure, the court immediately rejected the appeal and upheld the original judgment. The whole process was clean and efficient, taking only one day. If it were the Imperial Court of this star cluster, it would probably take several more days according to the normal procedure. Chapter 106 Execution. In the vast and boundless expanse of the Milky Way, a desolate planet floats lonely in the universe. At this moment, a starship bearing the distinctive insignia of the Guard Division is cutting through the silent space, slowly approaching the planet's atmosphere. As the starship gradually approached the planet, its hatch slowly opened, and a landing craft emerged from the cabin, heading straight for the planet's surface. The propellers on both sides of the hull ejected powerful jets of air, propelling it downwards rapidly. As the landing craft gradually approached the ground, the power of its thrusters was gradually adjusted, and it landed steadily on the planet's rugged surface, kicking up a cloud of dust. The hatch opened slowly with a hissing sound of air being released, and a squad of soldiers dressed in pristine white uniforms stepped out of the submarine in perfect unison. A prisoner was seen being held up by the soldiers. His hands were tightly handcuffed with special handcuffs, and his head was covered by a black hood, completely obscuring his face. The prisoner was none other than Wu, who had been sentenced to death according to law. His body trembled slightly, and he staggered, clearly filled with fear and despair. At this moment, he was being escorted by the guards to this desolate planet, where he was about to receive his final punishment of execution by firing squad. In technologically advanced empires, there are actually many more convenient and faster ways to carry out the death penalty, such as instantly ending the prisoner's life through advanced energy devices, or using acceleration technology to make their vital signs disappear naturally. However, for serious criminals like Wu who had committed numerous crimes and were sentenced to death, the Empire still retained the traditional method of execution by firing squad. Given the many heinous crimes Wu had committed, he fully met the criteria for a serious criminal. The reason for choosing execution by firing squad is that this method allows prisoners to truly feel death approaching step by step, and every second is spent in agony, which is a more profound torture for their minds, making them pay the price for their crimes. Wu was held tightly by 2 guards, one on each side, and staggered toward the designated location. The soldier's hands gripped his shoulders like iron clamps, forcing him to his destination before forcefully pressing him to his knees. At this moment, 2 guards stood a few meters away from Wu on his left and right sides and behind him, while the guards officer in charge and a senior judge from the Solar System Empire Court stood not far away with solemn expressions, quietly watching everything. Once everyone was in position, a suffocatingly tense atmosphere filled the room. A sergeant from the guard division strode briskly up to the officers and judges, his heels snapping together, his body straight as a javelin, before giving a crisp military salute and shouting in a loud voice. "Reporting to your honor, all preparations are complete. Please advise whether to proceed." The judge nodded slightly and spoke in a calm tone. "Implement." "Yes." Upon receiving the execution order, the sergeant quickly turned around and jogged to the execution location. "First shooter, in position." The sergeant's command rang out. One of the 2 soldiers standing not far behind Wu immediately strode towards him with firm and powerful steps. Every step he took seemed to tread on Wu's heart, causing Wu's heart to tremble violently as he approached, until he stopped steadily just 1 meter behind Wu. "Retreat with your hands on the ground." As the order was given, the 2 soldiers who had been holding Wu's shoulders slowly released their hands and stepped back. At this moment, Wu knelt alone on the spot. Without any support, he seemed to have lost his source of strength. His body trembled violently, uncontrollably, and every inch of his skin was venting the fear deep in his heart. Preparation. With focused expression, the archer slowly picked up the energy gun in his hand, gripped the handle firmly with both hands, and slowly raised the muzzle, aiming precisely at the back of Wu's head. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were focused on the small muzzle of the gun. 3, 2, 1, release. As soon as the sergeant gave the order, the gunner pulled the trigger without hesitation. Instantly, an extremely thin laser beam containing immense energy shot out from the muzzle of the gun, piercing straight through Wu's skull. There was no deafening sound, no dazzling sparks. Everything happened so swiftly and decisively. Before Wu could even let out a scream, he fell straight forward and crashed heavily to the ground, ending his sinful life. That lifeless body seemed to be telling the ironclad rule that those who break the law and commit crimes will inevitably pay a heavy price. Chapter 107 Xia Quan and his group's departure. On the other, far away, on the beautiful blue planet Blue Star, Xia Quan and his group were methodically packing their belongings, preparing to embark on their journey to the administrative center of the Milky Way galaxy aboard a starship. Their expressions revealed a hint of tension and anticipation. After all, the assessment conference that everyone had been eagerly awaiting was about to begin. When it comes to the starship they traveled on, they chose to travel on Anno's starship. Xia Quan also owned a personal starship given to him by Anno. However, in such a situation, if he traveled alone on his own starship, it would inevitably leave people with the impression that he was not a team player and was not united. Having navigated the complexities of officialdom for many years, Xia Quan was well versed in its intricacies and would never make such a basic mistake. After boarding the starship, in the spacious and bright cabin, Xia Quan and Anhwa sat in comfortable seats and chatted casually. "Governor Anno, I really didn't expect you to participate in this assessment conference." Anno smiled wryly, shook his head gently, and said helplessly, "There's nothing I can do. My dad is completely focused on his work and doesn't care about me at all. If I want to get promoted, I have to rely on myself to work hard step by step." Hearing Anhwa's words, Xia Quan nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Anno, despite having a father who was the supreme judge of the imperial court of the local cluster, did not choose to enter the imperial judicial system, but instead became the governor of Mars. At that moment, in the administrative center of the Milky Way, Liang also received news that Xia Quan and his group were about to arrive. In the past few days, Liang has made full use of his time to actively engage in contact and exchanges with all sorts of officials in the Milky Way Administrative Center. Through these interactions, he not only gained a deeper understanding of the department's operations and various affairs, but also successfully expanded his network of contacts. Captain Liang, this is the list of all participants in this assessment meeting. Please review it. In Li Yang's simple yet sophisticated office, Pao stood respectfully in front of the desk and spoke in a calm tone. As he finished speaking, a light screen emitting a soft glow instantly appeared on Li Yang's desk, displaying detailed information on all the participants of the assessment conference in the Milky Way. Pao's presence here was entirely due to Li Yang's deliberate arrangement. Originally, Speaker of the Council of Science considered that Li Yang, as a special inspector of the Milky Way, had a lot of work to do and should have someone to assist him, so he planned to hire a secretary for Li Yang. After all, it would be inconvenient for someone in such a high-ranking and powerful position as Li Yang to be without anyone to serve him. However, Li Yang politely declined Speaker Ke's offer, stating clearly that he already had a suitable candidate, and that candidate was Pao. Li Yang holds multiple positions, including the important post of inspector and an imperial officer. If Pao were to serve as his secretary, her outstanding abilities and understanding of Li Yang's work would allow her to provide strong support in both military and political matters, ensuring that both sides' affairs are handled properly. However, it needs to be clarified that although Pao undertakes the actual work of a secretary, he cannot achieve the integration of military and political affairs like Li Yang. The so-called position of secretary is more of a verbal title. No additional administrative rank is added for him because of this. However, Pao was not dissatisfied at all. On the contrary, he was overjoyed. In his view, being able to serve as Li Yang's secretary meant that he had completely integrated into Li Yang's core circle and become one of his own, which was a great trust and recognition. Personnel list? Upon hearing this word, Li Yang felt a surge of curiosity and instinctively looked at the list on the screen. It would have been better if I hadn't looked, because what I saw was shocking. The screen was filled with the names of tens of millions of officials, a massive number that looked like countless stars. However, after a moment's thought, he felt relieved. After all, this was a compilation of officials from across the entire galaxy who were qualified for the assessment conference, so such a large number was to be expected. How can we possibly keep track of all these people? It doesn't matter whether we see them or not. By the way, have Xia Quan and the others arrived yet? Li Yang shook his head helplessly, then turned off the light screen and asked Pao. Not yet, Captain Li Yang, but based on their starship's current speed, they should arrive in about half an hour. Pao quickly responded that he preferred to call the captain rather than Inspector Li. When Xia Quan and the others arrived, I told them to come to my office. Yes. Chapter 108 Interaction with Xia Quan and the others. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the starship carrying Xia Quan and his group finally arrived safely at the administrative center of the Milky Way. They were also quite surprised when they arrived. After all, a space station of an administrative center was actually a third the size of the sun. Xia Quan and his group were still immersed in the amazing scene and had not yet come to their senses when they saw Pao walking steadily towards them. First mate, how have you been lately? Xia Quan was the first to react, and a warm smile immediately appeared on his face as he hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. In their minds, Pao was an important figure by Li Yang's side. All right, everyone. Captain Li Yang wants you to go to his office. Please follow me. Pao responded with a smile, knowing full well that Xia Quan and his group were also Li Yang's confidants. So, led by Pao, Xia Quan and his group followed him toward Li Yang's office with a mixture of curiosity and awe. Along the way, they seemed to have entered a completely new world, filled with novel scenes they had never seen before. The interior of the space station is exquisitely and luxuriously decorated, with a dazzling array of advanced technological equipment. Staff members, dressed in uniform and neat attire, move between different areas, bustling about with hurried yet orderly expressions. In contrast, the Earth they once lived and worked on now seemed like a remote rural place to them, vastly different in terms of both technological level and scale of development. A short while later, the group arrived at the door of Li Yang's office. Pao gently knocked on the office door and raised his voice. Captain Li Yang, I have brought them in. Come in. After obtaining Li Yang's consent, Xia Quan and his group took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the office door with a hint of nervousness. Li Yang sat behind his desk. When he saw everyone come in, he smiled warmly and gestured for them to sit down. So, how's the situation on Earth lately? As soon as he sat down, Li Yang asked Xia Quan with concern. After all, after this assessment conference, it's highly likely that Xia Quan and his group will no longer be employed by Blue Star. For Li Yang, launching is of extraordinary significance. It is not only where his career started, but also a stable source of funds, just like his own little treasury, where he cannot afford to make the slightest mistake. Therefore, the handover and handling of subsequent work on Blue Star must be done flawlessly. Please rest assured that the newly appointed Minister of Blue Star Management is very conscientious and responsible in his work, and has devoted great enthusiasm to all matters concerning Blue Star. I believe that under his management, Blue Star will definitely develop better and better. Xiaoquan quickly straightened up and answered respectfully. In fact, as soon as they learned about the assessment meeting, Xiaoquan and his team had already completed the handover of their work in an orderly manner as required. They knew that this change was crucial to Blue Star, so they were very cautious about the performance of the newly appointed personnel. If the newly appointed person is unable to perform the job, they still have time to select the next suitable candidate to ensure the stable development of the planet. Not bad. Hearing Xiaoquan's answer, Liang nodded in satisfaction. He knew that Xiaoquan was always steady in his work, and since he was so confident in the newly appointed management minister, there probably wouldn't be any major problems. What are your thoughts on this assessment meeting? Liang then asked, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He wanted to hear Xiaoquan's insights, since it not only concerned the future development of Xiaoquan and others, but was also closely related to his own plans. Xiaoquan fell into deep thought for a moment, and then slowly spoke. Captain Liang, the scale of this assessment conference is enormous, with numerous officials from across the galaxy participating. In my view, this is undoubtedly both a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and a severe challenge. If one can stand out in such fierce competition, the benefits will go far beyond just a promotion. More importantly, it will greatly promote our future work, enabling us to secure more resources and support, and laying a solid foundation for achieving our higher goals. He paused briefly, his expression growing increasingly serious. However, we currently know very little about the specific content and evaluation criteria of the assessment, which undoubtedly adds a lot of uncertainty to our preparation work. At this point, Xiaoquan subconsciously rubbed his nose, then looked at Liang with a slightly embarrassed smile. Seeing Xiaoquan's expression, Liang instantly understood and couldn't help but smile as well. He knew Xiaoquan's thoughts all too well. Xiaoquan simply wanted him to reveal some key information about the assessment. You're right. The Galactic Administrative Center attaches great importance to this assessment conference. Its purpose is to select truly capable and responsible officials to inject new vitality and momentum into the future development of the Galactic Empire. Liang nodded slightly, his expression serious and earnest. As for the assessment content, Liang deliberately kept everyone in suspense, paused for a moment, and then slowly spoke. In a certain sense, it's like letting you directly assume your predetermined positions, and then seeing how things actually go. Upon hearing this, Xiaoquan and his group's expressions changed drastically, their faces filled with shock. Direct appointment? The same unbelievable thought popped into their minds at the same time, their eyes filled with astonishment and doubt. How could this be? How could they so hastily appoint them to their designated positions for such an important matter? Seeing the expressions on Xiaoquan and the others' faces, Liang realized they had misunderstood. He smiled, waved his hand, and said, "What I just said was in a certain sense. I didn't mean you were actually going to take up your posts immediately. So what exactly is the situation?" A glimmer of anticipation immediately ignited in Xiaoquan's eyes as he eagerly looked at Liang, impatient to know what would happen next. Seeing this, Liang patiently explained. To be precise, the positions you will be appointed to will be decided by the Galactic Administrative Center during the assessment conference, based on your individual resumes, ability evaluations, and other factors. Then, each of you will be scheduled to undergo an assessment in a virtual world. In this highly realistic virtual world, you will each assume a pre-selected role and undergo a variety of tests, both large and small. These tests will cover all aspects of the work to comprehensively assess whether you are truly capable of fulfilling the responsibilities. Chapter 109 Assessment Methods. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with sudden realization, and they thought to themselves, "I knew it. They wouldn't just let us take up our posts directly." Turns out, the assessment was conducted in a virtual world. Now they had a clearer understanding of the assessment format. While feeling nervous, they also secretly resolved to do their best to cope with this special assessment. What happens if you perform poorly in the virtual world? Xiaoquan looked serious and asked the crucial question that everyone present was most concerned about. After all, assessments in the virtual world are full of variables, and no one can be sure that they can handle them flawlessly. Liang smiled slightly and explained, half jokingly and half seriously. The assessment results will be evaluated based on 4 levels: A, B, C, and D. If you achieve a C level, you will be promoted to a predetermined position. If you only achieve a D level, you will be demoted one level. But if you can't even reach a D level, you can only go back and reflect on your actions, and you probably can forget about any chance of promotion in your life. Although Li Yong spoke in a joking tone, he actually had great confidence in Xia Quan and the others. Based on his understanding of these individuals, he should be able to at least reach level C, if not achieve a high rating of A or B. What if the assessment result is A or B? Xia Quan's gaze was intense. He didn't care at all about ratings of D or below. In his mind, even a C grade was only barely satisfactory. His goal was to strive for an A grade and secure a B grade, which was in line with Xia Quan's consistent competitive and excellence-seeking personality. Not only Xia Quan, but also Andegu, Xia Feng, and the others behind him had the same idea. Their eyes were firm, and their faces were full of determination. Seeing their confidence, Li Yong was naturally delighted. He continued, "If you get a B grade, like a C grade, you'll be promoted to your predetermined position. But if you can get an A grade, that's really impressive. You can be promoted an extra rank beyond your predetermined position." Upon hearing that achieving an A rating would elevate them to the next level, everyone was instantly filled with excitement, as if their entire being was brimming with boundless fighting spirit. They exchanged a glance, their eyes conveying a firm conviction. They were determined to achieve an A rating in this assessment, adding a significant chapter to their political careers. Looking at the high morale of the crowd, Li Yong was filled with anticipation, hoping that they could achieve their goal. After all, we're all on the same side. If they can be promoted one level, it will undoubtedly be a great help to us in our future work. All right, go back and prepare well. Someone will notify you when the assessment starts tomorrow. Oh, and someone will also take you there for your accommodation arrangements. Li Yong waved his hand, indicating that everyone could leave. Yes, then we'll take our leave now. Xia Quan and the others responded in unison, and then left the office in an orderly manner. Not long after Xia Quan and his group left, the communication device on Li Yang's desk started flashing, and Kohn's call request appeared on the screen. "Speaker of the Council, what brings you here?" Li Yong answered the call and asked in a calm tone. "Here's the thing. The assessment conference will officially begin tomorrow. Inspector Li, as one of the assessors, please move to the conference hall so we can discuss and pre-select the candidates on the list." "I see." After giving a brief response, Li Yong hung up the phone, straightened his clothes, and hurried towards the conference hall. When Li Yong stepped into the conference hall, he saw that it was brightly lit and filled with over 100 examiners, including himself, in addition to Speaker Kohn's. The crowd either chatted in hushed tones or stared intently at the documents in their hands, creating a tense and serious atmosphere throughout the conference hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is the performance evaluation meeting. Today, our important task is to select the most suitable positions for those who will be participating in the evaluation. This is a matter of great importance, and we hope you will all put in your best efforts." Cohen stood at the front, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and spoke earnestly. That being said, everyone present understood that with tens of millions of people participating in this assessment, their mere few hundred people simply could not complete such a massive task. In reality, the job assignments for 99% of the assessment personnel are decided by a dedicated AI system. Only when there are conflicting issues or exceptionally outstanding individuals are the assessment officers consulted and made a final decision. Li Yong took the special list handed to him by the staff and carefully examined it. There were only a few thousand people on the list. On this list, he saw the names of Xia Quan, Xia Feng, and Daegu, and Anhwa. His heart stirred slightly as he secretly pondered the suitable positions for each of them. "Speaker, have the positions of the other personnel been finalized?" Li Yong raised his head, looked at Kohn's, and asked. "The selection of AI is still ongoing. Most of them haven't been finalized yet." "What's wrong, Inspector Li? What are your thoughts?" Cohen's frowned slightly, looking at Li Yong with a puzzled expression. Li Yong did not respond immediately, but instead lowered his head again and opened the light screen to carefully filter through the list of tens of millions of examinees. After a moment, he pointed to one of the names, a faint smile on his face, and said, "I have reviewed his information in detail. Judging from his resume and various ability assessments, I feel that he is very suitable to serve as a detachment commander in the Guard Division. What do you think?" Chapter 110, Reserve Position. The person Li Yong was referring to was Chung Kwan's son, whom he had promised to help. Upon hearing this, Cones immediately pulled up the person's detailed information to check. The information showed that the person's performance was average and generally good. If the AI followed the normal selection logic, he would most likely be a deputy squad leader. However, since Inspector Li specifically recommended him, we have to give him face both morally and logically. Besides, this person's abilities are not inadequate, and he is not entirely incapable of serving as the branch captain. I understand. Since Inspector Lee recommends him so highly, he must have exceptional abilities. I will make arrangements to include him in the shortlist for the position of Detachment Commander of the Guard Division. However, his subsequent performance evaluation will depend entirely on his own abilities. Cohen's nodded slightly and said earnestly. Although Cohen's agreed to Li Yang's request, he knew in his heart that the assessment process and the final grade evaluation could not be arbitrarily interfered with by humans. All these steps are strictly executed by the AI according to established procedures and standards to ensure fairness and impartiality, free from any external interference. I understand, Speaker. If we can't even pass this assessment, then it just means I misjudged him. Li Yang nodded calmly in response. After all, he had already interfered with Chung Quan's son's job recommendation, and whether he could be promoted smoothly in the end depended on the son's own ability. Even if he fails in the end, Chung Quan will probably only blame his son for being unworthy, since the assessment and rating cannot be controlled by human intervention, which is a fact that the entire empire knows and cannot change. After successfully resolving the matter entrusted to him by Chung Quan, Li Yang's attention naturally shifted to Xia Quan and the others. He picked up the light screen containing information on Xia Quan, and Daegu, Xia Feng, and Anhua again, and began to think about where to assign them to maximize their talents while also aligning with the selection criteria of this assessment conference. And Daegu and Xia Feng were in similar situations. Both of them came from the Blue Star military and had been working in the military field for a long time, accumulating rich military experience and outstanding leadership skills. Therefore, assigning them to the Guard Division is undoubtedly the best choice. Guard Division. Li Yang murmured softly, but his thoughts did not stop there. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Besides the Guard Division, for talented individuals like Daegu and Xia Feng with outstanding military skills, joining the Imperial Army as an officer was also a promising career path. However, this matter cannot be rushed. After all, one of the purposes of the assessment conference is to promote talents. It is not too late to inquire about their personal wishes after they have been promoted in the assessment. After all, if they are promoted through the assessment first, and then they are willing to transfer to the Imperial Army as officers, according to the Imperial promotion system, the military rank they will obtain will definitely be much higher than if they transfer directly now, which will undoubtedly be more beneficial to their career development. Li Yang shifted his gaze from the information on Daegu and Xia Feng to ponder Xia Quan's arrangements. Xia Quan has demonstrated outstanding comprehensive abilities in his past work. Li Yang thinks that it might be worthwhile to try to arrange for him to work in the Galaxy Administrative Center Department, depending on the circumstances. As one of the core hubs of the Milky Way's operation, the Administrative Center would not only provide Xia Quan with further opportunities to hone his abilities, but also offer him the best path for advancement. His gaze finally fell on Anhua's information. Li Yang frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Although he didn't know why Anhua would participate in this assessment conference, he couldn't ignore his name since it was on the list. Anno's father is the chief judge of the Imperial Court of this star cluster, but that's just how it is. It's obviously impossible for him to be placed in the Imperial Court of this star cluster. However, it is entirely feasible to place it in another court within the Milky Way. Coincidentally, the Imperial Court of the Tropostar system had just vacated the important positions of Supreme Judge and Vice Judge due to the downfall of Sibik and Wu Qiu, which seemed like a good option. So, Inspector Lee, do you have any suggestions regarding the intended positions for the candidates being assessed? Before anyone knew it, Cohen's had quietly appeared beside Li Yang and asked in a low voice. Upon hearing Cohen's question, Li Yang made no attempt to hide anything. He knew that the job assignments at this assessment meeting were crucial and required collective wisdom and careful consideration of the suggestions of each assessor. His own opinion alone could not be finalized. Therefore, Li Yang frankly expressed his suggestions for Xia Quan and the others, demonstrating his understanding of their abilities and his thoughtful consideration of their job assignments. For people? Cohen's narrowed his eyes slightly and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. After a moment, he did not respond to Li Yang immediately, but turned around gently and walked towards the direction where the other examiners were. Li Yang watched Cohen's departing figure, feeling somewhat puzzled but not too concerned. He firmly believed that, judging from the past achievements and abilities demonstrated by Xia Quan and the others, his proposed positions, though slightly above the standard, were by no means unreasonable. Xia Quan and the others are fully capable of fulfilling those positions based on their own abilities, and if necessary, they can even be demoted a little. At this moment, Li Yang refocused his attention on his work, carefully considering job recommendations for the other assessors on the screen. Every decision is made after careful consideration, striving for fairness and impartiality, so that every person being evaluated can maximize their value in a suitable position. Just as Li Yang was fully immersed in his work, Cohen's quietly came to his side again. Inspector Li, those people you recommended. Cohen's leaned closer and lowered his voice. I just spoke with the other assessors, and after a thorough discussion, they unanimously praised your suggestions, believing that your insightful perspective and accurate assessment of talent are remarkable. Upon hearing this, Li Yang was slightly taken aback, genuinely surprised. This wasn't just self-praise. More importantly, all the examiners agreed to his proposed positions for Xia Quan and the others. But Cohen's then changed the subject, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. This is also the list of people and they recommended. As he spoke, Cohen's raised his hand and waved it gently in the air. The light screen in front of Li Yang flickered a few times, and the names of more than a dozen people, along with the job suggestions given by others, appeared clearly on it. Chapter 111 Job Assignment. Li Yang looked at the information that suddenly appeared on the screen and smiled helplessly. He instantly understood Cohen's intention and pondered to himself. I knew it. In officialdom, how could anyone help someone for no reason? It turns out it was all a political exchange. Everyone has their own people they want to arrange things for, and everyone is aware of this. Through this process of mutual understanding and compromise, a mutually satisfactory result is ultimately achieved. Although he knew this was a common tactic in officialdom, Li Yang also understood that in this complex system, sometimes appropriate compromise and exchange could be a way to move things forward. As long as the final outcome guarantees that one's own interests will not be affected, it is not unacceptable. Okay, I understand. Li Yang remained calm and nodded slightly. Upon hearing Li Yang's words, Cohen's naturally understood that Li Yang had already agreed to this political exchange. Cohen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. This kind of exchange was, to some extent, a necessary means to maintain balance and cooperation among all parties. Now that his goal had been achieved, he naturally stopped bothering Li Yang at work, politely bowed slightly, turned and left to handle other related matters. Following this, a heated discussion that lasted a full day and night unfolded among the examiners. What was called a discussion was actually a weighing and game of interests among various parties. Each examiner represented a different force and position, and they expressed their opinions and argued endlessly about the predetermined positions of the many examinees. However, behind this seemingly chaotic situation, everyone is searching for a delicate balance, striving to ensure that all parties can gain certain benefits from this assessment, while not violating the principle of fairness and impartiality inherent in the assessment itself. Finally, thanks to everyone's tireless efforts, all job appointments were completed. Xia Quan's intended position is a group leader in the interstellar trade section of the Galaxy Administrative Center, an administrative rank that has been raised from G7 to F9, which is undoubtedly a significant leap. As one of the core departments for economic exchange within the Milky Way, the Interstellar Trade Department bears the important responsibility of promoting interstellar trade and coordinating resource allocation. Enno was naturally assigned as the Vice Chief Judge of the Imperial Court of the Tropa Galaxy, with an administrative rank of F5. Considering Enno's family background, as well as his legal expertise and professional skills, this position is a perfect fit for him. The Imperial Court of the Trapped Galaxy has just undergone a change in its leadership and needs someone with the ability and background of Enno to stabilize the situation and restore judicial authority. Andegu and Xiaofeng, two outstanding talents from the Blue Star military, were both assigned to the Tropa Star System Guard Division as detachment commanders, with the rank of 5th level sergeant. Moreover, if they can get an A grade in this assessment, they will have the opportunity to be promoted to a higher position. All right, thank you everyone for your hard work. Cohen's looked at the busy crowd in front of him, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Now that all the pre-selected positions have been filled, let's get ready to begin the assessment. After speaking, Cohen's quickly issued orders to the staff who had been waiting for a long time. The list of pre-selected positions has been distributed, and all personnel to be assessed have been notified to prepare for the assessment. Yes, the firm and resounding answer echoed in the hall like a great bell, as if announcing to the entire galaxy that this assessment conference, which would determine the fate of many officials, was about to begin. Before dawn, Xia Quan got out of bed early and waited quietly in the room arranged for him for the moment of the assessment to arrive. At this moment, his heart was like a turbulent sea, and his tense emotions surged like the tide. After all, this assessment meeting was a golden opportunity for him to get promoted, and its importance was self-evident. Xiaoquan had previously made numerous inquiries about the assessment conference. As far as he knew, the reason why the Milky Way was holding this grand assessment conference was because the Milky Way had not been incorporated into the imperial territory for long, and many officials had been transferred from other star systems or regions. In order to better promote the development of the Milky Way and enhance the influence and management capabilities of local officials, this assessment conference was carefully prepared in the hope of selecting more outstanding local officials and entrusting them with important responsibilities. Such an opportunity is so rare that it may never come again. Therefore, no matter what, Xiaoquan secretly resolved to do his best. "Hello, I am a staff member of the assessment meeting." A soft knock on the door, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, broke the silence of the room. Xiaoquan, who was lost in thought, suddenly snapped out of it. Upon hearing that it was a staff member related to the assessment, he immediately strode forward and eagerly opened the door. The staff member walked into the room with steady steps, said nothing, and went straight to opening the box in his hand. Inside the box, a device the size of a coin lay quietly, emitting a faint metallic luster. The staff member pointed to the device and explained, "This is the assessment device. Please install it on your temple. Your assigned position has been arranged. Once installed, the assessment will begin." After saying that, before Xiaoquan could ask any more questions, the staff member politely turned around and quickly left the room, leaving Xiaoquan standing alone. Xiaoquan watched the staff member's departing figure, then turned his gaze back to the trinkets in the box. He gently picked up the device, examining it carefully in his hand, his heart filled with both curiosity and a touch of nervousness. This seemingly ordinary little device was about to trigger a crucial test in his life. After examining it for a moment, Xiaoquan took a deep breath, slowly laid down on the bed, and carefully placed the device in his hand on his temple. The moment the device touched his skin, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in Xiaoquan's mind. "Identity verification successful. Assessment begins." Before Xiaoquan could react, a strong wave of dizziness washed over him, as if it were about to drag him into an endless vortex of darkness. He instinctively closed his eyes tightly, gripped the sheets tightly with both hands, and tried hard to stay awake. After an unknown amount of time, the unpleasant dizziness finally subsided. Xiaoquan slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a completely unfamiliar office. The room was simply yet dignified, with sunlight streaming through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows onto the polished floor, casting bright rays of light. "This is..." Xiaoquan looked bewildered, and before he could figure out where he was, a crisp knock on the door broke the silence. "Team Leader Xia, we have received new instructions from above." A young and respectful voice came from outside the door. Chapter 112 Assessment ended. At the same moment Xiaoquan stepped into the world of assessment, the other participants were also quietly lying in their own rooms, facing this fate-determining assessment in the stillness. At this moment, Liang was in a spacious and bright monitoring room. A huge light screen occupied the entire wall, displaying real-time images of the rooms where each examinee was located. Liang stood in front of the light screen, his gaze wandering between the images, closely watching the actions of the examiners. However, the assessment content was strictly encrypted and protected. All he could see were the expressionless figures lying on the beds, but he could not see the assessment content itself. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, time flows differently in the virtual world. A few minutes outside might be several years or decades inside. This should be similar to the assessment I underwent when I was selected for the Spark program. Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the examinee lying quietly on the bed, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to the past. He clearly remembered that he had also gone through a rigorous assessment back then, and the process was just like what was happening now. Time flowed slowly, and about an hour later, the image on the screen finally changed. The examiners began to slowly awaken from their immersive state during the assessment. One of the examinees slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with confusion and bewilderment. He gently rubbed his head and muttered to himself, "Where am I? Aren't I at work? It feels like I had a really, really long dream." His voice carried a hint of daze, as if he had not yet fully emerged from that dreamlike assessment scene. Hearing these words clearly through the light screen, Liang couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a knowing smile. Sure enough, just as he remembered, the wonder of this test was that when the participants woke up, their previous experience in the test was like a distant and blurry dream, and everything seemed so unreal. To be honest, even for Liang, the passage of time has gradually faded his memory of the specific details of that assessment. After all, dreams are like ethereal clouds. Who can clearly remember how many details, or how long can they be etched in their memory? As time goes by, those struggles, thoughts, and choices that once existed in dreams gradually fade into the depths of memory, leaving only faint traces to prove the existence of that experience. I wonder how Xia Quan and the others are doing. Li Yang stared at the light screen while pondering to himself. Just then, Cones quietly approached Li Yang's side, also turning his gaze to the light screen, and spoke. Those who woke up first during the assessment were mostly rated C, and a few even got D. Don't worry too much. Generally, the longer the assessment lasts, the higher the rating tends to be. Coons spoke calmly, as he, as the speaker of the galaxy, was naturally very familiar with the rules of this assessment. Upon hearing Cohen's words, Li Yang was slightly taken aback, his thoughts drifting back to when he participated in the assessment. I remember that I woke up not long afterward, which seemed to be different from what Cones had described. Your assessment is different from theirs. You completed the task ahead of schedule, so the assessment standard is naturally that the shorter the time, the better. As if sensing Li Yang's doubts, Li Yang's AI promptly issued a crisp notification sound, explaining in detail. Looks like I'm quite talented, haha. Li Yang's lips curled up slightly as he half-jokingly teased himself. Time passed slowly in a tense yet expectant atmosphere. After waiting for about another hour, the image on the screen changed. And Daegu, Xiaofeng, and Anhua slowly opened their eyes, their expressions completely different from those of the others who had woken up before. There was no trace of confusion in his eyes, but rather a sense of determination and composure, clearly indicating that he had successfully passed the test. At this moment, only a few dozen examiners remained in the entire assessment area, and Xia Quan was among them. Inspector Li, it seems that the people you recommended are all truly capable. Coens looked at Andre and the others with admiration in his eyes and couldn't help but praise them sincerely. To be honest, compared with the candidates recommended by the other examiners, the candidates recommended by Li Yang were significantly better in terms of their performance in the assessment and the abilities and qualities they demonstrated. They were also of much higher quality. Of course, they are definitely my capable assistants. Seeing Cones praise Xia Quan and the others, Li Yang's face beamed with pride, and his tone was full of arrogance. These words, though seemingly simple, actually carried a deeper meaning. They were a subtle reminder to Cones that these were his trusted confidants, and that in the future, they should consider his feelings and be lenient with him in certain matters. After all, in this complex political environment, hints of connections and influence are sometimes more effective than direct requests. Upon hearing Li Yang's words, Cones nodded slightly, a hint of something unfathomable flashing in his eyes. He nodded silently, seemingly lost in thought. Time continued to pass slowly amidst tension and anticipation. After another long wait of more than an hour, the remaining dozens of examinees finally woke up. All right, all the assessments for the personnel have been completed, and the rating results are fresh out of the oven. Let's take a look together, Inspector Li. Coens turned to look at Li Yang, then turned and left. Li Yang understood immediately, nodded slightly, and then followed Cones. The two walked together toward the conference hall, which was spacious and bright. The hall was already filled with people who were involved in the assessment conference. Coons walked to the control panel at the front, his fingers dancing lightly across the control panel. Soon, the rating list of the examinees was displayed on everyone's screens. Li Yang couldn't wait to type Xia Quan and the others' names into the light screen and start checking their ratings. When Li Yang saw Xia Quan's performance evaluation rating, he was genuinely surprised, his eyes filled with delight and admiration. On the performance evaluation column, a prominent A stood out. Xia Quan, you really gave me a big surprise. Li Yang murmured to himself, a relieved smile spreading across his face. According to the established rules of the assessment meeting, those who receive an A rating will be promoted one level in their intended position. As a result, Xia Quan smoothly transitioned from the head of the Interstellar Trade Section of the Galaxy Administrative Center to the deputy head of the Interstellar Trade Section, and his administrative rank also jumped from F9 to F6. Don't underestimate this seemingly small promotion of just 3 levels. For ordinary officials, in the fiercely competitive political environment, achieving such a leap would require at least more than 10 years of hard work and countless difficulties and challenges. And Daegu, Xiaofeng, and Anhua also performed exceptionally well, all earning a B rating. Although according to the rules, their originally planned positions will not be promoted as a result, they will undoubtedly be given priority in subsequent promotion opportunities. This means that their future careers will be brighter and full of endless possibilities. Now that the assessment has been successfully completed, notify all assessors to prepare to proceed to their respective assigned positions and officially assume their duties. Cohen stood on the stage and announced loudly, bringing this grand assessment conference to a successful conclusion. Chapter 113: Assessment and Rating. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Milky Way, Xiaoquan sat in his room, eagerly awaiting the results of his assessment. Finally, the AI emitted a crisp notification sound. He hurriedly opened it and saw his rating information and new job assignment displayed before his eyes. When Xiaoquan saw the prominent A-level rating in the position of deputy head of the Interstellar Trade Section of the Galaxy Administrative Center, he felt a surge of excitement and was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. This is the deputy head of a department in the Milky Way's administrative center. Although such departments are as numerous as stars in the vast administrative center, the department in charge of interstellar trade carries far more power. Moreover, this is, after all, the position of deputy section chief. Compared with his previous management of Blue Star, the stage is many times broader, and the development space is incomparable. This means he will be standing on a higher platform, embarking on a brand new career full of endless possibilities. At the same time, Daegu, Xiafeng, and others also received their rating information. They were equally delighted to see the B grade, which represented excellence. Although it's a bit of a shame that I didn't get an A grade, a B grade is still pretty good. If those who received C or D grades heard such evaluations, they would surely feel a pang of bitterness. What do you mean by B grade is pretty good? Anno, in particular, was completely stunned when he saw that he had actually been appointed as the vice judge of the Imperial Court of the Trapped Galaxy. Originally, his expectation for himself was nothing more than to find a position in the administrative center of the Milky Way or to work in a related field in another galaxy. To my utter surprise, I found myself in the virtual world as the vice judge of the Imperial Court of a star system. Even though it was a virtual world, I was still a little worried that the outcome might not be right, but fortunately, the result was perfect. However, after a moment's thought, Anno understood the reason. After all, Li Yang was the examiner in this assessment, and given their relationship, such an arrangement seemed reasonable. Thinking of this, Anua couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, I wonder what my dad's expression will be when he hears this news, since I didn't ask him for help before I got into the judicial system. At this moment, in the spacious and imposing office of the Imperial Court of the local star cluster, and Cheng, the supreme judge, was slightly taken aback upon learning of his son and Nua's assessment results, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. That brat actually got into the judicial system, and he's in a pretty high position. Anqing muttered softly, his tone a mixture of praise for his son and a barely perceptible hint of relief. In fact, there had always been an agreement between father and son. Anqing hoped that his son could enter the judicial system and obtain a good position through his own abilities and efforts, without relying on any of his help. Once Anno achieves this goal, Anqing will fully support his subsequent development without reservation. While Li Yang did indeed help Anno become the vice judge of the Imperial Court of the Tropostar system, it was also the result of Anno's own connections and hard work. In Anqing's view, this was already an achievement his son had earned through his own hard work. Go and hand these cases over to the Imperial Court of the Trapped Galaxy for execution. And Cheng gave instructions to his secretary beside him, his tone calm and decisive. Now that Anno has fulfilled his promise, he will naturally not go back on his word. These are all important cases concerning the galaxy, and each one contains a significant political achievement. Now he entrusts them all to Anno without hesitation, hoping that Anno can use them to make great strides in the judicial field and carve out his own niche. Upon learning their performance evaluation rating, Xiaoquan and his group could not hide their excitement and were eager to rush to Li Yang's office to report the good news to him as soon as possible. As everyone entered the office, they stood in front of the desks, their faces beaming with joy. Li Yang looked at them, his eyes filled with satisfaction, and said with a smile, "Very good. I didn't help you much with your achievements this time. It was mainly due to your own hard work. You are too modest, Inspector Li." Anno quickly picked up the conversation, speaking sincerely. "Without your coordination, I might not have been able to assume the position of Vice Chief Judge of the Imperial Court of the Tropostar System." Inspector? When Xiaoquan and the others heard Nua address Li Yang in this way, they immediately looked puzzled and exchanged glances. They were used to calling Captain Li Yang by his usual title, so they seemed a little confused when they suddenly heard the word inspector. "Oh, I haven't had a chance to tell you all yet." Seeing their puzzled looks, Li Yang smiled and explained. "Actually, I've already been serving as the Special Inspector of the Galaxy for quite some time." As for Xiaoquan and the others, Li Yang originally planned to tell them about this at a suitable time after the assessment conference. Before the assessment conference, he had kept his identity a secret to prevent the Blue Star management from finding out and bothering him, including Xiaoquan and the others. Now that the assessment conference has come to a successful conclusion, it is the perfect time to reveal it. Upon hearing Li Yang's words, Xia Quan and the others widened their eyes instantly, their faces filled with shock. Although they are not yet clear about the specific concept of military-civilian integration, the word inspector alone is enough for them to realize that this position is by no means ordinary. In particular, Andegu and Xia Feng, who came from the military, had a deep understanding of the military system and were more aware than Xia Quan and others of the power and responsibility behind the word inspector. That means having a high degree of oversight, management, and even decision-making power in military and related affairs, making it a very important position. By the way, Andegu and Xiafeng, there's something you need to seriously consider. Li Yang's gaze fell on the two of them, and his expression became serious. Please feel free to give us your instructions, and we will do our best to fulfill them. Andegu and Xia Feng spoke almost in unison, their voices filled with determination and loyalty. After the assessment conference, as scheduled, you will serve as a squad leader in the Trapped System Guard Division. However, another option now lies before you. Li Yang paused slightly, giving them time to think. That means you will now be transferred to the Imperial military and become an Imperial officer. Although both use the same rank system, their job duties and affiliated systems are completely different. The Tropistar System Guard Division had undergone a large-scale reorganization due to the incident involving Sibik and his group. The commander-in-chief was demoted and transferred, and most of the other personnel were also reassigned elsewhere. It was taking advantage of this opportunity that Li Yang arranged for Andegu and Xia Feng to be assigned to their intended positions in the Terapi Star system. Now, for Xia Feng and Andegu, there is another important option in their career path, which will have a profound impact on their future development. Chapter 114 Guard Division or Military Headquarters. Imperial Military Headquarters? Andegu and Xia Feng couldn't help but exchange a glance, their eyes filled with contemplation and hesitation. After a moment, the two spoke slowly, their tone tinged with caution. Captain Li Yang, could you give us some time to think this over? After all, this is a crucial decision concerning our future development. Of course you can. Li Yang smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with understanding and concern. This is your own choice, and I fully respect your decision. However, there is one thing I need to make clear. You must inform me of your decision by tomorrow at the latest. After all, according to the arrangement, you will begin your duties in the Guard Division in 2 days at the latest. Once you take office, it will be inconvenient to transfer you later. Li Yang explained the situation in detail and carefully, making the two of them aware of the urgency of the matter. Clear. Andegu and Xia Feng responded in unison, knowing the importance of the matter and grateful to Li Yang for considering their needs. Oh, there's one more thing. Li Yang shifted his gaze from the two of them and looked at the crowd. However, Xia Quan was also involved in this matter. Hearing Li Yang say this, Xia Quan was slightly taken aback, then quickly stepped forward and stood in front, waiting attentively for Li Yang to continue. Your status has now officially changed from that of second-class citizens of the Empire to that of citizens of the Empire. Li Yang's tone was calm and even, as if he were simply stating an ordinary matter. However, his light words were like a bombshell, stirring up 1,000 waves in Xia Quan and the others' hearts. Their faces were instantly filled with surprise. Captain Li Yang, what does this mean? Xia Quan looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask, while the others also cast inquiring glances at him. Don't overthink it. Li Yang explained patiently. Previously, you were able to hold administrative ranks despite being second-class citizens, which was actually due to my special application to the relevant departments of the Empire. Now that you have been successfully promoted and left Earth, your positions have changed, and your status will naturally change accordingly. After all, according to the regulations of the Empire, second-class citizens cannot hold these positions. Li Yang knew that, to some extent, if they wanted to be promoted, they would have to change from second-class citizens to normal Imperial citizens. Although this meant he lost absolute control over Xia Quan and the others in terms of their identities, Li Yang didn't care. In his view, after spending time together and working together, he believed that Xia Quan and the others would still be willing to continue following him. Even if someone is unwilling for some reason, he won't say much. After all, everyone has worked under him for a period of time. Li Yang is not a narrow-minded person. He respects everyone's choice. Rest assured, no matter how your status changes, you will always be our most respected Captain Li Yang. Xia Quan quickly straightened up and sincerely expressed his loyalty. In his heart, from a public perspective, Li Yang had always cared for them and provided them with a lot of support and help. From a private perspective, in such a vast empire, personal connections were of utmost importance. If they left Li Yang, their solid backer, they would never be able to find such a reliable support again. Although Andegu and Xia Feng did not speak, like Xia Quan, they stared intently at Li Yong, their burning gazes seemingly proclaiming their unwavering stance and demonstrating that they always stood on the same side as Li Yong. Haha, you really do have to know how to talk. Li Yong burst into hearty laughter. At that moment, he finally understood why some people were so eager to hear others' flattery. Just hearing Xia Quan's sincere words of loyalty made me feel exceptionally good. It seemed that all my previous efforts to help them had been worthwhile. No, these words are all heartfelt and sincere. Xia Quan looked completely serious, without the slightest hint of pretense. All right, stop joking around. Go back and prepare for your new job. The work ahead won't be easy, so you'll all need to be on your toes. Li Yong smiled, his eyes filled with anticipation for them. Yes. The three men immediately stood up straight in unison, gave a crisp and clean imperial salute, then turned and left the office with firm steps. What? Anno, is there something else? Li Yong then noticed that Anhwa was still quietly staying in the same spot, showing no intention of leaving, and couldn't help but ask. That's right, Captain Li Yong. Anno frowned slightly, her expression showing some worry. Since I am going to take up a position in the Tarapa system, Mars will be left without management. Therefore, I would like to ask for your help in transferring some capable personnel from the Blue Planet Management Department to help manage Mars. Mars. Isn't that an asset of the Empire? After you're transferred, won't the Empire arrange for someone else to replace you? Anhua's words left Li Yong completely baffled. After all, in his mind, Mars and Earth were completely different. Earth was a private planet, while Mars had always been an asset belonging to the Empire. Cough cough. Anno scratched his head awkwardly and slowly began to explain the situation. Actually, when we were discussing the Earth immigration plan before, I realized the potential value of Mars. Back then, before the immigration boom, the price of Mars wasn't too high, so I generously spent the money to buy it. Anno recalled the scene and couldn't help but feel impressed by his decisive decision. After all, everyone knows that as the Blue Star immigration plan progresses, the value of Mars will inevitably rise, and his early move undoubtedly seized this excellent opportunity. Anno naturally chose to retain the position of Mars governor, since he was appointed Mars governor first and then bought Mars. The order of events makes retaining the position a logical step, maintaining a certain level of management order and facilitating Anno's overall planning for future affairs on Mars. I see, I understand now. Li Yong nodded slightly, then said seriously, I will have the Earth's management department select a group of capable personnel to assist in the management of Mars. Thank you so much, Captain Li Yong. Anno's eyes were full of gratitude, and he quickly said, Rest assured, we'll split the profits generated by Mars 40-60, with you taking 60% and me taking 40%. I just finished dealing with the corruption and bribery case involving Civic and his group. What do you mean by this? Li Yong narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Anhua meaningfully. Of course, this was just a joke on his part. He just wanted to see how Anhua would react to such a question. Chapter 115 New Mission. Hey, you can't say that, Captain Li Yong. Anno's face immediately lit up with a smile as he hurriedly explained. This isn't bribery. It's clearly a reasonable fee for your Earth administration to help manage Mars. Think about it. Managing Mars definitely requires a lot of manpower and resources, wouldn't you agree? As Anhua spoke, she carefully observed Li Yang's expression with her eyes. All right, kid, I'll accept your kind offer. Seeing Anhua's quick wit, Li Yong couldn't help but laugh. He certainly understood the deeper meaning behind Anhua's actions. Compared to Xia Quan and the others, who were his own people and confidants, Anhua could not yet be considered a complete confidant. Anno's proposal to share the profits, citing Blue Star's assistance in managing Mars, was actually an expression of his utmost sincerity and loyalty. Li Yong naturally accepted Anhua's gesture with pleasure. Putting aside the immense power Anno's father wielded as the supreme judge of the imperial court in this star cluster, Anno himself alone demonstrated abilities and potential that made Li Yong feel he was worth investing in. After all, in the complex environment of officialdom, having a reliable and capable person is always beneficial to one's career development. Seeing that his goal had been successfully achieved, Anhua's face was filled with a satisfied smile. He bowed slightly to Li Yong respectfully, then turned around and left with light steps. At this moment, his heart was filled with anticipation and excitement for his future role as Vice Chief Judge in the Trapped Galaxy. He was ready to go back and make careful plans to be in the best possible condition to meet the new challenges. By the way, this assessment conference has concluded successfully. It's time to put the anti-corruption conference for officials that I proposed earlier on the agenda and begin preparations. Li Yong was still methodically planning the follow-up work when he was interrupted by a crisp, an urgent AI notification before he could finish speaking. A new mission has been sent from the Imperial Military Headquarters. Please check it carefully. The sudden sound instantly interrupted Li Yang's thoughts. A new mission? A sense of doubt arose in Li Yang's heart. How could a new mission come at this time so coincidentally? Although he was completely puzzled, out of absolute obedience to the orders of the Imperial military, he quickly adjusted his thoughts and silently opened the new mission requirements. Mission requirements. Immediately proceed to the Lonstan system to serve as the assessment instructor for 3 students from the Imperial Supreme Military Academy. Assist in investigating subspace worlds and conquer those worlds. Mission rewards. Admission to the highest military academy of the Shili Empire, 20 million star coins, 5,000 military merits, a 4-level increase in military rank, and the right to choose 1 starship from the Imperial port in the Lonstan System space station. After reading the entire mission description, Li Yang's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with a mixture of surprise and delight. Putting the task requirements aside for the moment, the rewards alone are incredibly generous and tempting. The ability to choose any starship means he can select a desired one from the Imperial port at the Lonstan System space station. After all, it's an Imperial port within a system. Surely it should have a starship of stellar caliber? Perhaps even a super starship. Not to mention the 5,000 military merits and the promotion of his rank by 4 levels, which directly propelled him to take a big step forward in his military career. Judging from the name and the ranking of the rewards, the advanced study spot at the Shili Empire's highest military academy is definitely the best and biggest reward. What's the deal with this military academy, AI brain? Li Yang couldn't wait to ask the AI, confident that this training opportunity must have extraordinary significance and great benefits. The Supreme Military Academy of the Dixili Empire is the largest and most authoritative official officer training academy within the Dixili Empire. All graduates start with the rank of 2nd lieutenant. At the same time, it is also a specialized academy for the post-military training of officers of the Imperial Army and the Guard Division, occupying a pivotal position in the entire Empire's military education system. Upon hearing the AI's detailed explanation, Li Yang instantly understood just how valuable this opportunity was. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that one will receive training at the academy will undoubtedly lead to a significant improvement in both military theory and combat skills, making a promotion in rank a natural progression. So, if I complete this task, I'll also have the opportunity to enter this academy. As Li Yang pondered, he muttered to himself. He then turned his attention to another key piece of information. But what exactly is this subspace world that's being mentioned? The subspace is completely different from the normal space we live in. It is another unique spatial dimension, or a manifestation of a parallel space. The Empire can enter the subspace through special technological means. The AI responded. Simply put, subspace is like a mysterious world hidden in the vast universe, full of unknowns and surprises, like a series of mysterious treasures waiting to be discovered by explorers. After all, no one can know for sure what kind of world it contains. Interesting. Li Yang's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a challenging and rewarding task was undoubtedly very attractive to him. In contrast, the planned anti-corruption conference for officials will have to be postponed and rescheduled for later. PAL, notify the fleet to prepare to assemble. The Empire has sent a new mission. Without hesitation, Li Yang issued the order to PAL through the AI, his tone revealing unwavering decisiveness and determination. Yes. After giving instructions to PAL, Li Yang couldn't help but think of Andegu and Xiaofeng. As previously agreed, the 2 of them were supposed to come to my office tomorrow to report on the decision to transfer to the Imperial Military Headquarters. However, they have now received a new mission, and I know I won't be able to find them in my office tomorrow. Li Yang frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then sent an application form for the transfer of the Guard Division to the Imperial Army to the 2 of them via the AI, along with a message. This is the application form for the Guard Division to transfer to the Imperial Army. After you have carefully considered it, if you decide to transfer to the Imperial Army, please fill out the application form and send it to me. I hope you will make the choice that is most beneficial to your future. After dealing with this matter, Li Yang leaned back in his chair and carefully reviewed the recent tasks. After confirming that there were no other omissions to be dealt with, he got up and calmly left the office. As I walked toward the towing bridge where the starship was docked, I was already looking forward to the new interstellar journey that was about to begin. Chapter 116 Journey to the Lonstan System. In the distant Landstein system, in the vast expanse of space, a group of starships floated silently, neatly arranged, their hulls reflecting the faint light of the universe, appearing exceptionally mysterious against the dark background. Not far from the fleet, a massive spatial rift suddenly appeared in the vast starry sky, as if a tear had been ripped open in the universe, from which strange light faintly emanated. "We never expected to find a subspace rift. This is amazing," a young male voice shouted excitedly, the sound echoing in the main ship's command room, filled with barely suppressed excitement. Okay, I've heard you say that hundreds of times already. My ears are practically calloused." Another female voice spoke up helplessly. "I wonder what kind of teachers the Empire will assign us." Another, different male voice spoke. The three of them were students from the highest military academy of the Shili Empire. They were about to graduate and had embarked on this distant interstellar journey with the important task of completing their graduation assessment. This unexpected discovery of the subspace world undoubtedly provides them with an excellent opportunity for assessment. In the vast and bustling spaceport area of the Milky Way's administrative center, Li Yang's fleet had quietly completed its assembly. The star ships were lined up neatly, their hulls gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that the Imperial X-5 patrol ship was not among the fleet. Li Yang had no choice but to accept this, since the destination of this mission was the extremely distant Lonstan system, which was not in the Milky Way at all. According to the strict regulations of the Guard Division, the Imperial X-5 type Guard patrol ship could not leave the Milky Way, so Li Yang had to go there on his own starship. "Captain Li Yang, all personnel are in position and everything is ready. Shall we depart immediately?" Par's voice came through the communication channel. "Off we go. Destination, Lonstan system, full speed ahead." Standing in the command room of the Star Destroyer, Li Yang gazed firmly at the vast universe before him and issued the order without hesitation. "Yes." Par loudly relayed instructions into the communication device. "Attention all units. The fleet is about to initiate a hyperspace jump. 3, 2, 1, commence jump." At this command, every starship in the fleet instantly burst forth with intense light, its hyperspace engines operating at full power, and beams of dazzling energy shot out from the bottom of the starships, distorting the surrounding space. In the blink of an eye, the entire fleet disappeared into the spaceport area of the Galactic Administrative Center, leaving only a brief ripple of energy. Meanwhile, in another part of the Galactic Administrative Center, Cohen sat in his spacious and dignified office, intently reviewing the mountain of documents piled on his desk. At this moment, his secretary gently pushed open the door, walked in with light steps, and said respectfully, "Speaker, Inspector Lee asked me to tell you that he has just received an urgent mission and, due to the mission, needs to leave the department temporarily and will be unable to continue participating in related matters in the near future." "Okay, I understand." Cohen's didn't even look up, only giving a curt reply. His face remained expressionless, as if he had expected this to happen. After all, given the integrated military and political structure of Li Yang, Cohen's had long anticipated this situation. Besides, the position of inspector mainly fulfills supervisory responsibilities and does not directly participate in the specific daily work within the department. To some extent, Li Yang's departure may actually be a relief to some other officials, who may feel more at ease in their work as they are free from the invisible pressure of supervision. The distance between the Landstein Galaxy and the Milky Way is extremely vast, separated by countless other galaxies. Even with the use of hyperspace jump technology, it would still take several days to reach the destination. In this long journey through the vast universe, time seems to slow down and become profound. The day after the fleet set sail, Li Yang, who was focused on studying mission data in the Star Destroyer's command room, suddenly received a crisp notification sound from his AI. He was slightly taken aback, then put down the documents in his hand, opened the message to check, and found that it was a message from Andegu and Xiaofeng. After carefully reading the document, Li Yang learned that the two had made an important decision after much deliberation and in-depth discussion. They planned for one person to remain in the Guard Division, while the other would transfer to the Imperial Army. After careful consideration, Andegu was transferred to the Imperial Army, while Xiaofeng believed that his abilities and personality were more suitable for the working environment and responsibilities of the Guard Division than Andegu's. After reading the message, Li Yang nodded slightly, expressing his understanding of the two's decision. Subsequently, he received Andegu's formal application report. Li Yang immediately submitted Andegu's application report to the Imperial Military Department through the AI. Based on past experience, the military department usually takes about a day to process such applications and then gives a reply. Time slips away quietly, and another day has passed. At this point, the fleet had already covered half of its journey via hyperspace jump. Based on the current pace, it should arrive in the Lonstan system in 2 days at most. Meanwhile, Andega's application report submitted to the Imperial Military Headquarters finally received a reply. Li Yang received another notification from the AI and quickly checked the message. He saw that the Imperial Military had approved Andega's transfer application. With this, Andegu officially transitioned from the captain of the Trapped Star System Guard Division to a 4th-level sergeant in the Empire. Because of the transfer from the Guard Division to the Imperial Army, which involved adjustments to ranks across different systems, Andegu's rank was reduced by 1 level. However, for Angu, this was just a new beginning in his military career. In the Empire's military system, once Angu, a human, is successfully promoted to lieutenant, he will have his own fleet and embark on a more glorious military journey, writing his own legendary chapter in the vast universe. After successfully handling Andega's career transition, time quietly flowed through the universe. 2 more days passed, and after a long hyperspace jump voyage, the fleet finally arrived at the Lonstan system. As soon as the fleet entered the Lonstan system, its scanning system was quickly activated, beginning a comprehensive survey of the surrounding airspace. Soon, Li Yang's fleet detected a group of starships silently resting in space, and a huge spatial rift not far from the fleet. Chapter 117 3 Students. Upon closer inspection, the number of starships was quite considerable, more than a dozen in total. However, judging from their models, they were all the lowest-level planetary starships. And that crack must be the subspace world. Are all these starships theirs? No wonder they're students of the highest military academy. Li Yang raised an eyebrow slightly and couldn't help but say, "After all, I don't have that many starships myself. It just goes to show that this is the highest-level military academy. Even before graduating, the students are able to allocate such resources." Pal sent them a personnel request. Li Yang turned to Pal and said, he was eager to get to the enemy fleet first, to meet his students who would be going on the mission with him, so that he could have a more direct understanding of their situation. Meanwhile, 3 students in the main ship's command room also detected a new fleet appearing within the scanning range of the Lonstan system. A new fleet? They must be the instructors assigned to us by higher-ups, right? A male student spoke first, his eyes full of anticipation and curiosity. This mission is of great significance, and they all hope to have an excellent and reliable teacher to assist them. I hope he won't be like that old man in the college who always has a stern face. Another male student pursed his lips and silently complained. He still felt lingering fear when he thought of that strict and rigid old professor in the college. "Okay, you're talking badly about the professor. I'll tattle on you when we get back." The female student next to him blinked and said with a mischievous smile, "Oh no, big sister, I was wrong, okay?" Upon hearing this, the male student panicked and immediately begged for mercy. He didn't want to get a severe scolding from the professor when he got back. That wouldn't be pleasant. "Okay, you two stop arguing." The first male student shook his head helplessly, looking at his 2 lovable companions, feeling both annoyed and amused. "That fleet has requested personnel transfer from us. Get ready for the arrival of the assessment instructors." Upon hearing this, the other 2 stopped fooling around, straightened their uniforms, and adopted a serious and earnest demeanor. After confirming the application information, they approved the personnel transfer request. A moment later, a soft light shone in the command room, and the figures of Li Yang and Pal slowly appeared. As soon as Li Yang entered the command room, he saw 3 humans dressed in neat Imperial military uniforms standing there. Their expressions changed from anticipation to surprise in an instant, as if they were somewhat surprised by Li Yang's appearance or manner of arrival. Human? Or a humanoid race? Li Yang's gaze swept back and forth between the 3 people in front of him, his eyes filled with surprise. In his mind, the students from the highest military academy of the Shili Empire would definitely be a gathering of elites from various races. After all, the empire was vast and diverse in race. However, at this moment, standing in front of him were all humans, which was truly unexpected for him. "Are you human too?" They never expected that the person sent to instruct them would be a human officer, since everyone knew that human officers were rare. But thinking about it, maybe the higher-ups thought the 3 of them were human, so they specially sent a human officer. "Hello, I am Li Yang, and I am also the examiner for this operation." Li Yang broke the slightly awkward silence first, slowly approaching the 3 who hadn't fully recovered, with a friendly smile on his face, and gesturing with his hand. "This is my deputy, Pal. Please give me your guidance in the upcoming operations." "Oh, hello." One of the boys, who had regular features and a well-proportioned figure, paused for a moment before quickly stepping forward to shake Li Yang's hand, a slightly reserved smile on his face, and introducing himself. "My name is Aji, and these 2 are my companions and classmates." "Hello." My name is Susia. Susia, a girl with neat short hair, nodded slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of liveliness and intelligence, and responded politely. Hello, my name is Wang Gang. Meanwhile, another burly young man, Wang Gang, chuckled and scratched his head as he introduced himself. Once he came to his senses, Aji hurriedly and enthusiastically introduced himself and his companions. Seeing this, the other two also began to introduce themselves. As they shook hands, Li Yang's gaze inadvertently fell on the three men's shoulder insignia. Instead of the usual colorful stars that signify military rank, the insignia featured two thin silver bars that crossed to form a cross, shimmering softly under the light. This shoulder insignia indicates that the candidate is an Imperial Reserve officer, as students of the Imperial Supreme Military Academy are not awarded ranks before graduation. Just then, the AI issued a timely notification, explaining the meaning of the epaulets to Li Yang. The three of them were also drawn to the striking epaulets on Li Yang's shoulders. A fifth-level lieutenant. Aji stared at Li Yang's epaulets, his eyes filled with envy, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. I really hope the military will award me the rank of lieutenant after graduation. It would be so prestigious to be like Teacher Li. Although his voice wasn't loud, his longing was palpable. Keep daydreaming. Upon hearing this, Susia couldn't help but roll her eyes, grabbed Aji's ear, and pretended to be fierce as she spoke. Passing the exam and graduating successfully is already quite an achievement, okay? You think the rank of lieutenant is as easy as cabbage, something you can just get anytime? She applied a little pressure, causing Aji to wince in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The teacher is here. Why are you still like this? As Aji struggled, he pitifully begged for mercy, his face showing both pain and helplessness. Snort. Susia gave a soft snort, then let go of her hand, crossed her arms over her chest, and looked at her with a disappointed expression. Watching the two playfully bickering, Li Yang felt not the slightest bit unhappy. On the contrary, he felt inexplicably cheerful. He couldn't help but recall when he was selected as an officer in the Empire. Wasn't he a college student back then? All right, stop fooling around in front of the teacher. Wang Gang smiled awkwardly to the side and hurriedly explained to Li Yang. I'm sorry to have made you laugh. They've always been like this, like children who never grow up, always bickering and fighting. No, I think it's fine this way. This is what young people should be like. If they're always so lifeless, it's no fun at all. Did you hear that, Wang Gang? Aji, whose ears were still bright red, seemed to have found someone to back him up. He quickly ran up to Wang Gang, deliberately looked up at him, and said in a smug manner, Don't be so lifeless and old-fashioned all the time, understand? However, Wang Gang was a full half-head taller than Aji. Aji's head-tilted posture not only lacked any intimidation, but also looked quite comical, like a child trying to appear mature. Stupid. Wang Gang's lips twitched slightly, and although the sound was soft, it was still keenly caught by Aji. Hey, did you just call me an idiot? Aji's eyes widened, and he said angrily, I can even read your lips. That's enough. Can't you just behave yourself? Seeing Aji's incessant nagging, Susia finally lost her temper, stepped forward, and punched Aji on the head. The punch wasn't heavy, but it was enough to make Aji squat on the ground, clutching his head and muttering, Ouch, ouch, ouch. Without his nagging, the world finally quieted down. Chapter 118 Graduation Assessment. Li Yang, who had been silently watching this scene, couldn't help but turn his head and exchange a glance with Pal. A smile flashed in both of their eyes, and then they laughed at the same time. Li Yang felt that this operation was destined to be anything but boring. With these energetic students by his side, it would surely add a unique touch to the mission. So, it's been almost a month since you left the academy? Everyone settled into the comfortable seats, where soft lighting created a relaxed yet curious atmosphere, and they naturally began to learn about each other. Li Yang looked gently at Adi, Susia, and Wang Gang, listening quietly to their stories. Adi nodded slightly and spoke first. That's right, Teacher Li, we've reached the crucial stage of graduation. The academy randomly assigned each of us to a fleet, and then we went out to find assessment missions. Their graduation assessment task was both simple and complex. In short, they had to find a civilization that was not under the Empire's control and successfully conquer it to complete the assessment. To successfully complete this mission, the three piloted their fleet for a full month, sailing beyond the vast and unknown territories of the Empire. For the past month, they have traversed the vast cosmos, scanning space with each scan and approaching a new galaxy, filled with anticipation, hoping to find a civilization that meets their criteria. However, fate always seems to play tricks on people. A month passed, and they still hadn't found anything and were unable to find a suitable target. When they arrived in the Lonstant system, they originally only planned to replenish their supplies and rest for a while, but unexpectedly, a pleasant surprise quietly arrived. As the fleet slowly entered the Lonstant system, it saw a huge and mysterious subspace rift, like a deep eye of the universe, slowly opening. This sudden discovery made the three of them realize instantly that this might be the perfect opportunity for them to complete their graduation assessment. The three immediately reached a consensus. They promptly reported the situation to the Academy in detail through the AI and solemnly requested that the subspace world be used as the new target for this assessment mission. The Academy was well aware of the unique and complex nature of the subspace world. Considering the many unknown risks and challenges the students might face, after careful deliberation, it decided to send an officer to serve as the instructor for the three students on this mission. This person was Liang. Speaking of the subspace world, it has always been a mysterious entity in the Empire's cognitive system. According to the Empire's detailed records, the civilization levels in the subspace world are generally not high, with the vast majority maintaining a level of 1 or 2. Only a very small number of civilizations have been able to develop to level 3. The reason for this is not hard to understand, because once a civilization develops to level 3 or above, it will basically master the technology to escape from subspace, thereby leaving subspace and entering a wider universe to develop. For this reason, the subspace world is like a mysterious treasure hidden deep in the universe, filled with a large number of low-level civilizations, waiting for brave explorers to unveil its mystery. By the way, from what you were saying just now, it seems like graduating from this college is extremely difficult. Liang frowned slightly, his heart filled with doubt. After all, just now when Su Xia was pulling Aji's ear, he clearly heard Su Xia say that it was good enough to graduate, which made him very interested in the difficulty of graduating from the academy. Yes, teacher Li. Wang Gang answered with a serious expression. You may not know this, but the academy we are in is the most prestigious and authoritative military academy in the Empire. Because of this, the graduation requirements set by the academy are extremely stringent, and it is by no means easy to graduate smoothly. Hearing Wang Gang's explanation, Liang became even more confused. Even though he hadn't graduated from the academy, he was directly assigned to a fleet to do graduation assessment missions. This treatment was already quite generous. Even if all the ships assigned are the lowest-level planetary starships, the strength of an entire fleet is enough to completely overwhelm a typical level 2 civilization. Even when facing a level 3 civilization, self-preservation is not difficult if handled properly. Given this, how could graduation requirements be difficult? Seeing the puzzled look on Liang's face, Wang Gang immediately understood what he was thinking and continued to patiently explain. Teacher Li, although in terms of fleet combat power, most low-level civilizations are indeed no match for us, there are many difficulties involved. First of all, whether we can find a suitable civilization is a big problem. Even if you manage to find it, the civilization's strength can't be too low. Otherwise, in the Academy's graduation assessment system, the score won't be enough, and you still won't be able to graduate smoothly. Yes, teacher Li. Su Xia chimed in, adding to the conversation. In fact, over the past month, we have discovered several level 1 civilizations, but those civilizations are far too backward. They haven't even invented the most basic gunpowder yet. Even if we successfully conquer such civilizations, according to the Academy's grading standards, we simply won't reach the required score for graduation. The Imperial Civilization Hierarchy System has clear and strict definitions. As long as a civilization has not yet developed to level 2, regardless of its specific level of development, it is classified as a level 1 civilization. Even primitive civilizations that are still in the Stone Age and rely on simple stone tools for production and daily life are still classified as level 1 civilizations. After all, in the eyes of a powerful empire, a first-level civilization is like an insignificant ant, lacking even the ability to communicate effectively with the empire. Why would an empire bother to meticulously distinguish the differences between these ants? Such a painstaking and unnecessary task is something only ants would do. After all, only when a civilization develops to level 2 and has the ability to explore a certain range of the surrounding universe can it barely qualify to communicate and dialogue with the empire. In this light, it's not hard to understand why Adi, Su Xia, and Wang Gang, after searching for a month in the vast universe outside the empire, still couldn't find a low-level civilization that met their graduation requirements. The difficulty of this graduation assessment is far greater than it appears on the surface. To achieve the goal, one really needs to put in more effort and have more luck. Chapter 119, Entering the Subspace. Teacher, when do we set off to enter the subspace world? Aji's eyes lit up as he looked at Li Yong with eager anticipation. Take your time. Li Yong waved his hand calmly, his face showing a reassuring expression, and slowly spoke. Let me first tell you about the strength of your fleet. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Only by understanding our available strength can we better deal with the mission ahead. Li Yong knew in his heart that he had come here with a dual mission. On the one hand, we need to supervise them to complete their graduation assessments and ensure their safety. On the other hand, we also need to provide them with the necessary support to help them complete their tasks as smoothly as possible. As for himself, regardless of whether these students can ultimately achieve their graduation goals, the mission he received from the Imperial Military Department must be completed perfectly. This is related to many important mission rewards and his own career development, and there is no room for carelessness. After all, his mission was only to investigate and conquer the world, not to help them complete their assessment tasks. Fleet strength? Upon hearing Li Yang's question, Wang Gang immediately perked up and answered earnestly. We currently only have 12 planetary starships allocated by the Academy, and a replica Imperial soldier force of 60,000. As he spoke, he recounted in detail the specifics of the fleet assigned to them by the Academy, without reservation, describing every detail clearly. Replica Imperial soldiers? Li Yong was slightly taken aback. The term was somewhat unfamiliar to him, and he couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. The replica Imperial soldiers are assembled from unconscious clones and intelligent brains. As if sensing Li Yang's confusion, the AI promptly issued a crisp notification sound, offering an explanation. Since unranked officers are not allowed to command real Imperial soldiers, the purpose of replica Imperial soldiers is specifically for deployment and use by unranked reserve Imperial officers during missions and exercises. Although they are not real Imperial soldiers, they meet the mission requirements well in terms of combat effectiveness and obedience. I see. But these replica Imperial soldiers are really quite realistic. Thinking of this, out of curiosity, Li Yong turned his head to look at the replica Imperial soldier who was intently operating the control panel. Seemingly sensing that someone was watching him, the replica Imperial soldier turned his head naturally, met Li Yang's gaze, and gave a perfectly timed smile. He also nodded slightly, gesturing to Li Yong in a friendly manner. Its every move is almost identical to that of a real Imperial soldier. If one did not know beforehand, it would be difficult to detect that this is just a replica composed of clones and an AI. All right. After our conversation, I have a pretty good understanding of your specific situation. Li Yong glanced at everyone, then looked at Pal and said calmly, Pal, notify the fleet to prepare to enter subspace. Yes. Pal responded immediately and quickly turned to relay the instructions. As the teacher of the three in this operation, based on the mission arrangement, the command of the entire fleet was naturally handed over to Li Yong. At this moment, he shoulders the heavy responsibility of leading everyone to complete the mission, and every decision he makes is related to the success or failure of this operation. Are we finally going in? That's fantastic. Upon hearing that he could finally begin his graduation exam, Aji was so excited that his face turned red, and he jumped up and down like a child, unable to contain his joy. His eyes gleamed with excitement, filled with anticipation and curiosity for the mysterious subspace world he was about to enter. That's enough. Can't you just behave yourself? Su Xia could no longer bear it. Frowning, she lightly punched Aji on the head again, without any mercy. This made Aji quiet down instantly. He touched his head, stuck out his tongue, and stopped making a sound. Attention, all starships. We are preparing to enter subspace. Please take necessary protective measures. Par relayed the order through the fleet's communication system, and it instantly spread to every corner of the entire fleet. Upon hearing the order, all the crew members on the starship immediately sprang into action. Following the established procedure, they quickly activated the defense systems of their respective starships. These layers of defense systems were like a sturdy armor covering the starships, effectively preventing them from encountering various unknown dangers during their entry into subspace. Ready to jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. Li Yong stood in the center of the command platform, his eyes fixed on the screen in front of him, and issued the final instructions. As the command was given, all the starship's engines simultaneously emitted a deep and powerful roar, and a strange light emanated from around the hulls. Immediately afterwards, these starships flashed and disappeared from their original positions like shooting stars, steadily entering the mysterious subspace rift. In a deep, boundless, pitch-black space, there was originally no sound, as if time and space had stood still. Suddenly, a strange ripple spread through the deathly still space, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread outwards. In the blink of an eye, a massive fleet appeared out of thin air, suddenly appearing in this mysterious space. The lights on the fleet flashed, standing out conspicuously in the darkness. Is this the interior of subspace? Li Yang stared at the light screen, his eyes revealing a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Beyond the light screen lay pitch blackness, a stark contrast to the vast starry sky they were familiar with. Here, there are no twinkling stars, no dazzling nebulae, and no trace of any planets. It's as if the whole world is shrouded in darkness, so quiet that it makes one feel uneasy. What a strange space. I can't find my way at all. Is there really a civilization here? Su Xia stared intently at the darkness before her, her brows furrowing slightly, a hint of worry in her voice. If there is no civilization in this mysterious subspace, then their hard-earned graduation assessment will once again be in vain. It's no easy task to find another suitable world in the vast universe to serve as a test target. Don't worry. Seeing this, Aji slowly walked to Su Xia's side, gently patted her shoulder, trying to help her relax, and put on a relaxed and carefree expression. According to the Empire's data, there are definitely worlds and civilizations in the subspace. Didn't you read the data carefully? Do you want to die? Su Xia turned her head and stared at Aji expressionlessly, a hint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Hey! Aji was startled by Su Xia's gaze and quickly took a few steps back to distance himself from her. After all, his head was still throbbing from the earlier tapping by Su Xia. Violent woman. Aji muttered to himself in a low voice, as soft as a mosquito's buzz, afraid that Su Xia would hear him. What did you say? Su Xia keenly caught Aji's whisper and turned her gaze to him again. It's nothing, haha. Aji smiled awkwardly and quickly waved his hand in denial, secretly relieved that he hadn't been heard clearly. Chapter 120: The Newly Discovered Planet. Meanwhile, Li Yang quickly went into command mode. In this unknown subspace, time is life, and action must be taken as soon as possible. Attention all crew. The fleet is conducting a full-scale scan of the surrounding area, searching for any possible clues. Li Yang's voice was transmitted to every corner of the fleet through the communication system. The crew members immediately took charge of their respective duties, operating the various instruments and equipment in a tense but orderly manner. Not long after, the crew member in charge of the scanning excitedly reported. The report states that a light source has been discovered 20 light years away from us. All right, fleet, full speed ahead. Li Yang's eyes lit up, and he issued the order without hesitation. Now that they had found a potential target civilization, they couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. As the command was given, the fleet's hyperspace jump engines activated instantly, and dazzling lights flashed around the starship, as if space itself was being distorted. In no time at all, the entire fleet arrived at the target location precisely, like a streak of light. Captain Li Yang, we have spotted 3 unknown planets ahead. Pal's voice was urgent. Upon hearing this, Li Yang immediately began to skillfully operate the control panel. With a soft flash of light, the light screen opened instantly, and the holographic projections of 3 planets were vividly projected onto the control panel in the command room. The projection was incredibly detailed, as if it instantly brought a real planet to life before everyone's eyes. This star is clearly similar to the Sun. Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze falling on the enormous star that was emitting a dazzling light. It was like a radiant lighthouse, radiating endless light and heat in this mysterious subspace, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The source of the light that was found earlier must have been emitted by it. After staring at them for a moment, Li Yang slowly turned his head and turned his gaze to the other 2 planets. One of the planets is remarkably similar in color to Blue Star, displaying a deep and captivating hue. Through holographic projection, one can clearly see the undulating land masses and vast oceans on the planet's surface, intertwined with each other. With his extensive interstellar experience, Li Yang immediately recognized that a planet with a suitable environment for life was very likely to harbor a civilization. As for the other planet, its shape is truly bizarre. The entire planet seemed to have been severely damaged by some kind of world-destroying force, as if it had been forcibly shaved in half, and floated alone in this vast subspace in a unique semicircular shape. Even more strangely, the missing half of the space was not empty, but was filled perfectly by some mysterious gas. Overall, the planet is half solid and heavy, and the other half is light and ethereal gas, creating a unique and strangely harmonious landscape. Faced with such a strange planet, Li Yang was unsure whether a civilization existed on it, and a strong sense of curiosity and desire to explore arose in his heart. This must be a world of fantasy civilization, right? Wang Gang stared intently at the strangely shaped planet, his brows furrowed, looking deep in thought. I remember the professor saying that if you encounter a strangely shaped planet, there is a high probability that a fantastical civilization exists on it. As Wang Gang recalled the events, he nodded slightly, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. Did that old man say that? I don't remember. Aji scratched his head, his face full of doubt and his eyes filled with confusion. In his memory, he seemed to have never had such a memory before. You're such a sleepyhead. You never even listen in class. How could you possibly know anything? I really don't know how you even got into the academy. Su Xia couldn't help but roll her eyes, looking at Aji with disdain and mercilessly criticizing him. She felt both helpless and angry at Aji's careless attitude towards studying. Humph, why should I bother memorizing all that complicated knowledge when I have an AI? Aji muttered under his breath, his voice so low it was like a mosquito's buzz, trying to justify his actions. In his view, the AI has powerful information storage and retrieval capabilities and can obtain the knowledge it needs at any time, so why bother memorizing those complicated and trivial contents? Li Yang, who was standing quietly listening to Wang Gang, was slightly taken aback when Wang Gang mentioned fantasy civilization, and a ripple of surprise rose in his heart. Is it yet another fantasy civilization? Li Yang muttered to himself in a low voice, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. After a brief moment of thought, Li Yang turned his gaze to Pao and asked with a serious and focused expression, Pao, can you scan the civilization status of these two planets? Understanding the information about civilizations on the planet is crucial for future action plans. Pao frowned slightly, a hint of regret on his face, and replied with a touch of apology. I'm sorry, Captain Li Yang. The scanning system has only been able to successfully scan information about one of the planets so far. However, the scanning signal seems to have encountered a strange and powerful resistance on that oddly shaped planet, and the scanning system is unable to penetrate it and obtain information about its interior. Hearing Pao's answer, Li Yang was not frustrated at all. On the contrary, he seemed to have been aroused with strong curiosity. You three come here for a moment. Li Yang looked steadily at Aji, Su Xia, and Wang Gang, already having conceived a preliminary plan in his mind. However, he believed this was also a good opportunity to assess the students' thinking and decision-making abilities, so he decided to listen to the three students' thoughts first, since he was also serving as an assessor this time. Teacher, is there anything I can help you with? Aji, Su Xia, and Wang Gang quickly gathered around. Aji, who usually had a playful and carefree attitude, now looked serious. Share your thoughts on what to do next, Li Yang asked in a calm voice. Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately became serious. Even Aji, who was usually always laughing and joking, put away his carefree demeanor. In their minds, Li Yang was now their examiner, and this inquiry was undoubtedly part of the assessment concerning their graduation grades and could not be taken lightly. Su Xia spoke first, and she spoke clearly and logically. Based on the available intelligence, we know very little about the situation on both planets. Acting rashly may lead to unknown dangers. Therefore, I believe we should first conduct an in-depth investigation into the detailed situation on these two planets. Only by acquiring sufficient intelligence can we make comprehensive plans and formulate more reasonable and effective strategies. After Su Xia finished speaking, Wang Gang and Aji nodded in agreement, expressing their agreement with her idea. Wang Gang then added, we can also focus on key information such as the distribution of energy on a planet and signs of technological advancement, which are crucial for judging the level of development of civilizations and potential threats. Aji chimed in. Yes, and the living conditions of local organisms and their social organization might reveal clues about the existence and characteristics of civilization. After listening to the three people's speeches, Li Yang nodded slightly and turned to Pao. Pao, do as they say, send a small team down to each of the two planets. To make them easier to distinguish, label the two planets A and B, and conduct a full scan of Planet A to obtain as much detailed information as possible. Chapter 121, Two Civilizations. Li Yang decided to adopt their proposal, partly because he acknowledged their line of thinking, and partly because he wanted to see how effective their plan would be in practice. Of course, both of these mission squads used replicas of Imperial soldiers. After all, these replica soldiers are assembled from unconscious clones and AI, so even if they encounter accidents during missions, they will not cause real loss of life. In a sense, this is a relatively low-cost way of exploration. Seeing that Li Yang did not raise any objections and directly agreed to their idea, the three of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They thought to themselves that their answer was pretty good this time, and they hoped that they wouldn't lose points on the assessment because of it. Before long, two landing craft slowly emerged from the massive fleet, their hulls gleaming with a metallic sheen, standing out starkly against the deep darkness of subspace. They sped off towards their respective target planets, their tail flames like two nimble fire snakes, drawing two dazzling trails in the darkness. Captain Liang, our comprehensive scan of Planet A has been successfully completed. Here is the detailed data. With a gentle wave of his hand, Par caused the holographic projection on the command platform, which had been displaying fleet navigation information, to instantly change its appearance. In an instant, the image of Planet A was magnified several times and presented clearly to everyone. The planet that once seemed tiny in the vast universe now appeared close at hand, and its surface features gradually became clearer. Skyscrapers rise like giants, piercing the clouds, showcasing the planet's high level of urbanization. On the crisscrossing streets, countless creatures move about, flowing back and forth like blood through the city's veins, presenting a busy yet orderly scene. Judging from this, it's highly likely that we've reached a technologically advanced civilization. Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze revealing keen insight. Pal, zoom in on the image and see what the creatures on it look like. Pal quickly executed the instructions, and as he manipulated his fingers, the image on the holographic projection gradually magnified. As the images of the creatures on the street were magnified, they gradually became clearer. Humans? No, this should be a humanoid race. The moment they saw the creatures clearly, everyone gasped in surprise, their faces filled with astonishment. These creatures looked almost identical to humans at first glance, sharing a remarkably high degree of similarity in both physique and physical features. However, upon closer inspection, some subtle differences can still be observed. For example, all living beings have solid objects of different shapes, about the size of a thumb, growing on their foreheads. Just like the one that Li Yang and the others are observing right now, the solid object on its forehead is round, crystal clear, and shimmers with a strange luster in the sunlight. Humans, of course, do not have such a peculiar feature on their foreheads, so even though they look extremely similar to humans, they can only be classified as humanoid species. Afterwards, everyone continued to observe the specific details of this civilization with great interest. They conducted a detailed analysis of the city's architectural style and transportation facilities, as well as the lifestyle and technological applications of humanoid races. After careful observation and discussion, a conclusion was finally reached. This is a technological civilization, but according to the Empire's standards for classifying civilizations, it is only a Level 1 civilization. A Level 1 civilization? I wonder if I have enough points? Aji frowned slightly, his face revealing his disappointment. Upon learning that Planet A was a Type 1 civilization, his expectations were somewhat dampened. After all, judging from the observations, this civilization in front of us seems to have not even set foot on the planet. There are no artificial satellites in orbit around the entire planet, nor are there any other obvious technological products. It is completely silent. Aji knew that even if such a civilization were successfully conquered, the score obtained would certainly not be very high according to the Academy's grading standards. At this moment, they could only place all their hopes on another planet, B, which was that strangely shaped semi-solid, semi-gaseous planet. As long as civilization exists on Planet B, even if it is only a Type 1 civilization, plus the extra credit for discovering subspace worlds, the combined score should be enough to qualify for graduation. Inside the distant Planet B, the landing ship carrying out its exploration mission successfully overcame numerous obstacles and slowly landed on a flat area. With a slight tremor, the landing ship's hatch slowly opened, hissing as it broke the tranquility of this unfamiliar land. A squad of soldiers, modeled after Imperial soldiers and dressed in uniform armor, stepped off the landing ship with neat and powerful strides. As soon as they landed, they quickly went on alert, cautiously observing their surroundings. There is no danger. The scanning system is being interfered with and cannot perform a thorough scan. A soldier reported this through the communication system inside his helmet. The planet seemed to be shrouded in an invisible yet powerful force, rendering even the advanced scanning system built into the helmet completely unusable. After checking the weapons and finding no problems, disperse and search the surrounding area. The squad leader calmly issued orders, and after confirming that the energy guns in their hands were functioning normally and without any malfunctions, the 5-person squad quickly and efficiently dispersed to search in different directions. Since advanced scanning systems could not obtain useful information, they could only rely on their own eyes and actions to explore the secrets of this mysterious planet. Meanwhile, in the fleet command room, Liang, Aji, Su Xia, Wang Gang, and others were intently watching the screen, which projected the 5-person team's perspective in real time. Judging from the looks of it, It's almost certainly a fantasy civilization. Wang Gang stared intently at the screen, watching as towering trees, several meters in diameter, appeared in the projected view. These trees reached into the clouds, their branches and leaves so thick that they almost blocked out a large part of the sky. He slowly expressed his opinion, his tone carrying a certain certainty. After all, in technologically advanced civilizations, such thick trees would have long been cut down due to various construction needs. Only in fantasy civilizations that respect nature and may even possess unique power systems could so many giant trees be preserved. Just as the five-person team continued their careful search, a crisp snapping sound suddenly rang out, the sound of a branch breaking under the weight. The sound was particularly jarring in the quiet forest, and it came from right above them. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn, and their hearts involuntarily tightened slightly. Attention, everyone. Chapter 122 Giant Serpent. At the squad leader's command, the 4 replica Imperial soldiers reacted quickly, gripping their energy guns tightly and aiming them in unison at the direction from which the sound came from. Their eyes were alert, and their armor gleamed metallically in the dim light. Hiss! Accompanied by a chilling sound, a huge snake head slowly emerged from a towering tree that was over 10 meters thick. The snake's head was so large that it made one gasp in shock. It must be over 2 meters thick. A soldier muttered to himself. Looking at the enormous snake head, they couldn't imagine how long its body must be. After all, the head alone was 2 meters thick, about the size of a small car. At this moment, in the fleet command room, Liang, Aji, Su Xia, Wang Gang and others were staring intently at the screen. When they saw the huge snake head that suddenly appeared in the projection view, they couldn't help but show surprise. Before the 5-person team could react further, the snakehead launched the first attack. Its gaping maw snapped open, and a stream of purple viscous liquid shot out like a cannonball, carrying a pungent odor, hurtling straight toward the team with such speed that no one had time to dodge. Enable collision-free mode. The squad leader made a decisive decision and issued the order. In an instant, the armor of the 5 people began to flash, and the 5 people stood firmly in place without the slightest panic. The swirling purple slime pierced straight through their bodies, landing heavily on the ground with a sizzling sound. A strong corrosive gas, accompanied by a pungent odor, rose up, corroding a large pit in the ground and staining the surrounding soil a strange purple. Attack! While the snakehead was still wondering why his attack had no effect, the squad leader gave an order during the brief pause. The 5 men fired their energy guns almost simultaneously, and beams of bright laser energy shot out from the muzzles like raindrops, hitting the giant snake's head with tremendous force. However, the situation was far beyond their expectations. The laser did not penetrate the snake's head as easily as they had anticipated, but instead only created deep blood pits on the scales of the snake's head. The snake, in pain, let out an angry roar that made the surrounding trees tremble slightly. This is an Imperial general-purpose energy gun, albeit only the lowest-level general-purpose weapon in the Empire, yet it failed to kill it. Su Xia's eyes widened in shock. It should be noted that even the most basic and ordinary energy gun in the Empire's weapon system is not to be underestimated, and is by no means something that ordinary creatures can easily withstand. If there is indeed a civilization on this planet, it must have reached at least a Type 2 civilization. Liang spoke with a serious expression and an earnest look. He knew all too well that even the creatures that appeared randomly on the planet were so terrifying. If there really was a race that could establish a civilization in such an environment, then merely being at the level of a first-class civilization would be far from enough. For example, the first-level fantasy civilization that Li Yang had previously encountered, their strongest combat force, a level 9 expert, could easily kill even the armor-piercing tank shells of the Blue Star civilization when they were completely unprepared, not to mention the Empire's advanced weapons. The fact that this giant snake head could withstand several energy gun attacks without dying, only suffering injuries, is enough to demonstrate the extraordinary nature of this planet. The wounded giant snake head let out a painful and furious roar, a sound that seemed to shake the entire forest. Its vertical oval pupils burned with the flames of hatred as it stared fiercely at the 5-person squad below, its gaze almost tangible, as if it wanted to tear its enemies to pieces. Just as the 5 people gripped their energy guns tightly, preparing to press their advantage and launch another attack, the snakehead suddenly moved, shrinking back from the tree at an extremely fast speed and disappearing instantly into the dense foliage, as if it had never been there at all, leaving only the rustling of leaves as proof of its existence. Looking at the towering tree with a trunk more than 10 meters thick, the 5 hesitated for a moment and did not dare to act rashly. No one knows whether the giant snake is still hiding nearby, ready to launch the next attack at any moment. A tense and eerie atmosphere permeated the forest, as if the rustling of every leaf concealed a hidden danger. Keep exploring. The squad leader took a deep breath, breaking the brief silence. The mission is so important that we cannot give up because of this setback. With the collision-free mode enabled, most physical attacks will not pose a real threat to them. So the 5-person team cautiously continued forward to complete their original exploration mission. Far from the area explored by the 5-person team, a magnificent and imposing palace stood quietly. The palace walls are made of huge stone blocks, carved with exquisite patterns, and every detail showcases unparalleled craftsmanship. Inside the palace, a man dressed in a magnificent robe sat quietly in the main hall. His face was cold and deep, as still as a statue. His eyes, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened, and a sharp glint flashed in them. The guardian beast of the mountain is injured. The man frowned slightly and murmured softly. After the sudden attack by the giant snake head, the 5-person team carefully traversed the area during their subsequent exploration, leaving no possible clue unchecked. However, they searched every corner but found no trace of any other creatures. The surroundings were completely silent, as if the area had become a dead land. Could it be that all the creatures in this area have been eaten by that giant snake? Aji stared at the screen, and seeing that the team hadn't found anything after a long time, he scratched his head in confusion and said something. His voice broke the silence in the command room, and everyone's eyes turned to the screen, seemingly pondering this possibility. It's possible, pal, to have them retransmitted to another area. After a moment's thought, Liang decisively issued the order. He wanted to understand the full picture of this mysterious planet as soon as possible and didn't want to waste too much time because of the anomalies in this area. Yes. Pal responded immediately and quickly relayed the instructions. Meanwhile, the team that was still exploring soon received orders from Pal. Upon receiving the order, they skillfully operated the teleportation devices on their armors, preparing to move to another area to continue their exploration. Chapter 123 Mysterious Man. Random transfer ready. Transfer device malfunction. Transfer failed. The armor's notification sound suddenly rang out, its mechanical and cold tone causing everyone's hearts to tighten. To their surprise, the teleportation device seemed to be interfered with by some unknown force and could not be used normally. That's strange, pal. Try using the fleet teleportation device to see if you can teleport them back. Liang frowned slightly, but a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. The unexpected events that occurred one after another in this mysterious world only made him more and more interested in it, and he was filled with a strong desire to unveil its mysteries. Yes, Pal responded again, quickly initiating the operation of the fleet teleportation device in an attempt to safely bring the squad members back to the fleet. A dazzling white beam of light shot out from the fleet and headed straight for Planet B. Wherever the beam of light passed, the space seemed to be illuminated as if it were daytime, radiating powerful and mysterious energy fluctuations. However, just as the beam of white light was about to touch the outer edge of Planet B, an invisible yet powerful force suddenly appeared, directly intercepting the white light at the planet's outer edge. The white light flickered and twisted violently under the obstruction of this force, but it could not break through the defense and could only dissipate helplessly on the outer edge of the planet, turning into faint rays of light. Captain Liang, our teleportation beams have also been blocked by some unknown energy, and we are unable to bring them back. Pal's voice carried a hint of anxiety and helplessness as he truthfully reported the situation to Liang. At this moment, he was staring intently at various instruments and equipment, trying to find a way to break through this obstacle, but all his efforts seemed to be in vain. Hearing this, Liang's expression remained calm. In fact, just now, when the squad members reported that they could not use the Warframe's teleportation device, he had keenly anticipated that the fleet's teleportation device might also encounter the same problem. Sending Pal to try was simply to further confirm his own ideas. Looks like a tricky guy. Wang Gang frowned, staring intently at Planet B, which was suspended in subspace. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes, knowing that the situation was probably far more complicated than he had imagined. Isn't that great? Challenges help us get higher scores. Aji, on the other hand, seemed completely unconcerned, as if the predicament before him was merely an interesting adventure. In his view, it was just a matter of not being able to use the teleportation device. As long as the weapon could still function, it wasn't a big deal. After all, in his mind, the real headache would be if even the weapons lost their effectiveness. What if they're a level 3 civilization? Suxia glanced at Aji with disdain and retorted mercilessly. Unlike Aji, she was not blindly optimistic. She was well aware of the power and terror of a level 3 civilization. In the Empire's civilization hierarchy, a Tier 3 civilization already possesses considerable power, enough to pose a significant threat to them at present. At worst, we can apply for Imperial support. It just means we'll get a lower score, but passing shouldn't be a problem, right? Upon hearing Suxia's words, Aji's relaxed expression instantly froze, and he hesitated. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he understood that what Suxia said was not without reason. If they were truly facing a level 3 civilization, their current strength would indeed be insufficient to contend with it. Besides, how easy is it to encounter a level 3 fantasy civilization? Aji tried to cheer himself up while also comforting everyone else. However, his voice unconsciously revealed a lack of confidence. Liang didn't pay much attention to their conversation. For him, regardless of the level of civilization on this planet, the mission he was tasked with had to be completed. Even if he were to unfortunately encounter a level 3 civilization, he would not be without recourse. After all, it is indeed difficult to confront a Type 3 civilization head-on with just a single starship, but he can request support from the Empire, and then the situation will definitely be completely different. At this moment, he was already considering various solutions. Since we can't teleport them, let's send them back to the landing ship first, and then we'll talk about it when they return. After a moment's thought, Liang spoke calmly. Given the current disruption to teleportation, continuing to let the team explore the unknown area is unlikely to yield any substantial results. It would be better to withdraw first, then reconsider and rearrange the next steps. Upon receiving the order to return, the team members did not hesitate at all, quickly activated flight mode, and sped towards the location of the landing craft. The moment the team successfully returned, the scene before them instantly put them on alert. A man dressed in a long robe stood quietly on their landing craft. The robe fluttered in the wind, exuding an air of elegance. Someone's there. Beware. One of the squad members couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. At the same time, Li Yang and his group in the fleet command room also clearly saw the unfamiliar man through the projected perspective. Who are you people? The stranger frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping warily over the 5 people dressed in strange clothes, and asked cautiously. His eyes revealed a hint of doubt and wariness, clearly showing his vigilance towards these uninvited guests. Just then, the giant snake that had attacked the squad reappeared. Its massive body moved through the trees, making a rustling sound. However, this time it did not attack as before, but instead slowly brought its huge snake head close to the stranger, like a docile pet. You inflicted these wounds, didn't you? The man looked down at the several blood pits on the snake's head that were beginning to heal, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes. Then he turned to the team members with a serious expression and asked. However, the team members did not respond to him, not because they deliberately ignored him, but simply because they could not understand what the man was saying. The language the man used had no matching record in the AI's vast database. It was a completely new and unrecorded language. Naturally, Li Yang and the others in the command room also had no idea what the man was saying. But judging from the scene before them, the relationship between the giant snake and the man seemed quite intimate. Notify the squad to see if they can capture this native alive. Li Yang's eyes sharpened, and he decisively gave the order. After all, if they could successfully capture a native alive, they could use the advanced memory reading device on the fleet to obtain all of the native's memories, and then upload this information to the AI database. In this way, the new language would naturally be recorded, and they would be able to further understand this mysterious world. Chapter 124, Cultivating Immortality? The squad that received the order immediately understood and reacted swiftly. They raised their energy guns in unison, the dark muzzles pointed at the stranger, ready to take action at any moment. Humph, you injured my sex guardian spirit beast, and still dare to be so arrogant. Upon seeing this, the man snorted coldly, a flash of anger in his eyes. Then, with a gentle wave of his arm, a flying sword radiating a chilling light slowly emerged from behind him. The flying sword had a long blade, covered with mysterious runes, as if it contained boundless power. Phantom Thousand Swords flash. The man muttered incantations and made a series of complex hand gestures with his fingers moving rapidly. The flying sword that had been hovering in the air suddenly began to tremble violently, then split into countless flying swords, like a swarm of black locusts, hovering in the air. Each flying sword exuded a cold, killing intent, sending chills down one's spine. Li Yang, who was watching this scene from the team's perspective, finally showed a hint of surprise on his usually calm face. Li Yang couldn't help but blurted out. Cultivating immortality? Cultivating immortality? What does that mean? When Ozzy heard Li Yang's words, he looked blank and couldn't help but ask curiously. He had no concept of the word and didn't understand what Li Yang was referring to at all. I seem to remember the professor saying that. Wang Gang narrowed his eyes slightly, fell into a brief moment of contemplation, and then slowly began to explain. Cultivation is a unique category of fantasy civilization in which people strive to achieve the grand goal of immortality through self-cultivation. Compared to other branches of fantasy civilizations, the cultivation civilization, with its unique cultivation system and powerful display of strength, is considered one of the more powerful categories of fantasy civilizations. Wow, immortality, achieved all by oneself. That's amazing. After hearing Wang Gang's explanation, Aji's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in amazement. In his mind, while immortality was not a pipe dream in the Empire, those who could possess that qualification were extremely rare. After all, if everyone could live forever, even if the Empire had a vast territory and abundant resources, it would eventually be unable to withstand the pressure of uncontrolled population growth and would eventually collapse. Since there are no civilizations above level 3 in the subspace, even if he were a cultivator, he couldn't possibly succeed. Continue with the capture order. Although Li Yang was slightly surprised by the sudden scene of cultivating immortality, his strong mental fortitude allowed him to quickly regain his composure and recall the Empire's definition of subspace civilization levels. In his view, even if the man in front of him belonged to a cultivation civilization, he couldn't possibly possess excessively powerful strength. The Imperial Squad members were naturally not intimidated by the stranger's seemingly powerful attack. They wear armor equipped with a collision-free mode, which allows them to largely ignore most conventional physical attacks. Go. The stranger glared angrily, swung his arm forcefully, pointed his finger at the Imperial Squad, and shouted sharply. In an instant, thousands of flying swords, like black lightning, hurtled towards the squad with sharp whistling sounds. The scene was like a dark cloud that blotted out the sun, pressing down on everyone with an aura of destruction. Despite the flying swords hurtling towards them, the team members remained firmly in place, showing no sign of retreating. Their composure was not due to blind confidence, but rather because Li Yang had given them orders to stand still. In order to probe the true power of the stranger's attack more deeply and to provide more accurate information for subsequent operations, Li Yang chose to use these replica Imperial soldiers as test subjects. Looking at the group of people standing there as if stunned, the stranger's lips curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile, as he thought to himself, "Are you so scared that you dare not move?" In his imagination, these guys who appeared out of nowhere would be instantly sliced into pieces and die without a complete corpse when faced with his fierce phantom thousand swords flash. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. Thousands of flying swords passed through the bodies of the people without any hindrance, as if they were just illusory shadows. They then fell to the ground and disappeared in beams of light. In the end, only the original flying sword that had first appeared remained, standing alone in the ground, trembling slightly. What? Why can't my attacks hit them? The man, who had been calm and confident all along, finally showed a look of panic on his face. He stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, his heart filled with doubt and fear. Meanwhile, the Imperial Squad on the other side silently lowered their heads to carefully examine their armor after the flying sword pierced through their bodies. One of the team members frowned and said seriously, "There are scratches. This attack contains a technique that can ignore collision-free modes." Through the projection perspective, Li Yang and the others could clearly see the dense scratches on the armor of the team members. Although the armor's defense system was not breached, this situation is enough to show that this mysterious cultivation civilization does indeed possess a force that can threaten them. Just as the man was still reeling from the shock of his attack failing, the swift-reacting Imperial Squad seized the perfect opportunity, raising their energy guns in unison and launching an attack without hesitation. Energy 50, fire. At the squad leader's command, accompanied by a deep, resonant sound of energy being fully charged, beams of energy lasers, thicker and brighter than those used to attack the giant snake, shot straight towards the man like shooting stars with long tails, carrying powerful impact and intense heat. Qianquan cover. Sensing the imminent deadly threat, the man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly cast a spell. He quickly formed hand seals and chanted incantations. In an instant, a huge barrier radiating a soft light appeared out of thin air and stood firmly in front of the man. This barrier, like a sturdy shield, exudes a mysterious aura and seems to contain boundless power. The energy laser struck the barrier hard, instantly unleashing a dazzling burst of light and a piercing roar. Although the barrier temporarily withstood the attack, its surface experienced violent fluctuations, like ripples spreading outwards from a boulder thrown into a calm lake. The fluctuations grew stronger, as if they would shatter completely at any moment, making everyone hold their breath in fear. What kind of magical artifact is this? Every attack has the power of a full-force strike from a nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 125 Reading Memories. The man was greatly alarmed and secretly groaned. The weapons of these people are more powerful than I imagined. If I can't come up with a countermeasure soon, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. Seeing that their attack had been blocked, the Imperial squad did not hesitate at all and decisively chose to continue to increase their energy output. Energy 100, fire. As the captain gave the order again, the energy gun emitted an even deeper and more powerful roar, unleashing its full power. Upgraded energy lasers shot out like a raging torrent, once again rushing towards the barrier in front of the man. Under such powerful and continuous attacks, even though the man's Qianquan shield had extraordinary defensive capabilities, it gradually could not hold on. In just a short while, cracks appeared on the seemingly solid barrier, spreading rapidly like a spider web. Then, with a loud bang, the barrier finally gave way and shattered completely, turning into countless rays of light that dissipated into the air. The man, now without the barrier's protection, was directly exposed to the attack. The energy laser struck him mercilessly, the immense impact sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. The man fell to the ground and lay motionless, his fate unknown. Ceasefire. Seeing that the attack had succeeded, the captain immediately gave the order. The giant snake, which witnessed the man being knocked down, had a flicker of fear in its eyes. It was no longer as fierce as before. It twisted its massive body and darted into the dense jungle, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The Imperial squad quickly approached the man, and one of the team members knelt down to carefully check his vital signs. The target is still alive. Please advise. The team members reported to Li Yang via communication equipment. Bring the target back. Li Yang's voice came through the communicator. Yes. The men quickly pulled out various advanced restraint devices from their waists and skillfully installed them on the man, ensuring he could not break free. They then carefully lifted the man and quickly walked towards the landing craft. After boarding the landing craft, the team initiated the return procedure. The landing craft slowly rose and sped off towards the fleet, leaving behind a forest that was gradually returning to peace. On the massive fleet, in a spacious and well-equipped laboratory, a huge transparent instrument bed sat quietly. The man in the long robe who had been captured was lying quietly on the ground, his eyes closed, his face pale and lifeless. A tube, shimmering with a faint light, was precisely inserted into his brain. The instrument is ready. Please give instructions. The staff member in charge of operating the instrument reported to Li Yang. Start. As soon as he finished speaking, the instrument started up instantly, emitting a slight buzzing sound. The instrument shimmered with a soft, mysterious light, as if activating some powerful and unknown force. On the light screen beside him, a dense array of complex information immediately began to appear. Characters and data flowed like a waterfall, while various rapidly changing images flashed, some blurry and some clear, seemingly telling the story of the man's life. In a short while, the machine slowly stopped operating, the light gradually faded, and everything returned to calm. The man lying on the machine bed also completely lost his vital signs at this moment. His body became cold, as if all his life force had been completely drained by the machine. Teacher, is this corpse still of any use? Seeing that the instrument operation was finished, Wang Gang hurriedly stepped forward and asked Li Yang with an anxious expression. His eyes gleamed with curiosity. He was filled with a desire to explore this mysterious and fantastical civilization. Seeing this, Li Yang instinctively took a few steps back to distance himself from Wang Gang, while staring at him warily and asking, "What do you want to do?" "Well, I'm just curious if he's human." Wang Gang quickly waved his hand and hurriedly explained, afraid that Li Yang would misunderstand that he had any bad intentions. After all, he looks exactly like a human, and unlike the humans on Planet A who have that solid object on their heads, I thought I'd study him and maybe discover the connection between this race and humans. Oh, I see. Li Yang nodded slightly, his expression softening. Then you can take it. Anyway, his memories have already been extracted, so he's not of any use anymore. Upon hearing this, Wang Gang was overjoyed and immediately directed the replica Imperial soldiers beside him to carefully move the man's body into the autopsy room. He couldn't wait to delve into the physical structure of this fantastical civilization and explore its hidden mysteries. That's just his personality. Teacher, please don't mind, Aji said with a grin from the side. During his time at the academy, he was obsessed with the study of various races and often went to the black market to buy corpses of various races to dissect. Doesn't the college care? Liang asked with some doubt. In his view, the act of dissecting corpses should be subject to certain regulations and management. What does it matter? It didn't violate any imperial laws. Aji shrugged indifferently. Moreover, none of those corpses were citizens of the empire, and therefore they were not protected by the empire. Under the framework of imperial law, such research was permitted as long as it did not involve imperial citizens. Aji spoke eloquently, believing that a creature that was not protected by the empire in life would be even less protected after death. After listening to Aji's explanation, Liang went to the light screen of the instrument. His gaze was instantly drawn to the data extracted by the instrument. Aji and Suxian noticed Liang's actions and hurriedly came over, their faces filled with curiosity and anticipation. They surrounded Liang and looked at the light screen together. Time passed slowly in the quiet and focused atmosphere, taking a full half-hour before Liang and his group finally finished reviewing all the materials in detail. Based on the analysis of this hard-won data, this mysterious fantasy civilization clearly exhibits characteristics of a Level 2 civilization. The development path of this civilization revolves around self-cultivation, and its unique cultivation system constructs 6 distinct realms: body nourishment realm, chi nourishment realm, body transformation realm, chi transformation realm, one body realm, and one chi realm. The man we captured was at the chi transformation realm. Liang frowned slightly, and as he slowly spoke, he fell into deep thought. Liang paused for a moment, then continued. From the memories retrieved from him, we know that the Imperial squad landed in a trial ground that their sect had carefully set up, and he himself played an important role as an elder in the sect. Liang knew that the fact that a mere Chi Transformation Realm cultivator could leave scratches on the standard armor issued to Imperial soldiers was undoubtedly a warning sign. Chapter 126 Anatomy. Moreover, through a deeper understanding of the man's memories, Liang learned that the flying sword attack he had used earlier was not the strongest technique he could employ. Thinking about it this way, a Chi realm expert at a higher level must possess the formidable strength to threaten the lives of Imperial soldiers. The AI immediately and accurately reported this information to the Imperial military headquarters. Regardless of how the current situation develops, timely and accurate reporting of relevant information upon discovering a mystical civilization is a fundamental procedure that every member of the Empire must follow, and there is no room for carelessness. Alright, let's put the situation on Planet B aside for now and take a look at Planet A. After a brief moment of contemplation, Liang made a new decision. On the distant surface of Planet A, the members of the Imperial squad stood silently beside the landing craft that had been there for some time. The surrounding area was somewhat desolate, with only the landing craft gleaming with a cold metallic light. Since the successful landing, the team members have maintained a high state of alert and standby. Since Liang has not yet given any further instructions, they will not act rashly, and everyone strictly follows the rules. Finally, Liang's command came through the communication device. Upon receiving the order, the team members immediately perked up and quickly and systematically began their operation. They skillfully activated the stealth and collision-free modes on their equipment. A faint light flashed, and the team members' figures gradually blurred, as if blending into the surrounding environment. Then, like a group of silent ghosts, they sped towards the bustling city on the planet. After carefully traversing every corner of the city and conducting a meticulous exploration, the team had basically gathered all the basic information about this civilization. The level of technological civilization on this planet is truly astonishing. It clearly belongs to the category of Type 1 civilization, and in some aspects, it is even less advanced than the technology of Earth. What's even more remarkable is that there is only one country on the entire planet, and the decision-makers of this country seem to have an extraordinary obsession with deifying themselves. In the streets and alleys of the city, you can see all kinds of propaganda signs and statues that portray them as extraordinary beings. After thoroughly understanding the specific situation on Planet A, Liang quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Compared to Planet B, which is full of unknowns and challenges, the level of civilization on Planet A is indeed too insignificant, and it cannot arouse the interest of Liang and his group to explore it in depth. For them, simply sending out a single starship would be enough to easily handle any situation that might arise on this planet. After considering this, Liang decisively issued an order through the communication equipment, instructing the team to return to base immediately. Just as the team members were returning to the fleet one after another, and everyone was still discussing the situation on Planet A, the door to the command room opened, and Wang Gang rushed out excitedly, as if he had discovered a new continent. He waved his arms and shouted loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I've made a huge discovery." At this moment, Wang Gang was covered in bloodstains and looked somewhat disheveled, but his eyes were shining with an uncontrollable excitement. He ran quickly to the crowd, panting, and opened his palm. In his palm, a round bead was emitting a faint glow. Wang Gang explained eagerly, "When I was dissecting that body, I found this thing inside. After detailed testing with instruments, I discovered that their power basically came from this magical bead." Su Xia was listening intently to Wang Gang's story when her gaze inadvertently fell on a thin strip of flesh stuck to Wang Gang's shoulder. She immediately frowned and pointed at the scrap of flesh with a look of disgust. "Hey, can't you go wash off the blood first? Look at your shoulder, there's still this disgusting bits of flesh on it." Wang Gang then seemed to realize what was happening and quickly apologized with a smile. "Sorry, I was just too excited and forgot all about it." As he spoke, he casually slapped the piece of meat to the ground as if it were a trivial matter. After all, specialized cleaning robots will naturally take care of these things later. Li Yang seemed unconcerned about the bloodstains on Wang Gang's body. His attention was already drawn to the mysterious bead. Li Yang reached out and gently took the bead, holding it in front of his eyes and examining it carefully. The bead's surface was as smooth as a mirror, and its interior seemed to contain a mysterious power that flowed subtly within it. Li Yang murmured to himself, "Could it be that this bead alone is enough to support the body in releasing such powerful force?" Although Li Yang couldn't immediately grasp the underlying relationships and principles, based on his experience, he keenly realized that this might be a major discovery, so he decided to report it to the relevant departments of the Empire. Li Yang raised his head, looked at Wang Gang, and said with an approving expression, "Good discovery, I'll give you extra points." "Really? Thank you, teacher." Wang Gang was so excited, he almost jumped up. He had only been interested in researching an unknown race, but he never expected to have such an unexpected gain. This bonus was undoubtedly a great affirmation for him. Aji and Su Xia, standing to the side, looked at Wang Gang with envy in their eyes. They participated in every aspect of the mission, but haven't received any bonus points yet, which inevitably makes them feel a little disappointed. By the way, Aji suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly asked, "So, does he count as a human being?" Wang Gang slapped his forehead and said, "I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. According to the database comparison of the Imperial data, this race does not belong to the category of human races." Li Yang nodded and looked at Wang Gang. "Okay, go clean the blood off your body first, then come to the command room so we can discuss the next course of action." Yes. Chapter 127 Mission Changes. After this period of exploration, we've gathered fairly comprehensive intelligence about these two planets. So what are your thoughts on their future actions? Li Yang sat upright in the main seat of the command room, his gaze sweeping over Aji, Su Xia, and Wang Gang in turn, awaiting their answers. "Actually, we don't have any particular ideas right now." Wang Gang scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, a sheepish smile appearing on his face, his voice tinged with helplessness. Li Yang frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes, his gaze fixed on Wang Gang. He thought to himself, "This kid just got extra points for me because of that important discovery. How come he suddenly messed up?" "Teacher, that's how it is." Seeing that things were not going well, Su Xia quickly stepped forward to explain. She sorted out her thoughts and continued speaking in an orderly manner. "Our academy's graduation process is a bit different from other places because our graduation tasks haven't been officially issued by the academy yet, so we really don't know what specific actions to take regarding these two planets." Then, Su Xia explained to Li Yang. "It turns out that, according to the academy's regulations, when students discover civilizations during their explorations, they need to report them to the academy in a timely manner according to a specific procedure. The academy will assign graduation tasks to students based on a comprehensive consideration of factors such as the type and level of civilization reported by the students. Although the core objective of most missions is to conquer the civilization, the academy will put forward various specific requirements during the mission process. These requirements involve every aspect of the operation and are designed to comprehensively assess the student's overall abilities." "All right, in that case, let's wait until your college issues the task before we make a decision." After hearing Su Xia's explanation, Li Yang understood and waved his hand helplessly. Of course, while waiting for the academy to issue the task, Li Yang would not let the time go to waste. He quickly made arrangements and began to deploy large numbers of replica Imperial soldiers to Planet B. These replica Imperial soldiers were dispersed to various corners of Planet B, conducting a more in-depth and detailed investigation of this mysterious and fantastical civilization, striving to obtain more valuable information. And so, a week passed quietly in waiting and exploration. Li Yong sat in the command room as usual, observing the images transmitted back through the perspective of the replica Imperial soldiers. Suddenly, the AI's notification broke his peace. The task has been changed. Please check it. Changes? Please don't change them and take away my rewards. Li Yang's heart tightened slightly. He muttered to himself and quickly opened the task interface to check it. The task interface clearly displays this. Mission requirements. Travel to the Lonstan system to serve as the assessment instructor for 3 students from the Imperial Supreme Military Academy. Assist in investigating subspace worlds and conquer those worlds. Task change. For the reported fantasy civilization, the task is to extract the energy beads of its civilization race. Mission rewards. A place to study at the Shili Empire's highest military academy. 30 million star coins, 10,000 military merits, a 5-level increase in military rank, and the option to choose 1 starship from the Imperial port at the Lonstan System Space Station. After reading the details of the mission changes, Li Yang's slightly worried face instantly lit up with joy. After all, the rewards for this mission were not reduced, but increased significantly, which was undoubtedly a great thing for him. Li Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he began to plan how to best complete this new task and claim the generous rewards. Looking at the requirements in the mission to extract the beads of their civilization race, Li Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Keep in mind that these beads are located inside the bodies of this civilization's race. To complete this task, wouldn't it mean almost wiping out the entire civilization? This is no simple decision. After all, every civilization has its value and significance. But if the Empire demands it, Li Yang will certainly comply without hesitation. As for the massacre, it's not like we haven't done massacres before. Meanwhile, Iji, Suxia, and Wang Gang also received graduation assignment notices from the academy. When they opened the task interface, they saw the content clearly displayed there. Graduation task requirement. Assist the assessor in conquering 2 civilizations in subspace. Upon seeing the task requirements, the 3 of them were stunned, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Is there a mistake in the mission? Ozzy stared wide-eyed at his 2 companions with a puzzled expression. Logically, shouldn't the teacher help us complete the task? Why is it that this time we're the ones helping the teacher? Aji was filled with doubt and couldn't understand why the academy would make such an arrangement. Why are you looking at me? I don't know either. Suxia rolled her eyes at Aji, clearly surprised and bewildered by the task assignment. Isn't it good? Wang Gang, on the other hand, seemed quite calm, shrugging indifferently as he spoke. In this way, the difficulty of the task is actually reduced quite a bit, making it easier for us to pass the graduation assessment. In Wang Gang's view, no matter how the task format changes, as long as he can graduate smoothly in the end, that's a good thing. He doesn't dwell on the specific requirements of the task, he only focuses on the result. A moment later, Li Yang, Aji, Suxia, and Wang Gang reunited in the command room. You should have received your graduation assignments by now, right? Li Yang's gaze swept over the 3 of them one by one before he asked. After all, even his own mission had undergone such a significant change, so he guessed that the academy must have already assigned corresponding missions to these 3 students. Yes, teacher, the academy has issued the graduation mission, which requires us to assist you in conquering 2 civilizations. Suxia quickly responded. Hearing Suxia's answer, Li Yang was not particularly surprised. After all, given the strength displayed by that level 2 fantasy civilization, it's not certain that the cleanup operation could be successfully completed if only Aji and his 2 companions were to lead it. This civilization has a unique cultivation system, and the strength of its powerful members should not be underestimated. A slight misstep could lead to trouble. Afterwards, Li Yang explained the detailed requirements of his mission to the 3 of them, emphasizing the crucial requirement of extracting the beads of civilized races. Extracting racial beads? Upon hearing Li Yang's request, Aji, Suxia, and Wang Gang exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 128 Operation begins. They all knew very well that extracting the beads from each member of their race was almost tantamount to wiping out the entire race of that civilization. This is not a decision that can be made easily. The cruelty involved is self-evident. So does this mean I have unlimited anatomical material? Haha. Wang Gang broke the silence first, his face filled with barely suppressed excitement. To him, a man obsessed with anatomical research, This seemed like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Those bodies of races containing mysterious powers were like a treasure trove waiting to be unearthed for him. Su Xia and Aji did not show much change in expression. To them, these alien races were not citizens of the Empire, so killing them or not seemed to make little difference. In their minds, it was reasonable to take such measures in order to complete the mission, so even when faced with such cruel mission requirements, they did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Seeing the three people's reactions, Li Yong nodded in admiration. He had initially worried that these students graduating from the academy might have unrealistic ideals of being a saint because of so-called moral values, but now it seems he had worried too much. Thinking about it carefully, how could someone as obsessed with anatomy as Wang Gang and his companions be swayed by such pointless sympathy? These are the intelligence reports we've gathered during this period. Take a look. As Li Yong spoke, he made a graceful wave of his hand in the air. In an instant, a bright screen was projected, displaying a dense array of intelligence gathered on Planet B by replica Imperial soldiers. On the light screen, information about Planet B gradually unfolded. On this mysterious planet, there are all sorts of sects, which are divided into righteous and evil sects, each with its own philosophy and cultivation methods. Based on current information, there are already several hundred experts who have reached the highest level, the Qi refining realm. It is estimated that there are at least 1,000 more undiscovered Qi refining realm experts. As for the experts at the lower level of the first body realm, their numbers are even greater, with hundreds of thousands already identified. In the next lower realm, the number of people is countless. Although a comprehensive scan of the entire planet is impossible due to interference from some mysterious force, preliminary estimates based on a comprehensive analysis of various regions suggest that the planet has a population of at least tens of billions. With such a massive population, massacring and eliminating them would be no easy task, and the difficulties and challenges involved are unimaginable. What are your thoughts? Li Yong stared intently at the three students. He already had a preliminary idea in mind, but he still wanted to hear their insights, hoping they might offer some unexpected new ideas. Aji frowned slightly, fell into deep thought for a moment, then raised his head, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, and answered. We can find a way to control their high-end combat power, just like taming wild beasts for our own use. Once we have control over these Qi realm and body realm experts, we can drive them to deal with people of lower realms. In this way, we might be able to complete the mission more efficiently. Ozzy had a clear mind. He believed that controlling the enemy's top forces could greatly reduce his own losses. Su Xia gently smoothed her hair behind her ear and continued speaking. My idea is that since their planet is divided into good and evil, we might as well support the evil sects, take advantage of the existing conflicts between them, stir up trouble, and let them fight amongst themselves. In this way, we can reap the benefits and watch them kill each other and deplete each other's strength. Su Xia's strategy was rather subtle, attempting to achieve her goal by exploiting the internal conflicts of the planet. At this moment, only Wang Gang remained, still lost in thought, his brows furrowed, and he remained silent. What about you, Wang Gang? What are your thoughts? Li Yong turned his gaze to Wang Gang and asked. Wang Gang suddenly came to his senses, his eyes revealing a resolute determination. My idea is to just kill them. If the Imperial soldiers can't handle it, we'll use ground vehicles and fighter jets. If that still doesn't work, we'll just bomb them with starships. Wang Gang's voice was forceful and his ideas were simple, crude, and full of violent aesthetics. Wang Gang's words immediately stunned the other three, who fell into a brief silence. They didn't expect Wang Gang to come up with such a direct and bold idea. Ahem, that's a very pure idea, not bad. Li Yong coughed twice, breaking the silence. Although Wang Gang's idea was somewhat rash, it was still a possible solution, and in some situations, it might even be an effective method. Seeing that what the three people said made some sense, Li Yong also expressed his own thoughts. Now that we have discovered two civilizations, why can't we exploit their resources to their advantage? Let them become obstacles to each other, and we can then maximize our own gains. Upon hearing Li Yang's idea, the three of them seemed to be deep in thought and began to carefully consider the feasibility of this strategy. However, the other planet was only a Type 1 civilization, and the gap in strength between it and Planet B was simply too great. Su Xia raised her question, her brows furrowed slightly as she spoke with a worried expression. Moreover, how can we get these two originally unrelated civilizations to fight? This is no easy task. In terms of strength, our fleet possesses genetic modification technology. We can capture people from Planet A, genetically modify them to enhance their physical attributes and combat capabilities, and then send these modified individuals to Planet B as cannon fodder. This way, we can both maximize the depletion of Planet B's combat power and utilize Planet A's resources. Liang explained slowly and deliberately. After all, their fleet, including the Liang fleet, only had about 100,000 troops. Facing such a large population and numerous powerful individuals on Planet B, this number of troops was clearly far from sufficient. According to the fleet scans, Planet A has a population of at least tens of billions. In Liang's view, the greatest value of these people to their mission is that they can be used to their advantage, and it wouldn't hurt to squeeze every last bit of value out of them. After a thorough discussion and weighing the pros and cons, the group unanimously decided to primarily follow Li Yang's plan, with their own plans serving as a supplement. All right, now that the plan is decided, let's get started. Li Yang looked at Ji, Su Xia, and Wang Gang and said solemnly, "Each of you will lead your troops to Planet A to carry out the capture operation." "Yes, teacher." The three responded in unison. They understood that their next actions would determine whether they could successfully complete their graduation mission, and also their control over the two civilizations. After saying that, the three of them quickly turned around and prepared to carry out their respective tasks. Chapter 129, Capturing the Natives of Planet A. Aji, Su Xia, and Wang Gang didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately devoted themselves to the command work. They skillfully operated the control consoles, and commands were swiftly issued from the Fleet Command Center and accurately transmitted to every warship. With the engines started, their fleet, like a group of steel behemoths, sped toward Planet A in perfect unison. Meanwhile, the fleet of 60,000 replica Imperial soldiers was already fully armed and on high alert, ready to land on Planet A and launch an operation at any time. At this moment, on Planet A, the planet's highest decision-maker is lounging in a luxurious chair, enjoying the sumptuous meal before him. The palace was decorated in a magnificent and opulent style, with dazzling crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow on the tables laden with delicacies. Beside the decision-maker, a group of servants stood respectfully, ready to serve at any time. "Report. A riot has broken out in the XX area. Please provide instructions." A soldier rushed into the palace, knelt on one knee, and urgently reported, "These lowly people, we feed and water them, and they're still not satisfied. Go, suppress them all." The decision-maker frowned slightly, waved his hand impatiently, and spoke with disdain and arrogance, as if this mere riot was nothing more than a trivial matter in his eyes, and would not shake his solid position in the slightest. "Yes." After receiving their orders, the soldiers quickly rose, hurried away from the palace, and carried out their suppression mission. "Report." Not long after, another soldier rushed in a panic. "What's wrong now? Don't keep reporting to me about the affairs of a bunch of lowly people." The decision-maker, who was engrossed in the delicious food, was interrupted again. He immediately became furious and slammed his cutlery heavily on the table, making a crisp sound. Something huge appeared in the sky. The soldier looked terrified, stammered, and appeared extremely anxious and flustered. "What?" Upon hearing this, the decision-maker's heart tightened. He could no longer care about the food, so he quickly got up, walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and looked up at the sky. One after another, enormous starships, like stars falling from the sky, pierced through the atmosphere and hovered steadily in the sky. These starships are enormous, radiating a cold metallic sheen. The intricate patterns and flashing lights on their hulls all highlight their high-tech quality. The enormous starship left the people on the ground speechless. They had never seen such a huge and technologically advanced object. Because the planet's technology was relatively backward, people had no idea about starships. Faced with this enormous, never-before-seen object, they were completely at a loss and had no idea what it was. "What is this?" A murmur arose from the crowd, with everyone talking at once, their faces filled with doubt and fear. Before they could continue their discussion, the hatches of the various starships opened one after another. Accompanied by a low, mechanical hum, landing craft emerged from the starships like birds leaving their nests and flew straight down to the ground. Seeing a pile of relatively small objects fall from the huge objects in the sky, the curious people forgot their fear and crowded around, soon completely surrounding the landing craft. Everyone craned their necks, wanting to see what was going on. As the landing craft's hatch slowly opened with a soft hissing sound, replicas of Imperial soldiers dressed in advanced armor stepped out of the cabin with neat and powerful strides. Their armor gleamed brightly in the sunlight, and their helmets, as black holes, obscured their expressions. This sudden scene instantly silenced the surrounding crowd. Everyone stared nervously at these unfamiliar visitors, and a tense and oppressive atmosphere filled the air. What is this thing? A gasp of amazement rippled through the crowd. Although the basic form of these humanoid creatures resembled that of humans, their uniquely designed armor, gleaming with a metallic sheen, left them speechless with astonishment. Inside the replica of an Imperial soldier's helmet, an advanced scanning system was operating at high speed, performing a comprehensive and detailed scan of the physical condition of everyone around. The scan is complete, and the results meet the criteria for gene modification. Accompanied by a crisp notification sound, the replica Imperial soldier raised his energy gun, adjusted the energy, and then tiny laser beams of energy, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, shot towards those who were deemed to meet the criteria, like a swarm of invisible flying insects. However, contrary to the gruesome scene of blood and gore that people imagine, those hit by the laser simply went limp, as if they had been given a powerful anesthetic and collapsed to the ground. Their eyes were closed, and they were unconscious, but there were no obvious wounds on their bodies, as if they had simply fallen into a deep sleep. Upon seeing this, the initially curious onlookers instantly erupted into chaos, and fear spread like wildfire. People began to scatter and flee in all directions, shouting loudly, "Murder! Help!" Because they only saw their companions suddenly collapse to the ground. They had no time to figure out what was going on. Driven by instinctive fear, they assumed it was a brutal killing and frantically tried to escape this terrible place. The scan is complete. The results do not meet the criteria for gene modification. In front of a replica Imperial soldier, a thin, short man sat trembling on the ground. Extreme tension and fear, like invisible shackles, tightly bound his body, causing him to completely lose control of his legs. He could only watch helplessly as the soldier approached step by step, unable to get up and run away. Not eligible, remove. The voice was a cold imitation of that of an Imperial soldier, devoid of any emotion. He skillfully adjusted the propellant of the energy gun in his hand, and the energy bullets, originally intended for anesthetic purposes, instantly switched to a mode with powerful lethality. With a dazzling flash of light, a loud bang followed as the powerful energy from the energy gun struck the man. In an instant, the man's upper body shattered like a broken vase, splattering blood and bits of flesh all over the ground, filling the air with a strong stench of blood. Those who witnessed this scene were gripped by fear, as if a demon were chasing them, and they ran faster and screamed more shrilly. However, this bloody and cruel scene was merely a minor episode in the mission for the replica Imperial soldiers, and it did not affect their planned actions in the slightest. They continued to scan others methodically, and once they determined that someone met the criteria, they would quickly fire an anesthetic laser. If someone did not meet the criteria, they would not hesitate to shoot and eliminate them. Whether it was an elderly person, a frail woman, or a young child, in their eyes, these were all just objects to complete their mission. After all, these were not the humans they knew. And so, an operation that appeared to be an arrest but was in fact a massacre began in this once peaceful city. Because the proportion of people who meet the criteria for genetic modification is extremely small, on average, only 3 to 4 out of 10 people scanned meet the requirements, and the rest are cruelly eliminated in this ruthless selection process. The entire city was instantly plunged into chaos and fear, with cries and screams mingling together, as if playing a tragic elegy for the end of the world. Chapter 130: Genetically Modified Warriors. Inside Li Yang's massive fleet, a busy yet orderly assembly line was operating at full capacity. The natives captured and transported from Planet A are currently lying naked on a conveyor belt, being slowly transported one by one into a machine that resembles a giant beast. The instrument shimmered with a mysterious light, and a faint buzzing sound emanated from within, as if it were performing some kind of mysterious and powerful ritual. At the other end of the assembly line, the original naked natives of Planet A underwent significant physical changes. Their original height of about 1 meter transformed into muscular little giants nearly 3 meters tall. She was also wearing a form-fitting bodysuit that looked thin but emitted a strange luster and had general protective functions. At the same time, a capsule-like device enveloped them completely, its surface constantly flashing data and runes, seemingly interacting with the natives' bodies in some kind of communication. Since the materials carried by the fleet itself were far from sufficient to meet the needs of such large-scale genetic modification, the materials needed to manufacture these equipment and carry out the modification were all extracted and converted from Planet A. After a series of complex and precise modification procedures, these natives of Planet A were quietly placed in the fleet's cabins, like soldiers on standby, ready to be deployed at any time. Meanwhile, on Planet A, the supreme decision-maker, upon receiving the shocking report from his subordinates, instantly transformed his previously arrogant face into one of terror. His eyes were wide open, and his lips trembled slightly, as if he had witnessed the end of the world. "Quickly, gather the army and wipe them out," he screamed at the top of his lungs into the communication device, his voice filled with fear and anger, frantically trying to contact the army, as if only the army could be the last hope to save the disaster. Upon receiving the order, the troops dared not slacken their efforts and acted swiftly. Tanks roared and slowly started up like steel behemoths, while planes accelerated on the runway and then soared into the sky, speeding towards the city where the incident occurred, raising clouds of dust. As soon as the army commander led his troops into the city, he witnessed an extremely tragic scene. A replica Imperial soldier is slaughtering his own people. The commander glared angrily and shouted orders without hesitation. "Fire!" Bang! A tank roared first, and a shell shot out like a meteor, carrying a powerful impact as it hurtled towards the Imperial soldiers. The shell traced a sharp arc through the air, tearing the air apart and emitting a piercing shriek. "Enable collision-free mode." The calm, mechanical voice of the replica Imperial soldier rang out. In an instant, under the effect of the collision-free mode, the shell seemed to pass through an invisible membrane, going straight through the body of the Imperial soldier and crashing into the building behind without any obstruction. Immediately afterwards, a deafening explosion rang out, and the building instantly burst into flames, billowing smoke and flying bricks and debris everywhere, triggering a violent explosion. "What's going on?" The commander's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He never expected that his army's powerful attack would have no effect on this strange man. Shocked, he quickly recovered and hurriedly continued to shout at the top of his lungs, directing all firepower to open fire on the Imperial soldiers. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and countless bullets rained down on the Imperial soldiers, while cannonballs followed one after another with destructive force. "This is really troublesome, Command Center. This is Squad 05 of the capture operation. We have encountered strong resistance from the planet's natives and are requesting naval artillery support." The replica Imperial soldiers reported the situation to the command center via communication devices. Although the firepower from the native army of Planet 8 could not penetrate the defenses of the replica Imperial soldiers equipped with advanced technology and did not pose a real threat. While the collision-free mode allows various physical attacks to pass directly through his body, it cannot withstand the powerful shockwaves generated by the attacks. He also needs to continue capturing other people and is unwilling to be disturbed by these continuous attacks, thus delaying the planned operation. Received, naval guns are about to fire. A brief response came from the command center. In the vast sky, a starship, the smallest in size compared to the entire fleet, floats silently. On the starship, the smallest laser cannon was slowly rotating its muzzle, like a cold eye, slowly aiming at the army that was attacking frantically on the ground. Energy 10, fire. As the command was given, a laser beam as dazzling as a daytime meteor shot straight toward the ground with the force to tear through space. The laser's target was the very army that had appeared so aggressively earlier. Meanwhile, the troops on the ground were still caught up in the frenzy of attacking the replica Imperial soldiers, operating their weapons with complete concentration. The sound of gunfire was so loud it hurt people's eardrums, and the smoke of gunpowder filled every inch of the air. They were completely unaware that a catastrophe was about to befall them. In the instant they were caught off guard, a thick beam of light descended from the sky like a divine punishment, landing precisely on the heart of the army. In an instant, it seemed as if the whole world was lit up, followed by a deafening roar. The powerful shockwaves spread rapidly outwards from the point of explosion, like ripples, and the area of the explosion expanded dramatically, covering a radius of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Within the terrifying blast radius, everything was destroyed in an instant. No matter how sturdy the building, it was like a fragile building block, turning into dust under the powerful energy impact, with bricks and rubble flying everywhere. Those vibrant lives, whether soldiers or innocent passers-by, were all instantly reduced to ashes under this powerful laser beam, like ants being devoured by flames, leaving only a patch of scorched earth and nauseating, pungent smoke filling the air. That elite army, which had been on whom high hopes were placed, was almost completely wiped out by this attack. Only a very small number of soldiers who were on the verge of explosion managed to escape the disaster by sheer luck. They were covered in wounds, their eyes filled with fear and confusion, staring blankly at the scene of carnage before them, as if they had not yet recovered from this nightmare. Yes, not bad. They basically all meet the conditions for genetic modification. As the aftershocks of the explosion subsided, the replica Imperial soldiers quickly began scanning the surviving soldiers. The scan results were quite satisfactory to him. Compared to the ordinary residents and natives in the city, these soldiers who had received long-term military training were more suitable for genetic modification, both in terms of physical fitness and genetic adaptability. Chapter 131: Genetically Modified Warriors land on Planet B. Before the soldiers could fully recover from the devastating explosion, the weapons in the replica Imperial soldiers' hands glowed again, and beams of anesthetic energy shot out like ghosts, accurately striking the soldiers. With a slight hissing sound, the soldiers felt a wave of numbness wash over them, and then their eyes closed as they all fell unconscious. On the decision-maker's side, a sense of oppression permeated the luxurious room. The decision-maker on Planet A sat in the large chair that symbolized supreme power, his brow furrowed, the wine glass in his hand swirling unconsciously, the red wine rippling in circles, but doing nothing to alleviate his inner anxiety. Just then, a communications soldier rushed in, looking flustered, and knelt down with a thud, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Mr. President, the troops we sent have been completely wiped out." "What?" The decision-maker's wine glass fell to the ground with a clatter, splashing red wine all over the floor. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief and terror. "That was my most elite army. How could it just be gone like that?" He seemed to have lost his spine, slumped in the chair, utterly dejected, all his former authority gone. "What should we do?" A trusted aide looked anxiously at the decision-maker, his face filled with worry and helplessness. The decision-maker sat there blankly, his eyes vacant, not responding to his confidant's inquiries. His mind was in complete chaos. His most powerful army, which he had painstakingly built and was so proud of, had been so easily wiped out. Even if he has many other troops at his disposal, what use are they? Since the enemy can so easily annihilate an elite force, the rest of the army will likely suffer the same fate. "Report." Another soldier rushed in, looking anxious, and reported. "That unknown force is almost here." Upon hearing this news, the decision-maker, who had just been as dejected as a lump of mud, suddenly stood up from his chair as if he had been electrocuted. A flicker of panic and fear crossed his eyes as he shouted, "Hurry, where's the plane? I need to move." At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Survival was the most important thing. If I don't leave soon, and those devilish enemies break in, I'll really be trapped with nowhere to escape. The decision-maker shouted as he rushed out in a panic. His steps were unsteady, and his once steady gait was nowhere to be seen. The plane that was there to pick him up was quietly parked on the runway not far away, its engines emitting a low roar. As the decision-maker boarded the plane, panting, the pilot didn't dare delay and quickly started the engine. The plane accelerated forward on the runway, the fuselage shook violently, and the scenery on both sides of the runway rushed past. Soon after, the plane successfully took off and soared into the sky. On the plane, the decision-maker looked out the window at the once prosperous but now dilapidated city below, feeling a mix of emotions. Thick smoke billowed through the city. The once towering buildings were now ruins, and the streets were filled with rubble and people fleeing in panic. His expression grew increasingly grave, and his lips trembled slightly. This was his capital city, a city that embodied his countless efforts and carried his glorious dreams. It was destroyed in such a short time. The decision-makers looked out of the airplane window at the land ravaged by war, their hearts filled with sorrow and resentment. Under his meticulous planning and heavy investment, the city has developed into the prosperous place it is today after many years of development. But now it is just a mess, with broken walls and black smoke everywhere. Its former glory is gone. Li Yang and his group didn't take the decision-maker who fled in panic seriously, nor did they intend to stop him. In their eyes, a mere planet of a first-level civilization is far too insignificant, like an ant, and not worth their time or effort. Let this decision-maker run away if he wants. He can't possibly escape this planet even if he had wings. In just over an hour, this once bustling city with a population of 1 million was completely cleaned up. The streets were deserted, no longer bustling with traffic and people, only ruins and dilapidated buildings remained. Most of the once towering buildings have now collapsed, turning into piles of broken bricks and tiles. The once bustling commercial streets are now just charred shops and twisted signs, swaying precariously in the wind. The scan is complete. No life forms were found. As the cold, robotic notification sounded, confirming that the city was now a ghost town, the Imperial forces did not hesitate and quickly moved on to the next city. In the vast expanse of space, Li Yang's fleet floated silently. At this point, the fleet's compartments were almost full. Although the fleet was equipped with advanced space compression technology, which could store more supplies and personnel in a limited space, the space was gradually becoming insufficient in the face of such a large number of genetically modified warriors. First, send all these modified genetic warriors to Planet B. With a calm expression, Li Yong gave orders to Pal. After all, the fantastical civilization on Planet B is the focus of this mission, and these genetically modified warriors will become an important force in their operations on Planet B. Upon receiving the order, Pal immediately sprang into action. He quickly turned around and shouted to the staff member next to him, "Execute the deployment task immediately, and be quick." The staff immediately sprang into action, skillfully operating various devices in preparation for sending the genetically modified warriors to Planet B. The fleet's hatches slowly opened, revealing one landing craft after another neatly arranged at the hatch openings. The staff methodically loaded the genetically modified warriors, clad in heavy armor, onto the landing craft one by one, filling each craft to capacity. Then, the landing craft sped towards Planet B like an arrow, leaving a trail of brilliant contrails in space. As the landing craft landed steadily on Planet B, the hatch slowly opened, and genetically modified warriors, clad in heavy armor and wielding various weapons, stepped off the landing craft in perfect unison. Their eyes were empty, they had no independent thoughts, and they only obeyed orders. Chapter 132 Qingshan Sect. The armor worn by these warriors was not the Empire's standard armor, but rather ordinary armor specially made for them by Li Yong using resources and technical data from Planet A. Although this armor only adds some basic defensive capabilities compared to the Empire's advanced armor and does not have any other more powerful functions, it can still be considered an effective form of protection for the upcoming operation on Planet B. They possessed a wide variety of weapons, including firearms capable of long-range attacks, as well as cold weapons such as swords and knives suitable for close combat. These weapons were also temporary products made using resources from Planet A. Although they were not sophisticated, they had an advantage in quantity, which was enough to pose a certain threat to the enemies on Planet B. After all, a fleet with an energy conversion device could easily manufacture these low-level weapons and equipment, provided it had enough resources. Numerous landing craft descended, and the area was filled with a dense mass of genetically modified warriors. In a remote and beautiful land, a magnificent palace stands quietly. The palace is shrouded in a light mist, its eaves and brackets exuding a simple and grand atmosphere, while the carved beams and painted rafters are adorned with exquisite runes and patterns, showcasing its long history and profound cultural heritage. At this moment, a group of figures dressed in blue robes sat around in the council hall of the palace, each of them looking extremely solemn. Elder Zhang's life tablet has been shattered. Everyone, what are your thoughts on this matter? The speaker was an elderly man with white hair. He sat in the main seat, his eyes revealing a trace of sorrow and worry. The shattering of the life tablet signifies that Elder Zhang has met with misfortune, which is undoubtedly a heavy blow to the entire Green Mountain sect. To dare capture an elder from our Green Mountain sect, their strength is probably no less than ours. A middle-aged elder frowned and spoke slowly. The Green Mountain sect holds a prestigious position in this region. To be able to capture an elder silently in the sect's trial grounds, the person must possess extraordinary strength. What's there to be afraid of? This kind of method is obviously the work of the evil sections. They captured one of our elders, so we'll just go to their sect, capture one, and kill him. Another elder, who had a rather volatile temper, slammed his hand on the table and said angrily, his eyes flashing with fury, "Do you know who did it? Acting so rashly, are you trying to create another formidable enemy for your sect?" One of the more composed elders couldn't help but speak up in rebuttal. His eyes were sharp, and he knew that this matter could not be handled rashly, otherwise it might bring even greater trouble to the sect. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, but they were unable to come up with a unified solution. The Elder Zhang who was mentioned by everyone and died was the man who had been captured by the Imperial Squad. The Green Mountain sect is undoubtedly the largest sect in this region. In the vast cultivation world, it can be considered a renowned first-class sect with profound foundations and numerous experts. Just as everyone was arguing and hadn't reached a conclusion, the previously noisy council hall suddenly fell silent. As if by unspoken agreement, everyone turned to look outside the palace. Something else has triggered the magic circle, and there are quite a few of them. An elder skilled in sensing the fluctuations of magic arrays had a slight change in expression, his tone carrying a hint of surprise and vigilance. The magic array set up by the sect is an important barrier to protect the sect's safety. Now that it has been triggered by a large number of unidentified objects, This is by no means an ordinary event. Could it be the same killer from before? Some speculated that there was a hint of worry in his tone. After all, Elder Zhang had just met with misfortune, and now a large number of unidentified objects had broken in. It's hard not to think that there might be some connection between the two. Why are there so many of them? An elder closed his eyes and focused his mind on sensing the number of enemies within the magic array. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. The sheer number of unidentified intruders truly shocked him. Go check it out right away. The white-haired old man in the main seat made a decisive decision and gave an order. As they spoke, the group of people stood up and transformed into streaks of azure light, speeding towards the landing craft and disappearing from the palace in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the landing craft continued tirelessly deploying genetically modified soldiers. There was no other way. The fleet's production lines were constantly in operation, and if they weren't continuously deployed, the fleet would soon be full. Landing craft poured out of the fleet like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, landing in this area of Planet B. Hiss! From the dense woods nearby, a huge snake head slowly emerged. Several unhealed scars were clearly visible on the snake's head, making it look particularly ferocious. This is no other snake than the giant snake that was previously injured by the replica Imperial soldiers. At this moment, it was cautiously watching the densely packed people not far away, its huge snake head turning warily, not daring to make the slightest move. Although it did not sense any powerful aura or strength from this group of people, the strange landing craft it had seen before still made it feel uneasy. However, seeing so much food in front of it, even though it was a little scared, its instinctive appetite still drove it to slowly crawl forward, the grass rustling as the snake passed by. Just as the snake's head was only about 10 meters away from the nearest genetically modified warrior, the giant snake suddenly lunged forward like a beast poised to pounce. His body moved like a black lightning bolt, rushing towards the genetically modified warrior with lightning speed. It opened its gaping maw, large enough to swallow a person whole, and bit down hard on one of the genetically modified warriors. Then, with a gurgling sound, it slowly swallowed him whole. However, the other genetically modified warriors remained standing calmly in place, like cold statues, without any reaction. Even as they witnessed their companions being devoured by the giant snake, their expressions remained unchanged. There was no fear or anger in their eyes. They simply remained unmoved and maintained their original posture. Seeing that these strange people did not react to its attacks or put up any resistance, the giant snake became bolder and more unscrupulous. It seemed to have discovered an inexhaustible treasure trove of food and began to eat to its heart's content. Chapter 133: Giant Serpent and Genetically Modified Warriors. The giant snake hadn't eaten so freely in a long time. The last time it could eat so at will was when it first came to this area. At that time, with its immense strength, it ran rampant in this area, and its prey were powerless to resist, resulting in it devouring all the creatures in the area. Meanwhile, Li Yang, far away on the fleet, clearly spotted the giant snake that was feeding recklessly through the real-time projected images. Li Yang's eyes flashed slightly, and he immediately had an idea. Perfect, I'll use you to test the strength of a genetically modified warrior. Immediately, he turned to Pal and decisively gave the order. Pal ordered all genetically modified warriors to attack the giant serpent. At this moment, the giant snake, completely unaware of its surroundings and still immersed in the pleasure of feeding, did not notice that its prey, which had previously seemed lifeless, had begun to move silently. With the order given, all the genetically modified warriors were instantly activated. Their blood-red, dull eyes, like lit red lanterns, stared intently at the giant snake, revealing a mechanical coldness. Before the giant snake could even react to what was happening, a barrage of attacks came crashing down on it like a storm. Those genetically modified warriors, armed with melee weapons, charged directly at the giant serpent without hesitation, like wound-up machines. They brandished their weapons, unleashing all their might as they furiously attacked the giant serpent's body. A flurry of blades flashed as they slashed at the serpent's scales, sending sparks flying. Meanwhile, the genetically modified warriors wielding ranged weapons stood neatly to the side, silently pulling the triggers. Beams of energy and bullets rained down on the giant snake. These sudden attacks caught the giant snake completely off guard. In an instant, its massive body was covered with countless wounds, and bright red snake blood gushed out, staining the surrounding land blood red. The giant snake, writhing in pain, finally came to its senses and felt an unprecedented threat. It roared angrily, and with a powerful lash of its massive body, like a black steel whip, It whipped the nearest genetically modified warriors into minced meat with overwhelming force. Broken limbs and splattered blood drew eerie arcs in the air, creating a bloody and gruesome scene. Seeing this scene through the projected view, Liang couldn't help but shake his head slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and disappointment. Sure enough, even after undergoing genetic modification, their original constitution was simply too poor. Genetic modification technology is not as magical as people imagine, capable of easily transforming an ordinary person into a superhuman like the Hulk. This technology has its own rules. The stronger the organism being modified is, the greater the improvement it can gain after modification. However, given the strength of the races on Planet A, even after modification, the heights they can reach are quite limited. Although Liang had never had high expectations for these genetically modified warriors from the beginning, and only intended to use them as cannon fodder, the scene before him made him realize how vulnerable these modified warriors were when facing truly powerful opponents. Send a squadron of fighter jets down to provide support. Liang stared intently at the projected image in front of him, his brows furrowing slightly. The genetically modified warrior's performance against the giant serpent was expected, but he didn't want this rare test subject to die so easily. After all, there was still more information about the strength of the fantasy civilization that needed to be obtained through actual combat. Yes, Pao responded swiftly, and as he gave the order, the massive hatch of the main ship slowly opened, and 5 Imperial planetary fighters, like 5 steel eagles poised for takeoff, orderly drove out of the cabin. The fighter jets gleamed with a cold metallic light, their streamlined fuselages reflecting a dazzling brilliance in the sunlight. The fighter formation quickly adjusted its course and sped towards Planet B like lightning. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Planet B, the giant serpent was still engaged in a fierce battle with the genetically modified warriors. Although the individual strength of these genetically modified warriors is insignificant in the face of the giant serpent, their sheer numbers give them the advantage. Countless genetically modified warriors surrounded the giant serpent like a tidal wave, layer upon layer, seemingly endless. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant, and even the mighty giant snake was gradually unable to hold on when faced with so many opponents. Its originally swift and powerful attacks became increasingly weak over time, and each swing of its body became more and more difficult. The giant snake's eyes were beginning to show signs of retreat. It struggled to twist its massive body, trying to find a way out of the dense encirclement. However, after looking around, it couldn't help but feel a surge of despair. It was completely surrounded by tireless and relentless genetically modified warriors, with no way to retreat. Seeing no hope of escape, the giant snake let out a deafening roar, its voice filled with anger and resentment. Then, it suddenly opened its enormous mouth, which was big enough to devour everything, and sprayed out a large amount of purple slime that emitted an eerie glow. The slime, like water jets from a high-pressure water gun, splashed outwards at extremely high speeds. The genetically modified warriors whose bodies were covered in the purple slime made a sizzling sound, as if they were being corroded by strong sulfuric acid. Large amounts of purplish-black smoke rapidly emerged from their bodies, accompanied by a pungent odor, and their flesh and blood were completely corroded away in just a few seconds. This terrifying move instantly killed many genetically modified warriors. However, the genetically modified warriors around them were still densely packed, surging in like a tide. After spraying continuously for several minutes, the giant snake gradually felt its strength waning. Its body began to tremble slightly, and it slowly collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The purple mucus stored in his body was completely depleted after this frenzied spray. Having lost this powerful attack method and exhausted its strength, the giant snake was now like a lamb to the slaughter, only able to watch helplessly as these little creatures attacked it frantically. On its massive body, wounds multiplied, and its life force rapidly drained away amidst the intense attacks. With no way to resist, it wasn't long before the giant snake's body was covered with wounds of all sizes, and blood stained the surrounding land red. Finally, amidst the relentless barrage of attacks, the giant snake let out a final, weak roar, closed its eyes completely, and ended its life, a life filled with struggle. However, having received no order from Liang to cease the attack, the genetically modified warriors continued to mechanically carry out their commands, relentlessly attacking the already dead corpse of the giant snake. Broken scales and splattered flesh flew everywhere under their relentless attack. Chapter 134 Imperial Fighter Squadron arrives. Just minutes after the giant snake died, a faint rustling sound of clothes fluttering could be heard in the previously calm sky. Immediately afterwards, a group of figures dressed in blue robes, riding on flying swords that shimmered with light, slowly flew down from the horizon. Their figures were graceful and ethereal, as if immortals had descended to earth. Bathed in the gentle sunlight, they seemed to be enveloped in a faint halo, appearing otherworldly and like figures who had stepped out of a painting. However, at this moment, the faces of these immortals were filled with shock and confusion, and their usual composure had vanished. Is this a guardian spirit beast of the mountain? An elderly man with white hair and a gaunt face looked down at the almost unrecognizable corpse below, which was now just a mass of minced flesh, and exclaimed in astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief. The guardian spirit beast of the Green Mountain sect had fallen into such a miserable state, which was hard for him to accept. This was a spirit beast at the transformation realm, and it was killed just like that? Another, slightly younger elder also frowned, his face filled with confusion like a dense, dark cloud. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with confusion. But I didn't sense any aura from these strange people. He narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to find some clues from the strange humanoid creatures surrounding the giant snake's corpse. However, no matter how he sensed them, he could not detect a single powerful aura fluctuation, as if these people were just a group of mortals without any cultivation. They simply couldn't understand how a spirit beast at the transformation realm, with its immense strength and virtually unmatched power in this world, could be killed by these strange creatures that looked ordinary and had no aura whatsoever. Although they couldn't figure out exactly how all this happened, the mysterious group had first killed their Green Mountain sect's high-ranking elders, and now they had cruelly slaughtered their guardian spirit beasts. This series of actions had completely ignited the anger in their hearts. In their hearts, the Green Mountain sect was a prestigious sect in this region, and no one was allowed to provoke it at will. These strange fellows dared to act so recklessly, undoubtedly declaring war on the Green Mountain sect in broad daylight. In their view, these arrogant fools would surely face the thunderous wrath of the Green Mountain sect. Go! One of the elders glared angrily and suddenly waved his hand, unleashing a sharp sword intent from his sleeve. Immediately afterwards, a long sword radiating a chilling light, like a nimble dragon, shot out from his sleeve with a whoosh, heading straight for the group of genetically modified warriors surrounding the giant snake's corpse on the ground. This long sword is like the scythe of death. Wherever it passes, the air seems to be cut by the sharp blade, making a hissing sound. The long sword was incredibly fast. To everyone else, it was just a fleeting flash of cold light before easily piercing through the genetically modified warrior's body. In the blink of an eye, the genetically modified warriors who had been densely surrounding the giant snake's corpse fell like harvested straw and were instantly slaughtered. Spurts of blood shot into the sky, and the genetically modified warriors' bodies were as fragile as paper under the fierce sword strikes, utterly vulnerable. The elder, who had killed so many genetically modified warriors, slowly sheathed his sword and spoke solemnly. Although I can't sense their aura or strength, I deduce that these guys' strength is no more than the chi-nourishing realm, at most the peak of the chi-nourishing realm. The elder narrowed his eyes slightly, a scrutinizing light flashing within them, as if he were using the attack just now to further confirm his judgment. Humph, with this kind of strength, they dare to offend our Green Mountain sect? They're truly courting death. Another elder snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. The elders present were all experts at the chi transformation realm. For them, dealing with these lowly minions who were no more than at the chi-nourishing realm was as easy as crushing a group of ants. Just then, the Imperial Fighter Squadron arrived at the scene at breakneck speed. As soon as the Imperial Fighter Squadron entered the field, they keenly noticed a group of people dressed in blue robes hovering in the sky. Reporting to Command Center, "This is the Imperial Fighter Squadron. We have detected an unusual situation." The squad leader quickly reported to the Command Center via communication equipment, while skillfully operating the instruments to project a clear view of the scene onto the fleet. At this moment, Liang, who was in the command room, was staring intently at the light screen in front of him. Through the clear perspective projected onto him, he could clearly see the group of people suspended in the air. Judging from their appearance, these must be elders of their sect, a group of beings with at least the strength of the chi transformation realm. Liang frowned slightly, lost in thought for a moment. After all, from the memories of the captured elder, he learned that in this fantastical civilization, one's strength must at least reach the chi transformation realm to be able to float in the air. He was somewhat surprised to see so many chi transformation realm experts in front of him, but he was not worried about the situation of the Imperial Fighter Squadron at all. After all, even a squad of replica Imperial soldiers could defeat a so-called chi transformation realm expert, let alone Imperial standard fighter jets equipped with advanced weapons and equipment. Clean everything up and bring the body back. Li Yang's eyes sharpened, and he gave the order without hesitation. As for the corpses of these Qi transformation realm experts, he had his own plans in mind. It's the corpse of a Qi transformation realm expert, after all. Maybe if we hand it over to Wang Gang, who's obsessed with dissection, we can uncover some new discoveries and provide more valuable information for their research on this fantasy civilization. Receive. Upon receiving the mission order from Liang, the Imperial Fighter Squadron was greatly encouraged and quickly maneuvered their fighter jets toward the group of elders. Something is coming towards us from there. The eldest elder, the most powerful among the elders, instantly sensed the approaching Imperial Fighter Squadron with his keen perception. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted a warning. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned to look in the direction the elder had pointed. 5 uniquely designed Imperial fighter jets, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, flew straight toward them, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. What is this thing? Is it a spirit beast? An elder stared at the 5 Imperial fighter jets hurtling towards him like lightning, his eyes filled with doubt and vigilance. The fighter jet's unique shape was something they had never seen before. Although they couldn't sense any aura from it, there was an inexplicable pressure that even this well-informed elder couldn't quite figure out. Chapter 135 Encounter. Who cares what it is? Judging from their appearance, they clearly have ill intentions. Another elder looked grave, his eyes fixed on the approaching fighter jets, a hint of worry in his voice. One of the elders looked particularly wary, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a surge of powerful spiritual energy instantly erupted. In an instant, thousands of flying swords appeared out of thin air, their blades gleaming with a cold light, locking onto the Imperial Fighter Squadron in the air. Go! With a loud shout, thousands of flying swords swept through the air like locusts, their sharp whistling cutting through the air as they hurtled straight toward the Imperial Fighter Squadron. This move was the same one that the captured elder was skilled at, and now that he's used it again, its power is still astonishing. Activate the protective shield. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of flying swords, the pilots of the Imperial Fighter Squadron showed no sign of panic. They operated the fighter jet's control panel methodically, and with a slight energy fluctuation, a crystal-clear blue light shield instantly enveloped the fighter jet. The instant the flying swords made contact with the protective shield, a series of crisp cracking sounds were heard. The incredibly sharp flying swords shattered instantly like glass, turning into countless fragments that scattered in the air. The blue protective shield remained firmly enveloping the fighter jet, without even the slightest ripple, as if the attack had been nothing more than a gentle breeze across a lake, leaving no trace. What? Seeing his all-out attack so easily blocked, the elder who had made the move stared wide-eyed, his face filled with surprise and disbelief. He never expected that his attack, delivered by a powerful cultivator at the Qi transformation realm, would have no effect on this unknown monster. Not only was he surprised, but the other elders also showed expressions of shock. Although this attack wasn't their strongest move, it was still a strike from a Qi transformation realm expert. They were easily blocked by the opponent's inexplicable protective shield, and the opponent seemed to be doing it with ease, as if it hadn't taken any effort at all. How could this not shock and unsettle them? While the elders were still in shock and had not yet launched their next attack, the Imperial Fighter Squad seized the fleeting opportunity and quickly launched a counterattack. The weapon systems on the fighter jets flashed, and thick energy lasers, like shooting stars, hurtled towards the elders with destructive power. Cloud wall rise. The most powerful elder, seeing that this unknown thing dared to attack them, frowned and immediately cast a spell without hesitation. As he rapidly formed hand seals and chanted incantations, a powerful and mysterious force surged forth. Suddenly, a wall made of clouds appeared between the elder and the Imperial Fighter Squadron. This cloud wall appears light and ethereal, as gentle as the white clouds in the sky, but in reality, it contains astonishing power. Although it seems to be just a wall made of clouds, it is incredibly sturdy. The energy lasers fired by the Imperial fighters struck the wall, but were instantly swallowed up like mud oxen entering the sea, unable to penetrate the seemingly illusory, yet indestructible cloud wall. Seeing this, Liang, who was far away in the fleet command room, couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling quite surprised. After all, this was not a replica of the standard energy gun used by Imperial soldiers, but a powerful laser weapon carried by Imperial planetary fighters, whose power had proven effective in previous battles. However, the seemingly fragile cloud wall before him could withstand it so easily, suggesting that the strength of this fantastical civilization was even greater than he had previously estimated. It seems I underestimated this cultivation civilization. The Imperial Fighter Squadron, witnessing their attack being blocked, reacted quickly and decisively stopped their laser weapon attack. After all, they understood that continuing to fire blindly under these circumstances would only be a futile waste of the aircraft's precious energy. However, the so-called cessation of attack only applies to laser weapons. Since laser weapons are ineffective against the enemy at hand, it is best to switch to other weapons. Attention, all personnel, fire the annihilation ray. The squad leader issued an order through the communication channel. As the order was given, a seemingly inconspicuous small cannon located directly below the fighter jet slowly adjusted its angle and then fired a deep black beam of light, like a ferocious beast hidden in the darkness, carrying an aura of destruction, and swiftly attacked the elders. Seeing yet another energy attack, the most powerful elder remained disdainful. Having no knowledge of the Imperial fighter's weapon systems, the elder assumed that the black beam was no different in power from the previous laser, only that its color had changed. A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he raised his hand again, chanting incantations. Instantly, he summoned an even thicker cloud wall, confidently preparing to easily block the attack as before. However, he never expected that these black beams of light were not as simple as he thought. The moment the beam touched the cloud wall, it was not easily swallowed up like the previous lasers. Instead, it pierced through the seemingly indestructible cloud wall without diminishing its power, continuing to hurtle towards them. The Grand Elder was completely unprepared for the attack to break through his carefully constructed defenses, and this sudden turn of events left him somewhat at a loss. Before he could make any move to dodge, several beams of light struck like lightning. The beam of light pierced straight through the Elder's body, so fast that he didn't even have time to feel the pain. Several coin-sized holes were instantly left on the body of this most powerful Elder. Each hole was positioned with extreme precision, right above its vital organs. The Elder lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the horrifying wounds on his body, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. Why can't it heal? The Elder muttered to himself, a hint of despair in his voice. With his powerful Chi transformation realm cultivation, even the most severe injuries could be stopped and slowly healed simply by circulating his cultivation technique. However, no matter how hard he tried to circulate his spiritual energy to repair his damaged body, the wounds showed no signs of healing, and blood continued to gush from the holes, staining his robes red. He could clearly feel his vitality slowly dissipating as his blood flowed away, and a sense of powerlessness arose spontaneously. In less than a minute, the light of life gradually dimmed for this once high and mighty Elder. Finally, he closed his eyes, lost consciousness, and fell straight to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 136: The Elder's Defeat. Grand Elder. Seeing their strongest fighter, the highly respected and unfathomably powerful Elder, shot down in full view of everyone, his fate unknown, the other Elders' faces turned ashen. Their once calm eyes were now filled with fear and panic, and the arrogant disdain they had shown when facing the Imperial fighters was gone. Meanwhile, in the fleet's command center, Li Yang stared intently at the footage projected from the camera's viewpoint, witnessing the so-called Grand Elder being shot down, yet his face showed no surprise whatsoever. In his eyes, all of this was within expectations. After all, this annihilation beam was not comparable to the energy of ordinary lasers. This annihilation beam is the culmination of Imperial technology, containing extremely unique energy properties. Any matter that comes into contact with the annihilation beam will be permanently and irreversibly eliminated from the world, just as its name suggests. This is the fundamental reason why the Grand Elder could not heal his wounds no matter how hard he tried to circulate his cultivation technique. Seeing that their attack had achieved remarkable results, the Imperial Fighter Squadron was greatly encouraged and continued to fire annihilation beams without hesitation, targeting the other Elders. A series of deep black beams of light rushed toward the Elders, and wherever they passed, the space seemed to be swallowed up. Get out of the way. Having witnessed the terrifying power of this strange beam of light, the remaining Elders knew its might and no longer dared to underestimate it. At that moment, they didn't even dare to think about blocking the beam of light. They only had one thought in their minds, to desperately dodge it. However, with the annihilation beam moving at an astonishing speed, dodging it is no easy feat. Several black beams of light flashed like lightning, and several Elders who couldn't dodge in time were instantly struck by them. With several screams, they, like the Grand Elder, plummeted straight down from the sky, their fates unknown. Who exactly are you? Why are you so determined to exterminate our Green Mountain sect? Seeing that their side was being suppressed by the other side and had no chance to fight back, and the situation was in grave danger, one of the elders was extremely anxious and couldn't help but ask loudly. His voice trembled slightly, containing both fear and a glimmer of hope for survival. He hoped to find a glimmer of hope by communicating with the other party, because if things continued like this, all of them, the elders, would eventually be slaughtered by the other party. Thanks to the elder who was previously dissected, the AI has successfully recorded their language. Therefore, the Imperial Fighter Squadron was naturally able to understand the elder's question. However, even if they could understand, they had no intention of responding. The pilots remained calm and methodical as they continued their attack. For no other reason than that his orders were to slaughter all these people and then take their bodies back. Military orders are absolute, and leaving survivors is not within the scope of the mission. Seeing that the other side had no intention of answering him and instead continued to launch an attack, the elder who had spoken up questioned him grew increasingly gloomy, his face so dark it seemed as if water could drip from it. He knew in his heart that these strange beams of light were extremely fast and extremely lethal. Dodging them would be no easy task. If he were to be hit by them, he would only be able to follow in the footsteps of the Grand Elder and the others and go to the underworld. Everyone, hold on for now. I'm going to find the sect leader. At this critical moment, the elder suddenly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for any response from the other elders, he suddenly gathered his spiritual power and, like a blue meteor, fled into the distance at lightning speed, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Damn it, he's just scared and wants to run away. The other elders' faces instantly turned extremely ugly. They gritted their teeth in anger and couldn't help but mutter curses under their breath. Everyone in the Green Mountain sect knows that their sect leader has been in seclusion for over 10 years in order to break through to the highest realm. For more than 10 years, there has been no news of them. Whether they can wake up the sect leader from seclusion at this critical moment is truly unknown. They believe that the elder was merely using the pretext of finding the sect leader to actually desert in order to save his own life. Meanwhile, seeing an elder fleeing in a panic, the captain of the Imperial Fighter Squadron reacted quickly and immediately dispatched a fighter jet to give chase. In his mind, Li Yang's orders were like golden rules that had to be strictly followed. The order to slaughter them all was a death order. If any of them were to escape, it would undoubtedly be his dereliction of duty, and the mission would not be able to be completed perfectly. This was something he could not accept. Seeing that one of the original 5 fighter jets had been sent to pursue the fleeing elder, the remaining elders exchanged glances, their eyes instantly reaching a tacit understanding. Almost simultaneously, they each used their movement techniques to scatter and escape in different directions. They all had the same plan in mind. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood. At worst, they could just give up the Green Mountain sect. After all, they were just elders. The most important thing right now was to find a way to save their own lives. Seeing everyone scatter and flee like frightened birds, the captain of the Imperial Fighter Squadron was caught in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. After all, they only had 5 fighter jets in total, while there were more than a dozen enemies to pursue. Their manpower was stretched thin, and they simply couldn't cover everything. All right, let's bring back the bodies of those we killed first. At this moment, Li Yang took in all of this through the real-time footage transmitted from the fighter jet. Seeing this, he didn't mind the rest of the people running away. In his view, these people's fate was already sealed, and taking the beads from their bodies was only a matter of time, so there was no need to rush it. After a careful count, the Imperial Fighter Squadron confirmed that it had successfully killed a total of 11 elders of the Green Mountain sect. The mangled corpse of the giant snake lay quietly to one side, its massive body still exerting an inexplicable pressure even in death. The giant snake's carcass was so enormous that even landing craft could not carry it directly. Upon receiving the order, the genetically modified soldiers quickly sprang into action. Holding various tools, they methodically dismembered the giant snake's carcass. With their mechanical and efficient movements, the giant serpent's body was divided into appropriately sized pieces, and the landing craft successfully packed up and transported all the corpses, including the remains of the Green Mountain sect elders, back to the fleet. Those genetically modified warriors who completed the division mission began to expand outwards after receiving new instructions. Since all the elders of the Green Mountain sect have fled, Li Yang naturally intends to take over the so-called Green Mountain sect without any hesitation. For him, this was just a small achievement on the way to completing the mission. There were many more goals waiting for him to conquer. Chapter 137 Qingshan's Sect Disciples. Meanwhile, in the residence of the Green Mountain sect disciples, a group of young Green Mountain sect disciples were gathered in a relatively secluded corner, quietly discussing what had just happened. Hey, why did so many elders fly off in such a hurry just now? A somewhat inexperienced disciple, with a puzzled look on his face, asked his companion beside him. His eyes revealed curiosity and unease. After all, the elders were usually very composed, and such a large-scale operation was truly rare. Could it be that an external enemy has invaded our Green Mountain sect? Another disciple guessed, a hint of worry appearing on his face. Although the Green Mountain sect is powerful in this region, it is inevitable that some forces with ulterior motives will covet it. Who knows? Anyway, if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. You and I, two lowly minions at the nourishing life realm, shouldn't worry about these things. One of the disciples, who seemed rather easygoing, waved his hand dismissively and said, in his view, with their current low level of cultivation, even if something major were to happen, it wouldn't be their place to worry about it. Just as they were still discussing it with great interest, a clear but somewhat stern female voice suddenly rang out. Hey, why aren't you all cultivating properly? What are you doing here? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful woman with long legs walking gracefully and powerfully towards them. She was tall and slender, wearing a light blue long dress that fluttered in the wind, making her look elegant and graceful. Her long, glossy black hair was casually tied back, revealing her long, fair neck. His features were exquisitely beautiful, like a work of art meticulously sculpted by the heavens. But at this moment he was frowning slightly, his eyes revealing dissatisfaction as he coldly looked at the group of disciples gathered together. Senior sister, we're just having a chat. One of the disciples lowered his head and murmured, his voice tinged with fear. This senior disciple was known within the Green Mountain sect for her strictness and sharp tongue. She had extremely high requirements for the disciples' cultivation, and they all held her in great awe. Instead of chatting, you should focus on cultivating and improving your strength. You've been in the Green Mountain sect for a year and a half, and you're still stuck in the body-nourishing realm. You're a disgrace to our Green Mountain sect. The woman berated him mercilessly, her face filled with disdain. Her gaze swept over each disciple, her eyes filled with the look of utter contempt for them. In her heart, as a disciple of the Green Mountain sect, she should devote herself wholeheartedly to cultivation, constantly improve her strength, and bring glory to the sect, instead of doing nothing all day and wasting her precious time like she is now. Even though he was being humiliated so mercilessly by his senior sister, the male disciple could only silently endure it and dared not make the slightest move to resist. It wasn't that he was inherently cowardly. It was simply because the senior sister in front of him was far stronger than him. As the eldest disciple, she has already reached the peak of the chi-nourishing realm and may only be one step away from the higher level of the incarnation realm. In this cultivation world where strength reigns supreme, the gap in strength is like an insurmountable chasm, inspiring awe and making people dare not even harbor any rebellious thoughts. Humph, trash is trash. Living, it wastes air. Dead, it wastes land. Seeing that they were all bowing their heads and not daring to breathe, the eldest sister felt extremely bored. She gave a disdainful snort, flicked her sleeves, turned around, and strode away with haughty steps. Her figure appeared elegant and beautiful, yet it filled the disciples present with resentment. Only when the eldest sister's figure completely disappeared from sight did the group breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, in front of their senior sister, they felt they had to be careful even when breathing, but now they can finally breathe freely. Damn it, what's so great about him? He just has an elder as his father. One of the disciples couldn't help but grit his teeth and say, his face filled with resentment and anger. Only after the senior sister left did the disciples, who had been humiliated, dare to speak. In his view, the reason why the senior sister was so arrogant and domineering was simply because she relied on her father's position in the sect. Otherwise, with her cultivation level, how could she act so recklessly? After all, quite a few of the Green Mountain sect disciples have reached the chi-nourishing realm. Exactly, she's quite good-looking, but her mouth is so sharp. Another disciple echoed, his tone full of helplessness. Senior sister's appearance is indeed outstanding. She can be considered one of the top beauties in the Green Mountain sect. However, her mouth is like a knife, hurting people invisibly, making it difficult for anyone to like her. The group started complaining about their senior sister. She was indeed very famous among the disciples of the Green Mountain sect, but this fame stemmed more from her outstanding figure and appearance, as well as her sharp tongue that made people tremble with fear. Many new disciples who have just entered the sect will inevitably have some unrealistic fantasies when they first see the beautiful senior sister, fantasizing about having a romantic story like the one in the novels where the beautiful senior sister falls in love with them. However, reality is like a bucket of cold water. Often, within a few days, they would be scolded by the beautiful senior sister's sharp tongue and become dejected, losing all their self-confidence. Almost all disciples whose strength was lower than hers were not spared and were humiliated by her to varying degrees. Over time, although the eldest sister became famous, she was mostly remembered as having a bad reputation by many disciples. On the surface, everyone treated her with great respect, but behind her back, they harbored many complaints. At that moment, on the other side, the genetically modified warriors, with their neat and heavy steps, slowly arrived at the residence of the Green Mountain sect disciples. Their massive, metallic armor gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and they held uniquely shaped weapons in their hands. The appearance of this group of uninvited guests instantly attracted the attention of many disciples, who curiously gathered around them. Who is this person? I've never seen them before. One of the disciples looked at the genetically modified warrior with a puzzled expression. Having lived in the Green Mountain sect for many years, they had never seen anyone dressed so strangely, and a complex mix of curiosity and unease welled up in their hearts. The disciples around them whispered among themselves, speculating about the identities and intentions of these mysterious guests. The commotion from the crowd caused quite a stir, which successfully attracted the attention of the senior sister not far away. Chapter 138 Erotic. She was about to return to her room to continue her cultivation when the commotion interrupted her, causing her to frown. Hey, what are you all doing standing around here? The eldest sister's voice was clear, yet carried an undeniable authority, ringing out from behind the crowd. Hearing someone ask a question behind him, the disciple being questioned shuddered like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and quickly turned around. When he realized that the person who came was the renowned senior sister, his face turned deathly pale. His senior sister's sharp-tongued manner flashed through his mind instantly, and he inwardly cried out in alarm. Senior sister, it was this strange person who appeared that made us curious, and that's why we gathered around to watch. The disciple hurriedly explained without thinking, speaking very quickly, afraid that if he explained too slowly, he would be scolded by his senior sister. He lowered his head, not daring to look his senior sister in the eye, his body trembling slightly. What a waste. What's so interesting about this? You don't know anything about cultivation, you only care about these trivial things. What are you doing at the Green Mountain sect? Just waiting to die? As expected, the senior sister did not let go of the opportunity to berate her disciple. Her voice was sharp and piercing, like a sharp arrow shooting at the poor disciple. His words were full of contempt and disdain. Each word was like a heavy hammer, striking the disciple's heart hard. Seeing this, the others, like startled birds, dared not linger there to watch the show any longer. They knew how sharp their senior sister's tongue was, and were terrified that they would be targeted by her gaze at the next second and be scolded until they were utterly ashamed. So everyone scattered like birds and beasts, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving only the disciple who had been scolded standing alone in the same spot. Seeing her disciple unable to lift her head after being scolded, the senior sister nodded in satisfaction, as if she had completed an important task and stopped her machine gun-like tirade. Humph, a bunch of trash. What's so interesting about them? The senior sister muttered to herself as she turned her gaze to the genetically modified warrior who was standing still. Despite her outward disdain, she was actually drawn to this strange person. Driven by curiosity, she couldn't resist walking towards the genetically modified warrior. The senior sister slowly circled around the genetically modified warrior, observing him intently, without blinking. She frowned slightly, looking the strange creature up and down, trying to find some clues about its origin. Humph, you have the nerve to criticize us? Aren't you just as curious yourself? The disciples, who were secretly observing from the shadows, couldn't help but whisper with disdain as they watched their senior sister's actions. They despised their senior sister's hypocritical behavior, but dared not express it out loud, and could only grumble in secret. Meanwhile, on a distant fleet, Liang was intently watching various data and monitoring screens. At this moment, Pal came to report that the genetically modified warriors had successfully entered the residence of the Green Mountain sect disciples. Upon hearing this, Liang nodded slightly and quickly gave the order. Give the genetically modified soldiers the order to eliminate all living beings they see and extract the beads from their bodies. Yes. Pal responded swiftly and without hesitation, immediately relaying the order. The genetically modified warriors, who had been motionless like statues, instantly received new instructions, and a cold, killing intent flashed in their blood-red but dull eyes. "Hey, who are you? I've never seen you at the Green Mountain sect before." The eldest sister, with an arrogant expression and her chin held high, pointed at the genetically modified warrior and asked loudly. She was used to being the center of attention and respected within the Green Mountain sect, and now that she saw this stranger who ignored her, a nameless anger surged within her. Seeing that the genetically modified warriors ignored her questions, the senior sister's face immediately fell. In the Green Mountain sect, apart from the highly respected elders, no one had ever dared to disrespect her like this. She was proud of her noble status and considered herself outstanding among the younger generation, so she couldn't stand being neglected like this. "Why are you so tall? Hurry up and squat down." Enraged, the senior sister raised her foot without thinking and kicked hard at the genetically modified warrior's thick leg armor, trying to demonstrate her authority and let this unruly guy know how powerful she was. However, what happened next completely surprised everyone present. The genetically modified warrior, who had just been kicked, moved with lightning speed and precisely grabbed the senior sister's long leg. This genetically modified warrior is nearly 3 meters tall, and in his hands, the senior sister is like a weak doll. He easily grabbed the senior sister upside down and hung her in the air. "What are you doing? Put me down right now. I'm the senior sister of the Green Mountain sect, you damned bastard." The eldest sister was both shocked and furious, struggling desperately while cursing incessantly. Because she was hanging upside down in the air, her loose robe fell uncontrollably due to gravity, instantly exposing her long, white legs to the air without reservation. She was both ashamed and angry, her face turning red and white in turns. The other disciples who witnessed this scene widened their eyes instantly, as if their eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. Normally, the eldest sister's mouth is as venomous as a poison knife. She always belittles and insults them, making them suffer terribly within the sect. However, it is undeniable that the senior sister's appearance is indeed among the best in the entire Green Mountain sect. Her skin was like jade, her eyebrows and eyes were like paintings, and her figure was graceful. She exuded a unique charm in every move. For these disciples who had long suffered from the senior sister's sharp tongue, they had no chance to see such a sensual scene of their senior sister on ordinary days. At this moment, the senior sister's fair and beautiful legs were exposed to the air, which involuntarily attracted their attention. As if under a spell, they forgot about their surroundings for a moment. However, this brief and beautiful scene was cruelly shattered in an instant. They were initially captivated by the beautiful legs, but the next second, their smiles froze on their faces like flowers in the dead of winter, and they could no longer smile. Chapter 139: The Massacre of the Green Mountain Sect. The tall, genetically modified warrior stretched out his large, steel-like hands and firmly grabbed the senior sister's 2 legs. Immediately afterwards, as if tearing a piece of paper, he suddenly twisted it with both arms. In an instant, a powerful and cruel force erupted, accompanied by a chilling sound of bones breaking. The senior sister's body was instantly torn in two, and flesh and blood flew everywhere like broken flower petals. Various internal organs were scattered all over the ground like messy objects. A strong and pungent smell of blood filled the air, making people nauseous. The eldest sister only managed to let out half a scream before her voice was abruptly cut off. The lifeless face stared wide-eyed, filled with terror and disbelief, as if it could not believe that it had met such a tragic end. Then, as if discarding a worthless piece of junk, the genetically modified warrior casually tossed the senior sister's already split-in-two corpse onto the ground, splattering blood everywhere. 1 second it was a heart-pounding, erotic scene, but in the blink of an eye it suddenly transformed into this bloody and brutal hell on earth. This sudden scene was too much for some disciples with weaker mental fortitude to bear. Their legs buckled, and they collapsed to their knees, vomiting violently. The contents of their stomachs poured out like a flood bursting its banks. Their bodies trembled violently, unable to utter a sound, fear spreading throughout their bodies. Everyone present was stunned by what they saw. The genetically modified warrior, however, seemed to have completed an ordinary task, squatting on the ground with a calm expression. He reached out and groped through the pile of bloody, mangled organs, his movements mechanical and numb. A moment later, he slowly took out a bead that emitted a faint light. This bead is the key item that Li Yong needs, and it is also the core objective of the new order he received. Before the other disciples could recover from their extreme fear, a series of loud and heavy footsteps suddenly rang out around them. The footsteps approached from afar, causing the ground to tremble slightly. What happened again? Some disciples with relatively strong mental fortitude gradually recovered after a brief moment of disorientation. Their voices trembled slightly, and their eyes were filled with fear and unease as they hurriedly looked around in a panic. A group of genetically modified warriors clad in heavy armor came into view. These genetically modified warriors are tall and have a cold, metallic sheen. The weapons in their hands gleam with a chilling light. But to these disciples of the Green Mountain sect, the genetically modified warriors were like a legion of demons emerging from hell. You see, that demon had just brutally murdered their senior sister, and now so many more demons had appeared. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't follow in their senior sister's footsteps in the next second. Fear, like an invisible net, quickly enveloped everyone present. Run. Among the crowd, a quick-thinking disciple was the first to realize the danger and shouted at the top of his lungs. This shout instantly broke the silence that had everyone in a daze. The disciples reacted quickly and took off running. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair, and their steps were hurried and chaotic as they fled in all directions. However, some disciples, still terrified and disoriented, remained rooted to the spot like wooden statues, their eyes vacant, unable to shake off the bloody and horrific scene. Meanwhile, the genetically modified soldiers began to carry out orders in an orderly manner. The genetically modified warriors marched with heavy, orderly steps, gripping various gleaming weapons tightly in their hands, slowly approaching the disciples who had not escaped. The genetically modified warrior was tall and exuded a cold, metallic aura. He looked down at the panicked crowd with no pity or sympathy in his eyes. You want? A disciple stared in horror at the genetically modified warrior before him, his lips trembling. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of cold light appeared, and a massive greatsword fell straight down on him. With a soft plop, the disciple was instantly sliced in two, blood gushing out like a fountain and splattering onto the genetically modified warrior. However, the genetically modified warriors didn't care at all, as if it were just a trivial matter. He skillfully pulled the beads from his disciple's corpse, and then, with mechanical steps, continued toward his next target. No, help, mother. The shouts and cries for help rose and fell like sharp blades, shattering the tranquility of the air and echoing throughout the area. The disciples wept and begged desperately, trying to buy their lives by pleading for mercy. But to these emotionless, genetically modified warriors who only know how to follow orders, these pleas for mercy are nothing but a passing breeze. Cries and screams, pleas for mercy? In their programmed system, time wouldn't stop for these things. It would only continue to coldly advance this bloody massacre. In fact, given the strength of the genetically modified warriors, if everyone united, they would still have a chance to resist. However, fear overwhelmed their reason, and they dared not resist at all, which made the genetically modified warriors' mission go exceptionally smoothly. After more than an hour of mission execution, this once vibrant area had been transformed into a living hell. The genetically modified warriors naturally wouldn't let the remaining disciples who escaped get away, and they all began searching for any who had slipped through the net within the Green Mountain sect. All living things in the entire settlement were wiped out, leaving only piles of mangled flesh and scattered organs. A large amount of blood pooled together, like a winding river, staining the land crimson. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood, making it almost suffocating. Because genetically modified warriors lose their ability to think independently during the modification process, they can only follow orders and do not possess complex operational capabilities. In their simple logic, the command was to obtain what was inside these people's bodies, and directly breaking into their bodies was undoubtedly the most direct and simplest method. Thus, on this blood-soaked land, they acted like merciless machines, endlessly repeating cruel actions. Liang, aboard the fleet, witnessed the entire one-sided massacre through real-time monitoring footage. It really is a direct, simple, and brutal method of retrieving beads. Liang looked at the screen and muttered a complaint under his breath. He then turned and walked toward the dissection room, since the corpses of the dozen or so Green Mountain sect elders were still in the dissection room, and Wang Gang was in charge of dissecting and studying them. I wonder if that kid made any new discoveries during the dissection? Chapter 140 Turmoil in the Cultivation World. Meanwhile, within the Green Mountain sect, this bloody massacre continued to rage. After clearing out one residence, there are still many other residences, and so on within this vast Green Mountain sect. Even though the disciples tried their best, some running around like headless flies, and others hiding in dark corners like frightened mice, trying to escape, it was all in vain. Genetically modified warriors are like hunting dogs with a keen sense of smell, always able to pinpoint them accurately. then ruthlessly kill them and extract the beads from their bodies while they are still alive. Every search and hunt was accompanied by the disciples' desperate screams and helpless pleas. Where are the elders? Where are all the elders of our Green Mountain sect? Why haven't we seen a single one? A sense of despair enveloped the entire Green Mountain sect, with most people placing their last hope on the elders who were usually high and mighty. In their fear and panic, they screamed at the top of their lungs, as if the appearance of the elders would save them from their dire situation. However, to this day, not a single elder has appeared in the entire Green Mountain sect. Little did they know that those usually imposing elders of the Green Mountain sect had been so terrified when faced with the Imperial fighter jets that they had fled to other places, concerned only with saving their own lives. Now, within the Green Mountain sect, only the sect leader, who has been in seclusion for many years and whose fate is unknown, and his disciples, who are powerless to fight back and at the mercy of others, remain. After several days and nights of frenzied slaughter, the once glorious Green Mountain sect was completely unrecognizable. The entire sect fell into a deathly silence, devoid of any vitality. Looking around, the Green Mountain sect had become a huge inferno, with mangled corpses everywhere. Those once familiar pavilions, towers, and training grounds are now stained red with blood, and the air is filled with a nauseating stench of blood. Throughout the vast cultivation world, this terrifying event that occurred within the Green Mountain sect spread rapidly like a storm. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the world and sparking countless discussions and speculations. Have you heard? The entire Green Mountain sect was slaughtered. In a bustling market for cultivators, a cultivator lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously to his companion beside him. Huh, that can't be right, can it? His companion stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. The Green Mountain sect is no small sect. They have dozens of elders, and each of them is a powerful expert in the chi transformation realm. How could they be wiped out like this? You just don't understand. The cultivator shook his head and continued. I heard that most of their elders were killed, and the rest were so terrified they ran away without a trace. So, in the end, only those defenseless disciples remained of the entire Green Mountain sect. Tell me, how could they not be slaughtered? Such discussions continue to occur in every corner of the cultivation world. After all, the Green Mountain sect is a renowned first-class sect in the cultivation world, with profound foundations and immense power. Now, the fact that such an important first-class sect was so easily slaughtered has terrified people from other sects. Especially those sects that were first-rate or even lower level, secretly wondered, if the Green Mountain sect couldn't escape its fate, what about their own sect? Would they also be targeted by this mysterious and ruthless killer? A nameless fear began to quietly spread throughout the entire cultivation world. Nestled among misty, spiritually rich mountains, stands a magnificent palace. The palace radiated a soft light, as if it were formed from countless stars. The vermilion walls were carved with exquisite runes and mythical beast patterns, and every detail showed the accumulation of time and the sect's heritage. Inside the palace, a group of imposing white-bearded old men sat around a huge jade table, their expressions solemn and the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Everyone, you should all know about what happened to the Green Mountain sect, right? The elderly man at the head of the group wore a long purple robe with golden cloud patterns embroidered on the hem, which fluttered gently in the wind. His face was dignified, his eyes were deep, and he stroked his long beard before slowly speaking. Upon hearing this, everyone present nodded solemnly to indicate that they understood. These elders were all representatives of various major sects, and each of them held a pivotal position in the cultivation world. They gathered here to discuss the shocking massacre of the Green Mountain sect, a major event that has reverberated throughout the cultivation world. But we have no definite information what exactly happened at the Green Mountain sect. One of the elderly men, dressed in a gray Taoist robe, frowned and spoke with a worried expression. Since the news of the massacre of the Green Mountain sect spread, all the major sects realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately sent people to investigate. However, all the disciples sent out lost contact without exception, as if they had vanished into thin air. Some sects even risked sending elders at the chi transformation realm to investigate, but the result was the same. No news was received, and the matter was lost forever. Faced with such a bizarre situation, the major sects had no choice but to designate the location of the Green Mountain sect as a forbidden area, strictly prohibiting their disciples from approaching it to avoid any mishaps. This move undoubtedly shrouded the destruction of the Green Mountain sect in an even more mysterious and terrifying veil. Don't worry, there are still some Green Mountain sect elders who escaped alive. The elderly man at the head of the group narrowed his eyes slightly as he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of steady footsteps were heard outside the hall, and then an old man in a blue robe slowly walked in. His face was haggard, and his eyes revealed a hint of exhaustion and fear. After entering the hall, he first respectfully bowed to everyone present. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am one of the Green Mountain Sect elders who miraculously escaped death from the Green Mountain Sect." As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes immediately turned to him. It should be noted that in that disaster, even experts at the Chi transformation realm perished, while this elder managed to escape danger, which is enough to show that he is no ordinary person. The experiences of this elder are very likely to be the key clues to unraveling the mystery of the Green Mountain Sect massacre. Then please tell us in detail what kind of changes the Green Mountain Sect has encountered. The elderly man at the head of the group asked with a serious expression. Seeing this, the Green Mountain Sect elder closed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm the fear and panic in his heart. He then began to recount the nightmarish experience he had gone through. First, one of their elders went missing. Then, a large number of strange creatures attacked their Green Mountain Sect. While they were resisting the attack, 5 strange things appeared, flying in the air and launching terrifying attacks. Anyone who got hit by them would lose their life. He was lucky to escape with his life by separating from the other elders. The Green Mountain Sect elder recalled the events with lingering fear, his voice trembling even more. The scene was utterly chaotic. I felt a wave of despair wash over me. I desperately scattered and fled with the other elders, narrowly escaping death countless times before finally managing to stay alive. After hearing the detailed description from the Green Mountain Sect elder, everyone present gasped in shock. Chapter 141: Discussion between Good and Evil. Judging from the information obtained from the elder of the Green Mountain Sect, the fact that the terrifying attack could kill a Chi transformation realm expert so easily was undoubtedly a bombshell in everyone's minds. A terrible thought involuntarily surfaced in their minds. What would be the consequences of such an attack if it were to face an even more powerful expert at the body refinement realm? Would such an expert be as vulnerable as an ant under such a terrifying attack? As for the legendary Chi realm experts, although they instinctively felt that such an attack might not pose a real threat to them, in the face of this unknown fear, everything became less certain, and a trace of doubt quietly grew in everyone's hearts like a shadow. It's really strange. Judging from your description, this thing has never been recorded in the long and ancient history of the cultivation world. The elderly man in purple robes at the head of the group frowned, his face full of doubt. In his understanding, the cultivation world has been passed down for countless years, and through the exploration and records of countless powerful figures, all kinds of strange stories, powerful magic weapons, and mysterious techniques can be found in the vast sea of historical records. Logically speaking, such a powerful and unique being must have left clues in the long history of the cultivation world. However, despite exhausting all their efforts and searching through every historical record they could find, none of them matched the account given by the Green Mountain Sect elder. Do you think those strange things from the Green Mountain Sect might come out? Just as everyone was offering their own opinions and discussing the matter, trying to piece together a clue from the complex web of information, an elderly man with a slightly hunched back couldn't help but speak softly. His voice, though not loud, was like a thunderclap suddenly exploding in the quiet night sky, instantly shattering the crowd's discussion. Upon hearing this, the previously lively and noisy scene instantly fell silent, and everyone involuntarily turned their gaze to the old man who had spoken. "Hey, why are you all staring at me? Did I say something wrong?" Startled by the sight of so many people staring at him, the old man felt a sudden surge of panic and stammered, "What are you doing?" "No, you're not wrong. On the contrary, you're absolutely right." The purple-robed elder at the head of the group looked solemn, his expression growing increasingly grim. Not only did he understand, but everyone present understood that if, as he said, the strange creatures within the Green Mountain Sect were to escape, it would undoubtedly be a horrific tragedy for the entire cultivation world. After all, judging from the strength of these strange things, apart from the top sects, no other sects have any power to resist them. Countless low-level sects will be wiped out in this disaster. Countless cultivators will die tragically, and the peace and order that the cultivation world has maintained for thousands of years will be completely destroyed. Everyone, you should all be well aware of the seriousness of the matter. We absolutely cannot allow the strange things in the Green Mountain Sect to escape. This is not only for the survival of our respective sects, but also our inescapable duty as a righteous sect. The old man in purple robes stood up, his gaze sweeping firmly over everyone present, and spoke in a loud voice. In another mysterious place, shrouded in mist, there also stands a magnificent palace. The palace's architecture is predominantly dark, and the walls are carved with bizarre patterns, making it appear particularly eerie. Inside the palace, a group of people sat together. Unlike the righteous sects, which were all composed of elderly people, most of the people here were young men and women. What do you think of the things from the Green Mountain sect? One of the men, who had an effeminate appearance, broke the silence. He was dressed in a black brocade robe with delicate silver patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs. His face was as white as jade, and his eyes exuded an indescribable sinister aura. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned the crowd. How to view it? Just sit and watch, lie down and watch. Anyway, the Green Mountain sect is a righteous sect, so let those so-called righteous people handle it. A voluptuous woman leaned back lazily in her seat and said with an indifferent expression. She wore a pink gauze dress that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin, and she exuded a captivating charm with every gesture. As she spoke, she gently twirled the wine glass in her hand, her eyes full of disdain, as if the affairs of the Green Mountain sect had nothing to do with her. Big breasts, no brains. Upon seeing this, the effeminate man muttered something under his breath. Although his voice was soft, it was still clearly audible in the quiet palace. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm brainless? You can forget about ever visiting our Hahuan sect again. These words seemed to ignite a bomb in the woman's heart. Instantly, her eyebrows furrowed, her almond-shaped eyes widened, and she stood up angrily, pointing her slender fingers at the man who had just spoken, and said coquettishly, Okay, I was wrong. Big sister, please forgive me. Upon hearing this, the effeminate man's sinister expression vanished instantly, replaced by a look of utter panic. As a regular customer, he was well aware of the woman's temper. So, he quickly stood up, bowed repeatedly to her, and pleaded for forgiveness. Eldest sister? Upon hearing this, the woman raised her eyebrows, her anger intensifying. No, sister, my dear sister, I was wrong. The effeminate man reacted quickly, immediately changing his tune and plastering a fawning smile on his face. That's more like it. I'll let you off the hook. The woman snorted coldly, slowly sat down, and the anger on her face gradually faded, restoring her charming and alluring appearance. Thank you, sister. The effeminate man breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said. The others just watched the two of them playfully fighting, but no one stepped forward to stop them. After all, the Hahuan sect is one of the top sects among their evil sects, with great strength and numerous experts. The fact that this woman is sitting here means that she represents the Hahuan sect. Offending this woman is equivalent to offending the entire Hahuan sect. It's just a small matter. Let them argue if they want. Anyway, it's still early. There's no need to go out and act as a peacemaker. Chapter 142: The Kidnapped, Genetically Modified Warrior. In this cultivation world, the so-called top sects are those that stand at the very top of the pyramid, far surpassing even the first-rate sects like the Green Mountain sect. As a top-tier sect, it possesses profound foundations and extraordinary strength. The most prominent feature of this sect is that it must have a Chi realm expert in charge. A Chi realm expert is the highest level of existence in the cultivation world. A sect that has a Chi realm expert can be considered a top-tier sect. Alright, let's stop fooling around. We're here to discuss matters concerning the Green Mountain sect. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts and the atmosphere became somewhat chaotic, a man dressed in a black robe finally spoke. All eyes turned to him, but they could only see a blurry black shadow and couldn't make out his appearance at all. Upon seeing this, the two who had been playfully fighting just moments before instantly fell silent. Their tactful behavior was not without reason. This was because the man in black robes was a member of the top-tier sect, Soul Hall. Although the Hahuan sect is also a top-tier sect with a renowned reputation in the cultivation world, the Soul Palace is far stronger than the Hahuan sect in terms of true strength. The reason for this can be traced back to the unique and bizarre techniques of the Soul Palace. The Soul Palace's techniques, which enslave souls, are unique yet terrifying. Thanks to this special technique, even if the elders and sect leaders of the Soul Hall die of old age, their souls will not dissipate, but will be utilized by the next generation of successors to continue contributing to the Soul Hall. In this way, the strength of the Soul Palace grew stronger and stronger, like a snowball rolling downhill. This is why, if we were to discuss the sect with the most Chi realm experts, the Soul Palace would undoubtedly be the top choice. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the Soul Palace, with this unique advantage, has always stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, making other sects dare not underestimate it. My lord, The Green Mountain sect is just an ordinary first-rate sect. It's fine to destroy it. Why go to such great lengths? Seeing that everyone had finally started discussing serious matters, an ordinary-looking man quickly stood up from his seat and asked with a puzzled look on his face. His eyes revealed a hint of confusion, as if he couldn't understand why the destruction of a sect that wasn't considered top-tier in their eyes would attract representatives from so many top-tier sects to gather together. If it were just a simple case of a family being wiped out, I wouldn't be so concerned. The man in black robes paused slightly, then spoke in a low voice. The people I sent out to investigate reported that the Green Mountain sect is now completely deserted, with not a single living being left. Moreover, the disciples who were killed died in extremely gruesome ways, their flesh mangled and bloody, a truly unbearable sight. Furthermore, without exception, their inner cores had all been taken from their bodies. The man in black robes slowly uttered this information, and with each sentence, the expressions of everyone present grew increasingly solemn. Upon hearing this, a variety of complex expressions instantly appeared on the faces of everyone present, a mixture of surprise, doubt, and worry. Is this really not something done by people on our side? A pretty woman frowned slightly and asked softly with a puzzled look on her face. After all, in everyone's perception, such a cruel method of slaughtering a sect seemed to be the usual style of their evil sects. What? Do you think any sect would dare to bypass my soul palace and trespass into the territory of the righteous path? The black-robed man's voice suddenly turned icy and chilling, like the biting wind of winter. Before she could finish speaking, a powerful and overwhelming aura swept towards the pretty woman like a surging tide. An invisible pressure instantly pressed her firmly to the ground, rendering her unable to move, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on her. My lord, please forgive me. It was my fault for being so talkative. The pretty woman, pinned to the ground, looked terrified. She managed to squeeze out these words, her voice filled with pleading. Snort. The man in black robes snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, before slowly withdrawing his powerful aura. Without that oppressive force, the pretty woman felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She quickly struggled to sit up and took deep breaths of fresh air. Moreover, according to intelligence from scouts, the Green Mountain sect is home to many strange, never-before-seen humanoid creatures. These creatures, though resembling humans, lack any spiritual energy, appearing merely as walking corpses. Their methods are very similar to those of the corpse puppet sect. As the man in black robes spoke, his gaze sharp as lightning, he looked at the people from the corpse puppet sect with a hint of scrutiny and suspicion in his eyes. Upon seeing this, the representative of the corpse puppet sect's expression changed drastically, and his brows furrowed tightly. He stood up abruptly, his tone filled with anger and dissatisfaction, and questioned her. What do you mean? Do you suspect that it was done by people from our sect? As a top-tier sect, the corpse puppet sect is renowned in the cultivation world and naturally would not easily fear the Soul Palace. After all, their techniques are the exact opposite of those of the Soul Palace. The corpse puppet sect is adept at utilizing the corpses of the dead, using unique methods to create powerful corpse puppets. Thanks to this special technique, the corpse puppet sect ranks second only to the Soul Palace in the number of Chi realm experts. Such formidable strength gave them enough confidence to confront the Soul Palace. Don't get excited. I'm just saying the methods are similar. I'm not making any definitive conclusions. The man in black robes spoke slowly and deliberately, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. I think there's more to your words than that. The man from the corpse puppet sect still had a furious expression on his face, staring defiantly at the man in black robes. The standoff between the two was about to erupt. Seeing the two men locked in such a tense standoff, everyone around them held their breath. Everyone knows that these two are prominent figures in top-tier evil sections. If their conflict is not handled properly, it could easily escalate into a conflict between the two top-tier sections. No one present wants to be dragged into this storm. All right. I know in my heart that it wasn't your corpse puppet sect that did this. Seeing this, the man in black robes waved his hand helplessly, then clapped his hands and raised his voice. Bring it up. No sooner had he finished speaking than several men hurriedly carried in a wooden plank. On the wooden board, a genetically modified warrior was bound hand and foot with iron chains, his whole body tightly bound, like a caged beast. My lord, what is this? All eyes turned to the strange creature, their eyes filled with confusion. This is the strange creature that appeared in the Green Mountain sect. This thing is really not easy to deal with. I lost several of my capable subordinates in order to capture this one. As the man in the black robe spoke, a hint of smugness appeared on his face. After all, according to the intelligence he possessed, Those righteous sects were struggling to even delve into the Green Mountain sect's troubles, let alone catch the murderer who massacred the Green Mountain sect. But he managed to capture one, which made him very proud. Chapter 143, Making Empty Promises. Meanwhile, on the other side of the distance, Liang, aboard the fleet, was intently staring at four seemingly identical beads on the table, his eyes filled with curiosity. Liang carefully examined the four beads, muttering to himself. At first glance, these four beads seemed to be no different at all. These four beads came from different cultivators, ranging from the nourishing body realm to the Qi transformation realm. Originally, Liang was full of expectations, believing that as their strength and realm improved, the beads would show obvious differences. However, reality disappointed him somewhat. The four beads looked exactly alike. Teacher, it's probably because the energy stored inside is different. However, these original objects have lost their life, and the energy inside the beads has long been exhausted, so it's difficult to see the difference from the surface. Seeing the puzzled look on Liang's face, Wang Gang quickly stepped forward to explain. After this period of anatomical research on the corpses of the native inhabitants of Planet B, Wang Gang's understanding of their bodies far surpasses that of the native inhabitants of Planet B themselves. By the way, Su Xia, how are the genetically modified soldiers you were in charge of arranging doing? Liang looked away from the beads and turned to Su Xia to ask her a question. Don't worry, teacher, the plan is going very smoothly. As we expected, the genetically modified warrior has been kidnapped by the evil people from Planet B. Su Xia quickly replied, her tone carrying a hint of confidence. The kidnapping of the genetically modified warriors by evil forces was actually one of the carefully planned arrangements by Liang, except that Su Xia was in charge of the entire plan. After all, it was Su Xia who proposed the plan to support evil sects to weaken righteous sects, and thus incite them to fight amongst themselves. Otherwise, how could those spies from the evil path, with their transformation realm and Qi transformation realm strength, have so easily taken away the genetically modified warriors under the strict surveillance of the Imperial fighter jets? During this period, the situation on Planet A was very good, with more than 10 cities already falling under the iron heel of genetically modified warriors. As time goes on, the number of genetically modified warriors will soon surpass 10 million. If they hadn't successfully captured the vast area of the Green Mountain sect, given the limited carrying capacity of Liang's fleet, they would probably have been overwhelmed by the swarms of genetically modified warriors long ago. Oh, right, teacher, I have another important discovery to report to you. Wang Gang seemed to suddenly remember something, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Oh, what big discovery? Seeing Wang Gang's expression, Liang immediately became interested and couldn't help but ask curiously. During my research, I discovered that the genetic makeup of the races on Planet B and Planet A is extremely similar. So I wondered if it would be possible to use the genes from Planet B to modify the races on Planet A. If feasible, the strength of genetically modified warriors might be further enhanced. Wang Gang slowly recounted his discovery and the bold ideas that arose from it, his eyes filled with anticipation and a desire to explore. Yes, this is indeed a very good discovery. After listening to Wang Gang's detailed explanation, Liang's eyes flashed with approval, and he nodded in satisfaction. In the current situation, any breakthrough that can enhance the strength of genetically modified warriors is quite important, since most of their main force in the invasion consists of genetically modified warriors. Then, Liang changed the subject and smiled as he offered Wang Gang a pie in the sky. If, as you say, you successfully enhance the strength of the genetically modified warriors, I will add a point to your assessment score. This is not only recognition of your efforts, but also an affirmation of your research capabilities. Of course, Liang knew very well that this pie was not just for show. If Wang Gang can truly achieve this goal and greatly boost the entire plan, he will definitely keep his promise. After all, in their team, ability and results are the only standards by which everything is measured. Upon hearing this, Wang Gang's face instantly lit up with a delighted smile. For him, the score is not just a number, but a recognition of his scientific research achievements, a representation of his value in the team, and most importantly, a crucial factor in his future. Wang Gang straightened his back immediately, his eyes filled with fighting spirit and determination, and said firmly, "Teacher, please rest assured, I will do my best to overcome this problem." After saying that, he turned around impatiently and hurried towards the laboratory, as if he didn't want to waste a second and couldn't wait to get into the research and realize the idea. Watching Wang Gang's hurried departure, Liang couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. At times like these, we need to offer them a glimpse of the future first, otherwise it will be difficult to unleash their true potential. After all, Appropriate incentives can often enable members to unleash extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, Aji and Su Xia, who were standing to the side, couldn't help but show a hint of envy and anticipation in their eyes when they heard this conversation. They stared at Li Yang with longing in their eyes. After all, Wang Gang had already earned a point once based on his discovery, while the other two hadn't had a single chance to earn a point yet. Every point here could determine future development. After all, those with higher graduation scores will definitely receive better treatment and arrangements. Not to mention anything else, they might even be able to surpass others in military rank. Don't stare at me like that. As long as you do your tasks diligently and demonstrate your abilities and value, I will naturally give you extra points based on your performance. Seeing their impatient expressions, Li Yang smiled helplessly and patiently explained. He understood the team members' desire for extra points, which was one of the driving forces that kept them moving forward. Yes, teacher, we promise to complete the task. Upon hearing Li Yang's clear statement, the two men's faces lit up instantly, and their fighting spirit rekindled in their eyes. They answered in unison, then turned and left to do their work. After all, the teachers have made a promise. Instead of staying here, it's better to do something practical, especially for Su Xia, who still has to refine her plans. Chapter 144 Accidental Injury. Inside the hall of the heretical sect, everyone's eyes were focused on the genetically modified warrior who was being slowly carried up, and everyone's face was filled with curiosity. Is this the culprit behind that brutal massacre of the Green Mountain sect? He seems so weak. The woman from the Hahuan sect swayed her graceful figure as she slowly walked towards the genetically modified warrior. She crouched down slightly, extended her slender fingers, and gently pinched the genetically modified warrior's body. Then, she frowned and said softly, "And looking at such a large size, it's a pity that the bottom is empty." The woman from the Hahuan sect changed the subject, a slightly teasing smile appearing on her lips. Her words startled everyone present, who then looked at her with speechless expressions and helpless looks in their eyes. It can only be said that they are indeed people of the Hahuan sect. Their way of thinking is indeed unique, and they can always see things from some unusual angles. Seeing this, the man in black robes gently shook his head and began to patiently explain. According to reliable intelligence from scouts, the disciples of the Green Mountain sect were basically all slaughtered by these guys. As for the deaths of the elders, there was another reason. It was caused by some other mysterious thing, but that thing was too strange and powerful, and I really couldn't bring it over. The man in black robes spoke in a low, solemn voice, revealing a hint of helplessness. After all, capturing this genetically modified warrior alive had already come at a heavy price for him, costing him several capable subordinates at the Chi transformation realm. As far as he knew, the unidentified flying object that could easily kill a Chi transformation realm expert was so powerful that it would probably require a peerless expert of the first Chi realm to personally subdue it, which was no easy task. What is this thing? Just as everyone was pondering the black-robed man's words, the effeminate man suddenly spoke. He stretched out his long, slender fingers, picked up the energy gun placed to the side, and began to examine it closely with great interest. This energy gun has a unique design, quite different from the weapons they usually see. This energy gun was manufactured using resources from Planet A by the fleet's production equipment. Although it also uses energy as a means of attack, it is worlds apart from the Empire's general-purpose energy gun. The Empire's universal energy gun is powerful, capable of not only flexibly converting energy, but also adjusting energy output according to the user's needs. However, this energy gun is extremely rudimentary. It cannot convert energy, nor can it absorb energy at any time. It can only be filled with a fixed amount of energy and fire at a fixed set energy value, which greatly reduces its practicality. That thing is one of the weapons they use, but I'm not too sure about its power. The man in black robes looked at the energy gun in the effeminate man's hand and spoke slowly. After all, he had never personally witnessed the energy gun's attack, so he naturally had no idea about its power and could only give such a vague answer. A weapon? But its design is really peculiar. Wait, what's this? It looks like it can be pressed down. The effeminate man muttered to himself as he curiously examined the energy gun in his hand. Through his meticulous observation, he discovered the trigger-like component at the bottom of the energy gun. Out of curiosity about new things, he pressed down hard without thinking. In an instant, a dazzling laser beam, like a bolt of lightning, shot out from the muzzle of the gun with a whoosh, flying straight toward the man in black robes. The laser was extremely fast, so fast that no one had time to react. Because the effeminate man and the man in black robes were too close, and because of the laser's extremely high speed, The man in black robes had no time to dodge and was hit by the laser before he could even react. With a muffled thud, the laser, like a hot knife through butter, pierced the black-robed man's head and passed through without any obstruction. For a moment, all that could be seen was a headless man in black robes standing stiffly in place. The scene froze instantly, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Grown-ups. Upon seeing this, the effeminate man's already pale face turned even more bloodless. His eyes widened in horror, his lips trembled slightly, and his voice was filled with fear and regret. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Just as everyone was in shock, the familiar voice of the man in black robes drifted over, indicating that he had not suffered any real harm. Upon closer inspection, everyone saw that the black robe, which had been shattered by the laser, was slowly regenerating as if it had a life of its own, gathering like mist and once again enveloping the head area, as if the breathtaking scene had never happened. "I must say, your Soul Palace's techniques are really quite good." The man from the corpse puppet sect narrowed his eyes slightly, a complex expression flashing in them, and slowly spoke. Compared to the others present, he had a more in-depth understanding of the Soul Palace's techniques. The people of the Soul Palace cultivate unique and mysterious techniques. They generally travel in their cultivated soul bodies, while carefully leaving their physical bodies in the Soul Palace. This cultivation method allows them to cultivate a new soul body even if their soul body completely disappears, as long as their physical body remains intact. Of course, as a price, if this happens, their cultivation will be wiped clean, and they will have to start cultivating all over again. This is both the wonder of the Soul Palace's techniques and the enormous risks hidden behind them. Humph, if I weren't in spirit form right now, that sudden attack would have seriously injured me. Although the man in black robes pretended to be calm and said that he was fine, he was already burning with anger in his heart and couldn't help but vent his dissatisfaction in secret. He knew in his heart that it was fortunate that he was traveling in his soul form, so the attack from this energy gun was not too fatal to his soul form. Otherwise, based on this kid's reckless actions just now, we would make him pay for his crime with blood and tear him to pieces. "I'm so sorry, sir, I really didn't mean to." Seeing that the man in black robes appeared unharmed but his tone revealed obvious displeasure, the effeminate man felt a pang of fear and quickly apologized with a face full of guilt. With her head bowed, she dared not look the man in black robes in the eye, her body trembling slightly. The man in black robes looked at the fool in front of him, feeling extremely annoyed, but he couldn't vent his anger too much. After all, the effeminate man was no ordinary person. He was a representative of the Windflower sect, one of the top evil sects. Although the Manhwa sect is only a newly promoted top-tier sect, and cannot compare with those established top-tier sects in terms of foundation and strength, at least those sects have Chi realm experts in charge. It would not be a wise move to really strain relations. "Hey, how was that attack?" Just as the atmosphere was becoming slightly awkward, the man from the corpse puppet sect broke the silence first and asked the man in black robes a question. After all, the black-robed man, as someone who had personally experienced it, was certainly the most qualified to speak about the power of such a special attack. Chapter 145, Suxia's Plan. It's just SOSO. In terms of power, it's probably equivalent to a full-force attack from a Chi-nourishing realm cultivator. However, this attack method is extremely special. If someone is caught off guard, even a Chi transformation realm expert would likely be injured. The man in black robes frowned slightly, lost in thought. After pondering for a while, he slowly spoke. He knew in his heart that with his current strength, under normal circumstances, let alone an attack from a Chi-nourishing realm expert, even an attack from a transformation realm expert might not be able to cause him any damage. However, the attack from that energy gun just now truly made him feel threatened. It seems this thing really isn't something our cultivation world can produce. After listening to the black-robed man's detailed description, the man from the corpse puppet sect became increasingly solemn, and based on his own judgment, he offered this opinion. In his understanding, although the cultivation techniques and weapons in the cultivation world were varied and strange, he had never heard of such a special way of attacking. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts and continuing their discussion, a series of crisp crackling sounds suddenly broke the brief silence. The genetically modified warriors, who were originally tightly bound by chains, suddenly launched an attack for some unknown reason. The genetically modified warriors' muscles tensed, unleashing an astonishing power. The steel chains were easily crushed by this power, as fragile as silk threads. Immediately afterwards, the genetically modified warrior slowly rose from the wooden board, his feet firmly planted on the ground, exuding a chilling aura. His eyes gleamed with an eerie light as he coldly surveyed the people around him. How did it suddenly start moving? The genetically modified warrior's sudden action instantly alerted everyone present. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and unease. Although they could tell from the aura that this genetically modified warrior was not very strong, he was, after all, an unknown being, and no one knew if he was hiding any deadly attacks that could threaten them. The genetically modified warrior who stood up did not immediately launch an attack, as everyone had feared. Turning its head, it mechanically observed its surroundings with lifeless, inanimate eyes before slowly fixing its gaze on the crowd. Are you from some heretical sect? Just as everyone was filled with doubt, a cold, emotionless sentence came from the genetically modified warrior's mouth. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, their eyes wide open, and a thought flashed through their minds simultaneously. This thing, it clearly has no soul, yet it can talk? However, they were unaware that Su Xia was secretly manipulating everything behind the scenes. After all, the genetically modified warriors have successfully entered the core area of the evil sect and made contact with their important figures, so now is the perfect time to start an exchange. Otherwise, with their brains programmed to have no independent consciousness, genetically modified warriors would not have the ability to speak on their own initiative. That's right, I'm from the Soul Palace, and they are all representatives of my various evil sections. And who are you? The man in black robes suppressed his shock and asked cautiously. After all, according to the intelligence he had gathered before, these strange humanoid creatures not only lacked souls, but also had no independent consciousness whatsoever, acting like cold, killing machines. How could they possibly communicate with humans like this? A thought flashed through his mind. There is only one possibility. The mastermind behind all this, who is controlling everything, has finally revealed themselves. You are not qualified to know who I am. However, we do share a common enemy. Through remote control, Su Xia made the genetically modified warrior speak slowly, his tone carrying an unquestionable coldness. A common enemy? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. They all involuntarily thought of the tragic massacre that had befallen the Green Mountain sect. After a brief silence, everyone pondered and analyzed the situation in their hearts, and finally came to a common conclusion. This mysterious and unknown force is very likely an enemy of the righteous sects, just like their evil sects. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thinking of this, everyone's tense nerves relaxed, and the wariness in their eyes gradually faded. So it turns out we're kindred spirits. But I wonder which sect you belong to. With my experience in the heretical world, I've never heard of your sect before. The man in black robes clasped his hands slightly, performing a traditional greeting in the cultivation world, and asked slowly with scrutiny and curiosity in his eyes. After all, the Soul Palace is second to none in terms of influence and strength among the evil sections. Given his status and knowledge in the Soul Palace, he should know all the sects of any size in the evil sections. However, this mysterious force in front of him is completely beyond his comprehension. I've already made myself very clear. You're not qualified to know. You just need to answer me. Do you want to completely eliminate the righteous sects? Su Xia controlled the genetically modified warrior, her voice remaining cold and mechanical, without the slightest inflection. Su Xia ignored the man in black robe's question and instead threw out a very tempting question. But these words struck like a hammer blow, hitting everyone in the heart. Humph, they're just some righteous sects, not worth mentioning. With our own strength, we can easily wipe them out. Upon hearing this, the man in black robes instantly became dissatisfied, his face full of disdain and his tone laced with arrogance. In his heart, he was a representative of the Soul Palace and held a revered position in the evil path. This guy who appeared out of nowhere was showing him no respect at all. His arrogance was unbearable. Oh, really? If that's the case, then why have you evil sects been able to occupy this corner of the world for tens of thousands of years, and have been suppressed and defeated by the righteous sects? Even though the voice came from the emotionless, genetically modified warrior, everyone could clearly feel the strong disdain and mockery in the words of the person behind it. Indeed, what the other party said hit the nail on the head. Over the years, the heretical sects have always been at a disadvantage in their long-term confrontation with the righteous sects, and have been suppressed by them. Chapter 146 Windflower Sect. The key reason for this lies in the huge disparity in the number of strong individuals on both sides. Although the Soul Palace has the advantage of having the most Chi Realm experts, and the Corpse Puppet Sect ranks second in the number of Chi Realm experts, the righteous sects have the advantage of having a large number of experts. When faced with any sect of the evil path, the righteous path only needs to gather the power of 2 or 3, or even more, sects to easily suppress them, leaving the evil path powerless to fight back. To put it bluntly, I have more people than you. Feeling embarrassed and ashamed that the other party had so bluntly exposed his awkward situation, the man in the black robe felt his face burning. Enraged, he raised his voice and shouted, "Even if what you say makes some sense, so what? You've only slaughtered a mere first-rate sect, the Green Mountain sect. With that kind of strength, any sect present could have easily done it." He attempted to save face by emphasizing the ordinariness of the Green Mountain sect in order to downplay the power displayed by this mysterious force. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded subconsciously, their eyes revealing a matter-of-fact expression, indicating that they completely agreed with the man in black robe's point of view. In their view, the Green Mountain sect was indeed nothing special. Each person present represented a sect capable of destroying the Green Mountain sect. However, they all weighed the pros and cons and knew that doing so would only lead to offending the righteous sects and causing endless trouble, without any other substantial benefits. Therefore, they would never do such a thing. "Oh, really? Then would you like to witness our true strength?" Su Xia remained calm and controlled the genetically modified warrior, her emotionless voice ringing out in everyone's ears once again. She knew perfectly well that these members of the heretical sects were all meticulous and cunning. If she couldn't win their hearts and minds with overwhelming power, it would be nothing short of a pipe dream to expect them to follow her orders. "Oh, what? Ready to come out and fight us?" Upon hearing this, a glint of excitement flashed in the black-robed man's eyes, and he instantly became interested. In his view, this mysterious force might just be putting on a show, trying to intimidate everyone with words. If they really wanted to take action, they wouldn't be afraid. No. Since you think that slaughtering a first-rate sect isn't enough to demonstrate your strength, then destroy a top-tier sect. The genetically modified warrior's cold voice rang out unhurriedly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed instantly, as if they had heard something utterly unbelievable. They stared wide-eyed at the genetically modified warrior's expressionless face, their faces filled with disbelief. It is important to understand that the reason why top sects can stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world and become awe-inspiring existences is precisely because every top sect must have a Chi realm expert in charge. To destroy a top-tier sect, one must kill the Chi realm expert who guards the sect. In the cultivation world, killing a Chi realm expert and merely defeating them are two completely different concepts. If it's just about defeating someone, a single Chi realm expert with exceptional strength might be able to do it, or two equally powerful Chi realm experts working together could also accomplish it. However, killing a Chi realm expert is by no means easy. It would require at least 3 to 4, or even more, Chi realm experts of equal strength to join forces. After all, a Chi realm expert possesses extraordinary strength, and once they realize they are outmatched, escaping is not difficult. If there aren't enough powerful attackers, it's not certain that they will be able to kill him successfully. Humph, talking big like that, aren't you afraid of hurting your back? The effeminate man couldn't help but step forward, his face full of disdain and his tone laced with sarcasm. In his eyes, this mysterious force was simply boasting, and he didn't believe they had such capabilities at all. "You don't believe me? Then you can use your sect as proof. How about that?" The genetically modified warrior's cold voice rang out again, like an icy blade, pointing directly at the effeminate man. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately turned to the effeminate man, their gazes filled with curiosity and anticipation, all wanting to see how he would respond. Being stared at by so many people, the effeminate man's face immediately turned very ugly. After all, things have developed to this point, and if he chooses to back down, it would undoubtedly be an admission of cowardice to everyone, which is unacceptable to him and the manhwa sect he represents. "All right, the Windflower sect is waiting for you." The effeminate man gritted his teeth and said, forcing himself to speak, his tone carrying a hint of resolute determination. Upon hearing this, everyone present simultaneously revealed expressions of anticipation and excitement. As the saying goes, it's better to die for your friend than for yourself. Since the manhwa sect wants to be the first to stick their neck out, let them be. They wanted to see if this mysterious force could actually deliver on its boastful words. In the minds of these heretics, this seemingly pointless contest appears to have only two possible outcomes. If the Windflower sect wins, it means that this mysterious force is just talking big and bragging, and doesn't actually have the strength they claim to have. In this way, they can continue to fight for power and profit in the cultivation world without any scruples, without having to take this mysterious being that suddenly appeared seriously. But if the Windflower sect loses, it won't necessarily be a bad thing for them. After all, in the evil world where the strong prey on the weak and profit is paramount, The absence of one windflower sect means that the remaining sects can get a bigger share of the spoils when dividing up various cultivation resources, territories, and other benefits. They would not feel sorry for it. On the contrary, they would be secretly happy. Although such thinking seemed extremely cruel and even somewhat inhumane, this was the consistent way of doing things and the survival rule of evil sects. In their eyes, interests always come first. Things like camaraderie and morality often seem insignificant in the face of profit. Besides, if this mysterious force really wins, wouldn't they gain a powerful ally, with the price being nothing more than the Windflower sect? Okay, go back and wait. We'll come find you tomorrow. The genetically modified warrior's emotionless voice rang out again. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly swelled violently, followed by a loud bang, like a small bomb exploding, and the genetically modified warrior's body exploded. The splattered blood and flesh fell like raindrops, covering everyone present. Oh, my clothes. Who leaves like this? The woman from the Hahuan sect screamed, frantically patting the pieces of flesh on her body while angrily complaining with a face full of rage. The once gorgeous and exquisite clothes were now covered in disgusting blood and flesh, which broke her heart. Compared to the complaints from the women of the Hahuan sect, the effeminate man's feelings were much more complicated at this moment. Chapter 147, Testing the Waters of Top-Tier Sects. He felt a pang of regret, regretting that he had agreed too hastily in a moment of impulse. After all, he came here only to represent the Fenghua sect in this discussion. He originally wanted to show his face in front of many top sect representatives and demonstrate the existence of the Fenghua sect, but he did not expect to provoke a powerful and unpredictable enemy for the sect. This is undoubtedly a huge potential threat to the Fenghua sect, which has just been promoted to a top-tier sect and whose foundation is not yet solid. Don't worry, although your Fenghua sect has just entered the threshold of a top-tier sect, you still have 3 Qi realm experts in charge. With the strength of 3 Qi realm experts, plus other experts in the sect, you shouldn't be so easily defeated. A companion who was on good terms with the effeminate man rushed to his side upon seeing this and gently comforted him. She tried to ease the effeminate man's tension a little. I hope so. The effeminate man sighed softly, a hint of worry and helplessness in his eyes. He was well aware that the Windflower sect had 3 Qi realm experts, but since the other party dared to make such a boastful statement, they must have some confidence. In the massive fleet command center, soft lighting illuminated the various complex instruments and equipment. Su Xia stood before Li Yong, methodically reporting on the events that had just occurred at the heretical sect. She described in detail her conversation with the heretical group, especially their doubts about her side's strength and the provocative agreement to wager the Windflower sect. Oh, top-tier sects are interesting. It'll be a good opportunity to test just how strong their Qi refining realm experts really are. Li Yong narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of excitement and anticipation flashing in them. In his mind, he did not believe that a mere top-tier evil sect could pose a real threat to them, much less withstand their powerful fleet. After all, the technological power they possess is almost equivalent to a dimensional reduction attack for the cultivators of this world. It's important to understand that even though planetary-level starships represent the technology of a second-tier top-tier civilization, in lower-level civilizations, technology absolutely suppresses fantasy civilizations. Take a Qi realm expert as an example. In the same second-level technological civilization, a starship can be produced indefinitely as long as there are resources, but that is not necessarily the case for a Qi realm expert. Of course, the fleet will not be deployed easily in this operation against the Windflower sect. Instead, it will be kept hidden as a last resort. Those who directly confronted the enemy were mainly the genetically modified warriors and imperial soldiers. After all, the Windflower sect is a top-tier sect, and it must contain a large number of precious beads. These beads are extracted from the bodies of cultivators of different strengths and play an important role in their research and improvement of strength. If we were to use naval cannons to launch a devastating attack, we could easily destroy the Windflower sect, but those intact beads would inevitably be damaged and difficult to obtain. If you need my support, just let me know. Li Yong stood up, smiled, and patted Su Xia's shoulder affectionately, his eyes revealing his trust and support for her. Although this operation seems to have a high chance of success, it is not without risk. After all, the other party is a top sect with a deep foundation in this world. Before making contact, no one knows what unexpected things might happen. Don't worry, teacher, a mere level 2 civilization certification is a piece of cake. Su Xia responded confidently, her face beaming with determination. She was confident in her abilities and the power she possessed, and firmly believed that she could successfully complete the mission with the resources at her disposal and her carefully planned tactics. However, although she spoke so casually, Suxia knew in her heart that only by acting cautiously could she ensure that nothing went wrong. After communicating with Liang, she finally managed to borrow an Imperial Planetary Fighter Squadron and a well-trained Imperial Soldier Squadron from him, along with various advanced weapons and equipment. These additional strengths will undoubtedly increase her chances of success. Liang, true to his word, readily agreed to Suxia's request. After all, although they had different roles, they shared the same goal: to accomplish their respective tasks in this unfamiliar world. Hey Suxia, I heard you have an important operation tomorrow. Can I come along? Upon hearing this, Aji immediately rushed to find Suxia. At this moment, his eyes gleamed with anticipation, as if he had seized some rare opportunity and was eagerly hoping that Suxia would agree to let him participate in tomorrow's operation. What about your task? Upon hearing Aji's request, Suxia frowned slightly and looked at him with a puzzled expression. In her mind, all three of them had their own specific plans and tasks. Aji's main task is to find a way to control the high-end combat power of Planet B, which is a crucial task. However, so far, he has not made any substantial progress. Well, as you know, my plan has been fraught with difficulties, and there's been little progress so far. I'm thinking that this operation might give me some clues. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Aji's face. He scratched the back of his head, trying to hide his guilty conscience with this gesture. Actually, what he really wanted was to go along and join in the fun, and maybe even get some credit for it, which might earn him more points with Teacher Liang. Cut. Upon hearing this, Suxia's eyes immediately revealed disdain as she looked at Aji without any attempt to hide it. She knew all too well what Aji was thinking. His so-called search for clues was just an excuse. He was clearly just trying to take shortcuts. Sister Suxia. Looking at Suxia's disdainful expression, Aji knew that she had seen through his little scheme. So he immediately put on a pitiful expression, and like a child, he took Suxia's hand and shook it gently, trying to move Suxia in this way. Okay, stop disgusting me. I'll take you tomorrow. Suxia couldn't stand Aji's behavior any longer, so she quickly pulled her arm back, waved her hand with a look of disgust, and signaled Aji to stay away from her. Aji's feigned pitifulness just now really gave her goosebumps. Chapter 148 Report. Haha, thank you so much, Sister Suxia. Upon hearing that Suxia had finally agreed to his request, Aji beamed with joy, his smile as radiant as a blooming flower. He was so excited he almost jumped for joy, filled with anticipation for this hard-won opportunity. Get lost, don't disturb my rest, Suxia said irritably. She was getting impatient and just wanted to get rid of Aji as soon as possible so she could get some rest and conserve her energy for tomorrow's operation. Yes, get out of here right now. Aji quickly agreed, afraid that Suxia would change her mind. Like a cheerful little bird, it turned and ran away in a flash, humming an off-key tune, happily preparing for tomorrow's operation. In the bustling yet somewhat eerie Windflower sect's stronghold on Planet B, the night was deep and all was silent. The effeminate man, looking flustered, hurried to the sect leader's sleeping quarters. A faint red mist filled the bedchamber, emitting a strange fragrance that made one feel lightheaded. Before an extremely luxurious red bed, the effeminate man suddenly knelt down, burying his head deep in the ground, not daring to raise his head even slightly. Oh, so you mean that besides bringing back those worthless pieces of information, you also inadvertently created an enemy for our Windflower sect? On the large red bed, hidden by layers of curtains, a voice that was neither male nor female, strange and eerie, seemed to come from the deepest hell, carrying a chill that made the temperature in the entire bedchamber drop a few degrees. I'm sorry, Sect Master, I was momentarily confused and bewitched, and I agreed without consulting anyone. But the effeminate man spoke hesitantly, his voice trembling slightly, as he tried to explain something. However, before he could finish speaking, the bed curtains were suddenly flung open, and a sharp attack, like a black lightning bolt, carrying immense power, hurtled straight toward the effeminate man. The sharp crack sounded particularly abrupt in the quiet bedroom. A bright red handprint, like a brand, appeared clearly on the originally delicate face of the effeminate man. His face swelled up instantly, a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he felt dizzy from the slap. Do you know that those cunning old foxes are just waiting for a brainless idiot like you to be the first to stick your neck out? You're a complete and utter fool. The sect leader's voice grew increasingly shrill, like a sharp needle piercing straight into the heart of the effeminate man. The effeminate man, after being slapped, was so frightened that he dared not breathe. He could only bury his head even lower, like a frightened quail, silently listening to the sect leader's merciless scolding. Forget it, I can't entirely blame you. After all, I sent you to that damn discussion. It's normal that you couldn't handle those cunning old guys. You should apologize to me properly. After a long while, the sect leader's shrill voice finally softened a little. Upon hearing this, the effeminate man's tense nerves finally relaxed slightly, and he couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that this meant the sect leader had forgiven him, and at least his life was saved. Yes, the effeminate man, his voice weak, rose shakily from the ground. His legs were still trembling uncontrollably, and he could collapse to the ground again at any moment. He slowly took off his boots, every movement incredibly deliberate, and then carefully climbed onto the large red bed. Inside the luxuriously decorated council hall of the Hahuan sect, filled with enchanting fragrances, soft pink gauze curtains danced gently in the breeze, creating a dreamlike scene. The Hahuan sect woman who had just participated in the discussion was now kneeling respectfully on the ground, her expression focused and serious, as she meticulously reported to the Hahuan sect master the details of what had happened in the soul hall. In front of her sat a woman, whose figure was more voluptuous than that of the woman who had given the report, like a ripe peach, exuding a captivating charm. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, her peach blossom eyes seemed to hold 1,000 charms, and a single glance could captivate the soul. She was the sect leader of the Hahuan sect. That's interesting, but the Windflower sect is probably in for a rough time. Upon hearing this, the sect leader of the Hahuan sect smiled slightly and couldn't help but chuckle. His laughter was as clear as a silver bell, yet it also carried a hint of schadenfreude. After all, given the current situation, even if the Windflower sect were to defeat that mysterious force by sheer luck, their sect would inevitably suffer heavy losses and be severely weakened. Perhaps they will fall directly from the ranks of the newly promoted top sects and become a first-rate sect, never to recover. The sect leader is right. That idiot will definitely be tortured by their androgynous sect leader when he gets back. The woman from the Hahuan sect quickly echoed, a fawning smile on her face. She already had no good feelings towards the Windflower sect, and now she felt even more strongly that the effeminate man would definitely suffer when he returned. After all, although the Windflower sect has a considerable reputation among the heretical sects, it is not a very honorable one. You must understand, this is the territory of an evil sect, notorious even within the evil sects, so you can imagine how bizarre their behavior is. Take the Windflower sect for example. Their cultivation method primarily focuses on dual cultivation. However, this dual cultivation method is completely different from the dual cultivation techniques of the Hahuan sect. The dual cultivation techniques of the Hahuan sect mainly focus on the art of absorbing and replenishing yin, and since most of the disciples in the sect are female, they mostly use the method of absorbing yang to replenish yin. By engaging in dual cultivation with a man, one can absorb his yang energy to enhance their own cultivation level. The dual cultivation method of the Manhwa sect emphasizes mutual help, complementarity, and progress. Both male and female disciples can improve their cultivation level during the dual cultivation process. From the perspective of the technique itself, this is a good cultivation method. Unfortunately, their sect leader made it into something neither fish nor fowl. Within the Windflower sect, a group of disciples who were neither male nor female were cultivated. These disciples have bizarre cultivation methods and have no bottom line when choosing partners for dual cultivation. They are indiscriminate and will accept anyone as long as they are human. This caused disciples from other heretical sects to avoid anyone from the Windflower sect, as if they were a plague god. After all, in everyone's eyes, the people of the Windflower sect are nothing more than a group of transvestites who engage in dual cultivation, and their behavior is truly despicable. If it weren't for the fact that the Manhwa sect was willing to allow the Hahuan sect's female disciples to harvest their essence for free in exchange for resources, in order to be on good terms with the Hahuan sect, the Hahuan sect would probably have avoided them like other sects. Chapter 149 Starship Arrival. In the treacherous world of cultivation, the struggle between the forces of good and evil has never ceased, with all sides secretly observing the changing situation. A piece of news, like a bombshell, caused a huge uproar in the cultivation world. The Windflower sect will face off against the mastermind behind the massacre of the Green Mountain sect tomorrow. The news spread like wildfire within the evil sects, causing much discussion among various evil forces. It then crossed the line between good and evil, reaching the ears of the righteous sects, and stirring up a great deal of waves in the righteous world. What? The murderer who slaughtered our Green Mountain sect has actually fled to the evil path? Inside the magnificent palace, In an elegantly decorated yet solemn council hall, the group sat around an antique round table, discussing how to continue their expedition into the Green Mountain sect. The Green Mountain sect was brutally massacred, and the entire sect was deathly silent. This matter concerned the face and dignity of the righteous path, and naturally attracted great attention from all sects. Just as everyone was expressing their opinions and discussing the matter intensely, this sudden news was like a bolt from the blue, instantly stunning everyone present, their faces showing disbelief and shock. Although the Windflower sect is a heretical force that has only recently risen to the top-tier sect through its own methods and opportunities, in terms of overall sect strength, even with the strong foundation of our Righteousness Hall, we really dare not easily claim that we can annihilate it in one fell swoop. One of the representatives from the Righteousness Hall frowned, slowly stroking his long, white beard as he sighed heavily. The Righteousness Hall has consistently held one of the top positions among the righteous sects for many years, enjoying a renowned reputation in the cultivation world. It boasts numerous experts at the Qi realm and possesses an incredibly profound foundation. However, it is by no means easy to eradicate a newly emerging top sect without any scruples. After all, a force that can stand out among many evil sects and rise to become a top sect is by no means an ordinary person that can be easily underestimated. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact that the mastermind behind this is causing trouble for the evil sects is undoubtedly a great thing that we've been hoping for. The old man in purple robes, sitting in the main seat, spoke slowly with a calm expression. Upon hearing the words of the purple-robed elder, everyone nodded repeatedly in agreement. After all, in this environment where good and evil are clearly distinguished and irreconcilable, the idea that good and evil cannot coexist has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. The fact that the mysterious force took the initiative to stir up trouble in the evil path was a golden opportunity for the righteous sects. In this way, the righteous path can not only temporarily avoid direct conflict with that mysterious and powerful force, thus avoiding unnecessary casualties and losses, but also sit back and watch the tigers fight, waiting for the situation to become clearer and then find a more favorable opportunity. Should the Green Mountain sect continue its investigation? At this moment, a young disciple in the crowd stood up slightly, his expression hesitant, and cautiously asked. After all, following the tragedy at the Green Mountain sect, all the righteous sects were filled with righteous indignation and eager to find out the truth and seek justice for their deceased comrades. Although the first batch of agents sent out failed, we must find a way to find out the situation no matter what. Upon hearing this question, the old man in purple robes closed his eyes slightly and fell into a brief but deep thought, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest as he weighed the various pros and cons. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes and said, "Let's stop for now. Given the current situation, it's best not to act rashly. Let's put the Green Mountain sect matter aside for now." This was the conclusion reached by the old man in purple robes after careful consideration. After all, the great battle between the Windflower sect and that mysterious force tomorrow will undoubtedly become a hot topic in the entire cultivation world. The outcome of this battle is very likely to have a profound impact on the balance of power between the righteous and the evil. Time flies like an arrow. A day passed in the blink of an eye amidst tense pre-battle preparations and anxious waiting. Night had not yet completely faded, and the darkness before dawn still shrouded the earth. But within the territory of the Windflower sect, there was already a busy and solemn scene. The elders and disciples quickly gathered in the sect square. "Sectmaster, everyone has assembled. Except for a few elders who are currently in seclusion and breaking through their bottlenecks, and are unable to come due to the critical period of their cultivation, everyone else is present and ready to be at your command." A tall and upright disciple strode up to Shui Yu, the sect leader of the Windflower sect, knelt on one knee, and reported in a firm and respectful tone. "Okay, I understand." Shui Yu nodded slightly in response. Shui Yu, the sect leader of the Manhwa sect, has an extremely feminine name, but in reality, he is a powerful male. At this moment, he was dressed in a moon-white robe, the hem of which fluttered in the wind. He was suspended in the air, his expression cold and stern, silently gazing into the distance, quietly waiting for the arrival of that mysterious force. In Shui Yu's mind, she was going all out for this battle. The Manhwa sect had 3 top experts who had reached the Qi realm, including herself, and more than 30 experts in the body realm. As for the disciples in the Qi transformation realm and body transformation realm, their numbers were numerous and countless. Moreover, the sect had not only made thorough preparations in advance, but its grand formation had also been activated, ready to deliver a crushing blow to any invading enemy. Wove firmly believed that based on these facts, the so-called mysterious force that appeared out of nowhere could possibly destroy the manhwa sect, as they claimed. An anomaly has occurred. An unidentified object has entered the sect's territory, heading towards the sky. Suddenly, the disciple responsible for monitoring the sect's grand formation shouted in a panic. Upon hearing this, Wove felt a chill and quickly looked up at the sky. The once peaceful night sky was now covered by a thick layer of clouds. Under everyone's watchful eyes, an enormous starship, like a colossal beast from ancient times, slowly broke through the clouds. Its hull, full of metallic texture and futuristic technological beauty, shimmered with a cold light under the faint starlight, gradually appearing before everyone's eyes. The complex and exquisite runes and lines on the ship's hull seemed to be telling the story of the powerful force it contains. Inside the starship's command center, Su Xia and Aji were leisurely sitting in front of the command console. Inside the command center, the movements of the Windflower sect members below were clearly displayed on the light screen. Wow, so many people have gathered here. That's so convenient. We can just pack them all up and take them away. As Su Xia watched the scene on the screen, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. There was no tension or fear in her eyes. Instead, a hint of excitement and anticipation shone through. Chapter 150 Surrender? After all, to ensure the success of this operation, she specifically brought an Imperial Light Shield Class E frigate. Although this frigate is only a planetary-level starship, it should be more than enough to deal with a faction of a Level 2 civilization. Looking down at the manhwa sect members, when they saw the enormous creature that suddenly appeared in the sky, they were all speechless with astonishment and disbelief. They had never seen such a huge and mysterious object before, and the overwhelming sense of oppression filled them with an inexplicable fear. Faced with this vast and unknown mysterious power, they seemed to feel their own insignificance and powerlessness. What on earth is this thing? Among the people of the Windflower sect, someone was the first to utter such a voice filled with fear and doubt. Not only the disciples of the Windflower sect, but also the many sect spies who were hiding on the outskirts and silently observing this grand drama were all filled with the same thoughts, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Could this be some kind of powerful magical artifact? But how could there be such a massive magical artifact? Wove finally snapped out of her shock, her eyes fixed on the enormous object in the sky, and she unconsciously murmured to herself. At this moment, he understood a bit more. No wonder the other party dared to so confidently claim yesterday that he would destroy a top sect. Just the sight of this enormous behemoth in front of him, whose depths were unknown and whose aura was full of mystery and power, had already brought him considerable pressure and made him feel an unprecedented threat. Your Excellency, what I said yesterday was merely a joke. I hope you will be magnanimous and forgive me. Wove knew that the situation was dire and that if she was not careful, the entire manhwa sect could be doomed. So he quickly channeled his spiritual power, flew even higher, and shouted loudly at the starship above. In his view, it was just a matter of surrendering and admitting defeat. As long as the lives of everyone in the sect could be saved, it would only be a matter of losing face. Furthermore, anyone would feel intimidated and bewildered upon seeing such a terrifying and mysterious behemoth. Meanwhile, the spies who were secretly observing from the outside were in an uproar when they heard the manhwa sect master's words of surrendering so quickly. They couldn't help but start complaining. TCH, they kept calling themselves some kind of top-tier evil sect? Turns out, they're just a coward who's afraid of death. A spy from a righteous sect said with a slight upturn of his lips and a look of disdain. Hey, you righteous spy, not only did you sneak into the territory of my evil forces, but now you dare to speak so arrogantly. If you really have the ability, why don't you send your sect leader to fight this behemoth? A spies from the evil path, upon hearing the righteous spy's mockery, became displeased. He glared at them, stepped forward, and questioned them aggressively. Hey, I heard that it was your Windflower sect that was dissatisfied and took the initiative to challenge them. Now you're scared and want to surrender. Are you saying we can't even talk about it? Faced with the questioning from the evil spies, the righteous spies showed no sign of backing down and continued to respond with a mocking expression, their words full of provocation. Damn it, you better stay here if you dare. If I don't take your life here today, I'll change my surname to yours. Enraged by the righteous scout's series of taunts, the evil scout's forehead veins bulged, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he threatened viciously like a provoked beast. Oh dear, I'm so scared. I don't want a son like you who is both a troublemaker and a coward who's afraid of death. The righteous spies remained relentless, continuing to provoke the evil spies with their sharp and sarcastic words. This barrage of verbal attacks enraged the evil scout, turning his face bright red like a ripe tomato. His hands clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. If he hadn't kept the mission he was here on his mind, he probably would have drawn his long sword without hesitation and charged forward to fight the righteous spies to the death. At that moment, Su Xia, who was in the starship's command room, heard Shui use words of surrender, and her lips curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. She thought to herself that her purpose in coming here was not simply to stroll around and show off. With so many opportunities to obtain mission beads right now, like ripe fruit waiting to be picked, how could she possibly give up so easily? Moreover, this is an excellent opportunity to weaken the power of the fantasy civilization. Su Xia understood that this fantasy civilization, as a level 2 civilization, was not to be underestimated and was far superior to those level 1 civilizations that could be bullied at will. That's why she went to great lengths to incite a conflict between the two sides, good and evil. After all, if the righteous and evil factions could join forces to resist their group's occupation of this star field, then even if they were to complete the mission in the end, their side would inevitably suffer considerable losses. Sorry, that's not what your people said yesterday. Su Xia smiled coldly, and her voice, clear and loud, reached Shui Yu's ears through the external broadcasting device on the starship. Upon hearing this, Shu Yue's brows furrowed instantly, as if she were deep in thought. A moment later, his spiritual power suddenly erupted, and with a flash, he disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared in the air, but this time, he had a man in his hand. This man was none other than the effeminate fellow from yesterday. At this moment, the effeminate man's face was filled with terror, his eyes brimming with despair and helplessness, as he begged for mercy, tears streaming down his face. Sectmaster, please have mercy on me and let me go. You promised me yesterday. She struggled desperately, waving her hands wildly in the air and kicking her legs, trying to break free from Shu Yue's iron grip and escape. However, he was just a minor character at the Qi transformation realm. How could he possibly contend with Shui Yu, who had stepped into the Qi 1 realm? Shui Yu's arm was as steady as Mount Tai, and no matter how the effeminate man struggled, he could not budge it in the slightest. Shu Yue's face was ashen, and she slowly extended her other hand, which, like an iron clamp, gripped the effeminate man's head tightly. Immediately afterwards, the muscles in his arm bulged instantly, bursting out with a terrifying force. With a muffled bang, the effeminate man's head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white matter splattered out. The effeminate man, who had been struggling and begging for mercy, suddenly became motionless and turned into a headless corpse. Chapter 151, Refusing to Surrender. After Shu Yue finished doing all this, her face remained expressionless. With a flick of her wrist, the headless corpse fell straight down from the sky like a tattered sack. Then, Shu Yue raised her head, her eyes blazing as she gazed at the starship in the sky, and spoke loudly. Your Excellency, I have already dealt with that fool who offended you yesterday. Are you satisfied now? You're so long-winded and annoying. Aji, open the hatch, deploy the genetically modified soldiers, notify the Imperial soldiers to launch an immediate attack, and have the Imperial fighter squadrons also set off immediately. Don't waste any time. Su Xia looked impatient. She didn't want to waste any more time talking to Shui Yu. In her heart, once she had decided to destroy this sect, there was no possibility of changing her mind, unless their teacher, Li Yang, had other plans. Otherwise, no one could change her mind. Shu Yue watched helplessly as the massive starship in the sky ignored her words. Instead, the hatch slowly opened, releasing a bunch of strange and unusual creatures, as well as some bizarre-looking things flying in the air. He immediately realized that the other party had no intention of giving him any face at all, and did not take him or the entire Fenghua sect seriously. Bastards, do you really think my Windflower sect is afraid of you? Shu Yue's eyes widened in anger, her spiritual power surging wildly as she roared at the Fenghua sect disciples below. All disciples of the Windflower sect, listen to my command. Pick up your weapons and kill. In fact, from the moment Shu Yue first saw that colossal starship, she knew that once this battle began, even if she were to win by chance, the Fenghua sect would inevitably suffer heavy losses and might even fall out of the ranks of top sects. So at first, he only wanted to preserve the sect's strength as much as possible. But now that he had already humbled himself and swallowed his pride, the other side was still pressing him step by step and refused to give up. How could he tolerate this? He could not swallow this insult no matter what. Polar ice caps. Shu Yue roared, her whole body hovering in the air, and she stomped her right foot down. In an instant, a massive magic array radiating bone-chilling coldness spread rapidly outwards from his feet like ripples, covering the entire land in the blink of an eye. Wherever the magic array passed, the air seemed to freeze, and wisps of icy mist rose up. Is this the strength of a Qi realm expert? On the starship, Su Xia's initially slightly disdainful gaze instantly turned serious upon seeing the rapidly spreading massive magic array below, a hint of solemnity creeping into her eyes. The top experts of a level 2 civilization are definitely not to be underestimated. Their strength and methods are sufficient to pose a significant threat to any civilization of the same level. However, if one were piloting a starship of stellar class or higher, the situation would be entirely different. The powerful technology and firepower contained in a stellar-class starship are equivalent to a level 3 civilization, making a mere level 2 civilization seem insignificant. Therefore, under such circumstances, it seems that underestimating the other party is not without reason, but she simply didn't. At this moment, with the sudden appearance of that huge magic array, the originally clear and cloudless sky was slowly covered by a huge black curtain and quickly darkened. A chilling current carrying endless coldness surged wildly from the center of the magic array, spreading rampantly in all directions. Those genetically modified soldiers who had just been deployed to the battlefield were the first to come into contact with this extremely cold air current. In an instant, a series of crisp cracking sounds were heard. As if cursed by magic, a thick layer of solid ice quickly condensed on the bodies of these agile, genetically modified warriors, instantly turning them into lifelike ice sculptures, frozen in place, and losing all ability to move. In stark contrast, the Imperial soldiers and their replicas were completely unharmed by the extreme cold. Upon detecting the extremely cold environment, the internal heating system has been automatically activated. A mechanical notification sound rang out from inside the Imperial Standard Battle Armor. The environmental adaptability features of the Imperial Standard Battle Armor alone were enough to easily withstand the seemingly overwhelming force of extreme cold. However, without the cooperation of most of the genetically modified warriors, the Imperial soldiers suddenly felt somewhat overwhelmed when facing the overwhelming number of Windflower Sect disciples. Despite keeping their shields up and maintaining a non-collision mode, the dense, rain-like attacks from the Windflower Sect disciples still managed to break through the defenses and reach the armor of the Imperial soldiers in considerable numbers. If this continues, the energy stored in the armor will eventually be exhausted. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Windflower Sect were not having an easy time either. Facing the standard-issue energy guns of the Imperial soldiers was like facing the scythe of death. Every shot meant the fall of a Windflower Sect disciple. Even disciples who have reached the Qi transformation realm can only withstand a few more shots from an energy gun attack in full energy mode. As for the high-level cultivators above the Qi transformation realm, their figures were all tightly held back by the Empire's planetary-level fighter jets, leaving them no time to intervene in the battlefield below. Is this the strange attack? Shuiwe watched the unidentified flying object constantly darting through the sky, shooting out beams of black light, and became secretly wary. He could feel the terrifying destructive power contained within those beams of annihilation. Even he dared not risk taking them head-on. Shuiwe's figure dodged wildly in the air like a ghost, and every beam of light that grazed past him sent chills down his spine. He dared not gamble on whether his defenses could withstand this terrifying attack. If he won, all would be well, but if he lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. He would either die or be seriously injured, and the entire Manhwa sect would be plunged into utter ruin. Continuing to dodge and hide like this is not a solution in the long run. Shuiwe was extremely anxious. She quickly glanced at the vice sect leader beside her, who was also a Qi realm expert, and immediately gave instructions. Go and see if you can find a way to solve this strange beam of light. Under the relentless harassment and attacks of the Imperial fighters, many Qi transformation realm cultivators have been mercilessly killed. Even a very few body refinement realm experts were unable to dodge in time and were grazed by the annihilation beams, suffering serious injuries. The situation of the Windflower sect is becoming increasingly critical. Yes, Sect Master. The deputy sect leader responded without hesitation, his eyes revealing a resolute look. Faced with the annihilation beam that struck again, he no longer chose to dodge as he had before. Chapter 152: The Solution. Instead, he unleashed his spiritual power without reservation, frantically employing all sorts of complex defensive techniques. In an instant, countless densely packed barriers of various shapes appeared out of thin air, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, piling up layer upon layer in front of him to build an indestructible fortress. At first, the annihilation beam attacked with unstoppable force, easily piercing through barrier after barrier, just like a sharp blade cutting through thin paper, without any hindrance. However, as the beam of light pierced through numerous barriers and only a few remained, its speed slowed significantly, and its light gradually dimmed. Finally, after a fierce collision with the last barrier, the annihilation beam seemed to have exhausted all its strength, completely losing its energy, and disappeared like dissipating smoke. Haha, Sect Master, I understand now. The deputy sect leader laughed excitedly, his voice filled with the joy of surviving a calamity and the excitement of discovering a solution. Although this attack is indeed terrifying, it can be neutralized by using spiritual power until the energy of the beam is completely consumed. Although their defensive techniques were still unable to withstand the direct impact of the annihilation beam head-on, they could deplete the beam's energy. Once the energy in the beam is completely dissipated, it naturally loses its terrifying annihilation effect. With this hard-won solution, Xiuyue and the other two Qi realm experts exchanged a knowing glance, instantly reaching a tacit understanding. Without hesitation, the three used their movement techniques, rushing towards one of the Imperial fighter jets that was attacking wildly like 3 gusts of wind. Along the way, facing the barrage of beams of light that blocked their progress, they were no longer afraid. They mobilized their vast spiritual power to resist and deplete it with all their might. With the combined efforts of the three, Xiuyue finally managed to get close to the Imperial fighter jet. Go to hell! Xiuyue roared, raising her longsword high, its blade radiating spiritual energy. Accompanied by a massive energy surge like a raging sea, she slashed fiercely at the Imperial fighter jet. Activate the protective shield. Inside the Imperial fighter jet, the pilot sensed a deadly threat and hurriedly took control of the system. Instantly, a shield emitting a dark blue light, like a protective film, quickly enveloped the Imperial fighter jets. Xiuyue's sword strike, imbued with all her might, slammed heavily into the light barrier, instantly triggering a violent fluctuation, with light radiating and energy surging wildly. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar resounded, and the massive blast wave spread wildly in all directions like a raging tsunami, churning the surrounding air into chaos. Metropolitan. The other two Qi realm experts were shocked by the sight and hurriedly called out anxiously. However, before they could finish speaking, a figure appeared beside them like a ghost. It was Xiuyue, who spoke calmly to his two companions. Don't worry, this explosion is no threat to me. Meanwhile, the Imperial warplanes that were attacked were also in a sorry state. Warning! Warning! The damage to the machine has reached 40%. Inside the fighter jet, piercing alarms blared incessantly. Although Snow Moon's attack failed to completely shoot down the Imperial fighter, the already severely damaged aircraft, coupled with the energy consumed by firing a large number of annihilation beams earlier and the energy loss when resisting Snow Moon's attack, now has its internal energy reserves running low. The indicator lights are flashing incessantly, sending out a dangerous signal that it is about to run out of energy. In this situation, it was no longer able to continue fighting. Seeing this, the pilot knew that staying any longer would only lead to certain death, so he quickly maneuvered the fighter jet, changed direction, and sped back towards the starship. However, on this battlefield, it was merely a single Imperial fighter that had temporarily lost its combat capability and had no choice but to withdraw from the battlefield. It should be noted that the entire Imperial fighter squadron that Li Yang gave to Su Xia consisted of a full 15 planetary-level fighters. Adding Su Xia's own squadron, there were a total of more than 30 planetary-level fighters roaming and wreaking havoc in this airspace. With such a massive air force, losing the combat capability of a single fighter jet seems to have little impact on the overall war situation. As expected of a top-tier powerhouse from a level 2 fantasy civilization, even the Empire's planetary-level fighters are finding it somewhat inadequate to contend with them. Aji's eyes were fixed on the battlefield situation. After witnessing the clash between Snow Moon and the Imperial fighters, he couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. However, upon closer examination, the difference is quite reasonable. It's important to understand that the Empire's planetary-level fighters correspond to the level of a Tier 2 civilization, while superstar-level fighters are the more powerful Tier 3 civilization products. In comparison, the fact that this second-level civilization possesses such strength is already quite remarkable. After all, the Empire's planetary fighters were at the pinnacle of the entire Tier 2 civilization, representing the ultimate in Tier 2 civilization aircraft manufacturing technology and combat capabilities. Su Xia, given the current situation, should we send our fighter jets down to provide reinforcements? Aji frowned slightly, turned to look at Su Xia, his eyes revealing concern and inquiry. No. Su Xia waved her hand gently, her tone carrying a hint of confidence and composure. If I hadn't been trying to preserve the beads inside them as intact as possible, I would have used the ship's cannons to blast them into dust long ago. Su Xia declined Aji's offer, already having her own plans in mind. She planned to use the power of the Imperial fighter jets to concentrate firepower and kill a Qi refining realm expert, thereby further damaging the enemy's morale and seizing the initiative on the battlefield. Of course, besides this seemingly direct goal, Su Xia had a more profound consideration. In this complex game of power among various forces, we must not show any signs of complete dominance. She knew very well that if she acted too forcefully, the evil faction would inevitably become suspicious. They'll surely think, you possess such formidable power, yet you still want to join forces with me to oppose the righteous path? What happens after the righteous path is destroyed? Will I be next? In this way, the delicate cooperative relationship with the evil path that has been painstakingly established will inevitably collapse instantly. Therefore, it is enough to only show our current strength. Only in this way can we cleverly take advantage of the evil sects and make them willingly work for us. However, although she had her own strategy for dealing with powerful enemies, Su Xia also noticed that the Imperial soldiers were indeed in trouble and urgently needed support. After all, her side, including the replica Imperial soldiers she brought, barely numbered around 10,000, while the disciples of the Windflower sect on the other side swarmed in like a tide, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. With most of the genetically modified warriors killed by Xu Yue's attack, the disparity in troop strength between the two sides became enormous. Under such immense pressure, the Imperial soldiers gradually began to feel overwhelmed. Chapter 153 To escape or to stay? Achi, send down the Imperial FX all-terrain land vehicles to support the soldiers. Su Xia decisively issued the order. New forces must be deployed to change the stalemate on the battlefield. Clear. Aji responded quickly and carried out the order without hesitation. The starship's hatch slowly opened, emitting a low rumble. More than a dozen massive hover-armored vehicles, like steel behemoths, were launched one after another. These land-based aircraft are over 10 meters tall and about 5 meters wide, radiating a cold and hard metallic sheen. They are equipped with a variety of advanced and complex weapon systems, with cannons of all sizes standing tall. With the powerful entry of these land-based aircraft, the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically in an instant. The fierce confrontation, which was originally evenly matched and back and forth, quickly developed in a direction favorable to the Empire with the powerful firepower support of the Land Rover, and directly changed from a stalemate to a favorable situation. The disciples of the Windflower sect, who were like a tidal wave, began to waver and fall into chaos under Lu Xingji's fierce attacks, while the morale of the Imperial soldiers soared, and they seized the opportunity to launch an even more ferocious counterattack. Xu Yue watched helplessly as his disciple was slaughtered like a lamb to the slaughter by Lu Xingji, who suddenly appeared on the opposite side. His face grew increasingly gloomy, so dark it was almost dripping with water. Those Imperial FX all-terrain aircraft dropped from starships were practically death on the battlefield. Its massive body rampaged across the battlefield, its various weapons spitting fire as a barrage of attacks rained down on the Windflower sect disciples. Although Xu Yue and his Qi realm experts were not afraid of these strange war machines due to their own strength, the cultivators in the sect with slightly lower cultivation levels were powerless to fight back against such a fierce attack. Even experts at the highest levels suffered heavy casualties under the combined attack of the annihilation beams fired by fighter jets in the sky and the powerful firepower of ground-based land-based aircraft. Damn it! Is this the true strength of this mysterious force? Watching the disciples of the Windflower sect fall one by one under the attack, Shuiyu gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. At this moment, the starship hovering high in the sky, like a fortress, has not yet launched an attack, but the fighter jets and land-based aircraft in front of it are already making it difficult for the Windflower sect to cope. Xu Yue couldn't help but think to herself, no wonder this mysterious force was so arrogant. It turns out they really do have a terrifying strength behind them. Xu Yue's gaze swept across the battlefield, taking in the dozens of Imperial fighters still relentlessly attacking from all sides. Her heart was churning with intense emotions. The question of whether or not to continue fighting lingered in his mind like a fog, impossible to shake off. Although the three Qi realm experts had just worked together to destroy an Imperial fighter jet, there were still many fighter jets remaining. Given their current state, even if they exhaust all their spiritual energy, they can probably only eliminate about half of them at most. However, this would inevitably result in the deaths and injuries of all the disciples, and the Fenghua sect's long-standing foundation would be destroyed in an instant. Metropolitan. The deputy sect leader casually deflected a whistling beam of annihilation, then flashed to Shui Yu's side. His face was filled with hesitation and struggle. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something but found it difficult to speak. To be honest, the deputy sect leader was already considering resigning. He knew in his heart that as a Qi realm expert, wherever he went, he would be respected by all forces and become an honored guest, enjoying wealth and honor. Why risk your life for a sect in a battle with such a slim chance of victory? Xu Yue did not respond to the vice sect leader immediately, but slowly turned her gaze to another Qi realm expert. The man also looked solemn, his eyes revealing deep worry, silently watching her, seemingly waiting for Xu Yue's decision. For a moment, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere filled the three of them, as if the fate of the entire battlefield had frozen in that instant. Xu Yue frowned, her mind in turmoil, countless thoughts flashing through her mind like lightning. This Windflower sect was built by him with countless efforts and overcoming numerous difficulties. However, at this moment, facing the powerful force displayed by this mysterious power, continuing to fight would undoubtedly be like throwing an egg against a rock, and the sect would surely be destroyed. After pondering for a long time, Xu Yue finally let out a long sigh, exhaling all the resentment and helplessness in her heart. He slowly closed his eyes, and after thinking for a moment, he finally decided to give up the sect to which he had devoted his life's work. In truth, Xu Yue knew that if the three Qi realm experts fought to the bitter end without reservation, their profound skills and tacit cooperation might actually have a slight chance of eradicating these demonic monsters. But the situation on the battlefield is ever-changing, and no one can predict whether that behemoth hovering high in the sky, like a giant beast, will launch another wave of even more powerful attacks. If this happens, they will not only lose all their previous efforts, but will also be doomed. Walk. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out the word, her voice low but carrying an undeniable resolve. Upon hearing Xu Yue's words, a hint of joy flashed across the faces of the other two Qi realm experts. They had been eagerly anticipating this moment, and without hesitation, they immediately channeled their spiritual power, their bodies radiating brilliant light, preparing to break through the encirclement formed by the Imperial fighters. Su Xia, who was on the starship, had been closely monitoring the battlefield situation. Seeing their actions, she instantly understood what the three of them were thinking. Su Xia inwardly cried out in alarm. She absolutely could not let all these Qi realm experts escape, otherwise the Qi realm experts' test subjects would be gone. Oh no, these three are trying to escape. Aji, quickly send out your fighter squadron too. Su Xia, with a solemn expression, shouted at Aji at a rapid pace. Clear. Upon hearing this, Aji quickly issued orders to his fighter squadron. Chapter 154 Sneak Attack. They had been eagerly anticipating this moment, and without hesitation, they immediately channeled their spiritual power, their bodies radiating brilliant light, preparing to break through the encirclement formed by the Imperial fighters. Su Xia, who was on the starship, had been closely monitoring the battlefield situation. Seeing their actions, she instantly understood what the three of them were thinking. Su Xia inwardly cried out in alarm. She absolutely could not allow all these Qi realm experts to escape. Oh no, these three are trying to escape. Aji, quickly send out your fighter squadron too. Su Xia, with a solemn expression, shouted at Aji at a rapid pace. Clear. Aji responded decisively, quickly issuing orders to his fighter squadron to launch an attack. Su Xia had made up her mind that even if she had to use her last trump card, the starship's cannons, she would at least leave one Qi refining realm expert alive. After all, the purpose of destroying a top-tier sect was to test the strength of the Qi realm experts and obtain the beads inside their bodies. At this moment, Xu Yue and her two companions, who were already struggling to break through the encirclement and were about to succeed, suddenly discovered that more than 10 fighter jets had appeared and cut off their retreat route once again. The three men's faces instantly turned extremely ugly, their complexions as dark as if shrouded in heavy clouds. Damn it, how come there's still this thing? The Qi refining realm expert couldn't help but curse, his voice filled with anger and helplessness. I knew it. Luckily, I didn't decide to fight them to the death. Xu Yue felt a wave of fear wash over her. Looking at the dozen or so fighter jets that had come to her aid, she was incredibly grateful for the decision she had just made. If I had impulsively chosen to fight to the death with the other party, now I'm afraid only the fish would die, while the net would remain intact. Xu Yue knew that the situation was beyond saving. Although he was filled with resentment, In order to preserve the last foundation of the sect as much as possible, he channeled all his spiritual power and shouted towards the starship hanging high in the sky. Your Excellency, let this fight end here. Our Windflower sect is outmatched and has already lost. We are willing to pay the price for what happened today, and we implore you to show mercy and stop here. His shout was powerful and resonant, spreading across the battlefield and clearly reaching the ears of the scouts watching from the periphery. Did the Windflower sect surrender so easily? A spy whispered in disbelief, his face full of astonishment. Another spy next to him curled his lip and responded disdainfully. What else can we do? Didn't you see they brought in another bunch of powerful flying guys? If the fighting continues, the Windflower sect will truly face certain death. At that moment, a voice with a contemptuous tone rang out. Shaw, is this what a top-tier sect of the heretical path looks like? It's nothing special to me. Before he could finish speaking, someone glared at him angrily and shouted at him. Hey, you'd better watch your mouth. Don't think that just because you're from the righteous path, I won't dare do anything to you. This isn't your righteous territory. This is our evil path's land. We won't tolerate your insolence here. Upon hearing this warning, the righteous scout felt a chill run down his spine. Although he was dissatisfied, he ultimately remained silent. After all, he understood the principle that even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. Saying a few words to vent his emotions was enough. If things really escalated, his group wouldn't gain any advantage in this evil territory. Inside the starship, Su Xia also clearly heard Shui use words of surrender. She frowned slightly, lost in thought for a moment, and then a strange smile slowly crept onto her lips. Immediately afterwards, Su Xia responded loudly to Shui Yu through the starship's broadcast system. Okay, I accept your surrender. After saying that, she gave the order to stop the attack without hesitation. Upon receiving the new orders, the genetically modified warriors and Imperial soldiers uniformly ceased their attacks. In an instant, the battlefield, which had been filled with the roar of energy and the deafening shouts of battle, suddenly fell silent, leaving only the lingering smoke and the lingering fluctuations of spiritual energy. The sudden ceasefire brought a sigh of relief to the remaining disciples of the Windflower sect. They knew in their hearts that if they continued this hopeless battle, death was almost a certainty. For them, being able to save their lives by surrendering is already a stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune. Xu Yue was quite surprised to hear Su Xia agree to surrender. He had secretly planned that if the other party did not agree to stop, he would seize the opportunity to desperately lead his two companions to escape. Unexpectedly, the other party agreed so readily. Of course, this outcome couldn't be better for him. After all, this meant that the sect he had painstakingly built wouldn't be completely destroyed. Although the sect has suffered heavy losses and most of its disciples have been killed or wounded, as long as the sect's foundation remains, there is still hope for a comeback. However, Xu Yue, who is always cautious, did not let her guard down immediately. His gaze was sharp as he stared intently at the Imperial fighters around him, watching them slowly turn and fly towards the behemoth-like starship in the sky. Only then did Xu Yue's tense nerves finally relax. He turned slightly and spoke to his two companions beside him. Let's go downstairs and take stock of the losses first, then. However, before Xu Yue could finish speaking, the Imperial fighters, which had already begun their return journey, suddenly turned around and began firing annihilation beams at the three of them at extremely high speed. The attacks came crashing down like a tidal wave. The three, caught completely off guard, had no time to make any effective dodging moves in the face of this sudden and deadly assault. Damn it! Xu Yue couldn't help but swear, her eyes filled with anger and panic. Without hesitation, the three of them unleashed their full spiritual power, attempting to counteract the overwhelming annihilation beam with a torrent of spiritual energy. However, this attack was far too dense and fierce, rushing towards the three of them simultaneously. Despite being experts at the Qi refining realm with profound spiritual power, it was incredibly difficult for them to withstand such a swarm of attacks in such a short time. A piercing scream tore through the sky. The Qi refining realm expert, who was not with Xu Yue and the vice sect master, ultimately could not withstand this fatal blow. He was struck precisely in a vital spot by an annihilation beam, and the powerful energy instantly raged through his body. His face turned deathly pale instantly, and he instinctively covered his wound with his hands, desperately trying to use his spiritual power to repair the damaged meridians and organs. But this annihilation beam seemed to carry some strange power. No matter how hard he tried, the wound continued to bleed profusely, and his spiritual power seemed so pale and powerless in the face of this power. Finally, his eyes dimmed, his head tilted to the side, and like a kite with a broken string, he fell straight down from the sky, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 155 Bloodflower Ice Moon. The situation of Shuiyue and the deputy sect leader is also not optimistic. The deputy sect leader was also hit by the annihilation beam, but fortunately, it was not in a vital area. Even if the wound cannot heal in a short time and blood gushes out, staining his clothes red, at least it will not endanger his life for the time being. Although Shuiyue was fortunate enough not to be directly hit, he had already exhausted most of his spiritual power in order to withstand this wave of attacks. He felt dizzy and his body felt completely drained. Seeing this, Shuiyue could not hesitate for a moment. He quickly took out several lustrous pills from his pocket and swallowed them without hesitation. The pill melted upon entering his mouth, transforming into streams of pure spiritual energy that rapidly circulated within his body, replenishing his nearly depleted source of spiritual energy. Damn it, didn't we agree to stop the attack? Why is this happening? Shuiyue's face was full of anger. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He raised a trembling finger and pointed it straight at the huge starship in the sky, questioning it in a hoarse voice. Meanwhile, the scouts on the periphery, who had thought the battle was over, were now in shock, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. They never expected that this mysterious force would be so unethical, launching such a sneak attack after the Windflower sect had surrendered. Most importantly, this sneak attack actually succeeded in killing a Chi realm expert. It should be noted that in today's cultivation world, Chi realm experts already stand at the top of the pyramid of strength, and it has been a long time since a Chi realm expert has perished. If this news were to spread, it would likely shake the entire cultivation world. The spies looked at each other, shocked by the dramatic reversal, yet also vaguely aware that this might be the beginning of a huge storm in the cultivation world. In the starship's command center, Su Xiao watched through the light screen as the Chi realm expert below was struck by the annihilation beam and fell straight to the ground. A triumphant and delighted smile immediately spread across her face. She clenched her fist excitedly and cheered. Yay, one taken care of. The remaining two are no threat at all. She knew in her heart that originally, 3 Chi realm experts facing so many Imperial warplanes still had the possibility of fighting to the death and taking the opportunity to escape. But now, with one powerful figure fallen and another injured, the remaining 2 are now trapped with no way to escape. How could Su Xiao let go of this golden opportunity? Without giving Shuiyue and the vice sect leader any time to catch their breath, her eyes sharpened, and she issued the attack order again without hesitation. As the order was given, the Imperial fighters, which had just completed a round of attack adjustments, roared toward Shuiyue and the vice sect master. The annihilation beam cannons on the fighter jets were spinning wildly, unleashing beams of light like dense lightning bolts at the 2 men. At the same time, the genetically modified warriors and Imperial soldiers on the ground, under Su Xiao's command, surged towards the Windflower sect disciples once again like a tide. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Windflower sect completely collapsed. They had thought that surrendering would give them a chance to survive, but they never expected the other side to be so cunning. The ceasefire they had just agreed to was nothing but a deception. This sudden and dramatic turn of events completely shattered their psychological defenses. The disciples lost the courage and ability to continue fighting, and fled in all directions like frightened birds, with screams and shouts rising and falling. Shuiyue stared at the starship opposite her, which completely ignored her questions and continued to launch a frenzied attack. She was so angry that she trembled uncontrollably. His eyes seemed to spit fire as he stared intently at the colossal object suspended high in the air, his anger rising like a volcano about to erupt. Sectmaster, what should we do? The deputy sect leader looked at the Imperial fighters that surrounded them like an iron barrel, his eyes filled with anxiety and despair, and asked Shuiyue in a trembling voice. What should we do? Since they are determined to kill us all and don't want us to live, then we must not let them get away with it. Shu, he gritted her teeth and spoke slowly and deliberately, each word seemingly squeezed out from between her teeth. No matter what, I am a powerful Chi realm expert. How could I sit idly by and wait for death? Shuiyue knew that this was a critical moment of life and death, and the only option was to fight with their backs to the wall. His expression turned solemn. He suddenly bit his fingertip, and a spurt of blood gushed out. He channeled his spiritual power, forcing the blood, which contained powerful life force, out of his body and quickly drawing a complex and mysterious magic circle in the air. As blood flowed through the air, the magic circle gradually took shape, emanating an eerie yet powerful aura. The sect's grand formation is activated. Shuiyue roared, his voice echoing through the sky. Then, With the last of his strength, he shouted, "Blood Flower Ice Moon." As soon as she finished speaking, a strange and terrifying scene appeared. Shueyue seemed to have been drained of her life force in an instant. Her skin quickly withered, wrinkles spread across her face like a spider web, her hair turned as white as frost, and her bloodless lips trembled slightly, like an old man who was about to die. Even so, his eyes remained firm and resolute, burning with his last fighting spirit. Metropolitan. The deputy sect leader looked at Shueyue, who had aged like a withered tree in an instant, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He knew perfectly well that the Blood Flower Ice Moon move was the Windflower sect's most deeply hidden trump card. It required the sect leader's blood as a medium to guide the operation of the sect's grand formation, and the price was the sacrifice of the initiator's entire lifespan. Once this technique is used, there is no turning back. It is a decisive method that tightly binds the survival of the entire sect to the life of the sect leader. As Shuyue's blood continued to seep in, the runes of the entire formation were gradually dyed a glaring red, resembling hideous patterns soaked in blood. As the runes flickered, a powerful and somewhat eerie energy surged forth from the center of the magic array, causing the surrounding space to tremble. "Oh no, get out of this area quickly." Among the scouts nervously observing the battle from the perimeter, a scout from the Soul Palace turned deathly pale. His eyes widened in terror as he urged everyone to retreat immediately. As a spy for the Soul Palace, he knew the Windflower sect's trump cards well, and this storm would indeed affect their area. After saying this, the group dared not delay for a moment, and they all activated their spiritual power, transforming into streaks of light and flying rapidly into the distance. Chapter 156 Twist? Within the area covered by the magic array, tremendous changes are taking place. The once solid ground began to be rapidly eroded by a layer of frost, and the crystal-clear ice surface spread at an extremely fast speed, freezing everything in its path. At the same time, blood-red clouds suddenly appeared in the sky without warning. These clouds, like huge blood mists, rolled and surged, exuding a chilling aura. Is this the true strength of a top expert in a level 2 fantasy civilization? Su Xia stood on the starship's command platform, gazing at the eerie blood-red clouds on the horizon, her face filled with solemnity. The current situation has exceeded his initial expectations. Shueyue's desperate move may bring unexpected changes. Suddenly, countless ice spikes of all sizes sprouted from the already completely frozen ground. These ice spikes, like demonic hands reaching out from hell, were sharp and cold, launching a frenzied attack from above on everyone on the ground, including many disciples of the Windflower sect. In an instant, screams of agony echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Whether it was the disciples of the Windflower sect who hadn't had time to react, or the strong and healthy genetically modified warriors, they were all powerless against this sudden and dense attack of ice spikes. Ice spikes easily pierced their bodies, and blood splattered on the ice, instantly freezing in the low temperature, creating a gruesome scene. Upon seeing this, the sharp-eyed Imperial soldiers quickly activated their levitation devices. With each slight energy fluctuation, they floated lightly in the air, temporarily avoiding the dense ice spikes on the ground. However, those Windflower sect disciples and genetically modified warriors who could not fly were mercilessly slaughtered under the onslaught of these ice spikes. In a short while, the ground was covered with a trail of ice spikes, resembling a tragic and eerie scene. Just when everyone thought the attack had come to a temporary end, the blood-red cloud in the sky stirred again. Blood-red icicles began to fall from the clouds, crashing down onto the ground. Upon seeing this, the surviving disciples of the Windflower sect and the Imperial soldiers hurriedly took cover. Why are we also within the attack range? What's going on? A disciple of the Windflower sect dodged the blood-red icicles falling from the sky and the ice spikes suddenly piercing from the ground, shouting hoarsely, his voice filled with despair and anger. He staggered, nearly being pierced by sharp ice spikes several times, barely managing to avoid them. Witnessing this scene, the vice sect leader beside Shu sighed helplessly. He knew very well the powerful and domineering moves of Blood Flower Ice Moon. Once activated, apart from the small area of a few meters around Shuyue, the rest of the area would suffer indiscriminate and terrifying attacks. This is a desperate and suicidal move that Shuyue would never use unless absolutely necessary. Activate collision-free mode. Quick! An Imperial squad leader stared at the dense, rain-like shower of blood-red ice crystals falling from the sky. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted through the communication channel. Upon hearing the command, the Imperial soldiers acted swiftly, their armor flashing as they activated the collision-free mode. Normally, this mode allows them to ignore many obstacles and move freely on the battlefield, and it works every time. However, this time, something strange happened. The Crimson Icicles completely ignored the armor's non-collision mode, striking the Imperial soldiers' armor like sharp arrows. Boom, boom, boom. A series of dull thuds rang out as ice shards collided with the armor, sending up dazzling sparks. Warning, warning. The armor is damaged, with damage reaching 30. The armor's built-in intelligent alarm system emitted a sharp siren. The Imperial soldiers were also taken aback. They never expected that the collision-free mode, which had always been invincible, would be completely ineffective in the face of these seemingly ordinary blood-red ice crystals. Su Xia was also full of surprise and shock when she saw this scene. From this perspective, these blood-red ice shards are not just simple physical attacks. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to directly strike the Imperial armor. The massive Imperial FX all-terrain land-based aircraft was in an even worse predicament. Due to its enormous size, it had nowhere to hide from the combined attack of dense icicles in the air and towering ice spikes on the ground. Ice crystals slammed into the airframe of the land-based aircraft like cannonballs, producing a series of dull, resounding crashes. The sharp ice spikes on the ground also relentlessly pierced the chassis of the land-based aircraft. In just a moment, the land-based aircraft was pressed to the ground by the dense ice spikes and could not move. With several violent explosions, the Land Rover emitted thick smoke, completely losing its combat capability and becoming paralyzed in the icy and snowy landscape. In comparison, the only ones who fared slightly better were the Imperial fighters. With its exceptional speed and powerful energy shield, the fighter jet maneuvered nimbly through the air, skillfully avoiding numerous ice spike attacks. The shield glowed with a faint blue light the moment it came into contact with the ice shards, blocking most of the attacks. Even so, some ice shards still managed to break through the defenses, leaving deep scratches on the fighter jet's outer shell. Have the soldiers get out of the magic array's attack range first. Su Xia gritted her teeth, her face grave, and issued instructions through the communication system. She knew that under these circumstances, it would be pointless for Imperial soldiers to remain on the battlefield. In fact, it would only result in casualties. Upon receiving Su Xia's order, the Imperial soldiers dared not delay and immediately retreated outside the range of the magic array. They clearly realized that if they continued to remain within this terrifying attack range, given the armor's defensive capabilities, it probably wouldn't last much longer. Each impact of the ice shards triggered a piercing alarm in the armor, sounding like a death knell. At the same time, the Imperial fighter jets also pulled up their fuselages and flew away from the battlefield at top speed, escaping the attack range of the magic array. Prior to this, they had also tried to launch a counterattack in an attempt to break the deadlock. Beams of annihilation shot toward Shuiyue's location, attempting to kill her and disrupt the incredibly powerful array. However, the icicles flying everywhere were like an indestructible barrier. Countless icicles instantly gathered together, completely consuming the energy of the annihilation beam and blocking it from the outside, preventing them from breaking through this ice barrier and hitting the key target, Snow Moon. Su Xia, what should we do now? Aji stared intently at the battlefield below, a scene resembling the end of the world, with flying icicles and sharp ice spikes everywhere, as if the entire world was shrouded in ice, snow, and death. I frowned and couldn't help but ask Su Xia. The situation was truly thorny. Even the Imperial fighters were helpless against this bizarre formation. It seemed that apart from the massive starship beneath their feet, they had no better means of dealing with it. Chapter 157: The Demise of the Windflower Sect. It's simple to do. Su Xia narrowed her eyes slightly, staring intently at Shuiyu's every move within the magic array. After carefully observing the array's operating rules and Shuiyu's increasingly haggard state due to immense consumption, she instantly came up with an idea. She smiled slightly, revealing a confident expression, and spoke slowly. Have the Imperial fighters stand by on the perimeter, closely monitoring the movements inside. We absolutely cannot let that person inside escape. We just need to wait for the magic array to disappear on its own. Since you've chosen to use your lifespan to unleash this terrifying formation, fine, I'll keep at it, and see how long you can last, and how long this life or death gamble can be sustained. Meanwhile, the scouts, who were watching cautiously from afar, witnessed the Imperial soldiers and fighter jets retreat in an orderly manner, and then stand by in neat formation outside the magic array. This sudden turn of events sparked a flurry of discussion among them. What's going on? Are they giving up the attack? One of the spies looked puzzled, scratching his head with a look of bewilderment in his eyes. Are you stupid? Can't you even see that? A slightly more astute spy nearby glanced at him disdainfully. This is clearly a strategy to stall Shuyue until his sect's grand formation runs out of energy and disappears on its own. Then Shuyue is being taken advantage of. Upon hearing this, another scout couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. After all, the move was meant to last a lifetime, yet the enemy was being worn down like this. What can we do? Another scout snorted and shook his head helplessly. If he hadn't used this grand formation, he would have certainly met his demise in the face of that mysterious force's attack. Even after using the formation, it seems like he's still facing certain death. The scouts on the periphery could see the situation clearly, and the vice sect leader inside the magic array was equally astute. He watched as the Imperial soldiers and fighter jets stood ready on the perimeter in an orderly fashion, and a bitter feeling welled up in his heart. Shuyue's move to exchange her life for a chance to survive seems to have failed to achieve the desired effect, and instead has led to a stalemate. But at this moment, they had no way out, and could only hope that the formation could hold out a little longer, perhaps offering a glimmer of hope. Damn it, they actually chose to drag this out. The deputy sect leader's face was filled with urgency and helplessness. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed into a chan shape, and his eyes were full of anxiety and anger. At this moment, the area outside the magic circle was completely surrounded by the Imperial army, and the ironclad encirclement made it impossible for them to escape. Those Windflower sect disciples who managed to escape from the magic array were like lambs to the slaughter, instantly killed on the spot by the ruthless Imperial soldiers. Their screams echoed in the cold air, as if they were a tragic song before the destruction of the Windflower sect. Time passed by second, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. The once glorious Windflower sect is now reduced to just Shui Yu and the vice sect master, like two withered leaves in a storm. The other disciples were either mistakenly killed by their own sect leader's powerful magic array or fell to the guns of Imperial soldiers. That old geezer is really persistent. It's been half an hour, and he still hasn't finished. Su Xiao looked at the magic array that was still operating at full power and radiating light, and at Shui Yu in the center of the array, who was swaying but still persevering with gritted teeth, and couldn't help but feel speechless. In her understanding, such a powerful and energy-consuming move should have ended in just a few minutes. But now, a full half hour has passed, and the terrifying formation still shows no signs of stopping. Little did they know, Shuyue was already at the end of her life. His lifespan, like the sand running out of an hourglass, was almost completely depleted. Every minute and every second felt like a countdown to death, relentlessly closing in. Shuyue knew perfectly well that the person opposite him was patiently waiting for him to run out of energy, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Once this sect's grand formation is activated, it's like an arrow released from a bow. It can't turn back and can't be interrupted at all. He could only watch helplessly as his life slowly slipped away in this stalemate, each breath accompanied by endless pain and resentment. Hateful. With her last ounce of strength, Shuyue raised her head, now so old and unrecognizable, and gazed at the colossal starship on the horizon, which resembled a giant beast. His face, worn and ravaged, was etched with the marks of time and despair, yet his eyes remained fixed on the starship, burning with an indomitable rage. He was filled with resentment. He had clearly made up his mind to trade his life for another and was ready to launch this suicidal attack. But his opponent was so cunning that he chose to hide on the sidelines and wait it out. It was utterly despicable. Finally, in the last moment of her life, Shuyue could no longer hold on and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with black clots, which drew a tragic arc in the air. His life force, like a candle flickering in the wind, was completely extinguished. His entire body, like a piece of rotten, withered wood, fell straight down from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and utterly losing the breath of life. As Shuyue's life came to an end, the once all-encompassing and incredibly powerful sect formation gradually dimmed after losing Shuyue's continuous energy output. The icicles that were flying everywhere stopped falling, and the ice spikes standing on the ground slowly melted away. In no time, all that remained was a scene of devastation and utter chaos. Seeing the magic array finally disappear, a hint of joy flashed in Su Xiao's eyes, and she issued orders to the fighter jet group without hesitation through the communication system. Go immediately and take care of the last sect leader. As the snow moon descended, the vice sect leader slowly raised his head, looking at the Imperial warplanes flying towards him like the Grim Reaper. His face showed no fear or panic, but instead burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, I never imagined that my windflower sect, a top-tier sect, would fall to such an irredeemable state just because of a single sentence. How laughable. Ha ha. The laughter, filled with self-mockery, helplessness, and despair, echoed across the empty battlefield, sounding particularly desolate. Faced with the annihilation beams raining down, the vice sect leader did not use any more spiritual energy to resist. He silently closed his eyes, letting down all his guard, and quietly awaited death. One after another, beams of annihilation mercilessly pierced through his body. In the end, the vice sect leader's body was filled with holes of all sizes, and he completely lost his vital signs, falling straight to the ground like a withered leaf. Thus, the Windflower sect, a top-tier sect, was completely destroyed. Chapter 158: The Shock of the Cultivation World. A once powerful sect was thus reduced to ashes. The spies watched helplessly as the last deputy sect leader fell in the annihilation beam, his life force vanishing instantly. Each of them wore an extremely complex expression. The Windflower sect is, after all, a top-tier sect renowned throughout this continent. However, just today, after only a few hours of fierce fighting, it completely disappeared from this land, like dust swept away by a whirlwind, leaving no trace. Let's go. Now that things have been settled, I need to hurry back and report. A righteous scout was the first to break the silence. He sighed softly, his eyes still showing astonishment at the turn of events. Hey, you trying to run away? Not so easy. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a wicked scout, who had been mocked by the righteous scout earlier, flashed a ruthless glint in his eyes. He suddenly raised the long, gleaming sword in his hand and flew towards the righteous scout like lightning. Weren't you always so eloquent? Now let's settle the score. Not run. I'm not stupid. In your evil territory, even if I beat you, do you think I can escape unscathed? The righteous scout knew the situation was unfavorable to him, so he dared not stay still. He turned around and fled for his life, while keeping a wary eye on the evil scouts who were chasing him. Suxia paid no attention to the farce that the spies were causing. At this moment, all she could think about was how to deal with the corpses of the Fenghua sect disciples, especially the remains of Shui Yu and the other two Qi realm experts. It should be noted that this is the first time they have obtained the corpse of a Qi realm expert since the start of this mission. Suxian knew in her heart that this was an extremely rare trophy. If she could bring it back intact and present it to teacher Liang, she would definitely get a lot of extra points in this mission assessment. Thinking of this, Suxia's face flushed with excitement, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. She quickly gave instructions to the Imperial soldiers. Hurry up and extract all the beads from the Fenghua sect disciples, especially Shui Yu and the other two. Be extremely careful and don't miss a single one. Also, collect all the corpses of the disciples at the first body realm. Suxia had other plans in mind. Although these corpses of experts at the first level were not the highest level, they had never been dissected and studied in detail before. If these corpses were handed over to Wang Gang, given his expertise in anatomy and human anatomy, he might be able to discover some new clues. Under Suxia's command, the Imperial soldiers sprang into action. They had a clear division of labor. One group of soldiers was responsible for digging up the corpses to extract the beads containing the essence of the Windflower sect disciples' cultivation, while the other group methodically moved and collected the corpses of the Yixin Jing. Amidst the ruins of the Windflower sect, only the sounds of soldiers' busy footsteps and hushed conversations could be heard. In just half a day, with everyone's concerted efforts, all the beads on the Fenghua sect disciples were successfully extracted, and the faintly glowing beads were neatly collected. Meanwhile, the corpses of experts at the body realm and Qi realm were properly placed in a specific area of the starship. Looking at the starship returning fully loaded, Suxian nodded in satisfaction. With a command, the starship slowly started up, piercing the sky and heading back towards the fleet, leaving only the devastated ruins of the Windflower sect, which looked particularly desolate and bleak in the afterglow of the setting sun. Inside the grand yet slightly sinister hall of the Soul Palace, the atmosphere was exceptionally heavy. The candlelight flickered in the hall, casting eerie shadows on the walls, resembling countless distorted ghost faces. The Soul Hall scout knelt on one knee, his expression solemn, and reported the events that had occurred at the Windflower sect in great detail. Oh, seated in the main seat was an elderly man with a frail face. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes flashing with a sharp light, his face full of solemnity, and slowly began to speak. It seems this newly emerged mysterious force is indeed not to be underestimated. The voice was low and hoarse, yet carried a hint of barely perceptible worry. Yes, I never expected them to actually have such ability, to destroy a top sect in just one day. Before, when I heard their boasts, I thought they were just bluffing, but now it seems that what they said was true. The man in black robes was also in the main hall. He frowned slightly, his tone filled with a mixture of amazement and lingering fear. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't acted rashly like the manhwa sect. After all, with the strength of the Soul Palace, although they are confident in repelling the invading enemy, if they really get into a tough battle, their side will inevitably suffer heavy losses. At this moment, another person stepped out from the side, slightly cupped his hands, and said with a thoughtful expression, "So now that the manhwa sect has been destroyed, what should be done with that large area of territory that originally belonged to the manhwa sect?" According to reports from scouts, the mysterious force does not seem to have sent anyone to take over. After these words were spoken, everyone in the hall felt a stirring in their hearts. After all, their evil sect's sphere of influence on this continent was not very wide to begin with. Now that the Windflower sect has fallen, they have suddenly gained such a vast territory, which is indeed a tempting piece of meat. Naturally, they need to discuss it carefully. The elder at the head of the group had piercing eyes. He scanned everyone in the hall, pondered for a moment, and then slowly spoke. "Don't rush into any rash actions. After all, the Windflower sect was taken over by that mysterious force. Their strength is unfathomable, and their style of doing things is unpredictable. Let's hold back for now, closely observe their every move, and then make a decision. We must not fall into a passive position because of momentary greed." His words revealed a worldly wisdom and composure. "Yes, Sectmaster." The crowd responded in unison. The news of the destruction of the Windflower sect swept through the entire cultivation world at an astonishing speed, like a swift storm. Whether upholding justice or acting wickedly, everyone was shocked by this bombshell news. In an instant, the streets, alleys, and sect halls were filled with heated discussions about this earth-shattering event. "Hey, have you heard? The Windflower sect has suffered a devastating blow this time. All 3 Chi realm experts have perished." One of the cultivators, his face filled with shock, spoke to his companion beside him, his expression as if he had heard the most unbelievable thing in the world. "Is it true? A Chi realm expert has fallen? This is no small matter. I haven't heard such explosive news in a long time." His companion stared wide-eyed, filled with disbelief and curiosity. It had been a long time since such a sensational event had occurred in the cultivation world. A Chi realm expert is a pillar of strength in any force, and now 3 of them have fallen in one fell swoop. How can this not be shocking? Chapter 159 Bonus Points. In a solemn and majestic hall of the righteous sect, the elders who usually controlled many important matters of the sect gathered together again with serious expressions. The atmosphere inside the hall was oppressive, with flickering candlelight, seemingly reflecting the unease about the heavy topic to be discussed. "I'm sure you all already know about the Windflower sect, right?" The purple-robed elder at the head of the group spoke slowly. The old man in purple robes had a deep gaze, a hint of worry in his eyes, as he scanned the crowd present. This newly emerging force acts with such ruthlessness and brutality that it is definitely not in the style of our righteous path. An elderly man with white hair frowned, his face full of displeasure and worry. They already knew about the horrific scene of the Windflower sect disciples having their inner cores dug out. After all, after Su Xia and the others left, the righteous spies went to the battlefield to check immediately, and the bloody and cruel scene was still vivid in their minds. That's right, they slaughtered our Green Mountain sect before, and now they've destroyed another evil sect, even stealing their inner cores. This kind of behavior is utterly outrageous. Such evil forces must never be allowed into the sphere of influence of our righteous path. Another elderly man stood up, his hands clenched into fists, and expressed his firm support for the previous elderly man's viewpoint with righteous indignation. At this point, the people in the hall began to whisper among themselves. For a time, various voices rose and fell, but no matter which angle they were discussed from, everyone's views were surprisingly consistent. This evil force must not be allowed to extend its tentacles into the territory of the righteous sects. After all, none of the people present wanted their sect to follow in the footsteps of the Green Mountain sect and suffer the tragic fate of being slaughtered and wiped out. Yes, I fully understand your views. Actually, there is another matter. According to the information from my spies who were planted inside that evil sect, this mysterious force actually proposed to the evil sect to join forces to attack our righteous path. The purple-robed elder at the head of the group spoke solemnly, enunciating each word clearly. His voice wasn't loud, but it struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Upon hearing the words of the purple-robed elder, the faces of everyone present turned deathly pale, as if enveloped by an invisible fear. "What? An elderly man was so startled, he almost jumped up, his eyes wide with anger. Just as I expected, this newly emerged force is no benevolent entity. It actually attempted to collude with evil forces to deal with us. Humph, what's there to be afraid of? The other elderly man tried to remain calm, but the beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed his inner tension. Weren't those evil sects always suppressed by our righteous path? Even with this mysterious force as an ally, how much trouble can they cause? The purple-robed elder's words undoubtedly ignited a raging fire of anger in everyone's hearts, and their disgust and hostility towards this mysterious force spread like wildfire. Quiet. Seeing the crowd arguing and making a ruckus, the old man in purple robes frowned and suddenly shouted. The sound resounded throughout the hall, carrying an undeniable authority. The crowd immediately fell silent, as if trembling with fear, for no other reason than that this purple-robed elder was the Grand Elder of the One Chi sect. As its name suggests, the I Chi sect is a leader among righteous sects, firmly holding the prestigious position of the number one sect. The sect's Chi realm experts are exceptionally strong, and the number of Chi realm experts in the entire sect is second only to the Soul Palace and the Corpse Puppet sect in the cultivation world. The purple-robed elder surveyed the crowd with a cold gaze and slowly spoke. In any case, from the moment that mysterious force slaughtered the Green Mountain sect, they stood on the opposite side of our righteous path and became irreconcilable enemies. Gentlemen, please return to your respective sects as soon as possible, make full preparations, and meet the severe challenges that are about to come. In my opinion, the earth-shattering battle between good and evil is probably not far off. Having said that, he tilted his head slightly, looking out of the main hall, as if he had already foreseen the coming bloodshed. On the massive fleet, Li Yong sat leisurely in the command cabin, gently toying with a bead in his hand. Under the soft lighting inside the cabin, the bead emitted a warm and mysterious luster, a stark contrast to the beads he had collected before. It is noticeably larger, with a bead that is almost perfectly round. Every line seems to have been sculpted by nature's masterful hand, exuding a natural beauty. As expected of a bead born from the body of a Chi realm expert, it is indeed extraordinary. Li Yong couldn't help but sigh in admiration, a hint of undisguised appreciation and satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Recalling the 4 types of beads I had collected before, ranging from the nourishing body realm to the transformation Chi realm, they all looked almost identical and had no distinguishing features whatsoever. The bead from a Chi refining realm expert finally broke the monotony and brought Li Yong a unique surprise. What about Wang Gang? Li Yong suddenly raised his head, glanced at Su Xia beside him, and casually asked. Teacher, Wang Gang is still buried in the research lab. Su Xia quickly and respectfully replied, her face showing a hint of helplessness. He made a bold statement, saying that he would not come out until he had thoroughly dissected and studied the corpses of those 3 Chi realm experts. This kid is as obsessed with research as ever. Li Yang's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of doting smile. Then, his expression softened, and he looked at Su Xia and said, by the way, Su Xia, you did a very good job on this operation. In such a fierce battle, apart from a few who were injured, not a single Imperial soldier was killed. This is all thanks to your meticulous planning and command. As he spoke, Li Yong gently patted Su Xia's shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. Teacher, do you think we should? Seeing Li Yang's amiable appearance, Su Xia's heart stirred. She quickly seized the opportunity, her face showing a hesitant expression. She deliberately paused before speaking, as if cautiously probing. Seeing Su Xia's hesitant expression, Li Yong, being so clever, immediately understood what she meant. He smiled and shook his head, saying, don't worry, your performance in this operation was outstanding, and I will give you extra points. Thank you, teacher. Upon hearing this, Su Xia's face instantly lit up with a bright smile, her eyes filled with joy and excitement. She had put in so much effort for this project, and now she had finally earned the teacher's recognition and bonus points. All her hard work seemed to have been rewarded at this moment. Chapter 160 News from Cones. Teacher, what about me? Aji, who had been watching eagerly from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself when he saw that Su Xia had successfully earned extra points. He quickly came forward, his eyes sparkling with hope as he looked at Li Yong expectantly. All right, seeing how eager you are, I'll give you extra points. Li Yong laughed heartily, his eyes revealing a sense of open-mindedness. However, Aji, your performance this time was slightly inferior to Su Xia's, so you definitely didn't get as many points as her. Don't mind it. Li Yong was not a stingy person. In his opinion, Su Xia and Aji had indeed contributed to the operation, so giving them extra points was just a favor. He wouldn't lose any real benefits from it, and on the contrary, he could take this opportunity to get closer to them. Why not? Yay. Upon hearing that he could also earn points, Aji beamed with joy, his eyes narrowing into slits. He knew in his heart that Su Xia was in charge of most of the planning and execution of this operation, and he only participated a little. He was already satisfied with the extra points he could get, so he didn't care about how many. Su Xia, now that the extra points have been decided, what are your plans for the future? Li Yang turned slightly to the side, casting his gaze at Su Xia with a hint of curiosity and anticipation in his expression. Teacher, after this period of operation, we have successfully established a foothold among the heretical sects. Su Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly shared her plan. Therefore, my next plan is to instigate them to join forces with us and wage war against the righteous sects, so that these two forces can fight each other and we can then profit from the conflict. That's a good idea. Liang nodded, his eyes showing approval. Okay, if you need any help during the process, don't hesitate to ask. Yes, teacher. Don't worry. With your words, I feel much more confident. Su Xia responded respectfully, her tone full of gratitude and determination. At this moment, Liang felt completely relaxed. The original plan was for me to be the main force, with Su Xia, Aji, and Wang Gang as my assistants. But since they are so proactive and willing to take on the main responsibility, let's just let them have it. All they need to do is quietly support from behind, control the overall situation, and lend a helping hand when necessary. Presumably, this game will develop in the direction they expect. Beep, a message came in from speaker cones. The AI's broadcast echoed clearly in Li Yang's mind. After dealing with Su Xia and Aji's affairs, Li Yang was fully focused on his research on how to further improve the abilities of genetically modified warriors. The sudden message startled him slightly, and he stopped what he was doing. Cones. Li Yang murmured to himself, a sense of doubt rising in his heart. Why did he contact me? Could it be that there's some tricky problem on the other side of the Milky Way? Filled with suspicion, Li Yang quickly operated the AI to check the message sent by Coons. Inspector Li, please return to the Galaxy Administrative Center. There are important matters that need to be discussed in person. The short line of text made Li Yang's brows furrow involuntarily, his doubts deepening. Although I am not currently in the Milky Way, Division Commander Neil is stationed there. Normally, Division Commander Neil is fully capable of handling ordinary matters. What could be so crucial that I absolutely had to go back in person? Well, judging from the situation, this must be quite serious. After pondering for a moment, Li Yang secretly decided to go back first. The fleet had consumed a lot of various energy resources in this subspace where there were no resources to replenish, so it was time to replenish them. Indeed, although they possessed the resource conversion channels of Planet A, the ratio of low-level resources to high-level resources is ridiculously high, resulting in enormous costs. Moreover, the upgrading and maintenance of the weapons and equipment of those genetically modified warriors also require a lot of resources, and the fleet's resource reserves are already starting to run out. Go and call Aji, Su Xia, and Wang Gang here. Li Yang issued instructions through the communication channel. Yes, Captain. Pal's response came through the communicator. Not long after, Wang Gang rushed over without even changing his clothes, which were covered in experimental stains. There were still so many things in the lab waiting for him to study in depth. If Pal hadn't come to convey that Li Yang wanted to see him, he really wouldn't have wanted to leave the lab, which was filled with experimental equipment and precious samples. What can I do for you? Wang Gang, panting heavily, was the first to ask. Su Xia and Aji followed closely behind him, their faces also showing expressions of confusion. I'm contacting you today because I have important business to attend to and need to leave for a while. Li Yang's gaze swept over the three of them one by one, and he said with a serious expression, therefore, during this period, the operations concerning the two planets will depend entirely on you. Upon hearing this, all three looked surprised. In their understanding, it was extremely rare for an Imperial officer to leave midway through a mission. This was the first time the three of them had ever heard of such a thing. Is there a new mission assigned by the Imperial military? A hint of excitement flashed in Aji's eyes, and he couldn't help but ask. It wasn't a new mission from the Imperial military, but rather an urgent matter at my Galactic Administrative Center that required my immediate return. Li Yang explained in a serious and methodical manner. Then his gaze fell on Su Xia. While I'm away, Su Xia will be leading the team. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll be back soon. After saying this, Li Yang left in a hurry with Pal, without waiting for any response from the three of them. After all, this trip is urgent and cannot be delayed in the slightest. Although I need to leave temporarily, the entire fleet cannot be sailed away. After careful consideration, it was decided that, apart from the main Star Destroyer and 2 escort ships that would depart with him, the rest of the starships, including the Star-class escort ship, would remain in place to continue their planned missions and ensure that the operations on the 2 planets would not be significantly affected. After Li Yang's figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight, the 3 of them seemed to wake up from a dream and gradually came back to their senses. Did I just hear wrong? Teacher Li Yang actually said that his administrative center department needs him to go back? Su Xia stared wide-eyed, her face filled with bewilderment and disbelief, as if seeking answers from the air. You heard me right. That's exactly what he said, the administrative center department. Wang Gang no longer had the urgency to return to the research lab as before. He responded to Su Xia with a blank expression, his eyes revealing deep confusion. Administrative center departments? Aji tilted his head, his face filled with even more confusion. Isn't this the department where Imperial officials work? How could it be related to Imperial officers? As Imperial officers, we are always under the unified control and deployment of the Imperial military headquarters. Besides, Teacher Li Yang isn't an officer in the Guard Division. This is too strange. The 3 of them looked at each other, their minds filled with a tangled mess of questions that they couldn't unravel no matter how hard they tried. In their understanding, the division of responsibilities between Imperial officers and Imperial administrative officials has always been clear and distinct. Now, Teacher Li Yang's sudden action has really broken their previous understanding, making it difficult for them to comprehend for a while. Chapter 161, Major Heinous Incident. Forget it. This is the teacher's own business, so let's not worry about it. Everyone has their own work to do, so let's just focus on our own tasks. You guys keep busy. I'm going back to the research lab now. After a moment's thought, Wang Gang waved his hand, giving up on further investigation, since his research was at a critical stage and could not be delayed. After saying that, he turned around and hurriedly walked towards the research room, eager to return to his familiar experimental environment and continue the research project that was not yet finished. Upon hearing Wang Gang's words, Su Xia and Aji exchanged a glance, shrugged helplessly, and had no choice but to go back to their own business. Aji, remember to give me a report later on the personnel list, job assignments, and recent training progress of your fleet. As Su Xia turned around, she gave instructions to Aji. Why? Aji looked at Su Xia with a puzzled expression, not understanding why she suddenly wanted these things. Didn't you hear what the teacher just said? From now on, I'm the team leader, which means I'm your boss. Just do what the boss tells you to do. Su Xia raised her chin slightly and said with a proud expression, as if she had become the key figure in control of the whole situation. Depend on. Aji couldn't help but mutter something under his breath, feeling genuinely annoyed. After all, they usually treated each other as equals, so Su Xia's sudden shift to a boss-like attitude was a bit hard for him to accept. But he also knew in his heart that if Su Xia told Li Yang about him when he returned, it would be troublesome. After weighing the pros and cons, he had no choice but to obey. Okay, I'll send it to you later. Aji sighed helplessly and replied. Meanwhile, Li Yang had already boarded his Star Destroyer. With the hum of various equipment activating inside the ship, the Star Destroyer slowly adjusted its course, preparing to embark on its journey back to the Milky Way. Inside the speaker's office in the Galactic Administrative Center, soft light shone on Kunz's worried face. At this moment, he sat in a large chair with a melancholy expression, staring blankly at the vast starry sky outside the window, his eyes revealing deep worry. Damn it! Why did our Milky Way galaxy have to get stuck with such a troublesome thing? Kunz couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath, his tone full of frustration and helplessness. Not long ago, a message from the Imperial Guard Division headquarters was like a bombshell, causing a huge upheaval in his otherwise peaceful work. A group of audacious Imperial fugitives, wanted for murdering Imperial officials, were abducted during their transport. That's not all. According to the latest intelligence, the gang of desperados is currently fleeing into their galaxy. Moreover, the intelligence also detailed that the armed forces of this wanted criminal gang were terrifying, with at least 3 super starships and 1 starship of the Galaxy class. It should be noted that a starship of the Galaxy level is a symbol of the strength of a level 5 civilization. In the entire Milky Way, apart from the Galaxy Guard Division, which is equipped with starships of the Galaxy level to maintain order, there is not a single starship in the many star systems under its jurisdiction that can match it. In other words, this group of vicious and wanted criminals can practically do whatever they want throughout the entire galaxy, except for the central government departments. Wherever they go, they are simply unstoppable. If they run rampant in the Milky Way, burning, killing, and looting, then my position as the chairman of the Milky Way Council will be in grave danger. How long will it take for the support sent from above to arrive? Cones was extremely anxious and quickly turned to ask his secretary standing to the side, his eyes full of expectation. Reporting to the speaker, due to the special circumstances and the complex and volatile situation, we have received information from above that it will take at least 3 more days for the support troops to arrive in our galaxy. The secretary answered respectfully, a hint of worry in her voice. 3 days. Cones muttered to himself, his brows furrowing even more, and the muscles in his face twitched slightly. It's all right. I just hope that those ruthless thugs will stay put for the next 3 days and not cause any major trouble. After saying that, he wearily closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and silently prayed that the situation would not deteriorate further. Meanwhile, on an unknown planet somewhere in the Milky Way, 7 or 8 starships of various shapes are quietly floating on the shimmering sea. These starships, like giant beasts from the deep sea, exude a chilling aura. Boss, what should we do next? Inside the command center of the largest starship, a henchman clad in heavy armor stood respectfully before an octopus man still wearing Imperial prison clothes, cautiously asking him questions. Call. The octopus man slowly exhaled a puff of smoke with a strong nicotine smell, skillfully rolled a cigarette with his tentacles, took a deep drag, and then spoke slowly. Let's stay on this planet for a while. If we hide here, those guys from the Empire shouldn't be able to find us so easily. The reason they chose to anchor the starship on the planet's ocean surface rather than in the atmosphere was also after careful consideration. After all, the ground is much harder to spot than the sky. The Empire's search forces can't possibly search every single planet meticulously. If they are careful, they should be able to evade the Empire's pursuit for the time being. A dazzling light pierced the darkness as Li Yang's Star Destroyer, after a hyperspace jump, precisely appeared in the exclusive docking area of the Milky Way's administrative center. As the ship slowly stabilized, the hatch opened, and Li Yang stepped off the ship with steady steps. The moment Li Yang stepped on a solid ground, he keenly sensed 2 familiar figures hurrying towards him from not far away. Chapter 162 Special Permissions. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Cones and Neil. Cones looked anxious. His usually meticulously combed hair was now somewhat disheveled. Neil followed closely behind him, his expression equally grave. Oh, Inspector Li, you finally arrived. Cones stepped forward and grabbed Li Yang's hand, his voice filled with anxiety and sorrow, as if he had grasped the last straw. Li Yang remained calm, patted Cones' hand, and said steadily, All right, Speaker, the situation must be urgent. Let's talk as we walk. Well, Cones nodded quickly, and the 3 of them then hurried toward the conference room. Along the way, Cones and Neil eagerly explained the ins and outs of the incident to Li Yang. The story begins not long ago, when a group of vicious thugs brutally murdered the galaxy's leader in a certain star system of the Empire. This case was extremely serious and attracted great attention from the Imperial High Command. The Guard Division acted swiftly and, with its superior strength, successfully apprehended the gang of criminals. Given the seriousness of the case, they must be escorted back to the Imperial Supreme Court for a fair trial. However, during the transport, a sudden change occurred. The gang's accomplices, having somehow obtained information about the transport route, appeared on the route in a well-equipped fleet. The fleet originally responsible for escorting them was not to be underestimated, with its highest-level configuration being a superstarship. However, no one expected that this group of thugs actually had a starship of the galaxy level behind them. Faced with an overwhelming disparity in strength, the escort fleet was powerless to resist. The thugs easily abducted their companions and then fled towards the Milky Way. At that moment, they happened to enter the Milky Way sphere of influence. After hearing the general outline of the incident, even someone as composed as Li Yang couldn't help but frown slightly, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. The audacity of these thugs and the hidden power behind them made him realize that this incident was probably far more troublesome than he had imagined. Whose general is this? How dare he be so arrogant, openly murdering Imperial officials within the Empire's borders, and even brazenly hijacking the Empire's escort fleet? Humph, not to mention that they possess starships of the Star River level. Even if their level were 1 level higher, with the Empire's formidable strength, they should be able to easily capture them and wipe them out in one fell swoop. While thinking to himself, Li Yang turned his gaze to Neil beside him and continued to ask, This thug is incredibly audacious, Neil. I remember our galaxy also has 3 starships of the Star River class, right? With that kind of power, dealing with him shouldn't be this difficult, right? Neil sighed softly, a helpless expression on his face, and quickly replied, Inspector Lee, you may not know this, but although we do have 3 starships of the galaxy level, the Milky Way is vast, with numerous star systems scattered throughout, and various affairs are complicated. These 3 starships, scattered across various locations to maintain order and respond to emergencies, are woefully inadequate for the entire Milky Way galaxy and are unlikely to form an effective, comprehensive encirclement and annihilation effort. Upon hearing this, Liang became even more puzzled and couldn't help but ponder it to himself. If your 3 starships are struggling to cope, what is the purpose of calling me back in such a hurry? I don't even have a super starship, let alone a galaxy level 1. Do you think I can conjure up a powerful fleet out of thin air? Khan seemed to notice the doubt in Liang's eyes and quickly explained with a smile. That's right, Inspector Li. You are a special inspector personally appointed by the highest government council of the Empire. Your status and position are of paramount importance. According to the regulations of the Empire, if a major event occurs in the star system under your jurisdiction, which concerns the face and stability of the Empire, you have special authority to directly allocate fleets to deal with the crisis. At this point, a hint of anticipation and anxiety appeared in Khan's eyes. This is precisely why he was so anxious to call Liang back. After all, in the current extremely critical situation, besides silently waiting for the support troops dispatched from above, the only hope is that Liang can use this special authority to mobilize the fleet and increase the chances of resolving this crisis. I see. I'll give it a try. After listening to Khan's detailed explanation, Liang suddenly realized that he actually possessed such special privileges. He couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. After all, he was new to the position of inspector and was still in the process of figuring out and getting familiar with the many complex powers and regulations. It was inevitable that he would be a little confused. Liang tilted his head slightly and asked the AI. AI, according to my duties and authority, can I directly request the deployment of the fleet from my superiors? Dear Comrade Liang, Special Inspector of the Galaxy Government Affairs, in order to ensure the rational allocation of resources and respond to emergencies, please confirm whether a major event has occurred in the Milky Way and whether it is indeed necessary to mobilize troops. The emotionless electronic voice of the AI echoed in Liang's mind. Confirm. Liang did not hesitate at all. Please wait a moment. System checks show that the Galactic Council Chairman and the Supreme Commander of the Garrison Division are both currently in their positions and performing their duties. Do you wish to bypass these 2 individuals and proceed with the troop movement? The AI asked again. Liang's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly understood the deeper meaning behind this option. It was probably to prevent the Speaker and the highest commander of the Guard Division from having any abnormal situations, which would prevent emergency matters from being handled in a timely manner. However, based on the current situation, although the situation is serious, it has not yet developed to the point where this special measure needs to be used. There's no need to cross over. After pondering for a moment, Liang gave his answer. Almost the instant Liang finished speaking, Kunz and Neil simultaneously received a notification from the AI. Comrade Liang, Special Inspector of the Galaxy Political Affairs Bureau, has applied for a transfer to a unit beyond his rank. Are you aware of this application? The AI's voice rang in their ears. Learn. The 2 exchanged a glance and then quickly answered in unison. Immediately afterwards, the familiar notification sound from the AI rang in Liang's mind again. Comrade D. Liang, your application has been successfully approved. The Guard Division stationed in this star cluster and the Imperial Army will arrive in the Milky Way tomorrow. Please make the necessary preparations in advance. Hearing this, Liang was quite surprised. He had originally expected that he could only mobilize the regular guard forces of the local star cluster, but he did not expect that even the Imperial Army's troops would be mobilized. It is important to understand that the Imperial Army's troops are fundamentally different from the Guard divisions. They are better equipped and have greater combat capabilities, and are typically used to deal with more severe threats and large-scale conflicts. I never imagined that the power granted to this inspector would be so far beyond my imagination. Liang muttered to himself, feeling awe at the immense power he possessed. Seeing that the application had been approved, Liang quickly turned around and solemnly addressed Cohen's and Neil. All right, the application has been successfully approved. Tomorrow, the Guard Division of the Japanese Star Cluster and the Imperial Army will arrive on time. Imperial Military Headquarters? Upon hearing this, Neil and Cohen's were taken aback at first, then their faces showed disbelief. They originally thought that even if Liang could mobilize support with his special authority, it would only be the power of the local star cluster at most, but they never expected that the Imperial military could also be dispatched here. For a moment, the two looked at Liang with complicated expressions, secretly speculating in their hearts. Is this because the position of inspector inherently possesses such enormous power, or is it because Comrade Li Yang, with his special status as a military political figure, has such extraordinary authority to make mobilizations? Chapter 163 Support Forces Arrive. Sigh. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Cones looked helpless, shaking his head, and unable to help but complain. I am, after all, the Speaker of the Galaxy Council. A while ago, I requested support from above. After going through all the procedures, the reply I received was that the support troops would not arrive for 3 days. Then look at Inspector Li, who got it done in a mere day. The difference is truly like heaven and earth. Recalling the news his secretary had given him that the support troops would not arrive for another 3 days, and looking at how quickly Li Yang had mobilized the fleet, Kun sighed inwardly. They were both serving the Empire, so why was there such a big difference in their authority? Meanwhile, in another far corner of the Milky Way, on the ocean of an unknown planet, waves gently lapped against the shore. The octopus man among the gang of thugs was comfortably leaning against the sea surface, leisurely blowing smoke rings. Pale blue smoke rings rose slowly, drifting leisurely in the air, as if time itself had become languid. However, in this seemingly calm moment, the octopus man was suddenly struck by an invisible force, and his body involuntarily shivered. His relaxed expression froze instantly, replaced by a look of doubt and wariness. Strange, for no reason I have this ominous feeling. The octopus man frowned, a hint of unease in his eyes. The smoke swirling before his eyes seemed to grow heavier, pressing down on his heart and making it hard for him to breathe. This inexplicable unease surged into the octopus man's heart like a tide, making him unable to sit still any longer. He stood up abruptly, threw the cigarette butt in his hand into the water, and then headed towards the docked starship. Boss, you can rest assured. As soon as I entered the starship's command and control room, a subordinate greeted me with a confident look on his face. Boss, we've thoroughly explored this star system, searched every nook and cranny, and haven't found any Imperials yet. We can probably hide here safely for a while now. Despite his subordinate's confident assurances, the octopus man's unease only intensified. His brows furrowed even more, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. Get out of here. The octopus man roared and forcefully pulled aside his underling, who was blocking his way. The younger brother stumbled and almost fell to the ground, his face showing a mixture of grievance and fear. The octopus man walked straight to the control panel, pondered for a moment, and then rapidly tapped on it with his tentacles, rewriting various data and instructions. Call. Finally, after doing all this, the octopus man let out a long sigh of relief, and his tense body slowly relaxed. He pulled another cigarette out of his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. The unease in his heart seemed to find some comfort in the smoke he exhaled. Humph, now everything should be foolproof. The octopus man muttered to himself, a renewed sense of confidence and cunning rekindling in his eyes. The following day, as dawn broke, soft light shone on the administrative center of the Milky Way. Li Yang, Coens, and Neil, filled with tension and anticipation, arrived at the towing bridge early and waited quietly. Inspector Li. Coens looked up at the time, a hint of anxiety on his face, and couldn't help but ask Li Yang, "How much longer will it take for the reinforcements to arrive? We've been waiting here for hours." As he spoke, he paced back and forth, his eyes occasionally glancing at the distant starry sky, as if hoping to catch a glimpse of the support troops as soon as possible. Li Yang frowned slightly, shook his head helplessly, and explained with the same uncertainty in his tone. "I'm not entirely sure either. The AI only told me that it would arrive today, but it didn't give me a specific time." After he finished speaking, he also looked up at the vast and boundless starry sky, his heart filled with anticipation and a little trepidation. Unexpectedly, the moment Li Yang finished speaking, a strange fluctuation suddenly appeared in the starry sky outside the previously calm Milky Way Administrative Center. Immediately afterwards, spatial rifts of varying sizes appeared out of thin air like the mouths of black behemoths, distorting the light around them and tearing space apart. This is... Li Yang's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. Before he could fully recover, he saw one after another starship of various shapes and imposing presence slowly emerging from the mysterious spatial rift. These starships exuded a cold and powerful aura. The largest of them was like a small planet, its massive hull moving slowly through the starry sky, its surface shimmering with a metallic luster, as if silently proclaiming its power and majesty. Li Yang was stunned, his eyes wide open, and he muttered to himself, "Is this a starship of galactic scale? It truly lives up to its name. It's so magnificent." The scene before him made him deeply feel the power and awe of the Empire's military strength. After all the starships were lined up neatly in the starry sky like a fleet, one of the more magnificent starships slowly adjusted its direction and slowly sailed toward the towing bridge where they were located. The starship's hull was adorned with various imperial symbols, shimmering with iridescent colors under the sunlight, highlighting its unique status. Presumably, the person sitting in this room is the commander of this support force. Chapter 164 Generals. As he spoke, Cohen's quickly straightened his clothes, his face showing a solemn yet enthusiastic expression, ready to properly welcome the important person who was about to arrive. Li Yang and Neil exchanged a glance, quickly composed themselves, and followed closely behind Cohen's, walking briskly toward the direction where the starship was about to dock. As the starship slowly approached, its massive hull came to a steady stop above the towing bridge. The hatch slowly opened, and a dazzling white light burst out instantly, almost blinding people. As the light dimmed slightly, two tall, well-dressed officers appeared before Li Yang and his group. "Hello everyone, I am Nan, the deputy commander of the local star cluster's garrison guard division." The first to speak was an officer dressed in a white guard division uniform. Immediately afterwards, the officer in the black imperial military uniform smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, and said, "Atlan, deputy commander of the 3rd Garrison Division of the Imperial Army." Seeing this, Li Yang and the other two quickly introduced themselves one by one. Kunz bowed slightly, speaking with composure and humility. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the Galactic Council Chairman, Kunz." Neil responded solemnly with a standard military salute, his voice loud and clear. Neil, the Supreme Commander of the Galactic Garrison. When it was Li Yang's turn, he spoke in a calm tone. Li Yang, Special Inspector of the Galaxy Government, and concurrently a lieutenant officer in the Empire. Upon hearing Li Yang's introduction, Nan and Yate Lang's eyes immediately focused on him. Nan was slightly taken aback at first, then a hearty smile spread across his face. He laughed and quickly walked up to Li Yang, warmly reaching out to hold Li Yang's hand tightly, and said with a beaming smile, "Haha, so you're the famous Special Inspector. I've heard so much about you. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard Judge Anqing mention you many times." His eyes were full of appreciation and warmth, as if he and Li Yang had known each other for a long time. Li Yang responded to Nan's enthusiasm with a sincere smile. During the handshake and pleasantries, his gaze inadvertently swept over the two men's epaulets. Nan, as the deputy commander of the guard division of the local star cluster, had rank insignia on his shoulder boards indicating that he was only a 5th-level colonel, a few ranks lower than Neil's. However, after a moment's thought, Li Yang understood the reason. Neil had been specially assigned to the Milky Way, which was in its initial stage. Making achievements in such an environment would help Neil smoothly pass the key threshold of promotion. However, the epaulets on the shoulder of the person next to him surprised Li Yang. The design of the Atlant epaulets is simple yet unique, without excessive or complicated decorations. There is only a lifelike black dragon winding around a 4-sided diamond-shaped black and gold-framed cross emblem. At the center of the cross is an antique bronze 5-pointed star, shimmering in the sunlight. The epaulets are surrounded by delicate vines and ears of wheat, highlighting its extraordinary status. Upon seeing this, Li Yang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Is this a major general? Goodness, I didn't expect even a general to come in person. Seemingly noticing Li Yang's gaze, Atlan walked forward with a kind smile and steady steps. Seeing this, Nan tacitly stepped aside, leaving space for Atlan and Li Yang to communicate. "Haha, Comrade Li Yang, it's a pleasure to meet you." With a kind smile on his face and his eyes showing appreciation and friendliness, Atlan spoke first. "Greetings, sir. It's a pleasure to see you." Li Yang quickly straightened his posture, his face filled with respect, and swiftly performed a set of standard imperial etiquette gestures to show his respect for this major general. After all, in the Empire's military system, the position of general officers is of paramount importance. Even though Atran is only a major general, the lowest rank in the general officer hierarchy, he is still a high-ranking figure with extraordinary prestige and power. At this point, Kunz and Neil finally recovered from their initial surprise. Kunz clicked his tongue inwardly in amazement. Good heavens, they even summoned a general. But his face immediately lit up with a warm smile, and he quickly greeted them. "Dear sir, it is truly an honor to have you come in person." Neil followed suit with a salute and greeting. "Greetings, sir. All right, we're all serving the Empire, so let's skip the formalities and get down to business." Atran waved his hand, his expression turning serious. Now that they knew each other, he cut straight to the point. "Yes, please come with me. Let's discuss this in detail in the meeting room. Kunz responded respectfully and then stepped aside to lead the way, bringing Atlan, Sinan, and their entourage into the solemnly decorated meeting room. Inside the conference room, the lights were soft yet bright, and the walls were adorned with the imperial emblem and a star map. After everyone was seated, Kunz cleared his throat and began to recount the whole story in detail. After he finished recounting what had happened, a hint of apology appeared on his face, and he spoke sincerely. "That's how it is, sir. I really didn't expect Comrade Li Yang to invite you here in person. To be honest, it was just a small group of thugs causing trouble. Kunz really didn't expect this general to come in person. It felt like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, which was really a waste of talent." Atlan nodded slightly and said with a solemn expression, "So that's how it is. If they dare to act so recklessly and arrogantly within the Empire's borders, then this is no small matter. The Empire's dignity cannot be violated, and any illegal or criminal behavior must be severely punished. I will assemble the troops immediately and find these thugs to give the Empire an explanation." For this support operation, Atlan brought a small portion of his 3rd Garrison Division, along with a portion of the Guard Division stationed in the Sinan local cluster, making for a formidable force. In that vast expanse of starry sky, the hundreds of starships that can be seen are all of the galaxy level, and there are countless superstar-level warships. As for the lower-level starships, they were not deployed to participate in this operation. After all, the small starships could only play a limited role in this mission, and there was no need to use higher-level warships to deal with these mere thugs, so as not to waste resources. After all, according to intelligence, the opposing villains only had one starship-level starship, while their side had hundreds. From any perspective, our side holds an absolute advantage, and victory in this battle seems to be a foregone conclusion. Chapter 165 Spatial Rift. There's no time to lose. Let's take action now. With a serious expression and a firm gaze, Atlan scanned the crowd and spoke decisively. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately perked up and responded in unison. "Yes, sir. All of you, come with me aboard my starship." As he spoke, Atlan turned around and led Li Yang and his group toward the starship. As soon as Li Yang and the others stepped into the starship's command room, they saw that the various instruments inside were completely different from those on their own starship. Li Yang's gaze swept quickly across the command room, and he was surprised to find that there were more than a dozen officers at the rank of colonel, and each of them exuded a capable air that had been honed through long-term military experience. Upon closer inspection, even the lowest-ranking officer present was a captain. In comparison, he was the lowest ranking among this group. However, Li Yang didn't care about this, since he had a special mission this time. He was not participating in the operation as an imperial officer, but as a special inspector of the galactic government. "Commander, in the past period of time, our troops have conducted a comprehensive and thorough deep scan of the entire Milky Way galaxy, and the results show that suspicious starships have been discovered in the Eurasian system." As soon as everyone stood still in the command room, they saw a colonel-level officer walk forward with a straight posture. His face was stern, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a light screen emitting a soft blue light instantly appeared in the center of the command room, clearly displaying map markers of various star systems and related data information. Then, the officer turned to Atlan and methodically reported on this important discovery. Upon hearing this, an uncontrollable look of excitement instantly appeared on Cohen's face. As the chairman of the Milky Way galaxy, he has an intimate knowledge of all the galaxies within it. In his understanding, the Euler galaxy was a barren galaxy, like a desolate place in the universe, without any signs of civilization. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for a starship to exist there. Now, however, the detection results clearly show that a suspicious starship has appeared there. After a little thought, Cohen's can almost conclude that it is 99% likely the gang of thugs they have been searching for. "Commander, I am very familiar with the Eurasian system. There is absolutely no sign of civilization in that area. It has always been completely desolate. In my opinion, those thugs are most likely hiding there." Cohen's expression was serious and resolute, his eyes fixed on Atlan, his words filled with confidence and judgment. Upon hearing Cohen's analysis, Atlan narrowed his eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, and then nodded decisively in agreement. Immediately afterwards, he turned around quickly, faced the officer beside him, and gave the order in an unquestionable tone. "Immediately notify all troops to prepare as quickly as possible and proceed to the Eurasian system." "Yes." The officer responded without hesitation. The order had just been issued, and in just over 10 seconds, the entire unit demonstrated astonishing efficiency and execution and was already ready. At the front of the main starship where Atlan was located, Energy began to rapidly gather, and a dazzling energy laser shot out like a bright meteor towards the vast and boundless starry sky ahead. Accompanied by a strong energy fluctuation, the space in front of them seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and a huge spatial rift that shimmered with strange light appeared before everyone's eyes. Immediately, the surrounding starships followed suit, firing beams of energy lasers one after another. Accompanied by the rising and falling energy vibrations, spatial rifts of all sizes bloomed one by one in the starry sky, like mysterious black flowers. The troops began to advance towards these spatial rifts in an orderly manner. Starships, like well-trained soldiers, entered the rifts one after another, creating a spectacular and awe-inspiring scene. Witnessing this scene he had never seen before, Li Yang's eyes were full of doubt, and he couldn't help but ask. After all the starships Li Yang had encountered before had moved by hyperspace jumps. This method of directly tearing space with powerful energy to achieve displacement was a first for him. Hyperspace jumps are indeed a common and practical means of movement for starships below the starship level. However, once a starship reaches the starship level, hyperspace jumps become somewhat inadequate. The immense energy possessed by a starship-class starship is sufficient to allow us to directly tear through space, creating a spatial tunnel to the target location and thus directly arrive at our destination. A school officer standing nearby seemed to notice Li Yang's confusion and stepped forward to patiently and thoroughly explain. In fact, besides tearing through space to move, starships of the galaxy level have other means of movement. We can also create controllable wormholes for movement, but this requires fixed coordinates and cannot be moved arbitrarily. The officer continued. Upon hearing this, Li Yang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The starship's unique mode of movement alone suggests that its weaponry must be far more powerful than one can imagine. In the brief moment that Li Yang was exchanging words with the school officer, the spatial rift opened again with a surge of intense energy. The well-trained troops skillfully maneuvered the starships, filing in one after another and swiftly leaving the space tunnel. At this moment, on a planet in the Eurasian system, inside the starship of the villains hiding there, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded, and the detection system keenly detected the anomaly. Reporting, boss. Strong spatial fluctuations detected. Based on data analysis, it's highly likely that Imperial starships are approaching. One of the henchmen rushed up to the leader of the octopus men, his voice trembling and his face filled with terror. So fast. It seems they've deployed a starship of Star River caliber this time. The octopus man frowned, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. However, his slightly trembling tentacles betrayed his inner unease. And in the vast expanse of space above this planet, one after another, deep, ink-like spatial rifts, shimmering with strange light, were opened. One after another, magnificent starships, like giant beasts emerging from the depths of space and time, slowly sailed out, arranged in an orderly fashion, gradually filling the entire starry sky. Chapter 166, A Glimmer of Hope. The space tunnels in this galaxy must be completely sealed off. There must be no oversights. As soon as they entered the Eurasian system, Atlan's voice rang out in the command room of every starship through the communication system. After all, starships of the Galaxy class possess superior maneuverability, making it far too easy for these criminals to escape. Therefore, it is necessary to complete the spatial blockade as quickly as possible to leave no opportunity for criminals. Meanwhile, the villains on the planet, through the starship's observation screen, witnessed the countless starships in the sky, as if they had been frozen in place, their minds blank. These are all starships of galactic scale. The octopus man stared wide-eyed at the number of starships displayed on the screen, his face draining of color and turning as pale as paper. He inwardly groaned. So many starships of the galaxy level were like towering mountains pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. At this moment, he knew that he probably couldn't escape even if he had wings. Moreover, the well-informed octopus men astutely noticed that, in addition to the markings of the guard division, a significant portion of the paint schemes on these starships clearly belonged to the Imperial military. Filled with doubt and resentment, he couldn't help but roar inwardly. It's just killing an official from a small star system. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss and send military forces to besiege us? Boss, what should we do? Upon seeing such a scene, the octopus man's subordinates were already terrified, their legs going weak and their eyes filled with despair. They quickly turned to their boss for help. At this moment, they placed all their hopes on their leader, who was their only lifeline in this desperate situation. After all, they knew in their hearts that kidnapping an Imperial wanted criminal brutally murdering an Imperial official and injuring the guard division that came to pursue them were crimes that would be enough to kill them hundreds of times over. Now they were plunged into deep despair and fear. Faced with an impenetrable predicament, the octopus man suppressed his inner panic, narrowed his cunning eyes, thought for a moment, and then gritted his teeth and said, "Let's see if the space tunnel can still be opened. Maybe their blockade wasn't so tight, and we still have a chance." Upon hearing this, his subordinates, as if grasping at the last straw, rushed to the light screen, their hands moving rapidly across the control panel, various complex data and instructions flashing quickly on the screen. A moment later, he stopped abruptly, slowly turned his head, his face contorted with ugliness, and said in a tearful voice, "No, boss. Not only is the space around us completely sealed off, but the entire galaxy is also completely sealed off, without a single gap." Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the octopus man did not show any excessive surprise or panic. In fact, from the moment he saw the densely packed Imperial starships appear in the starry sky, he had already vaguely guessed that this would be the outcome. But how could he give up so easily until the very last moment? Above the vast starry sky, Nan, one of the commanders of this operation, is trying to contact the stubborn criminals through the communication channel. After all, the main purpose of this operation is to arrest people, so it is best not to resort to force. In his view, the most ideal outcome would be for these criminals to obediently accept the Empire's judgment. So, Nan cleared his throat and spoke seriously and forcefully into the communication device. "This is a combined force of the Sheely Empire's local cluster guard division and the Imperial Army's 3rd Garrison Division. You are surrounded. Now immediately cease all starship operations and surrender. Any resistance is futile and will only bring you a more tragic end." Nan's voice came through the communication channel, sounding exceptionally clear in the quiet and oppressive starship command room. Upon hearing this, the octopus man's eyes flashed with determination. Without another word, he reached out and disconnected the communication. Surrender? In his mind, that was simply impossible. Given the good deeds he had committed, once he surrendered, only death awaited him. Rather than waiting to die, we should rise up and fight back. There might still be a glimmer of hope. The octopus man slammed his hand on the table, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes, and roared at his men. "Go. Use the spatial frequency I modified earlier to break through their spatial blockade. We can't just sit here and wait to die." His subordinates, who had been ashen-faced as if the end of the world had come, were now staring blankly at him. Upon hearing the octopus man's words, his eyes lit up instantly, his face flushed, and he said excitedly, "Boss, did you have any new spatial frequencies? Then we're saved." The octopus man snorted and said helplessly, "No, it was just some random modification. Who cares if it works or not? It's better than being stuck here and waiting to die." Upon hearing this, the subordinates' newly glimmered hope vanished instantly, and their previously rosy complexions turned ashen. He knew very well that spatial frequency was the most important foundation for traversing space. Only by undergoing rigorous testing and ensuring the safety of the space frequency can a starship successfully enter the space tunnel without being torn apart or squeezed by the powerful forces of space. If the frequency is wrong, with a bit of luck, you might randomly arrive at some place in the universe and save your life. But if you're unlucky, the starship will be torn to pieces by the immense power of space, or you'll be trapped in a space tunnel forever, unable to get out. That would truly be an irreversible catastrophe. The vast majority of known safe and stable spatial frequencies are firmly in the hands of the Sheely Empire. Only a few other forces, through their unique technology and tireless efforts, have painstakingly researched a small number of other spatial frequencies, but these frequencies are so few that they are impossible to leak out. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the starship was extremely tense. When the subordinates heard that the octopus man had asked them to use the spatial frequency that he hadn't even tried and had just modified to activate the spatial tunnel, their eyes widened and their faces were full of disbelief. You're telling me to start it up without even trying, just randomly changing a space frequency? Are you trying to get yourself killed already? Do you know how dangerous this is? One wrong move and you're dead." Seeing his subordinates standing there motionless for a long time, the octopus man became anxious, his eyes turning red, and his anger suddenly flared up. He shoved his subordinate away abruptly, cursing under his breath. "Useless. When it really matters, I have to rely on myself." He then rushed to the light screen, his tentacles rapidly clicking on the control panel to activate the spatial frequency he had previously haphazardly modified. "Space frequency not block detected. Space tunnel to be activated soon." The emotionless, mechanical reporting voice of the starship system echoed in the command room. Chapter 167 Good luck? Upon hearing this, the octopus man's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. As expected, the space frequency that he had arbitrarily altered was not blocked by the Imperial fleet. However, he also knew in his heart that this was only the first step, and the rest depended on his luck. Once they enter this space tunnel whose destination is unknown, whether they will find life or death is entirely uncertain. Meanwhile, in the massive command center of the Imperial fleet not far away, the atmosphere was equally somber. A colonel stared intently at the flashing screen in front of him, his expression suddenly changing. He quickly turned around and reported to Atlan. Report. A space tunnel has been detected to be open. The thugs are preparing to escape. Weren't we already sealing off the space completely? How could they still open a space tunnel? Upon hearing this, Li Yong frowned, his eyes filled with doubt. After all, the space blockade in this operation was virtually flawless, so these criminals shouldn't have been able to break through, right? It seems this group is truly prepared to burn their bridges, even daring to alter spatial frequencies. Atron remained calm, as if everything was within his expectations. As a veteran who has fought in the interstellar battlefield for many years, he has seen many instances of such suicidal actions as altering spatial frequencies over the years. In his memory, none of the enemies who attempted to escape by altering spatial frequencies have survived so far. Subsequently, the officer beside Li Yong noticed his confusion and took the initiative to explain the complex and mysterious concept of spatial frequency to Li Yong in detail. The officer spoke patiently. Spatial frequencies are like the passwords to spatial tunnels. Each stable and secure frequency corresponds to a specific spatial path. The main purpose of our spatial blockade is to lock down those known spatial frequencies that can guarantee safe passage, preventing the enemy from escaping using these conventional paths. After listening to the officer's explanation, Li Yong nodded slightly, seemingly understanding something. But then another question came to mind, and he couldn't help but ask. If that's the case, then what exactly is the space blockade on the low-level starship sealing off? Upon seeing this, the officer continued to explain methodically. The essence of blocking hyperspace jumps is blocking the jump points. Hyperspace jumps require specific jump points as starting and ending points. Without jump points, space jumps are impossible. Of course, desperate individuals can try to generate jump points randomly, but the consequences are essentially the same. Their starships will almost always be crushed by the immense pressure of space or torn apart by spatial turbulence, with virtually no chance of survival. Just as Li Yong was focused on communicating with the officer beside him, trying to figure out the many details of the space blockade, on a planet not far away, the octopus man decisively controlled the Lone Star River-class starship, like a trapped beast, and plunged headlong into the newly opened space tunnel. At this moment, Atlan stood quietly in front of the huge light screen in the command room, calmly watching the octopus man's every move. Given the formidable strength of their fleet, intercepting the octopus men before they enter the space tunnel should not be difficult. With just a command, those powerful energy weapons could be activated instantly, turning the octopus men's starships into cosmic dust before they even entered the tunnel. However, Atlan did not take any action. He knew that letting the octopus man go was just a small variable in the overall situation and would not have a substantial impact on the final outcome of the entire operation. Moreover, in his view, the octopus man's choice of such a risky escape method was no different from courting death. Since he was going to die anyway, he could consider it a successful mission. Go and deal with the rest of these thugs. Atron frowned slightly and gave the order. As soon as he gave the order, two relatively small starships emerged from the fleet. The two starships sped off like arrows toward the planet below. On the planet's surface, the remaining thugs watched helplessly as their leader's starship recklessly plunged into the space tunnel, instantly realizing that all was lost. Just moments ago they were fighting desperately, but now they seemed to have lost all their fighting spirit, and their will to resist vanished instantly. Without a leader to rely on, any further resistance will be futile and will only lead to a more tragic end. As a result, one by one the starships obediently stopped operating, and the villains dejectedly disembarked, like a flock of lambs to the slaughter, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Imperial army. On the other side, the octopus man who successfully entered the space tunnel was quickly enveloped in endless tension after the initial brief excitement. His tentacles were tightly intertwined, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At that moment, he was praying frantically in his heart, hoping that nothing unexpected would happen. This space tunnel is like a huge maze full of unknown dangers. If they are not careful, they will be torn to shreds by the powerful forces of space. Perhaps it was fate's favor, or perhaps that vague prayer really worked. After entering the space tunnel, the anticipated spatial tearing or compression did not occur. Conversely, not far ahead of them, a spatial rift emitting a faint light quietly appeared, like a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Haha, what a stroke of luck. The spatial frequency I casually changed actually worked. Haha. Upon seeing this, the octopus man was first taken aback, then burst into excited laughter. The laughter was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster and disbelief. The underling, who had previously looked utterly hopeless and silently awaited his death, was now beaming with excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. After all, using an arbitrarily altered spatial frequency, not only was there no problem, but they were also able to find an exit passage so smoothly. Their luck was simply off the charts, like winning the biggest lottery in the universe. The octopus man, regaining his senses, didn't dare to delay for a moment. He immediately focused all his attention on piloting the starship and sped toward the spatial rift that had led away. In his heart, as long as he could successfully pass through that rift and escape this dangerous spatial tunnel, he would truly be able to escape the Empire's pursuit, regain his freedom, and begin a new adventure. Chapter 168: The Clown. With a burst of dazzling white light that flashed like lightning, the intense light instantly filled the entire cockpit, and the Octopus Man's starship successfully broke through the constraints of the space tunnel. As the blinding white light gradually dissipated, the Octopus Man slowly opened his eyes. However, the scene before him left him stunned, as if his entire body had been frozen in place by an invisible force. He found his starship standing alone in the center of a massive fleet, surrounded by starships from all sides like a group of well-trained hunters, leaving him no escape. These starships were of various shapes and sizes, their hulls gleaming with a cold and sharp metallic luster. And the clearly visible markings on those starships were none other than the Imperial fleet that had just captured them. The Octopus Man could hardly believe his eyes. A deep sense of despair and absurdity welled up inside him. His carefully planned escape had turned out to be nothing more than a ridiculous farce. At that moment, the Octopus Man felt his nose was red, making him look like a clown. Meanwhile, in the command center of the Imperial fleet flagship, Atlan was methodically directing the subsequent clearing operation. Just then, a communications officer rushed to his side and reported in a slightly flustered manner. "Commander, the wanted criminal who just entered the space tunnel has inexplicably reappeared inside our fleet." Upon hearing this, Atlan frowned slightly, a look of disbelief on his face. Even though he had traversed the stars for many years and witnessed countless strange and unusual things, he was genuinely stunned by this sudden turn of events. He was convinced that the Octopus Man and his companions entering the space tunnel was practically tantamount to stepping onto a dead end with no return. Unexpectedly, this seemingly crazy and chaotic escape method not only allowed them to safely exit the space tunnel, but also dramatically led them directly into their own encirclement, as if they had delivered themselves to their doorstep. After a brief moment of shock, Atlan quickly regained his composure, a resolute glint in his eyes. Now that spatial frequency is indeed usable, we absolutely cannot give this wanted criminal any more chance to escape. Destroy his starship quickly. Capture the people alive if possible, otherwise forget about it. He had previously thought that the Octopus Man would die if he entered the space tunnel, but now that the arbitrarily altered space frequency was actually effective, even if the effect was so absurd and ridiculous, he absolutely could not let him escape again. Upon receiving the order, the Imperial fleet moved into action swiftly and in an orderly manner. Dark Energy Annihilation Cannon. Prepare. Maximum power. Fire. Around the octopus-like creature, starships activated their respective weapon systems. A large amount of invisible energy began to condense at the muzzle of the Dark Energy Annihilation Cannon. With a low rumble, invisible energy attacks roared toward the Octopus Man starship, their targets clear and their destructive power palpable. Quickly, activate the Spatial Array Defense System. The Octopus Man's eyes widened, and he screamed in terror, his voice becoming shrill with tension. The starship's surface rapidly activated its onboard miniature space array devices, which shimmered with strange light and created spatial vortexes. The incoming dark energy annihilation attacks were sucked into the sudden spatial vortex and swallowed by the endless darkness as they entered a certain range of the starship. For a time, the Octopus Man starship was relatively safe. "Boss, the space array won't last long. What should we do?" One of the henchmen looked at the Octopus Man in a panic, his face filled with fear. "Although the current attack has been temporarily halted, Such a dense and powerful barrage of attacks, like a surging tide, wave after wave, ultimately renders the seemingly robust spatial array defense system like a small boat in a storm, unable to withstand the onslaught for long. Since spatial frequencies can be used, let's try again. I refuse to believe it can appear here again. The octopus man gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a crazed light. He had fallen into a state of desperate gamble. Having said that, while the defense system was still struggling to hold on, he rushed toward the control screen without regard for anything else, his tentacles dancing wildly on the control panel, and hurriedly prepared to open the space tunnel again, hoping to escape his current predicament. The space frequency has been blocked, making it impossible to open a space tunnel. The cold, automated announcement echoed through the starship like a death sentence, leaving the octopus man stunned. His tentacles froze on the control panel, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why? It was working fine before. The octopus man roared at the system, as if that would change this cruel reality. However, little did he know that when he had managed to use that spatial frequency, the experienced and highly skilled experts under Atlan's command had already quickly deciphered it and incorporated the relevant data into the fleet's database. Now, when he tries to use it again, this spatial frequency has naturally already entered a strict blockade, imprisoned by heavy shackles, and can no longer be used by him. No. Since this doesn't work, I'll change it again. At this point, the octopus man had gone mad and completely lost his reason. He completely forgot that the previous successful alteration of the spatial frequency was purely a stroke of incredible luck. But at this moment, he was like someone grasping at the last straw in the dark. Even though the straw could not support his weight, he was unwilling to give up and continued to frantically try to input new spatial frequency parameters on the control panel. However, fate seemed to have given the octopus man not even a moment to catch his breath. At this moment, even if he was thinking of changing the spatial frequency again in an attempt to find a glimmer of hope, it was no longer possible. Because the space array defense system, which had been struggling to maintain its position, finally succumbed to the overwhelming and powerful dark energy annihilation attacks from the Imperial fleet and completely collapsed. With this last line of defense gone, waves of dark energy annihilation attacks, imbued with destructive power, mercilessly struck the octopus man's starship like unleashed beasts. In an instant, the starship was as if it had encountered a violent cosmic storm. Large and small damage appeared all over the ship, the hull twisted and deformed, accompanied by a sharp and ear-piercing friction sound. At the same time, alarms throughout the starship blared like mad beasts, echoing wildly in every corner. Warning! Warning! The ship's hull damage has reached 40%. The engine system has been damaged. A synthesized electronic voice rang out between the alarms, cold and merciless, like the pronouncement of death. Damn it! The octopus man's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was filled with resentment and anger. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The crazy thought in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He thought that no matter what, he had to fight the Imperial fleet to the death. Even if he died, he would take some of the enemy down with him. Chapter 169: The Death of the Octopus Man. But the underlings standing nearby all changed their expressions upon seeing this. One of the underlings cursed inwardly. Damn it, you messed up the spatial frequency before, dragging us all into a life-or-death situation. We're lucky we didn't die. You've been beaten to this state, and you still think about resisting? You don't want to live, but we want to live a few more years. Seeing that the octopus man was still frantically preparing to continue resisting, the henchman steeled himself and secretly pulled out an energy gun from his waist. His hands trembled slightly, and a complex look of determination mixed with fear flashed in his eyes. Finally, when the octopus man was completely unprepared, he suddenly raised his hand and aimed it at the octopus man. Call out. A dazzling laser beam, like a bolt of lightning, instantly ripped through the dimly lit space inside the starship, piercing straight through the octopus man's vital organs. The octopus man felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if a scorching force had instantly torn his body apart. He slowly lowered his head in disbelief, looking at his chest, where there was indeed an empty gash, from which blood gushed out like a fountain, forming a strange cloud of blood mist in the zero-gravity environment. Then, the octopus man turned around shakily, pointing at his little brother with his long tentacles, his mouth slightly open as if he wanted to say something, but he only exhaled a bubble of blood. You. Before the octopus man could finish speaking, his eyes dimmed rapidly. The light of his life went out like a candle in the wind, and he lost all vital signs, collapsing heavily to the ground, splattering a small patch of blood. Meanwhile, on Atlantis' side, the remote monitoring system showed that the opposing starship's engine system was severely damaged, but the starship still showed no signs of surrendering, and Atlantis finally lost patience. Yatro's brows furrowed, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes, ready to give the order without hesitation to blast the opponent into dust. Just then, a strange voice, tinged with fear and panic, suddenly came through the communication channel. "We surrender. Stop fighting. Our leader was determined to fight to the bitter end, but we've already killed him. Please, have mercy and stop attacking. We're willing to accept trial." Upon hearing the voice coming from the communication channel, Atlan did not respond immediately. He turned his head slightly and looked at Nan, who was standing to the side. After all, he was only in charge of commanding this unit. Whether to arrest or kill these wanted criminals was up to the commander of the Guard Division. After all, the Octopus Man gang was a top target of the Guard Division's manhunt. Since that's the case, then stop the attack and send soldiers to capture them. Seeing that Atlan was looking at him, Nan quickly said. After all, as a member of the Guard Division, he knew that capturing these criminals alive would be the best outcome. Even though the biggest leader, the Octopus Man, is dead, capturing the remaining people would be enough to complete the mission and bring the pursuit to a relatively satisfactory conclusion. Then it's up to you. Yatlang turned his head slightly, his gaze first falling on Nan, his eyes filled with inquiry and confirmation. After receiving Nan's affirmative response, he turned around and spoke to the thugs on the other end of the communication channel in an unquestionable tone. "The Empire accepts your surrender. Immediately cease operations of your starships and await the arrival of our soldiers. Do not make any untoward moves." The thugs on the other end of the communication channel, as if grasping at a last straw, hurriedly agreed. After all, they knew in their hearts that if they were captured and put on trial, they might have a glimmer of hope if they surrendered voluntarily and killed their leader who was determined to resist to the end. However, if they continue to resist, they will undoubtedly face certain death against the Empire's powerful fleet. Having gone through the life-or-death ordeal, they have come to realize that it is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. As long as they can survive, even if they face an unknown judgment in the future, it is much better than dying under the gunfire immediately. Before long, thanks to the orderly actions of the Imperial fleet, the entire gang of criminals was successfully captured. The soldiers subdued every criminal, giving them no chance to resist or escape. After successfully completing their mission, Atlan and his group returned to the Galactic Administrative Center, intending to rest there for a while. Report. A subordinate stood tall and straight in front of Atlan, gave a standard military salute, and reported loudly. In this operation, a total of 12 criminals were killed and 35 were arrested, including the ringleader. The entire operation went smoothly with no casualties on our side. After listening to his subordinate's report, Atlan remained calm and nodded slightly, indicating his approval of the outcome of the operation. In that case, our mission can be considered successfully completed. I'm really sorry to trouble you, sir. Kunz, his face full of gratitude, quickly stepped forward to respond. He knew very well that if the Solar System Guard Division relied solely on its own strength and those 3 starships of the galaxy level, even if they were to successfully annihilate the villains, they would inevitably suffer considerable casualties. The addition of Athan's troops to the operation undoubtedly greatly reduced their pressure. There's no trouble at all. Yaren waved his hand, a kind smile appearing on his face. Protecting the Empire's security is our inescapable responsibility, and naturally, we are part of it. We are all working for the peace and stability of the Empire, so there's no need for such formalities. Just then, Sinan spoke up. Everyone, now that the danger has been completely eliminated, let's head back first. There are still many matters waiting for me to handle in this star cluster, and I really can't delay any longer. After saying that, he turned around and came to Liang and said warmly, Inspector Li, if you have time, you must come visit our local star cluster. I'm sure you'll love it. Absolutely. Liang responded quickly with a sincere smile on his face. I will definitely go when I have time, and it will be a good opportunity to appreciate the splendor of your star cluster. After greeting Liang, Sinan led his troops on their orderly return journey, preparing to return to their local star cluster to continue fulfilling their duties. Chapter 170, The Two Showing Goodwill. Seeing that Sinan was preparing to leave, Yadaron also got up to say goodbye. Like Sinan, he also came to Liang before leaving. With his broad, strong hand, Atlan gently patted Li Yang's shoulder, his eyes filled with expectation, and slowly spoke. Comrade Liang, keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. If you need any help at work in the future, please don't hesitate to contact me anytime. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, Li Yong immediately straightened up, his eyes revealing determination and resolve, and answered loudly. We will definitely live up to your expectations. At this moment, Li Yong was filled with excitement. After all, the person in front of him was a high-ranking general. To gain his appreciation and help would undoubtedly elevate his network of connections to a new level. After Atlan and Sinan led their respective troops away, the large conference room gradually returned to calm. Only then did Cohen's and Neil walk slowly to Li Yang's side with composed steps. Cohen said sincerely, his face filled with gratitude. Inspector Li, we really owe you a lot this time. If it weren't for your crucial role in the operation, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to keep my position as speaker. The criminals this time were not to be underestimated. If they hadn't been handled properly, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Li Yong quickly waved his hand, a humble smile on his face, and said, Speaker, you flatter me. With your and Commander Ni's abilities, a mere gang of thugs would be a piece of cake. Even without me, you two would surely be able to capture them easily. Despite his noble status and the appreciation of his officers, Li Yong still maintains a humble and friendly attitude, without the slightest arrogance or complacency. Neil listened to their conversation and pondered to himself. He knew in his heart that he had pulled strings to become the commander of the Guard Division in the Milky Way galaxy. His goal was to make meritorious contributions and advance in this newly formed star system, to seek better development, and to find a way to transfer from the Guard Division to the Imperial Army after entering the ranks of generals. However, after arriving here, he realized that military merits were not so easy to earn. However, given the current situation, if we can successfully board the ship of Li Yong with its unlimited potential, the situation will be quite different. Neil understood perfectly well that the promotion from a 9th-rank colonel to a major general, though seemingly only one rank apart, was actually a world of difference. Only when one enters the ranks of generals can one truly be considered to have entered the center of the Empire's vision. In particular, every general in the Imperial Army is entrusted with important responsibilities by the Empire, serving as the commander or deputy commander of an army. If one has their own fleet before promotion, they can incorporate it into the army as a personal guard, the significance and advantages of which are self-evident. The power held by generals is unimaginably vast. Take Atron for example. Although he is only a major general, which is equivalent to a C9 officer, even the chairman of the local star cluster does not dare to be negligent when facing Atron. This is the huge difference between those who hold military power and ordinary officials. Holding military power means having a pivotal position and influence. Inspector Li, you can't say that. Neil quickly replied, his expression serious and sincere. Without your help during the operation, it would have been quite difficult for my Guard Division with only 3 star ships of the Galaxy class to complete the capture so quickly and perfectly. Without you, we would have had to go through a lot of trouble, and there might even have been unexpected losses. Listening to Neil's words, Li Yong naturally understood that the two were clearly trying to curry favor with him. His unique system of integrating military and political power meant that officials from all sides treated him differently. His performance in this operation made them feel that he had unlimited potential, and it was only natural and perfectly normal for them to want to befriend him. Sai, let's stop with all this mutual flattery. Li Yong smiled and waved his hand, his expression calm. We are all officials of this galaxy, bearing the glory of the Empire. For the peace of the galaxy and the prosperity of the Empire, everything we do is our bounden duty. Upon hearing Li Yang's words, Cohen's and Neil immediately understood that Li Yong had gladly accepted their overtures. The two looked at each other and smiled, their faces beaming, and quickly agreed. Yes, Inspector Li is absolutely right. His foresight is truly admirable. After chatting warmly with Cohen's and Neil for quite a while, Li Yong politely took his leave, citing that he still had many matters to attend to. After all, Aji and the 3 students were still eagerly waiting for him in the subspace. Moreover, this is a good opportunity to replenish the fleet's resources at the Galactic Administrative Center. Replenishing resources here is free, given my current status. Why not take advantage of this kind of bargain? After all, although I now have tens of millions of star coins, the 200 million debt I owed before is like a heavy mountain weighing on my heart. Every little bit saved counts. Just as the staff were methodically replenishing the fleet's resources, Li Yang's AI notification softly sounded. He quickly checked and found that the message came from Sinan. Inspector Li, this operation was a great success, and the Imperial Guard Division headquarters attaches great importance to it, preparing to give lavish commendations to those involved. Headquarters has now asked me to draft a list of personnel to submit, so that those who performed outstandingly can be rewarded and commended. I would like to ask you, you should be quite familiar with comrades Cones and Neil, right? Upon seeing this message, Li Yang instantly understood Si Nan's intention. This is clearly an inquiry into the closeness of one's relationship with Cones and Neil. If the relationship is not good, their names might not be on the list. After a moment's thought, Li Yang quickly replied. Comrades Cohen and Neil were both outstanding comrades who worked diligently and made significant and undeniable contributions to the stability and development of the Milky Way. These brief words clearly conveyed a message to Si Nan. He had a good relationship with these two people, and their names should be added to the list of award recipients. Not long after the message was sent, Si Nan's reply came. Understood. With just those 3 simple words, Li Yang knew that Si Nan understood what he meant. Seeing this, Li Yang felt a surge of inspiration and thought it necessary to tell Coens and Neil the good news. After all, they did put in a lot of effort in this operation and should be aware of the honor that is about to be bestowed upon them. He then sent separate communications to the 2 men, informing them in detail that the Imperial Guard Division headquarters would soon give them special commendation for their outstanding performance in the operation. Chapter 171 New Type of Genetically Modified Warriors. In conveying the message, Li Yang made no mention of his own role in it. However, Coens and Neil surely understood that Li Yang must have been secretly helping them behind the scenes. After all, how could Li Yang know about this news before it was officially announced, unless someone leaked it to him in advance? Neil, in particular, was overjoyed upon hearing the news. For him, who was eager to be promoted to general, this commendation was undoubtedly a crucial stepping stone, making him feel that he had taken a real step closer to becoming a general. After the staff finished replenishing the fleet's resources, Li Yang shook hands with Coens and Neil to say goodbye. After the 3 bid each other farewell, Li Yang turned and left the Milky Way Administrative Center, heading towards the subspace. Meanwhile, in the mysterious and tranquil subspace, Eiji, Su Xia, and Wang Gang were each busy with their own tasks. Just then, Eiji's AI suddenly sent a message. He quickly checked it, a smile appearing on his face, and said, "It was a message from the teacher. He said he would arrive soon. Is the teacher coming back in just a few days?" Upon hearing this, Su Xia's eyes widened slightly, her tone full of surprise. Recalling the scene when the teacher left, she originally thought it would take at least 10 days to half a month to complete the task, but she did not expect it to be so quick. What? Haven't you had enough of being the boss? Aji joked calmly, but there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. These few days were like a nightmare for him. Su Xia acted as if she were in charge, assigning him almost all sorts of dirty and tiring tasks. Although Wang Gang was immersed in complex research projects and extremely busy, and Su Xia was also steadily advancing various tasks according to her carefully crafted plan, Eiji felt like someone who had been forgotten in a corner with nothing to do. His original plan has made no progress to this day. Aji racked his brains, but still couldn't come up with any effective way to control the powerful high-level combat forces on Planet B. In contrast, Su Xia's plan was like a precisely operating machine, with every step running perfectly and achieving remarkable results. Because of this, in this small team of 3, Eiji gradually became the one with the least say. Well, that's about right. After all, opportunities like this, where you can be ordered around to do things, are really rare. Su Xia's lips curled up slightly, a hint of mockery in her eyes, as she looked at Aji without any attempt to hide her expression. Faced with Su Xia's teasing, Aji felt helpless and sighed inwardly. Forget it. A good man doesn't argue with a woman. I'll just stick with everyone else and be content with graduating smoothly. Time slipped away quietly in this somewhat helpless atmosphere, and half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, Li Yang's fleet, like a shooting star streaking across the darkness, successfully arrived at the mysterious subspace. Upon arrival, Li Yang couldn't wait to summon Eiji and the other 2 via the communication channel. When the 3 rushed over, Li Yang asked with concern, "Have you encountered any major or difficult issues these past few days?" Su Xia reacted quickly, immediately stepping forward and speaking in a light and confident tone. "Don't worry, teacher. The plans for both Planet A and Planet B are progressing smoothly and in an orderly manner, and everything is under control." Upon hearing this, Li Yang smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Just then, Wang Gang, who had been standing quietly to the side, stood up excitedly and spoke loudly. "Teacher, I have developed a major technology. It allows us to fuse and modify the genes of the natives of Planet B and Planet A, thereby greatly enhancing the strength of genetically modified warriors." Upon hearing this, Li Yang's eyes lit up, his face filled with barely suppressed joy, and he eagerly pressed for more information. "That's great, Wang Gang. This is a remarkable achievement. Have any new genetically modified soldiers been developed yet? Let me see." Wang Gang spoke with a serious and earnest expression, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Teacher, this technology has just been developed and has not yet been tested in practice. But please rest assured, after countless theoretical derivations and simulation experiments, I have full confidence in its feasibility and there will be absolutely no problems. After hearing this, Li Yang patted Wang Gang on the shoulder heavily, encouraging him. All right, in that case, let's go to the lab now and test your gene editing technology in person to see what kind of miracles it can create. Yes, Wang Gang responded loudly, then turned and strode quickly toward the research lab. Seeing this, Li Yang and his group naturally dared not delay and quickly followed behind Wang Gang. This Wang Gang has actually been secretly working behind the scenes, and he hasn't mentioned such an important matter to me at all these past few days. As Su Xia walked briskly, she turned slightly to the side, leaned closer to Aji, lowered her voice, and spoke mysteriously. Aji remained nonchalant, shrugging and replying casually. What else? You're not a teacher. Do you think telling you will earn you extra points? In his mind, he had no intention of making a splash with this operation. He just wanted to graduate smoothly and be done with it. Before long, the group arrived at the spacious and bright research room. As soon as you step inside, the scene before your eyes comes into view. In the center of that vast space, a native of Planet A lay naked and quietly on a cold research bed. Various sophisticated and complex instruments were placed around it, along with flashing lights and pulsating data screens. As Wang Gang skillfully moved his hands across the control screen, issuing a series of commands, the previously still mechanical arm seemed to come alive, slowly extending towards the native. Then, tubes of varying thicknesses and functions were carefully inserted into the native's body under the control of the robotic arm. A slight hissing sound accompanied the moment each tube was connected. Gene injection and modification have begun. Wang Gang stared intently at the light screen and announced loudly. With this final crucial step, the indigenous people on the study bed began to undergo astonishing changes. Chapter 172, Summoning the Heretical Sex. Her originally slender and frail body seemed to be injected with a powerful force, and it began to swell rapidly in an instant. Muscles bulged at a visible speed, and bones remodeled and grew with a crackling sound. In just a short while, the originally inconspicuous native had transformed into a giant man who was 5.5 meters tall. His muscles were bulging, and his lines were as hard as if carved by a knife, exuding a primal and powerful sense of strength. Is that all? Leon couldn't help but ask. His gaze was fixed on the genetically modified warrior before him, and he secretly pondered the enormous impact that this technology might have. Yes, teacher, the experiment was a great success. Through this gene fusion modification, the physical attributes and strength of the gene-modified warriors have increased by at least 3 to 5 times. Wang Gang said with a proud and excited expression. He has spent countless days and nights and devoted countless efforts to this moment. Before he finished speaking, Wang Gang once again manipulated the robotic arm and picked up a longsword unique to Planet B from the display shelf next to him. This longsword has an ancient and simple design, and its blade emits a faint, cold light, making it clear at a glance that it is no ordinary item. It should be noted that this is a longsword from a level 2 fantasy civilization, and its materials and craftsmanship are far superior to those of ordinary iron swords. The robotic arm raised its longsword high and then, with overwhelming force, stabbed it fiercely at the unprotected new genetically modified warrior. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the next outcome. However, the imagined scene of blood splattering did not occur. The longsword pierced the genetically modified warrior's body as if it had struck an incredibly hard piece of steel. With a crisp clang, the sword tip instantly chipped, but the genetically modified warrior's body remained completely unharmed, without even the slightest scratch. Seeing this, Wang Gang became so excited that his face turned red, and he quickly explained. Teacher, look, a new type of genetically modified warrior, with just his physical body, is expected to possess the strength of the incarnation realm from Planet B. It should be noted that before this, even if ordinary genetically modified warriors were equipped with armor and weapons, their strength could only reach the first level of Chi realm at most. Now, this brand new genetically modified warrior has reached the astonishing transformation realm solely through his own physical body. This is undoubtedly a qualitative leap and a tremendous improvement. Everyone present understood that in the current situation, the strength of the Chi realm was truly insignificant. In large-scale conflicts, such strength could only serve as cannon fodder and be ruthlessly consumed. However, once genetically modified warriors reach the transformation realm, things will be completely different. they will undoubtedly become a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, Planet A has a large indigenous population, and similarly, there are many genetically modified warriors at the transformation realm. The combined power of these warriors would be considerable. Wang Gang, you did an excellent job this time. I will give you an extra point. Li Yang smiled broadly, his eyes filled with admiration for Wang Gang. In this assessment that emphasizes results and abilities, scores are a crucial indicator for measuring everything. Thank you, teacher. Wang Gang's voice trembled with excitement. He was overjoyed to hear that he would receive bonus points again. If you think about it carefully, this seems to be the third time he has received bonus points. If this trend continues, his graduation evaluation will likely be much higher, and he might even receive special awards and recommendations from the school. This would undoubtedly be a very important stepping stone for his future interstellar development. Seeing Wang Gang successfully add points again, Su Xia and Aji couldn't help but show envy in their eyes. They exchanged a helpless glance, knowing full well that they didn't possess Wang Gang's outstanding talent in the research field, since they weren't in the research business themselves. Everyone strives hard in their own area of expertise, but sometimes the difference in talent and opportunity inevitably makes people feel a little envious and resentful. Su Xia, where's the project you're in charge of at now? Liang shifted his gaze from Wang Gang to Su Xia. Now that the genetically modified warriors have made a major breakthrough, the overall plan to conquer Planet B should naturally continue to advance steadily. Report to the teacher. When Su Xia heard Liang call her, she quickly came to her senses and reported in an orderly manner. Currently, our carefully disguised forces have spread throughout the cultivation world of Planet B like dandelion seeds through various channels and public opinion. Because of our last contact with the evil sects, which left a very deep impression on them, the evil sects are now extremely curious about our existence and have been searching for our traces everywhere. The territory of the Windflower sect has also been gradually devoured by the evil sects. Well, in that case, let's continue with your original plan. It's time to start cooperating with the heretical sects. After a brief moment of thought, Liang decisively issued the order. In this game, every move is crucial, and cooperation with the heretical sects may be a key element in conquering Planet B. Yes, teacher. Su Xia quickly and firmly replied. Meanwhile, on Planet B, a quietly brewing storm is gradually unfolding. Each of the top evil sects received a mysterious envelope, the contents of which were naturally important matters that Su Xia had carefully planned and specially convened them to discuss. After destroying the Windflower sect, they disappeared without a trace. Now they suddenly summon us, the top sects of the evil path. It seems that what they said last time was no joke, but a serious matter. In the eerie and sinister Soul Palace, a man in black robes held an envelope, his eyes slightly narrowed, an unfathomable light flickering in his deep gaze, as if he were deep in thought. However, since the other party had extended an invitation, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity that could bring huge benefits and uncertainties, and he was determined to accept the invitation. Coincidentally, apart from the Soul Palace, all the other top evil sects also accepted the invitation. After all, in this dog-eat-dog world of cultivation, no opportunity to improve one's strength and influence should be missed. The following day, an abandoned palace in a desolate place welcomed a group of uninvited guests. The palace was permeated with an air of decay, with broken walls and ruins everywhere. The walls were covered with mottled moss, and the roof had several large holes. Sunlight streamed through the holes, forming beams of light of varying thickness, with dust swirling in them. It looked as if it had been through the vicissitudes of time and had not been set foot in a long time. Is this the place where we were invited? It's so dilapidated. Just then, in the empty hall, a dark figure flashed out like a ghost. The newcomer was none other than the black-robed man from the Soul Palace. He wore a black robe, the hem of which fluttered gently in the wind, and he exuded an innate arrogance and coldness. Chapter 173, Su Xia's Fate. So Yang, it's a bit dilapidated here, but this desolate and barren style actually fits our unorthodox aesthetic. Just after Hunyang appeared, a figure slowly emerged from beside the cracked pillar. This man was the representative of the corpse puppet sect. He was thin, pale as paper, and had a faint, eerie smile on his lips, as if he had been waiting here for a long time. Corpse 9, is this the only person your corpse puppet sect, such a large sect, has sent? Hunyang coldly swept his gaze over Shurjiu, his words carrying a hint of disdain. In his view, although the corpse puppet sect was one of the top evil sects, he himself, as the young sect master of the Soul Palace, naturally had an extraordinary status. Could it be? I'm the 9th-ranked member of the corpse puppet sect. Surely they're giving me enough weight to send? But you, As the young sect master of the Soul Hall, are your elders really so comfortable letting you venture out alone? This outside world is fraught with danger. If something happens to you out there, TSK, 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 that wouldn't be good at all. Sergio said with a playful expression, his eyes flashing with a cunning light, as if his words contained some hidden meaning. Oh, are you threatening me? Hun Yang's expression remained calm and composed as he calmly retorted, and for a moment, the two faced off. As the young sect master of the Soul Hall, the vast power of the Soul Hall behind him is his greatest source of confidence. So how could he be easily intimidated by Sergio's few words? It seems I'm a bit late. Just as Hun Yang and Sergio were about to clash and the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, a soft and melodious voice came from outside the hall. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman with an exceptionally full figure and shapely curves walking in slowly and gracefully with her long, straight legs. She had a beautiful face, expressive eyes, and a unique charm that seemed to captivate the soul. Oh, I never expected that the dignified sect leader of the Hahuan sect, sect leader Ji Shi, would personally grace us with his presence. He is truly a rare guest. Hun Yang and Sergio were both surprised when they saw who it was. After all, in these kinds of occasions, it is usually enough to send a high-ranking elder or similar figure from the sect. It is truly unprecedented for the sect leader to personally participate. Well, since it was their kind invitation, I thought it best to come in person. After all, our Hahuan sect isn't as powerful as the sect you two belong to. Ji, she said with a smile, her voice as sweet as a nightingale's song, her every word and action naturally exuding an alluring atmosphere that made people turn their heads. Just as the three were exchanging pleasantries, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps and fluttering clothes, representatives from various top evil sects also arrived at the abandoned palace. In the evil forces on Planet B, besides the Soul Palace, Corpse Puppet Sect, and Joyful Union Sect, the top evil sects also include the Flesh Sunflower Sect, known for its bizarre techniques, the Bone Sect, skilled in manipulating bone magic, the Azura Palace, which dominates the region with its killing and martial prowess, the Corpse Burial Pavilion, filled with a mysterious and eerie atmosphere, and the Fiend Chi Sect, which specializes in cultivating Fiend Chi techniques. Including the already destroyed Windflower Sect, there were originally 9 top evil sects on Planet B. Now that the Windflower Sect has been eliminated, the representatives of the 8 top evil sects have all arrived. So, we've all arrived. But where are the people from that mysterious force? Why haven't they shown up yet? The burly, fleshy-faced representative from the Azura Palace frowned and asked loudly. His voice echoed in the empty hall, adding to his urgency and doubt. The moment he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall, which had previously only housed 8 people, suddenly changed. A series of blurry lights and shadows flashed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 genetically modified warriors dressed in strange armor appeared in the hall. These suits of armor gleamed with a cold metallic sheen and were engraved with intricate and mysterious patterns. They gripped strangely shaped, gleaming weapons tightly in their hands, their eyes cold and devoid of emotion. What kind of secret technique is this? We didn't even notice it. Everyone present was shocked and surprised to see these genetically modified warriors appear suddenly like ghosts. After all, everyone present was at least at the first level of cultivation, and there were even 2 experts who had reached the first level of Qi. However, they did not sense any fluctuations in aura from these people who suddenly appeared, as if these people had appeared out of thin air. This sudden turn of events instantly made the atmosphere in the hall tense, and everyone's eyes were filled with vigilance and doubt, wondering what would happen next. Little did they know that these people, who had long been immersed in the world of cultivation and were accustomed to judging everything by spiritual power, techniques, and soul perception, could not easily comprehend the mystery and power of technological forces. Moreover, these genetically modified warriors have almost no intelligence and are like cold killing machines, so there is no such thing as soul fluctuation. It is normal that people cannot detect their existence. Dear everyone, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Just as everyone was filled with suspicion and vigilance due to this sudden turn of events, a clear yet subtly cold female voice drifted from the darkness deep within the hall. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. A woman dressed in a strange uniform walked out of the darkness with steady and elegant steps. The uniform was made of a very special material, with a faint silver sheen on its surface, like flowing liquid metal or like stars scattered on it. The uniform's cut hugged her body curves, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. The woman had a beautiful face, and her fair skin was as smooth and lustrous as mutton fat jade in the dim light. Her features were exquisite, especially her bright eyes, which were like cold stars twinkling in the night sky, exuding a confidence and determination that could not be underestimated. The person who arrived was Su Xia, but this Su Xia was not the original, but a clone that had been created. Chapter 174, 10 Million Incarnation Realm. Oh, so the person behind this mysterious force is actually a woman. An elder from the Flesh Sunflower sect, with a thin frame and sinister eyes, couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his words unconsciously revealing a hint of surprise and undisguised contempt. What? Are you, the Rokuei clan, blind and looking down on us women? Gee, she was naturally perceptive and meticulous, so how could she miss the hint of contempt in the other person's words? At that moment, she raised her eyebrows slightly, her beautiful eyes shooting like two sharp arrows at the people of the Flesh Sunflower sect, her tone full of displeasure and anger. No, Sect Master Ji-Shi, please don't misunderstand. When the elder of the Rokuei sect saw Ji-Shi's gaze sweep over him, his heart tightened, and he hurriedly waved his hand to explain. This matter was simply too unexpected, and I was merely expressing my feelings on a whim. He knew very well that he was only at the Qi refining realm, while Ji-Shi was a genuine Qi refining realm expert. If he really angered her, he would be in deep trouble. No need for further nonsense. Su Xia seemed completely unconcerned about this little incident and continued speaking calmly. I'm sure you all know why I've gathered you all here. Oh, so you really have absolute confidence that you can wipe out the righteous sects in one fell swoop? Han Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of interest flashing in them. A playful smile appeared on his lips as he looked at Su Xia with a half-smile, as if trying to detect a trace of guilt on her face. What else? If I didn't have this plan, would I have gone to all this trouble to call you here just to sit down and chat with you about everything under the sun? Su Xia retorted without hesitation, her tone carrying an undeniable air of dominance. Interesting. Upon hearing this, Han Yang felt even more curious. For some reason, the more assertive and decisive the woman in front of him appeared, the more pleasing she seemed to him, and a strange sense of goodwill quietly grew in his heart. If Su Xia knew what he was thinking at this moment, she would probably show a look of disgust without any attempt to hide it, and secretly complain to herself. Does he really think he's some kind of domineering CEO? However, the number of people in the righteous sects is simply beyond our reach, not to mention that the Fenghua sect has now been destroyed. A burly, rugged-looking man from the Shaki sect stepped forward, his brow furrowed and his voice filled with worry. Su Xia remained calm, her gaze sweeping over the crowd with composure as she spoke steadily. There is no need for you to worry. When the great battle breaks out, you only need to focus on the battles at the level of First Body Realm and above. As for the opponents below the First Body Realm, we will handle them. Su Xia's seemingly confident words surprised everyone present, and then disbelief appeared on their faces. They simply couldn't believe that this woman dared to be so arrogant. Do you really understand the sheer number of righteous sects? Corpse 9 of the Corpse Puppet sect looked exceptionally serious and focused. He narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke slowly. As far as we know, the number of disciples below the first level of the righteous sects is probably no less than tens of millions. As Shurjo spoke, he slowly shook his head. In his view, the difference in numbers between his side and the righteous sects was almost an insurmountable chasm. In comparison, their numbers, at most, are only in the tens of millions and may not even reach that number. How can such a huge disparity not cause concern? When I speak, my word is my bond, and I have no intention of deceiving you. Look at these soldiers over there. As Su Xia spoke, she gently raised her arm, her slender fingers pointing to the genetically modified warrior standing quietly to the side. Them? Han Yang snorted disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. The thing I caught last time was just a Qi realm cultivator at most. With such strength, what use could it be? Han Yang was certain that these genetically modified warriors posed no real threat to the righteous sects. Oh, really? Then take a closer look. Su Xia's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. As if receiving some kind of command, the genetically modified warriors instantly coordinated, their bodies surging with power, and a powerful and majestic aura suddenly emanated from them. Perhaps due to the integration of genes from the natives of Planet B, the genetically modified warriors now possess a unique aura, much like the cultivators who practice spiritual power. This is actually the aura of the transformation realm? Han Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that these warriors, whom he had previously looked down upon, had displayed such astonishing strength in the blink of an eye. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Su Xia spoke calmly. Moreover, we also have tens of millions of warriors with similar strength. Upon hearing this, The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was utterly shocked by the news. Even Han Yang and Sergio, who are usually well-informed and have experienced countless trials and tribulations, were stunned and stood there with their faces full of shock. With tens of millions of transformation realm experts, if this power were gathered together, it would be in no way inferior to any force, whether righteous or evil. But now, this is the power that Su Xia represents, and it is so terrifying that it makes people's scalp tingle and their hearts feel endless chills. This is simply unbelievable. Tens of millions of transformation realm experts? Isn't that an exaggeration? The representative of the Bone sect spoke with trembling lips, his eyes filled with doubt and fear. In his long cultivation career, he had never heard of any force that possessed such a terrifying number of transformation realm experts, which was like a fairy tale to him. Su Xia's expression remained unchanged, a slight mocking smile curving her lips as she looked directly at the representative of the Bone sect. Her tone seemed calm, yet it subtly conveyed a sense of oppression. "Oh, since you're so skeptical, why don't you try it yourself? I see your Bone sect is considered a top-tier sect among all these sects." Su Xia didn't finish her sentence, but the threat in her words was self-evident. Upon hearing this, the Bone sect representative's face turned deathly pale. His lips, which had been trembling just moments before, were now tightly pressed together, and he dared not utter another word. The tragic end of the Windflower sect was like a Damocles sword hanging over his head, constantly reminding him of its fate. He didn't want to become a sinner to his sect, and his Bone sect absolutely couldn't become the next Windflower sect. Faced with such absolute power, he could only choose to remain silent. Chapter 175: The Coming Great Battle. Han Yang stared intently at Su Xia, his gaze deep, as if trying to see through her inner thoughts. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "All right, I choose to believe you. Judging from all the signs, you don't seem to be talking nonsense. I just hope that when the time comes, the millions of transformation realm experts you mentioned will truly be as you say." Han Yang understood that, given the current situation, choosing to believe Su Xia was perhaps the best option at the moment. Moreover, Su Xia's confidence and composure throughout made him feel that the matter was not fake. Seeing that Han Yang had expressed his opinion, everyone exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After all, given this complicated situation, they were already in a bind and had no choice but to trust Su Xia and hope that the powerful force she described could be the key to defeating the righteous path. However, that being said, how should a specific battle plan be formulated? She frowned slightly, her gaze fixed firmly on Su Xia. Having decided to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the righteous path, she naturally did not want to act blindly. A meticulous and detailed plan was crucial to the outcome of this great battle. Plan? There's no need for any plan at all. As I've already said, you only need to deal with those at the first body realm or above. As for those below the first body realm, leave them all to us. Su Xia's expression was resolute, and her tone carried an undeniable determination. She knew that the more chaotic the situation, the easier it was to disrupt the formation of both sides. As long as all the experts above the first level can be annihilated or severely injured, the remaining people on Planet B will be like ants, posing no further threat. At that time, our main force will be able to advance unimpeded and launch a full-scale annihilation of Planet B. The thought of successfully completing her graduation mission and receiving an honorary title brought an undisguised gleam of excitement to Su Xia's eyes. No plan. That's incredibly frivolous. This isn't child's play. It's a matter of life and death. Hearing Su Xia's nonchalant response, everyone immediately felt dissatisfied. Even Han Yang, who had just been firmly supporting Su Xia, couldn't help but frown slightly and look at Su Xia with a scrutinizing gaze. Everyone present knew that this great battle against the righteous path was by no means easy, and without a detailed and comprehensive plan, it would be tantamount to playing with everyone's lives. In your eyes, this may be a huge deal, but in my opinion, it's as simple as children playing house. Undeterred, Su Xia met the questioning gazes of the crowd with a firm and sharp look, radiating a powerful aura that seemed to declare her absolute confidence and control. Everyone was stunned by Su Xia's sudden and powerful aura, and for a moment no one dared to say another word. After all, in this upcoming great battle, Su Xia and the forces she leads are the real main force. Since the main force is so determined, they really can't say anything more. However, they all secretly thought that if things got bad, they would just run away as fast as they could, since it was better to die than to die themselves. After a brief standoff, Sergio slowly stepped forward, breaking the slightly awkward silence. "All right, since you've made up your mind, then so be it. But let's get this straight. We'll only send experts at or above the first body realm to participate in the battle. We won't send any disciples below the first body realm. This is the biggest concession we can make right now. No problem. Now that everything is settled, everyone should go back and prepare. We will take action promptly in 3 days. As soon as Su Xia finished speaking, accompanied by a loud bang, her body exploded instantly, leaving only a pile of blood and flesh on the ground. At the same time, the neatly arranged genetically modified warriors on the side also disappeared like phantoms, as if they had never appeared at all. It seems she's using the same trick again. This time, she's not actually here in her true form. Gazing at the familiar explosion scene, Hanyang pondered to himself and said silently. After all, the genetically modified warrior who was manipulated last time also disappeared suddenly in this way, which made him both curious about Su Xia's methods and somewhat wary of her. Ladies and gentlemen, since the host has already left, there's no need for me to stay any longer. See you in 3 days. After saying this, Hanyang turned to leave. Now that the matter has been settled, he needs to go back and make some preparations for the upcoming battle. Seeing Hanyang leave, Shurjiu did not linger any longer and followed him out of the place. The remaining few people looked at each other, their eyes flashing with different expressions. After hesitating for a moment, they also turned around and left the area that had just been filled with tension in different directions. Within the magnificent palace of the Soul Hall, a mysterious and ancient atmosphere permeated the air. The Soul Hall's top officials gathered here, creating an exceptionally solemn atmosphere. On the high seat at the head of the hall sat the sect master of the Soul Palace, his face cold and his eyes deep and sharp. Judging from the sheer number of beings at the incarnation realm, the strength of this mysterious force far exceeds our previous expectations. After listening to Huanyang's detailed report, the sect leader frowned slightly, and a hint of amazement unconsciously crept into his voice. The power of those millions of incarnation realm beings is enough to inspire awe just by imagining it. Upon seeing this, an elder quickly stepped forward and asked with a worried expression, "Sect Master, judging from the current situation, this matter seems quite thorny. Based on what Hanyang reported, it's really worrying. They didn't even have a detailed plan before attempting to lead our evil forces to attack the righteous path. Isn't that too hasty? What do you think? Should we still get involved?" The elder was filled with worry. After all, this operation concerned the rise and fall of the Soul Palace and even the entire evil path, and could not be taken lightly. The sect leader, with his sharp eyes, swept over everyone present and slowly began to speak. "Yes, of course we must participate. As long as what that woman said is true, and she really possesses the power of tens of millions of transformation realm experts, coupled with the assistance of our many top-tier experts, victory in this battle will surely belong to our evil path." At this point, the sect leader's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he could already see the righteous path crumbling under their offensive. This is a feat that even the previous leaders of the Soul Hall had failed to achieve. If it could be accomplished during his reign, what unparalleled glory it would be, enough to be recorded in the annals of evil paths. Chapter 176: The Righteous Forces Plan. Now that the decision has been made, let's begin preparations immediately. Issue the order. Summon all Soul Hall disciples above the first body realm, regardless of their location, especially those currently in seclusion. Use every means possible to awaken them all. This is a crucial battle concerning the fate of our Soul Hall, and there can be no slackening. The sect leader suddenly stood up, put his hands behind his back, and spoke in a booming voice, his words carrying an unquestionable authority. "Yes, sect master." The crowd below responded in unison, their voices echoing through the empty palace, making the air buzz. Since the sect leader has made up his mind, they should obey him with all their might and dare not disobey in the slightest. The same scene was also playing out in other top-tier evil sects. Faced with Su Xia's offer, after weighing the pros and cons, all the sects came to the same conclusion. They all agreed to participate in the operation. After all, once the righteous path is successfully destroyed, the enormous benefits involved are enough to drive any force mad. Whether it's precious cultivation resources, vast spiritual veins, or supreme status, all will belong to the evil path. Such temptation is truly hard to resist. What exactly happened? Inside the massive fleet command center, Liang stared intently at Su Xia, who was busy at her instruments, and asked with a solemn expression. Su Xia straightened up from in front of the instrument, her eyes brimming with excitement, and quickly responded. "Teacher, everything went as we expected. The plan was perfect, and those people took the bait." A smug smile spread across her face, as if she could already see victory in sight. Liang nodded slightly, a ruthless glint in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "That's good. Immediately issue the order to put the fleet on full combat readiness, check all weapon systems, and be ready to launch an attack at any time." "Yes, teacher." After receiving the order, Suxia quickly turned around to relay the instructions, her steps light and quick, as if the upcoming battle was nothing more than an easy game. However, inside the magnificent palace of the righteous path, the atmosphere was as oppressive and heavy as the calm before a storm. "What? You're saying the evil forces are actually preparing to launch a full-scale attack on us?" Upon hearing the news brought by the scout, the elderly man in the purple robe at the head of the group dropped his teacup with a clatter, his face filled with shock. This news was so shocking that even the seasoned veteran in purple robes was taken aback. He knew that the situation was extremely critical and could not be delayed in the slightest, so he made a decisive decision to immediately send people to summon the leaders of the top sects. In just half an hour, the sect leaders of the top righteous sects, who were usually scattered throughout the continent, rushed over by flying on their swords or using various magical escape techniques. They filed in and gathered in the spacious palace. As soon as everyone sat down, a white-haired sect leader couldn't wait to ask a question. "Is this news absolutely accurate? We mustn't let it cause a major misunderstanding." The scout who came to report spoke with absolute certainty and unwavering conviction. "This is a message from a trusted confidant I painstakingly cultivated and planted within the evil forces over decades. It is absolutely true and cannot be false in the slightest." Upon hearing such a definite answer, the expressions of everyone present instantly turned solemn, as if an invisible boulder was pressing down on their hearts. For a moment, the palace fell into a deathly silence, the oppressive atmosphere making it almost impossible to breathe. Everyone knew that a great battle between good and evil was imminent and could not be stopped. Finally, a sect leader dressed in an elegant blue robe, with a refined and extraordinary demeanor, slowly stood up, breaking the suffocating silence. His gaze swept steadily over the crowd, his tone calm, yet conveying an undeniable firmness. "Gentlemen, the evil path has come with great force and made a big show of it. It is clear that they have been planning this for a long time. Although our righteous path has been passed down for thousands of years and has a profound foundation, and our strength is generally stronger than that of the evil path, we must not be careless at this moment. The most urgent task now is to discuss and formulate a comprehensive and detailed countermeasure as soon as possible so that we can gain the upper hand in the upcoming battle." The old man in purple robes nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. He stood up, his gaze sharp as he swept over everyone, and said solemnly, "What this fellow Taoist said is absolutely right. Although our various sects and factions of the righteous path have always operated independently, at this critical moment of life and death, we must put aside our past grievances, unite closely, and fully integrate the strengths of all parties. Only in this way can we allocate resources more rationally, achieve coordinated operations on the battlefield, and exert our greatest combat power." Although on the surface, the righteous path's overall strength is clearly superior to that of the evil path, the purple-robed elder still dares not slack off in the slightest and acts with extreme caution. After all, the intelligence clearly mentioned that the mysterious force that had bloodily massacred the Green Mountain sect and cruelly destroyed the Windflower sect would also be involved this time, and no one knew what kind of terrifying power this force was hiding. In this rapidly changing situation, any negligence could lead to utter ruin. Just as everyone was deep in thought, a sect leader with a burly figure, as large as a small mountain, broke the silence. His face was covered with a thick beard, each hair standing upright like steel needles, and his eyes revealed a bold spirit. He suddenly stood up and said in a booming voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the sect leader of the Vajra sect. My disciples have undergone rigorous physical training since childhood, and each of them is strong and powerful. Close combat is our sect's unique skill, and our defensive capabilities are second to none. In this great battle, the Vajra sect is willing to step forward as the vanguard and build the first solid line of defense." His words resonated deeply, inspiring a sense of admiration in everyone present. Immediately afterwards, a sect leader holding a folding fan, dressed in a light blue robe, and with an elegant demeanor, rose leisurely. With a smile on his face and an elegant demeanor, he gently waved his folding fan and spoke slowly. "Fellow Taoists, I am the pavilion master of Qingfeng Pavilion. Qingfeng Pavilion has always been known for its unparalleled speed techniques. Our disciples are agile and nimble. In battle, we can use our extraordinary speed to move freely across the battlefield and carry out guerrilla warfare against the evil path. In this way, we can definitely disrupt the evil path's offensive rhythm and create excellent opportunities for you all. His voice was calm and unhurried, yet full of confidence. Seeing this, the other sect leaders also spoke up enthusiastically. Some sect leaders introduced their sects as being proficient in various esoteric arts, capable of setting up numerous mazes on the battlefield to trap the enemy invisibly. Other sect leaders claimed that their disciples were skilled at controlling various spirit beasts, which could be driven to charge into battle and provide additional combat assistance. Still others stated that their sects were skilled at refining various magical pills, which could replenish the spiritual power of righteous warriors and restore their injuries in a timely manner. Each sect leader elaborated on the unique advantages of their sect and the combat missions they could undertake, creating a lively yet tense atmosphere. After intense discussions, a preliminary battle plan gradually took shape in everyone's minds. The Righteous Path decided to use the major sects as the core forces, cooperating with each other to build a tightly integrated defense system. Chapter 177, The Final Operation. At the same time, each sect will give full play to its unique skills to launch a comprehensive and multi-layered attack on the evil path, leaving the evil path overwhelmed and unable to cope. However, even with a seemingly comprehensive battle plan, deep worries still lingered in everyone's hearts, and they could not shake them off. This time, the evil forces have come with great force, uniting numerous large and small factions, and their strength should not be underestimated. More importantly, there is a mysterious and unpredictable force secretly supporting the evil path, like a sharp blade hidden in the darkness, which could deliver a fatal blow at any time. These numerous variables are like the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads, making people feel immense pressure. But no matter how difficult and dangerous the road ahead may be, we must win this battle between good and evil, because it is not only about honor and dignity, but also about the safety of all people. Time flies like an arrow. As time passed second by second, the 3-day deadline vanished in the blink of an eye. The day of the great battle that would determine the fate of both good and evil finally arrived as powerfully as a storm. On the border where the forces of good and evil intertwine, the atmosphere is so heavy it seems like you could wring water out of it. The personnel from both sides were already in position, ready for battle, like a tide. Dark clouds filled the sky, pressing heavily over everyone's heads, as if foreshadowing the ferocity and cruelty of the upcoming battle. Hun Yang stood on the void, hovering in midair, his cold gaze fixed on the enemy disciples opposite him, who were as numerous as ants. A wave of tension rose in his heart. Hun Yang frowned slightly, pondering to himself. Hopefully, that woman wasn't lying to us. They went into battle with a do-or-die determination, and truly did not bring any disciples below the first level. At this moment, looking at the vast, layered mass of people on the opposite side, and then at his own force of only 200,000, even though each of his own soldiers was an elite at the first level or above, the sheer number of powerful figures on the other side was not to be underestimated. This made Hun Yang feel a little worried. Meanwhile, in the distant starry sky, Li Yang and his companions were in a massive fleet, closely observing the tense standoff between the forces of good and evil below through a light screen. Goodness, so many experts at the first level of cultivation. Aji stared intently at the light screen, looking at the countless powerful figures floating in the sky like stars, and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Careful estimation reveals that the combined number of experts at or above the first level on both sides is nearly 500,000 or 600,000. This enormous number weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, like a towering mountain. If their troops were to rashly go and wipe them out, the price they would pay would be extremely heavy, and they might even suffer a major blow. Su Xia, all the genetically modified warriors are ready. All equipment has been tested and adjusted, and they are ready to be deployed into battle at any time. You will continue to lead and command this operation, Li Yang said seriously. Hearing Li Yang's arrangement, Su Xia was extremely surprised. She never expected that at such a crucial and important moment, Li Yang would still be willing to entrust the command to her with peace of mind. She was slightly taken aback, a look of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Teacher, are you telling the truth? When Su Xia came to her senses, her voice trembled slightly with excitement, and her face was full of barely suppressed joy. Li Yang nodded slightly, his eyes filled with kindness and trust, and said earnestly, "Yes, you were the one who planned and actively promoted the entire plan from conception to implementation. It is only natural to entrust this final action to you. I believe in your ability to lead everyone to successfully complete the task." "Yes, teacher. Please rest assured, I promise you I will do my best to complete the task successfully." Su Xia's cheeks flushed with excitement, and her eyes shone with determination. Seeing Su Xia's excited and eager expression, Aji felt a strong urge to join in. He quickly took a step forward and said with a hint of urgency, "Teacher, could I also participate in this operation?" As he spoke, Aji scratched the back of his head somewhat embarrassedly, a slightly awkward blush appearing on his face. Looking back on this graduation assessment, I felt like an outsider the whole time, just going through the motions. Although graduating smoothly is definitely not a problem based on the current situation, at this crucial final moment, Aji still hopes to participate and earn more points to add a bright spot to his graduation assessment. Of course you can, Ji. In any case, although I am in charge of this task, it is still your graduation assessment. Everyone has the opportunity to show their abilities and strive for better results. Li Yang smiled and responded to Aji's request. Upon hearing Li Yang's prompt agreement, Aji's eyes lit up instantly, his face beaming with uncontrollable excitement, as if he had obtained some rare treasure. He nodded repeatedly, muttering to himself, "Thank you, teacher. Wang Gang, what about you?" Li Yang's gaze swept over everyone. Since two of the three were already preparing to participate in the operation, he naturally wouldn't forget Wang Gang, who had been silently standing by. Upon hearing Li Yang call his name, Wang Gang gently shook his head, a calm smile on his face, and said slowly, "Teacher, I'd rather pass. I prefer immersing myself in the world of scientific research than participating in such combat operations." Wang Gang's eyes sparkled with his passion and dedication to scientific research. He thought to himself that his score had already been increased 3 times in the previous assessments, which seemed more than enough to guarantee his graduation. Moreover, you should know that those newly deployed genetically modified soldiers are the result of my own hard work and dedication day and night. Even though he didn't participate in this operation, he still made an undeniable contribution to the entire mission to some extent. Since Wang Gang had clearly expressed his unwillingness to participate in the operation, Li Yang naturally wouldn't force him. He nodded slightly, expressing his understanding. "Yes, everyone has their own interests and expertise, and your contributions to scientific research are equally important. Focus on your research work." Although that's what Wang Gang said, Li Yang would naturally not forget Wang Gang's contributions after the operation was over. Chapter 178 Deployment of Genetically Modified Warriors. "It's almost time, pal. Begin deploying the genetically modified soldiers." Li Yang tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the countdown timer flashing on the screen. His expression was calm and resolute. He then gave instructions to Pal on the other end of the communicator. As the order was given, the hatches of the massive fleet slowly opened, and landing craft were launched one after another like dense raindrops, drawing silver trails in the vast universe as they sped towards Planet B below. At this moment, on the battlefield of Planet B, the atmosphere is tense and ready to fight. The purple-robed elder's gaze was sharp as he coldly swept over the seemingly sparse group of the evil sect members opposite him. A hint of doubt and disdain arose in his heart, and he said with a slight sneer as he raised the corners of his mouth, "Is this all the evil sect has? With just a few 100,000 rabble? If that's the case, I advise you to just head home and stop making a fool of yourselves." These words were like a sharp dagger, piercing straight at the pride of the heretics. Hun Yang was instantly enraged. His eyebrows shot up and his eyes burned with anger. He was about to open his mouth to retort when he felt a strong arm block his way. He turned his head and saw that it was his own sect leader. "Metropolitan." Hun Yang let out a reluctant cry, his eyes revealing intense resentment. "I'll go and have a go at him." The Soul Palace sect master's expression was cold and stern, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority. After speaking, he lightly touched the ground with both feet and flew into the air like a black gust of wind, landing steadily opposite the purple-robed elder. The Soul Palace sect master, with eyes like an eagle, stared intently at the purple-robed elder and shouted loudly, "Long time no see, sect master Zhangyi. We may be few in number, but we are all experts at the first realm or above. Don't underestimate us." "Oh, you old thief Hun Tian, you're just a mere cultivator at the body realm. Don't you have that many people on my side?" Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, his eyes filled with contempt. As soon as the words were spoken, the powerful figures above the first level in the righteous faction suddenly surged with aura, their auras surging and spreading outwards like waves. They floated lightly in the air, perfectly synchronized, defying the heavenly soul. At first glance, the righteous path has at least 200,000 experts above the first level, which is roughly equal to the number of those on the evil path. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, a hint of helplessness and reluctance appearing on his face, and continued to persuade him. "Listen to my advice honestly. You can't win this battle. Pointless fighting will only increase casualties. Don't cause these innocent killings. As the sect leader of the One Chi sect and the highest authority of the righteous forces, he knew that once war broke out, it would inevitably result in a lose-lose situation. Even if the righteous path ultimately triumphs, it will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Moreover, it is impossible to completely eradicate the evil path. Even if we could capture all the leaders of these evil paths today, they would still be like tenacious weeds, lurking in the shadows and continuing to oppose the righteous path. You still talk too much nonsense, just like before. Looking at Zhang Yi's righteous and awe-inspiring appearance, Han Tian felt a strange sense of disgust welling up in his heart. In his view, Zhang Yi's feigned compassion was nothing more than a hypocritical mask for the righteous path. Since you won't listen to advice, then let's fight. Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Zhang Yi's eyes instantly hardened. With a wave of his hand, he prepared to strike first and lead the main force to charge forward. Wait, it's not time yet. Just as Zhang Yi was about to take a step, Han Tian suddenly spoke up to stop him. Zhang Yi abruptly pulled back the leg he was about to take. He looked at Han Tian with a puzzled expression, his heart filled with confusion. Not the right time yet. What? Do we need to consider the time of day to fight? Just as Zhang Yi was filled with doubt and pondering in his heart, a muffled rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up and saw that the once azure sky was instantly filled with dense black shadows. They were landing craft, descending rapidly towards the ground like dark clouds, as if to shroud the entire world in shadow. Before long, the vast sky was covered by a dense array of landing craft, like a huge black cloud pressing down overhead. These landing craft swarmed toward the ground where the evil path was located at extremely high speed, filling the area to capacity in the blink of an eye. The ground where the heretical group had been standing was now completely occupied by landing craft. With no other choice, everyone could only use their skills to float in the air in order to avoid this sudden situation. Zhang Yi's gaze was fixed on the objects falling like raindrops, his eyes revealing deep vigilance. His keen intuition told him that these unseen objects were very likely from that mysterious force, and that their sheer number was beyond imagination. Looking at the suddenly appearing landing craft, Han Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that what the woman from the mysterious force said was true. As the doors of the landing craft slowly opened, accompanied by a low, mechanical hum, one by one, agile, fully armed, genetically modified warriors stepped out of the landing craft in an orderly fashion. They were dressed in strangely designed armor and gripped weapons that gleamed coldly in their hands. Before long, the entire ground was packed with genetically modified soldiers, but the deployment did not seem to be stopping there. During this period, a large number of landing craft continued to swoop down from the sky like moths to a flame, continuously supplying new forces to the battlefield. The landing craft that had just been deployed quickly adjusted their course and, like birds returning to their nests, hurriedly returned to port, preparing to carry a new batch of genetically modified warriors to land again. After all, the number of genetically modified soldiers deployed this time is as high as tens of millions, and even if the entire fleet of landing craft were to be deployed, it would be impossible to deploy them all at once. Seeing the genetically modified warriors surging forth like a tide, Zhang Yi's face instantly darkened. Not only him, but all the righteous sect leaders present had extremely ugly expressions, as if covered by a layer of frost. They could clearly sense that the aura emanating from these genetically modified warriors was powerful and chilling, clearly indicating that they all possessed the strength of the transformation realm. What's even more troublesome is that their numbers are almost equal to those on our side. However, the strength of their disciples varied greatly, with most being between the Qi realm and the transformation realm, and only a small number reaching the Qi transformation realm. In comparison, their overall strength was clearly far inferior to that of the other side, and the situation instantly became extremely unfavorable to them. Is this their source of confidence? Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yi felt a sudden sense of clarity. At this moment, he finally understood why the evil path, which had always been suppressed by the righteous path, dared to so arrogantly plan a counterattack against the righteous path. It turned out that they had such an amazing trump card hidden in their hearts. Looking at the millions of genetically modified warriors that resembled a black torrent, Han Tian's feelings were completely different from Zhang Yi's. Zhang Yi's face was so gloomy it seemed like it could drip water, while Han Tian's face was like a blooming flower, full of uncontrollable excitement and pride. In his view, the immense power of these tens of millions of incarnation realm cultivators, combined with the strength of the evil path itself, will likely completely rewrite the landscape of the cultivation world, and the evil path will surely ascend to the position of dominance. Chapter 179, The Great Battle Begins. Just as Hun Tian was immersed in his dream of dominating the cultivation world, two figures suddenly appeared beside him like ghosts. Hun Tian was startled and subconsciously turned his head to look, only to see a man and a woman standing there quietly. The man was tall and straight, with deep eyes that exuded an unfathomable mystery. The woman was stunningly beautiful, yet possessed a cold and aloof air that made people hesitant to approach her. "Who are you?" Hun Tian frowned slightly. Although he already had some guesses about the identities of these two people, he still couldn't help but ask, "What? You don't even know who you're collaborating with?" The woman parted her lips slightly, her voice clear and cold, like an ice bead falling to the ground, crisp, yet carrying a hint of chill. Hun Tian felt a chill run down his spine and instantly realized that the two people in front of him were none other than the people from that mysterious force. The newcomers were Su Xia and Ji, but this time they appeared in clone form, wearing the Empire's standard armor and weapons. "Haha, may I ask your surnames?" Hun Tian quickly put on a fawning smile and hurriedly asked respectfully. In his mind, the power represented by these two people was a key factor in his pursuit of hegemony, and he could not afford to offend them easily. "Stop talking nonsense. Everyone's here. Let's get started." Su Xia's gaze swept across the righteous faction with lightning speed, and she issued the battle order without hesitation. Upon hearing the command, a large number of genetically modified warriors marched forward in unison, like a surging torrent of steel rushing toward the righteous camp. Their steps were firm and powerful, and the weapons in their hands gleamed coldly, like a group of death gods from hell. Seeing Su Xia issue the battle order, and the genetically modified warriors surge towards the righteous path like a tide, Hun Tian could no longer hold back. He immediately channeled his spiritual power and let out a loud shout. "Everyone, follow me." In an instant, he gathered his evil followers, and like a black whirlwind, they rushed swiftly towards the direction where Zhang Yi and the others were. After all, according to the plan agreed upon with the mysterious forces in advance, their main task as the evil path was to restrain the high-end combat power of the righteous path and create favorable conditions for the attack of the genetically modified warriors. Seeing the enemy charging menacingly towards him, a resolute glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. The righteous people are all outstanding figures in the cultivation world, so how could they be intimidated in the face of such a grand spectacle? They all used their movement techniques, transforming into streaks of light, and flew up to meet the attacks of the evil cultivators and genetically modified warriors. In an instant, large numbers of people from both sides clashed, and the battlefield instantly descended into chaos. Shouts of battle and the clash of weapons intertwined, as if the entire world was about to be shattered. "Go to hell." On the fierce battlefield, a righteous disciple seized the opportunity, shouted loudly, raised his long sword high with both hands, and thrust it fiercely into the back of a genetically modified warrior with overwhelming force. He was convinced that with his transformation realm strength, this sudden sneak attack from behind would surely succeed. However, things didn't go as planned. When the long sword pierced through, it was as if it had sunk into a pool of tough rubber. Instead of going straight in as expected, it was clamped tightly by the genetically modified warrior's steel-like back muscles, making it unable to move. "What?" The righteous disciple was shocked and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Despite being a powerful cultivator at the transformation realm, this sneak attack from behind only managed to inflict minor physical damage on the opponent. Before he could react, the genetically modified warrior who had been ambushed reacted with lightning speed, turning around abruptly and raising the energy gun he had been gripping, the dark muzzle instantly pointing at the righteous disciple's head. The genetically modified warrior's eyes were cold. He lightly pulled the trigger, and a dazzling laser beam shot out like lightning, instantly hitting the disciple's head. With a muffled groan, the righteous disciple had no chance to resist and was left with only a headless corpse, collapsing to the ground with a thud, blood quickly spreading across the ground. On this chaotic battlefield, Su Xia and Ji were not idle either. Clad in specially made imperial armor, they wielded lightsabers radiating a ghostly blue light and powerful energy guns, resembling demons on the battlefield, slaying gods and Buddhas alike wherever they went. As students of the Empire's highest military academy, combat skills are an integral part of their curriculum. Wearing the Empire's standard armor and wielding sophisticated weapons, they are far more formidable in combat than ordinary Imperial soldiers. They moved nimbly through the crowd, their lightsabers striking down any righteous disciples they touched. Each laser beam from their energy guns hit its target precisely, taking away countless lives. Under the fierce offensive of the genetically modified warriors, Su Xia and Aji, the righteous disciples fought desperately, but ultimately could not withstand the onslaught. The situation on the battlefield instantly turned one-sided, clearly developing in favor of the evil path. Seeing this, Zhang Yi and the others were extremely anxious and wanted to leave to support their disciples who were fighting hard below. However, Hun Tian would not let them have their way. At his command, the Qi realm experts around them quickly surrounded them, forming an impenetrable human wall that completely encircled Zhang Yi and his companions. Sect leader Zhang, this contest between us at the Qi refining realm isn't over yet. Where are you rushing off to? Hun Tian, with a smug smile on his face, asked in a sarcastic tone. Hateful. Zhang Yi was burning with anger, yet he was helpless. He looked around and saw that all the experts above the first level on the righteous path were being held back by Hun Tian and his group, and were unable to spare any time to support the battlefield below. Seeing the righteous disciples below suffering a crushing defeat, Zhang Yi was extremely anxious, but he was bound by the predicament before him and could only watch helplessly as the situation became increasingly critical. Furthermore, because the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, they dared not use wide-range spells lightly, for fear of accidentally harming their own people. Chapter 185 Elements Grand Array. Zhang Yi was extremely anxious, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like broken beads, his gaze urgently scanning the chaotic battlefield that resembled a Shura field. Every glance reveals the righteous disciples struggling against the fierce attacks of the genetically modified warriors, their blood splattering and screams echoing. He knew very well that his side was now in dire straits. The situation was extremely precarious, and if they were not careful, they would be doomed and everyone would lose their lives. Damn you disciples, quickly form the great formation. Zhang Yi was extremely anxious and could no longer care about anything else. He suddenly gathered all his spiritual power and roared at the top of his lungs. The voice carried immense spiritual power, echoing across the noisy battlefield. Its majesty instilled a sense of awe even in the most panicked and fearful disciples. Upon hearing this command, the righteous disciples instantly awoke from their daze. Their formation, which had been scattered and on the verge of collapse due to the enemy's fierce offensive, miraculously regained its footing. After all, life and death were at stake at this moment, and there was no room for hesitation. Everyone adjusted their positions as quickly as possible. They formed groups of 5, and without exchanging words, they instinctively began to form a 5 elements formation. This 5 elements formation is a sophisticated battle formation passed down through generations of righteous cultivators, containing the secrets of the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The 5 people stood in the east, west, south, north, and center, each displaying their unique skills. The disciple in the eastern position swung his long sword fiercely, and instantly, sword energy crisscrossed and transformed into wisps of greenwood power. The disciple in the western position had bursts of metal energy emanating from his palm. The disciple in the southern position was like a burning flame, with raging flames rising around him, and the blazing flames radiating incomparably hot heat. The disciple in the northern position had a gentle, flowing spiritual energy around him. The disciple in the central position had a solemn expression and slowly half-squatted on the ground, touching the earth with his hands. In an instant, the power of the earth seemed to be summoned, and it surged continuously from beneath his feet, stabilizing the foundation of the entire formation. The 5 elements resonate with each other, mutually generating and restraining each other in a seamless and interconnected manner. Before long, the countless small 5 elements arrays were cleverly and orderly combined into a huge 5 elements magic array, just like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. The magic array shone brightly, emitting a dazzling array of colors, like a giant lotus flower blooming on the battlefield, slowly expanding until it enveloped the entire battlefield. The previously chaotic and precarious defenses of the righteous disciples immediately became orderly after the 5 elements formation was formed. Seeing that the righteous people were able to stabilize the situation under such extreme disadvantages with just a single formation, Hun Tian felt a surge of anger rising within him. He turned to look at Su Xia and Aji with great anxiety, his eyes filled with undisguised worry and pleading. At this moment, he and his subordinates, all at the Qi realm level, were locked in a fierce battle with the righteous Qi realm experts and were unable to break free from this suddenly appearing formation. They could only hope that Su Xia and Aji could come up with a way to break the stalemate. When Su Xia saw Hun Tian's appearance, she frowned slightly, and a clear displeasure flashed across her originally delicate, porcelain doll-like face. She gently bit her lip and spoke to Aji in a low but clear voice. "We can't let them hold out like this. Otherwise, the situation will become increasingly unfavorable for us. We need to find a way to break this formation as soon as possible." She knew very well that the current situation was not like when dealing with the Windflower sect, where she could slowly waste time. After all, the situation on Soul Heaven's side is constantly changing, and unexpected events may occur at any time. Once the righteous path receives any support, the situation could instantly turn one-sided, which would be extremely unfavorable to them. Upon hearing this, Aji's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he nodded slightly, saying disdainfully, "Humph, it's just a cowardly turtle's shell. Watch me blast it to pieces with my energy gun." After saying that, Aji quickly adjusted the energy gun in his hands, turning the power of the energy gun to the maximum. With a buzzing sound of energy gathering, the muzzle of the energy gun flashed with a dazzling light, as if a small sun was gathering power. Immediately afterwards, he pulled the trigger, and a thick, almost tangible beam of energy shot toward the 5 elements formation. Seeing Aji make his move, Su Xia immediately directed the genetically modified warriors who were holding energy guns and gave a loud order. "Fire on that formation." Upon hearing the order, the genetically modified warriors raised their energy guns in unison, and beams of blue or purple energy, like a dense meteor shower, blasted wildly towards the 5 elements formation. In an instant, the entire battlefield was enveloped in energy rays of various colors. The roar was deafening, and the earth trembled violently under the impact of this powerful energy. Although the 5 elements formation formed by the righteous disciples contained the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and was powerful and exquisite, it gradually began to show some flaws under the crazy and dense impact of the energy gun. The 5-element array's colorful light began to flicker erratically, and in some areas where the spiritual energy was weaker, the light even dimmed. A small number of disciples whose cultivation was not deep enough, after being hit by the energy gun, soon turned pale, exhausted, and collapsed to the ground with a thud, panting heavily. At this critical moment, a tall figure appeared from the side like a ghost, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to catch a trace. This person is none other than Lin Feng, one of the most outstanding young members of the righteous path. He drew his longsword and created several dazzling sword flowers, which resembled fireworks blooming in the night sky. They were beautiful but also concealed deadly intent, heading straight for Aji's vitals. Upon seeing this, Aji was startled and quickly used his armor to dodge. With a slight spatial fluctuation, Aji's figure vanished from his spot in an instant, narrowly avoiding Lin Feng's fierce attack. Lin Feng missed his attack and muttered a curse in frustration. Damn it, it was so close. As the personal disciple of the sect leader of the One Chi sect, Lin Feng had a keen eye and had already figured out that the 2 people wearing strange armor were the leaders of this group of weirdos. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. If we can kill the 2 of them, we might be able to break the current stalemate and turn the tide for the righteous side. Hey, you actually resorted to sneak attacks? As a righteous disciple, how can you be so unethical? Seeing that he had narrowly avoided Lin Feng's fierce attack and was unharmed, Aji immediately revealed a playful smile and couldn't help but tease him. Chapter 181 Naval Guns. Bah, you are evil people, your actions are despicable and shameless, so I will not preach any old-fashioned martial ethics to you. Take this. Upon hearing Aji's taunts, Lin Feng's eyes burned with rage, and without hesitation, he drew his sword again and attacked Aji. His figure moved like lightning, his longsword flashing with a series of dazzling sword flowers, each containing powerful spiritual energy, accompanied by a whistling wind, aimed directly at Aji's vital points. When Aji saw Lin Feng attacking again, his eyes showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, a strong fighting spirit surged up, and he instantly became interested. He casually tossed the energy gun aside, and then with a flick of his wrist, a dazzling lightsaber shot out from his hand. I'm one of the top students in close combat at the academy, so I don't believe I can't take down a local brat like you. After thinking it over, he charged towards Lin Feng like a cannonball, ready to confront Lin Feng head-on. In an instant, the 2 exchanged several blows. The only sound in the air was the continuous clanging of weapons clashing. Lin Feng's longsword and Aji's lightsaber kept colliding, and each collision produced dazzling sparks. The lightsaber in Aji's hand was incredibly powerful. Wherever it went, space seemed to be sliced apart, emitting a hissing sound. Lin Feng was forced by the powerful light sword and knew that if he directly confronted it with his longsword, it would likely be cut in 2 instantly. So he quickly circulated his spiritual energy, covering the sword with a portion of it as finely as silk. In an instant, the long sword shone brightly, and spiritual energy surged, as if it had been covered with a layer of sturdy armor to resist the power of the lightsaber. Although Lin Feng was slightly inferior to a Ji in absolute strength, he had cultivated in the I Chi sect since childhood and had mastered the true teachings of exquisite swordsmanship and various superior techniques. At this moment, he displayed his swordsmanship to the fullest, his movements as agile as a swallow, his sword moves unpredictable. With these exquisite swordsmanship and skills, he was able to hold his own against Ozzy, and for a time it was difficult to determine the winner. As expected of a leader in the fantasy world, their methods are truly different from those of the people in the academy. Su Xia watched the battle from the sidelines. Seeing that Aji and Lin Feng were locked in a fierce and evenly matched fight, she couldn't help but worry that Ozzy might suffer a mishap. Her once beautiful and captivating eyes instantly turned cold, revealing a hint of chill. Immediately afterwards, she raised the energy gun in her hand and pulled the trigger with her slender fingers. In an instant, dazzling laser beams shot towards Lin Feng like meteors. Damn it, they actually called for backup. Lin Feng sensed the deadly attack coming from behind and inwardly cried out in alarm. He dodged the laser energy while angrily shouting at Aji and Su Xia. At this moment, he had to deal with Aji's fierce close-range attacks while also being wary of Su Xia's dense ranged attacks from behind. He was in a precarious situation, attacked from both sides. You yourself said we're heretics, so what's wrong with 2 against 1? Haha. When Aji heard Lin Feng's angry curses, he not only felt no remorse, but also laughed triumphantly. Taking advantage of Lin Feng's momentary pause as he dodged the laser energy, he swiftly leaped towards Lin Feng, raising his lightsaber high and slashing down at him with unstoppable momentum. Under such a powerful double attack, Lin Feng gradually became overwhelmed. Several deep gashes had been scorched into his body by the lightsaber. Even though the wounds were burning, blood still slowly flowed out, staining his clothes bright red. His breathing became rapid and heavy, like a broken bellows, each breath accompanied by a wheezing sound. Zhang Yi, standing above, had his gaze fixed on his disciple Lin Feng, who was about to be defeated, his eyes filled with anxiety and heartache. In an instant, a vast and powerful spiritual energy erupted from his body, surging outwards like a raging tsunami. Zhang Yi flashed forward, attempting to break through the encirclement carefully set up by Han Tian and the others, and sped towards Lin Feng's direction to support his beloved disciple. Han Tian was incredibly perceptive and instantly sensed Zhang Yi's intentions. His face turned deathly pale. He knew inwardly that things were going badly, as he knew that if a powerful Qi realm expert broke through their encirclement, Su Xia and Aji would be in extreme danger. At that moment, he hurriedly shouted loudly, which echoed in the air above the fierce battlefield. Stop him. We can't let him get past. Upon hearing Han Tian's order, the Qi realm experts around him dared not slacken in the slightest. Their expressions were solemn as they quickly channeled all their spiritual energy, releasing their power without reservation. Their bodies shimmered with light, and their spiritual energy intertwined like threads, quickly forming an incredibly solid spiritual energy barrier around Zhang Yi. This barrier was like a thick, invisible wall, firmly blocking Zhang Yi inside. Upon seeing this, a resolute glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. He gritted his teeth, channeled his spiritual power to its limit, and desperately tried to break through the barrier. The spiritual energy collided with the opponent's barrier, unleashing a deafening roar. The powerful energy shockwaves spread outwards, tearing deep trenches into the ground and instantly leveling the surrounding trees. Under Zhang Yi's desperate assault, this seemingly impenetrable encirclement was finally broken through. Su Xia and Aji were shocked when they saw this scene from afar. The two exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, activated their armors to maximum power and fled at lightning speed, escaping into the distance. Are you all right, Lin Feng? Seeing that Aji and Su Xia had run far away, Zhang Yi did not chase after them. Instead, he anxiously came to Lin Feng's side and asked him with concern. At this moment, Lin Feng was dressed in tattered clothes, his body covered in wounds, and his clothes were stained with blood. He looked extremely disheveled. Thank you for your help, master. It's just a pity that my strength is still too low, and I was ultimately unable to kill those two. Lin Feng looked remorseful, his eyes filled with resentment and frustration. He lowered his head, not daring to look his master in the eye. The battlefield was now in a delicate stalemate. The 5 elements formation formed by the righteous disciples contains the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, making it exceptionally sturdy and difficult to break in a short time. The battle between Hun Tian and Zhang Yi was also fierce and evenly matched. The two sides were evenly matched and could only fight each other, and no winner could be decided for the time being. Li Yang, who was far away on the fleet, could see the stalemate clearly through the light screen. He frowned slightly, pondering to himself. One naval gun should be enough to blast through this formation, right? Chapter 182 Self-Destruction. For Li Yang, the life and death of those in the formation were actually irrelevant, since his goal was to extract the beads from their bodies. These beads are what the higher-ups need. In his view, the more he submits, the greater the reward he will receive. Pal, have the escort frigates prepare to activate the heavy turbo-laser cannons. A resolute glint flashed in Li Yang's eyes as he issued an order to the communication device. Yes, Pal responded firmly from the other end of the communication. After all, this is a level 2 civilization. In order to ensure that the attack is effective, Li Yang felt that it would be more prudent to use a star-level guard ship. Just as everyone was facing off, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the originally calm sky. The ripples spread rapidly in all directions, like the ripples caused by a boulder thrown into a calm lake. Immediately afterwards, an enormous laser beam, like a roaring beast, pierced through the atmosphere with a world-destroying force, heading straight for the 5 Elements formation. Seeing this, Aji and Su Xiao realized that their teacher's fleet had begun to move. They dared not linger and immediately fled into the distance with all their might. What? When the righteous people saw the terrifying laser beam in the sky, their faces showed expressions of horror. Thick laser beams struck the 5 Elements formation like meteors, instantly causing numerous cracks to appear on the formation, which then spread rapidly like a spider web. In just a few seconds, the massive 5 Elements array, which embodied the countless efforts and spiritual power of the righteous disciples, shattered instantly like fragile glass. Li Yang watched as the seemingly indestructible 5 Elements formation gradually crumbled under the bombardment of the heavy turbine laser cannon, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Since the intended purpose has been achieved, there is no need to expend further effort. Therefore, Li Yang immediately gave the order through the communication channel without hesitation. Immediately cease the output of the heavy turbine laser cannon. Our objective has been achieved. The rest is up to the genetically modified warriors. The moment the 5 Elements formation was broken, a chain reaction like dominoes struck, and all the righteous disciples who had participated in building the formation were hit by a powerful backlash. Their faces instantly turned deathly pale, and then mouthfuls of blood gushed uncontrollably from their mouths, drawing glaring streaks of blood in the air. The disciples seemed to have all their strength drained from their bodies, collapsing to the ground in despair. Some were unconscious, their fates unknown, creating a scene of utter misery. Zhang Yi, Hun Tian, and the others were completely focused on their battle when this sudden scene struck them like a bolt from the blue, leaving them frozen in shock, their mouths agape, as if an egg could fit inside. They never expected that the situation would change so suddenly because of this powerful external force that came out of nowhere. However, Hun Tian was ultimately a person with extremely quick reflexes. After a brief moment of shock, a flash of ecstasy and determination quickly crossed his eyes. He knew that this was a golden opportunity. The 5 Elements formation had been broken, and the power of the righteous path had been greatly weakened. Today, he might really be able to realize his grand plan to destroy the righteous path. At that moment, he suddenly waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Brothers, follow me. Let's take this opportunity to finish them off." After saying this, he rushed towards Zhang Yi's direction, followed closely by his men like wolves and tigers. No, how could that be? Lin Feng stared wide-eyed, his eyes filled with terror and despair, at his disciples lying on the ground in a mess, muttering to himself incessantly. Just moments before, they were fighting side by side. The formation was stable, and there was still hope for victory, but in the blink of an eye, everything vanished. At this moment, he felt as if he were in a nightmare from which he could not wake up. The shock and grief he felt made him almost unable to stand. Compared to Lin Feng's panic and confusion, Zhang Yi's expression was surprisingly calm. He slowly raised his head, his gaze deep and solemn, looking at the huge hole in the sky blasted open by heavy lasers. That old scoundrel Hun Tian has ultimately been used as a pawn, manipulated at will. How pathetic, how lamentable. My profound cultivation world, with its countless generations of heritage, is now about to be destroyed by these extraterrestrials. Zhang Yi's voice was low and hoarse, his words filled with helplessness and sorrow. He had already seen through the truth behind the whole thing, and knew that this mysterious force was definitely not from their world. The evil path that usually committed evil deeds was just a pawn carefully laid out by the other party, being played with in the palm of their hand. At this moment, Hun Tian and his men charged menacingly toward Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked at them quietly, without the slightest fear in his eyes, but rather with a resolute determination to face death. He slowly closed his eyes and began to silently circulate the spiritual energy within his body. This is Hun Tian keenly sensed Zhang Yi's unusual behavior, and an ominous premonition immediately welled up in his heart. He abruptly stopped, staring warily at Zhang Yi, his eyes filled with doubt and vigilance. His years of experience told him that Zhang Yi was definitely plotting something extremely dangerous. You old scoundrel Hun Tian, listen to me. Your actions have made you a sinner for all time in the cultivation world. Today, even if I die, I will wait for you in the underworld and make you pay for your evil deeds. Ha ha. Zhang Yi suddenly opened his eyes burning with fury, and roared loudly. The voice resounded like a great bell, carrying endless resentment and defiance. Before Hun Tian could react to the meaning of Zhang Yi's words, in an instant, the violently circulating spiritual power within Zhang Yi's body erupted like a flood bursting its banks. A powerful, suffocating energy surge emanated from Zhang Yi and spread wildly outwards. The surrounding air seemed to ignite instantly, emitting a sizzling sound, and space itself was distorted and deformed by this powerful force. Oh no, he's about to self-destruct. Get out of here. Hun Tian finally saw the situation clearly. His face instantly turned ashen, and his heart was filled with fear. He knew perfectly well that the power generated by the self-destruction of a powerful Qi realm expert was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, and they simply could not withstand it. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled into the distance with all his might. Seeing this, the rest of his men were terrified and fled for their lives following Hun Tian. A dazzling white light instantly enveloped Zhang Yi's entire body. The light was so intense that it was impossible to look directly at it, as if it would devour everything in the world. Immediately afterwards, the white light expanded outward at an extremely fast speed, instantly enveloping an area of several miles in radius. The world seemed to freeze at that moment, with only the blinding white light and chilling energy fluctuations foreshadowing the impending destruction. Boom! A deafening roar shook the entire world. The powerful shockwave from the violent explosion swept outwards with overwhelming force, uprooting trees and crushing boulders into dust. All living things and matter were reduced to ashes and vanished without a trace in the face of this devastating power. As the aftershocks of the explosion gradually subsided, the once bustling battlefield was completely unrecognizable. On the ground, only a huge crater remained, with wisps of white smoke rising from its edges, as if telling the story of the tragic event that had just occurred. Chapter 183: The Demise of the Two Paths. Master, Lin Feng cried out in utter grief. Sect leader Zhang. The remaining members of the righteous forces were filled with shock and bewilderment. Their eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief, and they couldn't understand why Zhang Yi would resolutely choose to self-destruct. As many disciples fell when the five elements formation shattered, coupled with the heroic death of Zhang Yi, the backbone of the righteous path, the entire righteous force seemed to have lost its backbone in an instant, becoming shaky and completely powerless to resist the combined attack of the genetically modified warriors and the ferocious evil forces. Time slipped away quietly amidst the brutal slaughter. In just half an hour, this battlefield, once filled with justice and power, had been transformed into a hellish landscape. All members of the righteous forces present were ruthlessly wiped out, like autumn leaves swept away by the wind. Blood stained the earth, severed limbs were scattered everywhere, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. Damn it! Lin Feng's face was covered in blood, and his body was swaying precariously. He collapsed to the ground, and with his last bit of strength, he shakily plunged the long sword in his hand into the ground, trying to use the sword to support his already weakened body. At this moment, he was all alone, having become the only remaining righteous disciple present. Looking around, his former comrades in arms were either lying in pools of blood, already killed, or seriously injured and completely incapacitated. Just then, Aji walked steadily towards Lin Feng. He gripped the energy gun tightly in his hand, its dark muzzle pointed mercilessly at Lin Feng. Aji looked Lin Feng up and down, his eyes filled with a hint of disdain and regret. I must say, you do have some skill, but it's a pity you're ultimately just a native. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was filled with doubt, but before he could figure out what it meant, Iji pulled the trigger without hesitation. With a dazzling laser beam shooting out, the deadly laser instantly pierced through Lin Feng's body with a whoosh. Lin Feng's eyes widened, still filled with resentment and anger. His body slowly fell, crashing heavily onto the land he had fought for until his last breath. With Lin Feng's fall, the righteous forces were utterly defeated. The remaining disciples were utterly powerless against the surging tide of genetically modified warriors. Thus, the forces of righteousness were extinguished in this brutal war, leaving only a desolate and barren battlefield to bear witness to this tragic event. Looking at the tragic scene of the righteous forces collapsing before him, Hun Tian confirmed that he had truly defeated the righteous path. His face instantly lit up with an expression of unparalleled excitement, a smile that almost distorted his features. Haha, you two, we really owe you a lot this time. If it weren't for your help, we would have had a hard time dealing with these righteous forces. Don't worry, when it's time to divide up the territory within the righteous forces, I will definitely let you get more. As he spoke, Hun Tian scurried over to Iji and Su Xia, his face beaming with smiles, as if they had already become close partners. However, Iji and Su Xia just looked at Hun Tian coldly, their eyes full of disdain and mockery, as if they were looking at a ridiculous clown. Su Xia's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile, and she spoke slowly. Sorry, but we don't just want a little bit of territory, we want all of it, including yours. What? Hun Tian's eyes widened, and the smile on his face froze instantly, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. Before he could recover from his shock, a flash of cold light appeared, and the lightsaber in Aji's hand shot out like lightning, instantly piercing through Hun Tian's heart. The scorching lightsaber sizzled as it baked the surrounding air, filling the air with a nauseating smell of roasted meat. You. Hun Tian looked down at the light sword that had suddenly pierced through his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. He wanted to say something, but felt as if something was stuck in his throat and could only make weak sounds. Then, filled with resentment and astonishment, he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. What are you doing? Witnessing Hun Tian being ambushed and killed by Iji and Su Xia, the remaining dozen or so Qi realm experts immediately glared angrily. They drew their weapons and surrounded Iji and Su Xia. The Righteous Path's high-end combat force had been wiped out in the previous battle, and the Evil Path's original massive force of over 200,000 people had been reduced to only a few thousand after this fierce battle, with only a dozen or so Qi realm experts remaining. Su Xia remained unmoved. She calmly surveyed the crowd around her, a contemptuous smile playing on her lips, and said coquettishly, "What are you doing? Can't you see? Besides the Righteous Path, you Evil Paths are also on our kill list." As she spoke, she winked playfully at everyone, but this seemingly playful gesture was filled with endless chill in their eyes. No sooner had they finished speaking than well-equipped Imperial soldiers appeared around them like ghosts. The soldiers quickly surrounded the dozen or so Qi realm experts, while at the same time, a sound of air being cut came from the sky, and a large number of Imperial warplanes arrived on the battlefield. As the battle neared its end, Liang decisively dispatched a large force to begin a purge of the strongholds of both the righteous and evil factions. Those cultivators who remained in the sect were at most at the Qi transformation realm. Without the protection of high-end combat power, they were like lambs to the slaughter when facing well-trained Imperial soldiers and powerful genetically modified warriors, completely powerless to fight back. Chapter 184 Mission completed. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's begin the cleanup operation. Su Xia gave the order, her voice clear yet filled with unquestionable authority. Imperial soldiers launched a fierce attack on the remaining heretical monks. The heretical cultivators had already endured a bitter battle and were mostly seriously injured. Now, facing the ferocious Imperial soldiers, they had no chance to resist. Moreover, a large number of Imperial warplanes in the air were constantly firing powerful annihilation beams, bombarding them relentlessly. The battle was almost one-sided. In less than half an hour, the remaining thousands of evil cultivators, including the dozen or so Qi realm experts, all perished under the combined attack of Imperial soldiers and fighter jets. The battlefield fell silent once more, leaving only scattered corpses and the lingering stench of blood, bearing witness to this cruel and resolute massacre. With the high-end combat forces of both the righteous and evil paths completely annihilated, a comprehensive extermination operation targeting the entire planet B unfolded swiftly like a storm. Under Li Yang's command, all of the fleet's armed forces were mobilized, and wherever they went, it was as if death had descended, and no living creature could escape. Whether it was a bustling town, a remote mountain village, or a secluded cultivator, all were mercilessly slaughtered in this extermination-style purge. In those few short days, Planet B seemed to have experienced the end of the world. The once vibrant land was gradually shrouded in the shadow of death. The once bustling town is now nothing but ruins and corpses lying scattered about. The breath of life quickly dissipated on this land until not a single living creature could be found on the entire Planet B. At this moment, in the massive fleet command center, Su Xia stood tall and reported to Li Yang. Reporting to the teacher, the cleanup operation on Planet B has been successfully completed. After careful statistics, a total of 860,457,844 target beads were obtained in this operation. Upon hearing about the enormous number of beads, a look of surprise flashed in Li Yang's eyes, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. He thought to himself that with so many beads handed over, the Empire would surely reward him handsomely, which would undoubtedly be a major gain from this mission. Immediately afterwards, Li Yang frowned slightly, looked at Su Xia with a deep gaze, and asked, "What about Planet A? What's the situation there?" After all, Planet B has been completely taken over, and there are no living creatures left on it. The only thing left to do before the mission is fully completed is to check the situation on Planet A. Before Su Xia could speak, Aji quickly stepped forward, his tone filled with urgency and excitement, and answered. Reporting to the teacher, Planet A has also been cleared. Apart from the genetically modified warriors who have been successfully transformed, there are no more native inhabitants of Planet A left. Li Yang nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over Su Xia, Aji, and Wang Gang in turn. All right, in that case, I will report the details of this mission to my superiors in a moment. You should also take the time to organize the materials you need to report and submit them to me together. Yes, teacher. Su Xia, Aji, and Wang Gang responded in unison, their voices filled with barely suppressed excitement. After all, if the mission is successfully completed, they will truly enter the ranks of Imperial officers, which means a rise in status, more resources, and broader prospects for development. Before long, the three of them uploaded all the carefully compiled data and reports to Li Yang through the AI's transmission system. Li Yang sat in the spacious and bright command room, where the reports submitted by the three men were displayed one after another on the holographic screen in front of him. He was focused, carefully examining each word and sentence. When Li Yang saw Wang Gang's report, his gaze froze instantly, and a complex expression flashed in his eyes. It turns out that Wang Gang had actually written Li Yang's name on the report about the new type of genetically modified soldiers. This action left Li Yang with mixed feelings. He was surprised by Wang Gang's move, but also pleased with his thoughtfulness. After all, Wang Gang had poured countless efforts into this research, and for Wang Gang to add his name to the report was a sign that he truly recognized him as his teacher. This kid. Li Yang shook his head slightly, a faint smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. He thought to himself, as expected of an outstanding student who came from the Empire's highest military academy, he really has an understanding of interpersonal relationships. Wang Gang's thoughtfulness in specifically mentioning in his report that the new genetically modified soldiers were the result of his and Li Yang's research is truly remarkable. Since Wang Gang was so sensible, Li Yang was naturally not a petty person either. He carefully reviewed Wang Gang's report again and added another bonus point to Wang Gang's score: human relationships and social customs. After confirming that there were no omissions in the three reports, Li Yang officially submitted them through the encrypted communication system of the AI. Then, Li Yang turned to face Ji and the other two, and said calmly, "All right, the report has been successfully submitted. According to the procedure, we should have the results by tomorrow at the latest." Li Yang knew that this mission was special. It was not only an operation for the entire team, but also included the graduation assessment for Ji and the other two. If it were just a task he carried out alone, he would probably have already received a generous reward for completing the mission. Time passed quietly as the fleet sailed in an orderly fashion, and half a day flew by. At this moment, Li Yang, who was leisurely lying on the command chair with his eyes closed, suddenly heard a crisp notification sound from his intelligent brain. After rigorous review by the Imperial Military Department, your mission has been successfully completed, and the corresponding reward has been successfully issued. Please check your account promptly. In addition, Imperial military personnel will arrive on time tomorrow to receive the spoils of this mission. Please be prepared. Upon hearing the notification tone, Li Yang felt as if he had been injected with an electric current. He instantly perked up, sat up abruptly, and looked eagerly at his epaulets. Chapter 185 Rewards Distributed. The silver-white five-pointed star that originally represented the rank of fifth-level lieutenant had now been transformed into a gleaming gold five-pointed star, which was the symbol of the rank of captain, and it even had two thin bars, clearly indicating the rank of second-level captain. Second-class captain? That's an extra rank promotion beyond the originally planned reward for the mission. It seems this is an additional commendation from the Empire. Li Yang was filled with mixed feelings of joy and surprise, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. According to the initial mission settings, successful completion of the mission should have resulted in a promotion of 5 ranks. Under normal circumstances, he should have been awarded the rank of captain, but unexpectedly, he was promoted 1 rank more. Moreover, when Li Yang tapped the AI to carefully check the military merit records, he found that the original 10,000 military merits had increased by 5,000, while the mission reward of 30 million star coins remained unchanged. This series of reward increases made Li Yang truly feel the Empire's high recognition of the mission's achievements. Oh, and I can't forget about the starship at the Lonstan Empire's port. According to the rules, I'm entitled to a starship there after completing this mission. It's a very important reward, so I can't overlook it. As Li Yang silently calculated in his mind, he kept reminding himself. With this reward and his accumulated savings, Li Yang's net worth is now quite substantial, with nearly 70 million star coins and a military merit of 15,100. These riches and honors undoubtedly provided him with solid capital for his continuous rise in the imperial military system. Just as Li Yang was basking in the joy of his harvest, in other cabins of the fleet, Ji, Su Xia, and Wang Gang also received a message notification from the academy. Your graduation assessment is complete. Imperial military personnel will arrive tomorrow to confer your rank. Please prepare accordingly. A crisp notification sound rang out in the silent cabin, instantly igniting the excitement and adrenaline of the 3. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with barely suppressed excitement and joy. Almost simultaneously, they stood up and rushed towards the command center, eager to share the good news with Li Yang as soon as possible. The 3 rushed into the command room, their faces beaming with smiles, and reported the information they had received. Good. It seems you've all received the news. Starting tomorrow, you will officially become Imperial officers. From now on, you must do your best in your respective positions. Li Yang smiled, his eyes filled with satisfaction and anticipation. Just then, the sharp-eyed Aji inadvertently caught sight of Li Yang's epaulets, and his eyes widened in surprise as he blurted out. This is a second-class captain. This exclamation, like a thunderclap, instantly drew the attention of Su Xia and Wang Gang. They then realized what was happening, and their eyes all turned to Li Yang's epaulets. Captain second class. Sir, weren't you only a lieutenant 5th class before? How come? Wang Gang looked shocked, his eyes filled with disbelief, and his words were full of doubt. Yes, the mission was completed, so the rank was naturally promoted. What's the problem? Li Yang said casually, still wearing a faint smile on his face. What's the problem? This is a huge problem. The 3 of them were, after all, top students from the Empire's highest military academy, and they had some understanding of the development of their senior classmates. In their minds, they had never heard of anyone receiving such a significant promotion in rank because of a single mission. This was completely beyond their imagination, leaving them momentarily stunned. Teacher, you are unaware of this. Take one of our senior students as an example. After he graduated and was awarded his rank, he worked diligently and conscientiously in his position for a full 6 months before finally being promoted to the 2nd-level military rank. Su Xia's face was filled with disbelief, her expression almost numb, and her words were full of doubt and amazement. She couldn't understand it no matter how hard she tried, why Teacher Li Yang was able to advance 7 levels just by completing this one mission, even though they were both carrying out the same task. Moreover, judging from the difficulty level, this mission is by no means one of those extremely difficult missions that inspire fear. Seeing the 3 people in front of him looking as if they had been struck by lightning and were numb with shock, Li Yang smiled helplessly, shook his head gently, and slowly spoke. Perhaps it's because I was selected as an officer through the torch relay program. The Spark program? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, the 3 of them were taken aback, their faces instantly showing deep confusion. Then, they all repeated the 4 words in unison, their tone full of curiosity and inquiry. Hearing their reaction, Li Yang's heart stirred. After all, he himself had very limited understanding of the so-called torch relay plan, and even the AI's explanation of it was vague and incomplete. Seeing that Wang Gang seemed to know something about this, Li Yang couldn't help but ask, "What? You know about the torch relay project?" "Yeah, I know a little bit." Wang Gang nodded quickly, his expression becoming serious, and explained methodically. Our professors once mentioned in class that the torch relay program is no ordinary program. It is a special program established by the Empire to select the elite of the elite directly from among a large pool of talent. However, the selection criteria for this program are extremely stringent, and the number of people selected is like finding a needle in a haystack. You wouldn't believe it, but even our well-informed and knowledgeable professor had never heard of any officer he knew being selected through the torch program over the years. So, we were truly astonished when we learned that you, our teacher, were one of them. Even your professors haven't seen any other officers selected through the torch relay program? It seems the odds of being selected are exceptionally low. After hearing Wang Gang's explanation, Liang couldn't help but be secretly amazed. He felt even more strongly that being selected was like winning the grand prize. His luck was off the charts. Originally, Liang only had a vague understanding of his special identity, but after Wang Gang's explanation, he seemed to see through a thin layer of mist and vaguely see a more mysterious and profound corner of the plan. Time flies like an arrow, and before we knew it, the next day had arrived as the fleet sailed in an orderly fashion. The first rays of dawn had just fallen on the walls of the command room when the group entered as usual. Just then, the crisp electronic voice of the fleet system rang out in the space. A fleet has been detected approaching. Fleet? Liang frowned slightly, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. After a moment, his gaze became more resolute, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he spoke. It seems they were sent by the Imperial military. Seeing this, the group quickly sent their coordinates to another fleet through the fleet communication system to avoid them being unable to find them in this space. Chapter 186 Conferment of Titles. A moment later, in the vast subspace, a massive fleet slowly came into the view of Li Yang and his group. The fleet radiated a cold, metallic sheen, reflecting sharp rays of light under the interstellar glow. Report. Pal hurried over to Li Yang's side, his tone filled with urgency and respect. The request was sent by the other party. Quickly, approve the application. Without hesitation, Li Yang immediately issued the order, his eyes fixed on the approaching fleet on the display screen, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Not long after, a flash of light appeared in the command room, and a male and a female officer in crisp military uniforms slowly appeared before everyone with neat and powerful steps, their 5th-level lieutenant colonel rank insignia shining brightly on their shoulder insignia. Hello. The man in the lead spoke first. I am Masaki, a staff member of the Military Affairs Management Department of the Imperial Army. As he spoke, he gestured to the woman beside him. This is Lanan, a staff member of the Imperial Military's Cadre Management Department. Upon seeing this, Liang immediately put on a warm smile, quickly stepped forward, extended his hand, and said sincerely, "Hello both of you. I am Liang, the person in charge of this task and the examiner for these 3 individuals." Zhengxi looked at Li Yang's outstretched hand, a hint of friendliness flashing in his eyes. He quickly reached out and shook it tightly, his face also full of smiles as he responded. "Hello, Comrade Liang. Could you please tell me where the target beads are? Please follow me." As Liang spoke, he turned around and prepared to take Zhengxi to the place where the beads were stored. To everyone's surprise, Zhengxi quickly waved his hand, still smiling, but his tone was professional and serious as he spoke. "There's no need for Comrade Liang to take me there. As their examiner, you are required to be present at the conferment ceremony according to the Imperial military regulations." Upon hearing this, Liang nodded slightly to show his understanding, then beckoned Pal over and whispered his instructions. "Par, take Lieutenant Colonel Zhengxi to the place where the beads are stored and help him count them to ensure there are no errors." After receiving the order, Pal respectfully gestured for Zhengxi to follow him, and the two left the command room together. At this moment, Aji, Suxia, and Wang Gang could no longer contain their excitement, and all looked at Lanan. After all, Lanan was a staff member of the Imperial Military's Cadre Management Department, and the conferment ceremony they were eagerly anticipating was organized and executed by this department. "The 3 of you, please come forward." Lanan spoke in a gentle yet authoritative voice. Upon hearing Lanan's words, Aji and the other 2 seemed to be infused with an invisible force, their eyes instantly brightening. They quickly stepped forward with firm strides, their faces beaming with anticipation for the upcoming conferment ceremony. In this atmosphere filled with tension and anticipation, the Imperial soldiers behind Lanan moved swiftly and steadily, unfurling an Imperial flag with agility and perfect synchronization. The moment Aji and his 2 companions saw the soldiers unfurl the national flag, they straightened up abruptly, as if by conditioned reflex. Their backs were as straight as javelins, and they exuded an aura of unwavering determination. At this moment, their eyes were filled with awe and pride as they stared intently at the slowly unfurling national flag. As for Li Yong, the examiner and the person in charge of this task, he was no exception. His already upright posture was now even straighter than a pine tree. Immediately afterwards, Lanan walked steadily toward the imperial soldiers standing to the side. The soldier held a letter of command in both hands, his posture ramrod straight. Lanan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and then solemnly accepted the order with both hands. Lanan held the order in his hand, his expression solemn and dignified, and read it out clearly and forcefully. In accordance with the regulations on military ranks of officers of the Imperial Military, and after comprehensive evaluation and careful approval by the Imperial Military's Cadre Management Department, the following comrades are hereby granted the corresponding military ranks. Her gaze first fell on Ozzy, and she continued speaking. Comrade Ozzy, as an outstanding graduate of the Supreme Military Academy of the Shili Empire, demonstrated excellent military skills and perseverance throughout his studies. He successfully completed his graduation assessment. After comprehensive consideration, the Imperial Military Department's Cadre Management Department unanimously decided to award Comrade Ozzy the rank of Second Lieutenant. Then he looked at Su Xia. Comrade Su Xia, as an outstanding graduate of the Supreme Military Academy of the Shili Empire, demonstrated excellent military qualities throughout her studies and completed her graduation assessment with excellence. After comprehensive consideration, the Imperial Military Department's Cadre Management Department unanimously decided to award Comrade Su Xia the rank of Second Lieutenant, Third Class. Finally, Lanan turned her gaze to Wang Gang. Comrade Wang Gang, an outstanding graduate of the Supreme Military Academy of the Shili Empire, demonstrated excellent research capabilities throughout his studies and completed his graduation assessment perfectly. After comprehensive consideration, the Imperial Military Department's Cadre Management Department unanimously decided to award Comrade Wang Gang the rank of 4th Class Second Lieutenant. As soon as Lanan's clear and solemn voice fell, the insignia on his Ji and the other's shoulder boards, which originally represented reserve officers, began to undergo a subtle and strange change. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, brand new rank insignia appeared, shining with their unique glory, officially announcing their magnificent transformation from reserve officers to imperial officers with corresponding ranks. Long live the Empire of Shili. As if their inner passion had been ignited, the three of them, with their eyes gleaming with fervor, simultaneously raised their right fists and shouted at the top of their lungs. With these exciting shouts, the ceremony came to an end. The imperial soldiers, who had just unfurled the national flag, once again gently and in unison closed it up. Seeing this, Eiji and the other two finally relaxed. As if their pent-up excitement had finally found an outlet, they instantly started talking nonstop, bursting into excited chatter. Su Xia looked at Wang Gang with envy and patted him on the shoulder. Wang Gang, it has to be you. You actually managed to get the rank of second lieutenant. You know, most of our seniors only had ranks of second or third lieutenant when they graduated. You're really amazing. Upon hearing this, Wang Gang blushed slightly, scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, and said modestly, No, I was just lucky. Maybe some details in this mission just happened to meet the standards. There's nothing special about it. Hey, stop being modest. You're acting all innocent after getting the benefit. Aji glared at Wang Gang, feigning anger, then burst into laughter. It's a promise. You have to treat us when we get back. No cheating allowed. Wang Gang smiled helplessly and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll treat you all to a meal. Let's all have some fun. Looking at the three excited and noisy students who were like children, Li Yong couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Chapter 187 Medal. Comrade Li Yong, there is one more thing. Lanan, with a calm expression, walked lightly and steadily to Li Yang's side. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but carried an undeniable solemnity. Li Yong turned slightly to the side, his face immediately showing a focused expression, and quickly responded. Please speak freely, Comrade Lanan. A sense of doubt arose in his heart, and he pondered to himself. Could it be that this conferment ceremony has something else to do with him? But wasn't his rank just recently adjusted and promoted? In an instant, various guesses flashed through his mind. This is the medal awarded to you above. As Lanan spoke, she carefully took out two exquisite little boxes. The box is made of a very fine material, with a soft sheen that subtly conveys a sense of prestige. She gently opened one of the boxes, her movements elegant and slow, and then spoke. This is a second-class merit medal awarded by the Imperial Guard Division Headquarters, representing the Empire's high recognition of your outstanding performance in related missions. Then she opened another box and continued her introduction. This medal is the Outstanding Instructor Medal jointly awarded by the Imperial Military and the Imperial Supreme Military Academy, in recognition of your outstanding contributions to the training of military personnel. Please keep it safe. Seeing this, Li Yong, with mixed feelings, slowly took the two small boxes that carried honor from Lan En's hands. He gently opened the box, and in an instant, two completely different yet equally radiant medals lay quietly inside. The medals were exquisitely crafted, with every detail perfectly sculpted, and under the indoor lights, they radiated a captivating metallic luster. Does this medal represent military merit? Compared to the two medals that symbolized honor in front of him, Li Yong focused more on his military achievements. After all, in this empire where military strength is the core, military merits have real value. They can be exchanged for starships and are key to improving one's military resources and status. Of course, Lan En smiled slightly, as if she had already anticipated Li Yang's question, and explained calmly. According to the relevant regulations of the Empire, the second-class merit you have received will be awarded 20,000 military merit points, and the Excellent Instructor Medal will also be awarded 5,000 military merit points. Hearing Lan En's words, Li Yong was genuinely surprised. He originally thought that the military merits he had gained from this mission were already quite substantial, but he did not expect that the military merits brought by these two medals would be much more than the mission itself. A surge of surprise welled up inside him, and an undisguised excitement flashed in his eyes. Oh, right, there's one more important thing. Lan En seemed to suddenly remember something, and said with a serious expression, "This is a report from the Imperial Supreme Military Academy. Please be sure to report to the Imperial Supreme Military Academy within 3 months." As she spoke, she took out a beautifully bound registration book and handed it to Li Yong with both hands. "Okay, I understand." Li Yang's eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly took the registration form with both hands. He thought to himself that 3 months was a good amount of time, enough for him to properly handle matters related to the fleet and the galaxy. Not long after the conferment ceremony concluded successfully, Zheng Shi's team also successfully counted the beads obtained from this mission. He calmly directed his men to carefully transfer all the beads to their respective fleets. Once everything was arranged, Zheng Shi and Lan En prepared to leave. After all, the mission had been successfully completed, and they should go back to report to their superiors. Meanwhile, Aji and his two companions seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, and they couldn't wait to rush to Li Yang's side. All three of them turned their gazes to Li Yang's second-class merit medal, their eyes filled with envy and longing. Second-class merit. Aji tilted his head slightly, a hint of longing in his eyes, and murmured to himself, "I wonder when I'll get a medal like that." Su Xia gently patted Aji's shoulder and said, half jokingly and half seriously, "Keep it up. With your skills, you should be able to make it before you retire." Aji pouted helplessly. "I really don't know if you're praising me or belittling me." At this moment, Li Yong looked at the three energetic students in front of him and couldn't help but ask them with concern, "By the way, what are your plans for the three of you next?" After all three have now been promoted to the rank of second lieutenant. According to the Humanism First law of the Shili Empire, they are all eligible to apply for their own fleet and begin a new chapter in their military careers. Personally, I'm not really interested in fighting and killing. Wang Gang's eyes revealed a passion for scientific research as he continued. "I think I'll probably go and work in the research department." Wang Gang is naturally calm and reserved. Compared to charging into battle, he prefers the quiet time spent exploring the unknown and delving into technology in the research lab. "I definitely need to apply for my own fleet." Aji clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Then, like a teacher, you can rise through the ranks by completing tasks outstandingly and carve out your own place on the Empire's military stage." Su Xia couldn't help but scoff softly, a hint of disdain on her face. "Do you think you're a teacher? You can level up 7 times in one task. Not everyone can do that." Aji was speechless for a moment, then turned to Su Xia and asked, "So where are you planning to go?" Su Xia was slightly taken aback, and a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. "I'm still torn. I don't know whether to go work in the department or apply to join the fleet." In the Hilly Empire, there were roughly 2 career paths for military officers. One option is to apply for ownership of one's own fleet and accumulate merits by completing various challenging missions assigned by the military, thereby improving one's rank and status. This development model has an extremely high ceiling, but it is also extremely difficult to advance, requiring outstanding military talent, extraordinary courage, and exceptional luck. Another option is to work in various departments or join other fleets. This method makes it relatively easy to get promotion opportunities, but the upper limit of development is relatively limited. Chapter 188 Lonstan Galaxy Port. Seeing Su Xia's somewhat conflicted expression, Liang pondered for a moment and then offered his advice earnestly. Su Xia, I suggest you do what Ji did and apply for your own fleet. Judging from your performance on Planet B, your command and execution skills are excellent, and you have great potential for development. After all, the series of operations on Planet B, from the initial planning to the specific execution arrangements, were basically led and driven by Su Xia, who demonstrated outstanding abilities. Since you've said so, teacher, I'll apply for the fleet too. A hint of excitement and determination flashed in Su Xia's eyes. Then, she looked at Liang with an expectant expression. By the way, if any of my students encounter difficulties in the future and need your help, please don't refuse me. All right, you three. Liang smiled and waved his hand, his eyes full of satisfaction. If any of you encounter any situations in the future where you need the teacher's help, please feel free to ask and contact me anytime. After all, in the long run, these 3 students have great potential. In this way, he can be considered to have reserved 3 capable people for his future development. After exchanging warm greetings with everyone, Liang checked the time and, knowing that there were still many matters to be dealt with, decided to lead the fleet out of the subspace first. As for the 2 planets in the subspace that have completed their missions, after comprehensive life detection confirms that there are no signs of life, they will naturally be systematically mined and converted into resources by the Empire. Pal, set the course and head to the port of the Lonstan Empire. Liang stood in the center of the command room and issued instructions to Pal. Yes, Pal responded quickly, and the entire fleet then began to operate in an orderly manner, slowly departing from this mysterious subspace. Liang kept thinking about the grand prize he would receive for completing the mission. A brand new starship was waiting for him to claim. Before long, the fleet arrived smoothly and docked safely at the port of the Lonstan System Empire. The port was bustling with activity, with various starships shuttling back and forth, robotic arms waving, and lights flashing. As soon as Liang stepped off the bridge, he noticed 2 people in neat, uniform work clothes running towards him with light and slightly hurried steps. One of them, slightly taller and with a professional smile, spoke first. Hello, welcome to the port of Lonstan Empire. Our port's fee policy is a flat rate of 10,000 star credits regardless of the length of time your fleet is docked. Additionally, if you are interested in the various starships displayed at our port, would like to learn more, or have any purchase intentions, please feel free to contact us. 10,000 star coins. Liang frowned slightly, thinking to himself that the price was really not low. In the past, this would have cost him about half a month's salary. But he quickly realized that he had just been promoted to captain and his salary structure had been adjusted. After careful calculation, he realized that this should now be 1/3 of a month's salary. But then I thought again, if this cost can ensure that the fleet stays here indefinitely, it seems to be within an acceptable range in the long run. I'm not buying it. I'm here to collect the starship I got as a reward from the previous mission. Liang waved his hand, clearly stating his purpose. Task reward? Claim it. Upon hearing this answer, the 2 staff members' faces instantly showed a mixture of astonishment and confusion. They looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt, clearly having never heard of such a statement before. Please wait a moment while we ask the director in charge about the specifics. Despite their confusion, they maintained a professional attitude, responded politely, and then hurriedly turned to contact their superiors. Despite their confusion and inability to understand why someone had come to claim a starship, the 2 staff members clearly saw that Liang was dressed in a crisp imperial military uniform, and judging from his appearance and demeanor, he seemed to be a member of an extremely rare human race. Within the Empire, humans held a unique and highly regarded position, and they dared not slacken their efforts, immediately reporting to their superiors. Before long, a person dressed in a more formal and sophisticated uniform was seen hurrying towards Li Yang's location. The man looked slightly anxious, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, indicating that he had traveled at a rapid pace. When he was a few steps away from Liang, he greeted him with a smile and asked respectfully, "Hello, are you Chief Liang?" Liang quickly responded, "I am indeed Liang, but I can't be called a commander. I'm just a captain. You can just call me comrade. Calling me commander is too much of an exaggeration." As he spoke, Liang waved his hand repeatedly, his expression showing a hint of humility. No. Director Wall quickly replied, his eyes filled with admiration. "In my opinion, with your abilities and demeanor, Comrade Liang, you will be worthy of the title of commander sooner or later." I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am the director in charge of the port of the Lonstan Galaxy Empire, Wall. Hello, Director Wall. After giving a brief response, Li Yong was secretly anxious. After all, he only had 3 months to handle all the matters and did not want to waste too much time on pleasantries, so he went straight to the point. I don't know what this starship is. Director Wall seemed to sense Li Yang's urgency and immediately spoke. For matters concerning starships, please follow me. After saying this, he turned and led the way, with Li Yong following closely behind. The two walked through the bustling port passageway and arrived at the central department of the port. The room is brightly lit, with various advanced devices flashing their lights, and staff members are working busily and orderly at their respective posts. Comrade Li Yong, what is on display here are the starships stored in our port. Director Walter pointed to a huge light screen, a hint of pride in his expression. As per the instructions from your superiors, you may choose any one of these starships. Li Yong looked up and saw that the light screen was densely covered with information about various starships, with a wide variety of models that were dazzling to the eye. From small, flexible starships suitable for short-range reconnaissance to large, comprehensive starships capable of long-range interplanetary missions, there is a wide variety available. What is the highest level starship you have here? Since he had the opportunity to choose any starship, Li Yong naturally hoped to select the highest level and best performing one, so that he could be more adept at handling subsequent missions. Director Wall looked regretful and shook his head slightly. Although our Lonstan system ports are under the direct jurisdiction of the Empire, their level is limited, and the best starships we can currently provide are only at the star level. Upon hearing this, Li Yong felt a pang of disappointment. Deep down, he had been hoping to acquire a super starship, but after calming down and thinking it over carefully, he realized that a port in a small star system, limited by resources and scale, could not possibly have anything of great quality. Since that's the case, let's take a look at these starships of stellar size first. Li Yong quickly adjusted his mindset, and while speaking, he turned his gaze to the light screen and began to focus on checking the starship information on it. As his gaze moved across the light screen, Li Yong carefully compared the various parameters, performance characteristics, and applicable scenarios of each starship. After careful examination and deliberation, he selected 2 of the most outstanding starships from among the many. Chapter 189 Imperial Type 2 Star Destroyer. One of them was the Imperial Titan E-Class armed transport ship that Li Yong had previously rented from Zhang. Its powerful transport capabilities and decent armament configuration had always left a deep impression on him. The fleet has always faced certain pressures in terms of material transportation during past missions, and the Titan E-Class armed transport ship can make up for this shortcoming. Moreover, this ship is different from Zhang's. It is a new type of ship that has entered service, not the old type that Zhang's ship was decommissioned. The other one is an Imperial Type 2 Star Destroyer, which is an upgraded version of the Imperial Type 1 Star Destroyer that Li Yong is currently commanding. As the fleet's flagship, the Type 1 Star Destroyer has accompanied Li Yong in battle for a long time and has made many contributions. However, as the difficulty of the missions continues to increase, its performance limitations have gradually become apparent. Now that he has the opportunity to replace his ship with a higher-level Type 2 Star Destroyer, Li Yong is naturally very eager for it. However, a difficult choice lay before Li Yong. The fleet's armed forces are indeed not lacking. The Titan E-Class armed transport ship can undoubtedly bring more balanced development to the fleet. However, the Imperial 2 Star Destroyer's more powerful firepower, more advanced systems, and higher strategic value are too attractive to Li Yong. After thinking for a moment, Li Yong looked up at Director Wall and asked, Director Wall, can I purchase this Imperial Type 2 Star Destroyer separately? Director Wall nodded in response. Of course you can. If you want to buy it, the price is 80 million star coins. As you know, although it is only a starship of the stellar class, it is still a Star Destroyer. Its performance and combat capabilities far exceed those of other types of escort and patrol ships of the same class, so the price is naturally much higher. Upon hearing the price, Li Yang's heart sank. 80 million star coins. That's almost equivalent to emptying all his savings just to barely scrape together the amount. He couldn't help but secretly calculate that this huge expenditure would have a significant impact on his financial situation, and that subsequent mission planning and other development needs of the fleet might be restricted by this expenditure. After a brief hesitation, Li Yong immediately gave up the idea of buying it. Since star coins are so expensive, can they be exchanged for military merits? Li Yong was really unwilling to miss out on the Imperial Type 2 Star Destroyer he had been dreaming of, and with a hint of expectation in his eyes, he continued to ask Director Wall. After all, he knew that he had accumulated 40,100 military merits. Recalling that he had only spent about 11,000 military merits to exchange for the guard ship, he felt that there might still be a glimmer of hope in exchanging military merits for this Star Destroyer. Upon hearing this, Director Wall smiled gently and nodded. Of course, you can exchange it with military merits. According to the rules, directly exchanging military merits for this Imperial-type 2-star destroyer requires 20,000 military merits. However, there is another more cost-effective way. You can use your existing Imperial-type 1-star destroyer as a trade-in, which will only require 10,000 military merits. Upon hearing this news, Li Yang's slightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He never expected that there would be such a trade-in program, or more accurately, a low-end trade-in for a high-end one. While 10,000 military merits were not a small amount for him, they were far more worthwhile than 80 million star coins. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately informed Director Wall of his idea. I've decided to trade an Imperial-type 1-star destroyer plus 10,000 military merits for an Imperial-type 2-star destroyer. As for the starship rewarded from the mission, I'll choose the Titan E-class armed transport ship. Director Walter's smile deepened as he looked at Li Yang's decisive demeanor, and he readily agreed. No problem, Comrade Li Yang. We will process the relevant procedures for you right away. Please wait a moment. After saying that, he immediately turned around and skillfully began operating the handheld screen to handle the coordination. Time slipped away quietly amidst the busyness, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to Director Wall's efficient handling, all the paperwork for the 2 starships was completed smoothly. At this moment, Li Yang looked at the brand-new Starship Access certificate in his hand, his heart filled with joy. From this moment on, his fleet officially possessed 3 starships of stellar class, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength and a significant increase in power. After taking care of everything, Li Yang did not delay at all. He quickly boarded the command bridge and issued instructions via the fleet communications channel. Attention all personnel, prepare to depart from the Lonstan system and head full speed ahead towards the administrative center of the Milky Way. As commands were relayed, the entire fleet began to move in an orderly fashion. The massive ships slowly turned, spewing out dazzling light that pierced the darkness of interstellar space as they headed toward the distant administrative center of the Milky Way. Alas, what a pity! I can't avoid paying Comrade Li Yang's parking fee. Director Wall watched the departing fleet, muttering to himself with a hint of regret, his eyes revealing a trace of helplessness. Li Yang's fleet did not stay in the port for long, but the port's docking fee standards were uniformly set by the relevant departments of the Empire and could not be changed by him, the port director. However, Li Yang is still excited about getting the new starship. It's just 10,000 star coins, so it doesn't matter to him. Time passed quietly as the starship sped along, and before long, Li Yang's fleet, like a brilliant meteor streaking across the interstellar night, successfully arrived at the administrative center of the Milky Way. When the administrative center's monitoring system detected the signal from the Li Yang fleet, the news spread like wildfire. Cohen's and Neil, who had been eagerly waiting, arrived at the tow bridge immediately to wait. Chapter 190, Understanding the Academy. After all, even the Imperial Guard Division headquarters awarded Li Yang a medal. As for Cohen's and Neil, who fought alongside Li Yang, they naturally also received corresponding medals. However, compared to the medal Li Yang received, their medal was a lower level, a third-class merit award. But for Cohen's and Neil, this was already a huge gain. Neil, in particular, couldn't hide his excitement when he received the medal. Although he received a third-class merit and even a second-class merit during his military service. But he knew in his heart that, under the current circumstances, with this third-class merit medal, as long as no major mistakes occurred in his subsequent work, his promotion to the rank of general should be a sure thing. Therefore, the value of this individual third-class merit is incomparable to that of an ordinary individual third-class merit. As soon as Li Yang disembarked, his gaze swept across the crowd, and he immediately spotted the familiar figures of Cohen's and Neil. They stood not far away, their eyes filled with anticipation and joy, clearly having been waiting for a long time. Inspector Li, I really have to thank you for what happened last time. Before Li Yang could even speak, Neil rushed forward eagerly, his face full of enthusiasm and his tone brimming with gratitude. Looking at Neil's sincere expression, Li Yang understood that they must have also received a reward from the Empire. Not at all. This is clearly the result of our joint efforts. I just did my part. Li Yang responded sincerely with a humble smile. Let's not stand here chatting anymore. Come on, let's go back and talk later. Cohen stood by, smiling and trying to smooth things over, his eyes full of warmth. The group chatted and laughed all the way, and soon arrived at Li Yang's office. As soon as he entered, Cones hurriedly said. Inspector Lee, during the time you were away, I specially hired someone to clean your office. Every day, it was kept spotless and immaculate, just in anticipation of your return, so you could use it comfortably anytime. Seeing this, Li Yang quickly said something. It's really too much trouble for you, Speaker. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm afraid I won't be able to stay for very long this time. Upon hearing Li Yang's words, Cohen's and Neil were immediately filled with confusion. They exchanged a glance, both looking puzzled. What's going on? Is there another urgent mission? We just finished one and got back. Why are we leaving again? Seeing the questions written all over their faces, Li Yang smiled slightly and told them everything about his plans to study at the Empire's highest military academy. Further studies? My goodness, Inspector Lee, congratulations. Upon hearing this, Neil's eyes immediately lit up with envy, and he exclaimed in amazement. You have no idea how rare a spot is at the Imperial Military Academy, a place that's practically a priceless treasure. Countless people would kill to get there, and you actually managed to snag one. This is truly a tremendous stroke of luck. Oh, it seems that Commander and I knows quite a bit about this academy. Looking at Neil's emotional expression, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. Neil sighed softly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes, and said slowly, Sigh, back when I was first promoted to colonel, I was obsessed with getting a spot at the Empire's highest military academy. You wouldn't believe it, if you could get that spot and graduate smoothly from the academy, your promotion to general would be practically guaranteed, with a success rate of almost 100%. Unfortunately, due to my own lack of ability and insufficient connections, I could only watch helplessly as that precious spot slipped through my fingers. Hearing Neil's words, Li Yang understood perfectly. He knew that Neil wasn't truly lacking in ability. The key issue was his lack of connections and relationships. Seeing that Li Yang didn't seem to know much about the Imperial Supreme Military Academy, Neil immediately became interested, as if he had found a good opportunity to confide in him, and hurriedly began to tell him everything he knew. Let me put it this way, Inspector Lee, the Imperial Supreme Military Academy is divided into two completely different branches. One of them is the Imperial Reserve Officers Branch, which is specifically established to cultivate future military talents. It mainly provides systematic training for those reserve personnel who have not yet officially entered the ranks of officers, but have great potential. The other is the Imperial Officer Training Institute, which is designed for those who have already become officers in the military to further their studies. For officers like us who are already in service, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to study there. As Neil spoke, he gestured, his expression growing increasingly excited. These two colleges are vastly different in terms of their teaching systems, faculty, and management systems. However, they have one thing in common. As long as one can successfully enter the college and complete their studies, they will be able to advance at least one major rank in the military. At this point, Neil's eyes lit up, his excitement evident. After all, the big leap he was referring to was not a regular promotion from lieutenant colonel to colonel, but a qualitative leap from a field-level officer to a general-level officer. It's easy to imagine just how valuable this opportunity to study at the Empire's highest military academy is, and how tempting it is for every officer eager to advance in their military career. Even if those reserve officers successfully graduate, although they will only be lieutenants at the beginning, they will at least start as colonels in the future. Oh, I see. If that's the case, it seems that if I go for further studies, I might actually get promoted to a colonel when I come out, haha. With a relaxed smile on his face, Li Yang said half-jokingly, his words containing both anticipation for future studies and a hint of teasing. With Inspector Lee's abilities and skills, being a mere colonel is certainly not the end for you. Promotion to general is by no means impossible, haha. Cones laughed along, his tone full of affirmation and praise for Li Yang, his smile sincere and warm. By the way, Inspector Lee, since you're going to study at the Imperial Supreme Military Academy, what will happen to your position as inspector afterward? After all, you know that the study period is quite long, at least a year, and in some special cases, you might even stay at the academy for decades, or even centuries. Of course, those kinds of situations are quite rare. Neil seemed to suddenly remember something important, his expression turned serious, and he quickly spoke. Within the imperial system, the position of inspector holds a rather nuanced importance. While it may seem unimportant, inspectors bear crucial responsibilities such as supervision and review, playing an indispensable role in maintaining stability and order in their respective regions. However, in some relatively stable areas with fewer affairs, their daily work does not seem to be so prominent. The degree of importance depends largely on the actual situation of the jurisdiction. Chapter 191 Cancel the Inspectorate? So, one of my main purposes in coming back this time was to resolve this issue. After all, I could barely manage when I was away for a short period of time, but if I'm gone for a long time, this position can't just remain vacant. Li Yang explained with a serious expression. At this point, Speaker Ke seemed to instantly understand what Li Yang was trying to say. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he involuntarily straightened up slightly, looking intently at Li Yang. Inspector Li, what are your thoughts on this? With curiosity and anticipation in his eyes, Cohen's was the first to ask a question. Neil leaned forward slightly, intently awaiting Li Yang's reply. Li Yang spoke calmly and methodically. I have carefully studied the Empire's regulations on official training. According to the regulations, if an official needs to leave his original post for an extended period of time due to official business or training, he can apply to his superiors for someone else to temporarily take over his position. Upon hearing Li Yang's words, Cohen's and Neil's eyes lit up instantly, and their faces involuntarily showed an uncontrollable eagerness and excitement. They knew all too well that Li Yang's position was no ordinary post. It was that of a special political inspector with special powers, who could not only conduct investigations on officials at all levels at will, but also had the authority to arrest and interrogate them when necessary. Such an important position, even if it is only a temporary appointment, is an unparalleled honor and power, which is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Moreover, according to the regulations, candidates for succession are usually selected from within their respective departments, and it is extremely rare for a superior to directly appoint a successor. That's why Cohen's and Neil were so excited. Deep down, they probably both harbored a glimmer of hope. Inspector Li, for such an important position, do you have a suitable successor in mind? After all, this is no small matter and must be handled with utmost care. Cohen spoke urgently, his eyes fixed on Li Yang, as if afraid of missing any detail. Li Yang smiled slightly. He naturally understood the little thoughts in their hearts. After what happened before, Cohen's and Neil could indeed be considered as one of their own, but the position of inspector was too special to be decided by him on his own. Well, ultimately it depends on the decision from above. The position of inspector is of great importance and involves many aspects. I reported the relevant situation in detail on my way back, but I have not yet received a reply from my superiors. I can only wait patiently. Li Yang helplessly spread his hands, his words revealing caution and resignation. That makes sense. After all, the position of inspector is too special, involving a wide range of areas and wielding great power. It is indeed not easy to decide on a successor, and we don't know what arrangements the higher-ups will ultimately make. Neil said with emotion, the excitement on his face gradually fading. Cohen's nodded slightly, a hint of regret in his expression. He had been looking forward to the opportunity to participate in the interim competition for this important position, but now it seemed that his hopes were slim. Just as the two had calmed down, it seemed as if fate had arranged it, just like the saying goes, speak of the devil and he appears. A new message suddenly came from Li Yang's AI. Upon seeing this, Li Yang quickly opened his smart brain to check the message, which was clearly displayed. Comrade Li Yang, regarding your application for temporary replacement of your position, after in-depth research and deliberation by the Supreme Administrative Council of the Empire, it has been decided that your position as Special Political Inspector of the Galaxy will be temporarily suspended during your studies at the Supreme Military Academy of the Empire. However, this position is only temporarily retained, and you will continue to enjoy all the benefits corresponding to your original position during your studies. Upon seeing this message, Li Yang was stunned for a moment, and a clear look of surprise appeared on his face. He had been guessing that the higher-ups might select a suitable candidate to replace him, but he never expected that they would directly decide to cancel the position. Fortunately, it's only temporarily canceled, and I'll be able to resume my position once I complete my studies and return. Cohen's and Neil keenly noticed the change in Li Yang's expression. After exchanging a glance, Neil spoke first, his tone filled with concern and curiosity. Inspector Li, what happened? Has some important news come from above? Li Yang didn't intend to hide anything and directly showed the contents of the smart device to the two of them through the light screen, explaining the decision in detail. After reading it, the two of them showed extremely surprised expressions at the same time and involuntarily looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. After a brief silence, their thoughts began to race. They knew in their hearts that the decision to abolish the position of inspector and leave no one to temporarily replace him had a profound meaning. From another perspective, this seems to mean that this inspector position is not a regular requirement of the Milky Way itself, but rather something specially tailored for Li Yang by the higher-ups. In other words, if it weren't for Li Yang, the Milky Way might never have established the position of special political inspector. Thinking of this, Cohen's and Neil couldn't help but swallow hard, a sense of indescribable shock welling up in their hearts. If this conjecture is correct, then just how immense must the power behind Li Yong, who stands before them, be? Prior to this, Cohens and Neal had always believed that the Empire's establishment of the position of Special Political Inspector in the galaxy was merely a strategic consideration by the higher-ups for the overall training of officials, and that the various conditions in the galaxy just happened to meet the conditions for the implementation of this training program. So it was only natural to establish the position of inspector in the galaxy. In their minds, this was nothing more than the Empire's routine personnel arrangements and resource allocation. However, the decision made by the Supreme Council of the Empire has brought about a complete change in their thinking. It now seems that the establishment of the Inspectorate is not determined by the needs of the galaxy itself, but rather by whichever galaxy Li Yong is in. That galaxy will establish the Inspectorate, whether it is the Milky Way or the Golden River Galaxy. This astonishing realization, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirred up huge waves in the hearts of the two. Chapter 192 Martin visits again. The way they looked at Li Yong was no longer just out of respect for his position and abilities, but also with a deep sense of awe. At this moment, they were filled with contradictions and confusion, finding it difficult to determine whether there was truly a powerful figure silently supporting Li Yong behind the scenes. Or perhaps, all of this is merely their overthinking based on the current situation. What's wrong with you? Li Yong keenly noticed the strangeness between the two, and, seeing them lost in thought, couldn't help but ask. It's all right, Inspector Li. Cohens was the first to come to his senses and quickly waved his hand. However, the decision above was quite unexpected, and we were still in shock. Regardless of whether their bold idea is true or false, based on the current situation, even if Li Yong doesn't have any powerful figures behind him and only gained attention from the higher-ups due to his exceptional luck, Li Yong is still a reliable figure that Cohens and Neal should follow closely. After all, someone who receives such special attention from the Empire's top brass must have unlimited potential for future development. Don't tell me you're surprised. I'm just as surprised. Li Yong smiled helplessly and waved his hand. But since this is a decision made after careful consideration, we can only obey the arrangement. There's no other way. In fact, when considering candidates to temporarily replace him, Neal was the first person that came to Li Yang's mind. After all, Neal was the supreme commander of the Galaxy Garrison Guard Division and also held the rank of colonel. Considering his position, ability, and experience, he was the most suitable person to temporarily assume his duties. Li Yong originally thought the arrangement was reasonable and that the higher-ups would approve it. To his surprise, the decision of the Imperial Supreme Council was completely unexpected, and he had no choice but to abandon his original idea. Now that the issue of their positions had been settled, Neal and Cohens understood that they shouldn't linger any longer. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Li Yong and expressing their best wishes for his further studies, the two politely took their leave. After the two left, Li Yong turned around and devoted himself to handling the remaining official business. Although the position of Special Political Inspector has been temporarily abolished, according to regulations, his treatment and corresponding rights during his training period still remain, so he still needs to properly handle these remaining official duties. Just as Li Yong was focused on his work, the AI suddenly emitted a crisp notification sound. Lieutenant Colonel Martin has initiated a call request to you. Martin? Upon hearing the name, Li Yong was slightly taken aback, a look of surprise appearing on his face. He didn't usually interact with Martin, and he didn't know why Martin had suddenly contacted him. However, after a moment's thought, he still agreed to the call. In an instant, a clear holographic projection slowly appeared in front of Li Yong, and the light and shadow gradually condensed into a human figure. The person who came was Lieutenant Colonel Martin. Brother Li Yong, it's been quite a while since we last met. Hope everything's going well lately. As soon as Martin appeared through the holographic projection, he reached out familiarly and patted Li Yang's shoulder gently, as if reuniting with an old friend, his face full of smiles. Not bad. Li Yong turned slightly to the side and subtly removed Martin's hand from his shoulder. The reason was simply that Martin, being a member of the mechanical race, had hit his shoulder with such force that it hurt a little. But you, Lieutenant Colonel Martin, suddenly sought me out. There must be something important on your mind, right? I'm here to. Martin was about to speak when his gaze inadvertently fell on Li Yang's epaulets, and he stopped talking abruptly. His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Captain, second class? My goodness. When we first met, you were only a first lieutenant, first class, and in just over a year you've been promoted to captain. Martin was speechless for a moment, truly shocked by the astonishing speed of his promotion. He knew all too well that it was not easy for an ordinary officer to get promoted in the army. If someone can advance 3 or 4 minor levels within a year, they will be considered extremely outstanding in the eyes of others. Most officers can only be promoted 1 or 2 minor ranks a year, climbing the ranks steadily and surely. But Li Yang's rocket-like promotion speed is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people, which is truly amazing. It was just that I was a little bit luckier. Li Yang smiled slightly, his expression indifferent, and waved his hand gently. Then his gaze fell on Martin's epaulets, and he changed the subject. Besides, you got promoted too. At this point, Martin's shoulder insignia clearly displayed the rank of lieutenant colonel, just 1 step away from the rank of colonel. How can I compare to you? Martin gave a helpless wry smile and joked. I'm just advancing step by step at a normal pace, but you're advancing at a speed that's like you're on a starship, skyrocketing all the way up. I can't keep up with you at all. At this point, Martin seemed to suddenly remember something important and slapped his forehead. Oh right, I almost forgot about the important thing. You know about the invitation I sent you last time, right? Martin asked anxiously. The invitation from last time? Li Yang frowned slightly, quickly recalling the various pieces of information he had recently received. Are you referring to that invitation letter from the Friendship and Mutual Aid Association? Li Yang asked with some doubt. That's right, that's it. Martin nodded vigorously, his expression serious. The event is scheduled for next month, and I was worried you might forget because you're busy, so I came to remind you. At that time, all the elites of the Friendship Mutual Aid Association will gather together, which will definitely be an excellent opportunity to expand one's network. Martin's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he spoke with great interest. Such a grand event is not something you can encounter every day. If you seize the opportunity, it will bring you countless benefits for your future development. Okay, I understand. I will definitely arrive on time for such an important occasion. Li Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately agreed. He knew in his heart that such an opportunity to build connections with people from all walks of life was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and he couldn't afford to miss it no matter what. Since that's the case, I won't bother you any longer. I'll be waiting for you there on the day of the party. Martin nodded in satisfaction, and as he finished speaking, his holographic projection gradually faded away and eventually disappeared. After Martin left, Li Yang instructed the AI to reopen the invitation letter from the Friendship and Mutual Aid Association. Is it the N01 Galaxy? He muttered to himself, his gaze falling on the address on the invitation, pondering to himself, before instructing the AI to quickly check the distance between that galaxy and the Milky Way. Chapter 193, Visiting Anqing. The results of this investigation made Li Yang instantly stand up from his chair, his face full of surprise. It turns out that the N01 Galaxy is located near the center of the entire Empire's territory and is one of the Empire's most important galaxies. At its normal sailing speed, even traveling at full speed from the Milky Way, it would take at least 1.5 years to arrive. The time span is far too long. Even if we set off immediately, we simply wouldn't make it in time. However, Li Yang quickly calmed down and began to think of other feasible solutions. Suddenly, Li Yang had an idea. He could first go to the local group, use the fixed-point teleportation tunnel device there to reach the Virgo supercluster, and then use the teleportation device in the Virgo supercluster to go to the N01 Galaxy. In this way, although the journey is still long, the time can be greatly shortened, and it will only take about half a month. No wonder Martin came to remind me that the journey was so long that we wouldn't make it if we didn't leave early. Li Yang suddenly realized what was going on and immediately used the communication device to call Pao over to make arrangements for their departure the next day. After all, their group had just arrived in the Milky Way and had traveled a long way. Both the personnel and the fleet needed to rest properly and replenish their resources before they could embark on their journey again. Captain Li Yang, what can I do for you? Upon receiving the notification, Pao didn't dare to delay for a moment and rushed to Li Yang's office, where he respectfully inquired. Inform the fleet to make all preparations. We will depart tomorrow, with our destination being the local group. Li Yang said with a serious expression. Yes. Although Pao was puzzled and didn't understand why they were in such a hurry, especially since their destination was the local star cluster, his long-standing habit of obedience made him respond quickly, without hesitation, and turn to arrange the relevant matters. After a night's rest, Li Yang got up early and went to the command bridge. By this time, the fleet had been fully prepared in the faint light of dawn, with all the warships lined up neatly, their hulls gleaming with metallic luster in the morning light. After confirming that all preparations were in perfect order, Li Yang gave the order, and the fleet slowly started moving, heading towards the local star cluster. In the vast expanse of the universe, Li Yang's fleet was like a flock of agile interstellar birds. In less than half a day, it successfully traversed the vast interstellar space and arrived at its local star cluster. However, Liang did not intend to go directly to the teleportation device, but decided to first visit Chang'an City, the highest court of the Imperial Court in this star cluster. After all, it would be extremely impolite and unreasonable for someone who has just arrived in this star cluster to leave without even saying hello. Oh, Comrade Liang has arrived in this star cluster? In the office, the secretary hurriedly entered and informed Anqing of the news. And Cheng slightly raised his head, a hint of surprise and joy appearing on his face. Let's postpone the later meetings then. After a moment's thought, Anqing spoke decisively. In his mind, Li Yang's visit might have something important to do, something far more crucial than a regular meeting. Understood. After receiving the order, the secretary quickly turned and left the office to carry out Anqing's instructions. About half an hour later, the starship carrying Li Yang landed steadily on the Imperial Court's exclusive towing bridge. Led by the guide, Li Yang walked along the spacious and bright corridor. It must be said that the supreme Imperial Court of this star cluster is truly astonishing in scale. In terms of size alone, it is almost comparable to the administrative center of the Milky Way. As Li Yang walked, he looked around and was secretly amazed. He could hardly imagine how magnificent the administrative center of that star cluster must be. Compared to these massive galaxies, the Milky Way, which I am familiar with, seems to have become as insignificant as a drop in the ocean. Finally, Li Yang arrived at Anqing's office. After gently knocking and receiving permission, he pushed the door open and entered. Judgin, hello, I am Li Yang. As soon as Li Yang entered, he greeted everyone with a warm smile, his voice carrying just the right amount of friendliness and respect. Quickly, sit down and talk. Anqing quickly stood up, greeted him with a smile, and warmly gestured for Li Yang to sit down. He pondered to himself that Li Yang's sudden visit must not be just a simple reunion, so he couldn't help but ask, why did Inspector Li suddenly decide to visit me? Is there something in the Milky Way that I need to resolve? No, that's not it. Li Yang smiled and waved his hand. Then his expression became serious. That's right. He then briefly recounted how he had received an invitation from the Friendship and Mutual Aid Association, and how the journey to the N01 star system was long and time was of the essence. So that's how it is. The N01 galaxy is indeed too far away from us. And Cheng nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. After listening to Li Yang's story, he immediately patted his chest and said confidently, don't worry about that. I'll go and talk to the management there right now, and also call the relevant departments in the Virgo supercluster. I guarantee you can reach the N01 galaxy as quickly as possible. Seeing Anqing's generous and righteous actions, Li Yang was overjoyed. He originally came with the intention of simply paying a visit, but he never expected to receive this unexpected surprise. As for personal relationships, Li Yang didn't have too many concerns. Given his current abilities and development trajectory, repaying favors may indeed have to wait until later. Moreover, judging from the current situation, this favor will most likely still fall on Anqing's son, Anhuo, and Anhuo is practically considered one of Li Yang's own people. Thinking about it this way, I can't lose out no matter how I calculate it. That would be a real hassle for Judgin. I, Li Yang, will always remember this kindness. Upon hearing Anqing's promise, Li Yang was filled with gratitude and quickly stood up from his seat. Oh, we're all family here. No need for such formalities. Seeing Li Yang's earnest gratitude, Anqing quickly waved his hand with a smile, his face full of cheerful expression and his tone conveying closeness and warmth. In his view, providing this little bit of help to Li Yang was just a small favor, and mutual assistance was only natural. Seeing Anqing's warm and open-minded attitude, Li Yang decided not to be overly polite. After all, Anqing has already made it clear that everyone is on the same side. If we continue to be coy, it will only make us seem distant. So, Li Yang smiled and nodded, his eyes still filled with gratitude. Afterwards, the two exchanged a few more pleasantries. Li Yang checked the time, and, knowing he was pressed for time, took his leave. And Cheng understandingly got up to see him off, and the two shook hands again at the office door to say goodbye. Chapter 194 Heading to the Virgo supercluster. After bidding farewell to Anqing, Li Yang knew that time was of the essence, and there was no room for delay. He immediately led the fleet to the department responsible for the fixed-point teleportation tunnel device. This special area in the vast starry sky is now a scene of bustling activity and orderly activity. As the fleet approached this airspace, it saw that the starry sky was densely packed with starships of all sizes, like countless stars, their sheer number astonishing. Upon closer inspection, the vast majority of them were ordinary civilian starships. These starships were quietly lined up in the universe, like a winding dragon, silently entering the space tunnel one by one. After all, there is only one teleportation device. Due to the size of the space tunnel entrance, only a few hundred starships can enter at a time, and even if they enter one by one, there will be long queues. So many starships are waiting to be transported. Looking out the porthole of the command ship at the densely packed starships, Li Yang felt a surge of emotion, and at the same time, he was extremely glad that he had made the decisive decision to visit Anqing earlier. If the normal queuing process is followed, the waiting time alone would be wasted for an unknown amount of time, which could very likely affect the journey to the N01 star system. Just as Li Yang was pondering, his fleet entered this starry sky, and a clear holographic projection instantly appeared in the command room where Li Yang was located. On the projection screen, a uniformed staff member with a focused expression appeared before us. He bowed slightly and spoke politely and respectfully. "You must be Inspector Li Yang. Judge Cheng has already given instructions, specifically instructing us to provide you with assistance. We will clear the way for you immediately. Please be prepared." Upon seeing this, Li Yang immediately understood that these were the staff members sent by the relevant departments to make contact. He nodded slightly, a grateful smile on his face, and responded, "Then I'll have to trouble you." After saying that, he quickly turned around and began to command the fleet to advance in an orderly manner. Before long, a group of small and agile aircraft, like a flock of well-trained birds, flew swiftly from near the teleportation device. They quickly converged on the direction of Li Yang's fleet. Upon arrival at the target area, these aircraft began to carry out the evacuation work in an orderly manner. They guided the orderly movement of the densely packed civilian starships around them through signals they emitted and traction devices on their bodies. Through their efforts, a wide passage was gradually cleared out of the starships that were originally as dense as a school of sardines. This passage is like a main road that has been carved out of a crowded city street, leading directly to the teleportation device. Holy crap, who is this guy? He has such power that he can make so many of our starships give way to him. Doesn't he have any sense of first come, first served? Inside a civilian starship, an imperial citizen, his face contorted with resentment, couldn't help but loudly complain. He stared wide-eyed at everything that was happening before him, his heart filled with resentment. "Shut up. Didn't you see their fleet is entirely made up of military starships? If you anger them, they can just fire a single shot at you and you won't even know how you died. You'll behave yourself then." His companions jokingly complained from the side. After all, how could an imperial officer use naval guns to bombard his own imperial citizens? Do they not want to progress anymore? At this moment, Li Yang was completely focused on directing the fleet to the teleportation device and was oblivious to the complaints about him being made by someone on the civilian starship. His expression was focused, his eyes fixed firmly ahead, as he methodically issued various instructions through the communication channel. "All ships, please maintain distance and proceed smoothly to the transmission device along the predetermined route." Under his command, the fleet, like a well-trained steel behemoth, moved steadily along the open passage, advancing majestically toward the teleportation device. Just a few minutes later, the fleet in Li Yang successfully passed through the crowded starship fleet and arrived smoothly at the space tunnel. Each starship entered the space tunnel in an orderly manner. After Li Yang's fleet had completely entered the space tunnel, the starships that had made way for it slowly returned to their original positions like a tide, silently waiting to enter the teleportation tunnel in neat formation. At this moment, in the space tunnel filled with soft light, Li Yang looked up slightly, looking at the still clearly displayed holographic projection of the staff. Even in this special spatial environment, the projection technology still ensured the stable transmission of images and sound, so that communication was not affected in the slightest. Li Yang asked calmly, "How long will it take us to reach our destination?" The staff member, with a professional and polite smile, bowed slightly and answered sincerely, "I'm very sorry, Inspector Dawn, but the distance is simply too great. Even if we were to use a space tunnel to travel there, it would probably take about a day." Upon hearing this reply, Li Yang nodded slightly, quickly weighing the timeline in his mind, and then calmly said, "Okay, a day isn't too slow, it's within an acceptable range." In the airspace where the teleportation department of the distant Virgo supercluster is located, a busy and bustling scene unfolds. A large number of starships emerged one after another from the glowing teleportation tunnels, coming from different star systems and varying in shape and size. After all, the central galaxy of the Virgo supercluster holds a pivotal position. For surrounding galaxies, apart from those that are relatively close and can be directly entered by their own power, starships from many subordinate galaxy groups can only reach this place by using teleportation devices to complete interstellar journeys. Within this vast and ever-flowing stream of starships, countless small flying vehicles floated in the air. They were like a group of well-trained traffic controllers, nimbly moving among the passing starships and charging them tolls. Although the teleportation device is open to all eligible starships, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Using this convenient interstellar travel service naturally requires paying the corresponding fees. Hello, the total cost for this transfer is 180,000 star coins. After a medium-sized starship was precisely intercepted by a small aircraft, a holographic projection of a staff member appeared inside the starship, politely and clearly conveying the payment information. 180,000 star coins? Are you kidding me, bro? Inside the stopped starship, an Imperial citizen stared wide-eyed, his face full of resentment, as he looked straight at the holographic projection. Chapter 195 Special Treatment. Last time I came here I was charged 100,000 star coins. How come this time it's 80,000 more? Your fees are outrageous. He put his hands on his hips, his tone full of doubt and dissatisfaction. The staff member maintained a professional smile and responded calmly. I'm very sorry, sir. After a detailed check, it turns out that you only had one starship using the teleportation device last time, but this time you have two starships. According to our pricing policy, the teleportation fee for each standard starship is 100,000 star credits. Given that your other starship is relatively small, we have offered a discount, charging only 80,000 star credits, which is a very reasonable price. The staff patiently explained that they were already used to such scenes. Although most Imperial citizens who could afford starships and travel around were financially well off and didn't lack the money, there were always some who, hoping to get a bargain, took a chance. Fine, I guess I'm just unlucky. The Imperial citizen sighed helplessly and ultimately chose to compromise. He knew perfectly well that he couldn't leave without paying. If he caused trouble here, he might be taken away by the guards and given a severe re-education, which would waste even more time and energy. I've already paid the money. Can I leave now? I have important business to discuss. I can't afford to be delayed. His tone carried a hint of anxiety. Of course, sir. Welcome to the central galaxy of the Virgo supercluster. We hope you have a pleasant time here and that your business prospers. After the payment was confirmed, the spacecraft that had been surrounding the starship neatly dispersed to both sides, making way for a wide passage so that the starship could smoothly sail to its destination. In this somewhat busy yet orderly interstellar scene, the enormous space tunnel, which resembled the mouth of a deep, colossal beast, suddenly flashed with a mysterious and eerie blue light. Immediately afterwards, a magnificent fleet, like a steel behemoth slowly emerging from the interstellar mist, emerged from the tunnel with a calm and solemn demeanor. The fleet's ships had sleek and powerful lines, and their surfaces shimmered with a metallic sheen, making them particularly eye-catching amidst the surrounding civilian starships. This fleet was personally led by Liang. Is this the central galaxy of the Virgo supercluster? It truly is a magnificent and prosperous sight. As soon as Liang emerged from the space tunnel, he took in the entire interstellar landscape through the huge transparent porthole of the command room. He couldn't help but marvel slightly, a hint of shock showing in his eyes. Compared to the local group, there are several times more starships here, with all kinds of starships of different sizes densely distributed in the starry sky. They range in size from massive, mobile interstellar fortresses, their surfaces gleaming with navigation lights, to small, graceful birds, darting lightly through the gaps between enormous starships. In this sea of starships, small and agile aircraft are busily shuttling between them. They not only bear the responsibility of charging passing starships, but also the important responsibility of maintaining order in the entire region. After all, in such a densely populated central region of starships, if any unexpected situation were to occur, such as a collision between starships or other sudden accidents, the consequences would be unimaginable, and the number of Imperial citizens who would lose their lives would probably be countless. Hello, this is Inspector Liang. Just as Liang was observing his surroundings, a clear and polite voice rang out in the command room. At the same time, a holographic projection of a staff member in uniform with a capable appearance appeared in front of Liang. I am a staff member of the Virgo Supercluster Teleportation Device Department. Next, please lead your fleet and carefully follow our guide spacecraft. Liang nodded slightly, his gaze immediately turning away from the window, his expression becoming focused. Knowing the complexity of interstellar traffic here, he immediately issued instructions and directed the fleet methodically, carefully following the guide aircraft whose navigation lights were already on ahead. After all, he was leading military starships, which were huge and extremely destructive. The other civilian starships here were like fragile eggshells in front of the military starships and could not withstand the slightest collision, just as they had experienced in the local star cluster. Upon sensing the arrival of the Liang fleet, a large number of spacecraft quickly rushed in from all directions. Like well-trained birds, they skillfully cleared a wide and smooth passage for Liang's fleet amidst the dense starship formation, enabling the fleet to sail smoothly to the designated area. The Imperial citizen who had just paid the fee witnessed the special treatment the Liang fleet received and felt a surge of indignation. He couldn't help but raise his voice and speak out. "Hey, look at this. Why is he allowed to skip paying fees and enjoy such special treatment?" As he spoke, he pointed at Liang's fleet, his face full of doubt and dissatisfaction. The staff member in charge of collecting fees maintained a professional smile and patiently explained. "I'm so sorry, sir, but you may not know this, but this is an Imperial official, and the fleet he leads consists entirely of Imperial military starships. According to relevant regulations, they are naturally exempt from paying teleportation fees during missions." Hearing this explanation, the Imperial citizen who was doing business became even more furious and couldn't help but swear. He's just an official. Why make such a big fuss? Making so many starships give way to him. He had come into contact with many Imperial officials in his daily business dealings, but he had never seen such a grand scene before. Upon hearing such vulgar language, the staff member frowned slightly and coughed twice to remind the citizen to be mindful of his words and actions. After all, insulting Imperial officials is no small matter. However, the citizen was in a bad mood and didn't take the staff's reminder seriously, waving his hand impatiently. "Go away. I've already paid the fee. What are you still standing here for? Get out of here." Seeing this, the staff knew that further discussion would be pointless, and besides, they had other matters to attend to, so they decided not to press the issue any further and simply turned off the holographic projection, ending the exchange. The scene of the Liang fleet enjoying special treatment naturally caused a small ripple in the surrounding area. A small number of Imperial citizens were genuinely dissatisfied. After all, interstellar traffic was already slow, and now, in order to make way for this fleet, everyone had to stop temporarily and wait for the passage to clear. Chapter 196 and 01 Galaxy. This undoubtedly made them feel that leaving this place would take longer, and they couldn't help but feel resentful. However, most citizens of the Empire did not have much negative sentiment toward this. They knew in their hearts that the person who could lead so many military starships must be on an important mission or have urgent business to attend to. As citizens of the Empire, they understood and supported Imperial affairs, and felt that making way for such a fleet was reasonable and harmless. With the staff guiding and clearing the way in an orderly manner, time passed quietly. About 10 minutes later, the fleet led by Liang successfully sailed out of this crowded starry sky and truly stepped into the central region of the Virgo supercluster. At this moment, Liang had no time to linger in any other part of this bustling central star system. Without hesitation, he commanded the fleet to head straight towards the star system where another teleportation tunnel was located. Because of the large number of teleportation ships traveling to and from the Virgo supercluster, the teleportation devices for the outbound and return journeys are not installed in the same star system to ensure smooth and safe interstellar traffic. This is the result of careful planning and layout, designed to avoid potential congestion and chaos. When the fleet arrived at another teleportation tunnel area, Liang clearly felt that the number of starships here was less than where they had just left. Nevertheless, compared to the local group, there are still many more starships here, with various types and purposes coming and going, making it a feast for the eyes. Using the same clearing method, guided by the aircraft, the fleet arrived at the entrance of the teleportation tunnel without any effort. This time, the fleet's destination is the distant N01 star system. The N01 galaxy is far too far away. Even traveling through a space tunnel that can greatly shorten the distance of interstellar travel, it would still take about 10 days to reach it. During the long and silent space voyage, 10 days felt like an eternity. Finally, a dazzling light flashed within the teleportation tunnel of the N01 star system, and Liang's fleet slowly sailed out. The scene before me was completely different from what I had seen before. The once densely packed starships are gone. What lies before us now is a vast and boundless starry sky. In the vast starry sky, apart from Liang's fleet, there were only a few other starships scattered around, appearing so small and lonely in the boundless universe. "Hello, comrade. You have successfully entered the N01 system area. According to the regulations of this system, please immediately shut down all weapon systems and stop advancing. Please wait patiently for the staff to inspect you." As soon as Li Yang's fleet sailed out of the teleportation tunnel, a clear and serious voice rang out in the command room. Accompanied by the sound, a holographic projection of a staff member in uniform with a solemn expression appeared prominently in the center of the command room. Upon hearing this, Li Yang knew in his heart that the rules of this place could not be disobeyed. This is not familiar territory after all. The N01 galaxy is of a higher level than the Virgo supercluster. Although the N01 galaxy is roughly the size of a few Milky Way galaxies in terms of scale, its importance in the overall imperial structure far exceeds that of the Milky Way. After all, it is a galaxy located near the central region of the Empire. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Yang quickly issued an order, bringing the fleet to a steady stop. The ship's crew skillfully followed instructions to gradually shut down the weapon systems. Before long, two uniquely designed starships, like two silver fish swimming gracefully in the stars, slowly sailed towards Li Yang's fleet from a distance. Hello, comrade. Given that your fleet consists entirely of military starships, and for comprehensive security considerations in the N01 system, we need to perform a disabling procedure on your fleet's weapon systems. If this operation is not completed, your fleet will not be permitted to operate within the N01 system. The staff member, with a serious expression, earnestly explained to Li Yang through the holographic projection. Upon hearing this, Li Yang pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. After receiving a clear answer from Li Yang, the two quietly approaching starships immediately began to move. The ports on both sides of the ship slowly opened, and beams of bright, yet soft scanning light shot rapidly toward Li Yang's fleet. The light swept across the fleet's starships in a fine and orderly manner, meticulously inspecting and locking onto each weapon component. A moment later, the scan was complete, and the staff member's voice rang out again. Scan complete. Your fleet's weapon system permissions have now been completely disabled. You may continue your journey. As soon as he finished speaking, the staff's holographic projection flickered a few times and then disconnected. The two starships that were on mission slowly turned around and headed into the distance. As he watched the starship recede into the distance, a sense of curiosity welled up in Li Yang's heart. Although he understood the local regulations, he couldn't help but want to test the current limitations of the weapon system. He slightly raised his hand and skillfully entered a series of commands on the control panel's light screen, attempting to activate the weapon system. Your access to the weapon system has been completely restricted by the N01 Systems Guard Division. You are unable to operate it. Access will be restored after you leave the N01 system. A crisp, cold warning sound instantly rang out in the command room, a sound like an alarm bell reminding Li Yang that the rules here were inviolable. Li Yang felt a chill run down his spine and immediately abandoned the idea of continuing to try. If being barred from entering the star system because of this curiosity and it affects participation in the Mutual Aid Society, then it would be a great loss. Therefore, after leaving the teleportation tunnel, Li Yang quickly adjusted his state and commanded the fleet in an orderly manner, heading towards the designated location according to the instructions on the invitation. The fleet, like a group of giant whales sailing orderly through the stars, leaves a unique trail in the vast cosmos. After a long interstellar journey, Li Yang led his fleet to the area specified in the invitation. The sight before them left everyone momentarily stunned. In the vast and boundless starry sky, a huge planet floats alone. In terms of volume, this planet is several times larger than the Sun in our solar system. Chapter 197 Mimicry. It is like a bright and mysterious pearl in the universe, exuding an awe-inspiring aura, and around the planet are two intersecting rings. Is this the location mentioned in the invitation? Li Yang frowned, his mind filled with doubt. This unfamiliar and vast scene left him somewhat at a loss. Just as Li Yang was deep in thought, the fleet system suddenly emitted a crisp notification sound. A call came in from an unknown number. Immediately afterwards, a slightly wary voice rang out in the command room. This is private property. Please state your purpose. Li Yang's heart tightened, and he quickly organized his thoughts, explaining in detail that he had received an invitation to attend the Mutual Aid Association in order to prove his identity and purpose. Oh, so you're from the Mutual Aid Association. Please wait a moment. I'll add your permissions right away. Upon hearing Li Yang's explanation, the tone of the stranger on the other end of the phone immediately softened, and he responded warmly. Not long after, a miraculous scene unfolded. Right in front of the fleet, the previously calm space suddenly rippled, like a boulder being thrown into a still lake. Then, a huge spatial rift slowly unfolded. Your fleet permissions have been entered. That's the exclusive space for parking your starship. Once you've parked your starship properly, someone will guide you into the planet. The other party finished speaking in one breath and abruptly ended the call before Li Yang could ask any further questions. Looking at the mysterious spatial rift before him, Li Yang knew he had no other choice at this moment. He took a deep breath, gave the order, and directed the fleet to slowly sail into the spatial rift. The fleet slowly sailed into the mysterious spatial rift, as if stepping into a massive assembly of interstellar warships. Li Yang's gaze was instantly drawn to the scene before him. In this mysterious space, countless starships of all sizes were parked, like a gathering of stars. Upon closer inspection, these starships were all, without exception, military starships, exuding a cold and murderous aura. Li Yang glanced around and immediately recognized several starships of the Galaxy class that he had seen before during interstellar travel. Besides these, there were many starships he had never seen before, each with a unique design. Although he didn't recognize these unfamiliar starships, Li Yang was able to roughly judge their class based on his experience alone. Most of the ships that came into view were superstarships and starships of the Galaxy level. In comparison, there are only a few scattered starships of star level, like a slightly inferior supporting character among many powerful beings. As for planetary class starships, they have vanished without a trace, as if they had no place to stand here at all. It seems that the fleet I lead is the most inconspicuous in this mutual aid association. Li Yang's lips curled up slightly, and he made a self-deprecating joke about himself. After all, the minimum entry requirements for the mutual aid association are at the school level or D level, and the fact that he was able to join as a lieutenant-level officer is already a special case. In this place teeming with powerful individuals, his fleet certainly seemed rather meager. In the center, surrounded by numerous starships, a space station stands quietly. Compared to those massive starships, this space station is not large in scale. However, it was able to be built in this special space, presumably specifically for the participants of the Mutual Aid Society. Sure enough, just as Li Yang was pondering, the hatch of the space station in the center slowly opened, and a finely designed aircraft gracefully emerged and flew rapidly toward Li Yang's fleet. The aircraft shimmered with a soft blue light, making it stand out in the somewhat dimly lit parking space. "Hello, please follow me." A clear and concise message came through the fleet's communication channel. Immediately afterwards, the spacecraft made a nimble turn in the air and sped off towards another part of the space station. Upon seeing this, Li Yang immediately issued an order, commanding the fleet to follow closely. Guided by the aircraft, Li Yang's fleet soon arrived at an extremely spacious area. After the aircraft hovered steadily, the sound came again. "Please dock your fleet here. We will provide food and resource replenishment for the personnel on the fleet. Invited personnel are requested to board the aircraft themselves." Upon hearing the instruction, Li Yang turned to look at Pal beside him and said seriously, "Pal, the fleet is now in your hands. Report any unusual situations to me immediately." Pal nodded solemnly in response. "Yes, Captain." After making the arrangements, Li Yang turned and walked towards the teleportation device on the fleet. With a soft flash of light, his figure disappeared instantly and was teleported directly into the aircraft the next second. As soon as Li Yang entered the spacecraft, the hatch slowly closed, and the spacecraft immediately started up, flying back to the space station like an arrow. In just a few moments, the spacecraft came to a steady stop at the docking hatch of the space station. With a slight tremor, the hatch slowly opened, and Li Yang stepped out through the passage, successfully entering the space station. What comes into view is that several people dressed in crisp military uniforms are already standing neatly around the perimeter of the space station. "Hey, someone's here again. Hey, comrade, over here." In the crowd, a friendly voice enthusiastically called out to Li Yang. Li Yang looked in the direction of the sound and saw a burly man waving at him with a big smile. At this moment, Li Yang, who was new to the place, was completely clueless about everything. He could only proceed with caution and walk towards the person with a stiff upper lip. "Hey bro, judging by your appearance, you're new here, right?" As Li Yang approached, the man grinned and asked, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. How did you know?" Li Yang was slightly taken aback and asked in return with a puzzled look. "Hey." The man laughed heartily and tapped Li Yang on the body. "Judging by the way your eyes are darting around, it's obviously your first time here. By the way, bro, your mimicry is really impressive. At first glance, it looks exactly like a human." As he spoke, he seemed to become interested and reached out his hand to examine Li Yang more closely. Li Yang instinctively took a step back, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes, before asking with a puzzled expression, "Mimicry? What is that? You didn't know?" The man's eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment, as if he had heard something unbelievable. However, he still patiently explained. We non-human races mimic human forms for ease of movement. Think about it. The human body is much more convenient in many situations. How come you have such a realistic mimicry and didn't know this? As the man spoke, he scratched his head, looking puzzled. Upon hearing this explanation, Li Yong suddenly understood. No wonder that from the moment I stepped into this area, the staff I saw along the way, and even those I saw in the imperial court of this star cluster, were mostly not strange races. They were all humanoid, with only slight differences in appearance. Chapter 198 Surrounded. From this perspective, the influence of this so-called human supremacy ideology is indeed far greater than imagined. Li Yong coughed twice and said with a hint of helplessness, Ahem, I'm really sorry. I am not the mimic you are talking about. I am a genuine human being. Upon hearing this, an expression of disbelief instantly appeared on the man's face, and his eyes widened in shock. Immediately afterwards, he quickly moved closer to Li Yong and examined him closely. Li Yong subconsciously took another step back and asked, full of doubt, although the human population is small, surely I'm not the only human in the entire mutual aid society. The man then seemed to realize his rudeness and quickly stepped back a little, explaining apologetically. Oh, you really are human. I'm so sorry, I was too abrupt just now. My name is Delay, and I'm from Wuxia Star. As you know, there are indeed human members in the Mutual Aid Society, but they are few in number. So when I saw you just now, I subconsciously thought you were mimicking a human. As he spoke, Delay sincerely extended his hand, his eyes full of apology. Seeing this, Li Yong smiled understandingly, reached out and grasped Delay's hand, and said, Just call me Li Yong. This is my first time participating in the Mutual Aid Association, and I don't know many of the rules and intricacies. I would appreciate any guidance from Comrade Delay. Upon hearing this, Delay immediately patted his broad chest, a confident smile spreading across his face, and said, Don't worry. I've been a veteran in this Mutual Aid Society for a while now. I've seen it all. If you have any questions, just come to me. I'll definitely help you if I can. A thought struck Li Yong, and he took the opportunity to ask Delay. Comrade Delay, do you know Martin? Martin? Delay frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then suddenly realized. Oh, you mean Lieutenant Colonel Martin from the machine race? Wait, you know Martin, and he's even a human named Li Yong. Delay murmured to himself as if searching his mind for something. Suddenly, as if he had caught a key clue, his gaze quickly fell on Li Yang's shoulder insignia. He stared intently at the rank of second lieutenant, and couldn't help but widen his eyes, blurting out in surprise. So you're Li Yong, the one who integrates military and political affairs. My goodness, you really are a captain. His voice unconsciously rose in pitch, so loud it was like a thunderclap suddenly exploding in the space, instantly attracting everyone around him. Delay, why are you shouting so loudly? You're so easily startled. A person who knew Delay asked with a mixture of doubt and reproach. Delay waved excitedly to the crowd and said loudly, Come and take a look. This is the legendary Comrade Li Yong, the extraordinary man who integrated military and political power. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed with curiosity and surprise. They quickly gathered around, instantly surrounding Li Yong in layers, and their probing gazes all fell on him. This sudden turn of events left Li Yong somewhat at a loss. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. When did my reputation become so widespread? Why are so many people gathered around me all of a sudden? Li Yong looked up and saw that he was surrounded by a dense crowd of officers of the rank of colonel, and the insignia on their shoulder straps indicated their status. Faced with such a scene, Li Yong could only bite the bullet and force a slightly awkward smile as he responded to everyone. It really was him, a second-class captain, the only lieutenant-level officer in the Mutual Aid Society. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Immediately afterwards, a tall and upright officer stepped forward, extended his hand warmly, and said, Are you Comrade Li Yong? I've long admired your name. I'm Lonan. Would it be honorable for us to get to know each other? Before Li Yong could respond, another voice rang out. Comrade Li Yong, I am. Comrade Li Yong. Various sounds rose and fell, surging towards Li Yong like a tide. Looking at the noisy scene in front of him, which resembled a bustling market, Li Yong felt completely numb. I couldn't help but secretly complain to myself. You are all officers of the rank of colonel. Where is your usual dignity and prestige? Why are you all acting like fanatical fans these days, even though you're not some famous celebrity yourself? Li Yong was unaware that most of the colonel-level officers who joined the Mutual Aid Society came from ordinary backgrounds and had no powerful connections. The reason they joined the Mutual Aid Association was simply to use the platform to build a wide network of contacts and seek opportunities for future promotion. Li Yong, with his unique status as a military and political figure, was like a dazzling pearl, naturally becoming a highly sought-after figure in the eyes of these officers. Everyone hoped to establish a relationship with him and pave a smoother path for their future. To be honest, if this were when he had just become an imperial officer, Liang would have enthusiastically gotten to know everyone and expanded his network of contacts while chatting and laughing. However, times have changed, and the identity of a colonel-level officer no longer stirs any emotion in Liang. To be precise, in his carefully cultivated network of connections, the connections at the rank of colonel-level officers were already saturated, and he no longer needed to make further interactions with other officers of the same rank. After all, in his network of connections, Martin and Neil were both colonels of the 9th rank, both of whom were influential and powerful figures. With their outstanding military skills and extraordinary talents, they are always ready to break through the constraints of their current ranks and step into the more prestigious ranks of generals. In comparison, the chances of these colonel-level officers surrounding them, though also in military uniform, being promoted to general are as slim as searching for a specific speck of dust in the vast universe. Liang knew in his heart that by the time these people finally had the opportunity to be promoted to generals, he himself would probably have already reached a higher level through his own efforts and accumulation. Therefore, Liang had no interest in cultivating these connections that offered no real help and might even become a burden. As the crowd surged forward, forming layers upon layers around him, with the cacophony echoing in his ears, Liang knew he could not delay any longer. With keen eyes, he searched for an opportunity to break through the crowd. Seizing the moment when the crowd loosened slightly, Liang flashed forward and squeezed through the gap in the crowd with all his might. Liang didn't dare to linger for a moment and rushed towards the interior of the space station without hesitation, his feet barely touching the ground. Chapter 199 Big Shot. Meanwhile, the group of enthusiastic colonel-level officers were still immersed in excitement and curiosity, engaging in heated discussions, completely unaware that the person they were so eager to meet had already disappeared from their sight, leaving them still making a ruckus in the same spot. Panting, Liang ran to a relatively quiet corner inside the space station, leaned against the wall, and gasped for breath. He raised his hand to wipe the dense beads of sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Phew, is it really that big of a deal? I'm just a second-class captain, not some rare treasure. Why are they surrounding me like this? I was planning to ask someone how to get to that planet, but given the current situation, it seems hopeless to get any useful information from anyone. Thinking of this, Liang didn't care about resting any longer. He quickly brought up a light screen on his wrist and initiated a call request to Martin through the AI. The communication was established almost instantly. Thanks to the space station's projection device, Martin didn't need to appear in the light screen. Instead, he appeared clearly in front of Liang in the blink of an eye through holographic projection. Martin was dressed in his crisp military uniform as always, the prominent 9th rank colonel insignia on his shoulder straps gleaming brightly. Seeing Liang's disheveled appearance, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and his clothes soaked and clinging to his body, he couldn't help but show concern and hurriedly asked, "Brother Liang, what happened to you? Why do you look so disheveled?" Upon seeing the holographic projection, Liang turned off the light screen and then sighed helplessly. "Well, that's how it is." Then Liang recounted in detail to Martin the whole story of how he had just been surrounded by a group of colonel-level officers outside. From the moment Delay recognized him, to the swarm of people surrounding him, to the moment he finally managed to escape from the crowd. Martin listened quietly to Liang's story, a knowing smile appearing on his face, and slowly said, "So that's how it is. Most of those people are peripheral members of the Mutual Aid Society. They like to be in places with frequent personnel changes in order to get to know all sorts of new people and expand their own circles. As a special individual with integrated military and political connections, it's only natural that they would target you once your identity was exposed." Liang waved his hand and said somewhat urgently, "All right, Martin, just tell me how to get out of this space station already." Liang really didn't want to stay in this place for even a second longer. The scene of being surrounded by the crowd was still vivid in his mind. He was still shaken, afraid that if he wasn't careful, those overly enthusiastic people would suddenly appear out of nowhere and surround him again, and then it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky to get away. "Oh, just go straight to the innermost part of the space station." Martin patiently guided them through the holographic projection. "There's a teleportation device inside. Using that device, you can reach the official location of the Mutual Aid Society. I'll be waiting for you at the other end of the teleportation device." Hearing that it was so simple, Liang was overjoyed. After thanking Martin, he hurriedly ended the call and walked quickly toward the deepest part of the space station. Before long, An extremely spacious space suddenly appeared before Li Yang. In the center of this huge space, a huge disk stood out. "Hello, where are you headed?" A staff member in a uniform, with a polite expression, saw Li Yang approaching and immediately walked up quickly, smiling as he inquired. "I am a member of the Mutual Aid Association, and this is my first time participating in an activity. I'm heading to the official venue." Li Yang responded, while subconsciously adjusting his collar, trying to appear more composed. "Okay, please stand on the disc, and we will deliver you shortly." The staff maintained their professional smiles and politely gestured to Li Yang. Seeing this, Li Yang slowly walked onto the disc. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed by like lightning, and the intense light made Li Yang subconsciously close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a magnificent hall. The hall was resplendent with gold and exquisite decorations, and dazzling chandeliers hung from the ceiling, illuminating the entire space with a bright and transparent glow. Everywhere you look, you see officers in crisp uniforms and well-dressed officials, chatting and laughing in small groups, creating an atmosphere that is both lively and elegant. "Brother Li Yang." Suddenly, a hand patted Li Yang's shoulder forcefully. Li Yang subconsciously turned around and saw that the person who came was Martin, who was looking at him with a big smile, his eyes showing enthusiasm and familiarity. Looking around the luxurious yet somewhat mysterious hall, Li Yang couldn't help but ask, "Is this the official venue of the Mutual Aid Association?" Martin smiled and nodded, affirming his statement. "That's right, but there's still some time before the Mutual Aid Association officially starts. Come on, let me introduce you to some important people first, which will definitely be of great benefit to your future development." After saying that, Martin led Li Yang through the crowd. Curious or scrutinizing glances were cast from the crowd from time to time, but Martin and Li Yang didn't pay much attention and headed straight for their destination. Before long, they arrived at an old and heavy door. The door is made of an unknown type of wood, with exquisite carvings on it, and the door handle is a mythical beast shape that shines with a metallic luster, showing its uniqueness and nobility. Upon seeing this, Martin first subconsciously straightened his uniform, making sure every crease was smooth and every metal was upright, before raising his hand and gently knocking on the door, his movements steady yet polite. "Enter." A powerful voice echoed from the room, seemingly carrying an innate sense of authority. Upon hearing this, Martin gently pushed open the door and went in first, followed closely by Li Yang, who stepped into the somewhat mysterious room. Upon entering the room, Li Yang was immediately struck by the sight before him. The entire room is filled with a retro feel, yet it is also luxurious and grand. The walls are adorned with strange and unusual murals, and the vintage wooden bookshelves are filled with all kinds of books, exuding a faint scent of ink. In the central reception area of the room sat 3 imposing men. 2 of them were dressed in crisp military uniforms, their epaulets gleaming brightly under the lights. Li Yang's gaze was instantly drawn to it. He looked closely and saw that on the 2 men's epaulets, a lifelike black dragon was winding around a 4-sided diamond-shaped black cross with a gold frame. At the center of the cross are 5 and 7 golden 5-pointed stars, respectively, shining brightly. The epaulets are surrounded by delicate vines and ears of wheat, and every detail shows the extraordinary status of its owner. 5th level general, 7th level general. Chapter 200 Transaction. Li Yang's heart was in turmoil. He was greatly shocked. This is a general, 2 ranks higher than Major General Atlan, whom I had met before. He is a rare figure in the entire Empire's military system. At this moment, the 5th level general turned his head slightly, looked at Li Yang with gentle eyes, and asked, "Martin, who is this person next to you?" Martin quickly and respectfully responded, introducing himself. "This is Comrade Li Yang, the same Comrade Li Yang I mentioned to you before, who is currently involved in the integration of military and political affairs." Li Yang quickly stepped forward, stood tall, gave a standard military salute, and spoke in a loud and clear voice. "Greetings, esteemed leaders. I am Li Yang, currently holding the rank of 2nd-class captain, and also serving as a special inspector of the galaxy political affairs." His voice was firm and powerful, and it sounded particularly clear in the rather quiet room. Upon hearing this, the 3 people, who had been calm and composed, suddenly showed considerable ripples on their faces. A look of surprise and curiosity flashed in the eyes of the 5th level general, and he smiled slightly as he greeted him warmly. "So you're Comrade Li Yang. Come on, don't be shy, sit down." As he spoke, he gestured to the soft sofa beside him, his eyes full of eagerness and welcome. Seeing this, Li Yang felt a little uneasy, but he couldn't refuse. So he walked steadily to the sofa, sat down gently, and sat down with a proper and natural posture, showing good manners. Haha, not bad, not bad. A man in an imperial official's uniform stood to the side, scrutinizing Li Yong with keen eyes, his gaze full of admiration, and he couldn't help but sigh sincerely. He remained so calm and composed in front of us old guys, showing no signs of panic. He's clearly someone who can accomplish great things. His hearty laughter echoed in the room, adding a touch of relaxation to the somewhat serious atmosphere. All right, you're all so long-winded. The 7th level general, who had been sitting there quietly without uttering a word, finally spoke slowly. His voice was deep and powerful, carrying an unquestionable authority that instantly silenced the room. Everyone's eyes were unconsciously drawn to him. The 7th level general slightly turned his head, looked at Li Yong, and continued speaking. Comrade Li Yong, I don't like all that roundabout, pretentious stuff. Let's get straight to the point. I specifically asked Martin to bring you to see us because there is indeed a deal we need to do together. His words were concise and clear, like a heavy hammer blow, silencing the room and making Li Yong instantly realize the importance and seriousness of the matter. Hearing the 7th level general speak so directly, Li Yong instantly understood the deeper meaning behind the other party's so-called deal. After all, for such a high-ranking figure to specially summon him in this setting, the matter to be discussed must be quite significant. The 5th-rank general and the imperial official sitting to the side exchanged a knowing glance, a hint of helplessness flashing in their eyes, before they could only shake their heads slightly. They understood the style of this 7th level general. He was always decisive and outspoken, and could only let him continue. I wonder what the leader means by this deal. Li Yong answered solemnly, his gaze meeting that of a 7th level general. The 7th level general nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes, and then spoke. It's nothing complicated. To put it simply, we all have high hopes for your future and believe you have great potential. Therefore, we're willing to use all the resources at our disposal to fully support your career advancement. You should understand what we mean, right? His words were concise and powerful, without any beating around the bush. His words directly revealed their intentions, to provide comprehensive support and assistance to Li Yong before he had fully emerged and become powerful. Their only hope was that Li Yong would not forget their kindness when he achieved success in the future. Upon hearing this, even the usually composed Li Yong was taken aback by the blunt and almost naked words, and was momentarily stunned. My mind was a jumble of thoughts, a mix of emotions. On one hand, I was shocked and delighted by this unexpected opportunity, but on the other hand, I was keenly aware of the responsibilities and pressures it carried. Seeing that Li Yong did not speak, the 7th level general did not urge him, but simply watched him quietly with a hint of expectation in his eyes, as if waiting for Li Yong to weigh the options and make a decision. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat heavy for a moment, with only the soft breathing of the people in the room, and time seemed to stand still. Let me give you a heads up. I am currently serving as the deputy commander of the 73rd Army of the Imperial Frontline Combat Legion. Before Li Yong could fully recover from his shock, Wani continued to introduce the other two. He turned slightly to the side, his eyes revealing a bold and straightforward spirit, seemingly quite proud of his identity. This gentleman is Tsang Shi, the deputy commander of the Imperial Homeland Security Army. Although his rank is 2 levels lower than mine, the Homeland Security Army is a directly subordinate army of the Empire. Its status and importance are far beyond what my frontline combat legion can easily compare to. As Wani spoke, she gestured to Tsang Shi with her hand. Although her words were somewhat teasing, they were also full of recognition for the unit Tsang Shi belonged to. No, Commander Wan, please don't say that. Your frontline legions are the main force that the Empire uses to defend against foreign enemies. Upon hearing this, Tsang Shi immediately put on a humble smile and waved his hand in response. As for this, Wani turned her gaze to the man dressed in imperial official robes beside her and continued speaking. He is the highest-ranking official in the N01 star system, Wan, the speaker of the N01 star system, with an administrative rank of C3. Moreover, the N01 star system is also a star system directly under the Empire's jurisdiction, not under the management of the star clusters above it, but directly responsible to the Empire's high-level officials, making its position extremely important. Wani gave a detailed introduction, each word clear and forceful, giving Li Yong a deeper understanding of the identities and status of the two people in front of him. After the introduction, Wani leaned forward slightly, staring intently at Li Yong with anticipation in her eyes, and asked, "So, given our current status, shouldn't we be qualified to support you at this stage?" His tone carried an undeniable confidence, as if he was certain that Li Yong would be interested in this opportunity. Even though Liang had made many preparations in his mind beforehand, he still couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement when he heard Wang Yi's straightforward question, and his breathing became rapid involuntarily.